Crossing over to Chocolate Town, he activated the physical talent of Big Mom, but the progress got stuck at 50. Leeway looked at the system panel. Trouble, this was the physical talent of the Four Emperors' Big Mom. She could smash the giant village at the age of 5 and had the terrifying talent to become a Four Emperor even during childbirth. But now it couldn't be activated, and no matter how powerful the system was, it was useless. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the goddess Emily, whom the original owner had pursued for a long time. This woman had green long hair and a stunning figure, but treated the original owner like a licking dog, paying him. You can't compare to the son of the richest man. You have to work harder. The only thing you can offer is your lifespan in order to buy her gifts. The original owner worked hard at the Soulwork Society to exchange for lifespan, ultimately exhausting himself to death on the street without even holding her hand. You actually teamed up with the Soulwork Society to deceive me? Emily pouted, completely unaware that Leeway was no longer the same licking dog. Leeway looked at her, sneering inwardly. The Soulwork Society was a place where lifespan was used as currency, and the original owner had been killed by them and this woman. Working together. The dream of Big Mom is to let all races and things in the world live without distinction, but she doesn't really care about the lifespan of the islanders. Big Mom wasn't in the world, and the talent couldn't be activated. Now Emily was coming to provoke him. Did she want him to sell his life for gifts again? Next, how would Leeway retort this green tea? Could he find a way to activate Big Mom's physical talent? This beginning made people want to see him make a comeback immediately. Thus, when Hamid specifically executed the collection of soul lifespan, there was a lot of operational space. The Soulwork Society was making Blackheart money. They bought the lifespan of the poor at low prices, sold it to the rich at high prices, and threatened and lured the poor to sell their lives, their hands stained with blood. Leeway secretly vowed that after activating his talent, he would take care of them. First, Emily was still urging for gifts, and Leeway directly retorted, "Get lost. You should find the next sucker. You need to deliver your lifespan in a few days. You can't afford to not find a fool to take your place with a bang." He closed the door and hurried out, guessed that to activate Big Mom's physical talent, he might have to interact with her children. The one station in Chocolate Town was Sanji's fiancé, Big Mom's 76th child, Brulee. Just a few steps out, he was stopped by two strong men, black curly hair, dark green coat, round-frame sunglasses. It was former Marine Admiral RaikageFusion. Next to him was Van Augur. "Do you know how to get a caramel, CAF?" Akiji Astley Weishart sank. These two were here to kidnap Brulee. He had to find Brulee before them. He deliberately shouted loudly, "Are you looking for Miss Brulee? I think I've seen you in the newspaper." He wanted to alert Big Mom, but the passersby were only focused on getting to their destinations. There was no other choice. Leeway had to say he didn't know and try to slip away. "Humph, you're lying." Emily suddenly popped up, bragging. "You used to buy coffee from that shop for me all the time. Whenever I wanted a drink, you would go buy it." Akiji and Van Augur's gazes became sharp instantly with Emily's meddling. Akiji must have realized Leeway was lying. Could he still find Brulee before Akiji? Under the gaze of the former Marine Admiral, could he survive? Next, would Leeway be stopped by Akiji? If Brulee was kidnapped, could his talent still be activated? This plot made people want to stomp their feet in frustration. At this point, she shook her head slightly, with a look of regret. "Of course, I might have some faults too. The trials I set before were indeed a bit excessive." Emily was still acting, saying the trials were for a sense of security. Leeway saw through her instantly. She was just afraid the backup would run away. And with the lifespan due soon, she wanted to secure her position. Akiji grew impatient and ordered Emily to lead the way. This woman immediately forgot her grievances and eagerly set off. Leeway was anxious and pulled her down to the ground. "I will lead the way. You. Emily sat on the ground, so angry she couldn't speak. Leeway ignored her, leading Akiji and Van Augur straight to the caramel CF. Through the glass door, he saw Brulee and silently prayed, "I must activate my talent." Upon entering the CF, the system panel remained silent, and the activation progress was still at 50. Leeway took the money Akiji handed him and turned to leave, feeling a wave of disappointment. Just as he stepped out the door, he caught a glimpse of the numbers on the panel moving. 50, 51, 52. Lee Weishart leaped with joy, and he quickly turned back. It turned out that just being close to Brulee wasn't enough. He needed to stay near her. You are former Marine Admiral Akiji. What do you want here?" Brulee's surprised voice came from the CF. The battle was about to begin. Leeway stared at the slowly rising numbers on the panel, secretly praying, "Brulee, hold on, just a few more minutes." If Akiji made a move, how long could Brulee hold out? When the activation progress reached 100, what terrifying abilities would Big Mom's physical talent bring? Would Leeway take the chance to help Brulee amidst the chaos? Could he defeat a former Marine Admiral right after activating his talent? This plot was enough to make someone break into a sweat. Leeway heard Brulee's voice and then saw a puff of white mist rising. Presumably Aokiji, using his fruit ability to freeze the staff, Aokiji carried the frozen Broly out, and Van Augur was about to teleport away with him. Leeway panicked. The activation progress was still not even 70. He dashed out from the corner. Wait. Aokiji glanced at him. What do you strange kid want? People around began to murmur. Isn't that the one selling lifespans? Is he crazy to dare to stop Aokiji? Leeway ignored them and mustered his courage. You're targeting the three-eyed girl. She must have a big secret, right? Van Augur raised his gun. Knowing too much can get you killed. Aokiji pressed down on his gun, listening with interest. Leeway seized the opportunity to throw out a fate theory. Don't you think my appearance is a twist of fate? Sure enough, Van Augur fell silent. This guy was a fatalist. Leeway stared at the slowly rising numbers on the panel, feeling anxious, but couldn't think of anything else to stall for time. They are Aokiji and Van Augur. Quickly notify Lord Katakuri. Big Mom's Hamets and fighters finally arrived and surrounded them. Leeway took the chance to slip to the side, and a system prompt rang in his ear. Ding! This week's talent has been activated. The activation progress on the panel reached 100, revealing a bunch of talent descriptions. Aokiji and Van Augur stood back to back, ready to fight. The gun is fastest from 3 steps away, and within 3 steps, the gun is not only fast, but also accurate. Van Augur shot one Hamets after another while Aokiji casually waved, creating a frozen wasteland. Now that Big Mom's physical talent has been activated, how strong will Leeway be? He watched the battle in front of him. Would he be unable to resist trying out his new abilities? If Katakuri came, could he stop Aokiji? Next, would Leeway take advantage of the chaos to snatch Broly from Aokiji? Could the activated Big Mom's physical talent allow him to face a former Marine Admiral Hiden? This plot made people want to see him unleash his ultimate moves immediately. Leeway was just reflecting on the original plot when his expression suddenly froze. The system panel reads, you can obtain this permanent skill by rescuing Charlotte Lingling and her children. Permanent skill? No time limit, can be held for a long time. Leeway was excited before activating the talent. He was just an ordinary person, and having a permanent skill could save his life. But to rescue Brin, he would have to go against Aokiji and Wang Oga, which would be tantamount to seeking death. Given his current strength, he'll risk it. Leeway gritted his teeth and rushed out again, just as Aokiji and the others were about to leave. He'll bet my life on Brin's life. Wang Oga sneered. Your life isn't worth much. You're not afraid to gamble, are you? Leeway stared at him. Aren't you a believer in fate? I bet I can survive under your gun, and you bet Brin will be captured. This is a gamble of fate. Do you dare? Wang Oga indeed took the bait. Aiming his gun at Leeway, Aokiji tried to intervene, but was a step too late. Bang. The gunshot rang out, and Leeway fell straight to the ground. The crowd gasped, and Wang Oga coldly said, that's his own fate. Aokiji crouched down to check, suddenly frowning. He has no wounds on his head. Is this the sniper of the 4 Emperor's pirates? Truly lacks martial virtue. Only sneaking attacks. But your strength seems to be lacking. Leeway got up, smiling as he brushed off his clothes. Big Mom's ability activated. The bullet didn't harm him at all. Wang Oga was stunned, and Aokiji also showed a surprised expression. If Leeway could withstand Wang Oga's bullet with this ability, could he save Brin? What permanent skill would he gain by saving Brin? Would Aokiji help Leeway? If Wang Oga lost the bet, would he honor his promise and release Brin? Next, would Leeway seize the opportunity to force them to release Brin? With his current strength, could he withstand a second shot? This plot was simply exhilarating. You're not dead. Wang Oga was confused, and the onlookers erupted. How is he fine after being shot? Did he acquire some devil fruit? Leeway laughed. You lost a bet. You won't go back on your word, right? Wang Oga was about to shoot again, but was held back by Aokiji. But you didn't win against me. Aokiji placed his hand on Leeway's shoulder. If you can break free from my ice, you'll release Brin. A chill rushed in, and Leeway was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, the ice of a Marine Admiral. He definitely can't break it. The onlookers discussed among themselves. Crack. The ice suddenly shattered, and Leeway broke free, gasping for breath. As expected of a former Marine Admiral, I almost fell for it. He raised an eyebrow. My observation, Haki, actually misjudged. He waved his hand to remove the ice from Brin, who without a word jumped onto the blanket and flew away. Not even saying thank you before Wang Oga left, he tossed out a remark. The ups and downs of fate are the norm. Leeway sat on the ground, his heart blooming with joy. Big Mom's ability was too powerful. The skill was even stronger than the original. Just as he was about to check the skill description, a voice came from behind him. Leeway, are you okay? It was Emily. Why did she come back again? Would she want to continue manipulating him now that she saw he was fine? Leeway had just activated his talent, able to withstand bullets, and ice. Dealing with Emily would be more than enough, right? How would he retort to this green tea? The system said his talent was stronger than the original Big Mom. What was going on? What even more ridiculous abilities would he have? Next, Would Emily ask Leeway to protect her? Would Leeway tell her to get lost? This plot was simply full of anticipation. In the end, Emily became a bit shy. Leeway did not speak again and got up to leave. He sat on the ground simply because he was too weak. Now that the side effects of the talent skill had worn off, he needed to take advantage of the slight recovery in his strength and leave quickly. Leeway had more important things to do, and he didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. Seeing this, Emily anxiously said, "Wait a minute. If you keep this up, I really won't pay attention to you anymore." Finally, Leeway stopped, turned his head to look at her. A smug expression flashed in Emily's eyes. She huffed and raised her chin, as if waiting for something. "Aren't you afraid of being caught by the Big Mom pirates if you stay here?" After saying this, Leeway walked away without looking back. Emily was momentarily stunned, her face once again displaying endless astonishment and helplessness. Leeway ignored her and walked straight away. Back in his room, he lay on the bed, activated the system, and carefully browsed the talent description. This week's talent, Charlotte Lean's physique. Activation progress, 100, steel balloon and innate super strength talent abilities activated. Talent level, D grade. Talent description, steel balloon. Possesses defensive capabilities comparable to iron blocks. At the current level, can resist ordinary knife and gun damage. Innate super strength, at the current level, has strength comparable to an ordinary fishman. Talent skills, 2. Unyielding Guardian. Passive skill, automatically activates when receiving fatal damage. Once activated, can be immune to all damage for 10 seconds. Note, this skill can only be used once a day. Rampage State. Active skill, once activated, can increase one's combat power tenfold. This skill can last a maximum of 1 minute. Precautions. 1. The Rampage State places a huge burden on the user. After the skill ends, the user will enter a state of weakness for 3 minutes, unable to move. This skill can be activated a maximum of 3 times a day. Permanent skill. 1. Strange Sound Attack. Active skill can produce strange sounds that affect the enemy's mobility. Against weaker opponents, it can directly stun them, even against top-tier strong opponents. This skill can briefly put them in a state of stagnation. Upgrade methods. 1. During the talent activation period, the steel balloon can greatly enhance its defensive capabilities by consuming different types of delicacies. The innate super strength requires contact with humans of different races to upgrade. As the level increases, these 2 talents and their related skills can be enhanced, with opportunities to awaken new talent skills. 2. The talent holder can gain the permanent skill of this talent by rescuing Charlotte Lin and her children, and this skill can be upgraded. The permanent skill can continue to be upgraded according to this rule, even after the current talent activation time ends. Remaining time, 6 days. After reading the system description, Leeway muttered to himself, "Powerful defense, super strength, and strange sounds. This is exactly the physique talent of the Yonko Big Mom mentioned in the original work." Moreover, the talents given by the system come with various skills, which are much stronger than Big Mom. Levi looked at his skill, Unyielding Guardian, and muttered to himself, "It seems somewhat similar to the Berserker King's ultimate move, allowing me to be immune to fatal damage for a short period." It was because of this skill that he decided to take the risk to save someone. Fortunately, as he expected, he withstood a bullet attack from Wang Oga without any injuries. It's worth noting that in the anime's altered storyline, this sniper could take down the Cookie Man with a single shot, and his shooting power is equivalent to that of Luffy's Gear 4th attack. This is quite a good life-saving skill. After reading the skill description, Levi browsed through the description of the Berserk state. In the original story, Big Mom would enter a Berserk state due to her hunger pangs, during which she acts like a madwoman, destroying everything until she gets the food she desires. One could say that Big Mom in her Berserk state is terrifying, but also easy to deal with, as her combat intelligence drops to 0. The system's Berserk state skill also significantly boosts combat power, but does not cause the user to lose their rationality. Its side effect, however, is that after it ends, the user will fall into a weakened state, somewhat similar to Luffy's condition after Gear 4th ends. Levi was able to break free from Akiji's ice binding by entering a Berserk state, thus winning the wager. As for the strange sound attack, Levi has not used it yet. However, from the description, it appears to have a deterrent control effect. These 3 skills encompass defense, output, and control, complementing each other and immediately granting him formidable combat power. Is this the taste of genius? Leeway was very happy, but he quickly calmed down. Although the Emperor-level talent system was indeed powerful, judging from the recent battle process, he still had a significant gap in strength compared to Qingji and others. He needed to level up quickly. Fortunately, the method to upgrade his talent was quite simple. He just needed to eat good food and meet people from different races. Both of these points were not a big problem in the world of nations. So he decided to take action right away. Leeway immediately wanted to go out to buy some delicious food and stroll around, looking for opportunities to interact with people from other races. Once he gained strength, he would be more confident in saving the old lady's children. After making up his mind, Leeway went out again. He arrived at the nearest store and saw that the shelves were filled with all kinds of chocolates, a dazzling array. Leeway slapped his forehead and remembered that he was on Cocoa Island, a chocolate-themed island, where this store mainly sold chocolate. After all, even many of the houses on the island were made of chocolate. With that in mind, Leeway could only make do with a few boxes of chocolate before heading to the checkout counter. Is that you? Leeway, haven't you woken up yet? Upon hearing this, Leeway looked over and recognized the speaker. William Hanna, like the original owner, was a regular customer of the Soul Work Agency, and the two occasionally sought to sell their soul lifespan in exchange for money. However, unlike the original owner's sycophantic behavior, William Hanna had his own reasons for selling his life. His mother had fallen seriously ill and urgently needed money for treatment. Because they were of similar age, the two quickly became friends. After learning the reason behind the original owner's choice to sell his life, William Hanna often advised him to cherish life and not to sell his soul and lifespan at a low price just to please girls. You went to the Soul Work Agency again? That's a place that eats people without spitting out bones. I had no choice but to go. But why are you so foolish? As his thoughts swirled, Leeway heard that familiar phrase from William Hanna again, and he felt a mix of emotions, quickly replying, I have already awakened. Awakened to what? If I remember correctly, you used to buy these chocolates often, saying that someone only liked this brand. Leeway was taken aback and then realized Emily did seem to like this kind of chocolate, and he had just taken out of habit. He let out these chocolates are for me. Forget it, William Hanna, thank you. You will eventually see that I really have nothing to do with Emily. Leeway hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by a sarcastic voice from behind. Oh, isn't this the love, Saint Leeway? This chocolate looks familiar. I remember now. I didn't expect Emily still likes this flavor. Leeway turned his head and saw that it was Emily's rich and handsome ex-boyfriend, Johnson. He was also the son of the wealthy businessman McGiddy on the island. It is rumored that McGiddy has connections to the mafia. Chapter 8. Unexpected encounter with a rich and handsome rival. He never expected that while going out to buy some chocolate, he would run into the original owner's rival. Leeway was taken aback for a moment and unconsciously began to examine the other person. He saw that Johnson had green hair and was wearing flashy yet finely crafted clothing. He stood over 2 meters tall, had quite handsome features, and was indeed a tall, rich and handsome guy. However, at that moment, he looked at Leeway with a face full of disdain. This made Leeway somewhat uncomfortable, and he glanced at the two muscular bodyguards following Johnson. One had a shiny bald head, while the other had a scar on his face. Both were well-built with muscular physiques and stood over 3 meters tall, more than a meter taller than Leeway, making them look quite intimidating. He wondered if they were users of devil fruit powers. Leeway muttered to himself, knowing that although he had activated his powerful talent, it was not the right time to make trouble. So he smiled and said, Long time no see, young Master Johnson. You look well. However, this simple greeting left William Hanna in shock. Johnson also did not expect Leeway to take the initiative to greet him, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Leeway was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood why they were showing such expressions. It was because of Emily. This woman had been constantly comparing the original owner to Johnson and using that to belittle him. I am a girl protected by a lion. It's a blessing for you to have the chance to get close to me, but you must work hard to be worthy of me. It's just a little lifespan. You wouldn't be reluctant, would you? You're still young, so what does it matter? I know soul lifespan is precious, but who told you that you only have that little advantage? He isn't much older than you. I'm not just going to accept any gift from anyone. I only spend the money of those I like. On the contrary, you can't even bear to buy me this little thing, and you still have a nerve to say you like me? He has bought me so many gifts, you are far behind. Under this series of PUA remarks, the original owner became increasingly self-abased and fell deeper into despair. He genuinely believed that Emily was so outstanding that she had suffered a lot and made a great decision to be with him, so he could only desperately try to meet her demands. Similarly, the original owner also felt that the gap between him and Johnson was too vast, as if the latter was a towering mountain, casting a deep shadow over him. As a result, whenever the original owner saw Johnson from afar, he would hide aside and didn't dare to speak to him directly. Reflecting on the original owner's various behaviors, Leeway couldn't help but scoff. No wonder everyone showed such expressions. This guy is so embarrassing. But then he thought again, Johnson, this rich young master, must often deal with the Soul Work Society, and perhaps he could dig up some useful information. With this in mind, Leeway reined in his thoughts and saw that Johnson and William Hanna had already recovered from their shock, with one looking puzzled and the other surprised as they spoke. You actually talk to me like this? Yes, no, Leeway, I didn't expect you to really wake up. I'm genuinely happy for you. Leeway was somewhat speechless. He first smiled slightly and responded to Johnson's question. Is there something wrong with what I said? We really haven't seen each other for a while. Seeing the other party momentarily at a loss for words, he continued. Could it be that there's something wrong with your health? Upon closer inspection, you do seem a bit deficient in kidney energy. You're talking nonsense. My health is just fine. Don't be anxious. I'm just concerned about you, Master Johnson. After saying this, Leeway turned to William Hanna and smiled. Don't worry. I already know how foolish I was before. A sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Only awakening leads to a future. As he spoke, he sighed, but who hasn't he been young at some point? If it weren't for deep love or helpless love, who would want to be a humble clown? Hearing such seemingly nonsensical yet somewhat reasonable words, Johnson felt a bit frustrated. You suddenly seem like a different person. Suddenly, it seemed he discovered something. His eyes brightened. Almost got tricked by you. The chocolate in your hand, ISNT at Emily's favorite brand? I didn't expect your mouth to be tougher than your life. I even hope Emily can really forget about me and be with you well. Haha. Leeway could naturally tell that Johnson was mocking him, and he wasn't angry. Instead, he retorted directly, my hardest part is actually my fist, Master Johnson. How about we have a contest? Leeway, don't be reckless. Master Johnson, Leeway, he's just joking, don't get mad. William Hanna was worried that his friend would be at a disadvantage and hurriedly apologized, pulling Leeway back, fearing he would act impulsively. Do you think I would be afraid of you? A young man of 80? No, maybe your age has already surpassed 100. I could take you down with just one punch. Seeing Johnson continually mocking his past, Leeway couldn't hold back any longer and was about to retort. However, William Hanna held him back tightly and softly said, Leeway, just do it for me. If you break something, I'll be blamed too. After hearing this, Leeway was stunned for a moment and then laughed. All right, then after you finish work, let's go eat something delicious. William Hanna breathed a sigh of relief, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The female lead has arrived. Haha, this is getting interesting. Johnson suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at something behind Leeway. Following his gesture, Leeway also saw the newcomer. It was Emily again. Leeway felt that in just half a day, he had encountered her 3 times. It was simply a fateful connection. Could this be the curse the original owner had placed on him? He secretly complained in his heart, while his face showed an expression of helplessness. Emily also didn't expect to run into both her ex-boyfriend and her current admirer at the same time, which made her a bit awkward. Long time no see, Emily. You look good. The chocolate bought with Soul Lifespan is indeed nourishing, Johnson said with a mischievous smile, echoing Leeway's earlier greeting and pointing at the chocolate in his hand. Emily, who had initially been blushing, was surprised when she saw the chocolate in Leeway's hand. And then her face showed a look of realization. Leeway felt even more frustrated. How deeply ingrained was the original owner's image as a sycophant? Why does everyone see him this way? Chapter 9, The Reluctant Goddess, with Emily's appearance. William Hanna unconsciously turned his gaze towards Leeway. Leeway didn't explain and directly tore open the chocolate box, took out a piece, and stuffed it in his mouth. The chocolate tasted pretty good. All right, I almost forgot. William Hanna, have a piece. Saying this, Leeway handed a piece of chocolate to William Hanna. This is my hard-earned reward, not something exchanged for my soul's lifespan, so don't be polite with me. Finally, he turned to Johnson and said, You, the young master, probably wouldn't want to eat my stuff, so I won't bother you with it. Leeway accidentally left out Emily, which made her quite embarrassed. Leeway, are you trying to upset me on purpose? I'm really busy right now. What do I have the mood and time to intentionally upset you? Leeway shook his head and said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Emily was on the verge of tears, her eyes red, and she stomped her feet vigorously. Johnson stared at Leeway for a while, and after realizing he wasn't just being stubborn, he frowned. William Hanna let out a long sigh. Leeway could only smile wryly at the reactions of these 3 people. The scene suddenly filled with a quietly awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Leeway was about to leave, but was stopped by Johnson. Wait, I remember this chocolate is quite expensive. How could you afford to buy it for yourself? Did you steal your money? What do you mean by that? Leeway and William Hanna asked in unison. Johnson smirked with disdain. Leeway, I've heard that many homes have been burglarized recently. I suspect you might be behind it. Leeway understood the other party's intention as soon as he heard it, and he turned to look at Emily. However, Emily huffed and turned her head away, not revealing Leeway's plan to make money. She even showed an expression of gloating on her face. Leeway, I really look down on you for stealing like this. Previously, even though you were poor and timid, I genuinely thought you were a real man. Although you had no money, you were willing to sell your precious soul and lifespan to please women. Shut up, Johnson. You will regret slandering me like this for no reason. That's right, Johnson. You can't just say whatever you want. Leeway would never steal. I can guarantee that. William Hanna also stepped up to stand by Leeway's side. If you really haven't done it, then come back with me to investigate. Who do you think you are, Johnson? I even suspect that you're not McGiddy's son. Do you want to cooperate with me for an investigation as well? Leeway retorted without holding back, and his words instantly broke the other party's defenses. You're seeking death. Come here. Take him away. I want to interrogate him properly. Johnson shouted angrily, his frustration palpable. With a wave of his hand, two burly bodyguards attempted to grab Leeway. William Hanna hurriedly stepped forward but was pushed aside by a bodyguard. A look of terror flashed in Emily's eyes. She opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Leeway did not dodge, allowing the bodyguards to hold his shoulders, instead staring intently at Johnson. Johnson instinctively averted his gaze, but soon laughed wildly, saying, "Do you dare look at me with that kind of eyes? You, a thief, are so arrogant. It seems I really need to show you the consequences of doing wrong. Haha, you really should know the consequences of doing wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway exerted a little strength, breaking free from the restraints of the two bodyguards. Then, with two punches, he directly knocked them down, causing them to clutch their stomachs, saliva dripping from their mouths, only able to emit muffled sounds. After that, he slowly walked towards Johnson, scaring him into retreating repeatedly. What do you want to do? This sudden turn of events greatly surprised William Hanna and Emily, leaving them stunned. Leeway scoffed. "Young Master Johnson, didn't I just say it? You need to understand the consequences of your mistakes. Don't act recklessly, Leeway. My father is McGiddy, and if you dare to hurt me, he definitely won't let you off. I'm not afraid of Green Pheasant or the Blackbeard pirates. Do you think I'm afraid of a wealthy man?" As he spoke, Leeway wrapped his right palm around his left fist, exerting force, and the bones in his fingers made cracking sounds as he assumed an attacking stance. "Why you, Leeway? I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. I apologize." "Leeway, forget it. Don't escalate things. It won't do you any good." William Hanna came back to his senses and immediately grabbed Leeway again. Leeway smiled and said, "Don't worry, William Hanna. I'm not afraid to let it go. I'll give you a favor and let this bully off the hook." As he spoke, he glanced at Emily again, shook his head slightly, and looked disappointed. Emily hurriedly lowered her head to avoid Leeway's gaze, her face showing an indescribable expression. Leeway no longer paid attention to Emily and Johnson, but instead turned his concern to William Hanna's mother's illness. At this moment, the people in the store also heard the commotion from the dispute and gathered around to watch the excitement. "Isn't that the son of the McGiddy boss? Why is he crying? Who dares to offend the McGiddy boss? Are they not afraid of death? It's him. He's the young man who saved Miss Brin today. I recognize him. He defeated the Blackbeard pirate crew." Soon, many people formed a circle, pointing and whispering about Leeway. Hearing these words, Emily suddenly looked up. "Herdoptuful gazet deeply evamining Lee." Johnson initially showed a shocked expression, but thinking of what had just happened, a look of hatred flashed in his eyes as he angrily shouted at the bodyguards. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Then, without looking back, he fled. Only William Hanna was both surprised and delighted. "Leeway, is what they said true? How did you suddenly become so powerful?" "Of course it's true, otherwise. How would I have money to buy chocolate?" "That's really great. A couple of days ago, I heard you fainted on the street, and I was really worried about you. Now it seems you've turned misfortune into a blessing." "Thank you, William Hanna." Leeway smiled slightly, chuckling as he stuffed the remaining money into his friend's hand. "I just said, this money is all earned through my hard work. You take it for now, but don't go to the Soul Work Society again. Just accept it, William Hanna. Rest assured, I will make sure that you know that everyone in the world won't have to pay for soul lifespan anymore." Leeway said forcefully, and then waved his hand. "I'll head back first, and I'll find you when I have time." After saying that, he turned around and saw the onlookers voluntarily making way for him. Leeway was taken aback for a moment and walked straight away. William Hanna watched his departing figure and glanced at the money in his hand, feeling incredulous. Emily's expression also shifted from confusion to an indescribable look. Chapter 10. Brin's hideout on Cocoa Island in a tall mansion. Brin was fiddling with her light brown hair while speaking into a snail phone. "Brother Katakuri, hurry and come protect me. I'm worried that I'll really be caught by Aokiji soon." "I understand. You stay hidden in the Soul Work Agency for now, and I'll have Cracker go protect you. Brother Katakuri, the enemy is a Marine Admiral. I'll come over as soon as I finish this business. No matter who he is, Anyone who dares to cause trouble in our nation, I will not let him go. After saying this, the snail phone in Brin's hand began to beep. It was clear that Katakuri on the other end had already hung up. Brin showed a wronged expression and muttered to herself. If only Sanji were on the island, he would definitely be able to protect me. By the way, who was that guy who saved me? I need to send someone to investigate. And I also need to arrange for protection for my coffee shop. So, she dialed another number and briefly explained a few things. After hanging up the snail phone, Brin couldn't help but recall what had happened today, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. She pushed her hair off her forehead to reveal her peculiar third eye. Could it be that the Blackbeard pirates are also after this? This ugly eye's really caused me too much trouble. As she spoke, Brin seemed to recall the moment Sanji first saw her third eye, and she murmured to herself, "Fortunately, Sanji likes it. I also hope to fully open this eye and gain that incredible power to help him well." Saying this, a happy smile appeared on her face. Bring. A ring from the snail phone interrupted Brin's thoughts, and as soon as she answered, she heard a somewhat weary voice from the other end. "Miss Brin, are you all right? Is this President Tynus?" "I'm fine now. Captain Aldrich is a meticulous person. He has taken good care of me. Thank you all. You're too polite, Miss Brin. Our Soul Work Agency is on the same front as the Big Mom Pirates. If Aokiji and the Blackbeard Pirates dare to take action against you, it is a declaration of war against us. Yes, I also told Brother Katakuri about this. He will come to Cocoa Island soon, and we will definitely teach Aokiji a lesson." "All right, Miss Brin. I will also visit Cocoa Island in a couple of days. You'll have to stay in the Cocoa Island branch for a while. Don't worry, Aldrich is strong, and I've already given him orders to prioritize your safety." "Thank you again, Mr. Tynus. This is what I should do. However, there is something very strange. I just received news that the person who saved you from Aokiji seems to be a weak guy. What's going on?" "Oh, Mr. Tynus, do you have a lead on that young man?" "Of course. I have already asked Aldrich to send someone to investigate. It turns out the young man who saved you is named Leeway, and he is a regular customer of our Soul Work Agency. He often comes here to sell his soul lifespan. However, he is very weak and timid. How could he possibly step up to save you? Moreover, how did he survive the gunpoint of Wang Oga and even escape from Aokiji's ice? The one who saved me is someone who sells his soul lifespan? Mr. Tynus, is this true? I didn't believe it at first either, but Aldrich has repeatedly assured me that his information is accurate. Okay, the person who saved me is very brave. He is really quite impressive." Brin replied softly, but in her heart, she was also murmuring, "Someone who sells soul lifespan? How could he become so strong? I need to investigate this clearly." The voice of Tynus came again from the snail phone. "Well, let us not talk about that for now. I will send someone to find him. I think as long as we ask him face to face, we'll be able to know the nature of that guy's devil fruit ability. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tynus. I also really hope to thank him in person. It's all my fault for being so scared today that I just ran away. Miss Brin, you don't need to blame yourself. In that situation, you did well enough. All of this is the fault of Aokiji and Wang Oga. I want to let them off. Mr. Tynus, if we join forces, we can definitely defeat Aokiji. There are only two of them. They are really too arrogant." Brin said quickly, but she didn't feel confident in her heart. After all, the opponent was a former Marine Admiral. That's natural. We will eliminate anyone who stands against the Big Mom Pirates, no matter who they are, Miss Brin. I believe in you, Mr. Tynus. Our Big Mom Pirates are not to be trifled with. After Brin finished this sentence, she chatted a bit more before hanging up the snail phone. She silently thought to herself, "Leeway, is that the name of the person who saved me?" On the other side, in Leeway's small shabby house, back at his place, he lay on the bed, ate a few pieces of chocolate, and checked the system. His talent level had not changed. It seems that leveling up is not as simple as I imagined. Just eating chocolate alone isn't enough. I need to interact with people from other races. Since there was still time, Leeway decided to go to the caramel coffee shop again. Not to mention the fact that there might be other delicious foods in the coffee shop. More importantly, there would be a chance to interact with Brin. As long as he saw this rare, three-eyed mixed blood girl, his strength might level up. After making up his mind, Leeway went out again and headed straight for the caramel coffee shop. Before he got close to the caramel coffee shop, Leeway saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, armed and vigilantly observing their surroundings. The Big Mom Pirates are indeed a Yonko-level pirate crew. Their response is quick. They have dispatched so many fighters in such a short time. Leeway scanned the area and found that these people were all unfamiliar faces, probably called in for support as soon as Brin escaped using the telephone bug. There was no choice. The fighters in Chocolate Town and Homets had just been defeated in the recently concluded battle. However, in front of Aokiji, the number of people was meaningless. His ice fruit ability was a powerful weapon, and even if a few more of Big Mom's children came, it would be of no help. Even if Katakuri personally arrived, it would only slightly alleviate the situation. The difference in strength between the Vice Emperor and the Emperor was simply vast. With this thought, Leeway noticed that those who had been frozen by Aokiji had also disappeared, likely moved away for unfreezing. Meanwhile, the houses near the CAF had all their doors and windows tightly shut. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Leeway stopped in his tracks and hesitated for a moment. Chapter 11. Baron Egg's appearance at this moment. A person came out of a coffee shop and loudly encouraged the fighters. Everyone felt invigorated. Although Aokiji was an admiral, we didn't need to worry, because Mom was already on her way back. We just needed to hold our positions and wait for her return, and then we could defeat him and the Blackbeard pirates. Leeway took a closer look and saw a steaming teacup on the other person's head. The upper half of his body was dressed in a tight-fitting suit, while the lower half was wearing egg-shaped pants, making him unforgettable. The most notable feature of this person was his long legs, making him look like a compass, which appeared very comical. Baron Egg. Leeway immediately recognized the identity of this person. If he remembered correctly, he should be from the Fishman Tribe, which was just right for upgrading the innate talent of super strength. After making up his mind, Leeway quickly stepped forward towards the CAF. "Stop, who are you?" Sure enough, after just a couple of steps, someone shouted to stop him. Immediately, with a rustle, many people surrounded him, watching Leeway with wary eyes. Leeway turned to look at the target person and saw that Baron Egg only glanced at him but did not come over. He was still engaged in a pre-battle motivational speech. Oh dear, it seems he has been underestimated. Leeway smiled slightly, struck a classic pose of a yellow ape, raised his hands, and said with a relaxed expression, "I am the person you are looking for. Miss Brin is the one I rescued from the sniper of Admiral Aokiji and the Blackbeard pirates." This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire scene. The people at the CAF entrance all turned their gazes toward Leeway, and they began to discuss among themselves. "You're Miss Brin's savior? How is that possible? Just look at him. He looks so thin. Does he seem like someone who could defeat the Blackbeard pirates?" However, according to Miss Brin, it was indeed a young man who saved her, and he seemed to be wearing similar clothes. Just as the crowd was discussing, a rather stylish voice rang out. "Why haven't you driven him away yet? Aokiji and the others might come back for a second attack. You need to be ready for battle at all times." A group of fighters turned around to see Baron Egg coming over, and someone immediately explained, "My lord, we were just about to report to you. This kid claims to have defeated Aokiji and Wang Oga, and we are currently investigating, so we didn't dare to move against him." Seeing the main character arrive, Leeway also took the initiative to speak. "Hello, Baron Egg. If Miss Brin is in the CAF, I think as long as you take me there, we can meet, and I will get the answer immediately. You know me? I'm not from Chocolate Town, you know." Baron Egg's words made Leeway pause for a moment. "Isn't your focus a bit strange?" But he reacted quickly, combining it with the original plot, and said, "Although there are many people in the Big Mom Pirates, very few outside the Charlotte family hold the title of knight. So, I believe there are not many people in Whole Cake Island who don't know you, right? Is that so?" A self-satisfied smile appeared on Baron Egg's face, but he quickly returned to normal, looking at Leeway. "Your outfit is indeed as Miss Brin described. However, she also mentioned that you possess strong defensive abilities and can withstand Wang Oga's gunfire without injury." As he spoke, Baron Egg drew a slender sword from his cane and slowly added, "In that case, let's have a match, as long as you defeat me. You can naturally meet Miss Brin." Leeway didn't expect the other party to propose this plan. He quickly recalled the plot of the original work. If he remembered correctly, Baron Egg was one of the top fighters in the Big Mom Pirates, and his bounty was as high as several 100 million berries. With his current fighting power, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be a match for him. While contemplating a countermeasure, Baron Egg spoke again. "What's wrong? You aren't afraid to compete with me, are you? You should know that the person who saved Miss Brin isn't afraid, even when facing Aokiji. That's because Aokiji wouldn't attack ordinary people." Levi secretly scoffed, then quickly brushed aside his distractions and continued to think about how to pass Baron Egg's test. Meanwhile, the people nearby began to discuss Levi's hesitant demeanor. "The knight surely has a way. I said this kid is suspicious." "That's right. Someone who can save people from the former naval admiral and Blackbeard's pirate crew must have strong abilities. Indeed, someone with that kind of strength would have joined our Big Mom pirate crew a long time ago." "Not necessarily. Our Soulwork Society also has many powerful members. However, this kid looks very familiar. It's him. He's Levi, who often comes to our work society to sell souls. He even fainted on the street a few days ago." As soon as this was said, several people chimed in. "Now that you mention it, I recognize him too. Levi, you are really bold to dare to come here to deceive the Big Mom pirate crew. Leeway didn't expect that the people from the Soulwork Society were also here. He glanced at the few people pointing at him, but had no impression of them. At this moment, Baron Egg frowned. Is what you said true? Absolutely true, my Lord Knight. Although many people come to trade with us, this guy is particularly memorable because he is willing to sell a large amount of soul lifespan just to pursue a woman who has been toyed with by young Master Johnson. Ha ha. Yes, being played around by a woman is simply foolish. The few people burst into laughter, and their words made everyone present look at Leeway with scorn and confusion. Original host, how can you put me in such a situation? Fortunately, he had taken the risk to save Bruin at that time and gained the permanent skill of the weird sound attack. Otherwise, this scene would have been quite awkward. Leeway patted his head, then suddenly raised his head, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Shut up." As soon as these words came out, the noisy scene was instantly interrupted, and not far away, the glass windows of several houses shattered with a bang. Then, the sight fell into a dead silence, and the few people who had been laughing at Leeway suddenly stopped their chatter and laughter. They were still pointing at Leeway, but their bodies swayed unsteadily, and soon, with a thud, they all fell to the ground. Although these people had lost consciousness, white foam still bubbled out of their mouths. Leeway stopped shouting, lowered his head to look at the people who had fainted on the ground, and smiled at Baron Dandin. Finally, it's much quieter now, Baron Dandin. Do you believe I can save Miss Brin now? Chapter 12. The hidden enemy. I have to say, the shockwave effect of the strange sound attack was truly outstanding. Even Baron Dandin couldn't help but dig in his ears, and then he silently stared at Leeway. After a while, everyone finally came back to their senses from the dizziness, rolling up their sleeves and shouting loudly, "This guy must be the enemy. We can't let him go." That's right. He's most likely with the Blackbeard pirates. If we capture him, we'll have leads to find Aokiji and the others. Seeing the situation, Baron Dandin furrowed his brows and shouted, "Wait, you are not his match, and I have questions to ask him too." As a high-ranking fighter, Baron Dandin held considerable authority among the group, instantly stopping the excited subordinates. Seeing that everyone had stopped talking, he turned to Leeway and said, "Your voice is very similar to the strange sounds my mother made, but the lethality is vastly different." Leeway did not answer, but instead turned to look at the coffee shop. No one came out, and he understood Brin was not in the store. After all, this Sanji's fiancée, he was someone who, once free, would abandon her savior and only think of escaping for herself. She had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of Aokiji and the others, so she naturally wouldn't take any more risks. What a pity. Leeway also wanted to enhance his talent level by interacting with Brin, a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe. However, fortunately, there was still a member of the Longfoot Tribe in front of him. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "I do have a bit of a connection with any four emperors, and it's precisely because of that I stepped forward to rescue Brin. Is that so? However, Miss Brin didn't mention that a rescuer could make strange noises. You have too many suspicious points." Baron Egg, so Brin told you about her rescue process? That's great. I thought she had already forgotten about it. Leeway let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, Brin still has a bit of gratitude, which must be somewhat influenced by Sanji. Baron Egg hurriedly replied, "Miss Brin, no, we of the Big Mom Pirates are people who repay kindness and seek revenge. However, Miss Brin's current situation is quite dangerous. She has already been targeted by Aokiji and the Blackbeard pirates, so she needs to be careful." "I understand. Then, if I can explain the process of rescuing Miss Brin, that should prove my identity, right?" Leeway said softly, and after seeing Baron Egg nod slightly, he paused to organize his thoughts and recounted the entire process of saving the person in detail. After finishing, Leeway summarized, "Now, can you believe me? The account you provided does indeed match what Miss Brin described, but that doesn't necessarily prove that you saved her, as there were many witnesses who observed the whole incident." Baron Egg pointed to the houses with tightly shut doors and windows. Moreover, Green Pheasant and Wang Oga are also aware of these matters. They are very cunning people and might take advantage of the situation, appearing as Miss Brin's benefactor to get closer to her. All right, you have a point. There's no way around it. Given the current circumstances, being cautious is always wise. Leeway was already mentally prepared for this line of reasoning. He wasn't naive enough to think he could dispel a pirate's suspicions with just a few words. As long as you can understand. Let's head in the coffee shop and have a good chat. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Leeway. Leeway, what they said is true. I did indeed sell my soul and lifespan at a low price because of a woman. Leeway smiled and admitted it directly, but he changed the subject. Baron Egg, I think the soul lifespan can be bought and sold, which should go against the original intention of the Four Emperor Big Mom. right? I'm just a fighter and not qualified to intervene in such matters. All right, let's go in. Leeway no longer dwelled on the topic. The urgent matter was to quickly improve his strength, otherwise everything would be in vain. However, he did not realize that every move he made was being watched by two men not far away. One of them, a scrawny man with a lewd appearance, curiously asked, "Is this really that useless Leeway? Brother Andrew, how did he suddenly become so powerful? It does seem strange, by the look on his face. He seems to want to provoke our relationship with the anti-pirate crew. We need to quickly inform the branch leader, Audric." The response came from a chubby man wearing a peculiar hat, who also stroked the beard on his chin. Brother Audric is right. It seems Leeway has indeed undergone a significant change. There must be something unusual going on. As he spoke, the chubby man paused for a moment and issued an order. "Mose, you go to Leeway's house and prepare. When midnight comes, use your fruit ability to bring him here. I want to interrogate him thoroughly." "No problem." The two then parted ways to carry out their plans. Inside the caramel coffee shop, Leeway sat on a wooden chair, his mouth stuffed with cookies. His rude behavior made Baron Egg, who considered himself a gentleman, quite dissatisfied. "Don't do that. I think Grandma Four's eating habits should be worse than mine," Leeway said as he put a piece of cheese in his mouth, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Mind your words. Even if you are Miss Bruin's benefactor, I will not allow you to slander my mother, let alone that you might not even be." Seeing the serious expression on Baron Dandon's face, Leeway shrugged and laughed. "The fact that I dare to sit here waiting for news means I am indeed the one who saved Bruin. Anyway, you've already sent my photo for confirmation, so I believe a conclusion will come soon. Well, the latest by tomorrow we should have an answer. For tonight, you'll have to stay in the CAF." Leeway looked up at the sky. It was already afternoon. He still wanted to go back once, so he shook his head. "I have things to deal with tonight. I'll come back to this shop tomorrow morning." "I suggest you stay here," Baron Egg said, reminding him. "I believe the Soul Work Agency and the Blackbeard Pirates are both looking for you." Seeing Leeway stand up, Baron Egg spoke up. Leeway was taken aback for a moment, recalling his situation. He didn't want to involve William Hanner, so he hesitated. At this time, Baron Dandon added, "Audrich, like Tinnies, is a very cautious person. If he knows about your changes, he will definitely investigate thoroughly. It's safer for you to stay here, and as for the Blackbeard Pirates, there's no need to mention that. Audrich, the branch manager of the Soul Work Society?" Leeway had heard of this name, and then he thought, why not take this opportunity to gather more intelligence about the Soul Work Society from Baron Dandon? With a plan in mind, Leeway sat down again, took out some money, and asked Baron Dandon to arrange for someone to send it to his friend William Hanna, knowing that what the other party needed most at the moment was money. Afterwards, Leeway tentatively asked, "Only being cautious won't unify the soul lifespan trade of the nations. To be honest, I really admire Boss Tinnies. He can use the 4 Emperor's Ant to do business, and the business keeps getting bigger. I've also heard that he possesses more than half of the wealth of the nations." "Half of the wealth? Do you think you can pry information from me with such provocations?" Baron Dandon sneered, but continued, "All right, I'll tell you some information. The Soul Work Society has a total of 5 branches, as they can only conduct this trade on 5 islands. And Audric is the branch leader of Cocoa Island. He is a devil fruit user." "Audric is a user? What fruit did he eat?" Leeway asked with great interest. "I only know that he is very strong and should be a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Several of his subordinates have also eaten Zoan-type fruits. As far as I know, there is a rat fruit user among them. However, you should be most cautious of their boss, Tinnies. I've heard that he once fought against Lord Katakuri, and even Lord Katakuri said that his fruit ability is quite tricky, making him a formidable opponent." After hearing this, Leeway nodded secretly, feeling increasingly eager to enhance his talent level, because after tonight, there will only be 5 days left for the talent he activated this week. There isn't much time left for him to upgrade his talent and defeat his enemies. Chapter 13. Another special Paramecia user has arrived, although feeling anxious. Leeway knew in his heart that this had to be done step by step, so he could only continue to gather intelligence. "I didn't expect that the world government still hides Emperor-level strongmen. No wonder the Soul Work Society can stand firm here." Baron Egg on the opposite side asked in confusion, "Emperor-level strongmen? What does that mean?" "It's nothing?" Leeway was taken aback for a moment and quickly returned to the main topic, the tricky devil fruit ability. "It seems that Tinnies should be a Paramecia-type user. The fruit he ate is likely a special Paramecia devil fruit. Of course, no one knows his fruit ability, because apart from Lord Katakuri, everyone who has fought him has died. Lord Katakuri has also mentioned that Tinnies' fruit ability is more difficult to deal with than his Machi fruit. A special Paramecia user, and even more powerful than the Machi fruit? If that's the case, Teenies is very likely to take this opportunity to make a move. You don't need to sow discord between us and the Soul Work Agency. They're just a subordinate force of our Big Mom pirates. Even if Mama is not on the island, Teenies wouldn't be foolish enough to betray, because he knows very well that Lord Katakuri's greatest strength is not his fruit ability. Well, Katakuri's greatest strength is his observation haki, which allows him to foresee the future. Leeway recalled the plot from the original work, glanced at Baron Egg, and asked, "Your egg fruit can be considered a special zone type, right? You seem to know quite a bit about our Big Mom pirates. I'm starting to doubt your identity more and more. Are you really the person they've mentioned, who sold their soul for a girl at a low price? Let's not bring that up anymore. Who hasn't been young and foolish at some point? I now realize how silly I was back then." Leeway smiled slightly and brought the topic back to the discussion about the Soul Work Society. This time, Baron Dandin shook his head and said, "I haven't dealt with them much, and what I can tell you has already been said. However, I need to remind you that the people living on those 5 islands may not necessarily want you to eliminate the Soul Work Society. You should be able to understand this. I know that if it weren't for desperation, who would want to sell their soul's lifespan? But how many of them are forced into it? To facilitate this lucrative business, how many bad things have Teenies and the others done?" At this point, Leeway didn't continue because the person in front of him was a pirate, and what was the point of saying these things to a pirate? Indeed, he noticed a look of confusion on Baron Dandin's face, so he changed the subject and asked, "Forget it. Let's talk about food instead. Is this CAF limited to just these few types of food? You tried all the food here, but I still have some milk tea and duck eggs." Baron Dandin hesitated for a moment, then took a duck egg out of his pocket and removed the cup of red tea from his head. Leeway's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he knocked off the eggshell and said while eating, "Thank you. I really hope to enjoy some other delicacies tonight, like nuts or something." "You will get your wish tomorrow, if you really are Miss Bruin's benefactor," Baron Egg said, looking deeply at the young man in front of him and smiling. "Then it seems there's no chance to upgrade the steel balloon tonight." Leeway muttered to himself, and suddenly, he remembered a crucial question. He hurriedly asked Baron Egg, "Where's your partner? That furry lion man, where is he now?" "You mean Pockmus, right? That fool got imprisoned by Mama for helping the Straw Hat crew. Why are you suddenly interested in him?" "I'm interested in people from other races. Can you take me to see him tomorrow?" "No problem. As long as you're Miss Brin's benefactor, I'll take you." "That's great." Leeway thought for a moment and realized he had asked all the questions he needed to. The two of them exchanged an awkward glance, and in the end, Baron Egg stood up and left. Only Leeway was left in the coffee shop, and he quickly activated the system, only to find that his talent level had not increased. He couldn't believe that after eating chocolate, cookies, cake, cheese, and coffee, 5 kinds of delicacies, and having interacted with the people of the Zuchong tribe for so long, he still hadn't leveled up. What was even more frustrating was that the talent level didn't have a progress bar, leaving Leeway clueless about how many more delicacies he needed to eat or how many more races he needed to interact with to level up. Although the system was powerful, it wasn't smart enough, which made him feel irritated. Leeway complained dissatisfiedly, and then summarized the intelligence he had just gathered. He sighed and thought to himself, relying solely on himself, he couldn't deal with the Soul Work Society in just 5 days. Not to mention, there was also the main culprit, the Ant Pirate Group, who was collecting souls. He needed to find some help. Immediately, Leeway thought of the best candidate for an alliance, Aokiji. If he could get the help of an admiral from the Navy, there would be a good chance to change the current situation in the world. But how could he convince Aokiji? Leeway unknowingly fell into deep thought, and soon, he fell asleep without realizing it. That night, in Leeway's home, a sneaky-looking person peeked out from under the table, looking at the messy quilt on the bed not far away. He frowned, glanced around, and finally realized that the room was empty. Leeway isn't home, which means I made a trip for nothing. "Forget it. Let Andrew handle this difficult problem," he said, and then disappeared back under the table. The next day, early in the morning, Leeway woke up in the coffee shop and habitually activated the system. His talent level had not improved, and the remaining time had turned into 5 days. He needed to speed up, otherwise he would waste this 4 Emperor-level talent. Levi secretly made up his mind, leaping up and heading to the store entrance. He saw many fighters from the anti-pirate group guarding the place, but Baron Egg was nowhere to be found. "You can't leave yet. Lord Baron has ordered you to wait here for him," one of the hobbits said. Levi nodded slightly and turned back. However, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder if my soul is in this hobbit's." Fortunately, after a while, Baron Egg returned, bringing good news. "I've reported your situation to Miss Brin. You really are the one who saved her, and she wants to thank you in person. However, considering the current urgent situation, I understand. I don't blame her for leaving me behind once she's safe." "Huh, Levi smiled and replied, then confirmed, "By the way, you can take me to see that lion man now, right? You mean Pakmas? Of course, that's no problem. However, from what I know, you don't have any relation to him? I really haven't met him, and I have many secrets, so it's wise of you to be cautious. But I can assure you, I just want to make contact with him, and I won't do anything unnecessary." "Well, I trust you." After saying this, Baron took Levi out of the coffee shop. Chapter 14. Akiji's plan on Cocoa Island. At a hotel near the Caramel Coffee Shop, Akiji and Wang Oga looked through the window and saw Levi and Baron walking out of the coffee shop. They exchanged glances. Then, Wang Oga expressed his guess. Brin must still be on the island. If she had left, that guy would have told me right away. "The person you're talking about is your mole, right? Being able to evade the surveillance of the reconnaissance ship and come to the world is also thanks to him, right?" "Kazan, don't ask such questions that shouldn't be asked. We have more important things to do." Fortunately, Brin's fate hasn't changed. She will definitely fall into our hands. Blackbeard Teach is indeed an amazing person. I didn't expect you to be able to infiltrate the Big Mom Pirates, which is a Yonko crew built on blood ties. Let's talk about what to do next. Of course, we wait for the rabbit to come. Brin will definitely return to the coffee shop. Besides, even if she doesn't come these 2 days, her brother will come to the shop to protect her. Wang Oga, don't you want to have a showdown with the 3 admirals? You're right. Fate will arrange a fair duel between me and him. I believe you won't interfere in our battle, right, Kazan? Of course not. After all, you're all too weak. After saying this, Akiji gazed at the gradually receding Levi and muttered softly, "This kid may be weaker, but his fruit ability is quite strange." Leeway was happy to see the Pakmas of the Fur Tribe, completely unaware that he was being watched by 2 masters from above. "Wait a moment, my Lord Baron. Kelly, we have received some important intelligence that needs to be reported to you." As he was walking, Leeway heard a hurried voice behind him. He turned around and saw a regular fighter from the Ant Pirate crew. Baron Dandon also glanced at Leeway and whispered, "You wait here for a moment. I will be right back." "Okay, no problem." Leeway watched the other person leave, secretly thinking, is it Kurikijia who came to save the day first? It seems that this is also the plot in the original work. However, how could this 3-star general, who was defeated by Luffy, possibly be a match for Akiji? He was frozen in just a couple of moves. Regarding this part of the plot, the anime made even more outrageous changes. Kurikijia's Biscuit Warriors were taken down by Wang Oga with just 1 shot. They were simply no match at all. Leeway was recalling the original plot while criticizing the anime team for their blatant disregard for battle power. After all, Luffy had to use the Gear 4's King Kong gun technique just to barely break through Cracker's biscuit armor. "Haha, so you were here? I've been looking for you for a long time." At that moment, a smug voice interrupted Leeway's thoughts. He turned to see a familiar face, Johnson, the rival of the original protagonist. Following him were 2 bodyguards he had seen before, along with a man and a woman who were examining Leeway with scrutinizing eyes. Leeway shot back without hesitation, giving a cold laugh. "So it's you, Johnson. Your appearance yesterday was like that of a stray dog, and it left quite an impression on me. However, compared to your current behavior of bullying the weak with numbers, I actually prefer the version of you that dared to admit you were outmatched." "Shut up. You made me lose face in front of others last time, so I have to regain my dignity now. Uncle Snake, this guy is bullying me." Johnson pointed at Leeway and began to complain. "It's you. Who saved Brin from the hands of the Big Mom Pirates?" "No way. My observation hockey tells me that your strength is very weak." The woman spoke up first. "Since you know I'm a benefactor of the Big Mom Pirates, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Leeway answered while sizing up the girl. She had fiery red hair, suggesting a fiery temperament, and she wore a red coat, but her upper clothing was quite revealing, exposing a deep cleavage that caught the eye. This attire made Leeway take a second glance involuntarily. It seemed she sensed his gaze as a displeased expression appeared on her face, and she wrapped her coat tighter around herself. "Miss Christina, you should change your style. Otherwise, such unwelcome stares may linger on you often," said the man, stepping forward to shield Christina behind him. Leeway smiled, withdrew his gaze, and looked up at the burly man in front of him. The man was over 4 meters tall, with well-developed muscles and a bizarre snake-like tattoo, making him look very intimidating. "I was admiring the beautiful scenery, but you, on the other hand, are such a buzzkill." A casually understated remark from Leeway provoked intense dissatisfaction from the other party. Johnson was especially furious. "Uncle Snake, this guy is too arrogant. You should quickly show him your power." Leeway, however, didn't care at all. He had already seen Baron Egg coming over and smiled as he said, "Johnson, if you dare to lay a hand on me, aren't you afraid of the revenge from Big Mom's pirates?" As he spoke, he pointed behind them. Johnson and the others turned around. Immediately, the woman named Christina whispered, "It's Baron Egg, a cadre of Big Mom's pirates. How'd he end up here?" It seems the rumors are true. You really saved Brin from Aokiji, Snake said, glancing deeply at Leeway. His words left Johnson feeling quite frustrated. Leeway chuckled and said, "Isn't this matter already common knowledge? So, Johnson, are you still going to make things difficult for me?" Seeing the original rival's face turn red with anger, he disdainfully added, "Young Master Johnson, I'm sorry, but your good days are coming to an end." "Huh? You are from McGiddy, right? What's the matter? Do you have a conflict with Leeway?" Baron Dan sensed something was off and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Johnson quickly denied it, but his words were dripping with sarcasm. No. I have a special connection with Leeway. You might not know. The girl he's pursuing now is my ex-girlfriend." Leeway was somewhat speechless, but could only shake his head and smile wryly. Who hasn't met a few scumbags in their youth? There's no helping it. This is the price of growth. Ha! Interesting words. Since there's nothing else, we should be on our way. Baron Egg was amused. He certainly didn't want anything to happen to Leeway, the benefactor of the Big Mom pirates. But just as the two were about to leave, the red-haired woman, Christina, frowned and said, "Wait a minute. Are you just going to leave like this?" As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves. Chapter 15. The conflict of two organizations. Oh, do you want to oppose the Big Mom pirates? Baron Egg did not expect that a mere subordinate of a wealthy man would dare to publicly block his way. Sneak, noticing the awkward atmosphere, quickly said, "Christina, apologize right away." Then he pulled his companion behind him, wearing a big smile. "It's a misunderstanding, Baron Egg. It's all a misunderstanding." "Is it? Why do I feel like she really wants to take action against us?" Baron Egg said lightly, staring at the furious Christina. Christina did not hide her anger at all. Of course, that guy's gaze just now was too detestable. As she spoke, she pointed at Leeway. Leeway felt quite helpless. He didn't expect to encounter such a fairy who was afraid of being seen by the rich and also feared being spotted by the poor in the pirate world. But he replied without hesitation, "If you dress like this, you shouldn't be afraid of others seeing you. Although Boss McGiddy is rich, this main road isn't his property. Have you forgotten that the Big Mom pirates are the true rulers of Whole Cake Island? You unreasonable guy. Today, I'll let you see my power." Once again, it was Christina who angrily stepped forward, wanting to take action against Leeway. "Enough, Christina. Have you caused enough trouble? Although you chose this outfit to better utilize your devil fruit ability, your actions have put us all in a very dangerous situation." The leader, Snake, sternly interrupted his companion. He slightly signaled, and the other bodyguards understood, promptly grabbing the furious woman. Hearing this, Leeway was somewhat puzzled. This cool outfit was actually to enhance her devil fruit ability? Could it be that this wicked woman has eaten a fruit similar to Hancock's sweet fruit? But he didn't have time to think deeply. As Christina was struggling and muttering, in this current situation, the Big Mom pirates can barely protect themselves. I don't believe they would establish a strong enemy just to protect this brat. Hearing such disrespectful words, Snake quickly shouted in anger, "Are you all idiots? Hurry up and cover her mouth." The bodyguards fumbled to cover her mouth, but although Christina appeared slender, her strength was considerable, and several strong bodyguards quickly found themselves breaking free from her grasp. Fortunately, under Snake's cold gaze, Christina reluctantly ceased her struggle and was obediently taken away by her companions. Meanwhile, the wealthy man's son, Johnson, took the opportunity to leave with them. Watching this farce, Snake hurriedly apologized again. "I'm sorry, Baron. You know our boss has always been dedicated to serving Miss Lingling. Christina was just too angry to say such things. Please don't take it to heart." Snake, as one of Boss McGiddy's 3 main bodyguards, I certainly know that what you said is the truth. Moreover, if we talk about it, your devil fruit ability is still my nemesis, the Baron said. "Baron, we both know that there is no hierarchy among Zoan-type devil fruits. Your egg fruit ability has 3 transformation forms, which is much stronger than my ability. Forget it, I'll tentatively believe that Boss McGiddy 1T betray us. But I also hope that such incidents 1T happen again. Thank you for your understanding, Baron. To express our apology, we will mobilize all our strength to capture Aokiji and the other 2. Egg Baron, rest assured, we will notify you immediately once we have any news. You are indeed a clever person, so I would like to thank you for your cooperation in the name of the Big Mom Pirates. This is what we should do. We will find their hiding place as soon as possible. After all, there are many inns on Cocoa Island that are part of Boss McGiddy's properties," Snake humbly replied. During their conversation, Leeway captured key information. Snake was indeed a devil fruit user and possessed a Zoan-type ability. He decided to extract this information from Egg Baron later. Meanwhile, Egg Baron glanced at the other party and turned to leave first. Leeway quickly caught up, and, after walking a distance, he immediately got to the point. What are the fruit abilities of Snek, no Gideon's 3 major bodyguards? What? Are you planning to deal with them? With your current strength? You are not their match, and I advise you not to provoke them. Otherwise, you might very well lose your life. I'm not trying to create a dispute here. You saw it too. McGideon's son and that woman both see me as a thorn in their side. The Soul Work Agency, McGideon, you really like to make enemies. And I don't quite understand your intentions. However, I can tell you about Snek's fruit ability. He has eaten the snake fruit, which allows him to transform into a rattlesnake. Li Weiming realized, no wonder you said his fruit ability is your nemesis. Snakes are indeed the natural enemies of chickens. What about the abilities of the other 2 guards? You must be referring to Thompson, right? Sorry, he rarely makes a move, and I don't know his fruit ability either. Baron Egg, there are only 2 guards here. Isn't Boss McGiddy supposed to have 3 major guards? One of the guards died 2 years ago. That guy was called O'Neill, right? It is said that his death was related to the Soul Work Agency. Previously, these 2 groups fought fiercely over the business of trading soul lifespan. So Boss McGiddy has this backstory with the Soul Work Agency. Upon hearing this news, a thought emerged in Li Wei's mind. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Boss McGiddy can be a force to leverage. With this in mind, he paused and began to change the subject. Never mind. I'll first take a look at the legendary Fur Tribe. Baron Egg glanced at Li Wei but didn't respond further. After a while, the 2 finally arrived in front of towering building. Seeing the black door in front of him, Li Wei couldn't help but mutter. Brin wouldn't be hiding in there, would she? At this moment, the guard at the door also recognized Baron Egg and hurriedly came forward. He explained, this is Li Wei, the one who rescued Miss Brin from Aokiji. He wants to see Bachmus. After explaining the reason, the guard at the door carefully checked Li Wei, confirming that he wasn't carrying any weapons before they opened the door. Let us go in. If you have any questions, please ask quickly. I don't have that much time to accompany you. After hearing Baron Egg's words, Li Wei smiled slightly. Don't worry. I just want to have a simple interaction with the Fur Tribe. It won't take much time. After saying that, they stepped into the prison. Chapter 16, Talent Skill Upgraded. Upon entering the prison, Li Wei followed Baron Egg's footsteps, walking through a long and dark corridor, then down a staircase into the underground. It seems that prisons in the pirate world are often built underground. Li Wei observed his surroundings while murmuring to himself. Hurry up. The guards inside are quite strong. You better not think of doing anything extra. Hearing Baron Danden's reminder, Li Wei smiled and replied, you should know, I'm just an ordinary person, merely interested in people from other races. Your hobby is indeed quite unique, but the world is not lacking in such individuals. Of course, my dear aunt is a master philatelist of different races. Li Wei laughed and said, regardless of whether the other party could understand. He turned and asked, if I remember correctly, among the aunt's daughters, there are members of the Snakehead Tribe and the Longarm Tribe. I really hope I can meet them. What is your true purpose? Li Wei shook his head and said, forget it. You are too suspicious. I absolutely have no ill intentions. I hope you're not lying to me. We're almost there. Baron Egg did not continue the discussion on this topic and fell silent. Li Wei smiled and was unconcerned. Suddenly, a burst of light struck him, catching him off guard. He couldn't help but shield his eyes with his hand. Baron Egg, seeing this, laughed and said, can't you handle such light? It seems you need a pair of sunglasses. At that moment, Li Wei had already adapted to the light and saw the scene before him clearly. He noticed the place was brilliantly lit, with a large table ahead laden with a variety of delicious food. If it weren't for the iron bars as thick as arms in front of him, Li Wei would hardly have believed this was a prison. Just as he was in shock, a rough voice came from inside. It's you, Baron Egg. You wouldn't have come just to visit me, would you? The speaker was, of course, Bachmus, who was imprisoned there, holding a knife and fork and enjoying his meal. Baron Egg glanced at his former companion and coldly replied, of course not. You betrayed your mother to help the Straw Hat crew. We are no longer partners. After that, he pointed at Li Wei and added, this kid is here to see you. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. My name is Li Wei, and I'm a scholar studying other races of humans. Li Wei fabricated an identity while sizing up the Fur Tribe in front of him. Just like in the original work, Bachmus was a lion dressed in pink clothing, with a pair of sunglasses perched on his nose, observing Li Wei with an air of authority. I don't have time to accompany you on any research or investigation. Don't be like that. Lion man, I really like you. You are loyal and know how to repay kindness. Li Wei said some nice words, and sure enough, after this speech, the expression on Bachmus's face softened quite a bit. Seeing that you made me happy, go ahead, what question do you have? I just want to shake your hand. Leeway stepped forward, shaking hands with Bokemus across the railing. Seeing this scene, Baron Egg was somewhat dumbfounded. He scratched his head, looking at Leeway in confusion. Leeway ignored the other person's expression and continued to chat with Bokemus for a few more moments. Finally, a pleasant notification sound rang in his ear. Ding. You have interacted with 3 races of humans, and the innate super strength skill has been upgraded to level C. Leeway felt a surge of joy, but then confusion washed over him. He had only interacted with the Egg Baron of the Footlong Tribe and the Pockmus of the Fur Tribe. Could it be that, during this time, someone from another race had secretly followed him, and the system mistakenly judged that they had interacted with him? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Leeway's joyful mood vanished, and he began to recall his experiences over the past 2 days. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. When he came to his senses, he realized he was still holding Pockmus's hand. The other party was gripping his hand tightly, angrily muttering, "What is wrong with you? You're not letting go of my hand." "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited," Leeway explained while gathering his thoughts. In this situation, he could only go back to the coffee shop first. Baron Egg added, "However, your strength is not bad. I only used half of my power, and you couldn't handle it." Leeway knew that after upgrading his natural strength, his power had increased significantly, so he quickly changed the subject. "I forgot to introduce myself, but I'm the one who saved Brin from Aokiji. Don't underestimate my strength." "What? The Aokiji you mentioned? Couldn't it be the former Marine Admiral?" At this point, Pockmus turned to Baron Egg and asked, "What's going on? How could a Marine Admiral come to the land of Wano and even attack Miss Brin? He did come here, but that has nothing to do with you, traitor." Baron Egg did not deny it, but before he could finish his words, Pockmus interjected, "If a Marine Admiral is here and dares to harm Miss Brin, then I have to help. Otherwise, how could I face Sanji? You really have forgotten that you are a member of the Big Mom Pirates." "Huh? Pockmus, you should just stay locked up here. I'll make sure the guards revoke your special treatment." The expression on Baron Egg's face was as ugly as it could get. He stared hard at his former partner, shook his head, and turned to walk away. Leeway comforted, "Don't worry, I will help you protect Miss Bruin." As he spoke, he noticed a table not far away filled with delicious food, and his heart filled with joy. He quickly asked, "Can I eat that food?" "Of course you can. I can't leave here, so Miss Bruin is relying on you." "No problem. I will also protect the other children of the ant." Leeway shouted at Baron Egg on the side, then took the delicious food that Bokemus handed over and started eating it in big bites. While eating, he also said, "You don't need to take so much of each dish. The most important thing is to have a variety. You really are a strange person." Although Bokemus didn't understand Leeway's behavior, he still followed suit. After a while, Leeway patted his round belly, and the system prompt sound rang in his ears again. "You have eaten 10 different dishes. The iron balloon skill has been upgraded to level C. Success." Leeway's eyes flashed with surprise, but his face remained expressionless. He smiled and said, "This time in prison, we've gained quite a lot. We should go now." At that moment, Baron Dandin spoke, and then he walked straight away. Leeway quickly caught up and turned back to Bokemus, saying, "Goodbye, Lion Man." After leaving the Grandma Pirate Crew's prison, Leeway returned to the coffee shop. Taking advantage of Baron Egg's departure, he finally had the opportunity to properly study his upgraded talent skills. Chapter 17. Encountering Aokiji again. Levi activated the system, and a virtual panel suddenly appeared before him. He went straight to the point, looking at the key information. Talent level, C grade. Talent description, 1. Steel Balloon. Possesses basic armed color hockey with hardened defensive capabilities and can activate a range protection effect. The user can touch others to absorb the damage they receive. At the current level, this skill's defense can withstand cannon fire and damage from ordinary cadre level individuals. 2. Natural Strength. At the current level, possesses the immense strength of a 5-year-old ant. Talent skills, 3. Unyielding Guardian. Passive skill that activates automatically when receiving lethal damage. Once activated, it grants immunity to all damage for 10 seconds. Note, this skill can only be used once a day. Soul Contract. Active skill that allows the user to establish a contract with others to share the damage they receive. The maximum number of people with whom a contract can be established is 4. Berserk State. Active skill that, when activated, can increase the user's combat power tenfold, lasting a maximum of 3 minutes. Precautions. The Berserk State puts a tremendous burden on the user, and after the skill ends, the user will enter a 5-minute weakened state, rendering them immobile. This skill can be activated a maximum of 3 times a day. After reading the system description, Levi began to contemplate. Clearly, with the upgrade in talent level, his defensive capabilities have greatly improved, and the key point is that he has unlocked the range defense effect. In other words, Levi now has the ability to protect others. Additionally, he has gained the new skill of soul contract, which allows him to share damage with others. And with his already impressive defense, it can be said that there are few who can harm Levi in the entire world. Besides the enhancement in defense, his strength has also significantly increased. Leeway turned his gaze to the powerful force of the ant from when he was 5 years old, and he recalled the plot of the original work featuring Ant Lingling's childhood. If he remembered correctly, the young ant possessed the terrifying strength to kill a giant bear with a single punch. What was even more frightening was that she inadvertently gravely injured the elder of the giant clan, Yuru, causing him to die from his severe injuries. Although it was likely that the elder underestimated Lingling because she was a child, leading to his demise, it was evident how strong Lingling was. With such immense power, combined with the berserk state that could enhance Li Wei's strength by 10 times, he felt it was time to do what he needed to do, such as taking action against the Soul Work Agency. Without hesitation, Li Wei disregarded the obstruction from Hamets and the pirates and insisted on leaving the CAF, with his destination being the Coco Island branch of the Soul Work Agency, which the original host had visited many times. However, he had not walked far before being stopped by a woman's voice. Li Wei, you finally came out. I've been waiting for you all day. You again? Emily, why are you still bothering me? Li Wei was somewhat speechless. He said bluntly, and right after that, he saw Emily making a wronged expression, pouting as she replied, "What do you mean by you? I'm no longer interested in you, so don't hinder me from doing my business." After saying that, Li Wei wanted to continue moving forward because time waits for no one. He needed to eliminate the Soul Work Society before the talent refresh. Hey, is your attitude towards women still this bad? It's really hard to like you. At that moment, Li Wei heard a lazy voice coming from behind him. He was startled and turned around to see that it was Akiji, the former Marine Admiral. Li Wei looked around, but did not see Wang Oga's figure. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. What a good opportunity. He had to seize it well. So, he began to plan in his mind how to utilize the powerful combat strength of Qing Ji. Hey, it turns out you're not just rude to women. You don't even respond when others talk to you? Isn't that too impolite? First of all, I'm not Hey, I am Li Wei. You can't even remember a person's name. How can you have the nerve to say others are impolite? Secondly, I'm not being rude. I just don't want to have anything to do with this woman anymore. And you, before knowing what happened between us, maliciously speculate about others. Isn't your behavior even worse? Levi spoke in a flurry, leaving Akiji somewhat taken aback. Instinctively wanting to speak up, he was interrupted by Emily. This is a matter between me and Levi. It has nothing to do with you, so don't interfere. Huh? Akiji's face showed a look of confusion. He was clearly speaking up for this girl, so why was he being blamed instead? Just as he was puzzled, Levi sneered in response. I've emphasized several times that I won't do anything for you anymore. So, Emily, consider it a request from me. Please stop bothering me. At this point, he looked up at Akiji. However, I believe there's a possibility for cooperation between us. You must want the people of the world government to have better lives, right? Oh, Levi, I think you got it wrong. I'm here in the world government just to capture Bruley. Stop deceiving yourself, Akiji. Even though you've left the Navy and joined the Blackbeard Pirates, your true aim is to investigate Blackbeard teach's double fruit abilities, isn't it? You're mistaken. I only joined the Blackbeard Pirates because I dislike the Celestial Dragons, and I came to you to obtain information about Bruley. Information about Bruley? I might know her whereabouts. Are you interested in coming with me? Leeway knew that impressing a master like Akiji was not an easy task. The urgent matter was to seek an opportunity to be alone with him. Oh, where is she? Just tell me directly. Don't make me take action. As expected, Akiji had already assumed a combat stance. Leeway, however, remained calm. Although he was not yet on par with the Navy admirals in terms of strength after his upgrade, he wouldn't be defeated immediately. More importantly, Akiji was very interested in his fruit ability. This was something he could take advantage of. With this thought, Leeway laughed heartily. Then let's have a competition and show you what it means to have strength that grows by leaps and bounds. Be careful, Leeway. He's an admiral of the Navy. You're not his match. Emily showed a worried expression when she heard that Leeway was going to fight an admiral. Seeing this, Leeway was taken aback for a moment, but thinking of the original owner's experiences, he sighed. If you had acted like this earlier and hadn't mocked me so much, perhaps there would have been a chance for change. Unfortunately, your transformation came too late. There's really nothing between us now. To this girl, Leeway said, I think you should step aside for now to avoid being caught up in our battle. Akiji picked up the topic, looked Leeway over again, and added, Your strength seems to have increased quite a bit. What fruit ability did you eat? Of course, I'm a genius. As soon as he finished speaking, after seeing Emily walk off in a daze, he raised his right arm, clenched his fist with force, making cracking sounds, and then looked provocatively at Aokiji. Chapter 18. This is the basic level of armament hockey. Your strength is too weak. I'm actually a bit interested in your fruit ability. Aokiji glanced at Leeway, his expression completely unfazed. Leeway was unhappy about being underestimated again, and he quickly responded, "What if that's the case?" As he spoke, a swishing sound came from his body, and his skin turned gray, which was the effect of using basic armament hockey. Armament hockey? As Leeway expected, Aokiji displayed a surprised expression, but soon shook his head, saying, "However, you're still far from it. Right now, I really can't compare to you. But give me 2 or 3 more days, and I'll definitely make you look at me differently." At this point, Leeway paused slightly, noticing the doubt in Aokiji's eyes, and added, "Don't you believe me? Then come and test my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway shouted, "Everyone, please step back, so I don't accidentally hurt anyone." Ever since mastering the weird sound attack skill, his voice had become much louder. Sure enough, when the people around heard the sound, they turned to look, and upon realizing the situation, they began to discuss among themselves. "He's the pirate who kidnapped the daughter of the 4 emperors." "What pirate?" "He's the former Marine Admiral Aokiji." "Are these people going to fight again?" Aokiji's opponent is Leeway. It seems the rumors are true. He saved Miss Brin from Aokiji. Is it really Leeway? Is he really that strong now? I heard he sold his soul and lifespan to please a girl. Who knows? As long as there's fun to watch. The crowd of onlookers kept murmuring, and they unconsciously moved away from Leeway and Aokiji. Emily also came to her senses. After hearing the discussions, she looked at Leeway with mixed feelings. In contrast, Leeway, seeing that there was no one within dozens of meters around him, looked at Aokiji and said, "Shall we begin?" "All right." Seeing Aokiji's somewhat helpless expression, Leeway smiled slightly, clenched his right fist, and leaped up, aiming his fist directly at Aokiji's face. Bang! Aokiji bent his left arm, placing it horizontally in front of his forehead, easily blocking the attack and pushing Leeway back in the process. However, after this exchange, he felt a sense of calm in his heart. How has this kid's strength increased so much? He couldn't help but ask in confusion. Leeway noticed a look of surprise flash in Aokiji's eyes. He knew he had to seize the moment, so he smiled and said, as expected of an admiral, "Let's try this move again." This time, he first activated his berserk state skill, instantly multiplying his strength several times. Then, he swept his right leg, kicking towards Aokiji's abdomen. As Leeway had anticipated, Aokiji still did not dodge and continued to block with his left arm. Seeing this, Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing his plan had succeeded. Sure enough, Aokiji's expression suddenly changed, and then his body involuntarily stepped back. Taking this opportunity, Levi shouted, "Come again!" He retracted his right leg, pushed off forcefully against the ground, and jumped up, then kicked with his left foot, targeting his opponent's head. Of course, Aokiji wouldn't be hit so easily. He slightly tilted his body to evade the attack. Due to inertia, Levi charged forward for a distance, quickly stopped himself, and turned back to look. His opponent had already jumped into the air and assumed a counterattack posture. "Ice Pillar." Aokiji shouted the name of his technique, crossing his hands to unleash ice pillars emitting white mist, shooting towards Levi. Leeway did not dodge. He decided to take the hit and let himself be encased in a huge ice ball. Qingji returned to the surface and calmly watched Leeway inside the ice ball. At this moment, a cracking sound came from within the ice ball, and after a while, with a loud bang, Leeway raised his hands high and broke free from the ice ball. Looking at the shattered ice pieces scattered around, he laughed and said, "Qingji, did you underestimate me? This size of ice ball can't trap me." In his words, there was a hint of pride. His battle strategy was indeed correct. During the previous encounter, although Leeway had activated his berserk state, he did not directly use 10 times his power. It was precisely for this reason that Qingji made another misjudgment. The ice ball he created was not very large, with a radius of only about 10 meters. Leeway seized the opportunity to escape, casting a provocative glance at Aokiji. Aokiji looked Leeway up and down, and then spoke. "Just now, your strength has increased significantly, just like when you broke free from my ice yesterday. Is this your devil fruit ability? But I'm not a devil fruit user, or rather, I am a martial arts genius." Leeway, seeing that he had already demonstrated enough strength, quickly got to the point. Aokiji, upon hearing this, repeated the question, "A martial arts genius?" "Well, to give a vivid example, I am like Kobe in your Navy. My strength is advancing by leaps and bounds. No, my talent is even stronger than his." "Aokiji, from our confrontation, you should be able to see that, right? Today's me is at least 10 times stronger than yesterday. You know Kobe? Has he become that famous now?" "Wait, You're just a commoner far away in the Wano country, not a pirate. How could you be so clear about Navy affairs? I also know quite a bit about pirates. For example, Big Mom and Kaido were both members of the Rocks Pirates, and the truth about the Rocks incident. Levi paused slightly at this point, and after seeing Kizaru's serious expression, he continued to add, information is power, and with my talent, what do you think? Shall we join forces? Who do you want to use me against? It shouldn't be the Big Mom Pirates, right? Levi replied, once we join forces, I will naturally tell you about my enemies. But rest assured, although I saved Bruley, I am not one of the Big Mom Pirates. My goal is very simple. I just want the people of Tado Land to live slightly better lives, that's all. Live better lives? Huh. I think the biggest suffering for the people here is that they have to pay their soul lifespan every 6 months, right? I know, and in a couple of days. When my strength improves, I will also persuade Kakuri to cancel the requirement of paying soul lifespan before Big Mom returns to Tado Land. Leeway said confidently, which took Shinji by surprise for a moment. After a while, the onlookers began to chatter again. Did you hear that? Leeway said he wants the Ant Pirate crew to cancel the soul lifespan contribution. That's impossible. How could he possibly be a match for the 4 emperors? I think he's being unrealistic as well, but no buts. Everyone should keep quiet for a bit. Look, that's Hamaki watching us. Some sharp-eyed people spotted Hamaki's silhouette and kindly reminded the others. The crowd quickly understood and fell silent. However, their gazes toward Leeway changed, clearly hoping that this young man could achieve such a groundbreaking feat. Chapter 19. Shinji is really strong. Katakuri is very strong. You're still far from his level. Seeing that he hadn't impressed Shinji with his performance, Leeway patiently explained, my greatest strength lies in my potential. To be precise, it's the improvement in my strength. Compared to yesterday, I've clearly made significant progress, not to mention my intelligence capabilities. In the face of absolute strength, potential and intelligence are useless things. Let me show you the gap in our strength. Before he could finish speaking, Shinji vanished from Leeway's sight. Oh no, it's the 6 power shave. Leeway quickly reacted and entered a defensive stance, ready to take a hit. Suddenly, Akiji appeared right in front of him. Immediately after, Leeway's chest was brutally kicked, and the immense force instantly sent him flying. He shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby house. Oh no, this house is going to be destroyed. As thoughts raced through his mind, Leeway tried to control his trajectory using his own strength. However, Akiji flashed in front of him again, with a downward kick. Akiji changed Leeway's flight direction. Boom! He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Onlookers were stunned. They never expected that the friendly sparring between the two had suddenly turned into a life-and-death fight. When the smoke cleared, they saw Leeway lying flat on the street in a large pit, with cracks appearing around the edges. His entire body seemed embedded in the ground, eyes tightly closed, completely motionless. Could this young man be dead? Even if not, he must be seriously injured. His opponent is a Marine admiral. Leeway was still too young. Amidst the murmurs, Leeway remained quietly lying there, unresponsive. Stop pretending. Your acting is good, but I've already seen it. You just released your hockey. Hearing Akiji's words, Leeway suddenly opened his eyes and slowly got up, feeling a bit scared. Luckily, Akiji had held back, and thankfully the upgraded steel balloon indeed had impressive defensive power. Seeing Leeway stand up as if nothing had happened, the onlookers were shocked. Someone who knew Leeway incredulously said, he really has become much stronger. Is this still that timid guy? Akiji ignored the comments from the bystanders and stared at Leeway, slowly saying, it seems I underestimated you a bit. Let me try this move. Akiji once again assumed an attacking stance, and suddenly, an ice blade appeared in his hand. Leeway naturally would not show weakness. He still wanted to continue gaining combat experience. After this encounter with Akiji, he realized that the talents granted by the system were indeed astonishingly powerful, allowing him to quickly gain formidable strength. However, this also exposed a significant weakness in his lack of combat experience. There was no helping it. Before his transmigration, Leeway was just an ordinary person, and the original owner was even more of a coward. Both could be described as having no strength to even lift a chicken. Leeway Gang wanted to take the initiative to attack, but unfortunately, his berserk state could only last for a brief 5 minutes. A wave of intense weakness hit him, and with a loud thud, he fell back into the large pit he had just climbed out of. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Akiji also looked bewildered, his mouth slightly open as he stared at Leeway, then cautiously asked, is this the price of your sudden power increase? That's right. For the next 5 minutes, I will be in a very weakened state. You have to protect me, Akiji. Leeway replied weakly. Upon hearing this, Fujitora stroked his chin, walked towards Leeway, and checked his condition. When he found that the young man was indeed just weak, he curiously said, "Your technique is quite similar to that of a certain pirate. The pirate you mentioned must be Monkey D. Luffy, right?" After using the Gear 4th technique, he enters a weakened state for 10 minutes during which he cannot use haki. Leeway picked up the conversation and remembered that Luffy later avoided the weakened state by using Gear 4th in a localized manner. So he added, "In a few days, I should be able to solve this side effect issue as well." Well, you really need to tackle this problem. Otherwise, when you use this technique, your enemies can just wait on the sidelines for you to enter a weakened state and then deliver a fatal blow. Aokiji offered some sensible advice, but he seemed to think of something and then asked, "You seem quite sure that I won't take this opportunity to kill you? Is it because I was once a just Marine?" "Just Marine? If the Marines were truly just, why would you leave them? I trust my own judgment. Although you've joined the Blackbeard pirates, you would never collude with Blackbeard Teach. I think even Blackbeard is well aware of this. You're quite an interesting young man. Your strength may still be weak, but your heart isn't bad. Just now, when I knocked you away, you were still worried about damaging the surrounding buildings and wanted to stabilize your position." Levi did not expect Green Pheasant to see through this, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. "So, can we cooperate? If you can find out where Brin is hiding, I might consider working with you." "Green Pheasant, please change your terms. Although I really want to use your power to achieve some goals, I will not do anything against my conscience for that. I despise some of the actions of the Big Mom pirates, but I still have some affection for Brin. Then I'm sorry." After saying this, Green Pheasant turned to leave, but suddenly he sensed something and turned his head, stopping in his tracks. Not far away, among the many onlookers, a chubby person wearing a strange hat suddenly lowered his head to avoid Green Pheasant's gaze. After a while, he whispered, as expected of a Marine Admiral, "Your observation haki is truly sharp." Beside him stood a skinny, lewd-looking man who also lowered his head and replied softly, "What a pity. Otherwise this would be a great opportunity to kill Levi." "Moss, don't be hasty. We already know one of Levi's major weaknesses." The chubby man patted the skinny man's shoulder encouragingly. "Although he can unleash strong combat power, your fruit ability is perfect for hiding, which can be said to perfectly counter him." "Brother Andrew, you're right. Moreover, even though Levi's defense and strength are stronger than mine, he is too slow. If I face him, I can definitely remain undefeated even without dodging." You make a good point, but I think he has one more major weakness that we need to take advantage of. "Moss, this time you shouldn't come back empty-handed." After saying this, the chubby man looked up at Green Pheasant and Levi, showing a cruel smile, and then said, "Let's go." Chapter 20, Bruley and Armand. "Thank you, Green Pheasant." After a while, Levi felt that his stamina had recovered, and with a leap, he stood up from the ground. "Since you have recovered, I should take my leave. Goodbye." As Green Pheasant was about to leave, Levi hurriedly seized the last opportunity. "I think the Blackbeard pirates are in such a hurry to capture Brin to decipher the true history, right?" Green Pheasant showed a look of surprise again, but then he shook his head with a calm expression. "I don't care about Tiki's purpose in capturing Brin. After all, they're all pirates. I almost forgot, I'm also a pirate now. Pirates are different from pirates. Speaking of which, Luffy is also a pirate, but he has defeated many pirates and done a lot of good deeds. There's no helping it. After all, he is the protagonist." "Luffy is the protagonist?" Leeway was taken aback for a moment and quickly changed the subject. "That's not important. What I want to express is that most pirates are indeed ruthless villains, but there are also a small number of good people among them. I believe that even if you were in Blackbeard's pirate crew, you would still become a good pirate." "Haha, I didn't know there were good people among pirates. Anyway, I should be going now. Just wait a little longer. Although we haven't reached a cooperation intention, I will still tell you about my enemies." Saying this, Leeway walked towards Aokiji and lowered his voice. "I want to eliminate the Soul Work Society on this island first. They have done countless heinous things to buy souls and lifespan at a low price, which is truly despicable." "The Soul Work Society? I've heard your story. After gaining power, you want to take revenge on this organization, right? Otherwise, I think you should be dealing with Big Mom's pirate crew, as they're the biggest culprits behind the Soul Work Society's atrocities. I certainly know it's Big Mom's pirate crew. I just mentioned that I will also change this island. Let's talk again after you eliminate the Soul Work Society." This time, Aokiji ignored Leeway and left directly. Watching the figure of the former Navy Admiral depart, Leeway sighed. Indeed, it is quite difficult to impress top-tier powerhouses. He then glanced at the onlookers not far away. They all looked surprised and confused. They instinctively wanted to discuss, but due to the crowd and the surveillance of Big Mom's crew, especially Hamet's, Everyone seemed to have agreed to remain silent and gradually dispersed instead. Leeway didn't linger for long. He dared to express his goals to Qing Ji, partly because he trusted the other person's character, and partly because he wasn't afraid of the Soulwork Society knowing his intentions. After all, he only had 5 days left of his talent this week. Thinking of this, he looked up at the tall building a bit farther away. That was the headquarters set up by the Soulwork Society on Coco Island. It was time to make a big scene. Leeway walked briskly towards the building. However, he did not notice that a few people in a nearby house were watching him from above. One red-haired woman laughed and said, "This young man is seriously ill. With such strength, he still wants to defeat the Soulwork Society's members?" "That's right, Miss Christina, you are correct. This kid Leeway has no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is." The speaker was a handsome young man, who was none other than Johnson, Leeway's goddess Emily's ex-boyfriend. At that moment, Snake, who had snake-like tattoos on his body, held a different opinion. Don't underestimate Leeway. Although his arm color is not impressive, his strength is quite remarkable. I believe that in terms of power, Leeway might not lose to Audric. "Uncle Snake, how could Leeway be that strong?" Johnson asked. "I'm not exaggerating. Just look at the strength he used to break the ice hockey. He really is quite powerful." Christina, seeing the displeasure on Johnson's face, quickly said with a smile, "Young master, I also dislike Leeway, but if he can take action against the Soulwork Society, we should be happy about it. Brother Snake, shouldn't we lend him a helping hand? There's no rush. The current strength of the Soulwork Society is still above ours, so it's not wise to confront them head-on. The priority is for everyone to improve their strength," Snake replied. "This time I agree with Uncle Snake's opinion. It would be best if Leeway could fight the Soulwork Society to a standstill. That way, we wouldn't have to spend a fortune too." "Young master, you're saying too much." Snake's face showed displeasure, and sensing the cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, Johnson paused and quickly apologized. "I indeed said too much. Forget it, I'll just go find some fun." He then walked away quickly. Christina wanted to follow, but was stopped by Snake. This time, it was Christina who was unhappy. "What do you mean by that? Brother Snake, are you still on guard against me? Don't overthink it. I just have a task for you," Snake replied. "What task? If you brush me off, I might just turn around and join the Soulwork Society." "You don't need to threaten me. While we do need your fruit ability, we are not dependent on it," Snake retorted. After seeing Christina's expression soften, he switched to a relatively calm tone. "You saw earlier that Andrew and Moss are plotting something unfavorable for Leeway. I want you to investigate their motives." "You want me to do such a trivial task?" "This is not a trivial matter. The enemy's enemy is a friend. We need to help Leeway at the right time so that he can focus on the Soulwork Society. I think if we can significantly weaken the Soulwork Society's strength, Boss Tinnies will likely promote you to a personal guard. You should know that there is a vacancy among the 3 main guards. I believe you wouldn't refuse, right? Fine, I genuinely want to contribute to Boss Tinnies. I hope that after completing this task, you and Thompson can truly accept me." After saying this, Christina left. Behind her, a cold smile appeared on Snake's face as he muttered to himself, "Truly accept you? Oomph." At the same time, in the caramel coffee shop, an old woman who looked like a witch said with dissatisfaction, "Baron Egg, where is Brin now? And what about the person who rescued her?" "Miss Blay." Miss Brin did not disclose her hiding place. As for Leeway, according to my subordinates, he just left. Baron Egg's words were interrupted when a subordinate rushed into the coffee shop. He quickly asked, "Did you find Leeway?" "Yes, he just had a battle with Green Pheasant." The subordinate hurriedly recounted everything he had seen. The guy named Leeway is too arrogant. He still wants to defeat Big Brother Katakuri? I'll go meet him," Blaze said angrily, pulling a mirror out of her clothing. A woman wearing a strange hat stepped forward and said, "I'll go with you." "Then let's go, Sister Amond," Blay quickly replied. Chapter 21. Challenge the Soulwork Society using the memories of the original owner. Leeway quickly arrived at the gate of the Soulwork Society on the island. I must say, there were several tall and strong guards standing at the entrance. As soon as they saw Leeway, they laughed heartily. "Oh, isn't this little brother Leeway? We haven't seen you for several days. I thought you had already reported to heaven." "Ha, so did I. You haven't shown up for days, making me unable to sleep. Without you, I didn't even have an appetite to eat. Haha." While these people mocked him, some islanders who came to sell Soul Lifespan also laughed, as if Leeway's appearance could alleviate their suffering. Leeway felt somewhat helpless, but he didn't dwell on it for long. He walked straight up to the guard who was laughing the loudest. "You walk so fast. Are you eager to exchange your soul's lifespan for money, to please someone?" Before the guard could finish his words, he suddenly clutched his stomach, a look of pain on his face, his eyes wide open, saliva dripping from his mouth. This was because Leeway had punched him in the abdomen, sneering contemptuously, "Bullying others with your power. Leeway, what do you want to do? Are you declaring war on the Soul Work Agency? You useless fool must have taken the wrong medicine before coming out. Seeing that things were not looking good, the guards hurriedly took out various weapons and surrounded Leeway. Meanwhile, the others at the entrance also hurriedly hid aside. At that moment, someone suddenly said, I heard that Leeway recently ate a devil fruit, and his strength has greatly increased. I also heard that he rescued Miss Brin from the Blackbeard pirate crew. Not only that, he just fought a fierce battle with Admiral Akiji, and neither side gained the upper hand. Hearing these discussions, the guards exchanged glances, not expecting that this useless person could actually eat a devil fruit, which was a maritime treasure worth 100 million berries. Everyone's face showed an expression of disbelief. Leeway was too lazy to say more, so he turned and walked towards the other guards with a fierce expression. A useless person. How strong can he be even after eating a devil fruit? That's right, let's all attack together. Are we afraid we can't handle him? The guard were not pushovers either, and they naturally wouldn't be intimidated, so they took the initiative to strike. Everyone swung their various sharp blades down fiercely towards Leeway. Bang, bang, bang. Leeway doesn't dodge or evade, directly taking all the attacks. With this little strength, he dares to cause trouble at the Soul Work Agency. Wait, he's unscathed. Leeway certainly knew that with his current defense, ordinary people's swords and blades could not harm him at all. While the guards were in shock, he took them down one by one with a punch, and amidst the sounds of awe, he quickly knocked out all the guards. This is too strong, right? Is this the power of the devil fruit? Speaking of devil fruit abilities, there are also quite a few users in the Soul Work Agency, so we have a good show to watch. Leeway defeated the guards with overwhelming strength, shocking the onlookers. But they also knew that the guards at the entrance were just ordinary ones, the lowest level of combat power in the Soul Work Society. Therefore, a group of people watched Leeway with great interest, eager to see how he would deal with the Soul Work Society. You're the troublemaker, Leeway. Quite bold, aren't you? At this moment, a rough voice came from behind. Leeway turned around to see that the speaker was a long-haired man wearing sunglasses. This man was dressed in the same work uniform as the guards and was also sizing up the young man in front of him. Leeway casually shot back a glance. You must be the captain of the guards, right? Where are Tinnies and Aldrich? I suggest you call them out. You're too weak to be my opponent. Seeing Leeway's arrogance, although the captain of the guards was angry, he didn't impulsively step forward. He instructed his subordinates to go in and report while keeping an eye on the other party. At that moment, the guards lying on the ground got anxious, struggling to sit up and began to shout. Captain Cucock, please help us take revenge. This guy is too much. Captain, you're also a fruit user. You won't lose to him. That's right, capture him and torture him severely. I want him to wish he were dead. The captain of the guards, Cucock, was somewhat displeased and interrupted their words. Shut up, you bunch of useless trash. You can't even stop one kid. Why don't you try? Maybe you can't stop me either. Leeway provoked Cucock with words and slowly approached him, also pondering, what kind of devil fruit user is he? Unfortunately, the original owner usually hurried to the Soul Work Agency, where he was quickly taken by Homets to have his lifespan drained, and then used the money earned through hard work to buy gifts to please Emily. He really didn't know what kind of ability users existed in the Soul Work Agency. However, Leeway was well aware that he now possessed power stronger than that of the 5-year-old Empress, and dealing with a branch should not be a problem. Upon seeing Leeway's confident demeanor, Cucock's expression changed. Don't be too arrogant, Leeway. You, a newcomer who just ate a devil fruit, dare challenge us? I'll show you a bit of what I can do. As he spoke, his body slowly grew larger. 2 long horns sprouted from his head. Brown-gray stripes appeared on his face, transforming him into a goat-like figure, and his original arms turned into thin, long hooves. Leeway let out a sigh of relief. Cucock had eaten a zoan-type devil fruit resembling a goat, so it seemed the real threat was this guy's horn attack. Thinking of this, he quickly entered his steel balloon state and continued to provoke. So you're the user of the little fat sheep fruit, huh? With a herbivorous devil fruit like yours, it really doesn't fit in this old workshop where people get eaten without a trace. What little fat sheep? I eat the antelope fruit. This time, Cucock could no longer hold back. He took a charging stance and then kicked off the ground, charging straight at Leeway. Come on, let me break your horns. Leeway's right foot stepped forward, bending at a 90-degree angle, while his left foot exerted force backward. His hands crossed in front of his chest, preparing to withstand the damage. Cucock, seeing his opponent's stance, grew even angrier. Dare to underestimate me? Then I'll make a hole in your chest. He first retracted his hooves, which were as hard as iron, and then struck with force, attacking Leeway fiercely. Bang! With a loud noise, the onlookers couldn't help but cover their ears, but they were also very concerned about the final outcome, so they closely watched the two fighters. Cucock's hooves were still resting on Leeway's body, Yet Leeway stood there motionless. Neither of them spoke, and the scene fell into a strange silence. Chapter 22. The Antelope Fruit Ability User Strikes. Oh, is this your attack? Soft and powerless. Leeway sneered as he swung his fist, sending Qcock flying with a single move. Bang! Qcock crashed into the door, smashing the frame and getting buried under falling stones. It took a while for the onlookers to react. Leeway had actually defeated Captain Qcock. Had he really become this powerful? The injured guards, disregarding their wounds, struggled to get up. They needed to quickly distance themselves from this dangerous person, Leeway. Infalgivable. With a shout, Qcock burst out from the rubble covered in dust, his fists bleeding profusely, and with his horns on top of his head, he looked somewhat terrifying. You guards abandoning your posts. How shameful. As soon as he emerged, Qcock saw the guards trying to flee the battlefield. In a fit of rage, he charged toward the guard who was running the farthest away. Then, lifting his head, he used his sharp horn to impale the man. Thud! The poor guard fell heavily to the ground, a gaping wound in his body, blood spraying out like a fountain. He struggled for a moment, unwilling to give up, raised his right hand, and pointed at Qcock. Finally, that hand dropped weakly. Qcock looked at his dead subordinate without pity and turned to threaten the other guards. Cowards must pay the price. If you don't want to end up like him, pick up your weapons and defeat Leeway. Captain, we are no match for Leeway. We quit. Each guard spoke in trembling tones, their legs shaking like a sieve. Witnessing this, the onlookers showed expressions of fear and anger, but no one dared to speak. Seeing this situation, Leeway angrily shouted, "Do you see clearly now? This is your captain, a coward who only bullies the weak. Do you still pledge loyalty to him?" He certainly felt no sympathy for these guards. They were complicit in wrongdoing and deserved their fate. However, if this could provoke infighting within the Soulwork Society, that would be great. Unfortunately, the guards were all cowards who feared the strong, which left Leeway quite disappointed. Time was of the essence, and he approached the enemy again. "Do you really think I would lose to you? I haven't even used my ultimate move yet." As he spoke, Qcock's physique began to change, transforming into a four-legged walking antelope. Logically speaking, shouldn't he, the strongest form of a Zoan-type ability, user, be the hybrid form? Leeway looked at the large antelope in front of him with some astonishment as it charged towards him. He quickly took a horse stance, clenched his fists, and prepared to strike back. This time, he was determined to break Qcock's horns. As Qcock rapidly approached Leeway, he kicked off the ground, and his sharp horns came straight at him. Leeway seized the moment and swung his right fist hard at the horns. Bang! The clash between the two created a loud sound, and immediately, Qcock was sent flying. Along with him, two unidentified objects also flew out, making a whoosh sound as they lodged into the top of the door. Two horns. On my horns, this can't be happening. Qcock crashed heavily to the ground, swaying as he stood up, having reverted to his human form. He held his head in his hands, blood streaming down, a sight that could only be described as horrific. "Do you know why your horns broke?" Leeway asked. "Because the force is mutual." Leeway said this with a serious expression, while Qcock was moaning in pain, naturally not hearing this common knowledge that everyone on Blue Star knew. The onlookers also couldn't figure out what this meant, and they looked at Leeway with fear on their faces. It was too noisy. Leeway walked towards Qcock, delivered a swift chop, and knocked him unconscious. After dealing with one opponent, Leeway peered inside through the main door. Without hesitation, he intended to step in and completely eliminate this group of pests. At that moment, Leeway suddenly heard a sharp voice behind him. "I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise I cannot guarantee what will happen to your friends." Leeway suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, seeing his friend William Hanna and Emily. Beside them were two men holding daggers. One of them, a chubby man wearing a strange hat, smirked and said, "You wouldn't want these two to die because of you, would you? So please, Brother Andrew, why are you being polite to this kid? I'll take care of you." The other scrawny man took over the conversation, brandishing a dagger and gesturing it threateningly at Emily's face, saying, "Don't move, or your life won't be worth a dime." Poor Emily trembled and nodded, looking at Leeway with pleading eyes. To think they would take hostages. What despicable and shameless people. Seeing this, Levi felt anxious, as the last thing he wanted was to involve William Hanna and Emily in this situation. However, he knew that he needed to stay calm in order to think of a solution. The chubby Andrew smiled slightly upon seeing that Levi could keep his composure. "You were able to defeat Qcock simply because he underestimated your strength and defense. All along, that fool has relied on his hard edges and refused to think strategically in battle. He will eventually pay the price for that. Don't think too highly of yourself for defeating someone like him." At this point, Andrew looked around and saw the onlookers listening attentively, and continued, "I've watched your match against Green Pheasant, and I'm quite clear about your weaknesses. Mose, it's your turn to take the stage. Show him that just having power is far from enough." "Don't worry, Brother Andrew. If it weren't for Green Pheasant getting in the way, I would have killed him long ago," the skinny creep said confidently. Upon hearing this, Levi was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized he had just narrowly escaped death. Without Green Pheasant's protection, he would have lost his life to these two guys while in a weakened state. Leeway felt a wave of fear and secretly decided, although the Berserk state has tremendous explosive power, the subsequent side effects are also deadly, so he must use it cautiously. As his thoughts swirled, he glanced again at the two enemies, one fat and one thin, and muttered to himself, "With my defensive power, they shouldn't be able to break through my defenses." The urgent task is still to find a way to rescue William Hanna and Emily. Just as Leeway was deep in thought, the fat man Andrew spoke up again. "I advise you to focus all your efforts on Mose. He is much stronger than Q-Cock, and if you get distracted, you may very well lose the lives of these two." Saying this, he suddenly pulled out an hourglass. "Our Soul Working Society has always done fair business. How about this, if you can defeat Mose within 10 minutes? Then I will let them go." After that, Andrew flipped the hourglass over, and the fine sand began to slowly fall. The timer started. "Mose, don't let me down." Chapter 23, The Powerful Talent System. "Don't worry, Brother Andrew. I can guarantee that not only will I beat him in 10 minutes, even if he were given 10 hours, he would lay a finger on me. Haha," Mose said with a proud laugh, clearly confident that he could win this duel. Leeway did not expect the enemy to make such a request, and he immediately realized the trick. Wait a minute, this guy is so thin. He clearly excels at running away. Coco Island is so big. If he runs away, I might not be able to catch up with him in 10 minutes. At this point, Leeway changed his tone. "You guys at the Soul Work Society love to engage in this kind of business that seems fair, but is actually completely unfair. The trade of soul lifespan is the most typical example." As soon as he said this, among the onlookers, there were quite a few who also wanted to sell their soul lifespan, and they tacitly supported Leeway. "That's right, this makes a lot of sense. The selling price of soul lifespan is a bit low. There's nothing we can do. In the entire world, only his company can conduct such business, and we have no bargaining power. I'm not concerned about that. I just think that using escape as a way to respond to Leeway's challenge is pointless. So, that's where the unfairness lies." Leeway is right. The Soul Work Society doesn't only engage in unfair business. They buy our soul lifespan at a low price and resell it for dozens or even hundreds of times the profit. Andrew scanned the crowd of onlookers, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes, but he spoke loudly. "Everyone, please don't rush. The business we do at the Soul Work Society is very fair and just. You exchange your lifespan for money. One is willing to sell, and the other is willing to buy. It's a fair trade. Just think about it. If we didn't exist, when you urgently need money, you would have to borrow from Boss McGiddy. You should be very clear about how high his interest rates are, right?" His tone was calm, yet authoritative, overpowering all discussions. Hearing these words, the crowd had nothing to say for a moment. Leeway glanced at the hourglass, still leaking sand, and quickly resorted to provocation. "Fair or unfair, everyone has their own scale in their hearts. You've done too many unethical things. What does adding one more matter? If it were a truly fair duel, then this little skinny one shouldn't be able to run away. Don't worry, Leeway. Mose won't be more than 10 meters away from you. That should be fine, right? But in return, you can't use weapons, including these stones and such. This kind of duel can be considered fair, right?" The chubby Andrew said confidently, completely dispelling everyone's doubts. Then, in a threatening tone, Andrew added, "I advise you to focus on the duel. Don't even think about trying to save anyone directly, because the gun in my hand doesn't have eyes." Leeway glanced at the pale-faced William Hanna and Emily, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. He had indeed considered using a sound attack to stun the enemy and then rescue the hostages. However, this permanent skill had not leveled up and its power was limited. Moreover, the fat man was too close to the hostages, and given the other party's vigilance, it would be extremely difficult to directly stun him without allowing him to fire his gun. Just as Leeway was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a voice ringing in his ear. "Hey, losing focus during battle is a big taboo." Leeway's mind jolted, and he immediately saw the skinny Moss leaning close to him, only to quickly pull away. This kid was indeed agile. It seemed they had truly grasped his greatest weakness. Speaking of which, this was also a significant weakness of Big Mom. Among the four emperors, Big Mom's bulky figure did seem cumbersome. "You seem very angry. Why don't you come and hit me?" Moss pointed at Leeway with a disdainful look. In response to this provocation, Leeway smiled slightly. I'll take your word that the Soul Work Society values credibility. Although I'm not very agile, I do have great strength. So in terms of speed, I won't lose to you, because the effect of force is mutual. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed off with both feet, charging at Moss like a cannonball. Moss didn't expect Leeway to come charging at him so directly and at such high speed. However, he reacted quickly, leaping up to easily dodge the attack. But Leeway, focused on defeating his enemy as quickly as possible, couldn't control his body during the full-speed charge and instead crashed headfirst into a wall. Boom! The wall instantly collapsed. Again, Levi didn't take much of a break and charged towards Moss like a wild bull. The opponent still easily dodged out of the way. However, Levi didn't care and continued to charge recklessly, causing the walls at the entrance of the Soulwork Society to be smashed to pieces. The once brilliantly decorated door now looked like a crumbling ruin. Haha, your speed is too slow. After a series of attacks, Moss began to breathe heavily. Taking advantage of Levi's pause in attacks, he quickly spoke provocatively. Andrew, upon hearing this, frowned and kindly reminded, "Be careful, Moss. Levi's strength is not to be underestimated. Even if you've dodged these attacks, if you get hit just once, you'll lose. It has to hit me first. I'm an animal-type ability user. When it comes to endurance, I won't lose," Moss replied, wanting to say more, but at that moment, Levi launched another charge attack, forcing him to shut up and focus on dodging. Gradually, Moss felt Levi's speed increasing, making it harder for him to evade. On the other hand, Levi was very pleased because his guess was correct. He possessed a royal-level talent system. From the name, it was clear that the system not only granted powerful talent skills, but also likely provided him with talents related to comprehension and learning ability. After all, talent determines a person's potential. Every person at the top of the world must possess powerful learning abilities. That's why Levi continued to launch attacks, and through each charge, he gradually mastered the ability to control his body. His agility and speed were visibly improving. What a strange young man. Andrew also noticed Levi's changes and quickly offered his combat advice. Moss, stop playing around. It's time to use your fruit ability. Is it really necessary, Brother Andrew? I'm having a lot of fun, Moss replied. Underestimating the opponent is a big taboo, Moss. Remember, if you lose, it won't just be your shame, but the shame of our entire Soul Work Society, Andrew said in a tone that brooked no argument. Chapter 24. The Mouse Fruit User. I was wrong, Brother Andrew. The Soul Work Society cannot afford any failures, and I will not allow anyone to underestimate us, Moss said sincerely, his mocking smile replaced by a determined expression. Joining an organization that exploits the common folk and acting all proud about it, truly hopeless. Levi sneered at Moss's change in attitude. He rubbed his calf and added, "You'll lose soon enough, but I have to thank you. You've made me much faster." Just as he finished speaking, Levi charged again, this time confident that even if Moss could dodge this attack, he could quickly change direction to hit him. However, unexpectedly, Moss did not dodge left or right as before. He simply vanished from the ground. Leeway suddenly stopped and turned back to look. It turned out that a black hole had inexplicably appeared where Moss was standing. Shortly after, he saw Moss popping his head out not far away. Haha, this is my fruit ability. I ate the mouse fruit. I'm a mole form user, and my specialty is digging holes. After hearing Moss's explanation, Leeway understood. The mouse fruit user that Baron Egg mentioned was him. However, this digging ability could be somewhat difficult to deal with. Leeway hesitated for a moment, then hurried over. Although his speed had increased significantly, Moses' digging speed was also very fast, and he disappeared in an instant. Then, he popped up behind Leeway again, laughing heartily. No matter how fast you are, you can't compare to my ability to dig and hide. Before Mose could finish his sentence, Leeway turned and rushed away again, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The onlookers watched as Leeway darted around like a headless fly, but unfortunately, he still didn't manage to hit Mose. Leeway did not expect that a proper capture duel would turn into a whack-a-mole game. He felt somewhat speechless, but he did not act blindly again. He thought that what he needed to do now was to contemplate a way to respond. Leeway, you need to step it up. There are only 2 minutes left. Andrew raised the hourglass in his hand, indicating that time was running out. Haha, Leeway, is this your strength? Even if you're stronger than me, what can you do? Moss also appeared at the right moment to mock him again. The crowd around them began to discuss this scene. Leeway only had strength, but couldn't hit the enemy, which indeed had a significant weakness. It seemed that his matchup against Aokiji was quite inflated. With the movement of a Navy admiral, how could Leeway possibly touch him? That makes sense, but these two young people are in trouble, because they got to know Leeway they're being used as hostages. If this continues, they might get hurt or even die. Amid the discussions, Emily's face grew increasingly pale, and she began to plead, "Big brother, I only know Leeway. Please let me go." Upon hearing this, William Hanna snorted coldly, revealing a disdainful expression. "Humph, he spent quite a bit of money for you. How can you say you just know him? I don't want to die. Woo-woo." Saying this, Emily started to cry. "Stop crying. Crying also takes time. If you want to blame someone, blame Leeway, who told him to overestimate himself and want to be our enemy," Andrew said slowly, looking at Leeway with a confident expression. Moss also thought he was certain to win. He leaned against the hole, half of his body sticking out. "Come on, come hit me," he said while being cautious of Leeway's sudden approach. Because in these few encounters, Moss had deeply realized that Leeway's speed had increased too quickly. However, facing the provocations of these two, Leeway did not rush over directly. A profound smile appeared on his face, as if he had found a way. The change in Leeway's expression made Andrew's heart tremble. Mose then continued to mock. "Are you still laughing? It seems you've given up on your friend's life. Stop talking nonsense, and be careful of Leeway's sneak attack." Hearing Andrew's warning again, Mose could only obediently hide his body in the hole, cautiously peeking his head out. Leeway ignored his opponent and turned to look at the collapsed ruins. He quickly stepped forward, picked up a large piece of wall, and weighed it in his hands. "Don't forget the conditions of our bet. If you hit Moss with a stone, the gun in my hand will also pierce through the bodies of these two people." Andrew hurriedly reminded him upon seeing this. Leeway smiled slightly and said, "You don't need to be too nervous. If I wanted to attack with stones, why would I choose such a large wall?" As he spoke, he threw with both hands, and the wall quickly flew away. Levi's actions startled Moss, causing him to instinctively retreat into the hole, but he quickly poked his head out again. He realized that Levi's throwing direction was not aimed at him. He wanted to say something more, but Levi's movements did not stop. He continued to throw against the wall, quickly blocking the hole that Moss had just dug. The onlookers watched Levi's actions with confusion, their faces full of bewilderment, but that didn't stop them from discussing. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to block the hole? But would that even work? That ability user was so good at digging that he couldn't be blocked. Who knows? Maybe Levi was just trying to make a final struggle. Andrew also sensed Levi's intention. "Moss, be careful," he asked, blocking the hole you dug with the wall. Blocking the hole with the wall underestimated my mole's digging ability. Although Moss didn't dare to come out, he still felt a sense of relief. After all, a mere wall might not be harder than the ground and wouldn't affect his digging ability. You dig quickly, but unfortunately, these holes will become the key to my defeating you. You could say you're digging your own grave," Leeway said softly, patting his hands as if to shake off the dust. Seeing Leeway's confident demeanor, Moss was taken aback for a moment and then scoffed. "You show off. You're about to lose. In 30 seconds, you can collect the bodies of your two friends." 30 seconds? It only takes 3 seconds to defeat you, Leewayian said as he walked over. Everyone present was watching his every move. Even Andrew showed a worried expression, gripping his gun tightly and reminding Mose, "You need to be careful, this guy seems a bit off." Chapter 25 Enhanced Sound Attack. Being cautious was no longer useful. Leeway shouted loudly and suddenly accelerated, charging towards Moss. Moss, not far away, was already prepared and countered. "You're still too slow." Then he hid back in the cave. Seeing Leeway's actions, Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. This guy really was just bluffing. I almost fell for it. However, he didn't expect that Leeway suddenly crouched down, took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth wide to roar into the black hole. Leeway was about to unleash the sound attack. Andrew had no time to react. He only felt a deafening sound assault him, causing his head to spin for a moment. However, the dizziness quickly faded, and he immediately covered his ears with his hands, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. Does Levi have such a sonic attack? Isn't he just loud? Moss can't take it anymore. Andrew hurriedly searched for his companion's whereabouts, praying in his heart that he wouldn't come out. But not far away, a skinny guy jumped out of the hole like a mouse electrocuted, heedless of everything. This is bad. Andrew's heart sank as he saw Levi charge forward without saying a word, throwing a punch at Moss. Bang! Poor Moss was knocked flying, crashing hard to the ground, his body bouncing like a rubber ball, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. What was most strange was that during this process, Moss didn't make a sound at all, as if Levi's attack was completely painless for him. Leeway leaped to Moses' side, discovering that the enemy had already lost consciousness. He picked up the thin man as if he were a trophy and said to Andrew, "Humph, a guy who can't take a hit. I thought you had developed super defense." However, No one around responded to him, as many onlookers had fainted. Those with slightly better physical fitness were still conscious but slumped on the ground. As for the strongest, Andrew, he had returned to his original state and was pressing his gun against William Hanna's forehead. Seeing the situation, Leeway frowned and said, "You lost this bet. According to our agreement, you should release the hostage now. What kind of move is this? The power isn't even that great, yet it forced Mose out of the hole." Upon hearing this question, Leeway couldn't help but smile. "Didn't I just say? The hole that the rat dug helped me a lot. There's no way around it. Knowledge is power." After saying this, he felt fortunate. Luckily, before crossing over, he had read about Newton's story, which reminded him of the physics of sound propagation. The hole dug by the rat acted like a large horn, amplifying the power of the strange sound attack. Before the attack, Leeway had also specifically blocked other openings to achieve a similar echo effect. More importantly, the rat's abilities made it stronger than an ordinary person, so it wouldn't be instantly stunned by the strange sound attack. However, with its more sensitive hearing, the dizziness effect was amplified. Thus, it desperately wanted to leave the hole. In a flash of thought, Leeway looked at Andrew again, who still hadn't lowered his gun. Therefore, he had to quickly say, "Is this what your soul work society calls a fair trade?" At this moment, the dizzy people were gradually waking up, and upon seeing this scene, they began to whisper among themselves. Clearly, Leeway had won, yet the soul work society people hadn't released his friend. This was too much. The worst part was that this guy had initially acted like it was a fair duel. Yes, I even believed his nonsense. It seems Leeway was right. The Soul Work Society has done a lot of unethical things. Leeway did not speak. His mind was focused on how to ensure his friend's safe escape. In fact, he had long been mentally prepared for the current situation. How could the people from the Soul Work Society be trustworthy? It was just a pity for Emily. Tears streamed down her face, and at this moment, she didn't even dare to speak, fearing that Andrew might shoot her with a single bullet. Although William Hanna did not cry, a worried expression appeared on his face. The chubby Andrew's expression also grew increasingly grim. Finally, he pushed Emily away and laughed in anger. "You did win, so I'll let this girl go. Now get lost." Emily did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. She scrambled and stumbled towards the crowd, running away without looking back. The onlookers watched Emily leave, and no one laughed at her disheveled appearance. After all, it was understandable for someone who had just escaped death to look unkempt. After Emily left, Andrew scanned the crowd and said loudly, "We, the Soul Work Society, keep our promises, right? Leeway only defeated one person, so I let one person go. Fair enough?" The onlookers exchanged glances for a while, and finally, someone muttered, "What kind of fairness is this? It's just too despicable." This time, Andrew did not respond. He suddenly pulled William Hanna into an embrace, pressing the gun against his temple, and then said with a smile, "Shut up. You should be the one to shut up. Now tell me, who do I have to defeat for you to be willing to let William Hanna go?" Leeway did not hesitate to speak extensively and directly ask the question. "Yes, Leeway, you are so impressive now. Just defeat one more person." Indeed, although the Soul Work Society is unreasonable, as long as there is a method to save people, we will act as referees. After witnessing Leeway's strength, the onlookers actually cheered him on. Leeway smilat, but he looked at the large door behind him and felt puzzled. He had caused such a commotion, yet no one from the vast Soul Work Agency had come out. This shouldn't be the case. However, he did not delve into this issue because the most critical task at hand was to rescue William Hanna. Thus, Leeway turned his gaze to Andrew. Andrew certainly understood Leeway's intention and laughed, saying, "I said from the beginning that in business, it's all about willing buyers and willing sellers. When I first proposed your duel with Moss to determine a person's life or death, you agreed. So this gamble, or rather, this business could take place." At this point, however, Andrew suddenly said, "But for this man, the business I want to engage in is not a duel. I can let him go, but you must guarantee my release as well as that of my companions. Are you begging for mercy?" But this approach, Levi spoke with a tone of disdain, but was interrupted by Andrew. "Who is begging for mercy here? You are so arrogant that you might scare me. What if my hand trembles and the bullet?" Just as Andrew was saying this, he suddenly saw Levi rush forward, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired. Chapter 26. The power of the steel balloon. I have to say, Levi's speed had indeed increased significantly. Before Andrew's gun went off, his hand had already touched his friend William Hanna's shoulder. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late. After pulling the trigger, Andrew immediately pushed William Hanna away and then took a step back, trying to distance himself from Levi. He was still loudly explaining, "This is all your own doing, Levi. You caused your friend's death." At the same time, Andrew continued to fire bullets, using every means to try to stop Levi's pursuit. Seeing the scene, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. They hadn't expected Levi to suddenly be so impulsive. Wasn't this putting the hostage in danger? However, Levi did not pursue. He embraced the wounded William Hanna and, like Andrew, jumped backward. The crowd's expressions shifted from regret and surprise to confusion and disbelief at this sudden turn of events. After a moment of tension, Andrew couldn't understand Levi's intentions. He knew that a mere bullet couldn't harm the incredibly resilient Levi, but his friend was just an ordinary person. A bullet hitting his head would mean certain death. But why hadn't the hostage screamed in agony? Andrew's heart sank as he watched William Hanna turn his head. Although he displayed a pained expression, there were no signs of a bullet wound on his head, not even a drop of blood. Soon, the onlookers realized this too. After a moment of silence at the scene, discussions erupted once again. Levi, did he really save his friend? What's going on? I clearly saw the Soulwork Society members shoot the bullet. At such close range, there was no way to dodge it. How'd he do it? Amidst the discussions, Andrew also looked puzzled. He warily watched Levi and directly asked, "My bullet should have hit your friend, right? Is this your fruit ability?" Leeway smiled mysteriously and said, "I have to thank you all. Without your help, my speed wouldn't have improved so much, and I wouldn't have been able to save William Hanna." At this point, he glanced at the virtual panel that appeared before him, feeling relieved. Fortunately, after the talent upgrade, the steel balloon gained area defense capability. With the boost in speed, he was able to protect William Hanna at a critical moment. Leeway admitted that there was an element of gambling involved, but fortunately, he had bet right. Of course, he would not willingly reveal his skills to the enemy, so he attributed his success in saving people to his speed. After hearing this explanation, Andrew skeptically said, "Are you faster than a bullet?" "No, you didn't make any move to block the bullet just now. There must be some secret. You should think about how to get out of this situation. You have gone too far by targeting my friend, and I won't let you off the hook." Leeway slowly walked over, while Andrew raised his gun again, wanting to fire a bullet. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that he had just emptied the magazine. "You should also be a fruit user, right? Show me your abilities." Leeway walked towards Andrew with an easy demeanor, but his mind was on guard against a sneak attack from the enemy. After all, as the captain of the Rat Man, Andrew's strength could not be weaker than that of the Rat Man himself. "My fruit ability? Let me show you." Andrew leaped into the air, and Leeway immediately jumped up as he saw the other party trying to escape. However, as wings sprouted from Andrew's back, he flew higher and higher, leaving Leeway dumbfounded. This fat guy is actually a user of the Bird fruit? No one would have expected that. The onlookers were also stunned, looking at each other, clearly unable to associate flight with a fat guy like Andrew. Meanwhile, Andrew hovered in midair, looking down, and said, "I didn't expect to be pushed to this point by someone like you. This is my first time showcasing my strength in front of so many people. I also didn't expect a fat guy could fly." Leeway answered without hesitation, suddenly recalling the scene from Stephen Chow's movie The God of Cookery, where the light worker Tang Neo flies in the air. Soon, he shook his head vigorously and asked again, "The bird fruit user is indeed powerful. However, you must have consumed a form with weak attack power, right? As for my strength, I managed to escape from you. Although your strength is great, you still couldn't catch me. If you have the ability, just protect your friends well. Otherwise, our Soulwork Society will definitely not let them go." Andrew, who was flying in midair, turned to threaten them, his words provoking dissatisfaction among the onlookers below. However, he paid no attention and continued, "Shut up. Leeway wants to eliminate the Soulwork Society. And you should think about the days when you can't use your worthless soul lifespan to exchange for money." As soon as these words came out, the people below suddenly fell silent. One middle-aged man turned to Leeway and said, "I think the existence of the Soulwork Society isn't all bad, right everyone? Although they're despicable, they don't forcefully buy and sell. We all voluntarily sell our soul lifespans." "Leeway, I know you're well-meaning, but we have our difficulties too." Even William Hanna whispered, "Leeway, I am truly happy for you that you've awakened and become so strong, but you know my family situation." Leeway had long been prepared for these reactions. He shouted to Andrew in the air, "Revolution cannot be accomplished in a day. My first step will be to establish a new Soulwork Society, and the price for acquiring souls will be 10 times yours. I believe many wealthy people will do business with us. Do you have that much money? Ha! You make a living by selling souls, and even in the international arena, can you defeat the 4 emperors, Big Mom? Can you defeat Lord Katakuri?" Andrew did not expect Leeway to come up with such a tactic, but he quickly found the key to the problem and raised a question. Yes, the Big Mom Pirates are supporters of the Soulwork Society. Although Leeway's method seems good, it might not necessarily work. No, it can be said that it definitely won't work. How many organizations have tried to do this kind of business before? But only Tinny's Soulwork Society has succeeded, and even with his strength, he can only do this business on 5 islands. Under Andrew's hint, unwilling expressions reappeared on the faces of the crowd. Not necessarily. As for money, our boss will support it. At this moment, a red-haired girl stepped out from the crowd. Levi looked over and saw it was Christina, who had issues with him. Chapter 27. He wanted to establish a new Soul Workers Association. It's you. You want Majid's new subordinates, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't dare say such things, Andrew said in a somewhat threatening tone, quickly recognizing Christina's identity. I suggest you go back and ask Majid. He knows better about our relationship. You're just using the power of the Ant Pirate Group. Otherwise, where would you find a place in this world? Christina retorted sharply. Hearing this, Andrew noticed the crowd below showing signs of delight. He knew everyone was eager to see a battle between the two organizations, and this group of trash was even whispering among themselves. Levi also cheered. Well said. The Soul Workers Association should get out of this world, right everyone? However, no one responded to him, which made Levi feel a bit frustrated. Hearing this, Andrew shouted at Christina, "You two young people can't be too impulsive. Red hair girl, you should go back for now. Ask Majid and Snake. They should know what to do. I dare to stand here and publicly declare war on you. Which means I have accepted my boss Majid's orders. Your end is near." Andrew could no longer hold back. You reckless woman. Don't you check first? Do you really think the Soul Workers Association would fear a lone shark gang like yours? By the way, do you remember Edwards? He was one of Majid's 3 guards. And in the end, we took him down. You dare mention Edwards' name? Boss Majid has never forgotten the grudge between us. We will definitely avenge Edwards. Christina replied. You're just a small fry. I won't hold it against you. However, if you dare to be an enemy of the Soul Workers Association, I won't care who you are. I will kill you without mercy. Levi, the same goes for you. Andrew issued his final warning. Levi finally found the opportunity to interject. I've been an enemy of the Soulwork Society for a long time, and yet you haven't done anything to me, have you? At this point, he turned to the red-haired girl, Christina, and said, since Boss McGiddy also wants to deal with the Soulwork Society, we are allies now. As long as we defeat them, we can monopolize the business of buying and selling soul lifespans. As he spoke, Levi noticed a flash of disgust in her eyes. He recalled the misunderstandings they had before and smiled nonchalantly. Christina soon composed herself and replied with a smile. That's right, if we join forces, we can definitely eradicate the Soulwork Society. Christina, you're just an ordinary officer. You don't have the authority to make such decisions for us. At this moment, a cold voice interrupted, and Levi knew without turning around that the speaker was Sneck, one of Tinny's 3 main guards. Indeed, upon his arrival, Andrew and Air also remarked, Sneck, are you trying to provoke a war between us? Uncle Sneck, this guy is too arrogant. We shut up. Sneck waved his hand, signaling Christina to stop talking. He then turned to Levi and said, you actually dared to charge into the Soulwork Society alone. Impressive. I've long been disgusted by their actions. For just 100,000 berries, they could buy half a year of someone else's lifespan and then resell it for millions of berries. It's truly despicable. Leeway quickly replied and shifted to the main topic. Mr. Sneck, I believe you want to drive away the Soulwork Society as well. Since we have a common enemy, under the mediation of the Ant Pirate Group, we are no longer enemies with the Soulwork Society. Sneck responded and added, our 2 organizations each handle different businesses and we don't interfere with each other. Hearing this, Andrew in the air smiled proudly. Sneck is indeed sensible, but you still need to discipline this woman. Speaking recklessly can lead to trouble. Christina wanted to retort, but fell silent upon seeing Sneck's expression. Sneck, however, smiled back and said, you don't need to worry about our matters, Soulwork Society. I think your priority should be figuring out how to resolve your conflict with Leeway. Hearing this, Leeway felt somewhat disappointed. He genuinely wanted to provoke a war between Boss McGiddy and Tinny's. As long as they were at each other's throats, he could conserve some energy. Thinking of this, Leeway expressed his stance. The conflict between them and me cannot be resolved. We must determine a victor. However, Sneck, aren't you considering cooperating with me? Look at how I've already wreaked havoc on the Soulwork Society, and no one has come out to stop it. They must be facing some major issues. Stop spreading rumors. Leader Aldridge is just attending a report meeting at headquarters. Otherwise, would you have the chance to cause trouble here? Leeway clearly disagreed with this explanation. Haha, so you only have as few people on Cocoa Island? That reassures me. But shouldn't you hurry and request support? You won't be arrogant for long. Andrew ignored Leeway's provocation and focused more on the McGiddy gang, saying, Sneck, if you can help deal with Leeway, Our Soul Work Society will definitely reward you handsomely. As I just mentioned, our boss McGiddy is also in business. Violence is not our intention. Besides, you, Andrew, are just an ordinary cadre. If you need help, at least it should be someone like Aldrich. Seeing Sneck speak so bluntly, Leeway felt a surge of joy. It seems there is still a chance. He took the opportunity to stir the pot. I can guess Andrew's thoughts. Although he is an ordinary cadre of the Soul Work Society, he is on the same level as your second-in-command of Boss McGiddy. Huh. Saying this, he laughed loudly and glanced at Sneck with his peripheral vision. Leeway, your provocation is too obvious. I must reiterate that our boss McGiddy is in business. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not become enemies with you or the Soul Work Society, Sneck said with a smile, then shifted the topic. However, from your earlier conversation, I think, Leeway, you must have a big business you want to discuss with us? Chapter 28, Allies Have Appeared. Leeway was taken aback for a moment, but then he quickly understood and nodded, saying, Indeed, I really want to do business with Boss McGiddy. Snake, I want to establish a new soul work agency, and that requires a startup fund. I see. Our McGiddy loves to lend money to solve others' problems, said Snake. Leeway, this old trade is a highly profitable business. I'll take the liberty to decide. You can borrow as much as you need, and as for the interest, we can negotiate. Then I really have to thank Boss McGiddy and Big Snake, Leeway said with a laugh. Leeway smiled as he extended his right hand towards the other party. Snake was slightly taken aback, but smiled and shook Leeway's hand. Their handshake seemed to announce that their business deal was finalized. This sudden change left Christina momentarily stunned. On the contrary, it was the onlookers who immediately realized what this meant, and they began to discuss it heatedly like ants in a frying pan. This is great. With McGiddy as sponsorship, Leeway might really be able to establish a new soul work society. Yes, Leeway just mentioned raising the price of soul lifespan significantly. Our good days are coming. However, the Soul Work Society of Tinnies is backed by the Big Mom Pirates, so it's not certain. Leeway saved the daughter of the Yonko Big Mom, so the Big Mom Pirates might support Leeway even more. Hearing these words, Leeway felt somewhat helpless. His original intention was to completely eradicate the existence of buying and selling soul lifespans. However, judging by the looks of these people, they seemed more willing to sell their soul lifespans directly than to live well. He couldn't help but think of Lu Sun. It seems that changing people's perceptions is necessary to truly make the world a better place. The task is heavy and the road is long. And this is not a problem that can be solved simply by the royal-level talents granted by the system. Leeway was deep in thought, and Andrew, suspended in midair, also realized Sneck's intentions. He hurriedly warned, Sneck, you're spending money to support Leeway, which means you're declaring war on us. I suggest you think it through. Sneck replied, I suggest you don't make suggestions, Andrew. Or if you have the guts, come down here, so we can have a proper discussion. Leeway interrupted the other person's words and turned to Sneck, saying, This guy is making too much noise just because he can fly. Sparrows are noisy like this. Sparrow? Andrew originally ate the bird fruit, sparrow form. Huh? This chubby little sparrow is quite funny. Well, that is why Andrew likes to team up with Ma so much. One flies in the sky while the other digs underground. It's a natural partnership. However, both of their strengths are too weak, so they can only engage in petty thefts. Seeing that Sneck actually knew about his fruit ability, Andrew's expression changed, and he suddenly smiled. So you've been wanting to be our enemy all along? It makes sense. 2 years ago, when you fled in disgrace, I suggested that we eliminate you completely. However, Lord Katakuri saw that you still had some use, so he spared your lives. We really have to thank Lord Katakuri then. We're just doing business, Leeway. Your disputes with the Soul Work Society have nothing to do with us. But I'm very interested in when you can find time to talk to Boss McGiddy face to face. After all, you're borrowing a large sum of money. In response to Sneck's words, Leeway immediately patted his chest and said, Once I eliminate the branch in Cocoa Island, I will go find Boss McGiddy right away. I think he wouldn't dare risk lending me money before seeing my strength, right? Then I wish you success soon. After Sneck finished this sentence, he exchanged a glance with Christina, and the two of them left. Leeway watched their departing figures, contemplating the next step of his plan. Of course, he wouldn't really confront Boss McGiddy before the festival, as he wasn't going to establish a new soul work society. However, after today's events, he might be able to incite a war between McGiddy and Tinnies. Thinking of this, he looked up at Andrew in the sky and smiled, saying, Now that McGiddy's people have left, aren't you going to call for support? Since you're so eager to die, I will certainly let you have your wish. Andrew pulled out a phone bug and dialed. Below, Leeway didn't take the opportunity to attack because although he had decent strength and defense and had improved his agility, unfortunately, his aim wasn't great, so there was no need to waste energy. Taking advantage of this moment, Leeway finally had time to comfort William Hanna. His friend William had been fully involved in their conversation and knew Leeway wasn't joking. So he asked with concern, "Leeway, are you really going to deal with the Soulwork Society?" Don't worry, I will eliminate them, and you don't need to worry about your personal safety. I will suggest to the anti-pirate crew that you temporarily stay with Emily at Bruin CF. I think the Soulwork Society doesn't have the guts to act against you. After seeing William nod, Leeway scanned the crowd, trying to find Emily. But after coming up empty, he turned his gaze back to Andrew in the sky. At this moment, Andrew had already put away the phone bug and said somewhat dejectedly, "Lucky for you, Leader Audric won't be back until tomorrow." Then I'll come back to take care of you tomorrow." Leeway didn't waste any words and immediately pulled William Hanna away. He needed to find Emily quickly, or things could get problematic. Nearby, in a luxurious inn, Akiji and Wang Oga were closely watching Leeway's every move. With his strange strength, bizarre sounds, and defense comparable to steel, this guy was practically a replica of Charlotte Lingling. "Akiji, we need to be careful of him. Are you worried that Leeway might become our opponent? I think you're overthinking it. However, his strength has indeed increased too rapidly. Just from this battle, Leeway's speed has greatly improved. It seems he wasn't deceiving me. His talent is astonishing. Let's still be cautious, Akiji. Brin is very important to us. If it's important, we should take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji turned and left. Wang Oga was somewhat confused, and then he heard Leeway say, "The Soulwork Society is quite strange. There is clearly a strong person in that house, yet they let Leeway create chaos without coming out to stop him." "I see." Wang Oga quickly followed. Chapter 29, Brown Bear Fruit User vs. Akiji. The Soulwork Society, Cocoa Island Branch, in a lavishly decorated room. A burly man with short brown hair and a beard was speaking into a snail phone. "President Tinnies, we have encountered an emergency situation here." "Audric, you're not telling me that Brin has been found, are you?" "Not all. She is safe right now. As long as Brin is okay, that's good. Now, tell me what happened." "I just received a call from Andrew. He said Leeway is indeed the young man who saved Miss Brin from Akiji. He caused quite a stir, and on top of that, Leeway wants to establish a new Soulwork Society to compete with us." "What? This kid is that strong? Weren't you the one who told me yesterday that he was just a peculiar devil fruit user, and that Akiji and the others underestimated him, which is why he was able to rescue Brin?" "I did investigate Leeway. Before yesterday, he was a useless person who often came here to sell his soul's lifespan for money to buy gifts for girls. Then how did he defeat Kikochi? According to Andrew, Leeway's strength has increased too rapidly. In just one day, he seems like a different person, and he doesn't seem to be a devil fruit user. A talent that grows at such a rapid pace, falling on a useless person. Audric, do you believe that? Just continue to send people to investigate this matter. I have a feeling that there are other people supporting Leeway." "President, you guessed correctly. Just now, Snake publicly announced that he would fund and sponsor Leeway to establish a new Soulwork Society." "McGiddy? It seems he really thinks that last time he lost to us was because we received help from the Big Mom Pirates." "President, should we strike first?" "McGiddy is just an inconsequential character. Right now, I'm more worried about the Big Mom Pirates' attitude towards this matter. It's all too coincidental." "President, are you saying Leeway is acting on the orders of a Yonko Big Mom, or rather Karakuri? That doesn't make sense. The Big Mom Pirates are currently in a critical situation, and we have not betrayed them." "Well, that's exactly what I can't figure out." "Forget it, Audric. I will have Elgis help you." "Okay, President. I will also keep a close eye on Leeway and protect Miss Brin." "Yes, investigate thoroughly, and find an opportunity to probe Brin's words to see the attitude of the Big Mom Pirates. If Leeway does not have their support, then we should quickly eliminate this young man." As soon as he finished speaking, Audric saw the president hang up the snail phone. He stood up, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, "What is the president really thinking?" At that moment, he heard footsteps outside the door. "Come in, Andrew." Before Audric could finish his sentence, the door burst open, and he saw a transparent object flying towards him. "Is it an ice ball? Are you Akiji?" Audric reacted quickly, dodging the sneak attack and seeing clearly what was thrown at him, and quickly asked, "You really are hiding here? I'm curious, with your strength. Why would you let Leeway create such chaos without trying to stop him? Are you protecting someone?" As he spoke, Akiji, with his black curly hair, and Wang Oga, wearing a strange hat, stepped in. Audric's expression changed, but then he burst into laughter. "Akiji, I'm also curious why you, a Marine Admiral, would collude with the Blackbeard Pirates." "Unwilling to answer? Then I'll have to use force to pry your mouth open." Akiji exhaled sharply, and an ice knife instantly formed in his hand. Audric shouted, "Then let's see how strong a Marine Admiral really is." As he spoke, his body rapidly grew larger, his head became wide and round, and his shoulder and neck muscles bulged, with brown fur sprouting all over his body. Odric transformed into a giant brown bear, his hands growing thick black pads, and his original nails becoming long and sharp claws. Odric, the Cocoa Island branch chief of the Soulwork Society, user of the bear fruit in brown bear form. Wang Oga leisurely introduced. The surprise in Odric's eyes flickered, and then he smiled. Your intelligence capabilities in the Blackbeard Pirates are quite impressive. No wonder you rose so quickly. As he spoke, he lunged forward, his massive bear paw slamming down towards Wang Oga. Boom! After a loud noise, Odric sensed something and turned to look back. Wang Oga had already appeared behind him. Your opponent is Aokiji. Fate tells me you will meet the same end as your subordinates. As Wang Oga spoke, he sat back in a chair covered with beast fur, looking completely relaxed. Upon seeing that the other party was sitting in his seat, Odric became furious. You should worry about your own fate. You still have the leisure to chat with others while fighting me? Aokiji Yusuru, instantly appearing next to Odric, and his ice knife aimed straight at the opponent's chest. Swish! Odric couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed through the chest, blood gushing out. But he seemed unbothered by the pain and slapped down to counterattack. Aokiji didn't have time to pull out the ice knife embedded in the enemy's body. He could only jump back to avoid the bear paw's attack. After pushing Aokiji back, Odric attempted to charge at Wang Oga, but just as he took a step, he sensed something was off and looked back. He saw Aokiji suspended in midair, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Soon, white mist surrounded him, and then two sharp ice spears appeared. Two-pronged spear. As Aokiji shouted the name of the technique, the ice spears shot towards Odric. Odric tried to evade the attack, but he was too heavy, and he was directly pierced by the ice spears. It hurts. Aokiji ignored Odric's scream, moving closer and softly saying, freezing moment. In an instant, a chill emerged, and poor Odric was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, a girl with light brown wavy hair appeared at the door. She was the target of Kuzan's mission, Brin. As soon as Brin realized the situation was not right, she immediately turned and ran. Fate has brought us together again, Brin. The once seated Wang Oga suddenly vanished. Chapter 30. The cooperation of the three sisters. No one can escape the arrangements of fate. Give up, Brin. No matter how you try to evade, you cannot escape our pursuit. Wang Oga said slowly, seeing Brin abruptly stop and glare at him with hostility. This is all fate's arrangement, something no one can resist. Wang Oga added, walking towards Brin with a relaxed expression. Brin would naturally not surrender easily. She shouted, you will never catch me. Then, she pulled out a handgun and fired several shots at Wang Oga until the magazine was empty. But such bullet attacks were futile against the user of the teleportation fruit. Wang Oga flashed back and forth, dodging the bullets one by one, and soon he was by Brin's side. Give up. This time, it was Wang Oga who raised his long gun, aiming at Brin. However, Brin dared not act recklessly. She looked around and suddenly ignored the threat, turning to run. Bang! Wang Oga frowned slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger, shooting a bullet at Brin's foot. With a thud, Brin was hit, stumbling and falling to the ground. Wang Oga shook his head slightly. Why won't you listen to fate's arrangement? Suddenly, he felt something and quickly jumped back. A tall, slender woman wearing a long dress and a wide-brimmed hat suddenly appeared from a mirror, swinging a long sword towards him. Wang Oga was prepared and easily dodged the ambush. The spot where he stood instantly bore a deep, long groove. Seeing her attack fail, the woman protected Brin, a thin cigarette in her mouth, and said lightly, you dodged very quickly, Wang Oga. Lady Ghost Charlotte Amand, how did you end up here? Wang Oga had not finished speaking when another woman resembling a witch crawled out of the mirror. It was Bulei, the user of the mirror fruit. She hurried over to Brin, helping her up and asking with concern, are you okay? Sister Bulei, I'm just slightly injured, but you all need to be careful. This guy is very strong. Leave it to me, Bulei. You take Brin away from here first, a man said confidently, holding her long sword. At the fork of fate, each of you has chosen the wrong direction. Wang Oga said somewhat angrily, and then he vanished again. The slow narrative continued. A man's sword-swinging motion appeared slow but accurately struck at Wang Oga, who was using the teleportation fruit. In a desperate situation, Wang Oga had no choice but to block with his long gun before jumping back to create distance. You all should hurry and leave. A man said softly as the elder sister, yet she did not initiate an attack, knowing that the priority was to protect her two sisters. Brin, let's go, Bulei decisively stated. Making a circular gesture with her hands in front of her chest, quickly summoning a giant mirror out of thin air. Then, she supported the injured Brin, and the two entered the mirror world. During this time, Wano shot rapidly, but all the bullets were blocked by Amand. After Bulei successfully left, Amand spat out the cigarette in her mouth, slow waltz. She gripped her long sword tightly and slowly delivered a horizontal slash. This move once again forced Wano to stop shooting. With me here, you won't harm my sister. Amand, your fate is starting to turn bad, Wano said coldly, stroking his long gun. At this moment, Kazan finally arrived. Upon seeing Amand, he said to Wano, I warned you long ago. You rely too much on your fruit ability and your shooting skills. Kazan, don't interfere in our battle. Do as you wish. Brin has already escaped. However, I suggest you end the fight quickly. After all, we are still on Big Mom's territory. Don't worry, Brin's fate hasn't changed. As soon as he finished speaking, Wano disappeared again. On Coco Island, in a simple and somewhat shabby small house, Leeway saw that Emily's face was still pale, and a wave of guilt surged in his heart. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been so frightened. Emily, just listen to Leeway. We can hide in the Caramel CAF. Leeway is the benefactor of the Ant Pirate Group, and with their protection, the people from the Soulwork Society won't harm us anymore. William Hanner said anxiously, but it was obvious that Emily wasn't paying attention. She sat there, hugging her knees in a daze, saying nothing. What should we do now? William Hanner was at a loss, and Leeway frowned and spoke up to advise her. Emily, I know you're scared, but it's dangerous to hide here. Leeway, do you think I'm just a shallow girl who's afraid of death? You must look down on me, right? Emily asked with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful yet somewhat fragile. Leeway did not expect her to suddenly ask this question, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. It must be true, you must think I am vain, clearly just an ordinary girl, yet always thinking about wearing new clothes. Moreover, I have taken advantage of your affection for me. Not only that, just now, in order to save my life, I even said that I only knew you. You have to know that you fainted on the street, selling your soul's lifespan to buy me a gift. Emily said a lot in one breath, her face showing an expression of despair. Combining with the original owner's memories, Leeway sincerely said, I did indeed hate you at one point, and I think I truly regretted the feelings I had for you. However, that is all in the past now. I am glad you can see yourself clearly. Don't forget your dream of wanting to become a teacher. After saying this, he secretly sighed. Speaking of which, although Emily was a bit excessive, it really takes two to tango. The original owner also brought this upon herself. Wanting to become a teacher? Leeway, thank you for remembering my dream. I almost forgot it myself. Noticing a change in Emily's mental state, Leeway seized the opportunity. Yes, since we have a dream, we must work hard for it. You and William Hanna, we cannot let ourselves be defeated by a trash organization like the Soulwork Society. As he spoke, Leeway also strengthened his resolve. No matter how difficult it is, I cannot give up on my dream of changing the pirate world. William Hanna was also touched. Yeah, Leeway, you're right. I must rely on my own efforts to earn money and cure my mother's illness. At this point, he patted Leeway's shoulder. You're going to eradicate the Soulwork Society. As your friend, I will naturally support you with all my strength. Yes, I will make the people of the world live happier lives. Leeway shotaludli. Seeing his passionate demeanor, Emily momentarily felt dazed, but soon shook her head, her face flashing with a complex expression of regret and unwillingness. Chapter 31. Koryaka's Attitude. Coco Island, Caramel Coffee Shop. The spacious shop was empty, except for a robust man over 3 meters tall who was speaking into a phone bug. What? Tinus, are you saying someone declared war on your Soulwork Society? Yes. Koryaka, just now I received a call from Aldrich. He said Leeway caused a huge commotion, and our branch in Coco Island is now in shambles. Who is Leeway? Is he with the Blackbeard Pirates? Koryaka, you haven't heard of Leeway's name? It's him, who rescued Miss Brin from Aokiji and Wano. It's also him who defeated several of my subordinates in succession. And this guy even claims he wants to team up with Magid to establish a new Soulwork Society. Leeway, Brin's savior? I remember now. Since he is our benefactor, I hope you can forgive his rude behavior, Tinus. Koryaka abruptly interrupted the voice from the phone bug, scratching his head and saying nonchalantly, Tinus, that's not appropriate, is it? Leeway, he openly provoked us in front of many people. I won't let him off. Tinus, do you want to betray our Big Mom pirates? You know I hate traitors the most. I have no intention of being enemies with the Big Mom pirates. Otherwise, I would have contacted you proactively. I know what you want to say. Tinus, I just made my stance clear. Leeway is the benefactor who saved my sister. Our Big Mom pirates have always repaid kindness and avenged grievances, so I believe Leeway's kindness is enough for us to shield him from conflict with you. I understand. Just this once, Kuryaka. If Leeway continues to attack us, I will not let him off no matter what. Well, Tinus, we are not unreasonable either. Leeway saved my sister, but you letting him off this time because of us means our previous kindness to him is also cancelled out. That's good, Kuryaka. When do you plan to come and take Brin back? Bri has already gone to pick her up. I think they will be back soon. All right, even though you came, dealing with Aokiji and the others won't be easy. You don't need to worry about that. I will protect my sisters well. At this point, Kuryaka suddenly looked up and saw his subordinates bringing in several strangers. Soon, he recognized one of them. Tinus, I have to go greet our benefactor now, goodbye. With that, Kuryaka hung up the phone bug. He had just opened his mouth when Leeway spoke first. You are Kuryaka, one of the 3 sweet commanders? Your biscuit fruit ability is quite well developed. Leeway smiled and spoke, while also assessing Kreeja's appearance. He noticed that Kreeja had purple hair, with 3 clusters of hair on the top of his head and at the back of his head. The hair on top was shaped like a long loaf, and the tips of the 2 clusters at the back had sparks. There was a scar over Kreeja's right eye, which made his face look even more menacing. He was wearing a pink cape decorated with white spots, bright pink armor on his right shoulder, and a large sword was sheathed at his waist. It seemed that after being defeated by Luffy, Kreeja no longer used the abilities of the biscuit fruit to disguise himself as a tall, middle-aged warrior with a long beard. Leeway inferred this conclusion and then heard Kreeja ask in confusion, You actually know my fruit ability? Have you seen me before? Sort of, Kreeja, but that's not important. What's important is that you're here. I was just looking for you. Levi hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Cracker. Levi, I was just looking for you. You must really need the help of our Big Mom pirates, right? Indeed, the Soul Work Agency was being shameless, and I had no choice. Shut up, Levi. The Soul Work Agency is under our command, and anyone who dares to touch them is making an enemy of the Big Mom pirates. Hearing this, Levi was slightly taken aback, and Cracker continued. However, since you saved Brulee, you are a benefactor of the Big Mom pirates. So, I just told Teenies that he will let you off this time, but only this once. If you continue to provoke Teenies and the others, we will also take action against you. Upon hearing this, Levi realized Cracker was trying to tell him that the Big Mom pirates had already repaid his favor of saving Brulee by stopping the Soul Work Agency's retaliation. Moreover, Cracker was issuing a warning. Don't make enemies with the Soul Work Agency again, or they would not stand by. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Levi glanced at William. Hannah and Emily beside him smiled and said, Cracker, you got it wrong. I'm not afraid of the Soul Work Agency's retaliation at all. On the contrary, I'm actually waiting for them to come to me. Levi, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, if you really want to repay me for my kindness, then please take good care of my friends here. Leeway pointed at the 3 people beside him, looking determined. As for the Soul Work Society, I will completely eradicate them. Leeway, don't be impulsive. We will hide, William Hanner hurriedly advised. Leeway smiled and stopped his friend's words, turning to face Kelly Jia. I think this request is not unreasonable, right? You came here this time just to ask us to protect these 3 people in exchange for saving Brin's life? Yes. I don't want my fight with the Soul Work Society to affect these 3 people. It's also shameless of the Soul Work Society to try to use them to threaten me. I can only do this out of necessity. I suggest you think carefully about it. Our anti-pirate crew is very clear about debts and grievances. Since you made a request, and we have fulfilled it, then we no longer owe you any favor. In other words, I cannot ignore what you did to the Soul Work Society before. No need to think about it. Of course, it would be even better if you could give us some more money. As you can see, my friend's mother is in poor health and urgently needs money. Leeway, are you sure you want to do this? Kelly Jia emphasized again. Leeway answered without hesitation. I'm 100% sure. His strong and powerful response left Emily stunned for a moment as she glanced deeply at her backup. No problem. I will make arrangements. Since our grievances have been resolved, don't blame us for taking action against you. Are you ready? As he spoke, Klijia drew the knife from his waist and pointed it at Leeway. Chapter 32. Fighting for food. Seeing Klijia take an attacking stance, several pirates armed with weapons immediately rushed into the coffee shop, including the hurriedly arriving Baron Egg. Although he didn't understand why they were going to fight Leeway, he looked at this benefactor with a hostile gaze. Other pirates, including Hamets, also aimed their weapons at Leeway. This sudden turn of events stunned Leeway for a moment. He didn't expect Klijia to turn against him so quickly. More importantly, Leeway knew very well. With his current strength, he probably wasn't a match for Klijia, right? Although the weakness of this cookie fruit user was that he was particularly afraid of pain, his cookie soldiers were very tough. Even Luffy had to use Gear Forth to break them. Levi quickly analyzed. Even if he entered a berserk state and gained 10 times the strength of a 5-year-old, he might not be able to defeat a cookie soldier. Not to mention, Clea can create an unlimited number of cookie soldiers, and Levi estimated he wouldn't even come close to him. Therefore, Levi showed a serious expression. He needed to come up with a solid tactic. Clea also noticed the change in Levi's facial expression and quickly suggested with a smile, "How about it? You can still change your mind, otherwise you won't be able to leave this coffee shop." "No way." Leeway decisively refused, as he was well aware that in order to defeat the Soul Work Agency, the Grandma Pirate Group must not get involved. Therefore, this battle had to be fought. If only he could raise his talent level. With this thought in mind, Leeway quickly looked around and soon saw that there were indeed various delicacies on the tables inside the shop. After counting briefly, he found there were more than a dozen types. With so many kinds of food, it should be enough to elevate the iron balloon to the next level. Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that Baron Egg truly hadn't lied. He had indeed brought him delicious food. So, Leeway first turned to Baron Egg and said, "Thank you for preparing so much food for me. You are a man of your word." Then, he turned to Kelly Jia and said, "Before the battle begins, I would like to eat some delicacies. You know, I just had a fierce battle with the Soul Work Society, and I'm very hungry. You wouldn't take advantage of me in my time of need. That would tarnish the reputation of your great Madam Pirate crew. Leeway, you must be mistaken. You are our enemy now. Why would we help an enemy? So, don't even think about the food." The one replying was Baron Egg, who stood in front of Leeway. Leeway was slightly stunned, internally complaining, "I am still too naive. The other party is a pirate who does not adhere to any principles of morality. Leeway, you should change your mind. I know you're strong now, but the other side consists of powerful members of the Big Mom Pirates. You shouldn't make enemies with them. You don't have to worry about us. We will take good care of ourselves." William Hanner was once again worried about his friend's safety. Leeway shook his head. "Don't worry, I will handle this matter well." "Interesting. Willing to sacrifice yourself to protect your friends? I'm starting to like you a bit. So I will make your wish come true." Kreja sheathed his long sword and took a fighting stance. Seeing this, the pirates and hommets surrounding them all turned their attention to Leeway. Of course, in their eyes, Leeway was already a dead man. "Wait, Kreja, I need to settle things with your Big Mom Pirates one by one, in order." While speaking, Leeway turned to Baron Egg. "Let's first settle our grievances." "What do you mean? We don't have any personal grievances, do we?" In response to Baron Egg's confusion, Leeway could only argue, "Who said we don't? You promised to bring me delicious food, but now you're going back on your word, so you want to fight me?" Baron Egg sneered. "I have indeed heard that you defeated Kokoki and others, but they were just ordinary cadres of the Soul Work Association. Cut the crap. Let's make a bet. By the way, I once saved Brin from Akiji and the Blackbeard Pirates by betting." Levi quickly stated his purpose, knowing that once he spoke, the other party would definitely not refuse. Sure enough, Baron Egg immediately agreed. "You want to bet on those delicacies? It seems you really are a glutton." At this point, he sought permission from his superior. "Lord Clayka, please allow me to fight this guy first." "All right, Baron Egg, be careful. Levi is not weak." "Don't worry, Lord Clayka. I will get my all." Baron Egg leaned on his cane and approached Levi, advising him, "You still have time to regret it. The members of the Ant Pirate crew are really strange. Why is everyone so fussy?" As soon as he finished speaking, Levi took the initiative to attack. Relying on the techniques he had just mastered in battle, he kicked hard and charged towards Baron Egg like lightning with his immense strength. "Come on, try my bendy leg." Baron Egg centered himself and quickly spun his legs to kick heavily at Levi's face. Bang! Leeway couldn't control his body and could only brace himself for the heavy blow. He was kicked away and crashed heavily into the wall, breaking through it. Leeway and William Hanna exclaimed, and they rushed out immediately. As for the other members of the Big Mom Pirates, they all cheered. Truly worthy of the Baron. He took care of Leeway in one move. Leeway was either dead or injured. After all, he didn't know what was good for him. Lord Cracker and Baron had given him several chances. It was unfortunate that he thought our Big Mom Pirates were on the same level as the Soul Work Association. Just as they were saying this, they quickly fell silent, because two people walked in through the main door, and they were none other than Leeway and William Hanna. "Nice attack, Baron Egg. My face is a bit sore." Seeing Leeway unharmed, Baron Egg was shocked. This move of his had severely injured Pedro. Leeway continued, "You are indeed a bit stronger than the abilities of the Soul Work Society, but you're still not my match." After saying this, he first let his friend William Hanna return to Emily's side, and then he slowly walked towards Baron Egg. "Let's continue. This time, it's your turn to attack, and I'll counter." "Interesting." Baron Egg drew the slender sword from his cane, preparing to attack. Chapter 33, Baron Egg's ability. Seeing this, Leeway also took a firm stance and assumed a defensive posture. Noticing that his face, arms, and even his whole body had turned gray. Kelly Jia was slightly taken aback. Armament hockey? At such a young age, you can cover your entire body with armament hockey. That's quite a talent. Upon hearing this, the subordinates of the Big Mom pirates exchanged glances, questioning whether they could achieve such a feat. However, Baron Egg scoffed, even though it's covered. This rudimentary armament hockey cannot withstand my sword strikes. After saying this, he lunged forward and directly thrust his sword at Leeway. Then let's give it a try. Leeway did not dodge or evade, and once again took Baron Egg's attack head-on. Ding! Baron Egg's thin sword pierced Leeway's arm, while Emily and William's mother closed their eyes in fear, unable to bear the sight of blood spraying. However, to everyone's surprise, Leeway's arm was uninjured, even though Baron Egg's thin sword had bent at an exaggerated angle, resembling a full moon. It still couldn't pierce the skin. Baron Egg was momentarily stunned, looking at Leeway in disbelief. How could this guy's defense be so strong, just like his mom? But Baron Egg wouldn't give up easily. He was about to exert more force, determined to break through Leeway's defense. However, at that moment, Leeway had already begun to counterattack. He clenched his fist, aligned his waist and horse, and with all his strength, threw a punch towards Baron Egg's face. Bang! This time, it was Baron Egg who was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground and crashing into numerous tables and chairs before coming to a stop. As he flew out, Leeway saw something egg-shaped flowing out from the other's belly. He knew this meant Baron Egg was about to change form. Everyone was not expecting Leeway's strike to be so powerful. Their mouths were slightly open, but they didn't speak, clearly stunned. After a while, Baron Egg crawled out from the rubble, having transformed from his original human form into a chick form. His skin had turned yellow like that of a chick. His arms had become wings, and his outfit had changed to a yellow suit with white pants. Chirp, well done, Leeway. I didn't expect you to push me to this point. Before Baron Egg could finish speaking, Leeway interrupted, still talking so much during the battle. Are you a little chick trying to learn rap? Leeway made another move, using the powerful recoil of his strength to charge towards Baron Egg. This move was ineffective against me. Baron Egg leaped into the air, easily dodging Leeway's attack, then retracted his right leg and kicked forcefully towards his opponent. Leeway was already prepared, blocking with his arms and successfully forcing Baron Egg to retreat. Your strength has increased quite a bit. I've already transformed into the form of Duke Chick, yet you didn't kick me away? Baron Egg couldn't understand. Just moments ago, in his Baron Egg form, he was able to kick Leeway away. Logically, with his current increased strength, the same kicking technique should be even more powerful. However, he was blocked by the opponent. Be careful, Baron Egg. My observation hockey tells me this guy's strength has increased significantly. Hearing Kriya's reminder, Baron Egg immediately realized. So Leeway can instantly gain powerful strength. He wanted to speak, but faced with Leeway's fist, which was as big as a sandpot, he could only dodge again. At the same time, Baron Egg felt a bit frustrated. This kid should be someone who likes to talk, but why is he now keeping silent? Leeway certainly wanted to finish the fight quickly. He had already entered a berserk state. If he couldn't defeat Baron Egg within 3 minutes, he would undoubtedly lose. Fortunately, the increase in his strength not only gave him faster speed, but also enhanced his control over his body. Correspondingly, Baron Egg found it increasingly difficult to evade him. Finally, he couldn't dodge Leeway's fist. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Leeway hit his opponent, he immediately launched a series of relentless attacks, hoping to defeat Baron Egg in one go. Unfortunately, he did not get his wish. Ha! Leeway, now you can experience my strongest Benny D kick. As soon as he heard this, Leeway felt a sense of foreboding. This sound effect indicated that Baron Egg had transformed into his strongest form, Count Rooster. He immediately went all out to defend, trying to withstand the damage again. But this time, Baron Egg launched a downward kick, and Leeway's head was heavily slammed against the ground. Bang! Leeway felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his face, and he nearly fainted from the pain. Immediately after, he sensed a tightness in his chest, and his back was hit hard again. Leeway could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood. You've finally been injured, Leeway. After all, you don't have your mother's defense. Hearing this, Leeway got up from the ground and saw Baron Egg's final form. His appearance had transformed into a white rooster, dressed in a light pink suit, and his muscles had become quite exaggerated, giving off a strong and powerful impression. Baron Egg was indeed a senior officer in the Big Mom Pirates, and his strength was formidable. Let's go head-to-head then. As he spoke, Leeway had already caught his breath and rushed towards Baron Egg again. However, this time, Baron Egg dodged once more without counterattacking. Leeway was momentarily taken aback, but could only continue his assault, which was evaded one after another. He had no choice but to stop his attacks and said with a disdainful tone, "What's wrong? Baron Egg, you are already in your strongest form. Yet you still dare not fight me? I have a guess. The powerful strength you have gained is time-limited, right? Moreover, I think there are strong side effects that come with it, which is why you just recklessly attacked me." Baron Egg's words instantly ignited the crowd, and both Emily and William Hanner showed worried expressions, as they had seen Leeway in a weakened state before. Their expressions naturally caught Baron Egg's attention, and he smiled slightly. "It seems I guessed right. Your friends are worried about you." At this, the members of the Dama pirate crew erupted in excitement. "Ha! We are sure to win. Leeway, your friends have really done you a great service. You used the favor of saving Miss Brin to protect them, but they have exposed your greatest weakness. I almost feel sorry for you." "That's right, but it's already too late. We just regret not being able to see Lord Kalia make a move." "What are you thinking? Does Leeway still need Lord Kalia to make a move? I must be overthinking it, haha." Hearing these discussions, Emily and William Hanner showed expressions of unbearable shame. Leeway saw this and shouted loudly, "Shut up. They are not like you treacherous pirates." It must be said that his voice was indeed loud, directly overpowering the loud discussions of the pirates, causing them to pause. Leeway smiled and comforted his friend and former goddess. "Don't worry, I'll defeat Baron Egg. You know I still have trump cards up my sleeve." Chapter 34. The situation reversed, although Leeway's momentum was astonishing, silencing the crew of the anti-pirate group. Once they regained their senses, they immediately started mocking him again. Leeway's weakness has been seen through. He's bound to lose. Before losing, he can still bluff. This kid has good psychological quality. No wonder he dares to oppose the Soul Work Agency. However, with this level of strength, how could he be a match for Lord Tinnies? He is a powerhouse capable of fighting against Lord Katakuri. Whatever, if Leeway loses this duel, he might not even be able to save his own life. In life, one cannot be too delusional. Hearing these words, William Hanna felt even more guilty and ashamed. He rushed towards Kreja, suddenly knelt down, and pleaded, "My lord, I don't need your protection anymore. Leeway, please let him go. He saved your sister." "Haha, I'll give you another chance then, Leeway." Kreja laughed and then said, "Leeway, you're indeed strong. However, no matter how strong you become or how hard you try, there will always be someone you cannot surpass. Only by understanding this truth can you truly grow. I agree with your point. Effort can only determine your lower limit, but your upper limit is indeed determined by talent." Leeway's frank words indeed surprised Kelly. "You have such awareness, which is quite good. So, have you changed your mind? How is that possible? I am a peerless genius and will never lose to a high-ranking officer of the Big Mom Pirates. Before changing the situation in the world, I absolutely cannot lose." Leeway replied emphatically, and then turned to his friend and said, "A man's knees are worth 1,000 gold pieces, William Hanna. What you're doing is truly disappointing me. Leeway, get up. Trust me, even if I lose. The Ant Pirate crew wouldn't be willing to hand me over to the Soul Work Agency, because I still have value." Leeway, although encouraging his friend, couldn't help but show a look of frustration on his face. He sighed and did not hide his feelings any longer. "You saw through my weakness so quickly. Your combat intelligence is indeed remarkable. I underestimated you, Baron Egg. Your strength is truly powerful, and if it weren't for the special ability of the egg fruit, I would have lost after taking some damage. I can recover and gain even stronger power through evolution. However, your current flexibility is lacking, and you can't hit me at all. No matter how strong your power is, it won't help you, so you lost." Leeway watched Baron Egg talk slowly, rarely interrupting or launching a sneak attack, seemingly conceding defeat. In reality, he was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to strike a fatal blow. The excellent performance of his subordinates greatly pleased Kreja. "Well done, Baron Egg. You haven't embarrassed our Big Mom Pirates. After defeating Leeway, you can escort him to Teeny's." "Okay, Lord Kreja." As soon as he finished speaking, Baron Egg saw Leeway slumped on the ground, like a deflated balloon. He weakly raised his right hand, wanting to speak, but couldn't utter a word. Witnessing this scene, Emily couldn't help but exclaim, "Leeway." She wanted to go forward and help the former sycophant, but was blocked by the subordinates of the Big Mom Pirates, who laughed mockingly. "So this is the price, huh? Now that you can't move, just wait to die." I can only say that only a madman, no, a fool would learn such a technique, because if you can't defeat your enemy, you'll just be killed by them. That's right. Who would? However, Kreja couldn't help but roar in anger at his subordinates. "Shut up, you bunch of ignorant fools." Seeing their boss's displeasure, the pirate lackeys fell silent and stopped talking. Kreja glanced at Leeway again and issued an order. "Baron Egg, quickly finish off Leeway. We have important matters to attend to. Bruley still hasn't returned. I'm worried something happened to her." And Pudding. "Okay, Baron Egg had always been wary of Leeway's tricks, so he was on guard against a sneak attack. But hearing Kriege's urging, he could only slowly approach while preparing to retreat at any moment. He believed that with his current agility, as long as he was cautious, he would not fall for it. However, Baron Egg was mistaken. Although he was very alert, he did not expect that Leeway still had a trump card up his sleeve. It appeared that Leeway was showing weakness, but in fact, he was waiting for Baron Egg to enter the attack range. He secretly took a deep breath and then shouted, "Ah!" Baron Egg felt as if he had been struck from behind, stars appearing in his eyes as he fell into a brief daze. He thought to himself that it was bad, and then recklessly retreated. However, although the dizziness lasted only a moment and Baron Egg reacted quickly, it was still a step too slow. Soon, he would be overwhelmed by a wave of intense pain. Boom! Leeway's fist struck Baron Egg directly in the abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach and drool, completely devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor. Leeway furrowed his brows. While the other pirates were still dazed, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he wiped the drool from Baron Egg's mouth with his hand. After that, Leeway truly exhausted the time of his berserk form and fell back onto the ground with a thud. This scene was completely witnessed by Kelly Jia, who was somewhat confused but also showed a surprised and appreciative expression. When the surrounding pirates came to their senses, they saw that Baron Egg had already straightened up, while Leeway was lying on the ground. They were momentarily stunned and then erupted into cheers. "Fantastic! Baron won. I almost thought he was going to lose. This kid is indeed cunning, but in the end he is still not as strong." Of course, Baron Egg is a high-level combatant. How could a mere Leeway be his opponent? William, Hannah, and Emily, hearing these voices, turned pale. Just as they were about to plead again, Baron Egg's voice interrupted. "You are a true gentleman, Leeway. I lost this duel." This statement left the pirates who were still cheering in shock. They did not understand what had happened. Just as they were about to ask, they heard Kelly Jia laughingly say, "Baron Egg, you did well too. I must take a lot of responsibility for your defeat. If it weren't for my underestimation, you might not have lost." The pirates were even more puzzled. What's going on? Leeway won? Isn't he lying on the ground? Chapter 35. The Iron Balloon Upgraded. Hearing the words of Baron Egg and Kelly, Leeway finally let out a sigh of relief. The ant pirate group still has its pride, otherwise he wouldn't have acted the way he just did. Seeing the corners of Leeway's mouth curl up into a warm smile, yet he didn't get up, Baron Egg was taken aback. "I've already announced that you won. And you still want to act?" "I'm not acting. My berserk mode can only last for a very short time before I enter a weakened state." Leeway smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He glanced at Kelly, who was not far away. As he expected, Kelly's expression changed, as if he had recalled some unpleasant memories. Seeing this, Leeway thought to himself, "Fortunately, I am very familiar with the original plot and know that Kureha has a tendency to underestimate his opponents. Moreover, the way I just showed weakness is extremely similar to how Luffy looks after using Gear Third, which will inevitably remind Kureha of the scene not long ago when Luffy defeated him. Therefore, Kureha will definitely urge Baron Egg to end this battle quickly. As a result, even if Baron Egg is cautious, he will be unable to defend against the strange sound attack without knowing it. This is the advantage of having the foresight of the plot." Leeway nodded slightly, but there was no trace of joy on his face as he continued to lie still. At that moment, William Hannah hurried over and helped him up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just need a few minutes to recover." "You really have impressed me, Leeway. The current you is like a different person compared to before," William Hannah said sincerely, then turned to ask Emily for her opinion. "Right? Leeway has changed so much." "Yes, it's like Leeway has become a different person," Emily said, momentarily stunned, revealing a bittersweet yet happy expression. While the three of them were speaking softly, the clueless pirates were still in a daze. "Aren't you going to hurry and help Leeway over to that table?" Baron Dandan said somewhat angrily. Several perceptive pirates quickly stepped forward to assist William Hannah in helping Leeway to the table laden with delicious food. Leeway replied, "Thank you, Baron Dandan. You're also a gentleman. If it weren't for my strategy to lure you in, you wouldn't have lost. Facing a strong opponent like you, even in defeat, is better than dealing with those half-baked challenges, which are truly unappetizing." Baron Dandan laughed heartily, but then turned to Lord Kelly and apologized. "I let you down. But I also want to challenge someone like Leeway. His moves remind me so much of my mother." Lord Kelly replied, "I feel the same way. His resilient defense, immense strength, and the strange sounds that can influence people's actions. Leeway's physique is indeed very similar to that of my mother." This is quite interesting. But he can't win against me," Lord Kelly said confidently. On the other hand, Leeway was continuously trying out delicious food while inviting William Hannah, Emily, and William Hanner's mother to enjoy the feast as well. It must be said that the food was exceptionally delicious, and both William Hanner and his mother wore happy smiles. Are you Leeway? Are you a friend of William Hanner? Thank you so much. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. Yes, Leeway. Thank you so much. You are too polite, William Hanner. I also want to thank you. You sacrificed your dignity to save me, reminding me of a duo that is destined to reach the top. Leeway waved his hand and replied with a smile. While in his heart, he couldn't help but recall the scene from the original work where Zoro, in order to become stronger to better help Luffy become the Pirate King, actually knelt before Mihawk. This bond of friendship deeply moved Leeway. At that moment, he heard a pleasant system notification sound in his ear. You have eaten 10 new types of food, and the iron balloon has been upgraded to B rank. Leeway felt a surge of joy and quickly activated the system to check the description of his newly acquired talent skill. Steel Balloon possesses intermediate armed color hockey, providing hardened defensive capabilities with a counterattack effect, allowing 30 of the damage received to be reflected back to the attacker. At the same time, the range of protective effects of this skill has also been enhanced, currently capable of protecting objects within a 10-meter radius around the user. At its current level, the defense of Steel Balloon can withstand attacks from skilled swordsmen and high-ranking individuals. After briefly reading the introduction, Leeway felt delighted. The most powerful aspect of the newly upgraded Steel Balloon is undoubtedly its counterattack ability. This ability perfectly counters the weakness of Krija. As a character known for strong offense but weak defense, Krija fears those who can reflect damage like Leeway. However, on the flip side, Leeway was also not eager to face opponents with high attack power. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could withstand attacks from characters at the 3 generals level solely based on the defense of intermediate armed color hockey. This was a direct confrontation between spear and shield. One misstep could shatter Leeway's proud defense. At that point, he would either be dead or seriously injured. After this analysis, Leeway felt that the urgent task was to come up with a way to prevent Krija from using his most powerful moves, and then, through counterattacks, make Krija feel pain, ultimately leading him to retreat. After all, this guy is most afraid of pain. But what should he do? Levi fell into deep thought, unable to help but stop his actions. It seems you have recovered, Levi. Now it's time for our duel, Krija said, drawing his long sword from his waist with a smile. His words made the crew of the Ant Pirate group cheer once more. Lord Krija is about to make his move. Levi, your good luck is about to run out. That's right. Although I don't quite understand why Lord Baron would concede, I absolutely don't believe he can defeat Krija. Of course, Lord Krija is only second to Lord Katakuri and Lord Smoothie among the 3 commanders. A kid like Levi, I think Lord Krija could defeat him in just 3 moves. 3 moves? You underestimate Lord Krija too much. I believe he could take Levi down in just 1 encounter. Seeing these pirates still underestimating him, Levi was struck with a thought. Given Krija's tendency to underestimate opponents, perhaps he could use psychological tactics to get through this. Just as he was about to speak, Baron Egg interrupted. Lord Krija, Levi's abilities are too strange. You cannot underestimate him. Do I need you to remind me? I'm not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice, Krija said seriously, fixing his gaze on Levi. I will give it my all. Don't think you can get through this with tricks like before. Leeway has a hard time expressing his feelings. This only opportunity is gone. What should he do? Chapter 36, Meeting Brin again. Leeway could only rethink his combat strategy. With his current strength, he simply couldn't defeat the relentless Kelly Jia. However, even while pondering, he continued to stuff food into his mouth and mumbled, I'm still hungry. You wouldn't want to defeat me when I'm not at my best, would you? It's useless for you to stall for time. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to defeat me. Kelly Jia frowned slightly, as if he thought of something, and added, I'll give you 1 more minute, but I have more urgent matters to attend to. Leeway wanted to try again, but seeing the other person's expression, he had no choice but to give up. He forcibly pushed aside distracting thoughts and calmed himself down to think better about strategies to confront the situation. Just then, Leeway suddenly heard a commotion behind him, followed by the voice of a girl acting coy. Finally back at Caramel. Thank you, Sister Bulei. Your mirror fruit ability is really impressive. Turning around, Leeway saw 2 people appear out of thin air in the store. One of them was petite with light brown wavy hair. It was Brin, who had almost been caught by Aokiji yesterday. The other person looked like an old witch with a large, red-hooked nose, a tall figure, light purple long hair, long nails, purple lipstick, and a long scythe in her hand, exuding a creepy and evil aura that was off-putting. It went without saying that this person was Bulei, the user of the mirror fruit. Upon hearing her sister's praise, she let out a strange giggle. This sudden scene left everyone present stunned. All they could do was look at the two with indescribable expressions, especially Leeway, who had been wanting to see Brin all along. He was just about to approach and make contact, hoping to enhance his innate strength level. However, Leeway quickly noticed that the store was filled with people staring at her with odd expressions, which made her abruptly stop laughing. "Brother Kalia, you finally came. With you here, we can relax." Brin then noticed her second powerful brother, displaying an extremely joyful expression. Seeing that both sisters were safe, Kalia breathed a sigh of relief. But then he thought of something. "Where's Armand?" "Leeway, you didn't carelessly leave her behind again, did you?" "Brother Kalia, Sister Armand is facing Akiji and Wang Oga alone to save us. She is in great danger. We need to hurry and rescue her." Before Leeway could respond, Brin spoke up first, pulling on Kalia's hand and shaking it. No wonder Brin was the best at acting cute. After seeing this, Leeway couldn't help but internally complain. But he also had to put aside his plans to contact them for the time being. "Don't rush, Brin, take your time. Weren't you hiding with Aldrich? How did you get discovered by Akiji and them?" Kalia comforted his sister and glanced at Leeway. Leeway, fearing further punishment, could only avoid her brother's gaze. And in the end, it was Brin who explained what had happened. It seemed that Akiji and the others had already defeated Aldrich. Kalia came to this conclusion and glanced at Leeway. After hearing Brin's words, although Leeway felt extremely happy inside, given the situation, he could only innocently shrug. "I have nothing to do with the Blackbeard pirates." However, Kalia ignored Leeway and turned to Leeway, giving her orders. "We need to hurry to save Armand. Your mirror fruit ability can quickly get us back. Yes, although Akiji is strong, we have the advantage in numbers. We must rescue Miss Armand before they leave." Baron Dandin quickly chimed in. As a senior officer, it was the best time for him to take action. However, Leeway had not yet reacted, and Leeway seized the opportunity to stand up quickly. "Wait a minute. Leeway, our contest must be postponed. I need to save Armand first. Kalia, I might be able to help you." "No need. Our Big Mom pirates haven't fallen to the point of needing to rely on enemy forces. Since we are enemies, do you think I would let you go save someone?" "Leeway, at this time, I suggest you not meddle." Seeing Baron Dandin's anxious expression, Leeway smiled slightly. "I certainly understand the importance of saving someone, which is why I want to help. Kalia, you should trust me. Since I was able to save Brin, I can definitely save your other sister too." As he spoke, Leeway thought to himself. If he remembered correctly, Armand should belong to the Serpent Head tribe, which could be used to upgrade his innate strength. Produce. Rescuing Big Mom's children could also enhance his strange sound attack level. It was a win-win situation he didn't want to miss. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around to see that Brin was also looking at him with curiosity. Leeway seized the opportunity, stepped forward, and spoke. "Miss Brin, I'm really happy to see you safe and sound." "Thank you. At that time, I knew that it was fortunate you ran away immediately. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. Your reaction was very quick. You truly deserve to be Sanji's fiancée. If it were me, after breaking free from the frozen state, I might have just collapsed on the ground." Leeway quickly responded, and sure enough, as soon as Sanji was mentioned, a shy smile appeared on Brulee's face. Looking at this insecure girl in front of him, he began to calculate in his heart. If that's the case, it should be considered a contact with the Three-Eyed tribe. However, last time he had contacted the Long-Leg tribe, the Mink tribe, and an unknown tribe, which raised his innate strength to sea level. So, now having only contacted the Three-Eyed tribe should not be enough to elevate his innate strength to B level. However, setting aside Akiji for now, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates was not to be underestimated. In countering him with his current defensive power, he might not withstand the other party's gunfire. He still needed to come up with a plan. As his thoughts raced, Leeway was interrupted by Kureha's words. "All right, we should set off. Brule, how long are you going to be in a daze?" Kureha reminded his careless and timid sister impatiently. "Okay, I'll open the mirror world now." As she spoke, Brule created a huge mirror with her hands, but Leeway stood in front of her, once again requesting to fight together. "Master Kureha, Leeway is also well-intentioned. Let's not waste time on this matter. He can still be of some help." Baron Egg quickly stepped forward to persuade. Kureha's expression softened slightly. "All right." After saying that, he turned to his subordinates and said, "You all protect Brule and Brule well. Let's go." Then, Kureha took the lead and stepped into Brulee's mirror. Levi and Baron Egg looked at each other, and he waved to William Hanna and the others before stepping into the mirror. Chapter 37, Cautious Green Pheasant. After entering the mirror world, Levi found himself in a strange space filled with mirrors, his feet shackled with iron balls. Looking around, Levi discovered that besides Buri, Kalia and Baron Egg also had iron balls on their feet, which reminded him of the setting in the original work, in a mirror world. Only the ability user can move freely, while others are restricted in their actions. Of course, the mere shackles and iron balls only caused a little inconvenience, and could not truly restrain the three of them. Buri quickly inquired about Armin's whereabouts. Kalia reminded her again. Buri then hurriedly described Armin's appearance to a mirror, and soon a mirror not far away began to shine. She pointed with her hand. Let's go to that mirror. Following Buri's guidance, Levi and the others quickly arrived in front of the shining mirror. At this moment, Buri shyly spoke up. Brother Kalia, I don't have to go, right? Yes. You stay in a mirror world. Once we rescue Armand, you can immediately act and take us away. Kalia did not blame his sister. He took the lead and stepped into the mirror, leaving the mirror world. Leeway also followed suit, passing through the mirror and returning to the real world. Once he came out, he immediately became alert and looked around, discovering that he had arrived in a building. Based on the design style of the room, it seemed to be the headquarters of the Soulwork Society. Leeway immediately made a judgment. What Brin said was true. He also expressed his thoughts. And Kreja nodded. Let's split up and find them. Qingji and the others could leave at any moment, so we need to find them quickly. As soon as you two detect the enemy's presence, issue a warning, and I'll rush over right away. All right, Lord Kreja, our main objective this time is to rescue. Baron Dandan also reminded. Thus, the three of them set off on their respective missions. After parting ways with Kreja and Baron Dandan, Leeway speculated that the enemy might have already sensed their arrival through observation hockey, but he still moved forward slowly and calmly. After all, Leeway had the skill Unyielding Guardian, which could protect his life. Even if he were hit again by a sniper from the Blackbeard pirates, he could become immune to all damage within 10 seconds. Shortly after, Leeway arrived in front of a lavishly decorated door. He hesitated for a moment before attempting to push the door open. However, the door only opened halfway before getting stuck. It seemed something was blocking the door. Leeway did not hesitate and forcefully pulled the door outward, directly taking it off its hinges. What came into view next was an enormous ice ball. Inside the ice ball was a massive bear, frozen in place, with numerous long and sharp ice spears embedded in its body, blood oozing from its wounds, looking quite terrifying. Leeway took a rough glance and determined the identity of the giant bear from his attire. He was the president of the Coco Island branch of the Soulwork Society. Aldrich. The blue pheasant really helped a lot. This saved me quite a bit of effort. Leeway smiled happily, but suddenly, he felt something and turned to look back, only to see a familiar figure. It was Kizaru, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with curly hair and an eye mask on his forehead. Clearly, he hadn't expected Leeway to appear here, so after a moment of surprise, he greeted him. Leeway, what a coincidence. Yes, Kizaru, we meet again. After recognizing each other, Leeway looked around and noticed there were no other people in sight, letting out a sigh of relief. His luck was good. Before setting off, Leeway had hoped to encounter Kizaru first. Only then would he be more confident in completing the rescue mission. Seeing this, Kizaru took the initiative to ask, Did you come for the brown bear fruit user? Unfortunately, I defeated him. I should thank you. You helped me eliminate an enemy. While speaking, Leeway quickly turned his head, realizing he had to seize the opportunity to cooperate with Kizaru. However, Kizaru looked up at the ceiling and said, No need to be polite, then goodbye. He turned to leave. Wait a minute, Kizaru, don't you want to see my current strength? Leeway hurriedly stepped forward to block the other's path. Green Pheasant glanced at him and shook his head. Your strength hasn't increased. I'm not interested. Indeed, my strength hasn't increased, but my defense has improved considerably. Leeway is very clear that Akiji's observation hockey can detect his own strength, but it absolutely cannot know his defense, which is his breakthrough point. Sure enough, Akiji frowned. Has your defense improved? Yes, speaking of which, you have only used the ice ball technique against me. I must thank you for holding back. Leeway, since you've noticed this, you should step aside. Akiji, you really shouldn't underestimate me anymore. From your observation hockey, who do you think is stronger compared to Aldrich? Aldrich, are you talking about that brown bear devil fruit user? I know your greatest strength is comparable to that of Monster, but he possesses strength that is not weaker than yours. In terms of agility, you might be slightly stronger, but his fighting skills far surpass yours. So, looking at the current situation, you can't defeat this brown bear, Leeway. You are mistaken, Akiji. My greatest strength is my defense, and it's a defense that can protect others. A defense that can protect others? I know about that. I've seen you fight against the Sparrow Devil Fruit user. It seems you can take damage for others by touching them, which is indeed a good ability. But with so many people on this island, how many can you protect? So you know about this, but you still underestimate my talent. You should know that it has been 2 full hours since that battle, and now I can protect others without needing to touch them. Oh, is that so? However, let me emphasize again, Leeway, I have no interest in what you want to do. I only want to defeat this brown bear because he wants to protect Brin. So, I know that given our strengths and positions, it's too difficult to talk about cooperation. I just want to establish a contractual relationship with you. Leeway quickly interrupted Kizaru's words. Contract relationship? What contract? Kizaru was slightly taken aback and then quickly asked. Leeway searched around while quickly responding, it's the soul contract. Don't worry, as long as you establish a soul contract with me, my defensive power can be maximized. I will protect more people for you. In his words, he also sensed the doubt in Akiji's eyes and quickly added, I know you haven't forgotten your original intention. You still care for the people. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stepped in to help when Admiral Zephyr was about to destroy the island. You know about that? Akiji asked. Leeway, do you know the Straw Hat Pirates? As far as I know, they caused quite a commotion in the whole Cake Island not long ago. You guessed wrong. I haven't met the Straw Hat Pirates, but I know a lot more about Luffy and the others. If you want to gather information about them in the future, you can come to me. You must be curious about what they are up to right now, right? Leeway cast the bait again, and of course, he knew that it might not impress Akiji. In fact, Akiji mentioned Luffy and the others mainly because they were the only ones who witnessed his battle with Zephyr. Sure enough, Akiji immediately declined politely. Forget it, I'm no longer a Marine, and the Straw Hat Kid and his crew have nothing to do with me. I'm more curious about how you know about my relationship with Teacher Zephyr. At that time, there was no one else present. Not just about Zephyr. I also know about your past with Robin, Leeway said. I should have mentioned that intelligence is another one of my powerful weapons. However, don't worry. I have no hostility towards you. Akiji, you should be well aware of that. What a terrifying ability for intelligence. I almost forgot about Nico Robin myself. After hearing this, Leeway stopped bringing it up and moved on to the main topic. Time is limited, so I'll be straightforward. I can protect anyone and anything within 10 meters of me, as long as the attacks do not exceed my defensive range. Saying this, he pointed to a porcelain vase not far away. If you don't believe me, you can try to attack that vase. All right, Ice Kick. Akiji called out the name of his technique, and he kicked in the air, sending a sharp wave of slashing energy towards the vase. Leeway took a defensive stance. He could certainly withstand the damage from a mere move of the Navy's 6 styles. Bang! The slash wave directly hit the porcelain vase, making a considerable noise. However, the vase only swayed slightly and did not crack, nor did it even fall from the shelf. Seeing this, Leeway wore an expression as if he had anticipated it all along. How about that? My defense is pretty good, right, Akiji? You should believe that I can do what I said now. Akiji shook his head. You should drop your defense now. Then, he kicked again, and this time, the porcelain vase shattered completely. Akiji, when did you become so cautious? Leeway said irritably. Qingji, however, replied nonchalantly, it's indeed an interesting ability. All right, I accept your contract. That's great. Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately activated the soul contract skill. A white orb of light suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. If you accept this orb, it signifies that the contract is in effect, and it will automatically expire in 5 days. Before that, you can also cancel the contract on your own, and it will become void as well. Levi held the glowing orb and came before Akiji, explaining it in detail. Akiji examined the orb and asked, what do I need to do once the contract takes effect? You don't have to do anything, but you will bear half of the damage for me. In other words, when I protect civilians, half of the damage I take will be borne by you. Of course, if I can find another 2 people willing to establish a contract, then the damage I take will be shared equally among everyone. An interesting skill. I'll trust you on this, Levi. Thank you so much. Leeway quickly replied, and then sent the light ball into Akiji's body. Chapter 38. Wang Oga's Archery. After watching the light ball disappear inside him, Akiji carefully observed his body again and found nothing particularly unusual. It just seemed that an invisible chain was wrapped around his heart, with the other end pointing to Leeway. Therefore, he couldn't help but exclaim, is this the effect of a contract? What a strange ability. I'm curious about what kind of fruit power you have. It looks a bit like the surgical fruit. Don't worry, I'm not a fruit user. Besides, Akiji, you are a good person, and I won't deceive you. Leeway explained with a smile that he was just about to leave when he suddenly realized that the soul contract he had just established had vanished. After a moment of thought, he understood. You are indeed very cautious, Akiji. This world has all kinds of strange abilities, and if I weren't a bit careful, I would probably have already perished at sea. Leeway, you truly did not deceive me. If we could have a bit more trust and sincerity, then this world would become a much better place. Leeway sincerely spoke as he used the soul contract skill once again, quickly establishing a contract with Aokiji. After finishing this, just as the two were about to part ways, suddenly, a few gunshots rang out from upstairs. Leeway quickly asked, "Wang Oga is upstairs?" "Yes." "There are two." "No, 3 strong individuals upstairs, and Wang Oga is indeed among them." Aokiji listened attentively and then replied. Leeway waved his hand at him and quickly ran upstairs, with Qing Ji closely following behind. The two arrived at the room where the gunshots were fired almost simultaneously. There were 3 people in the room. Among them, Wang Oga was holding the front end of a long gun with his left hand, gripping the tail of the gun with his right, and resting the stock on his shoulder, taking an aiming stance. The muzzle was still emitting white smoke, aimed directly at Kelly Jia. The ground near Kelly Jia was covered with cookie crumbs, suggesting that he had just used the hard cookies to fend off the gunfire. Behind Kelly Jia, Baron Dan Dan was covering his left chest with his hand, looking as though he had been shot. Blood was continuously dripping from his body onto the floor, indicating that his injury was serious. Leeway stepped forward, blocking Baron Egg's path with his body. "Leeway, fate has brought us together again. But this time, will you stop us?" "Of course, I will," replied the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. Levi hadn't finished speaking when Krija interrupted him. "Your opponent is me, Wang Oga?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands forcefully, and a large number of cookie fragments suddenly appeared in the air. These cookie fragments quickly assembled into tall, middle-aged warriors holding great swords and sporting long beards. Seeing that his army of cookie soldiers had formed, Krija smugly said, "Your doom is upon you," with a wave of his hand. The cookie soldiers surged towards Aokiji and Wang Oga. Aokiji and Wang Oga both made their moves simultaneously. One of them gathered a large amount of cold air, which transformed into an iceberg that flew toward the cookie soldiers, freezing everything in its path. In an instant, a large number of cookie soldiers turned into ice sculptures. The other person fired a continuous stream of bullets, and after a series of loud bangs, the cookie soldiers were shattered before they could even reach Wang Oga, turning into cookie crumbs. Although the cookie crumbs quickly restored, Wang Oga's bullets were faster. Soon, Krija's army of cookie soldiers was utterly defeated. Frustrated, he clapped his hands again, continuously creating more cookie soldiers. Witnessing this scene, Levi was taken aback. The cookie soldiers that even Luffy needs to use Gear Force to destroy are so easily defeated in front of them. Aokiji, as a Marine Admiral, could naturally defeat a high-ranking officer of the Yonko. However, how could Wang Oga, also a high-ranking officer of the Yonko, possess such powerful attack strength? While Levi was complaining, Krija was already panting from exhaustion. Although he could create cookies endlessly, it also consumed a lot of stamina. "Krija, you are about to lose. Await the fate of having your fruit taken from you." "You wish, Wang Oga." Krija clearly did not admit defeat, but in his anger, he had lost his composure. He brandished the famous knife, the pretzel, and attempted to attack Wang Oga. However, before he could succeed, Aokiji seized the fleeting opportunity. He first used the shave technique to instantly appear beside Krija, and then unleashed a freezing moment, instantly turning Krija into an ice sculpture. After taking down Krija, Aokiji hurried over to Baron Egg, and before the other party could react, he turned him into an ice sculpture as well. With that, the duo from the Big Mom Pirates who came to rescue Armand was defeated. After finishing these tasks, Aokiji and Wang Oga both turned their attention to Levi. "Let's talk it out. I'm not a member of the Big Mom Pirates." Leeway looked at the two powerful figures, then spoke in a teasing tone. Wang Oga put away his long gun. "Fate has brought us together again, and now you stand at the crossroads of destiny. What will you choose? To save them, or to turn and leave?" "Of course, it's to save them," Leeway replied. "I don't have much fondness for the Big Mom Pirates, but saving them is beneficial for me and for the entire world, so there's no other choice." "I guess correctly, but Leeway, you can't save them alone." "That may not be the case. The sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates, it's undeniable that you are all very strong, especially you. You've gained an epic enhancement. I truly didn't expect that the bullets you shoot could pierce through Cracker's biscuit soldiers." Leeway sighed from the bottom of his heart, but then he changed his tone. "However, I've become much stronger now. Perhaps we can have another gamble with fate. I also have this intention, but I must remind you, fate will not always be kind to one person, Leeway." "Haha, actually, I don't believe in fate. I prefer this saying instead." At this point, Leeway paused slightly before continuing. "Life is an excuse for the weak. Luck is a modesty for the strong. My life is determined by me, not by heaven." As soon as these words were spoken, A strange look flashed in Qingji's eyes, and he unconsciously moved his mouth, as if he were repeating what Leeway had just said. However, Wang Oga sneered. Those self-righteous guys who don't believe in fate ultimately end up dead. If I die here, it will only prove that I'm just a man of this level. Levi answered firmly and decisively, adding, Our bet is the same as last time. You can shoot me with bullets, and as long as I can withstand the damage, you will release Korea and bear an egg. No problem, but this time I won't just fire one bullet. Don't think you can get away with it like last time. Do as you wish. You can fire an unlimited number of bullets, but correspondingly, the stakes you have to pay are higher. If I can withstand 30 of your bullets, then please release Armand as well. No problem, Akiji, this is a bet between me and Levi, so stay out of it. Wang Oga, I'm not interested in your matters, but I think you might lose. Shut up, Akiji. Wang Oga once again took an attacking stance, his gun already aimed at Levi. Leeway steadied his horse stance and prepared for defense. Come on, let me show you what an indestructible steel balloon looks like. Just as he finished speaking, his opponent, Wang Oga, once again disregarded the rules of combat and launched a direct attack. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive bullets hit Leeway's forehead, heart, and vital areas. The powerful impact forced Leeway to take a few steps back, and he felt a tremendous pain surge through him. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't cry out in pain, secretly relieved that he had established a soul contract with Akiji, which reduced the damage by half. Otherwise, he would have lost. Of course, Leeway would never admit defeat. Humph, you still like to sneak attack, huh? Akiji, caught off guard, couldn't help but let out a long cry, but he reacted quickly. Your defense has significantly improved. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent compared to yesterday. Your strength has increased a lot. But no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly be stronger than Korea. Try this move of mine, rapid fire. Saying this, Wang Oga unleashed the technique he had used to defeat the biscuit soldiers once again. Bang, bang, bang. A series of attacks rained down on Leeway once more. This time, Leeway was prepared. He steadied his horse stance, crossed his arms over his chest to protect his heart and head, and braced himself to take all the bullets. However, Leeway still underestimated Wang Oga's marksmanship and the lethality of the rapid-fire technique. The opponent was able to keep the bullets continuously hitting the same spot, resulting in a stacking damage effect. Finally, a bullet pierced through Leeway's arm, and after 20 rounds were fired, his hands and legs were marked with bullet wounds, bleeding from the injuries caused by the bullets. Leeway was injured. Due to the soul contract, Akiji was also affected. He was forced to cover his entire body with haki to withstand this wave of attacks. However, Akiji's defensive capabilities ultimately prevailed, and he was not injured. Wang Oga, who was initially focused on dealing with Leeway, did not notice Akiji's unusual behavior. But when he saw Leeway was hurt and was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Huh? What's going on? Immediately after, Wang Oga noticed wounds appearing on his arm and thigh, and he instantly understood. You can rebound damage? Haha, yes, come on then. Don't you have 7 bullets left? Shoot them in my head or heart. Let's see who dies first. Li Weiqiang stood up straight, coldly staring at Wang Oga, and said with a smile. Chapter 39. Another weakness of the antiphysique. In the mirror world, Bulei leaned close to a glowing mirror, listening intently, hoping to hear any sounds from within. However, after listening for a while, she only heard a few gunshots. I hope Brother Kelly can rescue Sister Amond quickly. Bulei silently prayed in her heart. Although she was very worried, she didn't have the courage to go out and take a look. Finally, she added, Mirror, mirror. I really hope I can see the mirror closest to Sister Amond. As soon as she finished speaking, Bulei noticed that the mirror in front of her stopped shining. And not far away, another mirror was shimmering. Her heart lifted with joy, and she hurried over to see the scene inside the mirror. It was a room in disarray. Soon, Bulei saw Kelly frozen into an ice sculpture, Amond and Baron Egg, as well as Leeway, who was covered in blood. Opposite these people stood Wang Oga, leaning on his gun, and Qingji, who looked calm. What should I do? Bulei was anxious, but with strong enemies in front of her, she still dared not step forward. The changes in Bulei's expression were also clearly seen by Leeway through the mirror, because the mirror Bulei was facing was the one he had brought. Just like earlier, when Leeway was enduring the bullet damage. He took advantage of the moment when Qingji and the others focused their attention on him to secretly take out the mirror from his pocket and blend it among the similarly sparkling ice fragments. Levi did this to make Bruley see the situation clearly. After all, being in the dark, she might play a crucial role at a critical moment. However, Levi was very familiar with the original storyline and knew very well that Bruley's character was careless and cowardly, often making blunders that benefit the enemy. Fortunately, she was loyal to Big Mom and her family. Levi certainly didn't expect Bruley to miraculously use the powers of the Mirror fruit to rescue the three friends frozen into ice statues. So he instead raised his head, looked at Wang Oga, and grinned. Why aren't you shooting yet? Are you scared? The sniper of the Blackbeard pirates. Hey, this gamble is a tie, Wang Oga suddenly said. At this point, he had recovered from the intense pain, put away his long gun, and glanced at Levi. Started to explain, I still have 7 bullets left to fire. You should admit that under the attack of my 7 bullets, you would be dead, right? Of course. Your special ability can rebound damage, and I might end up in a mutual destruction scenario. So, I want to fire the bullets. And our gamble can only end in a tie, or is not over yet. Hearing this twisted logic, Levi thought carefully and realized he couldn't really refute it. However, he didn't care about the outcome of the gamble. Instead, he asked the question he was most concerned about. A tie? Is there such a thing as a tie in the gamble of fate? If you're willing to release Kreja and the others, that would be another matter. Levi, since it's a tie, you naturally can't take all the stakes, right? Among these 3, except for that worthless egg fruit user, you can only choose to let one of the remaining 2 go free. That's fair, right? It seemed quite fair. But since you all are pirates like Kreja and the others, I think what you need more than fairness is freedom. So, I will save all 3 of them. Leeway said, sternly and softly, that he was still gambling, betting that Wang Aoga would not fight to the death because they came to the Wangwa to capture Brin, who possessed the special abilities of the Three-Eyed Clan. As for the others, they held no value for them. Sure enough, Wang Aoga fell into deep thought, and an intense inner struggle was taking place within him. Hey, Leeway, I'm still here. Even if you win against Wang Aoga, you still need to ask me if you want to let go of Charlotte Lingling's family. Akiji suddenly spoke up, prompting Wang Aoga to react immediately. Haha, Leeway, what kind of gamble do you want to start with Akiji this time? Of course, it's a contest between the spear and the shield, Akiji. You can use the technique you used to defeat Audric to attack me. When rescuing Brin, Leeway knew that Akiji would definitely intervene, and since he had just established a soul contract with him, they would share the damage, so he immediately proposed his plan. However, Akiji shook his head. Are you talking about my 2-pronged spear? But I think we need to find a different way for a fair gamble. It can't just be decided by you alone. You, Akiji, you're trying to capture Brin, right? You don't mean to tell me Brin's hiding place, do you? If that's the case, I can release these 3 people right now. Akiji, you know very well that I won't. Leeway, then listen to my gamble. Akiji waved his hand, interrupting Leeway. Actually, have you noticed that you have a very fatal weakness? In comparison, the lack of flexibility is just a trivial flaw. What weakness? Leeway glanced at the several ice sculptures behind him, and a vague answer emerged in his mind. However, Akiji did not answer directly. Your power has the ability to rebound damage and a strange sound that can cause dizziness. These are quite impressive abilities, and because of them, you possess considerable strength. But if someone can avoid these advantages, you're like a beast trapped in a cage. No matter how great your strength is, or how sharp your teeth and claws are, you cannot harm others. At this moment, Leeway fully understood. His greatest weakness was actually his fear of being controlled. Akiji's freezing fruit indeed possesses the strongest control ability in the pirate world. Wang Oga also realized, I see, Leeway, your rebound defense certainly counters my shooting ability, but Akiji's freezing power is your natural enemy. You are bound to lose this gamble. Sorry about that. With these words, Akiji vanished with a whoosh and then instantly hugged Leeway. Leeway reacted quickly, retreating at the first moment, but Akiji was closely pressed against him. In an instant, Akiji's body had turned into ice, and the cold air he emitted swiftly froze Leeway into an ice sculpture. The battle was over. I think no matter how strong you are, you can't melt a body that has turned to ice, Akiji said, looking at Leeway and speaking softly. Wang Oga added, what a tough opponent. His fruit ability is so peculiar. Perhaps Buggy would like it. As far as I know, Leeway is not a devil fruit user. And no devil fruit can simultaneously enhance strength, increase defense, and emit strange sounds, right? Akiji immediately noticed what Wang Oga was thinking. While speaking, he lifted Leeway's ice sculpture with his hand. Wang Oga looked displeased. Whether Leeway is a devil fruit user or not, as long as I send him back to the hive, Captain Teach will know. Moreover, even if this kid is not a user, his talent and strength enhance our capabilities. Akiji, that's his fate. The simplest way to determine if someone is a fruit user is to throw them into the sea, right? Just as he finished speaking, Akiji threw Leeway's ice sculpture forcefully. Oga originally wanted to use his teleportation fruit to change the direction of the ice sculpture, but after a moment's thought, he just watched Leeway fall into the sea. You, Akiji, you really don't want to join us. I'll tell Teach about this. All right, Oga. We should go capture Brin. That's the purpose of our trip. However, Akiji ignored Oga and turned to leave the room. As he walked, he kicked aside the mirror that Leeway had brought. After a brief consideration, Oga could only follow closely behind. Shortly after the two left, someone peeked out from the floor. Unsurprisingly, this person was Brule, who was hiding in the mirror world. She cautiously looked around, ensuring no one was there, and then quickly stepped out of the mirror, hurrying to Armin's side, carefully moving the ice sculpture into the mirror world. Afterwards, Brule moved Korea and Brin one by one. After doing this, she seemed to remember something and quickly took out a den mushy, dialing a number. Brule, you all need to. Brin, hurry into the mirror world and have someone smash all the mirrors. Akiji and the others are heading to catch you. Brule shouted anxiously. Immediately, she heard Brin's voice. Okay, I'm going now. Hearing the busy signal from the den mushy, Brule breathed a sigh of relief. She went to the window and looked in the direction where Leeway had been thrown, then turned and also entered the mirror world. Brule still needed to hurry and rescue Korea and the others. In the mirror world, Brule quickly saw Brin. The two joined forces to move 3 statues through the mirror into a bathroom, where they placed the ice sculpture into a bathtub filled with hot water. Before long, the ice sculpture melted and Korea, Armand, and Baron all recovered. Brule hurriedly recounted the details of the recent battle. After hearing what happened, Korea's face was devoid of a smile. Leeway could actually withstand Oga's gunfire. Lord Korea, should we send someone to search for Leeway? Baron said cautiously, feeling that Leeway wouldn't die so easily. No need. We have more urgent matters to attend to. Korea shook his head, but then added, we need to stop Akiji and protect Leeway's companions well. That's what he would want. After saying this, he exited the mirror world and returned to the Caramel CAF. Chapter 40, The Gang in Action. In the mirror world, while Korea, Brule, and others were busy, 2 more people arrived at the Cocoa Island branch of the Soul Workshop. The leader among them was a middle-aged man with short yellow hair and a sharp, eagle-like eyes, complemented by a hooked nose, making his features quite handsome. At that moment, he was speaking into a den mushy, President Tinus. The Cocoa Island branch has been completely wiped out. Then, he recounted how Audric and his subordinates had been frozen into ice sculptures by Akiji. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. I had long heard that Majid would team up with the Blackbeard pirates, if it weren't for their interference. How could Akiji and Oga evade the monitoring of the sea slug and sneak into the land of Wa? On the other end of the den mushy, Tinus responded affirmatively and then added, Elgis, you need to be careful. Our enemies are not just Leeway. Of course, I will also explain this matter to Katakuri as soon as possible. At this point, Tinus seemed to remember something important. Elgis, how many people did you bring to Cocoa Island this time? I'm worried that Majid's group will take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Soft Island branch. Don't worry, President Tinus. I only brought Daguerre with me. The Soft Island is guarded by Rambai and Damas. I don't think there will be any problems. Those 2 are much stronger than Kakashi and the others. Moreover, with my fruit ability, I can fly back to support them in just 2 hours. Well done, Elgis. It seems luck is still on our side. We underestimated the enemy's strength and instead avoided giving them an opportunity. Yes, I will definitely capture Leeway on this trip to Cocoa Island. No matter what, that kid is mainly responsible for the current dire state of Cocoa Island. We certainly want to let that guy named Leeway go. However, Elgis, if you encounter the Blackbeard pirates, please try to escape. Although you are strong, you are still not Akiji's match. Moreover, we don't need to take on the Blackbeard pirates as a strong enemy on behalf of Katakuri. I understand, President Tinus. I am very clear that our enemy is Leeway and that bastard Majid. It's great that you understand. Do a good job, and if you have any news, let me know immediately. After saying this, Tinus hung up the den mushy. The eagle-nosed Elgis glanced at Audric, who was trapped in a huge ice ball, and frowned. Daguerre, take this giant bear away. All right, Lord Elgis. A thin man with long hair stepped forward. He was wearing exaggerated sunglasses and a pink scarf around his neck, and his overall appearance was quite avant-garde. This man named Daguerre approached the ice ball, stretched out his hands, and formed a rectangle with his thumb and index finger, placing it in front of his eyes, softly murmuring, Kacha. The giant ice ball in the room suddenly disappeared, and a paper-like object floated down from midair. Daguerre stepped forward to pick it up, and it turned out to be a photograph. The The photo depicted the giant ice ball that had encased a huge bear. He then took out an album from the bag behind him and placed the newly taken photo inside. Seeing this, Elgers couldn't help but exclaim, "Your fruit ability is really useful. I personally think it's not weaker than Charlotte Mondor's book fruit. However, you need to train more, DeGale. Relying too much on your fruit ability could be harmful to you. Brother Elgers, I don't want to waste time on training. I just want to take more beautiful photos. Come on, you haven't forgotten our main task, have you?" "Of course not. I prepared plenty of bombs. Brother Elgers, as long as we join forces, no matter who the enemy is, they won't stand a chance against us. Yeah, our fruit abilities make the best team." As they spoke, Elgers and DeGale arrived at a room upstairs, the very place where Levi and the others had fought. "Wow, there's so many ice fragments and cookie crumbs here. Could it be that Kreja and Akiji have already clashed?" Elgers quickly made a judgment and went to the broken window to look down at the situation below. The Big Mom pirates were likely in dire straits. On Cocoa Island, in a lavishly decorated room, a snake-tattooed man named Snake, a red-haired woman named Christina, and a young man with 2 mustaches, wearing a red hat and blue overalls, stood in a line. In front of them was a large table, and behind it sat a man in a tailored suit with slick-back hair, smoking a cigar. He was the wealthy international tycoon, McGiddy, with a background in the mafia. McGiddy took a puff of his cigar, exhaling a cloud of white smoke, and said in a steady tone, "Akiji and Wong Oga have already taken care of that unlucky Odric, and Elgers has also arrived on Cocoa Island. This is our great opportunity." "Master McGiddy, do you mean we should take out the Soulwork Society's base on Soft Island?" "That's right, Snake. This operation will be led by you. You just need to make good use of Forza's fruit ability, and you should be able to eliminate the Soft Island branch before Elgers can react." McGiddy extinguished his cigar and turned to the young man in overalls, saying, "Forza, the success of this operation depends on you." "No problem, Master McGiddy. You're my lifesaver, and I will get my all. Besides, once we eliminate the Soulwork Society, the people of the world won't have to sell their soul lifespan at a low price anymore." The young man quickly replied, "I can't wait to get started. Uncle Snake, let's go. Be quick and come back soon. I'll be waiting for your good news right here," said Teenies with a kind smile. "Forza, you've done great work for us again. I think the people of the world will thank you." Upon hearing this, Christina, the red-haired woman, flashed a look of disgust, but she patted Forza on the shoulder and smiled slightly. "Let's go." Finally, Snake led the way and bowed to McGiddy, then left the room with a few others. After watching them leave, McGiddy muttered to himself, "Christina." Chapter 41. The Sun Pirates make their appearance the next day at noon on Cocoa Island. In a ruined old factory, a strong feeling of hunger jolted Levi awake. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly recalled memories from yesterday, feeling somewhat confused. After a moment's thought, he realized he seemed to have been saved. Although he didn't know who his savior was, he had at least regained his life. More importantly, the wounds caused by Wong Oga's gunfire had already healed. Leeway was a bit surprised. After just one night, the deep wound that was visible to the bone had healed. It truly is the talent of a royal general level. Leeway murmured to himself, rubbing his stomach that was growling with hunger, and complained, "With this kind of digestion ability, I've perfectly inherited my aunt's physique." Then, Leeway activated the system and saw that the remaining time for his talent this week had already changed to 4 days. Time was tight. He needed to upgrade his talent quickly. So, Leeway got up in a hurry and walked out of his room. He had to find something to eat. "Leeway, you're awake?" Hearing someone speak, Leeway quickly looked up and felt a surge of joy in his heart, because he knew who had saved him from the sea. It was the Sun Pirates, a pirate crew made up of merfolk and fishmen. Levi's mind immediately recalled the plot from the original work. Ever since the first captain, Fisher Tiger, refused to accept a blood transfusion out of disdain for human blood during his severe injuries and ultimately died from excessive blood loss. The Sun Pirates welcomed their second captain, Jinbe. To protect Fishman Island, Jinbe led the Sun Pirates to join the Big Mom Pirates in search of refuge. However, after Luffy and the others caused chaos in Tato Land, Jinbe officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates. With this in mind, Levi scanned the fishmen present but did not find the current captain of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, who is also Big Mom's son-in-law, just as Levi fell into deep thought. A fishman with 2 small braids, an oval face, and thick lips approached him. He had a sun tattoo on his chest and was wearing a black karate uniform. The fishman then asked, "Your recovery ability is quite impressive. Your wound is already scabbed over. Thankfully, it's just a bullet wound, nothing to worry about. I really have to thank you all, or I would have drowned in the sea." Levi came back to his senses and hurriedly thanked him. In the end, he asked again, "By the way, didn't you guys leave the Land of Nations?" If I remember correctly, Luffy and the others had already safely retreated. Why are you still here? That's not important. What about you? How did you get involved with Akiji and the Blackbeard pirates? Upon hearing Barnes' question, Levi did not hide anything and briefly explained his encounters with the Soul Work Agency, the Big Mom pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates. As Barnes listened, he exchanged glances with his companions and finally summarized, "You are an honest young man. The stories about you have been circulating on the island these past few days. I heard you're planning to eliminate the Soul Work Agency and stop the people of the Land of Nations from having to pay with their soul lifespan. That's true, but my time is running out." At this point, Levi shifted the topic. "I really didn't expect you to still be here, and that Jinbe isn't around. We still have unfinished business. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Barnes, a fishman of the parrotfish species, and I'm also the ship's doctor of the Sun Pirates." The fishman patted his chest and pointed to his other companions, introducing each of them one by one. Leeway greeted his lifesaver again and then asked, "What about your Captain Aladdin and his wife?" "They are currently discussing some important matters with Boss McGiddy," Barnes replied candidly, but did not elaborate further. Leeway didn't pay attention to these things. Through the few minutes of conversation, he heard the system notification sound ringing in his ears. Ding. "You have encountered 3 new races of humans, and your innate strength skill has been upgraded to level B." He felt a surge of joy in his heart. His talent had finally upgraded. But just then, Leeway's stomach growled again. Barnes quickly noticed this and said with a smile, "It seems your stomach is hungry. We just happen to have some food. You should fill your belly first." "Thank you. I really hope to eat some delicacies from the Fishman Island," Leeway said, while hoping to enhance the talent of the steel balloon through delicious food again. Barnes, while instructing his companions to prepare the food, also said with a smile, "It's a pity we can't help you much. By the time the captain returns, we will be leaving the United Nations and heading back to Fishman Island. You saved my life, and that is already a great kindness." Leeway sincerely said that he also activated the system to check the talent description. Innate super strength at the current level. He possesses the immense strength of Big Mom at the age of 15. After reading the description, Leeway quickly analyzed his own strength in conjunction with the original storyline. Big Mom at the age of 5 was already able to seriously injure the elder of the giant clan. So at 15, she must have at least the strength of a vice admiral. He felt that with his current power, he should be able to repel Akiji with a full force strike. More importantly, the increase in strength also significantly enhanced his speed. In other words, Leeway's strength had once again seen a substantial boost. Just as he was about to close the system and prepare to indulge himself, further upgrade the steel balloon's level, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a lot more text in the talent skill bar below. Leeway quickly scrolled down, and sure enough, as the talent level increased, a new skill was activated, changing from the original 3 to 4. Leeway quickly checked the description of a new skill before he could contain his excitement. Power borrowing. This skill allows the user to borrow the strength of others to enhance their own abilities. The prerequisite for borrowing power is the consent of the other party. A maximum of 10 people's strength can be borrowed at one time, and the longest duration for borrowing power is 5 minutes. Note, during the power borrowing period, the person lending their strength will feel completely fatigued. This is too powerful. While the soul contract allows for sharing damage with others, which is already quite impressive, it is still slightly inferior compared to power borrowing. Leeway once again marveled at the power of the Emperor-level talent system. This newly acquired talent skill is somewhat like the Spirit Bomb from Dragon Ball, which can be considered a budget version. If he could borrow the power of some top-tier experts, Leeway believed he could dominate the entire world. Just as his thoughts were racing, he was interrupted by a voice. "Why do you have such a strange smile on your face? Are you hungry or something?" Levi came to his senses and just happened to see the fishman approaching with a lot of delicious food. He quickly shook his head and said, "In front of such delicacies, I could truly feel happy from the bottom of my heart." After saying that, he began to eat heartily. Chapter 42. The malicious gang seeing Levi devouring his food. The fishmen and mermaids burst in a hearty laughter. Barnes even teased, "I once heard Boss McGiddy talk about you. You really are like Big Mom from the Four Emperors, especially your eating style. It's simply identical." Upon hearing this, Levi caught onto a key piece of information and tentatively asked, "Have you dealt with Boss McGiddy?" "As far as I know, humans in the pirate world often discriminate against merfolk." "That's true, but Boss McGiddy is different from other humans. Speaking of which, we can hide here thanks to him." "Barnes, your captain wouldn't have gone to meet them, right?" "Levi, you're very clever. Let's be honest with you. We managed to escape the Big Mom pirate search thanks to his protection. The place we are in now is a factory that Boss McGiddy left vacant a few years ago." "I see." Leeway began to understand. Besides running a lending business, Boss McGiddy owned many inns and hotels throughout the whole Cake Island, especially Cocoa Island. However, with the rise of the Soulwork Society, Boss McGiddy's business was greatly affected, which was why he opposed Teenies. Thinking of this, Leeway suddenly had a bold idea. Since McGiddy dared to save the Sun Pirates, he might be aiming to deal with more than just Teenies' Soulwork Society. This tycoon, with a criminal background, probably wanted to overthrow the Big Mom Pirates. After all, 2 years ago, the Soulwork Society rapidly unified the market for soul lifespan trading with the support of the Big Mom Pirates and quickly became the second largest force in the whole Cake Island. If this is the case, the fact that Aokiji and one Oga arrived at the whole Cake Island so smoothly was likely also due to McGiddy's assistance. Because Juan Oga's ability to use the teleportation fruit was not well developed, at this moment, he should still be unable to cross between islands. With this in mind, Leeway asked again, "Does Boss McGiddy want to join forces with you to deal with the Big Mom Pirates?" He does have this idea, but Captain Aladdin has already politely declined. We still want to return to Fishman Island as soon as possible. I see, but Barnes, didn't you just say that Boss McGiddy helped you a lot? He did help us a lot, but we have already repaid that favor. Aladdin also knows that although Praline has decided to withdraw from the Big Mom Pirates, she doesn't want us to confront her mother directly. It is also for this reason that the two of them came personally to explain the situation to Boss McGiddy. I believe that with Boss McGiddy's character, he will definitely understand our difficulties. Upon hearing the name Praline, Leeway immediately remembered that this mermaid was Aladdin's wife and also the daughter of the Yonko Big Mom. She seemed to be a singer with a wonderful voice. In the original work, Praline used her singing to lure all the sea slugs away from the Straw Hat Pirates, helping them avoid surveillance and successfully escape from the whole Cake Island. Thus, Leeway speculated that Aokiji and the other person could infiltrate the whole Cake Island. Perhaps also because Boss McGiddy had asked the Sun Pirates to help resolve the surveillance issue with the sea slugs. After figuring this out, Leeway pondered over what Snake had told him yesterday. He felt that cooperating with Boss McGiddy was not a bad idea. These two evil forces were just fighting among themselves, and after they wore each other down, Leeway could take the opportunity to eliminate them. Just as Leeway was thinking this, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Barnes, are you still getting used to living here?" Following the voice, Leeway saw Boss McGiddy's son, Johnson. Following him were two strong men whom he had never seen before. One had an afro, a sharp face, narrow eyes, a nose ring, and earrings, dressed in clothes with iron buckles that looked mismatched. The other was a bald man with a chubby face, chewing on a large chicken leg. But what was even more strange was that his arms, exposed from his sleeves, were covered in wrinkles, making one feel nauseous just looking at them. At that moment, Johnson also spotted Leeway. He paused for a moment and greeted him with a smile. "Leeway, you are now the hottest figure on Cocoa Island. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, you were an ignorant young man almost dying in the street because of selling soul lifespan? Young Master Johnson, what a coincidence we have. You've been growing quickly these past few days, and your current bodyguards are clearly much stronger than the previous ones." Leeway also retorted sharply, leaving Johnson speechless. At this moment, Barnes stepped in to mediate. "Oh, so you two know each other? That's great. By the way, Mr. Johnson, where's our captain? Why didn't they come back with you?" "Aladdin and Praline? They changed their minds at my father's persuasion. I came this time to tell you this news. Captain Aladdin has decided to unite with us and declare war on the Soulwork Society." "Are you saying Captain Aladdin doesn't plan to return to Fishman Island?" Barnes asked incredulously, while Leeway, sensing something amiss, shot a questioning glance at Johnson. Johnson, however, smiled and said, "Yes. We eliminated the Soulwork Society's soft and fluffy island branch yesterday, and with Greenbull also taking out the Cocoa Island branch. That leaves Teenies with only 3 branches left. We have a significant advantage." He paused for a moment. "Now is the best time to dominate Wano. As long as we wipe out the Soulwork Society, and with the Big Mom Pirates no longer having the 4 Emperors Big Mom in charge. With our strength alongside the Blackbeard Pirates, taking over Wano would be a piece of cake. Given this favorable situation, Aladdin decided to join us. As long as we can drive away Katakuri and Teenies, Wano has 34 islands. You won't even need to return to Fishman Island." Listening to Johnson's grand speech, Barnes and the others showed uncertain expressions. Seeing this, Johnson continued to incite. "Aladdin and his wife have already gone with Uncle Thompson to deal with the Jam Island branch. He also wanted to take you all to Nut Island to eliminate the Soulwork Society there. This way, Teenies will be left without a commander." "You're lying, Johnson." Leeway interrupted the other person with a firm tone. "You want to use deceit to make Barnes and the others serve you, don't you?" Chapter 43. The Power of the Needle Fruit. Levi's words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Barnes and his companions looked at Johnson and the others with wary eyes. However, Johnson calmly countered, "Everyone, don't listen to Levi's provocation. We have always cooperated pleasantly. Without our help, I believe the anti-pirate group would have found you a long time ago, right?" Upon hearing this, Barnes's tense expression eased slightly, and he asked Levi, "How did you see that young Master Johnson was lying?" "It's simple. Liars have obvious behavioral traits. Everyone, think back to when Johnson was speaking. His gaze was wandering, and he touched his nose 4 or 5 times. These all indicate he is deceiving everyone. Haha, I thought you had some substantial evidence, but it turns out to be mere speculation. Barnes, you wouldn't believe Levi's malicious conjectures, would you?" Hearing this, Levi smiled slightly. "Isn't it simple to prove whether you are lying? Barnes, why not ask Captain Aladdin right now?" "That's right, I'll contact the captain right away." As he spoke, Barnes took out a snail phone and was about to dial when suddenly, with a whoosh, the snail phone was knocked to the ground. A long, thin black needle pierced through the snail phone's body, sticking into the ground. Seeing this, the Sun Pirates immediately grabbed their weapons, all aimed at Johnson and his 2 companions. Levi frowned as well. That long needle seems to have been fired by that explosive-haired guy with a flick of his hand. He didn't make any movements to draw it, so he is likely a devil fruit user. "Cardinal, you are too impatient. But it doesn't matter. After all, Aladdin and his wife are in our hands now, and these lowly races can only obey." "Haha," Johnson said confidently, his words making the Fishman pirates furious. "Didn't we form an alliance? Why are you holding our captain hostage? Isn't it obvious? McGiddy and the others just want to use us." Fortunately, Levi Boy saw through their tricks. "However, with the captain in their hands, we must rescue him. Why say so much? Let's fight them." Some fishmen could no longer hold back, brandishing various weapons and charging directly at Johnson. Seeing this, the one called Cardinal reacted quickly, waving his hands again to launch a series of long needles straight at the faces of the attacking fishmen. Leeway immediately activated the system and used the iron balloon to block the long needles, but some of the fishmen charged too far ahead and still got injured. Barnes and the others, disregarding everything, rushed forward to rescue their fallen comrades and reassured everyone, "Don't act impulsively," seeing that they had pushed back the enemy. Johnson smirked slightly and disdainfully said, "You should save some strength to deal with the Soulwork Society. Otherwise, you won't get to see the captain and the captain's wife." Clearly, in his view, this group of fishmen and mermaid pirates could only obey orders and serve as cannon fodder to help deplete the Soulwork Society's combat strength. Then, Johnson addressed 2 of his subordinates. "Cardinal, you can't make a move anymore. Your fruit ability has too much lethality and will cause casualties. Anyway, with Heilmont here, they won't be able to get close to us." "Understood, Mr. Johnson." At this moment, Barnes was the first to react. He saw that many of his comrades had long needles stuck in them, bleeding profusely, and quickly raised his right hand to signal everyone not to panic. "Everyone, let us calm down first." Then he glared at Johnson. "What have you done to Captain Aladdin?" "Haha, he and Prowling are guests at my house right now. You know, guests are supposed to bring gifts, and Aladdin said he would present the Soulwork Society's Jam Island branch as a gift to my father. You, Barnes, we shouldn't waste time. You should know that with just you guys, you can't defeat us." At this point, Johnson smiled again. "Don't worry. As long as we can deal with the Soulwork Society on Jam Island, I guarantee that the Aladdin couple will return safely." Mr. Johnson has made great progress. This time, although your eyes still unconsciously wander when you speak, you didn't touch your nose again. Levi interrupted him and turned to the pirates behind him, saying, "Don't believe this guy's nonsense. They're not just going after the Soulwork Agency, but also the Big Mom pirates. Until they completely occupy whole Cake Island, you all have to fight against their enemies." "Haha, Levi, you want to deal with the Soulwork Agency too, right?" "We should team up," Johnson replied. "I didn't intend to join forces with you to eliminate the evil Soulwork Agency. After all, let the dogs bite each other and wear each other down. I could save some trouble," Levi added. "However, your actions are simply too despicable. How dare you attack my lifesaver? I can't let you go. Just you? Do you think defeating a few ordinary executives of the Soulwork Agency makes you strong enough to arm wrestle with us?" "How naive," Johnson scoffed. "And about what happened last time, Uncle Snake just didn't want to alarm the Big Mom pirates and wanted to use you as a front. So he let you off the hook. You don't really think you're that impressive, do you? Whether I'm impressive or not, you'll find out soon enough. I think if I capture you, Boss McGiddy will probably release Captain Aladdin, right? After all, you're his only son." After hearing Levi's words, Barnes and the others' eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. Johnson is right. They can't do anything to each other. Continuing to fight will only hurt themselves. Leeway also noticed the change in the expressions of the members of the Sun Pirates, and he smiled. Everyone, please don't lose confidence. I have a way to deal with these two fruit users. As for Johnson, he's just a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway stepped forward, provoking the enemy in front of him with a disdainful gaze. Although Barnes and the others were skeptical, at this point, they could only trust Leeway. Therefore, they all nodded. However, Johnson sneered again. Are you trying to get them killed, Leeway? Cardinal, let him see the true power of the needle fruit. Chapter 44. Fighting side by side with the fishmen. Seeing Johnson's arrogant demeanor, Barnes and the other Fishman pirates showed expressions of anger and worry. A few of them even opened their mouths, but in the end, they did not voice any objections. Leeway naturally knew what the people behind him were thinking. So he spread his arms and said nonchalantly, "Come on, let's see if your needle fruit is more powerful or my defense is stronger." Haha, Leeway, I know your defense is impressive, and Cardinal's long needles really can't hurt you. But don't you think about it? The Sun Pirates have dozens of members. Can you block all the long needles for them? As soon as Johnson finished speaking, Cardinal stepped forward beside him, raised both hands, and shouted the name of his technique, Rain of Needles. Immediately, Cardinal's hands began to fire slender black needles like a machine gun, moving his arms left and right, directing the needles straight at Leeway and the fishmen behind him. Everyone, don't panic. I can block these black needles. Leeway was well prepared. He shouted loudly and then activated the system, using the steel balloon skill. Thanks to the protective capability of this skill, the black needles seemed to hit a shield, making a series of popping sounds before breaking into several pieces and falling to the ground. Seeing this, Johnson and the others were dumbfounded, while Barnes and his group were overjoyed and began to discuss. What kind of ability is this that can block so many black needles from a distance? Leeway, you're amazing. These lethal black needles didn't even touch your body before shattering all over the ground. I was previously skeptical about how you could rescue Miss Bruin from Qingji's hands. Now it seems I was wrong. I was wrong too. I was just about to withdraw. Amidst these discussions, Leeway merely smiled, keeping his main focus on guarding against enemy ambushes, as Johnson still wore that arrogant expression. It was clear that this group had more tricks up their sleeves. Sure enough, Cardinal paused slightly. He stopped firing long needles and glanced at Leeway. The defense is indeed impressive. Not only can you form a shield to block my attacks, but you can also rebound damage. Fortunately, my defense is also quite good. Otherwise, I would have been defeated by my own technique. After saying this, Cardinal rubbed his shoulder and revealed a sinister smile. But can your shield withstand this move of mine? Hell of needles. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly crouched down, placing his hands on the ground, and the floor in front of him suddenly bulged, transforming into long needles several tens of centimeters long. These long needles seemed to come alive, spreading towards Leeway and the others. Is that all? I thought you had some powerful moves. Seeing this, Levi let out a sigh of relief. This guy clearly guessed wrong. He thought his shield could only defend against aerial attacks. Immediately, the long needles of Cardinal, as if seeing a ghost, avoided the area near Levi and then began to grow behind him. Before long, Levi and the members of the Sun Pirates were surrounded by dense long needles, but they were all unharmed. Your shield can actually block underground attacks. This time, an expression of incredible shock appeared on Cardinal's face, and he stood up straight, speaking in an incredulous tone. Leeway glanced at Johnson again and found that the guy still had that calm expression. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This rich second generation can keep his cool. It seems they still have some cards up their sleeves. Meanwhile, the fishmen of the Sun Pirates felt a wave of fear as they saw the sharp long needles not far away. Is this the ability of the needle fruit? It can launch long needles and also make the ground sprout long needles, truly difficult to guard against. No, shouldn't you be more amazed by Leeway's defensive capabilities? Fortunately, he is here, or we would have been injured. Everyone, stop chatting. Our crisis is not over yet. The enemy likely has other tricks. Barnes reacted quickly and immediately noticed that Johnson actually had no sign of panic, so he reminded his companions. Unexpectedly, there are smart ones among the fishmen. You don't think we only have this level of strength, do you? Johnson ran his fingers through his hair, putting on a knowing expression. Leeway, I've discovered your two weaknesses. Your defense seems to have a range effect, able to protect people within a certain area from harm. Ordinary people indeed think about breaking through your protection quickly, but if we can change our mindset, it's actually quite simple. For example, we can drive these people out of your protective zone, then they will be at our mercy. Yes, young Master Johnson, I understand. From the distribution of these black needles, it seems Leeway's maximum defense range is only about 10 meters, As long as we can force this group of fishmen out of this range, we win. After hearing Johnson's words, the frustration on Cardinal's face vanished, and he regained his spirits. As for Barnes and the others, a look of worry flashed across their faces. But they quickly calmed down, because so far, Leeway had saved them twice. More importantly, although Leeway showed a surprised expression, he calmly said, "Johnson, I didn't expect this rich second generation to have some cleverness, to find my flaw so quickly. However, you seem to have forgotten that we are on the ground. At most, you can only destroy the roof, but even if it collapses, I believe my shield can block the damage." In the end, Leeway added, "If you have any other tricks, please feel free to use them." His words also gave confidence to the members of the Sun Pirates. However, Johnson smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry, Leeway. I haven't mentioned your second weakness yet. Your shield seems to only resist harmful physical attacks, right?" Seeing Leeway slightly stunned, he added, "It's your turn now, Halmont. Your fruit ability is best suited to handle this situation." "All right, young Master Johnson. I thought I was just a transport tool," the fat man replied slowly, also glancing at Leeway before finally fixing his gaze on Barnes. "I'm the jet man who ate the jet fruit. I can unleash strong winds. You will be blown out of the protective shield by me, and then pierced by Cardinal's long needles, so you might as well surrender. I don't want to carry the injured to deal with the strong of the Soul Workshop." "Jetman?" Leeway immediately knew what Johnson was thinking. He quickly turned his mind to find a countermeasure. Behind him, Barnes and the others also showed worried expressions again. Chapter 45. The Jet-Propelled Fat Guy. "Well said, Halmont. I almost forgot the main issue. If these fishmen get hurt, then we'll have to attack the Soul Work Agency ourselves." Johnson was smiling happily, completely unconcerned about his subordinate actively revealing their fruit abilities. On the contrary, he added, "However, with Leeway, this capable assistant, we are even more confident in defeating the Soul Work Agency." As he spoke, Johnson pointed at Leeway with an arrogant expression. "You don't want these fishmen to be covered in injuries, do you? So I'm counting on you." Leeway did not expect to hear such lines in this situation. He was momentarily stunned, but then a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had thought of a way. Why not give it a try? It might have an unexpected effect. After making up his mind, Leeway pretended to be enraged, kicking fiercely at a stone beside his foot, which flew off in one direction and then fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. He guessed correctly. On the other hand, Johnson and the others were startled when they first saw Leeway's actions, but when they realized this guy was just throwing a tantrum, they laughed even harder. "Huh, your defense doesn't seem that strong. Huh? Did that just break your defense?" "Young Master Johnson, I almost thought Leeway was going to launch a sneak attack with a hidden weapon, but I heard he can't even shoot down a sparrow. What a waste." Hearing the unrestrained mockery from the enemy, Barnes and the others also showed angry expressions, but soon he noticed that Leeway's face had returned to a calm demeanor. This sudden change prompted Barnes to ask, "Leeway, are you okay? If not, we can have a good fight with the Soulwork Society. After all, they're the enemies you want to deal with." "Don't worry, Barnes, I'm fine. I do want to eradicate the Soulwork Society, but it has to be my own will. No one can force me," Leeway said emphatically, but he quickly smiled again. "You don't have to worry. I've thought a good plan, and none of this group will escape." After hearing Leeway's words, Barnes felt relieved. "That's good, as long as we can catch Johnson. We can get the captain back. Leeway, that McGiddy is already an enemy of our Sun Pirates." His fisherman companions responded in unison. "That's right. We'll make that old guy McGiddy know what regret feels like. Although we are no longer under the Big Mom Pirates. Sister Pudding is still the daughter of the Yonko Big Mom. This group wants to attack the Big Mom Pirates. It's simply asking for death." Johnson did not expect that this group of fishmen, facing imminent death, would still be stubborn. He glanced at Leeway, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. But he still forced himself to issue commands. "Helmont, blow this group of clueless fishmen out. Catanel, use your long needles to give them a chilling experience." "No problem, Mr. Johnson." As he spoke, the chubby Helmont took a deep breath. His body quickly expanded like an inflated balloon, but he continued to inhale, making his body grow larger. Soon, he began to float up slowly. During this time, Catanel remained vigilant, watching Leeway and the others, wary of their potential attack. Johnson reached out to hold Helmont, preventing him from floating away. Witnessing the entire process, Leeway couldn't help but comment, "This fat guy's lung capacity is really impressive. I feel like he has been inhaling for several minutes." At this moment, he finally understood why this fat guy was covered in wrinkles. It turned out to be a side effect of deflating to lose weight. As Johnson saw that Helmont was almost ready, he issued a final ultimatum. "Leeway, Barnes, I'll give you one last chance, It's not too late to surrender now. By the way, I almost forgot the main point. Barnes, you're Fishman. Besides having 10 times the strength of humans, are you also durable? I mean, if you fall from several meters high onto these areas filled with long needles, will you get hurt? Huh? Leeway, what exactly are you trying to ask? Johnson, sensing that the conversation was going awry, quickly interjected. Leeway, don't you understand the situation? Helmont will blow this group of lowly fishmen out of your protective range, and then they will become live targets, allowing Cadenel's long needles to pierce their bodies. Barnes, just answer my question directly. Leeway interrupted Johnson and asked again in a serious tone. We all carry weapons, and even if we fall from the sky, we can use our weapons to support our bodies. Well, that's good. I will deal with the long needles shot by that explosive head. Leeway said with confidence, pointing at Johnson. Come on, let me show you what the strongest defense looks like. Heilmont Cadenel just go all out. Great jet. Needle rain. At Johnson's command, Heilmont shouted the name of the technique loudly, and then suddenly blew towards Barnes and the others. A fierce wind rushed in, causing the fishmen, led by Barnes, to cover their eyes with their hands. They bent their bodies and braced themselves with one foot in front and the other behind, try to withstand the wind. However, the wind was too strong, and the fishmen were blown back one after another. Oh no, we can't hold on any longer. Leeway, it's all up to you now. As these words were spoken, the fishmen of the Sun Pirates were swept up into the air, along with their bodies, into a space filled with long needles. The opportunity has come, needle rain. Cadenel had already raised his hands, fingers spread wide, and shot out countless long needles again. These long needles poured down like a storm, attacking those in the air who were unable to control their bodies. Ha, you fishmen are about to become hedgehogs. Johnson laughed heartily. He had thought Leeway would have some way to counter this. But seeing that the situation had reached this point without any action from the other side, he felt relieved and began to laugh maniacally. Wait, my long needles are being blocked? Hearing this, Johnson sensed something was off. Cadenel's long needles had not even been fired before they broke in half. What's going on? Clearly, Barnes and his group of fishmen have already been blown out of Leeway's protective range. He and his two subordinates showed confused expressions. Meanwhile, Leeway was resisting the fierce wind while softly saying, when the wind stops, it's my turn to counterattack. Chapter 46, Cage-like Defense Before Long. Heilmont stopped blowing wind from his mouth, and his body returned to its original form, a slightly plump man. Cadenel also gasped for breath as he ceased firing long needles, leaving behind a ground littered with broken needles not far away. As for Barnes and the others, as he had said, some agile fishmen used their weapons to prop themselves up, avoiding the tragic fate of being pierced by the long needles. However, many fishmen were more direct. Before landing, they cleared a safe spot with their weapons and landed safely. Thus, everyone was unhurt. Seeing that everyone was safe, Leeway breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the dazed Johnson, feeling a surge of joy. Capture the leader first. So, Leeway immediately leaped up and quickly rushed towards Johnson. Needle battle suit. Unfortunately, the explosive-haired Cadenel reacted quickly. He protected his head with his hands, and sharp long needles grew from his body, blocking Johnson's front like a battlesuit. Be careful, young Master Johnson. The plump Heilmont also grabbed Johnson and swiftly dodged using his jet fruit ability. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Levi was not afraid of the long needles. He threw a powerful punch, directly knocking Cardinal away. Bang! Due to the long needles, Cardinal was tightly pinned against the wall, but the long needles in his arms and chest had been broken by Levi's fist, causing him to faint. With such little defense, he dared to stand in front of a gun. It's no wonder that McGiddy's subordinates were so loyal, and it's understandable that he was dissatisfied with Tinny's. Leeway praised, then pointed to Johnson, who had come back to his senses. Unfortunately, the son of Boss McGiddy is quite disappointing, actually losing focus during the battle. Huh, you're right. I really let people down. Johnson suddenly laughed in anger. Young master, are you okay? Hey, Helmont, thank you for just saving me, and Cadenel too. With partners like you, we can definitely defeat the Big Mom Pirates and the Soulwork Society. Johnson waved his hand, signaling his subordinates not to worry. At this moment, Leeway was surprised to find that the aura of this rich second generation had changed in some way. He paused for a moment. Could it be this guy starting to cheat? Just as his thoughts raced, Leeway was interrupted by the words of the Fishman Pirates behind him. Is this kid stupid? At this point, still dreaming of ruling the world? Forget about that for now. I almost got hurt just now. If I catch him, I can use him to rescue Brother Aladdin and Praline. Before that, I need to teach him a good lesson. In the end, it was the mainstay Barnes who spoke. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Johnson's expression is very calm. We need to be careful about what trick he might pull next. While speaking, he led his companions back behind Leeway, watching Johnson with vigilant eyes. However, Johnson didn't take them seriously. Instead, he turned to Leeway and asked, "Leeway, I admit I underestimated you, but I still don't understand why you were able to withstand Catanel's needle storm. Why should I tell you? I'm not the fat guy next to you who would voluntarily expose his fruitability. Of course, once you become a hostage, in exchange for the Aladdin couple, maybe I would reveal the reason to you." Leeway shrugged and replied with a smile. But he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "I didn't expect the steel balloon's area defense capability could be used in reverse." He used this point to include the needle fruit ability user within the defense range, causing the long needles they shot to not go beyond a 10-meter range. Of course, before this, Leeway also conducted a small experiment. He initially kicked away a stone and found that it shattered upon touching the protective shield, thus understanding that this steel balloon skill had characteristics similar to Doflamingo's birdcage, capable of blocking attacks from both inside and outside. Because of this, Leeway dared to take a risk, and it ultimately worked. Facing a strong enemy, Leeway did not let his guard down and reminded everyone, "We still need to be careful. That fat guy has the jet fruit, and he might escape with Johnson like an airplane." "What's an airplane?" Barnes asked, looking confused. Leeway shook his head and said, "Forget it anyway. Everyone should be careful that he might escape. However, that seems to need to inflate before taking off, so there's no need to be too cautious." While speaking, he noticed that Johnson was still deep in thought and added with a smile, "Stop thinking about it. Even if you rack your brains, you won't come up with anything. If you have that much time, you might as well call your dad now, release Aladdin, and save yourself some trouble." "You make a good point," Johnson conceded. But then he said, "It seems you all have forgotten one thing. I wasn't caught by you, right? Also, I forgot to mention, I'm a devil fruit user." Upon hearing this, Barnes and the others were stunned. But Leeway had anticipated this. "Ever since we last met, I knew you would eat a devil fruit. There's no way around it. Although a devil fruit is worth 100 million berries, for a rich kid like you, it's not too expensive. Don't you want to know my fruit ability? I'm not too interested, but with your personality, I suppose you must have eaten a Logia or a mythical zone devil fruit, right? These two types of fruits are the easiest to enhance one's strength." Leeway said affirmatively, while inwardly complaining. How could a rich second-generation kid waste time on training and developing fruit abilities? Johnson did not deny it. "I didn't expect you, a poor kid, to have such research on fruit abilities. You're right. I indeed ate a Logia-type devil fruit, but there's one thing you got wrong, so don't think you can catch us." Before he finished speaking, Leeway saw a large area of white mist suddenly appear behind Johnson, rapidly spreading out. "Oh no, it's smoke. But the smoke fruit should be Smoker's ability." Levi rushed towards Johnson while saying, "Jet takeoff." As soon as he spoke, he heard a buzzing sound, followed by a mocking voice in his ear. "Huh, you guessed the fruit of Hayermint wrong. He just needs to charge up when he uses his jet, but could take off directly." After Johnson finished explaining, he added, "I also have to thank you for slamming Catanel against the wall. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save him. Since you've helped us so much and let me have so much fun, I'll tell you about my fruit ability. I ate the mist fruit and became the Smog Man." Before Johnson could finish his sentence, Levi quickly unleashed a sound attack, and a deafening sound erupted, causing the fishmen behind him to fall into a daze. As long as Johnson and the fat guy also became dizzy, it would be a great success. Leeway silently prayed. Chapter 47. The Enemy in the Thick Fog. However, things did not develop as Leeway had expected. He heard Johnson's triumphant voice in the air. "Leeway, I've been waiting for you to use this trick, but unfortunately, we have already put on our earplugs." After saying this, he ordered his henchmen to leave quickly. Leeway could only leave the Sun Pirates behind for now. He quickly followed the sound. Fortunately, there were few people nearby, so he didn't lose track. However, the fog was too thick, and he couldn't even see the features of someone right in front of him. Leeway chased for a while, feeling the fog thickening and the enemy moving further away. He had no choice but to stop and ponder how to develop a long-range attack. Suddenly, he heard a sharp voice from the air. "Finally found you, Leeway." Through the thick fog, Leeway couldn't tell who the enemy was or how many there were, but he knew from the sound's origin that the enemy was coming from the air. Suddenly, Leeway felt a jolt of instinctive danger and immediately covered his head with his hands, entering a defensive stance. Boom! After a loud crash, Leeway sensed a large stone falling from above, hitting him perfectly. Haha, as expected of someone with iron-like defense, being struck by this granite, you were completely unscathed. Leeway heard the sharp sound again, and his heart trembled. The enemy could actually ignore the obstruction of the thick fog and hit him accurately. It seemed very likely that they were a devil fruit user. At that moment, another person quietly said, "Brother Elges, quickly tell me where to throw it? Are there two enemies?" Leeway quickly understood, and he also realized the enemy's identity was actually from the Soulwork Society. "Daguerre, don't worry. Leeway won't attack from a distance. We are in an unbeatable position. Plus, with this inexplicable thick fog, he can't do anything to us." A sharp voice rang out again, but the person quickly revealed Leeway's position. Soon after, Leeway heard the whistling sound of something cutting through the air, and before long, another huge rock fell from the sky, crashing down towards him. Relying on the defense of the steel balloon, Leeway withstood the damage without injury. However, right after that, a series of large rocks came crashing down one after another. Leeway could only curl up his body and let the stones hit him. But he muttered to himself, "So many large stones, they must be quite heavy. How did the enemy manage to first bring them to such a high altitude and then attack me like launching missiles?" Unfortunately, the thick fog still hadn't dissipated. Thinking of this, Leeway immediately shouted, "Mr. Johnson, you are truly despicable. Your father, Boss McGiddy, keeps saying he wants to support me in taking down the Soulwork Society, but you team up with him to deal with me? What? This fog was created by McGiddy's people?" Soon, the enemies from the Soulwork Society reacted and couldn't help but ask. Johnson, however, seemed to have heard Leeway's voice, but he snorted coldly and did not respond. Levi could only ponder how to launch a ranged attack while continuing to provoke. "Johnson, I know you're jealous of my talent and gifts, but I didn't expect you to do such a despicable and shameless thing. You came to me today, saying you want to team up with me and the Sun Pirates to eliminate the Soulwork Society and the Big Mom Pirates. I hesitated for just a moment, and you turned around to ally with the Soulwork Society? Are you trying to usurp power?" Poor Boss McGiddy, despite all precautions, never expected that the one he should guard against the most was his own son. "Shut up. How could I?" Johnson finally couldn't hold back and interrupted Levi's slander. But before he could finish his words, he quickly warned, "Hailmont, be careful. That eagle is coming to attack us." "Young Master Johnson, you should disperse the fog." "I can't see anything," Hailmont replied while flying upwards. But soon he screamed, "I'm hurt." Hearing these voices, Levi was overjoyed. Not only did he know that the enemy sent by the Soulwork Society was a user of the Eagle fruit, but more importantly, they had directly engaged with Johnson and the others. Two enemies with flying abilities were entangled together, which Levi saw as good news. "Hailmont, are you okay? I can barely hold on." "Young Master, we need to go down first." "Damn Soulwork Society, damn Levi," Johnson said fiercely, but at this point, he could only let his subordinates return to the ground first, while he also dispersed the fog. The fog quickly cleared, and Levi finally regained his vision, no longer like a blind person who couldn't see anything. First, he saw that the area around him was filled with shattered rocks, deeply embedded in the ground, indicating how great the impact had been. Then, Levi looked up at the sky and indeed saw a huge eagle circling above. Occasionally, a man with long hair would peek out from the back of the eagle, looking down at the situation on the ground. The enemy from the Soulwork Society had been found, but Levi had a bigger question in his mind. Where did the stones that just fell come from? It seemed that the long-haired man had a very special fruit ability. He immediately made a judgment, and then looked around, but did not find Johnson and the others. Leeway discovered a house not far away, presumably a place to hide. Just as he was searching, he noticed a large black shadow attacking him. Looking up, he saw another big rock coming his way. "Perfect, I was just thinking of trying this move." This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he rapidly shook his right foot and then kicked with force. Suddenly, a white crescent-shaped slash wave, glowing with blue light, erupted from his foot and directly hit the giant rock. Bang! Although the rock didn't crack, the slash wave changed its direction, causing it to land beside Leeway. Successful. Leeway couldn't help but nod, although he had just recalled the plot of the original work, knowing that to execute the Gale Kick, he had to make good use of his leg muscles, rapidly contracting and extending them to generate kinetic energy, and then swiftly kicking out to exceed the speed of sound, causing air compression in front of his leg and creating a sharp, cutting wave. Logically speaking, with the strength of a 15-year-old, executing the Gale Kick should be no problem. However, Leeway was still quite satisfied with successfully performing the Gale Kick on his first attempt. Meanwhile, the Eagle and his partner in midair couldn't help but ask, "Is this the Navy's 6 styles? How could Leeway know the Navy's techniques?" Leeway smiled slightly and shouted loudly, "I've said it long ago, I am a genius. The mere 6 forms of the Navy? ISNT, that's something you can learn in no time." Chapter 48. The might of the 6 forms of the Navy nearby the seaside in an abandoned house. Johnson looked at Leeway not far away, confused, and said, could he really be a genius? But soon, he shook his head again. Impossible. Someone who would willingly sell his soul and lifespan to please a girl could never be a genius. I wouldn't lose to such a waste. After saying this, Johnson took a deep breath. Once the angry and unwilling expression on his face faded, he walked back into the room, seeing that Cardinal was still unconscious, and Hyelmont was covering his abdomen with his hand, where blood was still flowing profusely. It was clear he could no longer take off for a long-distance flight. However, Johnson did not show any signs of disappointment. Instead, he asked with concern, I've contacted my dad through the phone bug. He will send someone to support us soon. Sorry, Mr. Johnson. It's all my fault for being too weak. Hyelmont, don't speak yet. We didn't want this to happen. But you don't have to worry. The fight between Leeway and the Soulwork Society won't end anytime soon, which gives us a chance. I've thought of a brilliant hiding place that fool Leeway will definitely not think of. Johnson said confidently as he helped Cardinal up and walked out of the room with Hyelmont. At the same time, Leeway took a moment to glance at the house. But he knew that he couldn't capture anyone without dealing with the enemies in the air first. Fortunately, Leeway was already quite skilled at using the Gale Leg and was currently unleashing several slashing waves. To dodge the attacks, the Eagle Fruit user, Elgis, had to constantly change directions, which made Daigle hold tightly onto his brother's collar, preventing him from attacking. This kid is really annoying. Brother Elgis, I really need him to taste the power of bombs. Don't rush. With Leeway attacking so frequently, he will soon exhaust his strength. I've heard that the 6 forms of the Navy consume a lot of stamina. All right, just as the two were quietly discussing tactics in the air, Leeway on the ground was attacking with the Gale Leg, while recalling the principles of the remaining 5 moves of the 6 forms of the Navy. He first remembered the description of the moonwalk from the original work. If he could learn this move, he would have the ability to fly and perhaps defeat that annoying eagle. As a time-traveling character familiar with the plot, Leeway knew that the moonwalk, like the Gale Leg, mainly relied on leg strength to perform attacks. The moonwalk uses strong foot strength to step on the air, creating powerful suspension force, thereby allowing one to walk in the air like stepping on stairs. After the description of the moonwalk flashed through his mind, Leeway calculated, with his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, he temporarily stopped using the Gale Leg and concentrated his power in his feet, then jumped vigorously into the air. Seeing this, the eagle in the air immediately ascended, while the long-haired man behind him provocatively laughed. Leeway, your strength is indeed great. You can jump this high, but you can't fly. How could you possibly catch us? Stop talking, Daigle. Quickly use your ability to attack Leeway. Don't forget, there's a move in the 6 forms of the Navy that can fly. Huh. Okay, Brother Elgis. At this moment, as the upward force disappeared, Leeway forcefully pushed down with his right foot, and with a bang he stopped in mid-air. I did it. Leeway once again marveled at the power of the talent bestowed by the system. But after a moment of distraction, he suddenly realized he was about to fall again. Frightened, he quickly kicked a few times to stabilize his body. Once he adapted to the force and mastered the technique of controlling his balance, Leeway immediately flew towards the direction of his enemy. However, at that moment, he discovered that the eagle was actually flying towards him as well. This was a good turn of events. Leeway was worried that the move Moon Step, although capable of flying, was too slow to catch the enemy. At that moment, the enemy took the initiative to attack, making things easier for him. Levi quickly entered a combat state, waiting for the enemy to approach before delivering a fatal blow. During this process, Levi continuously used the Moon Step to suspend himself in midair, but he couldn't help but secretly complain. The Moon Step is indeed useless. No wonder Sanji stopped using it after getting a battlesuit that can turn invisible and fly, despite having practiced it for 2 years. Suddenly, Levi noticed the enemy rising unexpectedly, coming above him. This caught Levi off guard, but he quickly figured out the enemy's intention and thought to himself, good, let's have some fun. Moments later, he heard a cocky voice from above. Huh, let me show you the power of a bomb. As the voice fell, he saw a long-haired man on an eagle throw a piece of paper, which floated down lightly and suddenly went bang, transforming into a bomb with a lit fuse. What kind of fruit ability is this? Leeway was a bit stunned. He quickly used the Moon Step to change direction, trying to dodge the explosion. However, it was too late. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and a massive shockwave rushed towards Leeway, making it impossible for him to control his body. He was like a kite with a broken string, carried away by the shockwave, and then rapidly fell down. Bang! Levi slammed down fiercely, creating a large hole in the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Huh. I think Levi must be seriously injured this time, right? Brother Olges, as long as we work together, no one will be our opponent. Don't get too cocky, Daigle. Levi's defense is quite strong. It is said that even the sniper Van Oga from the Blackbeard Pirates couldn't break through it. The big eagle was talking and circling around the large hole created by Levi. After waiting for a while, he still couldn't see Levi's figure. Falling from thousands of meters in the sky and being attacked by bombs, I think even the Empress Big Mom herself would be seriously injured, right? Brother Olges, you are overestimating Levi's strength. We should be more cautious. Daigle, use the boulders again. No, use bombs to attack Levi's landing spot. All right, but I don't have many photos left. The long-haired young man, Daigle muttered, while scattering the remaining photos he had in his hand. In the air, these photos turned into giant rocks, large wooden pieces, and bombs. Boom, boom. After a series of loud noises, huge dust clouds rose from the ground. When the dust settled, the eagle looked down again and saw that the pit Levi had created had become larger, and the area was filled with broken stones, wood, and debris. The battle is over, Brother Olges. We should go down to collect Levi's corpse, and then capture Majidai's son. No rush, Daigle. Let's wait a bit longer. Levi is very cunning. It's a pity that your photo fruit can't capture seawater in the photos. Otherwise, we could see if Levi is actually luring us back to the ground. Brother Olges, forget it. I wouldn't say anything. The long-haired man Daigle felt a bit helpless to comment. So, the eagle flew for a while longer. Seeing that there was no movement on the ground, he finally returned to the ground and transformed back into human form. The two of them arrived at the pit and began to search carefully. Suddenly, Olges shouted loudly, "Be careful, Daigle." Before he finished speaking, a figure flew out of the pit, heading straight for them. Bang, bang. It was Levi. He had waited a long time for this opportunity to launch a surprise attack and immediately unleashed a full-force strike. The long-haired man was directly hit, sent flying, and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Although Olges sensed the crisis, Levi's speed was too fast, forcing him to block with his hands. Yet he still underestimated Levi's strength. With that one strike, Olges felt a sharp pain. He realized his right hand was broken and could only hang limply. Seeing the success of his surprise attack, Levi continued to intensify his assault. He had gone through great effort to lure the enemies to the ground and would not give them another chance to fly back up into the air. Olges missed the opportunity, and coupled with his injury, he could only defend passively. Leeway, however, became more and more courageous in battle. He needed to quickly defeat these two enemies and then capture Johnson, using a hostage exchange to rescue the Aladdin couple from the Sun Pirates. As the situation shifted, it wasn't long before Leeway landed a heavy punch directly on Elgis's face. Elgis staggered, and before he could react, Leeway kicked him again, sending him crashing to the ground. Leeway was still unyielding, continuing to charge forward, delivering a series of punches to the enemy, directly causing him to bleed profusely and collapse unconscious to the ground. After defeating the enemy, Leeway dragged the long-haired man from a short distance away and arranged them neatly side by side. Once he finished these tasks, Leeway mentally reviewed the recent battle process. He knew that his ability to defeat these two enemies was not only due to the powerful defense granted by the system, but also largely relied on his strategy. From the very beginning, Leeway understood that only on the ground could he have the chance to take down the flying eagle. The long-haired young man, who could throw large objects, sparked an idea in him, leading to a very reasonable rationale. Thus, Leeway decided to temporarily learn the moon step and fly into the air so that the long-haired man would throw various large objects, allowing him to feign defeat and encourage both enemies to return to the ground. As his thoughts raced, Leeway was suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Are you okay?" Levi turned to see the newcomers. It was Barnes and several companions who had arrived. He quickly shook his head and briefly recounted the battle that had just occurred. So was Elges and his group. Elges is the leader of the Soul Work Society's Soft Cloud Island branch. You actually managed to defeat him. That's impressive. In response to Barnes's admiration, Levi hurriedly rushed toward the house. He had more important matters to attend to. Barnes left a few companions to guard the unconscious enemies, while he followed closely behind with a group of fishmen. Chapter 49. The strange hiding place. Moments later, Levi and the others arrived at their destination. He pushed open the door and found it empty. Johnson and the others weren't hiding here? Levi frowned at Barnes's words. I shouldn't have been mistaken. Johnson didn't leave through the air. I suspect that the fat guy was injured by the eagle fruit user and could no longer fly. However, this area only has this one house. Levi, as you can see, the surroundings are just beach. There's nowhere to hide. I understand what you mean, Barnes. However, before the fog dispersed, I did hear the fat guy's screams, and shortly after, Johnson withdrew the fog. Since then, I haven't seen anyone flying away. They must be hiding nearby, Leeway said with certainty, as he approached the wall of the room where a lot of sand had fallen. Look, these bloodstains should belong to the fat guy. Johnson and the others did stay in this room for a while, and to avoid being discovered by us, he covered the bloodstains with sand to conceal them. You make a valid point. Barnes also came over, stirring the sand and noticing that it indeed contained red liquid. He agreed with Leeway's viewpoint, but raised a question. So where is Johnson hiding? We need to remember that he is not a strong person, and one could even say he lacks strength, making it impossible for him to escape far with 2 injured companions. Let's not dwell on that for now. Let's split up and take action. Once we find them, make sure to issue a warning immediately. Although Johnson isn't very strong, his mist fruit ability is quite suitable for hiding. Leeway made a quick decision and issued orders to the Sun Pirates. A few fishmen exchanged glances, split into pairs, and began searching for the enemy's traces in different directions. Leeway also stepped out of the house and gazed at the distant, foamy sea surface. Due to the proximity to the shore, many rocks protruded not far away. Johnson and his 2 subordinates were all devil fruit users. They couldn't swim and couldn't hide in the sea. Barnes followed Leeway, looked out at the sea along his line of sight, and offered his opinion. Leeway nodded. Not knowing how to swim and fearing the seafloor stones, these are the only 2 weaknesses of the ability user. But with a glance at the beach, there's nowhere to hide. As he spoke, he bent down and pointed at the sand on the beach, continuing, moreover, what's even stranger is that the fat man's blood trail disappears at the sea. Upon hearing this, Barnes was taken aback for a moment. He squatted down and squeezed the sand. You really observe closely. This is indeed strange, but isn't going to the sea a death wish for an ability user? When all impossible factors are eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how unreasonable, must be the truth. Levi suddenly said this famous line, then pointed to the sea and added, moreover, not everything above the sea is necessarily seawater. So it turns out, you not only possess great strength, but are also a smart person, Levi. Barnes also reacted. He stood up and then, with a splash, jumped into the sea. Not far away, hiding behind a rock, Johnson saw someone jump into the sea and swim towards the reef. He couldn't help but whisper, damn, how did they figure out we were hiding here? Beside him, the injured fat man, Holmont, responded in a barely audible voice. Young master, why don't you let me have a piece? Can we still escape in time? Levi can't fly. No, let's wait a bit longer. There are many rocks here, and even if the fishmen are good swimmers, it will still take some time to search. Johnson rejected his subordinate's request. He first took out a small bottle, carefully examining the few blue pills inside, and then said, unless absolutely necessary, we can't take this deadly medicine because the side effects are too severe. But, young Master Johnson, they will find us sooner or later. By then, Holmont, don't worry, my father has already sent someone to call for force. As long as we find him, with his fruit ability, we can leave immediately. So, all we need to do now is wait, patiently wait, and we must not lose our composure. Johnson showed a determined expression, and his demeanor also uplifted the tense Holmont. Young master, you know I originally opposed you taking on such a dangerous task because I thought it was unnecessary. But now it seems the boss arranged it correctly. In just half a day, you've made significant progress. I believe that after some time, you'll be able to do more for the boss. Holmont, my father is right. People must go through hardships to grow. I regret not coming out to help my father sooner. However, fortunately, with your capable partner's assistance, my father was not defeated by the disastrous loss 2 years ago. Johnson patted Holmont on the shoulder. You must take care of your injuries. There are dozens of islands in this country. After we defeat the Big Mom pirates and their lackeys, the Soul Work Agency, managing such a vast territory will still rely on trusted companions like you. We will do our best, young master. I believe the unconscious Catanel thinks the same. We don't want to be under others for long. The fat Holmont nodded solemnly. Johnson wanted to say a few more encouraging words, but at that moment, a voice suddenly came from above, a gang organization dedicated to wrongdoing, making such a touching scene. I don't even know what to say. Levi, how did you get here? Johnson looked up and saw the person he least wanted to see, his face showing a look of terror. Holmont was even more shocked. How can you fly to? This is the moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. Where did you learn it? Levi, while kicking hard to stop himself in midair, looked at the rich second-generation hostage and smiled slightly. Are you talking about the moonwalk? I just learned it. What can I say? Being a genius means learning quickly. Saying this, he paused slightly, then pointed at Johnson. You really have improved quickly. Now you can even draw a pie. If you can turn from darkness to light, in due time, you'll definitely become an outstanding person. Forget it. You evil people won't understand this. I'll say something useful instead. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. After all, I still need you to exchange for the Aladdin couple. After finishing, Levi shouted loudly, Barnes, everyone come here quickly. I found Johnson and the others. Chapter 50. The effect of the deadly medicine upon hearing Levi's words. Johnson turned to look at the coast, where the fishmen still searching on the beach jumped into the sea, quickly swimming towards the reef with Barnes. Johnson, hiding among the rocks is indeed a good idea, but now that I've seen through it, don't even think about escaping. I know your mist fruit ability is very suitable for hiding, but the sea surrounds us. You're all ability users, and if you fall into the sea, it's certain death. Leeway said while closely watching every move of Johnson and his chubby subordinate. Also, let me give you some bad news. In addition to the moonwalk, I've also learned the gale kick from the Navy's 6 styles, which allows for long-range attacks. If you're still thinking of escaping from the air, I suggest you don't, or you'll easily end up getting hurt even more. Hearing this, an expression of anger and disbelief appeared on Johnson's face. Seeing this, Leeway chose not to provoke the rich second generation any further. He knew that given the other party's personality, he wouldn't make any unnecessary struggles, as it was pointless. For Leeway, he didn't want Johnson to get hurt either. After all, he still needed this hostage to exchange for Aladdin and his wife's freedom. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but glance over at the Sun pirates swimming over. Just then, Leeway suddenly heard some commotion coming from below, and he quickly turned his gaze towards the rocks where Johnson was, only to be surprised to find that the previously unconscious user of the needle fruit had actually woken up and was approaching. Needle Rain. As the name of the move was shouted, the explosive-haired Cardinal lay on the rocks, raising both hands, shooting out a large number of long needles. This is bad. Leeway's mind jolted, and he hurriedly protected his eyes, using the steel balloon skill to withstand the long needle's damage. Young Master Johnson, don't hesitate. This is our last chance. Halmont, it all depends on you now. Young Master, give me that deadly potion. Before the fat man could finish his sentence, he saw Johnson twist off the bottle cap and pour the contents in his mouth all at once. That's right, young master, hold on tight. Halmont quickly lifted off while holding Johnson, and just as he left the reef, he saw several white crescent-shaped, slashing waves attacking them. Boom! The reef was sliced into pieces, and poor Cardinal was directly hit, falling into the sea. Cardinal, young master, Cardinal has done what he was supposed to do. We must not let his efforts go to waste. Halmont said softly, his eyes now red with white pupils, a large wound on his chest oozing blood, which dripped from his hands into the sea. Despite this, Halmont felt no pain. On the contrary, he believed he had never been in such a good state. He increased his speed and flew away quickly. Johnson, below, tightly gripped Halmont's hand. He first looked up, squinting at the horrifying amount of blood flowing, then felt a rushing wind by his ears, and a strange thought surged in his mind. Is this the power of the deadly potion, ES? It's truly terrifying. However, he was worried that Halmont might not be able to hold on and hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Don't worry, like Cardinal, even if it cost me my life. I will ensure your safe escape. While speaking, Halmont looked back and saw Leeway had been left behind, but was still chasing after them using Moonstep. Johnson noticed this too and gritted his teeth, saying, Damn it, this is all Leeway's fault. I will not let him off. That's right, young master. Leeway is the murderer of Cardinal, just like he was the one who killed the soul workshop of O'Neill. He is our enemy. I know. I will not let him off. I want him to experience the pain of 1,000 cuts. Johnson said fiercely, extending a hand to cover Halmont's bleeding wound. As long as we get through this tough time, I will repay you. This is what I should do, young master. Halmont suddenly started to sway, but he gritted his teeth and held on. A look of panic flashed in Johnson's eyes, but he looked back and said, Halmont, there's a forest over there. Just hold on a little longer. Once we get into the forest, I can use the fog fruit's ability to obscure our sight. Okay, when we reach the forest, you should escape first. Young master, I no longer have much strength left. If you carry me, you will definitely be caught by Leeway. Halmont said while desperately flying. Once they reached the depths of the forest, he began to descend. Upon reaching the ground, Halmont reiterated his point, but Johnson refused to agree to his request. I cannot abandon my companions. When the thick fog spreads, I will call my father again. As soon as Force arrives, we'll be safe. At the end, Johnson did not forget to boost morale. Halmont, I absolutely will not allow you to die here. You must know that Leeway is waiting for you to kill him. We must take revenge for the great hatred of burying Cardinal in the sea. Moments later. A dense fog covered a large area of the forest. Leeway also arrived above the thick fog, looking down at the forest and finding that he couldn't see anything clearly. Leeway, what should we do now? Hearing Barnes' voice, Leeway had no choice but to return to the ground. He saw a fishman holding a person with an afro and quickly asked, "That person with the needle fruit ability won't suddenly wake up, right?" "Don't worry, Leeway. He's been soaking in the sea for so long that he has no strength left." After hearing Barnes' explanation, Leeway looked around, nodded, and asked another question. "I'm a bit curious. How is that fat guy flying so fast? He doesn't look injured at all. By the way, it seems like he took some pills. What he took might be the deadly drug." "Deadly drug? Is it the kind that the new Fishman pirate crew takes?" "Leeway, you know quite a bit. Speaking of which, these drugs were most likely found on Captain Aladdin. He was our ship's doctor before. And after Jean Bay and Luffy defeated Hody Jones, they took these drugs with them." Upon hearing this, Leeway understood, since he took the deadly drug, it meant that the fat guy really couldn't fly anymore. "By the way, Leeway, although we know Johnson is hiding in this forest with this thick fog, we can't find him for now." Regarding Johnson, Leeway looked at the fishman who followed and smiled. "Don't worry, I think we'll find Johnson soon." Chapter 51. The Importance of Physical Knowledge. Leeway, we need to hurry. As far as I know, there is a pipe fruit ability user under Boss McGiddy who can create a pipe that reaches anywhere. Once he arrives, we won't be able to catch Johnson and the others. There's such a fruit ability? Leeway was greatly shocked by the words. This type of spatial fruit ability is the hardest to deal with. Like Bruno's Door fruit ability in CP9 and Big Mom Pirates Brulee's Mirror fruit ability, which are truly headache-inducing. Of course, powerful fruit abilities are often eaten by some low IQ weaklings. Barnes saw that Leeway understood the urgency of the situation and quickly added, "So, we need to quickly find Johnson, or else they might get away." Relying solely on this needle fruit user probably won't be enough to secure Captain Aladdin and Sister Pudding's freedom. At this moment, his fisherman companions behind him also became anxious. However, the area of this forest is so large, and with the thick fog obstructing visibility, it won't be easy to find that guy. We should hurry in and look for him. Otherwise, it will really be too late. Leeway, you need to come up with a good plan quickly. All right, Leeway is so smart. He must have a way. By the end, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates turned their gaze to Leeway, including Barnes. Seeing this situation, Leeway scratched his head and looked at the foggy forest not far away. After thinking for a moment, he said, "At this point, we can only set fire to the mountain. We'll start a fire at the edge of the fog and let the flames spread inward. This way, we can force them out. After all, Johnson is with an injured fat guy, and if he doesn't, he won't turn into a roasted pig. He has to show himself." "Good idea, Leeway. Let's do that. Let us act quickly." Several fishmen immediately scattered to prepare to set fire. Barnes then walked over and said, "Setting fire is indeed a good method, but our numbers are few, and Johnson might still escape using the fog. Moreover, this big fire could possibly kill Johnson, and in that case, we would end up harming Captain Aladdin. The fire won't kill Johnson. It will only disperse the fog. So don't worry, Barnes." Leeway confidently said that before making the decision to set the mountain on fire, he first combined his knowledge of middle school physics and identified a way to dissipate fog based on the reasons for its formation. Of course, Leeway was also very aware that in the world of pirates, there are various superpowers which cannot be inferred by common logic. Before crossing over, Leeway often joked that Uncle Oda was just a comic artist who didn't understand physics at all, which is why he made the mistake of having the temperature of magma, which is clearly lower than that of flames, yet introduced the setting of the magma fruit being superior to the flame fruit. Additionally, Enel's rumble fruit can melt gold, yet such powerful lightning is completely restrained by Luffy's gum fruit. These antics of Oda almost made Newton's coffin lid unable to stay shut. In the midst of his thoughts, Leeway was interrupted by Barnes's words. "Leeway, why do you have such a strange smile? And what did you mean by what you just said?" Leeway came to his senses and saw a fishman not far away had already ignited a flame. He hurriedly explained, "The so-called fog is actually tiny water droplets or ice crystals that condense from water vapor in the air under specific conditions, suspended in the air." "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." "Forget it, Barnes. The fire will heat the air. You can understand that, right? After heating the air, it will evaporate the fog droplets and make them disappear. Just watch." Leeway believes that teaching physics knowledge is not as effective as seeing it in person. So he pointed to the fire. Barnes looked in the direction Leeway was pointing and indeed saw the thick fog slowly dissipating as the fire burned it away. Although he was confused, he still shouted, "It's true, Leeway. You are a wise young man. It's just that you all lack common sense. Leeway cursed inwardly, but seeing the thick fog slowly dissipate, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Fortunately, the fog here still follows the principles of physics. After his complaints, Leeway saw that Barnes was also coming to help. He jumped forcefully and used the moon step to hover in midair. Then, taking a deep breath, Leeway shouted loudly, "Johnson, if you don't want to be buried in flames, you'd better come out quickly." After a pause, he added, "Fire is the nemesis of fog. You should have noticed that the fog you released is disappearing and you have nowhere to run." Sure enough, after a while, Leeway heard a panicked voice not far away. "You're ruthless, Leeway. We're here. You have to come save me." Leeway felt a rush of joy and quickly flew down to the place where Johnson had called for help. Sure enough, he saw a dusty and disheveled Johnson, supporting the barely conscious fat man, who was trying to beat out the flames with a branch. "Let's go." Leeway didn't waste words. He grabbed Johnson with one hand and the chubby guy with the other, then kicked hard to return to the air. After that, he shouted loudly, "Everyone come back. Johnson has been found." Leeway returned to the ground and first glanced at the fat guy, noticing that his face was already full of wrinkles, suggesting that the side effects of the fierce drug had taken effect. He couldn't help but shake his head. "What are you doing this for?" "Young Master Johnson, this is all your own doing." "Humph, don't act like a victor here. The outcome between us hasn't been decided yet." In response to Johnson's words, Leeway gave a cold smile. "Oh, really? Then you should be grateful that you still have some value to us. Otherwise, we would have settled the score long ago." You what? We should go meet your gangster father now." Leeway saw that all the members of the Sun Pirates were present and immediately interrupted Leeway's words. Barnes, seeing Johnson, also breathed a sigh of relief. The other fishmen showed smiles that had been absent for a long time, and a few of them angrily remarked, "I didn't expect this young master to be quite a handful. Fortunately, with that kid Leeway around, otherwise this guy would have escaped." "Yes, Kid Leeway, thank you." Leeway waved his hand and said we should go. "Captain Aladdin is getting impatient." After saying this, he turned to Johnson and added, "Hurry up and contact the user of the pipe fruit ability. We need to exchange the hostages as soon as possible." Chapter 52. The ability of the pipe fruit on Cocoa Island. In a luxurious room, a man with slick back hair and a cigar in his mouth sat in a large leather chair. He was dressed in a sharp suit and draped in a black fur coat. His features bore some resemblance to Johnson. He was none other than the most famous merchant in the world, McGiddy. At this moment, McGiddy was speaking to the phone bug on the table in front of him. "What? Snake, are you saying you didn't find my son, but instead saw the defeated Elgers and Daguerre?" "Yes, Mr. McGiddy, Elgers and the others have been knocked out, and with our ambush results from yesterday, the Soul Work Society's soft and fluffy island branch has been completely wiped out. Well, it seems that Leeway is indeed a powerful rival. But Snake, the most important thing now is to find Johnson and the others." "Don't worry, I asked the merman guarding Elgers, and he said that young Master Johnson doesn't seem to have fallen into the hands of the Sun Pirates." Upon hearing this, McGiddy's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just as he was about to respond, a hurried voice came from the other end. "What? Force, you say young Master Johnson contacted you again? He has fallen into Leeway's hands?" "Snake, what on earth is happening?" McGiddy asked anxiously. After a while, he heard Snake's answer. "Young Master Johnson has been found by Leeway. The other party demands to exchange the young master for the Aladdin couple. Mr. McGiddy, I will go over now. Go, Snake. Protect Johnson and bring Leeway to see me. I am becoming more and more interested in him." "Okay, Mr. McGiddy." After the conversation ended, McGiddy put away the phone bug, stood up, and muttered to himself, "Does Leeway really possess Charlotte Lean's power and defense? However, when it comes to strength, I will not lose." On Cocoa Island, in a forest near the sea, Leeway saw Snake with the snake-shaped tattoo again, the red-haired woman Christina, and a young man wearing a red hat and blue overalls. He pointed at the young man he met for the first time and asked straightforwardly, "You are the one with the pipe fruit ability, right?" Before the young man could answer, Christina jumped in first. "Fours indeed ate the pipe fruit, Leeway. You said yesterday that you wanted to cooperate with us, so why did you suddenly do something like this? I didn't expect you, a beautiful woman, to play dumb so well." Leeway glanced at Christina again, startling her into pulling her clothes tighter, and she angrily said, "If you keep staring, be careful I gouge out your eyes." "All right, Christina, we have serious business to attend to." Snake interrupted his subordinate, looking directly at Leeway. "Although the fishmen are strong, they're often not smart and can only be used as cannon fodder for charging in a battle. You've chosen the wrong partner." As soon as he finished speaking, the fishermen pirates behind Leeway stirred restlessly. "Snake, what are you trying to say? You don't think you're clever, do you? You've been using us all along. You despicable and shameless human." Seeing his companions continuously arguing, Barnes raised his hand to let everyone calm down, then smiled and said, "We're not unintelligent. We just can't do things like forcing others. In my view, what McGiddy is doing is hundreds of times worse than what Tinny's did. You're talking nonsense. Boss McGiddy will lead the world to glory." At this moment, it was the excited Fours, wearing suspenders, who spoke up in rebuttal, clearly dissatisfied with Barnes' words. That's right. McGiddy is a person of great ambition. Only by driving away the Big Mom pirates and the Soulwork Society can the people of the world have a good life. Snake took over the conversation, looking back at Leeway. You agree with my point, right? The main reason the people on this island live such hard lives is because they have to regularly pay a tribute of soul lifespan, right? We have the same enemy. We should be cooperating, but you are also my enemies. I believe that forcing others is a very shameful act. Your struggle against the Big Mom pirates and the Soulwork Society is merely a fight for territory. Why add some noble reasons to it? Those reasons can only deceive ignorant youths like him. Leeway spoke earnestly, pointing at Foles, which made the young man look quite unconvinced. You misunderstand us. Our ultimate goal is not to rule over all nations, but to make them better. However, to achieve such a grand objective, how can we succeed without making some necessary sacrifices? Upon hearing Snake's words, Foles nodded repeatedly. Leeway sneered, "The Mafia isn't scary. What's scary is when the Mafia is cultured. No matter how much you argue, it won't change the essence of the Mafia. Before this, you didn't shy away from doing bad things, but now you suddenly transform into the righteous side." As he spoke, he pointed at Fours again and advised, "You should understand two things. First, never hope to find treasures in a garbage heap. Second, to judge a person's character, don't listen to what they say, but look at what they do." Once these words were spoken, no one at the scene said anything further. Among them, Fours' face showed a look of shock and confusion, while a strange light flickered in Christina's eyes. "Well, I don't care about your Mafia affairs. You'll be driven away by me sooner or later. Now, we should go exchange the hostages." Leeway noticed that the conversation had strayed off topic and quickly tried to steer back. "Fours, take your time to ponder my words later. Young man, you should have your own judgment on what should be done and what should not." Oh, Fours came back to his senses and habitually looked at Snake, but after a moment's thought, he chose not to speak. This surprised Snake a bit. However, Fours paid no attention to him. He approached Leeway, drew a circle on the ground with his hand, and then added, "I want to go to Boss McGiddy." Soon, the circle transformed into a dark, murky pipe. Seeing this, Fours said again, "Let's go." He then jumped into the pipe first and instantly vanished from sight. Levi bent down to observe the pipeline, then looked at Snake and instructed them to go in first. Christina glanced at him and jumped down with Snake. Next, Levi told Barnes and his companions a few words before they pushed the fat man and the explosion-haired guy in right after. Finally, he tightly grasped Johnson and jumped into the pipeline. Chapter 53. Aladdin couple. Once inside the pipeline, Levi felt engulfed in darkness, holding on to Johnson tightly, fearing he would break free. As he felt the whooshing wind by his ear, Levi suddenly saw a bright light and found himself in a very lavishly decorated room. Inside, two distinct groups stood clearly: the Sun Pirates, who had arrived first, and the well-prepared group of McGiddy. Leeway emerged from the pipeline and saw Fu-Ers bending down, wiping the dark pipe with his sleeve as if erasing a blackboard. What a convenient fruitability, comparable to Doraemon's Anywhere door. Leeway exclaimed, then collected his thoughts and stood beside Barnes. At this moment, a person stood up from the leather chair across and said, "You are the one who defeated Alges. Leeway, I must thank you for the contribution you've made to all the people of the world." As he spoke, he walked over and extended his hand voluntarily. Levi did not shake the other person's hand, but instead said, "You must be Boss McGiddy, right? I was thinking of collaborating with you to deal with the Soulwork Agency, but it seems that's off the table now. I'm here this time, mainly to exchange Johnson for Captain Aladdin of the Sun Pirates and his wife." "Levi, you misunderstood. Actually, the Aladdin couple is our guests." "Guests? Then why did Master Johnson say that if we wanted Aladdin to stay alive, we had to obediently follow him to attack the Soulwork Agency?" "Misunderstanding. We just want to eliminate this group of pests more quickly. I thought the Sun Pirates would cooperate with us, especially since they're already enemies with the Big Mom Pirates, but unfortunately." McGiddy shook his head regretfully, then raised his hand, and someone behind him left. After that, the door opened, and several tall, strong men escorted Aladdin and his wife inside. Upon seeing the captain, Barnes and the others showed surprise on their faces. But they also knew that they had not yet escaped danger, so they quickly turned their vigilant gazes back to McGiddy and his subordinates. Taking this opportunity, Levi also examined the Aladdin couple. Just like in the original work, Aladdin had a black sky-high ponytail and a long beard, with one TC tattooed on his left arm, dragging a long purple fishtail. His wife, Praline, had yellow hair styled in a peculiar bun, a freckled face, purple eyeshadow, and red lipstick. Wearing a blue dress decorated with pink roses, with a lower half resembling a shark's tail. Seeing their companions, they all showed expressions of surprise, and Aladdin directly asked, "What are you doing here?" "Captain, we're here to rescue you," Barnes quickly replied, pointing to the hostages held by his companions. "By the way, capturing them was all thanks to Levi. Are they Johnson and McGiddy's subordinates?" "Yes, Captain Aladdin. With them, we can exchange you and Sister Praline." "Then I really have to thank you, Levi." As soon as Aladdin finished speaking, his wife Praline added, "Indeed, thank you, Levi. You saved my sister first. That's what I should do." Leeway was thinking to himself, rescuing the daughter of this fourth royal aunt should allow me to upgrade the skill for the strange sound attack, right? With this in mind, he glanced at McGiddy, who would soon understand, to release Aladdin and Praline. Soon after, Aladdin and the others slowly walked back towards Leeway. During this process, the members of the Sun Pirates watched McGiddy and the others with vigilance, tightly gripping their weapons to guard against any small moves from these gangsters. They only breathed a sigh of relief when the captain returned safely. However, Leeway felt a bit disappointed because he did not hear the pleasant system notification sound. "Now it's your turn to release my son and my subordinates," McGiddy said expressionlessly. Leeway shook his head. "This is your stronghold, after all. If we let someone go, can we still leave? What exactly do you want to do?" "Leeway, don't go too far," Snick said in a stern tone, but was interrupted by McGiddy. "It seems you have some deep prejudices against us. Why can't you understand my urgent desire to eliminate the Soulwork Society?" "Cut the crap, McGiddy." Leeway quickly interjected, turning to Fours and said, "You'll have to use your pipe fruit ability again to send them back to the seaside." "I can't do it." Fours flatly refused, and when he saw Leeway's displeasure, he hurriedly explained, "My pipe can only go to 5 fixed locations, and the seaside base of the Sun Pirates is not one of them." "Only 5 fixed locations? That's too weak," Leeway blurted out. However, Fours seemed a bit anxious. "Who said my fruit ability is weak? I can only remember up to 5 locations. But I can also contact someone through the telephone bug to establish a new channel connecting to that place." "That's not bad. Sorry, I apologize to you. Your fruit ability is quite impressive. As long as it's developed well, it can be utilized in unexpected ways." Leeway quickly apologized and then looked at Barnes and Aladdin. They soon understood Leeway's intention and quickly took over the conversation. "That's perfect. I still have a companion by the seaside. I'll contact him right away." While speaking, Barnes took out a phone bug, dialed, and then passed the phone bug to Fools as requested. After that, Fools squatted down again and drew a circle. "Done. You'll be able to return to the seaside soon." Barnes first had his companion release the chubby Helmont and the curly-haired Cardinal, then one by one jumped into the pipe. Soon, only Leeway, Barnes, and Aladdin were left. "Barnes, Leeway, you guys go ahead." Leeway firmly refused. "You two go ahead. I still have value to offer. McGiddy won't make it too difficult for me. He doesn't want to create a strong enemy." After this exchange, Barnes left with a warning, "Be careful." Leeway nodded and watched as he and Aladdin jumped into the pipe. The members of the Sun Pirates were safe. After seeing Leeway contact Barnes again with a din mushy to confirm that they had indeed reached the seaside, Snake hurriedly urged them on. "No problem. Young Master Johnson, goodbye." Leeway released Johnson and turned to jump into the pipeline. "Wait a minute, Leeway." At that moment, a lazy voice came from behind McGiddy. Leeway was taken aback for a moment. He recognized the speaker as Qingji. Chapter 54. The betting game with Qingji resumes in the instant that Leeway hesitated. Johnson shouted anxiously, "Fours, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and wipe the pipe. Don't let Leeway get away." However, Fours did not listen to him. Instead, he furrowed his brows and cast a disdainful and incredulous glance at the young master. "Young Master Johnson, it's good that you're back. I know you've been through a lot, but we keep our promises and will never do anything that goes against our word. So please remember that. Moreover, while we're letting this kid go this time, he won't be so lucky next time." Snake quickly stepped forward to shield Johnson and patted Fours on the shoulder. This gesture eased Fours' expression considerably. Leeway ignored them and instead provoked, "Akiji, I didn't expect you, a dignified admiral-level powerhouse, to actually ally with such small-time characters as the underworld." "Admiral-level powerhouse? What's that?" "Boss Majid is not a small character, you know. He controls a large portion of the industries across the world, and he is indeed an ally of our Blackbeard pirates." While others looked somewhat stunned, Van Augur next to him answered first. Akiji shrugged. "I came here just for Brin, but she's quite good at hiding, much better than her brothers and sisters." "Leeway, You're quite impressive too. I thought you would perish at sea, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. At that moment, Leeway saw Aokiji point behind him with his thumb, and then he noticed several large ice sculptures. It was Kureha, Brin, and Armand. Aokiji continued, I remember you said your intelligence gathering ability is strong. I hope you have some clues. To accomplish Blackbeard Teach's mission, you actually managed to get this far? Leeway was quite confused. He had always thought that Aokiji was an undercover agent in the Blackbeard Pirates to better monitor Blackbeard Teach and find out the reason someone could eat 2 devil fruits. After all, he was now a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, and capturing Bruley would allow him to report back. How about this? I'll trade these few people for your information. Hearing Aokiji's explanation and proposal, Leeway candidly replied, since Bruley has also been captured by you, it means that Bruley is not hiding in the mirror world, and I'll need to put in some effort to find her. I see, think it over. And if there is any news, you can contact me through this snail. While speaking, Aokiji handed over a snail, which left Johnson and the others dumbfounded. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but was stopped by his father's gaze. Leeway picked up the phone bug and stated his purpose. Aokiji, I will contact you. Besides, since we rarely meet, why not have another gamble? The stakes, well, are these ice sculptures, since they don't really do much for you anyway. Mr. Aokiji, I kindly ask you to hand over Kreja and the others to me. McGiddy finally spoke, as he was very clear. Kreja, as one of the 3 admirals, has strong abilities, and if he safely returns to the Big Mom Pirates, he will surely become a formidable opponent. Leeway had anticipated this. Aokiji, you wouldn't really be following Boss McGiddy's orders to capture Kreja and the others, would you? Leeway, don't try to sow discord between me and the Blackbeard Pirates. They're my honored guests. Boss McGiddy, I actually think you regard Aokiji as your subordinate. At this moment, Wang Oga stepped forward. Mr. McGiddy, don't be in a hurry. I feel that Leeway might negatively affect your fate. So this gamble might actually be beneficial for you. Mr. Wang Oga, what do you mean by that? Fate will provide you with the answer, Boss McGiddy. You two should stop arguing. Leeway, what do you propose for the bet? Finally, Aokiji spoke up. His observation hockey detected that Leeway had become significantly stronger, thus piquing his interest even more. Leeway smiled again by saying that, you are agreeing to my bet. The stakes I just mentioned, and the game, of course, will be the same as yesterday. I want to turn into an ice sculpture this time. Oh, in less than a day, you found a way to break the frozen moment? Aokiji said with a tone of skepticism. His words made Johnson unable to hold back any longer. You really overestimate yourself. Leeway, do you think defeating the executives of the Soulwork Society makes you a match for a Marine Admiral? I guess right, Leeway. That young man was right. You overestimate yourself too much. But this is all fate's arrangement. I once told you that a person's luck won't always be that good. You haven't forgotten, have you? This time, once you turn into an ice sculpture, no one will come save you. Upon hearing Wang Oga's words, McGiddy's eyes lit up, and he added, I see. My room is indeed missing a few ice sculptures. Mr. Aokiji, no matter the cost, I will mobilize everyone. Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep to find it, I'll get you Brin, as long as you leave these 4 ice sculptures for me. Oh, then thank you, Boss McGiddy. Aokiji glanced at McGiddy and slowly walked towards Leeway. Have you made up your mind? This bet doesn't seem very favorable for you. Don't worry, Aokiji. I have told you before that my greatest strength lies in my talent, which is unmatched by anyone. And the same technique cannot be used against me twice. Leeway said forcefully, but Johnson beside him scoffed. However, seeing the expression on the other person's face, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook his head and muttered, a frog at the bottom of a well thinks of itself as a genius. Soon, you'll realize this. However, neither Leeway nor Aokiji heard these words, and the two exchanged glances for a while. Finally, it was McGiddy who reminded them, your bet should be starting now. Come on, Aokiji. Let's see how you will defend against my freezing moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Aokiji used Soru again, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Leeway, placing his hand on the other's shoulder. Then, a large amount of cold air erupted from Aokiji's hand, instantly turning Leeway's shoulder into a white, icy surface, with the cold air quickly spreading. A few seconds later, Leeway became a shining ice sculpture, unable to move. Seeing this, surprise flashed across McGiddy's face, while his son Johnson and Christina were visibly delighted. Fours, however, looked a bit disappointed, but quickly returned to normal. Aokiji patted the freshly made ice sculpture, but a serious expression appeared on his face. Chapter 55. The sound attack upgrades soon. Everyone on site heard a cracking sound coming from the frozen ice sculpture that was Leeway. Interesting. I didn't expect to prevent being truly frozen by rapidly shaking my muscles. However, to resist my cold air requires quite a bit of strength. Akiji explained as he observed the ice sculpture that was shaking and developing cracks. Wano beside him clearly realized that it was only a matter of time before Leeway would escape. Compared to yesterday, this kid's strength had indeed increased a lot. He was becoming more and more like Charlotte Linlin, truly an incredible genius. McGiddy and Snake exchanged glances, both seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. Leeway was a very formidable opponent. The reactions of several strong individuals made Johnson very dissatisfied, and he couldn't help but say, "What genius? He's just a worthless person who sold his soul and lifespan cheaply for a girl I didn't want." "Johnson, keep your mouth shut," McGiddy hurriedly interrupted his son. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of so many guests and enemies. Just then, the ice that had formed around Leeway slowly began to peel off, and his body finally returned to its original state. Finally broke free. As expected of an admiral-level strength, ordinary moves are so hard to deal with. Leeway stepped out and exclaimed in admiration, secretly thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I had learned the techniques of the Gale Foot and Moon Step from the Navy's 6 styles, which gave me some insights into the techniques of body power generation. After all, both techniques require the muscles to rapidly contract and stretch, thus generating kinetic energy. And during high-speed movement, heat will inevitably be produced. As long as there is sufficient heat, even if frozen into an ice sculpture, one can still recover. This is also the reason why Leeway dared to propose this bet. As his thoughts swirled, he collected himself and began to prepare to claim his spoils. "Akiji, I won this bet, so I will take these 3 ice sculptures." After saying this, Leeway didn't forget to mock McGiddy a bit. "Sorry. Some ice sculptures are too valuable. Not everyone can display them in their rooms." McGiddy, however, remained unfazed and replied, "I am someone who likes valuable things, Leeway. Just name your price." Leeway Gang wanted to retort, but Wang Aojia interjected, "Wait, I'm still here. Don't you want to have a round with me? We haven't even determined the winner from the last wager yet. I don't want to play with someone like you who resorts to dirty tricks when things don't go well." Leeway had anticipated this, so he hurriedly sneered and said, However, Wang Oga didn't take it seriously. "Aren't you going to bet with me? Then these 3 ice sculptures can only be collected by Boss McGiddy. I really appreciate Mr. Wang Oga and Mr. Green Bull. Haha." Seeing McGiddy burst into laughter, Leeway turned to ask Green Bull, who had just participated in the bet. "As someone who has been a naval admiral, you wouldn't play dirty, would you? A man should take responsibility for his choices." Green Bull shook his head repeatedly, but then he changed his tone. "However, these 3 ice sculptures also have Wang Oga's contribution. How about this, Leeway? You could choose one from them. I suggest you pick the one with Bruley. You should be quite interested in this mirror fruit's spatial ability." Snake immediately offered his suggestion. In response, Leeway scoffed. "You want me to pick the weakest one? It's really ridiculous how you all fear the children of the Yonko Big Mom, yet come out to confront the Big Mom pirates." As soon as these words were spoken, McGiddy and the others looked as if their secrets had been exposed, and their expressions instantly changed. Leeway ignored him and calculated in his heart. Given the current situation, it was impossible to take away 3 people without defeating Wang Oga. Now that he had already saved Aladdin's wife, Praline, who was also the daughter of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, if he could save one more, perhaps he could upgrade the weird sound attack skill. After all, he had only saved Brin before and had already activated the permanent talent skill, weird sound attack. After making up his mind, Leeway pointed to the ice sculpture and said, "All right, I'll take this strongest one. He is yours." Akiji also readily agreed and gestured for Leeway to come over and move it. Leeway unceremoniously took away the ice sculpture from Kelly Jia, but a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. He still hadn't heard the pleasant system notification sound. While he was lost in thought, McGiddy exchanged a glance with Snake, who immediately understood and walked towards Wang Oga. "Gentlemen, please allow our boss to collect these ice sculptures." Before Qingji and Wang Oga could respond, Leeway regained his senses and immediately asked, "Wang Oga, aren't you eager to bet with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Qingji and the others were taken aback, and then Wang Oga adjusted his eye patch and replied, "Of course, we don't need to mention the stakes. But this time the terms of the bet should be set by me." "No problem, I agree to that. The terms of the bet are up to you," Leeway said without hesitation. As he had just analyzed in his mind, Wang Oga knew that bullet attacks would not only fail to harm him, but would instead hurt himself. In light of this guy should propose another way to compete. These details are not important. What matters is that once he agrees to this gambling match, there will be a reason to continue the previous one. Soon, Leeway said, This time, the rules of the gamble will be set by you. However, you should remember that our last game has not yet concluded. Before that, I think we should determine the winner first. So you want to save a child of Charlotte Lin? Huh? I'm starting to suspect if you're a part of the Big Mom Pirates. But that has nothing to do with you now. So, how about it, sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates? Go ahead and shoot. Use your most skilled bullet attack to hit me. Leeway pointed to his forehead, looking provocative. His arrogant demeanor directly displeased Johnson and surprised McGiddy and the others. They all knew the lethal power of Wang Oga's bullets, and if anyone else acted like this, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, Wang Oga shook his head slightly. My bullets can indeed kill you, but I would also end up injured. Forget it. Let's consider yesterday's bet as my loss. Then this almond ice sculpture belongs to me. Leeway rudely moved the ice sculpture of the beautiful woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat again, and he didn't forget to shrug provocatively at Boss McGiddy. By the way, we have only confirmed the stake for your win, but we haven't specified what the cost will be if you lose. Wang Oji rubbed his long spear and spoke. Leeway did not respond, as he finally heard the prompt for a skill upgrade. Ding, you have rescued 3 children of Charlotte Lingling, and the weird sound attack skill has been upgraded to C level. He quickly skimmed through the skill description. Weird sound attack, active skill, can emit weird sounds that cause dizziness or minor damage to enemies who hear it. The effects of dizziness and damage depend on the strength of the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the less effective this skill becomes. Note, the skill user can concentrate the weird sound attack on a single enemy if needed. 4 single target attacks. The resulting dizziness and damage will be greatly enhanced. After reading the description, Leeway was very pleased. This skill was no longer just a control skill. It could perform single target attacks and also inflict area damage, making it more useful than Conqueror's Haki. If you remember correctly, only Shanks with red hair could inflict physical damage with his Conqueror's Haki. Just as Leeway was lost in thought, Wang Oga and McGiddy showed puzzled expressions. And in the end, it was Akiji who nudged him. What's wrong with you? Can you really zone out while talking? Leeway came back to his senses and hurriedly said with a smile, Geniuses all have some quirks, just like your idol carp, who can fall asleep while chatting. You really know a lot. Akiji was taken aback for a moment, then slowly said, All right, you can continue. He then pointed to Wang Oga. Leeway also cast his gaze over, wanting to see what kind of gamble this sniper would propose and what kind of stakes would be involved. Wang Oga touched his long gun again. Let me first tell you the cost of your loss, so you won't feel too much pressure. If I win, you just have to come back with me to meet Captain Teach. Wang Oga, Mr. McGiddy, we both know that this young man has immense potential. His destiny is to become a member of our Blackbeard Pirates. Moreover, taking him away will also solve one of your major headaches. Wang Oga explained with a smile. I have to say, your insight is impressive. You truly deserve to be a senior officer among the 4 emperors, far superior to some who only think of leveraging others. However, this cost is a bit steep for me. Joining the Blackbeard Pirates is something many people dream of. Additionally, I can promise you that regardless of win or lose, I will give you this ice sculpture of the witch. Seeing that Wang Oga was still expressing goodwill, Leeway could only nod in agreement, as he vaguely knew the content of the gamble being proposed. Judging by the effect of the permanent skill he had just acquired, he really might not lose. At that moment, Wang Oga continued. The content of the gamble is quite simple. You know I'm a sniper, and my only expertise is shooting. So let's have a contest on shooting accuracy. Upon hearing this, Forsyth couldn't help but speak up. Shooting accuracy? Isn't that obviously bullying? Shut up, Forsyth. Johnson was all smiles. He knew very well that Leeway couldn't shoot at all, and his accuracy was abysmal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at a loss against Andrew and Elgis, who were flying in the air. McGiddy and Snake shared the same thought, and to force Leeway to agree, they even chimed in together. Leeway, you've already agreed to this gamble, so you can't back out now. Snake, what are you talking about? Leeway is a genius. He would never do something so inconsistent. Leeway smiled and said, All right, you've determined the content of the bet, so I'll decide the form of the bet. Is that okay? As he spoke, he looked up at Boss McGiddy. To carry out this bet, we'll need your group of flies to help. Chapter 56. Fly fighting competition, who do you call Fly? Johnson immediately got angry and retorted. McGiddy and Snake's eyes flashed with anger as well, but they quickly returned to normal. However, Leeway ignored these gangsters and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, I upgraded my super strength attack skill, allowing for single target attacks. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly at Wang Oga. I know your vision is excellent, able to see targets several kilometers away, and your shooting skills and weapons are top-notch, so I want to compete with you in shooting distant objects. You know quite a bit, huh? Qingji said you have super intelligence capabilities, and I was skeptical, but it seems I was wrong. However, you should talk less nonsense and clearly state what we will be competing in. After hearing Wang Oga's words, Johnson finally found a point to mock. That's right, Leeway. Stop dragging your feet. As long as it's something related to shooting skills, you're bound to lose. What a noisy fly. I really do hate flies the most. Leeway retorted without holding back, and he quickly added, let's have a contest to see who can swat flies. Swat flies? That's right. As the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, don't you think swatting flies is a test of marksmanship? As we all know, flies are small and fly fast, so it's not easy to hit them. What's more important is that flies are among the most detestable creatures, and killing them can be seen as a service to the people, achieving two goals at once. Leeway answered with a hint of meaning, and his proposal left everyone on site momentarily stunned. Wang Aojia also frowned. Are we determining the winner and loser by quantity? But there are no flies in this room. This room indeed has no small flies, but there are several people who are like flies. This time, before Leeway could finish his words, Johnson erupted in fury, shouting, who do you call a fly? You worthless piece of trash who only sells souls and lifespans. I will definitely kill you. McGiddy loudly interrupted his son's words. Seeing the anger on his face, he calmly said, Johnson, remember one thing. Never lose your temper, never threaten, especially do not hate your enemies, as that will cloud your judgment. Truly a figure of a hero. Leeway couldn't help but complain in his heart. He turned his gaze to Wang Oga and replied to the other's question. Indeed, the competition of numbers is the simplest. To highlight the finesse of our shooting skills, I think we should just aim for the heads of the flies. That should be fine, right? As for the flies, let's leave that to Boss McGiddy to handle. As the host here, he should make some contribution. Aiming for the heads of flies? Interesting. Wang Oga nodded in agreement and then looked at McGiddy and the others. Then it's up to you, Boss McGiddy. At this moment, Snake suddenly took over the conversation. Christina, if I remember correctly, you should have flies as food, right? Huh, Uncle, you need to be clear when you speak. I do have quite a few flies as food, but that's because I have several chameleons. Upon hearing this, everyone present revealed expressions of sudden realization, especially Leeway, who was quite shocked to learn that the beautiful woman in front of him actually fed on flies. Snake ignored his subordinates' complaints and began arranging tasks. Fours, take Christina and use your pipe ability to go to her home. Boss McGiddy, is that okay with you? Well, then I'll trouble you too. After receiving the order, Fours drew a circle and took Christina out of the room. Now that the fly problem is resolved, Leeway, what about your weapon? I don't need a weapon. I should say my mouth is my weapon. I can make sounds to accurately knock off the heads of flies. Sound attack. Leeway, you indeed have a physique similar to Charlotte Lingling, but this type of area attack ability isn't really considered shooting skills, is it? Johnson sneered upon hearing this. No wonder with your accuracy, you dare challenge Mr. Wang Oga. It turns out you just wanted to pull a fast one. Leeway, according to this method of competition, Mr. Akiji's ice fruit could instantly wipe out all the flies in the room. Shut up, Johnson. If you don't understand, just don't speak carelessly. McGiddy once again stopped his son's ignorant remarks. Akiji then added, I can't just aim for the heads of the flies. How about this? When the red-haired beauty brings back the flies, we can have her mark some of them, among a swarm of flying flies. We will aim to knock off the heads of the marked flies one by one within the specified time. That should work, right? Leeway pondered for a moment and then increased the difficulty. Wang Aojia, after hearing this, did not object anymore and suggested that Leeway take the first move. Leeway readily agreed, and he smiled lightly, saying, then you don't need to take action because I will make you retreat. However, Qingji and the others showed doubtful expressions, as they really couldn't believe that Leeway could achieve such a level. After a moment, Foles and Christina returned, carrying a glass box that indeed contained quite a few flies. Looking at the flies, Snake then explained the format of the competition between Leeway and the others. After listening, Christina glanced at Leeway with an incredulous expression and replied, no need for markers. I have some red-headed flies here. Let's do it this way. I will count out 10 red-headed flies mixed in with this group of flies, and we'll see which of you two can swat those 10 flies in the shortest amount of time. That's a very fair method. Leeway agreed, and he gestured to Wang Oga with his eyes. Seeing the other party nod, he added, then I'll go first. I only need 5 seconds to finish off 10 flies. He really likes to brag. Before he could finish his sentence, Johnson abruptly shut his mouth because his dad shot him a glare. However, even so, this rich second generation still moved his lips, clearly mumbling something. Although he stopped his son from continuing to embarrass himself, McGiddy shook his head slightly, as if mocking Leeway's absurd claim. Meanwhile, Qingji squinted his eyes, but then showed an expression of anticipation. As one of the competitors, Wang Oga raised an eyebrow. If you can do what you say, then my fate will only be to admit defeat. Let's get started quickly. Leeway didn't waste any more words. He just wanted to quickly rescue the people, as there were only 4 days left. Chapter 57 Proof of Strength. Following McGiddy's footsteps, the group arrived at a spacious courtyard. Looking at the lush green trees, the flowers and plants in harmony, and the many exquisite buildings scattered throughout, Leeway couldn't help but speak up. This environment is really nice. Boss McGiddy, I have to apologize to you. I shouldn't have called you flies. McGiddy and the others showed puzzled expressions, and Johnson seized the opportunity to mock him. Now you realize you are the fly, right? The kind that forages in garbage heaps. You're being very rude, Johnson. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his father. At that moment, Leeway coldly said, "You people are more like mosquitoes, sucking the blood of the people from all nations alongside the Soulwork Association. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to build such a resplendent courtyard." Leeway gave no chance for the other party to retaliate, quickly adding, "If I had known this would happen, I should have suggested a contest to shoot the heads off mosquitoes. In fact, I also have quite a few mosquitoes because I've raised several chameleons, and they love to eat flies and small insects like mosquitoes. Leeway, what do you think? Should I make another trip?" Christina interjected at an inopportune moment. But after being shot a fierce glare by Snake, she wisely fell silent. Leeway didn't expect there to be a comedic partner, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Johnson instinctively wanted to retort, but under his father's stern gaze, he could only open his mouth without saying anything. In the end, Green Pheasant spoke up. "Leeway, your match with Wang Oga is about to begin." "All right, I can't afford to waste any time." Leeway immediately regained his focus. He looked down at the flies in the box, and, after seeing them clearly, he took a few steps back and signaled to Christina to release the flies. Next, once the flies dispersed, I would issue the start command. To ensure the fairness of the competition, please stand behind Leeway to avoid obstructing his line of sight. Christina had already taken it upon herself to act as the referee and was arranging the positions of the audience. Snake said irritably, "Mind your own business." "Okay." Christina replied obediently and bent down to open the lid of the glass box. Due to her revealing clothing, when she bent over, she inevitably showcased her deep cleavage. She reacted quickly, immediately tightening her clothes and looking up at Leeway. However, this time, Leeway turned his head away, which surprised Christina. Could it be that she misread this guy? Nevertheless, Leeway paid no attention to this. At that moment, he was intently focused on the flies flying around and using his keen eyesight to lock onto a few red-headed flies. When Christina said start, Leeway immediately opened his mouth slightly and made a sound, ah. Immediately, everyone present saw the red-headed flies that were still buzzing about, one by one, fall to the ground. Seeing this, the crowd exchanged glances, surprised and unsure of what had happened. Their heads were gone. All 10 red-headed flies were like this. How did Leeway do it? Christina stepped forward to check and exclaimed loudly. Leeway looked at the completed task and quickly announced the results. Done. I think it hasn't even been 5 seconds, right? Also, these red-headed flies didn't all explode at the same time. Wang Oga, you should have nothing to say, right? As he spoke, his face wore a calm expression, but inside, he was churning with excitement. The effect of the upgraded sound attack was indeed remarkable. Although for now, this skill wasn't very lethal, its accuracy was astonishing, and it was also very easy to control. You just need to fix your eyes on a certain object and silently chant the effect to launch the attack. It was somewhat similar to the attack mode of AP, the user of the sound fruit. In a flash of thought, Leeway suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. There were no cheers, and no one responded to him. The scene fell into a somewhat eerie silence. Leeway hurriedly looked over and saw that McGiddy and the others were all wide-eyed, with expressions of disbelief. Wang Oga adjusted his eye patch and suddenly revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Even Fujitora was stunned for a while before coming to his senses, glancing at Leeway with curious and expectant eyes. Seeing everyone's reactions, Leeway felt pleased and clapped his hands vigorously. "Hey, is it really necessary for you to be so surprised? It's just a matter of swatting a few little flies." Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. "Leeway, I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Swatting a fly's head off isn't a difficult task, but to do it consecutively without almost any interval between swats, even I can't do that," Wang Oga said slowly as he put away his long gun. In the end, he added, "You truly are a genius, very suitable for our Blackbeard pirates. Joining you is out of the question, but when you fight against the celestial dragons, Do let me know. I might come to help. Leeway bluntly expressed his opinion about privileged people. His words left McGiddy and others momentarily stunned, and Johnson even muttered, "So this guy is an idiot thinking he can take on the celestial dragons. By the way, Wong Oga, since you admit you can't do it, that means I've won, and I will take this beery eye away." Levi returned to the main topic. After seeing the other party nod, he was not polite and lifted 3 eye sculptures, walking straight away under the attentive gazes of others. After watching Levi leave, Akiji slowly said, "We should also get back to business." He then left with Wong Oga. The large courtyard was left with only McGiddy and his group. Snake suddenly asked, "Christina, you should be able to hit a flying fly accurately, right? Your eyesight is 10 times that of an ordinary person." Christina replied after a moment of thought, "I can indeed do that, just like Wong Oga, but Levi can hit flies continuously. I can't reach that level yet." She couldn't help but recall how Levi had turned his head just now, along with a series of unexpected statements and actions from this young man, which made her feel he was not simple. Snake wanted to ask a few more questions, but McGiddy cut in. "Let's not provoke Levi for now. He is currently being valued by the Blackbeard pirates. Our enemies are the Big Mom pirates and the Soul Work Agency, so it is not suitable to establish another strong enemy." "All right, Mr. McGiddy." Snake agreed with the boss's suggestion and exchanged a glance with Johnson. "We can just use him to eliminate the Soul Work Agency people." "But there are no buts, Johnson. We need to distinguish between priorities in our work. We must not act impulsively." "Forget it, Snake. You need to strictly teach my son. I think Thompson should be back soon. Hopefully, he could bring me good news." McGiddy left those words and turned to leave. Chapter 58. The Soy Sauce Star arrives Cocoa Island, Caramel Coffee Shop. Inside the shop, a slightly anxious woman's voice was heard. Are you saying that Kreja, Armand, and Brule have been captured by Akiji again?" "Yes, Miss Smuggy. We also wanted to risk our lives to cover their escape, but unfortunately, Akiji is too strong. We were all frozen by his fruit ability." Sorry I came late. By the way, where is Brule? Has she also been captured?" "Only Miss Brule managed to leave safely. That's some luck amidst misfortune." "All right, I understand." The speaker was none other than Charlotte Smuggy, one of the 3 stars. She waved her hand to let her subordinates, who had just been released from freezing, leave. Soon, only Smuggy remained in the coffee shop. She took out a din-din mushy and dialed a number, but no one answered. "I hope Brule is okay. Her din-din mushy is unreachable," Smuggy muttered to herself. Just then, the din-din mushy in her hand rang with a brr-brr sound. When she answered, a man's voice came from the din-din mushy. "Miss Smuggy, I finally got in touch with you. I've been looking for Kreja and Katakuri several times, but I can't find them. Teenies, it seems you have urgent matters to discuss with us." "Yes, do you remember that McGiddy character? He has been getting more and more arrogant lately. I received intelligence that the Blackbeard pirates could infiltrate Whole Cake Island smoothly because of him." "McGiddy? Is he the gang leader who lost to you 2 years ago? Surely he wouldn't do something so self-destructive?" "Smuggy, I'm not slandering him. Audric, our branch leader on Cocoa Island, was defeated by Akiji. Moreover, I've heard that McGiddy is colluding with the Sun Pirates. They're helping Akiji and Wong Oga evade the surveillance of the monitoring ships and sea slugs." "The Sun Pirates? I see. Prowling singing can indeed charm the sea slugs." "Exactly, Smuggy. The situation is quite dire now, although McGiddy is not very strong. If he forms an alliance with the Sun Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, he cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, with Levi. Levi? Is he the young man who rescued Brule from Akiji? He is indeed a benefactor of our Big Mom pirates. Levi did save Miss Brule. I'm very aware of that. However, you have already repaid his kindness. That guy used this life-saving grace to ask for the Big Mom pirates' protection for several friends. So, your Big Mom pirates no longer owe them anything. Is that so? Let me confirm." Smuggy immediately called back her subordinates who had been guarding the coffee shop. After confirming, she said into the din mushy, "That's indeed the case. Then you can go ahead and deal with Levi and McGiddy. As for the Blackbeard pirates and the Sun pirates, we will take care of them. I believe you can handle this matter, right? If it were before, that would be no problem, but Akiji and Levi have already killed our 2 branch leaders, and last night, McGiddy also sent people to ambush the Jam Island branch. Now I only have 2 branch members I can deploy." "I see. Then you can focus on dealing with McGiddy. Leave Levi to us. Is that all right, teenies?" "That would be best. I will let that old McGiddy know what happens when he provokes me. I hope to hear news of your victory soon." As the conversation was halfway through, Smuggy saw a subordinate running over in a hurry. She frowned and looked at him with a questioning gaze. Levi is here." The subordinate gasped, and Smuggy showed a confident smile. "Teenies, I have to go deal with Levi. Goodbye." After hanging up the din mushy, she finally heard the subordinate finish the rest of his words. Levi has brought Lord Kreja, as well as Miss Armand and Miss Brule. Upon hearing this, Smuggy's expression first showed confusion, then became serious. At this moment, Levi had already pushed the door and entered. He quickly saw this powerful woman known as the soy sauce star. It must be said that Smuggy is a very distinctive beauty. She is tall, with brown skin and blue eyes, complemented by thick lips and silver wavy long hair, making her unforgettable to those who see her. Leeway was sizing up Smuggy when he suddenly heard the other party ask in an unfriendly tone, "How did Kalia and the others end up in your hands?" It seems that Teeny's intelligence was correct. You really are in cahoots with Aokiji, Leeway. Why didn't I save the children of the Yonko Big Mom from Aokiji and Wang Oga? Leeway collected her thoughts, put down the ice sculpture, and answered directly. There was no helping it. She was still eager to make contact with Armand from the Snakehead tribe to enhance her innate strength. She didn't want to stir up trouble again. However, Smuggy clearly did not believe Leeway's words. Aokiji is an admiral of the navy, and even Kizuru isn't his match. How could you continuously rescue people from his hands? There must be something fishy about this. I suspect that the reason you were able to save Brin a few days ago was because Aokiji did it on purpose. Arguing here is pointless. As long as we rescue Kizuru, the truth will be revealed. If I remember correctly, the consciousness of those frozen by Aokiji still exists. So Kizuru should be able to see the scene of me betting with Wang Oga. This is indeed a good idea. After hearing this, Leeway finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this long-legged beauty was still reasonable. Soon, several fighters from the Ant Pirate crew entered the CAF, hurriedly bringing in large buckets of hot water and placing Kizuru and the others inside. With the effect of the hot water, Kizuru was the first to be unfrozen. He jumped out of the wooden barrel and approached Leeway, staring at her and saying, "You were actually able to withstand Aokiji's freezing powers?" Huh. Leeway didn't expect this guy to care about this issue right away. He was taken aback for a moment before realizing vibrations cannot be frozen. So as long as you have strong power and vibrate your body, you can avoid being frozen. All right, Kreja, since you've come out, quickly tell us whether it was Leeway who saved you or not. Smudgy interrupted Leeway's words and looked at her brother. It was him who saved us. Leeway defeated Aokiji and Wang Oga, Kreja said without hesitation. Phew. Leeway finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. This star of war, although afraid of pain, is quite honest. Chapter 59. Smudgy's attitude upon hearing this answer. Smudgy did not continue to question Kreja, but instead looked at Leeway with curiosity. You saved Kreja, but you are against teenies. What is your purpose? I just want the people of the world to live better lives. Leeway responded with a glance, answering without hesitation. Smuggy clearly did not understand Leeway's words, but she did not pursue it further and stated her purpose. You are really a strange person, but the Soul Work Agency is an organization under us. Opposing them means opposing the Big Mom Pirates. Smuggy, Leeway saved several of us. Don't speak yet, Cracker. I will handle this matter. Smuggy interrupted her brother and said in a threatening tone, Leeway, although you are our benefactor, anyone who opposes us and the Soul Work Agency is our enemy. If you can stop being their enemy, I can consider not pursuing past matters. That won't do. I will eliminate the Soul Work Agency sooner or later. Even if it means opposing your Big Mom Pirates, it won't change my resolve. Leeway, I advise you not to act impulsively. Cracker seized the opportunity to interject. If you want the people here to live better lives, why not join us? Your abilities are very similar to Mama's. The Big Mom Pirates are your best fit. Similar to Mama's abilities? Yes, Smuggy, Leeway possesses iron-like defense, immense strength, and a dizzying strange sound. I've never seen anyone more like Mama than him. Cracker quickly replied, looking at Leeway with anticipation. However, Leeway waved his hand and smiled, saying, I will not join the Big Mom Pirates. Cracker, haven't you realized yet? This kid wants to team up with Maggot to replace us. Smuggy, don't worry. Leeway will never team up with Maggot because he sees Maggot as an enemy too. Cracker is right. Maggot is also my enemy. As I just said, my goal is to help the people of Whole Cake Island live better lives. The Soul Work Agency and Maggot are both pests harming the people, and I will not let them off. Argue with Maggot? Smuggy, Leeway is indeed an enemy of Maggot. How should I put it? He is a strange person, eccentric in character, yet possesses abilities similar to Mama's. After Cracker finished speaking, he glanced at Leeway again. After hearing this, Smuggy pondered for a moment and slowly said, All right then, since you are not an ally of Maggot, we will take it as repaying you and will not pursue what you did to the Soul Work Agency. Just not pursuing it is not enough. I hope the Big Mom pirates will not get involved in my matters with the Soul Work Agency and Magid. Otherwise, I fear we will come into conflict. Leeway also stated his purpose. He was already prepared to fight against Smuggy and Kreeja. Sure enough, the expressions of the siblings changed. They hadn't expected Leeway to make such a provocative move. Phew, it's finally out, woo 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 woo. Bulei, you're so noisy. At this moment, Bulei and Ammon had also been released. They emerged from the wooden barrel and quickly noticed that everyone was looking at them. You finally come out. Leeway reacted quickly and hurriedly welcomed him, greeting him warmly. Armand clearly knew that it was Leeway who saved him, and he slowly replied, Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. I'm very glad you're okay. Leeway answered while looking up at the slender beauty with a neck like a snake, secretly muttering to himself. Sure enough, just interacting with the Snakehead clan is not enough to level up. I still need to find a way to connect with the Longhand clan, the Little People clan, and the Giant clan. Especially the Giant clan. If I remember correctly, there are no humans from that race in the entire world. Just as his thoughts were racing, Leeway was pulled back to reality by Smoochie's words. Although Leeway saved a few of you, he is also our enemy because he intends to take action against the Soul Work Society. Smoochie, we really need to discuss this further. Kreeja, have you lost your mind? We must be ruthless towards our enemies, Smoochie said sharply, then looked at Leeway. If you can give up being enemies with teenies, there may still be a way to salvage this. Forget it, anyway. I will have to fight you sooner or later, so let us start now. Leeway was already prepared, taking up an attacking stance. Smuggy also drew his long sword. I haven't fought anyone in a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Wait a minute, Smuggy. Leeway's opponent should be me. Another voice interjected. Besides, our priority is to find Brin, right? Seeing the intense killing intent radiating from the two, Kalia hurriedly tried to shift the focus. Also, Leeway, your friends, when they faced the attack from Aokiji, they all scattered and are now missing. If the enemy is Aokiji, William and the others should be safe. Leeway confidently replied that he still believed in the character of this former admiral. Smuggy also said loudly, I've already arranged for someone to find Bruin. Kreeja, I think the most important thing right now is to defeat Leeway. Otherwise, our Big Mom pirates will become a joke. All right, then I'll go, Leeway said. I wanted to challenge you last time, but unfortunately, it got interrupted. No problem, Kreeja, but I won't do anything without benefits. If I defeat you, you want to interfere with my matters with the Soul Work Society, right? Of course, Kreeja, just wait a moment. Suddenly, the ghostly woman Armand, who had been silent, spoke up. I think it's better for Smuggy to fight. You should know that Leeway's defense can rebound damage, and he possesses intelligence capabilities that even Aokiji admires. Upon hearing this, Leeway thought it was a pity, but he didn't show a hint of it on his face. Is that so? Then Kreeja, you should step back. You fear pain the most. Smuggy stepped forward a few paces, drew her sword again, and pointed it at Leeway. Come on. Let's settle this once and for all. To be honest, I don't like fighting and killing. How about this? Let's have a bet instead. Leeway had already prepared his speech. Speaking of which, the reason I can repeatedly save the children of the four Emperors Big Mom is also thanks to the gambling games. Chapter 60, Smuggy's Juicing Attack. Gambling games? Smuggy asked instinctively. Leeway nodded. That's right, Smuggy. Let me explain the terms of the bet, and then you can decide whether to gamble with me. The stakes, of course, are related to the Soul Work Agency. If I win, your Ant Pirate crew will no longer interfere in my affairs with the Soul Work Agency, but if I lose, I won't provoke the Soul Work Agency again. Sounds like a reasonable bet, right? Sure, then tell me the terms of the bet. Okay, Smuggy, the terms are quite simple. If I remember correctly, you should be a juice fruit user, right? You can extract the moisture from your enemies by touching them. Seeing Smuggy's surprised expression, Leeway ignored it and continued. Let's use your fruit ability as the basis for the bet. If you can extract all the moisture from me within 3 minutes, I'll consider myself defeated. Otherwise, I win. Wait, do you know what extract means? If I squeeze all the liquid out of your body, you will die. I'm certainly aware of that, so I must win this duel. Otherwise, I might as well die right here. Leeway said powerfully. I want people from all over the world to live better, and it's not just talk. Without the belief that one might die, how could one succeed? Since you're seeking death, don't blame me. As soon as she said this, Smuggy noticed the look of sudden realization on the faces of Kreeja and others, and she hurriedly asked her doubts. What's wrong? Does this kid have a way to withstand my juice extraction skill? It's hard to say. Leeway had previously withstood Aokiji's Ice Age skill, so perhaps he can do it. Armand, is what you said true? Smuggy asked. Yes, it's true. I've emphasized it several times that Leeway has a physique similar to his mother's, and his body strength is comparable to steel. Not only can he withstand Aokiji's Ice Age, but he can even endure Wang Oga's rapid-fire barrage. You should know that these two moves can't even be resisted by my cookie soldiers. In the end, Krija used himself as an example to illustrate Li Wei's strength. After hearing what her older siblings said, Smuggy finally showed a serious expression for the first time, and she took a deep look at the man who was shorter than herself. In fact, Krija's words were somewhat exaggerated. My defense is indeed quite good, but I also have a significant weakness. According to Aokiji, this weakness is a fear of control-type skills. To make Smuggy agree to the bet quickly, Li Wei decided to expose his own shortcoming, especially against control skills from fruit abilities. As for why I could withstand Aokiji's Ice Age, it's because I was once defeated by this move. I pondered for a long time before coming up with a way to counter it. Li Wei, stop showing weakness. Your goal is simply to make Smuggy agree to the bet so you can win. Krija, do you also think Smuggy will lose to me? It seems that after consecutive defeats to Aokiji and Wang Oga, your confidence has taken a serious hit. Li Wei shook his head slightly. In the world of pirates, losing confidence is equivalent to losing your life. Your mental fortitude is too weak. It's just a few lost duels, and you've even lost the courage to face your enemies? Krija, Li Wei is right. Although you used to underestimate your enemies, that was also a form of confidence. I accept this bet. Smuggy readily agreed, knowing full well that even if she lost the match, it would only mean no longer involving herself in the entanglements between Li Wei and the Soul Work Agency. On the other hand, if Krija continued to be dispirited, it would mean losing a significant fighting force, especially now when the situation of the nations is at its most critical with no mother in command, and the Blackbeard pirates lurking outside. While Magidi and others are waiting for an opportunity to strike from within, the situation is clearly very unfavorable. Thinking of this, Smuggy unconsciously glanced at Li Wei, thanking him for honestly addressing Krija's inner turmoil. Li Wei was unaware of Jiangyu Jiangxing's psychological activities. He simply nodded and said, "That's good. Please start. Then you should be careful." Smuggy walked over slowly, using her height advantage to place her hand on Li Wei's shoulder, shouting the name of her technique, juicing. She then activated her fruit ability, wanting to squeeze all the liquid out of her opponent's body. At that moment, Li Wei simultaneously unleashed his two innate skills, Steel Balloon and Natural Strength, rebounding the juicing damage while using intermediate armament hockey to defend against it. Although he only rebounded 30 points of damage, the relaxed expression on Smuggy's face suddenly disappeared. She couldn't help but frown, revealing a pained expression. Everyone around watched the duel intently, and soon, someone whispered, "Look, Miss Smuggy's juicing skill actually didn't work. This is the first time I've seen this situation. Yeah, Li Wei is really strong. I heard he's not even a fruit ability user. This is what genius is. The awakened genius is terrifying." Hearing the discussions of his subordinates, Kelly Jia angrily interrupted. "Shut up, you bunch of guys." Then he shouted at Smuggy, "Use your full strength. If you hold back any longer, you'll lose badly. Forget it, Smuggy. If this continues, you'll both suffer losses. You should feel it. Li Wei's techniques have a rebound effect. The stronger your attack, the greater the damage you take. We don't have much conflict with him. There's no need to fight to the death." Armand, however, held a different opinion. She glanced at Kelly Jia and smiled, saying, "Brother, I'm glad you said that, but our enemies now are the Blackbeard pirates and Majid, so let's drop this matter with Li Wei." Upon hearing this, Kelly Jia fell silent. Smuggy also withdrew her hand, seemingly having heeded Armand's advice. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. This counter-damage ability is indeed powerful. However, this is also because the Big Mom pirates only have one meat shield, Big Mom herself, while her children are all strong in offense, but weak in defense. Even the strongest of them, Katakuri, has poor defensive capabilities. He can only rely on his observation hockey to predict a short future and dodge enemy attacks. Just as Li Wei was about to say a few polite words, Smudgy unexpectedly spoke up first. "A bunch of buzzing flies are ruining my duel mood." As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her sword and slashed at her subordinates who had just been gossiping. A large amount of moisture gushed out from those people's bodies, which Smudgy then absorbed. Her figure grew even taller. Chapter 61. The side effects kicked in this sudden scene plunged the venue into a state of panic where everyone felt threatened. Li Wei was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. The Big Mom pirates were notorious criminals, and to Smoker, those so-called subordinates were utterly insignificant. Moreover, what about those ordinary people? Considering this, he became even more resolute in his belief to help the people of the world live better lives. However, the Big Mom pirates were also an indispensable force for protecting the world. If they were really driven away, who would protect the world? Even the Whitebeard pirates, known for their righteousness, would charge protection fees for the areas they controlled. Leeway found himself in a dilemma. The Ant Pirate group was essential to keep, and the only thing he could do seemed to be to force them to stop collecting soul lifespan. Thinking of this, he could only shake his head slightly. Such matters cannot be rushed. Changes must be made step by step, slowly transforming this world. Suddenly, the expressions of those who were waiting to exchange their soul lifespan for money resurfaced in Leeway's mind. For them, regularly paying soul lifespan might not be a significant issue. In fact, even though the Soul Labor Association, born from this system, had committed many wrongdoings, it had also helped them a lot. After all, from the perspective of the poor, the least valuable things were time and their own bodies. Levi unconsciously fell into deep thought, forgetting for a moment that he was still in a bet with Smuggy. Huh? You spaced out again, huh? It was Clyjack who noticed Levi's unusual behavior and quickly reminded him. However, as soon as he said that, Smuggy next to them looked displeased. I really feel underestimated, Levi. You don't take me seriously at all. Transforming into her giant form, she pointed her knife at her opponent in front of her. At this moment, Levi also came back to his senses. He could only force himself to clear his mind and said, "Giant transformation, right? If I remember correctly, in this form, you possess even greater strength than before, but I must say in advance that the greater the damage I endure, the stronger the rebound damage will be." Wano conceded out of fear of this point. Don't underestimate me. My Juju Fruit ability can definitely defeat you. After leaving this remark, Smuggy jumped to Levi's side again, placing her hands on his shoulders and lifting him up with force. Leeway smiled slightly, using his innate strength skill to stand firm on the ground and engage in a contest of strength. Smuggy exerted all his effort, but found that Leeway was like an immovable mountain, not budging an inch. Useless if it's a contest of strength. You can't win against me. Levi opened his mouth and said, knowing the original plot well. He of course understood that Smuggy wanted to grab him and then squeeze out all the moisture from his body like wringing a cloth. Beside him, Clea also advised, Smuggy, did you forget what I just said? This kid has a power similar to his mother's. Finally, Smuggy gave up on this tactic. She no longer continued the upward motion, but instead aimed to twist Levi's shoulder and use the immense strength gained from behind to extract juice again. Levi continued to withstand with his steel balloon. The two entered a prolonged competition. It must be said that the juice extraction ability of the giant Smuggy had significantly increased, and Levi was gradually finding it a bit strenuous, his breathing becoming heavier. However, similarly, Smuggy, who was enduring Levi's counterattacks, was clearly not having an easy time either. She gritted her teeth, her face flushed, enduring immense pain. The onlookers, including Clea and Armand, were watching intently, their faces showing concern. Gradually, the competition between the two began to heat up, both of them gritting their teeth and holding on. You are indeed much stronger than Clea. Leeway suddenly relaxed, and he even joked, but you still lost. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his shoulder and broke free from Smuggy's grip. How did your strength suddenly become so much stronger? Smuggy stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but she quickly steadied herself, panting, and asked unwillingly. Levi replied with a faint smile, because I can also enter a state similar to giantization, which allows me to gain stronger power. 3 minutes have already passed, and I haven't been drained of my strength by you, so you lost. All right, you win. Our Big Mom pirates will no longer interfere with your matters with the Soul Work Agency. Smuggy readily admitted defeat, but she still asked with confusion. Mom doesn't have such abilities. That's Levi's unique ability. He can temporarily gain several times his usual strength, but this skill also has side effects, which is that he will fall into a weakened state afterward. Clea quickly explained, and at that moment, he seemed to remember something, showing a bitter smile. Actually, it's not entirely unique to Levi. His move is quite similar to Luffy's techniques. Saying this, he also self-deprecatingly added, in this world, there are indeed many people I can't surpass no matter how hard I try. Leeway understood the meaning behind his words, but smiled and reassured him. The world is so big, there will always be a few geniuses with the protagonist's halo. However, Clea, you don't need to belittle yourself. Your talent is also among the top tier, and you'll become even stronger. After saying this, he fell back, and the side effects of his berserk state began to take effect. Smuggy was stunned again, looking down at Leeway with a questioning gaze. Clea, acting as the commentator once more, said, the side effects have kicked in. In this state, Leeway is even weaker than an ordinary person. Isn't that our chance? Clea, we have to take this opportunity to kill this guy. The ghost lady Armand slowly drew her longsword, clearly intending to take the chance to kill Leeway. However, Kalia stepped in to stop her. Armand, Leeway is our benefactor, but he is also our enemy. Don't forget, this guy will target the Soulwork Society, and sooner or later he will oppose us. We can't just sit back and wait. Armand, however, was unyielding and signaled to Smuggy with her eyes. Smuggy understood. Armand is right. We can't make the foolish mistake of letting the tiger return to the mountain. His goal is to help the people of all nations live a good life, which will definitely put him against us. Not far away, Blay remained silent, as she actually agreed with the views of her two sisters. At this point, Kalia also fell into hesitation. There's no time to lose. I'll take action. Armand, holding her long sword, was about to strike. At that moment, Leeway revealed a confident smile. Chapter 62. The purpose of the establishment of all nations as expected of a pirate, ruthless in action. Hearing Leeway suddenly speak, Armand couldn't help but stop, knowing very well that she was no match for him, thus showing a wary expression. Seeing this, Kalia also assessed the situation and added, he is still very weak. I am indeed very weak, but don't anyone know where Brin is? Leeway asked. Leeway, do you know Brin's hiding place? Kalia suddenly asked. Leeway let out a sigh. The Big Mom pirates are indeed all ruthless characters, but they value family greatly. If it weren't for that consideration, he wouldn't have risked using the highly detrimental berserk state. At that moment, Smoogie expressed his opinion. Krieger, use your brain. Leeway just wants to buy time. I think so too. This time, Armand didn't hesitate to slash down with his knife. Clang. Krieger also drew his sword, blocking his sister's attack for Leeway. Seeing this, Smoogie also drew his sword and angrily asked, Krieger, are you crazy? How could you raise your sword against family? I blocked Armand's attack because I want to protect my family, Krieger quickly replied, then turned to Leeway and asked, Speak up. You have 10 seconds to tell me Brin's location or a clue, otherwise I will kill you myself. Of course, no problem. You really are a good brother, clearly. You care more about Brin than those two women. Cut the nonsense, 10, 9, 8. Seeing Krieger start the countdown, Leeway quickly glanced at Smoogie and Armand and began to negotiate. If I tell you Brin's hiding place, will the Big Mom pirates let me go? I will let you go. You should have about a minute left in your weakened state. You have no choice. Krieger, if you let me go alone, it's meaningless. Then you can die right now. Krieger also took an aggressive stance without hesitation. Seeing this, Leeway hurriedly said, I'll say this, every second of life is precious. He paused slightly and added, If I'm not mistaken, Bruin should be with my friend William Hanna. They live not far from here. You all hurry to find Bruin, and don't forget our agreement. I see, your guess is quite reasonable. I will take good care of your friend, Kreegis said, leaving those words without looking back at Leeway, and walked straight out of the CAF. Smuggy also seized the opportunity and said, Your time is up. Don't mess with our mama pirate crew in your next life. Then, she thrust a knife toward Leeway's heart. However, something strange happened again. Smuggy did not see the scene she had imagined. Leeway's chest did not spur out a lot of blood, nor did he struggle in his dying moments, looking at her with a face full of unwillingness. Levi, however, showed no reaction, as if he hadn't just been struck hard. Armand was equally stunned, but she reacted quickly, swinging her knife heavily towards Levi's head. This strike was determined to take him down. With a slicing sound, Armand's blade swiftly glided across Levi's neck, and she quickly retreated. Upon closer inspection, there wasn't even a scratch on Levi's neck. Her full-force attack couldn't injure him in the slightest, let alone sever his head. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Smuggy and Armand couldn't help but exchange glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. They instinctively raised their knives to guard their chests, entering a defensive stance to prepare for Levi's attack. However, Levi remained quietly lying there, his eyes wide open and silent. Yet inside, he was immensely relieved. Fortunately, he had the skill Unyielding Guardian, which allowed him to be immune to fatal injuries for a short period, thus avoiding death at the hands of these two vicious women. This was his greatest reliance. The information he previously mentioned about Bruin was merely a tactic to buy time. Leeway was very clear about this, and he would not entrust his life to someone else's goodwill. At this moment, Smuggy hastily issued an order. You all go up. Whoever kills Leeway can immediately be promoted tonight and receive a reward of 1 billion, no, 10 billion berries. However, no one dared to step forward, and everyone muttered, This kid is invincible. Otherwise, how could it be like this? That's right, those who dare to attack him will lose their lives. If we lose our lives, no amount of money is worth it. Armand was also anxious. Do you dare to disobey the order? Have you forgotten what the consequences will be? That's right. If you don't want to die, hurry up and kill him. Smuggy wanted to continue threatening, but her subordinates suddenly scattered, rushing towards the store door in frenzy. Oof. If you don't dare to go up, do you want us to die for you? Not to mention, this woman just killed a few people who spoke up. The most vicious heart is that of a woman. We should hurry and leave this Big Mom Pirate's crew. There is no need to risk our lives for such a person. Smuggy and Armand did not expect such an outcome. They were momentarily stunned, watching their subordinates leave helplessly. This is the result of losing the people's support. Leeway, lying on the ground, finally endured through the side effects of his rampage state. He sprang up like a carp, looking at Smuggy with a malicious gaze. Oomph, I will not necessarily lose to you. Although Smuggy spoke tough, she clearly lacked confidence. Armand also stood up. I am here too. Together with Sister Smuggy, you won't be able to kill us in a short time. As long as there is someone to support us. Support? Didn't you just see your subordinates scatter in panic? Although the Big Mom Pirates have many members, they are merely a loose collection and are not intimidating at all. Leeway smiled slightly and changed his tone, saying, you should think about how to better manage the nations. As you can see, if you don't treat them as partners, they are not foolish and will abandon you at the first opportunity. However, if you can treat the people of the nations well, I believe they will do their best to help you. So why worry about the Blackbeard pirates? I don't think any pirate crew would want to be enemies with a kingdom united by its people, right? Even the Navy, no. Even the Gore CEI wouldn't want to provoke such an organization, would they? Leeway spoke at length, then glanced at the two women who were watching him warily, and finally added, don't forget the purpose of the establishment of the United Nations. The Four Emperors Big Mom wants to create a world where everyone is equal. After that, he ignored the stunned and shocked Smuggy and Armand and walked away. Leeway did not notice that beneath the table in the coffee shop, a darker shadow suddenly emerged. The shadow vanished in an instant, as if it had followed him out of the coffee shop. Chapter 63. My fate is in my own hands. Leaving the coffee shop and walking down the street, Leeway began to ponder the question he had just considered: how to enable the people of the world to live better lives. Clearly, simply eliminating the Soul Work Agency, the McGiddy Gang, and the Big Mom Pirates would not solve the problem. Without these three groups, new organizations might immediately emerge to exploit the common people. Moreover, without the protection of the Big Mom Pirates, the entire world could once again fall into a war of competing forces. By that time, the people of the world would not only be unable to live well, but they might even lose the basic assurance of life. Thinking of this, Leeway couldn't help but stop and reflect deeply, ultimately coming to a conclusion. The Big Mom Pirates had to be retained, and the only thing he could do regarding them was to have them cancel the system of regularly paying a portion of their soul lifespan. As for the Soul Work Agency and the likes of McGiddy, they had to be eradicated, and then a new force that cared for the people needed to be supported. There was no other way. Leeway secretly nodded. Such things should be done step by step. If you take too big a step, it's easy to get into trouble. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice coming from ahead. Isn't that Leeway? What are you doing here? Leeway looked up and saw that the person speaking was wearing suspenders and work pants. After a moment of thought, he remembered. This guy is a subordinate of McGiddy, the one with the pipe fruit ability. At this point, the other party noticed he didn't respond and showed an unhappy expression. What's wrong? Have you forgotten me? How could that be? In the pirate world, there aren't many people with space-type fruit abilities. You're called foals, right? By the way, can your pipe cross islands? Leeway quickly replied, and then he heard Fours say cheerfully, of course. My pipeline ignores distance. As long as there are people at the destination, it can reach there directly through the pipeline. It's really powerful. No wonder McGiddy has the confidence to go against the Soul Work Society and the Ant Pirate crew. Leeway sincerely praised him, and his words made Fool smile broadly. It seems he is a young man without much guile, but why would he join a gang? Leeway secretly complained and unconsciously frowned. Foz noticed it and quickly voiced his guess. You're worried about the Blackbeard pirates making trouble, right? I can help you leave here. Oh, let's wait for 3 more days. After I finish dealing with things here, I will ask for your help. No problem, Leeway. May I ask what you're busy with? I heard Miss Christina say that you are the one who can truly help the people of the world live better lives. Did Christina evaluate me like that? Leeway was quite surprised. If you remember correctly, that red-haired beauty seemed to really dislike him. Of course, he didn't blame himself for it. Leeway just felt that he had made a mistake that all men would make. Fours nodded. She did say that, which is why I came to find you. In fact, it was her who said you would likely come to this coffee shop. Did you come specifically to find me? Levi was taken aback for a moment and asked his doubts. Christina said that McGiddy just wanted to use my fruit ability, and even if they defeated the Soul Work Society and the Big Mom Pirates, they would only replace them, making the people of the world live even more miserable lives. Did the red-haired beauty really say that? But isn't she one of McGiddy's people? Christina? She's a really good person and has a wide network. I heard that it was because of her that McGiddy's boss got in touch with the Blackbeard pirates. Hearing this explosive news, Levi couldn't help but slightly open his mouth and blurted out, "Does this woman have a connection with the Blackbeard pirates?" "Yes, and because of this, Snake has always wanted me to stay away from her. However, Christina also wants me to withdraw early." At this point, Fur seemed to realize that he had said something he shouldn't have and immediately stopped talking. Leeway found it amusing, but didn't show it on his face, pretending not to notice. Seeing this, Foles let out a long sigh and changed the subject. "Did you send those members of the Charlotte family back?" "Huh?" Levi pretended to just come back to his senses, paused for a moment, and then replied, "Yes, by letting them go, we can better protect the Kingdom of Nations." "Is that your viewpoint? I thought you genuinely wanted the people of the Kingdom of Nations to live a good life." "Force, let me finish speaking. Without the Big Mom pirates, these dozens of islands in the Kingdom of Nations would instantly become a big piece of meat. Other pirates, gangs, and even the Navy would set their sights on this territory. At that time, the Kingdom of Nations would be engulfed in war, turning into ruins. And until a new force replaces the Big Mom pirates, the people of the kingdom will suffer even more. I know this, which is why I'm helping Boss Majid to help them rule over the Kingdom of Nations. Levi, join us. You've chosen the wrong target. If Majid really takes over the kingdom, the people here will only suffer more. Before this, they were just living off high-interest loans, making people's lives miserable. If you don't believe it, you can investigate." Leeway spoke earnestly, patting the other person's shoulder. "The Big Mom pirates are a very powerful pirate crew. They have the ability to protect the whole Cake Island, and I have the ability to get them to cancel the system of regularly surrendering soul lifespan. Furthermore, I will eliminate the Soul Work Society and the owner of Magid, and then support a force that considers the people's interests more. You can join this new force, and by then, the people of Whole Cake Island will have a slightly better life than now. Do you really have a way to make the Big Mom pirates cancel the soul lifespan surrender system? Of course. If I couldn't do that, then what would be the point of me being here? A person's life must be in their own hands. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. It should be said as my fate is determined by me, not by her. And this her refers to the Yonko, Big Mom. My fate is determined by me, not by her. Foles murmured as if struck by lightning. Leeway nodded and solemnly repeated, "Yes, my fate is determined by me, not by her. As for the new forces starting now, I will look for suitable candidates. Are you interested in joining? If you can do what you just said, I will definitely join you," Foles answered without hesitation. But then added, "Also, I will be watching you and Boss McGiddy to see who the real savior of the people is." "Savior? Only I can be my own savior. And that goes double for the people of this country," Leeway said with a determined expression, but did not elaborate, as Furs would not understand. "Goodbye, Furs. Let's work hard together." In the end, he left his phone bug number and waved goodbye. Chapter 64. Brin got sick on Soft Island in a luxurious room. A tall and strong man sat in a beast skin chair. In front of him was a large table with a phone bug on it. At that moment, a sinister voice came from the phone bug. "Mr. Tinnies, the Big Mom pirate crew has abandoned us." "Sharps, is this information reliable?" "Absolutely, after receiving your order. I have been secretly tracking Leeway. He made a bet with Miss Smoker. The stakes are related to our Soul Work Society. If Leeway won, the Big Mom pirate crew would no longer participate in his struggle with us. And in the end, Leeway won." "Oh, what was the content of the bet?" Leeway said he could withstand Miss Smoker's juice attack. Through the phone bug, Tinnies roughly understood the situation. After listening, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Has this kid grown to this extent? Even the 3 stars are no match for him. He is indeed very powerful. And I found out that this kid also possesses immortality. The man named Sharps briefly explained how Smoker and Armand tried to take the opportunity to kill Leeway, but failed. Now, Tinnies was completely stunned, muttering to himself, "Immortality means he cannot be killed. Such an enemy is the most troublesome." But he quickly regained his composure and said in a calm tone, "Well done. You have uncovered Leeway's greatest weakness, which gives us a chance to eliminate him. Don't worry, in this world, no one possesses immortality. Although I still don't understand how this kid did it. It definitely isn't immortality, otherwise he would have been invincible long ago." "Mr. Tinnies, I think so too. I will continue to track Leeway and find out more of his weaknesses." "Go ahead, Sharps. I will be waiting for your good news here." After saying this, Tinnies leaned back, hung up the phone bug, and stood up again. "Leeway didn't expect a waste to force me to this extent." Then, he sat back down and dialed a number. Once the other side was connected, Tinnies got straight to the point. "Jinham, hurry and bring all your forces to Coco Island. We're going to officially counterattack against Magidi and the others. Received, Mr. Tinnies. I have been waiting for your order, and I will definitely complete the mission. Don't rush. Once you get to Coco Island, don't act immediately. I will arrange for Carlson to assist you. Also, remember, don't provoke a young man named Leeway. Leeway, is he the one who took down Elgis? Why should we let him go? Mr. Tinnies, doing this will make others underestimate us even more. Because Leeway is very strong, and he is also an enemy of Magidi. You should know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I understand, Mr. Tinnies. You know, my relationship with Elgis isn't very good. I won't create extra trouble. That's good. Genome, be careful. You're now the only branch leader left. At this critical moment for the Soul Work Society's survival, you cannot have any accidents. Rest assured, Mr. Tinnies. I can't say I can deal with Magidi, but Snake and Thompson are not my opponents. I trust you. That old guy Magidi, I will deal with him personally. After that, Tinnies discussed his battle plan before hanging up the phone bug. After finishing everything, he paced back and forth in the room, finally muttering to himself, Christina? Whether this surprise attack can succeed depends entirely on you. In the evening, on Coco Island, in a narrow wooden cabin, Leeway took a big circle around Coco Island. Although he ate a lot of delicious food, he still didn't hear the pleasant system notification sound. Therefore, he could only return to his place and lie down on the bed. He originally thought that eating gourmet food to enhance his steel balloon skill would be the simplest task, but unexpectedly, as he progressed, the types of gourmet food required increased, and the difficulty of finding them also grew. Leeway was somewhat speechless, mainly because the system was too unintelligent. It not only failed to record the delicious food he had eaten, but also did not provide any hints on how many more types of food he needed to eat in order to level up. After complaining about the system, Leeway turned his thoughts to another skill, the upgrade method for his innate super strength. Since he had been promoted to be rank, he had only interacted with Armand and completed the contact with the Snakehead tribe. The remaining tribes were the Longhand tribe, the Little People tribe, as well as the unique Lunalia tribe and the giant tribe that would not be found in the world. Thinking of this, Leeway recalled the members of Big Mom's pirate crew from the original work. Indeed, the Yonko Big Mom had children from both the Longhand and Little People tribes, so he needed to find a way to make contact with them. Suddenly, a phone bug rang, startling Leeway. He quickly answered it, and it was William Hanna calling to ask where he was. Leeway did not hide it, and then he heard William Hanna say in a pleading tone, "Could you please come to the Caramel Coffee Shop once again? Miss Brin seems to be ill, and she wants to see you." Brin is sick? Leeway didn't expect this news. He turned his head to recall the original content, but it seemed that there was no mention of Brin getting sick. Just as he hesitated, the voice of Kreja came from the phone bug. "Leeway, please, I know what we did today was wrong. But Brin is in danger right now, and perhaps only you can save her. What happened to her? What about the ship's doctor from your aunt's pirate crew?" "I don't know anything about medicine. The ship's doctor is powerless because Brin isn't sick. She is likely to have awakened early due to a series of stimuli. I know your intelligence gathering ability is strong, which is why I wanted to ask you for help." "I see, I understand now. Kreja, I'm on my way. You come to the mirror world first. I'll have Bulei come to get you. That way it'll be faster." "All right, then I'll see you later." Leeway hung up the phone and went to the mirror. Suddenly, the figure of Buell appeared in the mirror, startling him. He quickly jumped into it. Before long, the two of them arrived at the coffee shop. After Leeway stepped in, what caught his eye was Brin, who was covering her head, moaning in pain and struggling, as well as Kelly Jia, who looked anxious. William Hanner and Emily, on the other hand, looked surprised. As for Smuggy and Armand, they displayed expressions of shame on their faces. Levi first greeted everyone, then walked towards Brin. Chapter 65, The Awakening of the Three-Eyed Tribe. "You finally made it, Levi." Brin has been suffering like this for an hour or two. Kreja, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, immediately recounted the details of his sister's episode. It turned out that he had followed the information Levi provided and went to William Hanna's house, where he found Brin hiding inside with two others. Kreja successfully brought them back to the CAF. At that time, Brin was still normal, but when she saw Smuggy and Armand looking dazed, she asked what had happened. Soon after, Brin learned about the bet Levi had made with her two sisters, and suddenly, she let out a scream, crouched down, and began to struggle while holding her head. Faced with this sudden situation, Kreja instinctively thought Brin was under some kind of attack. He ordered his men to bring a ship's doctor while personally searching around, but found no enemies. Meanwhile, the observant Armand noticed that Brin was still holding her head and mumbling, "My forehead hurts so much, it feels like something is about to come out." She and Smuggy grabbed Brin's hands and carefully examined her forehead, discovering a crack that seemed to have opened on it. At that moment, Armand offered her opinion. Brin was likely about to awaken her third eye. Although they understood the cause of Brin's headache, they had no idea what would happen during the awakening of a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Feeling helpless, Kreja suggested asking Levi, as his intelligence abilities were strong. Even Green Bull wanted to seek his help. They then obtained Levi's phone bug number through William Hanna. William Hanna apologized, saying, "Levi, I feel that these people are not bad, so it's no problem. I also need the help of the Big Mom Pirates." After learning the details, Levi nodded. To be honest, he didn't know what would happen during the awakening of the Three-Eyed Tribe, so he fell into deep thought. Kreja and the others certainly wouldn't disturb Levi's contemplation. Instead, they showed expressions of anticipation. After making up his mind, Levi spoke. "As for the awakening of the Three-Eyed Tribe, I don't know what it will be like, but I do have a way to alleviate Brin's pain. Please, Levi, as long as it can make me feel less pain, I'll agree to anything," Brin begged, grabbing Levi's hand with tears in her eyes. Kreja couldn't bear to see his sister like this, and said, "As long as we can save Brin, our Big Mom Pirates will definitely thank you profusely." "That's right. Levi, what we did today was indeed excessive. I hope you won't hold it against us. We absolutely won't help the Soul Work Association in the future. We mean what we say this time." Smuggy and Armand echoed in unison. Leeway glanced at the crowd, feeling a mix of emotions. Although this group of pirates had committed many evil deeds, their strong sense of family was somewhat moving. Seeing that he did not respond, Collegia anxiously said, "Leeway, if you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up. As long as they're not too unreasonable, we can accept them. I can only say that it can alleviate Brin's suffering, but I don't know what will happen after she opens her eyes." Leeway honestly said, and then heard Brin anxiously say, "No problem, as long as it can be reduced by even a little bit. Right, brother, sister?" "Yes, we all agree, Leeway. Hurry up and state your conditions." "Kreja, I have 2 conditions. The first is that after healing Brin, I hope to have contact with the Long-Handed Tribe and the Little People Tribe. I know there's such races among your siblings." "No problem, of course, that's fine. Leeway, but don't rush. I have one more condition, which is that I hope you can abolish the system of regularly paying soul lifespan." "That's impossible." Seeing Smuggy's firm rejection, Leeway didn't mind and just smiled slightly without forcing it. However, Kreja said with a serious expression, "Leeway, this kind of thing is not something we can decide. I know, so I just need you to agree. As for Katakuri and the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, I will handle it. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Leeway had long prepared his thoughts, and for such a request, he could only take this step first. However, upon hearing his words, William Hanna's eyes lit up, his face filled with delight, clearly proud of his friend's commitment. Emily, on the other hand, wore a more complex expression, seemingly regretting the loss of a good man. Regarding Leeway's proposal, Kalia and Smoogie fell into deep contemplation, internally battling their thoughts. "No problem. Mom isn't here, and the souls and lifespans we've collected are useless." "Ah, it hurts so much," Bruin cried out in pain. At this moment, Kalia finally made up his mind. "I agree to your terms. If you can do what you said, we will no longer obstruct you from canceling this system." "That's good. My method is simple. We can share Bruin's pain. As older brothers and sisters, I believe you would be willing to make sacrifices for your younger sister." Leeway immediately revealed his method upon achieving his goal. He wanted to use the soul contract skill to transfer Brin's pain to 4 people. Just now, he had already verified that this method was indeed feasible. However, Kalia raised a soul-related question. "Of course, that's not a problem, but how are you going to do it?" Armand and Smuggy also looked at Leeway with puzzled expressions. Leeway said confidently, "As long as you agree in your hearts to establish a contract with me, that's all it takes." As he spoke, 2 small white orbs of light appeared in his palm. He added, "You don't have to worry. This contract can be canceled at any time." While saying this, Leeway secretly felt regret. In order to save Brin, he had voluntarily canceled his contract with Qingji. Kelly Jia stared carefully at the orb of light and asked again, "Is it really that simple?" "It's that simple. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brin. Just now, I took advantage of her holding my hand to use this method to alleviate her pain. Otherwise, how could she be able to speak?" Leeway said while pointing at Brin. "Brin, you can cancel your contract with me now." I'll give it a try." Before Brin could finish speaking, she tightly hugged her head again and rolled on the ground in pain. The white ball in Leeway's hand turned into 3 again. He bent down and sent the light ball into Brin's body. Immediately, she felt less pain. "I believe you now, Leeway. I still trust your character." Kelly rushed towards Leeway, signaling him to send the light ball into his body. Leeway shook his head. "You're the one who's most afraid of pain, so let Smuggy and Armand bear it." "You're right, Leeway. During this period, you need to protect us well, Kelly Jia. Smuggy and Armand stepped forward, and Leeway sent the light ball into the bodies of the two beauties, who immediately showed expressions of slight pain on their faces. In contrast, Brin no longer struggled. Although her face was pale and she was sweating profusely, the look of pain on her face had significantly diminished. "Thank you, Leeway. I'm feeling much better now. This is a paid service as well, so you don't need to be polite, Brin." Leeway answered cheerfully and then said to Smuggy, "This is what it feels like to bear the pain for others. Think about it. People from all over the world are actually suffering for your ant pirate crew, the Soul War Society, and Megiddo and others." Chapter 66. Long Arm Tribe and Little People Tribe. Seeing the indifferent expressions on Smuggy and Armin's faces, Leeway knew that a person's perspective cannot be changed overnight, but as long as one perseveres, change will eventually come. After all, such things cannot be rushed. Therefore, he did not continue on this topic. Suddenly, the entire CAF fell into an eerie silence. Once quiet, Leeway truly felt a pain similar to a toothache throughout his body, which made him very uncomfortable. He glanced at Brin. Although Sanji's fiancée, he still had a frown. Her complexion was gradually not as pale, and with others sharing the burden, she no longer had to roll in pain. Meanwhile, Krija was also observing his younger sisters, who were all frowning, clearly enduring pain, and he didn't know what to say. "Why don't we go to the mirror world? Akiji and Van Oga are likely to come back to the CF, Brule suddenly said, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Krija nodded in agreement. "Yes, if Akiji comes, our group will turn into ice sculptures again." "Good idea. In that case, Krija, could you take me to meet your little people and Long Arm Tribe brothers?" Leeway asked. "Do you still have the energy to meet others?" "Of course. This little pain won't stop me. Time waits for no one," Leeway said softly, and then looked at Blay. "Please lead the way." "All right then." Blay glanced at Kalia, saw her brother nodding, and agreed. Immediately, Blay activated her ability and created a large mirror, while Leeway boldly stepped into the mirror world. Kalia let a few younger sisters go first, then gave a few instructions to his subordinates in the coffee shop before entering. "Blay, you take Leeway to meet Mengpala and Norman, right? Based on previous experiences, Leeway should only have a simple interaction. Is that okay?" "Yes, no problem, Kalia brother." Although Blay was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. Leeway smiled and said, "Kelly Jia is right. This won't take much time. And Beely, you don't have to be so afraid of me. I know you are a very sensitive, understanding, and gentle woman." After hearing this, Beely felt a bit embarrassed. Samuji and Amanda also looked at Leeway with strange expressions. Leeway said with a faint smile, "I'm speaking from the heart. If Brule can share just a little bit of Katakuri's heart with the people of the world, then the people here will live better lives. Do you know about my relationship with brother Katakuri? Brule, my intelligence ability is my strongest weapon. I know exactly how you got the scar on your face. How do you know about my childhood? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Come on, you should ask the mirror." Levi made a mischievous expression, knowing that to truly improve the lives of people from all nations, the ant pirate crew was a necessary force to be allied with. Brule's mouth slightly agape, her face filled with astonishment, was completely stunned. In the end, it was Klee who reminded her, "Levi means no harm, Brule. You should get to work." Coming back to her senses, Brule began to ask the mirror, which mirror is closest to Brother Montpellier. Not far away, a mirror was shining with white light. With guidance, Brule led Levi out of the mirror world and into an elegantly decorated room. As soon as they appeared, they heard a man's voice. "Who?" "Brother Montpellier, it's me. I am Brule." "Brule, how did you get here? Who is that other man?" "I am Levi, a scholar who enjoys studying various races of humanity." Leeway quickly introduced himself, stepping forward and extending his right hand, taking the opportunity to observe Montpellier. He noticed that Montpellier was tall and slender, wearing a cloak of black and yellow, and had a long nose that resembled Usopp's. Of course, as a member of the Long Arm Tribe, Montpellier's most distinctive feature was his long arms with 2 elbow joints. At that moment, however, Montpellier did not shake hands, but instead questioned in a tone of disbelief, "Beely, why did you bring this stranger to see me? I've heard that the Blackbeard pirates are attacking us." "Montpellier, brother, this is Leeway. He has saved me, Beely, and Sister Ammon multiple times," Beely quickly explained. Leeway also added, "This is all true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kelly Jia. Of course, I don't need you to thank me too much. Just shake my hand and have a few words with me." Mengpile looked at Leeway with a doubtful expression, but didn't take out the phone bug. Buell hurriedly opened her eyes, and Leeway briefly explained how he alleviated her pain. In the end, she summarized, "Mengpile, Leeway is our benefactor from the Big Mom Pirates. Please agree to his request. We have other matters to attend to and can't delay here for too long. I see. Thank you then. Meng Pile completely believed him and took the initiative to shake Li Wei's hand. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Your wingspan is so long. You must be great at basketball. What? Basketball? Forget it. Please don't mind that. Li Wei felt that it was about time, so he took the initiative to end the topic and bid farewell to the bewildered Meng Pile. Afterwards, he followed Buell and entered a children's room filled with toys through a mirror. In this room, Li Wei saw the halfling Norman. It must be said that halflings are indeed very small. He had to bend down to see the girl who was only a few centimeters tall. Just like in the original work, Norman had butterfly wings on her back, wore a blue dress, had short brown hair, and adorned her head with 2 yellow hair flowers, making her an ordinary-looking girl. Li Wei also had a brief chat with her, and finally, he heard the long-awaited system notification sound in his ear. Ding! You have come into contact with 2 more races of humans, and the innate super strength skill has been upgraded to level A. Li Wei felt a surge of joy. He had finally leveled up, just as he was about to activate the system to check the description of his talent skills. He heard Bewley Eye's puzzled voice. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly smiling so brightly? Huh, I just saw a child and thought of the children of the people from all over the world. How wonderful it would be if they could live in such a lovely room too. Levi quickly replied, and then he heard Blay and Norman say in unison, what a weirdo. Chapter 67, Natural Strength Upgraded. In the mirror world, upon seeing Levi and Blay return, Kreeja immediately sensed something unusual and asked, you seem to have gotten stronger. That's true. What's going on? Smuggy also expressed the same doubt. However, Levi did not answer because he was checking the description of his upgraded talent skill. Natural Strength, at the current level, possesses the powerful strength of a 25-year-old ant. This skill can lend strength to others, with a maximum borrowing range of 10 meters. After reading it, Levi was taken aback. I can lend my strength to others? That's quite the opposite of the shared damage of the iron balloon. For a moment, he couldn't think of an application scenario for this effect. Levi, are you lost in thought again? Huh? Sorry, I'm a bit tired. Li Wei came back to his senses and saw Kli Jia patting his shoulder. He reacted quickly and immediately found a brilliant excuse. Kli Jia didn't suspect anything and just asked again, my observation hockey tells me that you've become stronger again. And Smuggy has noticed it too. Li Wei did not deny it. Under the curious and expectant gazes of Smuggy, Armand, and others, he nodded. I've emphasized several times that I'm a genius. Is this speed of becoming stronger unreasonable? As far as I know, Big Mom injured the elder of the giant clan when she was just 5 years old. Saying this, he secretly murmured in his heart, after tonight, Big Mom's physical talent will only be left with 3 days. If I don't hurry up and take down the Soul Work Association and the gang led by McGiddy, it will be too late. Because once the talent refreshes, I will have to complete various tasks again and level up before I can have the powerful strength I have now. As his thoughts raced, Li Wei sighed again. I didn't expect this weekly refresh mechanism to be so troublesome. No, so-called geniuses can indeed quickly improve their strength, but it won't be like you suddenly becoming stronger. Kreeja clearly did not believe Li Wei's words and asked again, there must be something strange about this. I suspect your strengthening is related to what you did tonight. Tonight's matter? Did Li Wei absorb our power? No, I feel some pain, but I haven't weakened. Smuggy immediately became alert, but after carefully observing her body, she found nothing wrong. Armand also shook his head. She glanced at Li Wei and offered her opinion. I don't feel my power draining either, and besides, before tonight, his strength had already increased a lot. Perhaps he really is a top genius. Seeing these people discussing this topic in front of him, Li Wei put on a mysterious expression. Don't try to pry into my secrets. I have no significant conflict with you, so just remember this. Don't you want us to give up the interests of the nations? Hearing Smuggy mutter this, Li Wei waved his hand. I want the people of the nations to live better lives. You want to rule the nations better. To some extent, our interests are aligned. At this point, he paused and continued. As for the regular submission of soul lifespan, I currently just want you to refrain from collecting it before Big Mom returns to the nations. Without Big Mom's soul fruit ability, even if you collect souls, you won't be able to create Hamets, right? So, this isn't an unreasonable request for you. After this statement, Smuggy and the others had nothing more to say. They could not refute Li Wei's argument. Seeing the situation, Li Wei took the opportunity to reinforce his point. Since we have a common goal and a basis for cooperation, we are allies in the same camp. For the lives of the people of the nations, I will join you in fighting against McGiddy and the Blackbeard pirates. Of course, if the Soul Lifespan Submission System is cancelled, then the Soul Work Association has no reason to exist. After expressing his views, Leeway scanned the room and summarized. In the current situation, I believe my strength should be enough to compensate for the Tinnies group. Although they're numerous, they definitely won't fight the Blackbeard pirates for you, while I can. Additionally, I might be able to persuade Akiji because I know what he wants most. If you can really handle Akiji, we can ally with you. Krija, you must not act on your own. Such matters can only be decided by Katakuri. Smuggy interrupted her brother, but then looked at Leeway with a serious expression. Leeway smiled and took the initiative to respond. Don't worry, Krija. I will offer Katakuri a condition he cannot refuse. Well, I believe you, but I think your current strength is still not as good as Katakuri and Teeny's. Krija, my strength is advancing by leaps and bounds. Perhaps I will surpass them by tomorrow. Leeway said confidently, but as he looked around, he found that although everyone was skeptical, they did not speak further. Fortunately, he had upgraded his innate super strength skill, which made these people see him in a new light. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to truly convince them. Indeed, in the pirate world, strength is paramount. Leeway sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual about his body. Then, he heard a surprised voice beside him. It doesn't hurt anymore, that's great. Huh, Brin, it's true. I don't feel pain either. Smuggy, you should feel fine too, right? Upon hearing Armin's words, Leeway realized he indeed felt no pain, which meant that Brin, the three-eyed person, had truly opened her eye. With this in mind, Leeway, like everyone else, turned to look at Brin, but he did not see the long-awaited third eye. This was because Brin's bangs covered her third eye. In response, Smuggy straightforwardly made a request. Brin, your third eye. I understand. A reluctant look flashed in Brin's eyes, but she did not refuse. She tucked her hair back, revealing a brown eye. It looks pretty much the same as before, right? Krija asked in confusion, but Leeway interrupted him. Brin, you should know that after a three-eyed person opens their eye, they are said to gain the ability to read ancient texts, which is also the reason why the Blackbeard pirates wanted to capture you. Ah, I see it. There is a demon residing in everyone's body. Leeway, the demon inside you is the most terrifying, Brin suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 68, The Demon Within. A demon residing within? Armand, Krija, and Smuggy all exclaimed in shock, looking at Brin with astonished expressions. Leeway looked shocked. He clearly wasn't a devil fruit user. So how could there be a demon inside him? Brin, is this the ability of your third eye? Can it see through people's bodies? Before he could finish speaking, Krija saw Brin covering the eye on her forehead, with her other two eyes closed, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. He hurriedly asked with concern, Are you okay? My eyes hurt a lot, but I did see that there are demons inside you. Brin replied with a determined tone. At this moment, Leeway also came back to his senses from the shock, and he offered his opinion. It seems like you just opened your eyes, so you can't control this vision well yet. Also, I think this third eye consumes a lot of your physical or mental energy, and you're already exhausted tonight. So I suggest you take a good rest first. Leeway's words made sense. You all worked hard tonight, so let's rest early. Krija took over the conversation and said to Blay, Tonight, you accompanied Leeway to meet Normand and Montpillar, so you're also tired. Leave this to me. Okay. Blay was a bit surprised, and then she said, Don't worry, everyone in the mirror world, as long as someone intrudes, I will know immediately. After hearing these words, Smuggy and others nodded, as they were indeed tired. So, they supported Brin and went to a place to lie down and sleep. Leeway was astonished by what Brin had just said, but seeing that she had already walked away, he could only set the matter aside for now. Kelly also seemed to be full of questions. What kind of devil fruit did you eat? It actually allowed you to completely transform. I'm not a fruit user. Otherwise, when I was thrown into the sea by Akiji yesterday, I would have died, and you wouldn't be able to see me again. Libe unas li informat. But in his heart, he was pondering the abilities of Bruin's third eye, from the fact that she can see the demon inside him. It seems somewhat similar to the Byakugan in Naruto. However, this ability has nothing to do with understanding the historical text. As his thoughts raced, Leeway heard Kelly Jia's voice. So how did the demon inside you come about? I speculate that your ability to become stronger, as if you were a different person, is closely related to that demon, right? Perhaps Bruin was seeing things. After all, I just mentioned that she had just awakened her eye, and considering that you all are ability users, she might have been mistaken, thinking that I also had a demon inside me. Leeway continued to argue. You don't need to guess here. Once Brin recovers tomorrow, everything will be clear. Well then, you should go rest. I really want to thank you tonight, and I hope we won't become enemies. Didn't we just form an alliance? Kedia, my demands are very low, just like the people of the world. So if your mama pirate crew really wants to rule the world well, then don't make an enemy of me, because because I have the entire world behind me. Li Weikong spoke forcefully, and then he walked to the side, lay down, and closed his eyes to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Li Wei suddenly opened his eyes. He quickly scanned the area and found that Smooji and the others were sleeping soundly. Not far away, Kalia was sitting on the ground, holding a long sword in his arms, and was meditating with his eyes closed. Li Wei activated the system again, and seeing that there were only 3 days left for this week's talent, he sighed and quickly got up. Huh, you're awake? Kelly Jia opened his eyes immediately upon hearing the movement, and when he saw it was Li Wei, he breathed a sigh of relief and greeted him. There's no way around it. My time is tight. You don't mind if I wake up Bruin, do you? I also wanted to ask her about the third eye. While speaking, Kelly Jia walked straight towards Bruin and softly called out a few times. Soon, Bruin, Blay, Smooji, and Armand all woke up one by one. And when they saw it was Kelly Jia, they immediately got up. Kelly Jia whispered a few more words, and the group quickly walked over to Li Wei. Do I still have a demon inside me? What does it look like? Li Wei went straight to the point and asked bluntly. Bruin brushed aside her bangs, revealing her third eye, glanced at Li Wei, then looked at Kelly and the others before saying apologetically, Strange, I must have seen it wrong last night. Li Wei, there's no demon inside you. What about ours? Kelly immediately pressed for an answer, and Smoogie and the others displayed expressions of anticipation. Bruin nodded. I can see the demons inside you. They are hiding in your hearts, but these demons appear and disappear, so I can't see them clearly. I can only vaguely see that they have different spiral patterns, just like those on the devil fruits. If the patterns are the same as those on the devil fruits, then it seems that the various abilities of the devil fruits are provided by these demons. No wonder a person can only eat one fruit at most. Li Wei combined his insights with the original storyline, but was soon refuted by Kelly. Don't forget, Blackbeard Teach has eaten 2 devil fruits. I suspect he most likely has more than one heart. Just now, Brin also mentioned that the devil resides in the heart. Li Wei quickly replied, in addition, the Blackbeard pirates can hunt devil fruits, which must be due to Blackbeard using the power of the Yami Yami no Mi to directly extract the devil fruit user's powers and then attach them to the apples. Upon hearing his words, Smooji and the others showed expressions of realization, and Brin even whispered, so that's how it is. Is this the truth about the devil fruits? Maybe, but I'm not a devil fruit user, so it doesn't really concern me. I have to go. Li Wei didn't say anything else. He gave a glance to Bulei, and then, with Bulei's help, left the mirror world and returned to the CF, where he saw William Hanna and Emily. As soon as they recognized him, they rushed over. Li Wei, are you okay? I'm fine, how about you? Li Wei smiled and replied. Then, he saw Emily looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. She just looked at him deeply without speaking. William Hanna patted him on the shoulder. We are fine. Seeing you reassures us. Well, I have to get busy. Take care of yourselves, as things on the island might not be very peaceful lately. After Li Wei finished speaking, he waved goodbye. What he didn't know was that Emily was watching his back, her face showing an indescribable expression. William Hanna patted her shoulder and whispered a few words of comfort. Chapter 69. The battle begins on Coco Island, in a secluded alley. Snake, with a snake tattoo, pointed to a small wooden house not far away and asked, Christina, are you sure that Jean Ham and one of his subordinates are hiding there? I'm not sure, but Mr. Akiji told me so, and his information comes from the Big Mom Pirates. He defeated Krija and learned this from him. Tinnies has gathered the Soul Work Society's Nut Island branch here, seemingly wanting to fight to the death. Given your relationship with Akiji, I think this information, true or false, is worth a try. Snake thought for a moment and nodded, then turned to a man with a black afro, a sharp nose, small eyes, and dressed in leather. Stockton, when we get close to the wooden house. As soon as I open the door, you shoot your spikes. No problem, but Jean Ham's hard fruit ability is very effective against my spikes. So we still need to rely on Big Brother Thompson's ability. You need to have confidence in yourself, Stockton. Your spikes are very lethal. Although Jean Ham's hard fruit can create extremely hard clothing, it might not be able to withstand your piercing attacks. The speaker was a tall, muscular man with wet black long hair and a face full of acne. He patted the afro-headed Stockton on the shoulder and continued, my fruit ability can create flames, but if the enemy hasn't lost their ability to act, they can easily escape. So your spike attacks are essential. Thompson is right. This time, we must completely annihilate the Soul Work Society's Nut Island branch. That way, Tinnies will become a sitting duck, and we can launch our final attack on him to avenge the fallen O'Neill. Snake took over the conversation, glancing at Christina, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But he said, Once we eliminate the Soulwork Society, we can concentrate our forces and join the Blackbeard pirates to drive the Big Mom pirates out of the nations. At this point, he paused and continued. So, this battle is crucial. Christina, you've made a great contribution. Mr. Snake, this is what I should do. As long as it allows the people of this island to live better lives, I have not left the Navy in vain. I believe this is also what Mr. Akiji wants to achieve. Don't worry, Christina. Since we can cooperate with Akiji, it's because we have a common goal. As long as we can defeat the Big Mom pirates, the people of the nations won't have to pay for their soul's lifespan anymore. That's the first mountain pressing down on them. Moreover, Boss McGiddy will definitely be able to manage the nations well. With his financial power, he can greatly improve everyone's lives. Yes, I chose to join Boss McGiddy because I saw that he has money and strength to allow the islanders to live well. That kid Leeway is strong, but he is all alone and has such close ties with the Big Mom pirates. Really, he talks one way and does another. Seeing Christina snort coldly and turn her head away, Snake exchanged glances with Thompson, who continued. After all, he is just a young man who suddenly gained enormous power from a peculiar devil fruit. Such a kid, proud and arrogant, has never seen a true powerhouse. So it's inevitable that he thinks he is invincible and can do anything he wants. However, some young people like this boastful guy. Christina, you should also talk to Fulzer when you have a chance. I feel like he's a bit shaken. Moreover, Leeway's strength and defense are indeed very strong. Once we eliminate the Soulwork Society, he will become our enemy. Mr. Snake, I will find an opportunity to talk to Fulzer. Well, let's handle the upcoming matters first. Snake concluded, then took the lead towards the wooden house. Thompson and Christina followed closely behind. The group slowly approached their destination. And when they were a few meters away from the wooden house, Snake gave Christina a look, and she nodded in understanding. Then, her body slowly disappeared. Stockton, with his afro, showed a surprised expression and murmured, "Is this the ability of the chameleon fruit? So impressive." But before he could finish speaking, he was glared at by Snake, which scared him into silence. After a moment, Christina slowly reappeared and said softly, "There are only two people inside the wooden house. Jean Hom and Carlson. We should be cautious. Sharps might be hiding in shadows. 2 years ago, he used his shadow fruit ability to ambush and kill many of our comrades." Snake said solemnly, and everyone nodded. Thompson added, "Let's start acting. According to the combat plan, Christina, please open the door first. Stockton and I will attack first, and finally, Snake. You will entangle Jean Hom while we concentrate our fire to completely kill Carlson and the lurking sharps." Okay. As soon as she finished speaking, Christina disappeared again. Snake transformed into a huge rattlesnake, his body covered in gray scales with horizontal stripes, his face resembling a snake's head, eyes flashing with green light, occasionally flicking his tongue, looking quite terrifying. As for Stockton, he crawled on the ground, transforming into a round, plump hedgehog, his back covered with sharp, long quills, and his belly turned into smooth, soft, dark brown fur, with his eyes becoming smaller. Thompson let his hands hang low, droplets of black, viscous liquid dripping from his fingers. The group exchanged glances and slowly approached the wooden house. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly flung open, and Stockton, facing away from the wooden house, shook his body violently, shooting his long quills straight towards the two people inside. Thompson spread his hands wide, fingers splayed, and a large amount of black viscous liquid sprayed everywhere, quickly covering the entire floor of the room. "Now's the time. Everyone quickly retreat," Snake shouted, throwing out a lit lighter. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire wooden house was engulfed in flames, the black liquid evidently being an excellent accelerant. Snake and the others reacted quickly, immediately retreating, then watching the fire rage through the wooden house, keeping an eye out for anyone trying to escape from inside. Chapter 70. Surprise attack and counterattack. Although Snake and the others retreated very quickly, they still underestimated the power of the explosion. Several of them were lifted into the air by the shockwave, unable to control their bodies. What is going on? According to Reason, Thompson, the oil you release shouldn't cause such a huge explosion. Snake, I know the reason. Look at that wooden house. Following the direction pointed out by Thompson, Snake saw paper flying everywhere, resembling a fiery curtain scattered all around. The little wooden house, which was fine just a moment ago, was already surrounded by raging flames. It was Carlson's doing. He had created a large amount of shredded paper, which greatly fueled the fire and caused an explosion. Snake suddenly realized and shouted, "Everyone be careful. Since this guy can use the paper fruit ability to create so many pieces of paper, he may have already escaped." However, my eyes never left the little wooden house. and I didn't see anyone escape from there. Even with so many large pieces of paper obstructing my view, I definitely wouldn't miss 2 living people. Stockton, with his explosive hair, clearly hadn't forgotten his duty, confidently saying. Thompson, however, raised a question. But where are they? Even if Jinham can harden his body, he can't withstand such high temperatures. There's definitely something strange here. Everyone be careful not to be ambushed. Could there be other ability users in that room? What about Christina? Before he could finish his sentence, Snake sensed danger approaching. He was about to issue a warning, but he was already a step too late. With a bang, a person suddenly emerged from the nearby paper, throwing a punch at him. Snake reacted quickly, immediately crossing his arms to defend himself. But he was instantly knocked several meters away. At that moment, he recognized the identity of the attacker. It was Jinham, a muscular man with a shiny bald head and a face full of bulk. Although the opponent didn't succeed, a faint smile appeared on his face, seemingly confident of victory. Seeing this, Snake quickly glanced aside and noticed that Thompson's body had turned into a black liquid, which was the elemental transformation effect of a natural-type stone fruit user. However, a large amount of paper surrounded Thompson, and these sharp pieces of paper had cut his body to shreds, with oil flowing out of him like blood covering the ground. Snake breathed a sigh of relief. Natural-type users are immune to damage, and although his partner looked severely injured, he hadn't actually been harmed. Just then, he heard a cry of agony nearby. My ribs, all my ribs are broken. Snake's heart sank. It was Stockton. He was severely injured. Looking over, Snake saw an enormous bear covered in brown fur, slapping Stockton in the abdomen. Under the attack of its claws, Stockton, who had no spiky protection, immediately spewed a large amount of blood, clearly gravely injured. It's the giant bear, Aldrich. What are you doing here? Didn't you lose, Takiji? Snake exclaimed. However, Aldrich didn't answer the question. He propped himself up and attacked again with another bear paw, and poor Stockton was hit once more. This time, he didn't make a sound. He must have died. Aldrich laughed heartily. How delightful. You gangsters are mindless fools. 2 years ago, you lost to us, and today you dare to provoke us again. You really don't know how to die. Aldrich, the branch leader, you can take care of this dark, oily guy. My paper, while deadly, can't harm him. From the swirling papers, a short figure emerged, with white short hair and a pale face, but with bright eyes, dressed in white clothes and pants, giving off an eerie feeling. Aldrich readily agreed. No problem, Carlson. Your paper fruit ability is indeed powerful, but relying too much on fruit abilities won't do. You need to master armament hockey quickly. Otherwise, you won't even have the fighting power of a natural type user. Got it, branch leader Aldrich. Thompson and Snake are McGiddy's right and left arms. You and Jinham are just right for each other. As for me, I can only deal with that red-haired beauty. Carlson said with a smile, pointing, come out. Even though you can hide your shape, my paper can reveal your location. By the way, we should thank you for calling over the last 2 big bodyguards, saving me a lot of trouble. So that is how it is. Your soul work society is indeed powerful. I understand now why you were able to win 2 years ago. Just as the words left his mouth, a red-haired Christina revealed herself. Although her appearance hadn't changed much, she had grown a long tail. Clearly, she was a Zoan-type fruit user. Seeing this, Carlson confidently said, 3 against 3? Interesting. We need to settle this quickly because the enemy has a pipe fruit user who can quickly reinforce them. We might not have the advantage, Jinham said as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. Snake scanned the 3 enemies opposite him and suddenly spoke up. Everyone be careful. There's still one more enemy. That's right. Our attack didn't succeed. Instead, we were counterattacked because we didn't have intelligence on another enemy. He not the shadow fruit user sharps, but he can also help Aldrich and the others conceal their shapes. Thompson also shared his thoughts. Christina reacted as well. No wonder I only saw 2 people just now. It seems that not only have we concealed our strength, but the Soulwork Society has also added many new ability users over the past 2 years. Are you looking for me? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Snake and the others hurriedly searched around, but found no trace of the enemy. No need to look, with these papers as cover. My thin fruit ability can exert its maximum effect. As he spoke, Snake and the others saw a face emerging from one of the papers, which inflated like a balloon, eventually turning into a person dressed in white with white hair. Pettigrew, your thin fruit ability indeed compliments Carlson well, but I still don't like wearing white clothes, Aldrich said, patting his chest with a bang. After demonstrating, he pointed at Thompson. Let us fight, Oil Man. Chapter 71, Stone Fruit vs. Brown Bear Fruit. I've long wanted to have a good battle with you. Stupid black bear. 2 years ago, if it weren't for Katakuri's intervention, you would have died at my hands. Thompson had returned to his original form. Glancing at Aldrich, he coldly smiled. I heard not long ago. You were just frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji. I was sad for a while. Luckily, you escaped, giving me a chance to taste braised bear paws. Haha. Shut up, you greasy oil man. You should try my move, Bear Paw Mountain Strike. Aldrich angrily charged forward on all fours, rushing up close. As he approached, he raised his massive bear paw and swiped it towards Thompson's head. Of course, Thompson wouldn't let himself be hit. He quickly backed away, dodging the attack while taunting. Too slow, big black bear. You're just as clumsy as you were 2 years ago. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Aldrich suddenly push his body up, kicking off with his hind legs, and his enormous frame came barreling toward him again, with his front paw swiping down once more. Zulfust. Thompson was startled. He hadn't expected Aldrich to be so agile, but now that he had missed his chance to evade, he couldn't dodge again in time and had no choice but to block with his right hand. Bang! Thompson was knocked back by the blow, and, at the same time, his other hand opened up, releasing a large amount of oil that drenched Aldrich. Still using this trick? You haven't made any progress in the past 2 years. I'm really disappointed. Aldrich grinned, shaking his head vigorously and twisting his body to shake off the oil that clung to him. Then he charged again, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Faced with the fierce bear paw, Thompson wouldn't be foolish enough to choose to confront it head-on, but he remained calm, snorting lightly as he dodged, while letting his body continue to secrete a large amount of dark brown oil. What's wrong? Where's your bravado gone? Thompson, didn't you say you were going to roast my bear paw? Now my bear paw is right here. Why don't you take a shot? Seeing that he had the upper hand, Aldrich began to provoke. However, before long, he sensed something was off. I've been calling you a dumb bear, but you're so slow to react that you only just realize your attacks aren't working? Well, you should watch your feet. The ground is slippery. Just as he finished speaking, Thompson saw Aldrich stumble, nearly falling over, and he had to drop to all fours to steady himself. This abruptly ended his aggressive momentum. What's going on? Why is the ground so slippery? In response to Aldrich's question, Thompson smiled slightly. This is my newly developed technique, the slippery domain. This move allows me to evade all attacks except explosions because my body becomes extremely slippery, and your bear paw can't hurt me at all. Additionally, in the slippery domain, the ground becomes incredibly slick, making it impossible for anyone to stand, except for flying enemies. Others can't even maintain their footing, making it even harder to launch an attack. Hearing this, Aldrich asked again, isn't your oil only good for burning? I discovered that by accident, but you're right, my oil is indeed the best accelerant. Perfect for roasting bear paws. Thompson glanced at Aldrich, who was sprawling out and too afraid to make a move. Then he raised both hands, fingers spread wide, and sprayed out another jet of thick oil towards him. Aldrich instinctively tried to dodge, but then he suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was too slippery, and with no way to push off, he could only struggle clumsily, yet still couldn't get up. The whole scene looked quite comical. Seeing this, Thompson laughed heartily. Ha, what a big dumb bear. All right, the ingredients are ready. It's time to start the barbecue. He looked at the drenched Aldrich and pulled out a lighter from his pocket, flicking it open to reveal a small flame that he tossed down. You think you can? Thompson, I already know the weakness of this move. Before the lighter could touch him, Aldrich suddenly crawled to the side, avoiding it. Huh. Thompson didn't expect the duck he thought he had was still able to fly. But then he saw the 5 holes left where Aldrich had passed and suddenly understood. Looks like I underestimated you. This dumb bear actually knows how to use his bare paws to pierce the ground to prevent slipping. Your slippery domain isn't all that great. Aldrich shook his body violently, shaking off the oil, and then glared fiercely at Thompson. Thompson, however, was unfazed, smiling as he said, I just want to make it more flavorful. That's why I poured oil on you. But since you're so unappreciative, I can only settle for second best. Oil spreading. With the name of the move shouted out, Thompson released oil once more, pouring it down like a torrential rain onto Aldrich, a cruel smile on his face. Aldrich reacted quickly. At first, he shook his body even faster, afraid of getting any oil on him. But after a moment, he gave up, allowing the oil to drench him completely. Ha, you just gave up? Thompson laughed maniacally, but he didn't notice the strange smile on Aldrich's face. Moreover, due to his fur, he didn't see that Aldrich had already covered his entire body with hockey. Roasting bear paw? Here we go, I can't wait. Seeing that it was about time, Thompson tossed down the lighter again. Boom! Aldrich was instantly engulfed in flames, and in the throes of pain. He couldn't help but slap at his body with his bare paw, trying to extinguish the fire. Haha, I heard that to roast a bear paw evenly, you need to keep flipping it. I didn't expect you to do that for me, making it much easier for me. Thompson laughed towards the sky, feeling that he had already won. But suddenly, he felt something was off. Aldridge wasn't crying out in pain. I guess your slippery domain can't resist flame attacks, right? Hearing that sinister laugh, Thompson felt something bad was about to happen. What are you trying to do? Of course, I want to roast you together, Aldridge shouted. Then using all his strength, he leaped onto Thompson. No. Soon, Thompson let out a horrific scream of pain. Chapter 72. Hard fruit versus rattlesnake fruit at the same time. On the other side of the cabin, Snake had transformed into a rattlesnake. His whole body was yellow-green, with diamond-shaped black-brown spots on his back. And the most distinctive feature was his tail. At the end of his tail was a series of keratin rings, resembling a whistle. This is a rattlesnake? Truly an evil creature. If I'm not mistaken, your most powerful attack should be your venom, right? You're quite good at using those long fangs to pierce your enemy's skin and inject venom. Gene Holm observed Snake, calmly analyzing and proactively sharing his thoughts. Snake, flicking his tongue, coldly replied, looks like you have quite a bit of research on my fruit abilities. I shouldn't have battled you 2 years ago, should I? Indeed not. Which is why you're still alive. Otherwise, you would have ended up like that fat guy, dead in my hands. Are you trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, I know quite a bit about your hard fruit ability. Although your ability is difficult to deal with, it is impossible to kill O'Neill. I am well aware of my companion's strength. Snake was not fooled and continued in his cold tone. However, Gene Hom interrupted him. Of course, I can't do it alone. But what if I team up with Boss McGiddy? Haha, we even killed that guy. You must have seen his corpse, right? It was a pitiful sight, covered in wounds. I see. Then I can just kill you to avenge my companion. Although Snake's tone remained unchanged, his face was filled with anger. He stopped coiling his body and instead revealed his strange tail, which he shook continuously, making a clattering sound. Your tail is really noisy. Come on, bite my head. I want to see how powerful your proud fangs and snake venom can be. Faced with Gene Hom's provocation, Snake remained calm. I'm not that foolish. Knowing full well you can harden your body, would I be stupid enough to bite something hard? It seems that being too well known is also a problem. I remember that back then, your fat companion hit me hard with his fists until his hand were covered in blood, and he didn't stop. Unfortunately, his attack power was too weak. It was like a tickle. Shut up, Gene Hom. Rattlesnakes are calm animals. Once they enter combat mode, they won't rage. So, put away your ridiculous tricks. That's the nasty thing about cold-blooded animals, Snake. I personally don't like to take the initiative in attacking. What can I do? That's because your fruit ability is poorly developed, only able to harden your body. One move is enough. Come on, let me see the power of the rattlesnake. Stubborn and unaware of your own mortality, I'll let you taste my new move developed just for you. Rattlesnake Whip. After finishing his words, Snake forcefully swung his tail, directly aiming for Gene Hom's face. Come at me. Gene Hom thought happily as he prepared to harden his body. But suddenly he heard an incredibly loud sound of breaking air. The sudden noise stunned him, and he didn't enter hardening mode in time. Bang! Gene Hom was directly struck away, rolling several times before stopping, a bloody wound visible on his face, shocking to behold. Is this your hardening ability? In terms of defense, it seems not so great. Compared to that annoying Levi, you're far behind. Snake coldly looked at the furious Gene Hom and said lightly, but you only have one scar on your face. Compared to O'Neill, that's much better. Why does your sound put people in a dizzy state? This was also inspired by Levi. If you want to blame someone, blame him. However, I think the biggest reason for your defeat is your lack of progress. 2 years have passed, and you still need to gather energy to harden. Too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Snake used the rattlesnake whip again, attacking Gene Hom. With a sharp sound, Gene Hom, who had just entered hardening mode, deflated again and was struck away once more. This time it was his arm, thigh, and chest. Snake spoke faster and faster, and correspondingly, the frequency of his tail whipping also increased, continuously striking Gene Hom. Finally, Gene Hom couldn't help but let out a scream, blood splattering everywhere from his body. Because Snake had been attacking with his tail, it was also covered in blood. Are you finally feeling pain? I have to say, that sound is quite pleasant. Snake continued coldly. You treated O'Neill the same way back then, right? Then please feel his pain from back then. Don't get too carried away. I've already found the trick to breaking your move. Gene Hom gasped for breath, but wiped the blood from his mouth, revealing a sinister smile. You'll lose soon. If you don't believe me, come and try. Bluffing guy, still stubborn when death is near. If I hadn't broken one of your arms with my first strike, you might have been able to cover your ears with both hands to counter my move. Unfortunately, you can't lift one arm now, so you can only keep taking hits. This time, I'll smash your mouth. Without hesitation, Snake continued to use the rattlesnake whip, again charging towards Jinham's face. Jinham had already taken his stance, placing his other hand horizontally in front of his forehead, seemingly wanting to block. However, Snake's tail was simply too powerful. Bang! With another loud noise. Jinham was struck away again. However, he quickly got up, saying with a mouth missing several teeth, "Huh, you lost. Now it's my turn to attack. You're too noisy. I should just kill you. Anyway, I'm done playing." Snake remained unfazed, looking at Jinham with cold eyes, preparing to continue attacking with his tail. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. His tail could neither retract nor bend. It felt like a stiff wooden stick, completely unresponsive. Haha, have you finally noticed? Is your tail out of control? What did you do, Jinham? My tail has hardened. Is this your fruit ability? Didn't you say you could only harden yourself? How can you harden others? 2 years ago, I could only harden myself, but after training, I can now harden non-living objects. Snake, look at your tail, what's on it? Hearing this, Snake hurriedly looked down at his tail. When he saw the blood on it, he realized the opponent had hardened his own blood, causing his entire tail to become stiff. You can only move your upper body now, while I, despite being battered and bruised, still have 1 hand and 2 legs to use. What do you have to fight me with, Snake? As he spoke, Jinham grew increasingly excited. After being beaten, he finally saw a turning point. No wonder he became arrogant. Snake frowned. He didn't return to his human form, because if he did, he wouldn't even be able to stand. A stiff tail was still better than a pair of stiff legs. Now that the roles had reversed, Snake could only use his armed color hockey to cover his entire body to defend against the upcoming attacks. Seeing this scene, Jinham was calm. You can't escape now, but I still have to be careful of your snake venom. So try my move. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up a stone and tossed it up twice. This ordinary stone can't harm you, but what if I add my hardening ability? Snake was taken aback, a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Haha, aren't you the calm rattlesnake? What's wrong? Are you scared now? Too late this time. I'm going to knock out your teeth. Jinham sneered, and with a strong throw, the stone flew like a cannonball, heading straight for the enemy's chin. Snake wouldn't sit idly by. He tilted his head and dodged this round of attack. However, Jinham threw several more stones at Snake in quick succession. Limited by his inability to move freely, Snake couldn't dodge at all. He could only lower his head and bend his arm to block, protecting his forehead. Bang, bang, bang. Several stones hit Snake directly, bruising his hands. Seeing this, Jinham seemed to go mad, constantly bending down to pick up stones and throwing them with all his might. Does it hurt? But that's not enough. Haha. I don't believe I can't knock out your teeth. Stone after stone crashed into Snake, leaving him battered and bruised. Boom. Snake could no longer hold on. He fell to the ground. After seeing the enemy fall, Jinham finally stopped the attack, shouting, "Haha, you become a bloody mess just like me." After saying this, he threw another stone, hitting Snake's head directly. However, Snake, already injured, showed no reaction. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he were already dead. Is that how you die? You're nothing compared to that fat guy. Jinham showed an incredulous expression, picking up a few more stones and hitting Snake one by one. But Snake remained motionless. This is the strength of the 3 guards of Magidi, so weak. While speaking, Jinham slowly approached Snake, scanning his body with a wary gaze. Just then, a scream came from not far away, instantly drawing Jinham's attention. He couldn't help but turn his head to see 2 firemen rolling on the ground not far away. No need to say, they were Audric and Thompson. I need to quickly finish off Snake and go help Audric. Jinham hurriedly took a couple of steps and kicked fiercely at Snake's head. Thud! After a muffled sound, Snake still showed no reaction, so he'd been dead all along. Jinham chuckled and leaned down to see the enemy's miserable state. Suddenly, Snake's mouth opened, as if coming back to life, and bit down on Jinham's neck. Oh no, I forgot. Even if a rattlesnake is dead, it can still launch a death attack. Jinham struggled to break free from Snake, but the latter bit down fiercely, refusing to let go. In the end, with a thud, Jinham fell to the ground along with Snake. Chapter 73. The Power of the Chameleon Fruit. Meanwhile, behind the small cabin, Carlson and Pedigree exchanged glances, both revealing a cruel intent to kill. Undoubtedly, this red-haired beauty was the weakest of the 3 enemies. As long as they teamed up, they would quickly be able to take her down. By then, they could go support the others. A perfect plan. Christina also sensed the 2 enemies' intentions. Although her brows furrowed slightly, she said fearlessly, "Come on, let me show you my strength." Ha, do we still need to fight? You're Christina, right? I've already learned about your situation from President Tinny's. We should thank you for bringing the other 2 guards here. Pedigree said with a smile, feigning a non-hostile demeanor. We should hurry and help Brother Audric and Brother Jean. Shut up. I told Tinnies about the ambush plan beforehand, but I'm not on your side. Oomph. The Soulwork Society is also a villain. I just want to see you two dogs bite each other, preferably to the point of mutual destruction. You, Christina. So is all you're doing. I was wondering, according to the plan, you should have only called Snake over, but luckily President Tinnies didn't fully trust you, sending more people to assist. Didn't expect that, did you? We still have the upper hand. Just die obediently so that. Pedigree, stop talking nonsense. Let's quickly eliminate this chameleon that escaped from the Navy. The skinny Carlson said as he raised his hand, sending a flurry of white paper flying towards Christina. Sharp white paper? Too bad the speed is too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Christina vanished again before the two of them. Carlson hurriedly raised both hands, releasing a large amount of paper that swirled around, blocking out the sun. He and Pedigree searched for Christina's trace, but after a while, they found nothing. Strange. Christina is not around here. Her chameleon fruit ability allows her to become invisible by changing her body color. Logically, my papers should be able to catch her trace. Carlson, could it be that she escaped? She just said she wanted us to fight each other with Snake. That makes sense, but we still need to be careful. Since she has left the Navy and joined the Magidi camp, she must have her own motives. Bang! Just as Pedigree was halfway through speaking, he heard a muffled sound beside him and immediately turned to see Carlson in a defensive stance. The flying papers also outlined a graceful figure above them. There! Pedigree reacted quickly and kicked towards the head of the figure. Too slow. That figure instantly disappeared again, causing Pedigree's attack to miss. Carlson quickly moved closer. That woman's speed is too fast. She must be using the shave technique from the Navy's 6 styles. We need to be careful. The Navy's 6 styles? It seems we've underestimated Christina. However, she has also underestimated our strength. Carlson, let's let that woman taste our combination technique. Pedigree, I understand. Then it's hard work for you. Make these flying papers sharper. No problem. Thin them out. Pedigree shouted the name of the technique, raising both hands, causing the papers released by Carlson to become thinner and sharper. Not far away, Christina suddenly revealed herself, her hands covering her head, already marked with scratches and blood. Her originally cool outfit was now tattered. Haha, with the help of the chameleon fruit ability, your shave indeed has more concealment, but my paper tornado causes area damage. As long as you get close to us, you will get hurt. Don't forget my thinning, which makes your papers even more lethal. Carlson and Pedigree sang in unison, their faces showing smug smiles, clearly confident of victory. Christina had already lowered her hands. She slightly raised her head to glance at the flying papers, her expression showing a sense of helplessness. It's over. Carlson stopped talking nonsense, waving his hand as those blade-like sharp papers flew towards Christina like a dense rain of arrows. Haha, we should go help. This battle has completely turned our unfavorable situation around. Wait, that paper fruit user. Hearing this, Carlson and his companion quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw Christina, who was ragged but standing straight. Oomph. You didn't expect that I learned Iron Block too, right? These paper pieces can't hurt me. Iron Block, is it the technique that makes your body as hard as steel? The Navy's 6 styles really are troublesome, but don't panic, Carlson. I know that most people who use Iron Block can't move their bodies, so she can't use Iron Block and attack us at the same time. After calming his companion, Pettigrew looked at Christina again. Are we just going to drag this out? I don't think you want to waste time on us, do you? You know a lot, don't you? It's true that I can't move freely while using Iron Block, but forget it. I really don't want you to see how I use my devil fruit powers. As she spoke, Christina had already transformed into a giant chameleon, her body covered in granular scales, long limbs crawling on the ground, with 2 large eyes on her head turning independently in different directions, and her tail long and thin, curling up. I look really ugly like this, so I have to defeat you quickly, Christina said to herself. Then she dashed forward on all 4s, speeding towards her enemies. Seeing this, Carlson shouted, "Here it comes, Paper Tornado." He had already activated maximum power, and the paper in the air flew even faster. Pettigrew also used the technique of thinning. With the enhancement of the thin fruit power, those paper pieces became even more lethal. However, Christina, in her chameleon form, was covered in scales, resisting the paper's attacks. Although she sustained light cuts, she still approached calmly. Then, at the edge of the tornado, Christina suddenly changed direction, her curled tail springing out like a spring. Tail attack. The speed of this strike was so fast that Pettigrew didn't have time to react before being hit in the abdomen. He clutched his stomach tightly, drooling and making whimpering sounds. Seeing his companion hit, Carlson immediately changed his technique, turning his hands into sheets of paper, which were clearly more lethal than the flying paper pieces. Paperblade. Taking advantage of Christina's tail not being retracted yet, Carlson had already moved in close to her side and attacked her long and thin tail with his paper blade hands. It hurts. Christina's tail was immediately severed into 2 pieces, and in pain, she powered her limbs and charged at Carlson, knocking him away. Haha, your tail is broken? What other techniques do you have? Go ahead and use them. Carlson was also worried that Christina would become invisible again, so he was about to continue using Paper Tornado to capture the enemy's trace. But at that moment, he suddenly felt ropes binding him. Looking down, he realized it was Christina's tongue. I have to say, a chameleon's tongue is really long, much longer than her tail just now. That's disgusting. After saying this, Christina slammed Carlson down to the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a large pit appeared on the ground. Carlson lay on the ground, unable to move. This tongue should be weaker than the tail, right? Upon hearing this, Christina instinctively wanted to retract her tongue, but it was too late. A humanoid figure comparable to a sheet of paper appeared above her tongue, and it was Pettigrew, the thin fruit user. Like Carlson before, he attacked the tongue with his thin hand. Snip! Christina's tongue was also severed into 2 pieces, and she could no longer maintain her chameleon form. This is bad. Christina, now in human form, thought to herself, glancing at the not-so-far-off Carlson, who had already climbed up from the ground and was limping towards her. Haha! With the strongest tongue and tail of the chameleon broken, what other skills do you have? Pettigrew laughed wildly, returning to his original form, examining the injured Christina, who was bleeding from her mouth. Carlson also approached, not expecting this woman to be so difficult to deal with. If he hadn't turned himself into paper just now, that strike would have defeated him. There's no time to waste. Let us finish this quickly. Brother Aldrich and Brother Gene Home still need our help. But before he could finish, Carlson noticed something was wrong. The air around them seemed to become cold. Pettigrew also sensed this and exchanged glances with his companion, both wanting to retreat. You guys from the Soulwork Society are really heavy-handed with women. It's not gentlemanly at all. A tall man with black curly hair suddenly appeared beside them and whispered, Ice Age. Immediately, Pettigrew and Carlson turned into ice sculptures. This person was Akiji, the user of the ice fruit. He then approached Christina and helped her up. You, still causing chaos. Thank you, Mr. Kazan. With your tongue injured, you should refrain from speaking. Akiji patted Christina's shoulder and said slowly, I just saw that the Soulwork Society and the McGiddy people are all dead. They really followed the script you wrote and perished together. Hearing this, Christina broke into a radiant smile, but the blood flowing from her mouth made her look somewhat eerie. Chapter 74. The Purpose of the Sun Pirates' Cocoa Island, by the sea, an abandoned factory. Watching the fishmen busy packing their belongings, Levi knew they wanted to leave Whole Cake Island and return to Fishman Island. Thank you, Levi. If it weren't for your help, Praline and I wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. Huh? Aladdin, don't say that. If it weren't for you, I would have perished in the sea long ago. Levi came to his senses and replied with a smile. Speaking of which, this is all our fate. Luckily, Green Pheasant just happened to throw me into this nearby sea area. We weren't the ones who rescued you in this nearby sea area, you know. Moreover, before this, I received a call from Miss Christina. It was she who asked us to come and save you. Upon hearing this, Levi was stunned and blurted out, Are you saying that the red-haired woman told you about me being thrown into the sea? Yes, Christina does have red hair, and it was indeed her who informed us about you, which is why we were able to rescue you successfully. But hasn't she always looked down on me? Leeway was somewhat at a loss, and then he had an even bigger question. If Christina was also at the scene, witnessing his battle with Kizaru, how did she manage to evade Kizaru in Wang Oga's observation hockey search? With her strength, she shouldn't be able to do that, right? I think Christina must have reminded us to save you because of her consideration for the people of the world. As for your conflict with her, she mentioned it briefly in the phone bug, saying she wanted to dig out your eyes. She's really a strange person. Regarding Aladdin's explanation, Leeway immediately thought of that fruit user in overalls, who also seemed to be looking to improve the lives of the people of the world, which is why he joined the magician's camp. It seems that the red-haired beauty Christina has the same objective. But even knowing the reason for her wanting to save him, Leeway still couldn't understand how she knew he had been thrown into the sea by Kizaru. Thinking about this question, he unconsciously crossed his arms over his chest and rubbed his chin with his right hand, quickly turning his head to ponder. You are a strange person too, Leeway. I'm going to tidy up first. Just as you said, Boss Magician is going to declare war on the Big Mom Pirates and the Soulwork Association. and the entire world will be thrown into chaos. We don't want to get caught up in that. After saying this, Aladdin saw that Leeway still looked deep in thought, and he didn't think much of it. He smiled and left. After a while, Leeway still hadn't figured anything out. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the fishmen had almost finished cleaning up. Aladdin and Barnes were talking nearby. It seemed he really needed to change this habit of getting lost in thought easily. Leeway self-deprecatingly said, then hurried over and greeted them. Aladdin smiled in response. Have you finished your business? We should be parting ways soon. Wait, if I remember correctly, the distance from the world government to Fishman Island is quite far, and this stretch of road is fraught with danger. Don't worry about us, Leeway. Although the Sun Pirates aren't as strong as the Big Mom Pirates, we're not weak either. The sea is our home ground as fishmen and merfolk. Let me finish. Captain Aladdin, I have a safe and convenient way to get you back to Fishman Island today. Leeway waved his hand and said with a faint smile. Aladdin and the others were taken aback for a moment, and several of them blurted out, Really? That's great. Even the other fish people who were originally busy packing up paused their work and looked at Leeway with hopeful eyes. Leeway didn't expect the reaction from the Sun Pirates to be so strong. He was also taken aback. After a moment, he said, Maybe we can go back to Fishman Island through the pipes. Pipes? Are you talking about Foals? Unfortunately, he's one of Majid's people. A look of disappointment flashed in Aladdin's eyes, but he quickly smiled again. Forget it. Let's treat this as training. This time we came out, we got to see the strength of top-tier powerhouses. However, what surprised me the most is still you, Leeway. I've never seen a young person with such amazing talent like you. I can get in touch with Foals. Actually, he is not a bad person at heart. Come to think of it, he is similar to that red-haired woman. He also wants the people of the world to live good lives, which is why he joined Majid's group. Leeway took out the phone bug, walked to one side, and dialed number. Seeing this scene, Aladdin opened his mouth, swallowed the remaining words, and exchanged a glance with Barnes, feeling a faint hope in his heart. After a while, Leeway put away the phone bug and said, All right, Fours will be here soon. He agreed. Great. Thank you so much, Leeway. Aladdin let out a long sigh of relief and smiled happily. Barnes also patted Leeway on the shoulder, looking grateful. The other members also put down what they were holding and came over to thank Leeway, and they began to discuss excitedly. With the pipeline, we can go back soon. Honestly, I really miss home. That's right. I haven't been back to Fisherman's Island in years. This time, I must stay for a good while. Yes, Captain Aladdin, we need to rest for a while, enjoy some good food, and then set sail again. Aladdin nodded repeatedly, agreeing to the crew's request. Leeway was momentarily taken aback. That's right, enjoying delicious food isn't limited to the various countries. He must have never tried the delicacies of Fishman Island. This was also a perfect opportunity for him to upgrade his iron balloon skill. Leeway, I'm coming. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Leeway quickly turned around and saw it was the fruit ability user Foals. He hurried over and patted the other person's shoulder. It's up to you from here on out. That's right, Foals, your fruit ability has been a great help to us. We definitely won't forget your kindness. Foals was taken aback by how popular he was, and for a moment, he couldn't adjust. In the end, Leeway patted his shoulder again and smiled gently. Isn't this what you wanted? Helping others, and they will naturally thank you. Yes, let's go, Foals said loudly. The destination is Fishman Island. But then he awkwardly added, However, I've never been to Fishman Island. Don't worry, as long as someone is on Fishman Island, it's fine. Captain Aladdin, I think you should have friends there, right? It would be great if you could contact them using the snail phone. No problem, Leeway. Aladdin immediately took out the snail phone and dialed. Seeing that the biggest problem was solved, Foals shouted again. Fishman Island, here we come. The group of fishmen echoed. We're coming, hometown. As Levi and the others were in high spirits, they did not notice a shadow slowly stirring in the corner of the wall not far away. Chapter 75, The Cuisine of Fishman Island. Inside a takoyaki shop on Fishman Island, the small shop was filled with fishmen and mermaids. Among them, an octopus fishman with multiple strands of silver-gray hair, looking like a starfish, happily said, Finally, I can see you all again, Brother Aladdin, Brother Barnes, and I am Praline, a hammerhead shark mermaid, and also Aladdin's wife. Hello, Sister Praline, I am Little Eight. Watching this harmonious scene, Levi stood quietly to the side, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth, but he did not speak. Seeing this, Fours glanced at him and said with satisfaction, Helping others feels really good. Huh? Leeway came back to his senses and quickly gathered his thoughts, replying, It seems that you really are, as you said, joining Majidai's group to help the people of the world, just like that red-haired girl. Are you talking about Christina? She's much stronger than I am. I should have told you that, right? The boss of Magidi can team up with the Blackbeard pirates, thanks to his connections. Force, that's what I find strange. If I remember correctly, the Blackbeard pirates are not exactly good people. How could Christina get involved with them? It's that Navy Admiral. It seems Christina knows that ice fruit user. As soon as these words were spoken, Leeway felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he instantly connected all the dots. So that's how it is. The answer is already quite clear. It was Akiji who told Christina that he was thrown into the sea. She wasn't present at the scene. As for Akiji's motive, it's even more obvious. He doesn't want to drown in the ocean either. Realizing this, Leeway breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Christina is also someone with a story. She is right. The boss of Magidi isn't genuinely considering the welfare of the people of the world, so you should team up with her. Is that so? I was also planning to find Christina, but she said she had something very urgent to handle, and after tomorrow, everything in the world will be different. Oh, she didn't say what she was busy with, did she? No, she didn't say anything, but I'm a bit worried about her, Leeway. Don't worry. That girl is very strong and knows what she's doing. She might even be able to call in a super expert for help. Leeway smiled as he replied. And then he saw Aladdin coming over with his wife, Barnes, and Xiao Ba. After a brief introduction, Xiao Ba bowed to Leeway and Foles, grinning and saying, "Thank you all. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to see my companions so quickly. No need to thank us." Glancing at the blushing Foles, Leeway laughed heartily. "Don't mention it. If you want to thank us, just take us out for some good food." With that, he turned to Barnes and said, "I want to try the most unique delicacies of Fishman Island, preferably something I haven't eaten by the seaside before." "No problem, Kid Leeway. Then you can start with my takoyaki." Xiao Ba immediately fired up the grill and began making takoyaki. While waiting for the takoyaki, Leeway seized the opportunity to ask about the blue fatty Jinbei. Aladdin did not hide anything. Just yesterday, Captain Jinbei left the land of Wano, and shortly after he left, I received a call from Christina. So that's how it is. Jinbei will definitely arrive safely in Wano and team up with the protagonist Luffy to defeat Kaido of the Beast. Leeway, how do you know Captain Jinbei is going to Wano? And the protagonist you mentioned, Luffy, is he the Straw Hat Kid? Is he really the protagonist? Faced with this series of questions, Leeway could only smile awkwardly. Don't forget about my intelligence network. Of course, I know where Jinbei is headed after all. The son of the former General Odin of Wano is on the Straw Hat pirate ship. I see. Your intelligence capability is truly terrifying. Luckily, we are not enemies. That's right. Aladdin, I'm even a bit worried about Teenies and Magidi, Barnes said, taking over the conversation with deep agreement. Suddenly, he glanced at Foles beside him and quickly changed his words. "Sorry about that." It's okay, Barnes. Foles is not loyal to Magidi. He has his own principles. Just like Aladdin's wife, who does not blindly follow the orders of the Big Mom pirates. Levi answered first, and Foles beside him nodded. "I will make my own judgment. In fact, I have asked many people on the island over the past 2 days, and their evaluation of McGiddy is not very good, just like yours. Don't be discouraged. Once we get rid of McGiddy and the Tinny's pests, I will negotiate with Big Mom's pirate crew. By then, the current system of regularly paying soul lifespan will definitely be abolished. At that time, to better protect the people of the world, you and Christina will have a lot to do." Upon hearing Levi's words, Aladdin's wife, Praline, showed a surprised expression on her face. She crossed her arms over her chest and kindly reminded him, "Levi, you are indeed strong, but Katakuri is even stronger. Don't worry. With the current internal and external troubles in the world, I think he will agree to my request because I will offer him an irresistible condition." Leeway confidently said, and then he heard Xiao Ba's voice behind him. "The takoyaki is ready, Leeway and Fours. Please give it a try." "Thank you, Xiao Ba." Leeway took the takoyaki that was handed to him, and the aroma was enticing. He wasted no time and immediately stuffed it into his mouth. "Wow, it's really delicious." "Yeah, I've never had such tasty balls before," Foz said in admiration. Xiao Ba proudly said, "Of course, my takoyaki is very famous." After eating several skewers of takoyaki, Leeway had Aladdin and Barnes lead him to the Mermaid Bay on Fishman Island. After a hearty meal, he finally heard the long-awaited system notification. "You have eaten 10 kinds of delicacies, and the steel balloon skill has been upgraded to a rank. Finally leveled up." Leeway patted his bulging belly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to the exhausted Aladdin and said, "I'm so full. We need to head back." "Forze. Thank goodness you finally ate enough. My feet are about to break from walking. Let's go." Fours looked surprised and immediately used his piping ability to draw a circle in a small alley. "Goodbye." Leeway waved his hand and jumped into the black hole first. Chapter 76. Enemies can also join forces. On Coco Island, in a luxurious room, behind a large table, sits a robust man dressed in finery. This man is Tinnies. the president of the Soulwork Society, and at this moment he is listening to a phone bug on the table. Suddenly, he raises the volume and asks, "What? Are you saying Christina has a problem? We might have been set up?" After a brief pause, the phone bug in front of Tinnies quietly replies, "Yes, President Tinnies. I just overheard a conversation between Leeway and Foles, the one with the pipeline fruitability. They are in cahoots with Christina, and they are all in this for the so-called happiness of all the people of the world." "I see, I understand now. Good job, Sharps. Since Leeway has already gone through the pipeline to Fishman Island, he shouldn't be returning to the world anytime soon. You can come back for now." "Okay, President Tinnies." When the phone bug emitted a beeping sound, Tinnies' face showed an anxious expression for the first time. He immediately grabbed the phone bug and started dialing. However, after a while, no one answered on the other end. Gene Hom is usually so cautious. He wouldn't go without a phone bug, Tinnies muttered to himself, then dialed another number, but still could not get through. Is Audric not available either? This is very unusual. It seems I have overlooked something. I didn't expect Christina actually wanted us to perish with McGiddy so they could reap the benefits. What a despicable traitor to the Navy. As he spoke, Tinnies stood up and began to pace back and forth, looking troubled. Suddenly, he stopped, revealing a strange smile. At this point, I can only ally with McGiddy. He returned to his seat and pulled out a small white phone bug from his drawer, softly saying, "I didn't expect the phone bug I found on O'Neill 2 years ago would play such an important role now." He then dialed a number, and soon a confused and surprised voice came from the phone bug. "Who are you? How do you have O'Neill's phone bug?" "Haha, hello, Boss McGiddy, I am your arch-rival." "Tinnies. Bastard, Tinnies, are you looking for death?" "Don't be angry, Boss McGiddy. I don't want to die, which is why I'm reaching out to you. I think you're also waiting for news from Snake and Thompson, right?" What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I just contacted Audric and Gene Hom, and they didn't answer my phone bug. Something must have happened." "Huh, so you're trying to plead for mercy, huh?" "Unfortunately, we must avenge O'Neill. Boss McGiddy, don't be too happy too soon. I suggest you also contact Snake and the others via phone bug. Perhaps you will want to reach out to me again. You haven't forgotten O'Neill's phone bug number, have you?" After saying this, Tinnies directly hung up the phone bug, though he appeared calm. The twitching muscles on his temple indicated that he was very nervous inside. Brew, 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 brew. After a moment, the white phone bug on the table made a sound. Tinnies let out a long sigh, a slight smile appearing on his lips. He took a few deep breaths, and once his emotions settled, he picked up the phone bug again. "Boss McGiddy, how about it? Did I guess right?" "Tinnies, what the hell are you up to? Don't be anxious. Let me first share the information I have." Tinnies briefly summarized the information he just received from his subordinate Sharps. Sure enough, McGiddy on the other end responded with an angry tone. "Are you saying Christina has already informed you that we would ambush you?" "Yes, to be precise. This battle was actually planned by me. You probably don't know that Christina used to be a member of the Navy. She left out of disdain for the Navy's primary duty of maintaining the Celestial Dragon's rule, thinking that joining you would bring happiness to the people of the world. Haha, unfortunately, Leeway's appearance has made her suspicious of you." "Cut the crap, Tinnies. I will definitely not let that red-haired woman go." "Boss McGiddy, you're getting angry again. Additionally, I must inform you that besides Christina, your capable subordinate, who helped you successfully ambush the Soft Island branch, will also be leaving you." "What? Are you saying Foles? He can't possibly betray me. Leeway is also responsible for this. I just received intel that he has already used his fruit ability to help return the members of the Sun Pirates to Fishman Island, along with Leeway, whom we both despise. This is too despicable. I didn't expect to be outmaneuvered by such a young man. President Tinnies, I've heard that the Big Mom Pirates have already abandoned you." "Ah, your intelligence capabilities are quite impressive." "It's indeed true. Leeway won the gamble. So Smuggy and Kreeja agreed not to interfere with his and our matters anymore. We are now in the same boat." "Another gamble?" McGiddy on the other and suddenly fell silent. Tinnies naturally knew that Leeway had used gambling to win Kreeja, Armand, and Brule from Aokiji and Wang Oga, but he said nothing. After a while, the phone bug emitted a calm, yet authoritative voice. "We are indeed in the same boat. Without the 3 guardians, I am now just a bear commander. I'm as well, Boss McGiddy. Thanks to you, all 4 of my branches have been eradicated, and I have also fallen to being a bear commander. However, even if I am alone, I will definitely not let Leeway go. You know, President Tinnies, Leeway is also my enemy. If you want to deal with him, why not count me in?" "That's exactly my intention, Boss McGiddy. Here, I must apologize first. 2 years ago, I was forced to kill Mr. O'Neill. That is all in the past. We should now put aside past grievances and work together sincerely to send Leeway to accompany O'Neill." "Well said, Boss McGiddy. Then let us first join forces against that equally despicable Christina. We are truly in sync." Also, Foles, his fruit ability is quite tricky, so we must act first. Pleasant cooperation, Boss McGiddy. Pleasant cooperation, President Tinnies. As the other side hung up the phone bug, Tinnies crossed his palms and rested them on the table, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Can we really cooperate happily? This old fox. Chapter 77. A-class skills are strong. Near the Caramel Coffee Shop on Cocoa Island. In a secluded alley, Leeway emerged from the dark cave, glancing around and quickly recognizing his surroundings. I have to go back, you walk too fast. Hearing Fool's complaint, Leeway replied apologetically, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. The food on Fishman Island is just too delicious. I wanted to taste everything. Forget it. I've eaten too much as well. I need to go back and rest. Goodbye, Leeway. Wait a minute. I didn't expect you to set up a passage near the CF. This must have been McGiddy's request, right? Yes, after all. His enemies aren't just the Soul Work Agency. He also asked me to keep an eye on the movements of the Big Mom pirates. Seeing Fools sharing information without reservation, Leeway smiled slightly. Well, you need to be extra careful. I believe I'm also a target for them. They will definitely send someone to monitor me. Perhaps McGiddy already knows about our contact. Don't worry, my pipe fruit may not be strong in combat, but it's top-notch for escaping. I have to go now, Leeway. Goodbye. And if anything happens to you, please contact me immediately. I will rush to help. After watching Fools jump into the pipe, Leeway softly said to the gradually disappearing black circle, All right, but you need to be careful too. With the voice coming from the pipe, Leeway looked up at the sun in the sky. It was noon now. This trip to Fishman Island had taken half a day. However, the rewards were plentiful. Leeway quickly activated the system to check the description of the upgraded talent skill. Steel Balloon possesses advanced armed color hockey, providing hardened defensive capabilities with a counterattack effect, allowing the user to rebound 50 of the damage received back to the attacker. At the same time, the range protection effect of this skill has also been enhanced, currently capable of protecting people and objects within a radius of 50 meters from the user. At the current level, the defense of the Steel Balloon can withstand the attacks of the Great Blade, 21, and the damage from characters at the level of the Emperor's Vice and top 7 warlords. After reading it, Leeway tilted his head to one side, a slight smile on his lips, and let out a long breath. Although this A-grade Steel Balloon skill has not derived any other skills, all defensive effects have been significantly enhanced. More importantly, he gained the strength to fight against Karakuri. At least, relying on the Steel Balloon, even if he couldn't attack the opponent, he wouldn't be easily defeated after a few moves. After all, Karakuri possesses the observation hockey that can briefly predict the future, equivalent to having a high evasion passive and coupled with the uniqueness of the Mochi Mochi fruit. His attack power is not inferior to that of Luffy, the user of the Gum Gum fruit. Levi gathered his thoughts and looked up at the nearby coffee shop. A thought suddenly sprang to his mind. Now's the time. Let's smuggy call Karakuri over. With Brulee's Mirror fruit ability, he would arrive quickly. But just as he was about to step out of the alley, he heard a familiar voice. Levi, you really are nearby. Turning around, Levi saw Aokiji with his black curly hair, and he was supporting a beautiful woman named Christina, who had striking red hair and was wrapped in bandages. You're injured? It seems what Four said was true. You teamed up to take down the Soul Work Society and the Magic Gang? Leeway immediately noticed that Christina was seriously injured, and he hurriedly asked, Christina, your tongue is hurt, so don't talk anymore, Aokiji said while waving his hand. Soon, Christina fell silent, but a proud expression appeared on her face. Seeing this, Leeway gave a thumbs up. Impressive, you've managed to outmaneuver 2 notorious organizations. This is something only you could do. No wonder you are the Navy that chases pirates all over the world. Christina, don't rush. I told you before that Leeway's intelligence gathering ability is exceptional. It was expected that he would investigate your past, especially since Tynus knows this too. Before the beautiful woman beside him could anxiously ask, Aokiji interjected first. Leeway scratched his head and revealed the truth. Actually, it was the people from the Sun Pirates who told me this, and I just confirmed it with Fours again. Never mind, that's not important. Aokiji, why don't you quickly tell us what happened? No problem. Speaking of which, I didn't contribute much to this matter. After finishing his opening remarks, Aokiji briefly recounted the events. When Leeway heard that McGiddy and Tynus had both lost their main combat power, he happily said, the dog-eat-dog tactic worked. It really did work. Now Tynus and McGiddy have very few people they can dispatch. Although Christina is injured, she wants to tell you that she hopes you will take this opportunity to eliminate them quickly. It might not be that simple. Both of these two are ruthless and cunning individuals, and I suspect they will likely form an alliance. Leeway nodded slightly and expressed his opinion. However, Christina clearly disagreed and started to make her objections known. Qingji could only play the role of interpreter again. What she meant was that it was impossible, because there was a deadly enmity between the two, and McGiddy's closest guard, O'Neill, had died at the hands of Tinnies. However, I agree with your viewpoint, Leeway. Although McGiddy claims to be seeking revenge for his companions and to provide a better life for all nations by dealing with the Soulwork Society, I see it as just an excuse. Indeed, if he really only wanted revenge, why would McGiddy involve the Blackbeard pirates? Nevertheless, even if they join forces, I am not afraid. Seeing Li Wei's confident demeanor, Qingji listened intently and slowly said, "Your strength has increased again? No wonder you took the initiative to cancel our contract. It's really hard to hide your strength. However, I still need to rely on your power, Qingji. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Li Wei said while extending his palm. A white light sphere appeared in his palm. "Come on, I also look forward to the day when the nations change their ways," Akiji said slowly, and then, under Christina's puzzled gaze, Li Wei sent the light sphere into his body. "Woo, Christina, this is a secret between men, so don't be so curious." Akiji smiled slightly and glanced at Li Wei. "Since the matter has been conveyed, let's see what you can do next. Don't let me down. Don't worry, I will do it, but you are wrong. The one we really rely on is not me, but Christina, Foles, and all the people of the nations." Li Wei said this, then turned to look at Qingji with a serious expression. "Now we need to discuss your situation. What can I do to make you give up on capturing Bulin?" Chapter 78. Information on historical text. As soon as Levi finished speaking, Christina immediately sensed a hint of killing intent, which came from the green pheasant who was supporting her. She glanced at him in surprise and then looked at Levi. "It seems that you also intend to make a move against me," the green pheasant said casually, surveying Levi again. "Moreover, your strength has increased significantly once more. No wonder you could convince Clea and Smuji, but their strength is far inferior to mine. You are still not my opponent." "I know. Clea and the others are just senior officers in the Four Emperors group. Even Katakuri is merely a vice-emperor-level powerhouse, with a huge gap in strength compared to a royal-level expert like you." "Levi, you're talking nonsense again. Please get to the point. Since I have already joined the Blackbeard Pirates, I must take Bruley with me. She is very important to Captain Teach. You want to use the power of the Three-Eyed Tribe to decipher the history text, right? However, you might be disappointed. Bruley opened her out last night, but she can only see the Devil Fruit User's inner demon. Bruley's third eye has opened." The green pheasant interrupted Levi, asking in a hurried tone, "But she can only see through the inner demon of the Devil Fruit User?" "Yes, so even if you capture Bruley, you won't be able to meet Blackbeard Teach requirements. On the contrary, I have done some research on the history text. Levi, I will verify what you said about Bruley, but you can tell me what information you have regarding the history text. Then I'll reveal some information." Green pheasant. "You should know that there are 4 pieces of the road sign history text and 9 pieces of the informative history text in the history text. If you want to find a route to the final island, Laughtail, you must gather these 4 pieces of road sign text. Say something I don't know, Levi. All right, the popular science part is over. I can tell you the locations of the 4 pieces of road sign history text. My intelligence network tells me that the current Blackbeard pirates have not gathered these road sign history texts. You are correct, but that is not my task." The green pheasant pondered for a moment, but shook his head. "Teach has already arranged for others to find the history text. My task is to capture Bruley, right?" Wang Oga. Upon hearing this, Levi was taken aback for a moment, and then he saw Wang Oga, wearing a strange hat and carrying a long spear on his shoulder, walking out from the corner of the wall. Observation haki is indeed an impressive skill. Seeing this, Levi sighed. However, Wang Oga paid no attention and instead glanced at Christina. "She is the contact person, right? Akiji, you still keep in touch with your Navy colleagues, which makes things a bit difficult for us. Like me, she has already left the Navy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have joined Majid's gang. Without Christina's help, we wouldn't have been able to smoothly reach Big Mom's territory." After explaining, Akiji shifted the topic back. "You should have heard what Levi just said. I want to hear your opinion." Wang Oga no longer lingered on Christina's identity and straightforwardly said, "Levi, first tell me about the information regarding the road poneglyphs. If the information is reliable, we can temporarily refrain from capturing Brin. Then I'll start by mentioning the locations of 2 road poneglyphs. One is in Wano, but I'm not quite sure of the exact location. However, I think you might have already obtained it, right? It seems your intelligence capability is indeed astonishing. We have indeed acquired the one that Big Mom possesses. What about the other 3? As for the other one, the remaining 2 will be disclosed after we reach a cooperation agreement. Of course, I will tell you. Wang Oga, just tell me now. I will report it truthfully to Captain Teach. If he agrees to the deal, then of course we will let Brin go. After all, it's not just her Fishman ability that can interpret the poneglyphs. Alright, to show my sincerity, I'll tell you one more piece of information. One of the poneglyphs is in Wano, controlled by Kaido, and the other is on Zou Island, which is also related to Wano, because the Ming tribe on Zou Island is allied with the Kazuki clan of Wano. Leeway did not hide much and told the truth. As for the last piece, he knew it was on Fishman Island, but considering that a cooperative relationship had not yet been established, he did not mention it. Sure enough, after hearing this, Wang Oga on the opposite side carefully examined Leeway again. When he saw the young man looking relaxed, he smiled and said, I will report this to Teach. I hope we can cooperate well. I also look forward to the opportunity for cooperation because I promised the Big Mom pirates to protect Broly, and I believe Blackbeard Teach will make a choice, as the importance of the 4 road poneglyphs is much greater than that of Broly. Leeway was confident and said to Aokiji, if you make a decision, you can contact me. You know my phone bug number. Well, Wang Aoga, let's quickly inform Captain Teach about this matter. Aokiji agreed with Leeway's statement, but he knew it was not appropriate for Christina to know too much. So he took the red-haired beauty away. Goodbye, Leeway. Before leaving, Christina took a deep look at Leeway again, and then was supported by Aokiji as they left. Only Leeway and Wang Aoga were left in the alley. Aren't you going to avoid this? After hearing Wang Aoga's words, Leeway was taken aback. You guys are really slow to act. Forget it. I will wait for your news. After saying that, he left the alley and prepared to head home. However, after taking a few steps, Leeway heard the sound of the phone bug ringing from his body. So soon. There's news? He hurriedly took out the phone bug, and as soon as he connected, he heard a familiar and slightly threatening voice from the other side. Leeway, I am Johnson. If you want to save foals, come to the abandoned factory by the sea. You should know this place. At that moment, Foal's anxious voice came from the phone bug. Don't come here, McGiddy and the others have set a trap. Before he could finish, he made a muffled sound, clearly having his mouth covered. Johnson then sneered and said, I will give you half an hour. If you are late, you can collect Foal's corpse. I will rush over now. If you dare to lay a hand on Foals, I will not let you go. At this time, Leeway heard the busy tone from the phone bug, so he quickly put it away and ran towards the sea. Chapter 79. The plan of the Blackbeard pirates near the Caramel CAF in a secluded alley. Wang Aoga spoke to a phone bug that was missing a few teeth and had several braids. Captain Teach, this is everything Leeway said. Haha. What an interesting young man. I didn't expect someone with a physique similar to Charlotte Lean-Leans to exist in this world. Wang Aoga, I really hope you can bring him back to Hakanosu Island. Captain Teach, I also have such a plan. That kid Leeway's fate should belong to our Blackbeard pirates, but he seems unwilling. What about Kazan? Even if the Leeway you mentioned has the ability to reflect damage, which counters your marksmanship, it should still be easy for Kazan to take him away with his freezing fruit ability, right? It's not like that. That kid Leeway has already cracked Kazan's freezing moment. Although that former Marine Admiral did not go all out, based on my understanding of Leeway, he really dislikes being forced to do things he doesn't want to do. A very strong-willed young man. I'm starting to like him a bit. I think I will meet him one day. Yes, Captain Teach, we cannot rush into Leeway's matter. And the urgent thing is that we need to make a decision. Oh, Wang Aoga, are you talking about Leeway's proposal? Since we want to recruit such talent, let's agree to his request. Yes, right. If we don't gather all 4 pieces of the road sign historical text, capturing Broly will be useless. All right, I understand. I will contact Leeway immediately and ask him to tell me the whereabouts of the last piece of the road sign historical text. No need to rush, Wang Aoga. You can first ask Kazan for his opinion. I don't believe that guy will sincerely join us, but he is very powerful, and we should show him some respect on the surface. Captain Teach, hearing you say that truly saddens me. From a corner, Aokiji walked out with a blank expression. Wang Aoga frowned and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Teach's voice from the phone bug. Ah, Kazan, so you're back. Haha, I just returned and didn't hear too many of your secrets with Wang Aoga, Captain Teach. It's all right, Kazan. Since you're here, I'll consult your opinion directly. What do you think of Leeway's proposal? Captain Teach, you already have an answer. My opinion is not important. After hearing Aokiji's words, Wang Aoga proactively said, Captain Teach intends to agree to Leeway's plan, so we can temporarily refrain from capturing Broly. Is that so? I will follow Captain Teach's orders. After all, I'm just a newcomer who just joined the Blackbeard pirates. Haha, Kazan, Wang Aoga, although you don't have to capture Broly anymore. I also have a new task for you to complete. Aokiji reacted quickly and immediately asked, is it about the road sign historical text? Since Wang Aoga and I have already obtained Charlotte Lean-Lean's historical text, let's go find the remaining 3 pieces, right? Collaborating with smart people is pleasant. But although this task has the highest priority, there is no need to rush it. You two should return to Hakanosa first. I will also call back Bages and Busker Jote, who are searching for the historical text. Oh, Captain Teach, are you gathering everyone for a major task? Wang Aoga, you're right. If Leeway's intel is correct, our top priority is to go to Wano country and look for the piece of historical text in Kaido's hands. I understand. You want us to go to Wano country with Bages and the others to snatch the road sign historical text from Beast Kaido, right? Akiji, you're only half right. I will lead the team personally. After all, there's not just Kaido among the 4 emperors in Wano country. There's also Charlotte Linlin, who is even stronger than that kid Leeway. All right, Captain Teach, we'll go back now. No, before you return, there is an additional task to complete. I know our ally, the leader of the Wanakuni Mafia, McGiddy, is a strength fruit user, and his fruit ability is very suitable for Bages. Upon hearing this, Akiji suddenly understood and tentatively said, I see. And as for the Soul Work Society's president, Teeny's, his sake fruit ability should be controlled by Busker Jote. Exactly. Your next task is to hunt their devil fruit abilities. Understood, Captain Teach. I don't think it will take long to deal with those 2 guys. Wang Aoga said to the phone bug, and then he heard Blackbeard Teach's voice on the other end. Then hurry back. I still need your strength. After that, the call was disconnected. Wang Aoga put away the phone bug and glanced at Akiji, saying, let's deal with McGiddy first. He should still be hiding in the stronghold. Before doing this, we should first greet our old acquaintances to avoid them interfering with us again. Akiji waved his hand and then walked toward the CAF, not far away. Wang Aoga was taken aback, the corners of his mouth slightly rising as he muttered to himself. It seems your relationship with that kid Leeway is quite extraordinary, Akiji. Soon after, he heard a warning sound coming from the CAF. It's Akiji. He has arrived. But after a while, the noise disappeared. Wang Aoga knew that Akiji must have used his fruit ability to freeze the members of the Big Mom Pirates in OI sculptures. He walked out of the alley and saw Kuriya, Smooji, and others confronting Akiji at the entrance of the CF, weapons in hand. However, Akiji did not attack. Instead, he softly said a few words. Immediately, Kuriya and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. At that moment, Akiji turned and left. Wang Aoga smiled slightly. You also support that kid Levi's civilian plan, huh? This way, the Big Mom Pirates will seriously consider what the kid said. I'm also carrying out Captain Teach's orders, Akiji replied. Since we want to win Levi over, but cannot forcibly take him, shouldn't we help him a bit? As long as we leave a good impression, that kid will eventually join the Blackbeard Pirates, don't you think? Akiji smiled slightly and added, we should go execute our new mission now. After saying that, he walked away. Wang Aoga watched him leave, a strange smile appearing on his face. Chapter 80. Hide and seek in the thick fog, Cocoa Island, in the air near the abandoned factory by the sea. Leeway stood there with a moon step. Looking down, below him was a thick fog, clearly created by Johnson's fog fruit ability. Obscuring my vision. Is this an attempt to ambush me? However, McGiddy should know that with their attacking power, they simply cannot break through my defense. Leeway murmured to himself, quickly turning his mind, but still unable to analyze the enemy's purpose in doing this. Forget it, time is running out. I have to go down now and see what tricks this group of people can come up with. Leeway silently muttered a phrase, then directly descended. Finding himself in the thick fog, undaunted, he shouted, Johnson, McGiddy, I'm here, come out. Haha, Leeway, do you really think you're invincible? Johnson's voice soon echoed from not far away. Leeway let out a cold snort and immediately dashed towards the sound. However, he soon realized that his feet had slipped and his entire body was falling down. Is this a trap? This is really underestimating himself. Leeway reacted quickly, eager to use the moon step from the Navy 6 style to stabilize his body and fly away. However, he felt something crashing down from above and sneered. Such petty tricks. Dare you use them to embarrass yourself? Before he could finish his words, Leeway heard a loud boom, and he had no choice but to endure the explosion's damage, only to be buried in the ground. As thick smoke billowed out from the dense fog, the explosion came to an end. Although Leeway was unscathed, he remained silent, waiting. Sure enough, after a moment, Johnson's voice came from not far away. Haha, how does the taste of the bomb feel? I know this won't kill you, and I still can't catch you? Upon hearing the voice, Leeway used the shave technique from the Navy 6th form and dashed towards the source of the sound. However, there was no one there. Leeway was taken aback. Johnson's speed couldn't possibly be this fast. Could there be other ability users here? In the blink of an eye, he heard the other party's taunting voice again. I'm here waiting for you. Leeway rushed over again, but still missed, a serious expression on his face. Johnson seemed to notice Leeway's expression and laughed heartily. Aren't you supposed to be very powerful? How come you can't even touch my fur? It seems Mr. Green Pheasant was right. You only have decent defense and strength, but you're too slow, like a big dumb dog. This time, Leeway was not provoked. He had calmed down. If he didn't find out the secret behind Johnson's quick movements, then running around like this would just be a waste of energy. Oh, is that how you give up? Come and catch me. Leeway, aren't you worried about your friend? If you catch me, you can just exchange me for him. After hearing Johnson's words, Leeway remained unmoved, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. This is getting boring. The thick fog is perfect for hide and seek. Since you won't play with me, I'll just have to find someone else. Poor Fours, he really thinks you will come and save him. Shut up, Johnson. You're targeting me. And besides, Fours used to be your companion. Leeway was immediately enraged to hear that the enemy was using foals as a threat. However, Johnson clearly knew this was his weakness and smiled as he said, since that's the case, why don't you play a game with me? Aren't you good at betting? Let's make a wager. If you can catch me, I'll let Foals go. How about that? No problem. But before that, if you dare to lay a finger on Foals, I will not let you off the hook, Johnson. I will make you understand what it means to wish for death. Leeway spoke powerfully and then activated the system to check the talent skills at his disposal, hoping to gain some insights. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a moment. After a while, Johnson hoarsely responded, "Humph, I'm looking forward to seeing how you catch me, Leeway. In this world, you're not the only genius. My talents may not be inferior to yours." After a slight pause, he continued, "I have limited time, so I'll give you 10 minutes. The fate of Fours is in your hands, Leeway. 10 minutes is more than enough. Let the gamble officially begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway rushed forward, wanting to catch his enemy off guard. However, he was still a step too slow. Johnson seemed to have foreseen this and vanished without a trace. Through the thick fog, Leeway could only see the hair hanging down from his forehead. He couldn't even see his own hands clearly. In such an environment, Johnson was able to provoke him continuously from short distance away. It was clear that he was fully aware of his own position. Leeway seemed to have thought of something, and he needed to verify it, so he quietly waited. Johnson, shrouded in the thick fog, couldn't help but say, "Oh, Leeway, try to be a bit faster." Leeway immediately rushed over again, this time running in the opposite direction of the sound. "Sure enough," Johnson said with some confusion. "Huh?" Then he burst out laughing. "Too heavy. Have you gotten dizzy after just a few laps?" Levi, however, did not pay attention to it. He had some understanding in his heart. Johnson's thick fog was not just obscuring vision. That guy could also sense the enemy's location through the fog. After figuring this out, Levi expanded his thinking, combining the patterns from the games he played before his travels, and speculated that Johnson could swap positions within the fog, achieving a similar effect to blinking. It was precisely because of these two abilities that Johnson could dodge time and again. Considering this, Levi couldn't help but marvel. This guy's fruit ability has been developed quite well. He is already showing the demeanor of a strong person. It seems that during these days, he not only hasn't been discouraged, but has instead ignited his fighting spirit. Unfortunately, Johnson is a gangster and hasn't applied this diligence to the right path. With this in mind, Levi smiled. So that's it in just a few days. To maximize his strength, he can only start from developing his devil fruit abilities. "Johnson, you're doing quite well." He then proceeded to articulate his analysis one by one. After hearing this, Johnson was taken aback for a moment, but soon scoffed. "Even if you know my abilities, what can you do about it? Time is almost up. Haven't you thought of a way to defeat me yet?" Leeway scratched his head upon hearing this and looked at the virtual panel in front of him again. Chapter 81. Shave vs. Flash was indeed as Johnson had said. Simply knowing how the opponent moved was far from enough. Levi analyzed again. Although his shave was quick, Johnson's flashing speed was not slow either. Due to his lack of observation hockey, he could only roughly judge Johnson's position based on sound. However, when he took action, Johnson was fully aware of his movements and could dodge in advance. In this back-and-forth situation, it was indeed very difficult to catch Johnson. As thoughts churned, Levi found the key to breaking through, unless he also had a skill like Johnson's, which allowed him to accurately know the enemy's next dodge position. If that were the case, there would be a chance to take the initiative, rushing over right after the opponent flashed, and then finding an opening. Because the speed of the shave was slightly faster than Johnson's flash. With a plan in mind, Levi sighed quietly. Under this thick fog, visibility was almost non-existent. Relying on sight alone wouldn't work. Moreover, with his current physique and talents, the best he could do was a steel-like defense and monster-like strength. Although the strange sound attack could cause dizziness, Johnson was clearly prepared for this move. He must have put in earplugs. The chances of a successful sneak attack were indeed too low. Leeway could only browse through the descriptions of the talents he had acquired one by one. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The upgraded innate super strength talent skill seemed to have other uses. After making up his mind, Leeway immediately activated this skill and utilized its ability to borrow strength from others. Sure enough, it was as if a radar scanning image appeared before him, with a white dot flickering within a circle. Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. As expected, that should be Johnson's location. The innate super strength of an A-class can be borrowed by others, and unlike skills that require consent to borrow someone else's power, it does not need the other person's agreement and only specifies the range. Leeway started from this point, and speculated that the innate super strength skill should be able to scan for people within a radius of 10 meters around himself. To verify this guess, Leeway charged towards the white dot. The white dot instantly disappeared and then appeared behind him. Leeway stopped in his tracks, a smile appearing on his face, and he did not take any further action. Finally, Johnson couldn't hold back and asked, "Can you see me? Haha, what do you think? If we could both see each other, would you still think I'm slow? Impossible. In this thick fog, you should be like a blind person." And Leeway, I know you're not good at seeing and hearing. What you said is true, but you overlooked the most crucial point. I am a genius, and the strongest aspect of a genius is their ability to learn, especially in terms of progress in battle. Leeway curled his lips into a slight smile. Otherwise, why do you think I progress so quickly? You tricky guy, in this thick fog, no one can defeat me. You do have a strong combat IQ, but unfortunately, your opponent is me. So, from the very beginning, this gamble was destined for you to lose. Leeway interrupted Johnson's words and rushed forward. Let's see who is tougher. Johnson certainly wouldn't admit defeat. He immediately used his fruit ability to teleport to above the thick fog. But as soon as he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that Leeway showed no hesitation and charged straight at him again. This is impossible. He didn't make a sound at all. How could this guy know his location? Johnson could only teleport again, constantly appearing near Leeway, behind him, above him, to the left, to the right. But no matter how he dodged, Leeway seemed to see everything clearly and immediately rushed over. The two of them began to play a game of chase, pursuing each other through the thick fog. After a moment, Johnson started to pant, and his speed began to slow down. Meanwhile, Leeway, relying on the royal level talent bestowed by the system, became increasingly agile during the chase. Thus, the situation for the two of them completely reversed. Before long, Leeway seized an opening and landed a punch on Johnson's face. With a thud, Johnson fell from the air, silent. The thick fog began to dissipate at that moment. After a while, seeing Johnson unconscious, Leeway muttered to himself, "Fortunately, my armament hockey is quite good, and although this guy has a knack for developing fruit abilities, his physical condition is too poor." He went down with one hit. After the complaint, he realized he still needed to use Johnson to exchange for fours. So he quickly searched him and found a dagger, which he placed in his pocket. Then, Leeway scanned the area and spotted a small wooden cabin not far away. Without saying a word, he hoisted Johnson and walked over. As he walked, he activated his radar ability, granted by his innate strength, to scan for nearby enemies. Soon, he saw a white dot appear on the panel again. No need to say, that was the enemy. Leeway arrived at the door of the cabin, opened it, and saw McGiddy sitting on a chair. He clearly noticed Leeway as well and took the initiative to greet him. "You're here? Johnson still couldn't stop you, huh? Johnson? He's improved quickly. Compared to our first encounter, he's much stronger now." Hearing the enemy praise his son, McGiddy also revealed a kind smile. "But he's still lost to you. There's nothing we can do about it. Even among geniuses, there are differences in strength. Well, let me get to the point. Where's Fools? Why isn't he here?" Leeway got straight to the point, as the radar chart showed that there was only McGiddy nearby. However, McGiddy did not answer his question directly. "Once you defeat me, you'll naturally have the chance to find fours." After hearing this, Leeway patted Johnson on the shoulder. "You should know very well why I brought this kid here." "Of course I know, but I'm sorry. Johnson is already prepared for sacrifice. I am too. If we can't defeat you, we're all finished." McGiddy said coldly, in his eyes. Johnson seemed not to be his son at all. A gang is just a gang. They can remain indifferent even when their son dies in front of them. In comparison, although the Ant pirate crew has done many bad things, at least they still value family ties. Leeway retorted without hesitation. However, McGiddy stared into his eyes. Family ties? They are as ephemeral as mist, vanishing upon touch. Only power and strength are eternal. Chapter 82. Invisible Attacks. Those who abandon even their own sons for twisted reasoning are not worthy of possessing power. Leeway said firmly, "For the people of all nations, I must defeat you." But before he could finish his sentence, McGiddy interrupted, "You keep talking about all nations. This theory of yours may deceive Fours and Christina. But do you really think I would believe it? Aren't you just trying to defeat the Soulwork Society and us to gain power? Do you think I'm the same as you? It's laughable. After defeating you and the Soulwork Society, I will ensure that the people here live better lives than they do now." Self-deception, Leeway. Your words sound grand, but in reality, it's all for business. I know your calculations. Even if you seem to have the advantage now, I might not necessarily lose to you. Talking to someone like you is truly a waste of time. Let's settle this with our fists, McGiddy. No more nonsense. Let us fight. Leeway put down Johnson from his shoulders and assumed a fighting stance. Immediately, he saw McGiddy across from him displaying a strange smile. Following that, McGiddy coldly said, "Haven't we already started fighting? The moment you stepped into the room, the battle began. What did you say?" Hearing this, Leeway felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, McGiddy laughed again. "Your reaction is too slow. It seems one should be more cautious in life. You indeed have exceptional talent, but you are not without flaws." As he spoke, he noticed Leeway shaking his head repeatedly, tried to regain his composure, and added, "You've been opposing us for so long, and you didn't even know about my fruit ability? Yet you walked in so boldly. I think you have no one to blame for your loss. You should know, I spent my whole life learning to be careful. Women and children can afford to be careless, but men cannot, because the loser has only one way out, death." Listening to this incessant chatter, Leeway felt his head spinning even more. He swayed and could barely stand. McGiddy, however, remained calm and continued to explain. "Do you think I invited you to this small cabin for no reason? But right now, I guess you can't concentrate on thinking. A person who has it too easy often overestimates themselves and underestimates others. You probably also forgot what Akiji said about you, right? Indeed, in terms of defense and strength, you possess a talent far beyond others, but don't forget your weaknesses, your lack of agility and your fear of being controlled. These two weaknesses are enough to be fatal. Yet you haven't thought carefully about how to make up for them. Instead, you are becoming more and more aggressive, wanting to eliminate us and the Soul Workshop in just a few days. Haha, our two organizations have survived under the eyes of the Big Mom Pirates for years, even decades. How much do you know about our foundation?" The more McGiddy spoke, the more animated he became. His face slowly turned red, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he continued. "Speaking of which, I even overestimated you. Akiji mentioned that your intelligence ability is terrifying. I thought you already knew about my and Tynus's fruit abilities. But unexpectedly, haha, you know nothing at all. This is the biggest reason for your crushing defeat." As he talked, McGiddy forcefully sniffed and once again showed a contented expression. Although Leeway was dizzy, he persisted and deeply etched every movement of the opponent into his mind. Even though his mind was becoming increasingly unclear, he still forced himself to eliminate all distractions and think rapidly about a way to break free. Because if he fell down, he might never wake up again. Just like the Yonko Big Mom, Leeway knew that what he feared most were various control skills. But how did the enemy strike? He recalled the scene after entering the room carefully. He and McGiddy were just chatting. Neither side had made any attacking moves. In the pirate world, there were no illusions like in Naruto. Here, while the abilities of Devil Fruit users were bizarre, without exception, they required certain preconditions to trigger. Even the incredibly powerful Toy Fruit needed to touch the enemy to turn them into a toy and erase everyone's memory of them from the world. However, McGiddy hadn't touched him. He also hadn't seen any strange behavior. Leeway gently bit his tongue to drive away the drowsiness with the pain, and soon turned to contemplate other ways. However, McGiddy said in a slightly excited tone, "I didn't expect you to have such incredible willpower. After all this time, you can still stand. It's a pity that no matter how strong a person's mental strength is, they cannot go against the body's instinctive reactions." For what he said, does that mean McGiddy's attacks have never ceased? Leeway seems to have grasped a key point, and he also noticed that the other party's condition was somewhat off. In other words, this attack does not distinguish between friend and foe. Leeway made a judgment, and then scanned the surroundings again. He recalled McGiddy's first question, why meet in this small cabin? He looked at the layout of the cabin. It was very ordinary, and aside from being small, there were no plants or anything. Suddenly, he noticed some information. The windows of the cabin were tightly shut, and there were curtains hanging down at the entrance. Leeway had an idea. The enemy had launched an attack through the air. No wonder as soon as he entered, McGiddy took the initiative to ask various questions. He was just trying to buy time for the poison dispersed in the air to take effect, although he was still not clear about McGiddy's fruitability. Now that he understood the means of attack and was aware of the opponent's offensive capabilities, everything would be easier. Thinking of this, Leeway suddenly burst into laughter. You're really strong. No wonder you're the gang leader. I've learned a good lesson today. Do you admit defeat? Leeway, unfortunately, it's all too late. How could I possibly admit defeat? Taking advantage of a pause in McGiddy's speech, Leeway interjected, let me show you another one of my abilities. After saying that, he pulled out the dagger he had found on Johnson and plunged it straight into his own heart. Plop! Leeway leaned back and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, McGiddy was stunned for a moment, before bursting into laughter. Would you rather die than admit defeat? Young people tend to be impulsive and extreme. Don't you know that patience is the best weapon for revenge? As he spoke, he suddenly looked horrified, pointing his finger involuntarily. To his surprise, Leeway, who should have been dead, stood up unharmed, and the previous state of unconsciousness vanished completely. This was evident from his clear eyes. At that moment, McGiddy seemed to remember something and exclaimed, is this your immortality ability? Tinnies wasn't lying, but how did you do it? Naturally, Leeway wouldn't foolishly answer the enemy's question. He held his breath and executed a move, instantly disappearing from McGiddy's sight. This sudden change made McGiddy snap back to reality, and he immediately entered a defensive stance. Boom! After a loud noise, McGiddy felt that the light in front of him suddenly brightened, and feeling the sea breeze blowing against his face, he realized Leeway used his powerful strength to lift the entire little wooden house. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. After saying this, Leeway quickly took several deep breaths, as holding his breath was quite uncomfortable. Shock flashed in McGiddy's eyes, but soon he regained his composure. It seems you figured it out. Indeed, you are worthy of the title of genius. If you hadn't said so much nonsense, I might not have been able to analyze it. However, the reason you hesitated to act is also due to your caution. It seems that the toxin you released into the air just now is not lethal, so you were waiting for me to lose consciousness. After being brushed by the sea breeze, Leeway's mind became clearer, and he shared his insights. McGiddy did not deny it. It seems that being overly cautious is not necessarily a virtue. However, I don't regret it. For someone like you, a rising star who repeatedly achieves astonishing results, I think everyone would be careful. Indeed, caution makes for a long voyage. But I'm curious about what your fruitability is. If you want to know, come and try it yourself. Our battle is not over yet. McGiddy also did not intend to reveal it directly. He suddenly took a deep breath and spat out flames fiercely. Leeway was well prepared. He immediately withdrew, and a phrase flashed through his mind. The flame fruit. Not even a dog would eat it. According to the current storyline, the flame fruit should have been eaten by Sabo. This means that McGee absolutely cannot be the user of the flame fruit, yet he is still able to spit out flames. Leeway quickly replayed the ability of the fire-spitting fruit in his mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and realized the enemy's fruitability. He smiled and said, so that's how it is. I didn't expect the former owner of the sake fruit to be you. You know about this fruitability too, right? Wait, former owner? What do you mean? Huh? McGiddy, you'll soon find out what it means to invite a wolf into your home and suffer the consequences. Leeway also had a guess in his heart. If his crossing hadn't changed the plot line, then according to the story's development, Magellan's devil fruit ability would be taken by the Blackbeard pirates. This could be considered self-inflicted and deserved. Seeing Leeway lost in thought again, Magellan was very displeased. Even if you know my devil fruit ability, you're still far from defeating me. Don't you remember the miserable state you were just in? This line was just said by your son. Shortly after he said it, he lost. Leeway directly retorted, saying that he had already found a way to defeat McGiddy. Chapter 83. The New Move of the Wine Fruit. Seeing Leeway's arrogant demeanor, McGiddy frowned and did not launch another attack. What's wrong? Not going to attack anymore? Leeway once again took the initiative to provoke, and he regretted the measures he had just taken. Clearly, he could have endured the damage and used the counter damage effect of 50 to directly take down McGiddy. However, due to the sudden appearance of flames, he instinctively retreated to dodge, missing a great opportunity. McGiddy, of course, would not act impulsively. He tilted his head slightly to the side, calmly pondering, and soon spoke. I almost forgot Akiji's words. Since her defense has a counter damage effect, and you can reflect damage from Wong Oga's bullet attacks, it seems that I was also affected by the counter damage when I got drunk faster and more thoroughly than usual. It appears that I can no longer use the drunken fire combo. Quick to react, truly a strong opponent who dares to challenge the Big Mom Pirates. Levi saw that there was no chance left and openly expressed his admiration. However, he quickly changed his tone, but without fire breathing. What other techniques do you have to defeat me? Now that there is no enclosed space, you can't get me drunk by releasing alcohol gas. You know quite a bit about the alcohol fruit's abilities, but I just thought of a move that is perfect to deal with you. After saying this, McGiddy shouted the name of his technique, Alcohol Bubble. He blew out a bubble with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters and then jumped onto it. The bubble lifted McGiddy into the air, stopping several meters high. Seeing this, Levi immediately thought of Blackbeard Pirate's Bass Shot, who could also sit on an alcohol bubble and fly. With this in mind, Levi had another question. This guy wouldn't he run away, would he? Judging by his previous actions, he could abandon his own son to defeat Levi. McGiddy clearly noticed what Levi was thinking and laughed heartily. Don't worry. How could I run away? My entire business is in the Grand Line. That's good. However, for me right now, dealing with an enemy who has flying capabilities is not without solutions. Leeway kicked out a few times with all his might, using the gale foot from a Navy 6 styles that he had just learned a couple of days ago. Several crescent-shaped, slashing waves, glowing blue, shot towards McGiddy like lightning. However, McGiddy remained calm, skillfully maneuvering the alcohol bubbles to easily dodge the attacks. He smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry, Leeway. I know you've learned several techniques from the Navy 6 styles, and you can use moonwalk too, right? But with the speed of moonwalk, can you catch me?" As he spoke, McGiddy once again manipulated the alcohol balloons to move swiftly, even performing a few flips along the way. After finishing these stunts, he smirked and said, "The flying ability of these alcohol bubbles is even stronger than that of some bird fruit users. So what? You still can't defeat me, and I can directly destroy your base." Although a sense of foreboding surged within Leeway, he calmly said, "McGiddy, I've already thought of a way to defeat you. To be honest, I have to thank you. If it weren't for battling you, I wouldn't have come up with a solution so quickly. Your appearance helped me address the weakness of the Drunken Mist, and now I no longer need a sealed space to execute this move." Hearing this, Leeway was taken aback, but did not show it on his face. He scanned the surroundings again. The sea breeze was gently blowing in from the nearby shore. In such an open and ventilated place, how much alcohol vapor would it take to make him faint? It was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Leeway smiled lightly and said, "Then I am really looking forward to it. You have awakened the sake fruit, right? Come on, McGiddy. You even know about the awakening of devil fruits. You really are a perceptive young man. Unfortunately, you are going to die here." McGiddy praised, then took a deep breath. Slowly exhaling, a balloon emerged from his mouth, growing larger and larger. Witnessing this, Leeway was momentarily stunned. Does this mob boss have such powerful lung capacity? But soon, he realized McGiddy was inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth. As the diameter of the balloon reached several dozen meters, Leeway began to understand. This guy isn't planning to cover himself with that balloon, is he? Just like Doflamingo's birdcage and Trafalgar Law's room? Having seen through McGiddy's intentions, Leeway immediately wanted to escape. However, at that moment, McGiddy threw the several dozen-meter-high alcohol balloon, which suddenly inflated several times, completely enveloping him. Leeway remained calm as he continued to run in one direction, but after a while, he stopped. The reason was that the alcohol balloon was moving in the same direction as him, and it wasn't slow. This meant that Leeway had not escaped the range of the balloon's influence. To make matters worse, he could already smell the strong scent of alcohol. Above, McGiddy laughed and said, "How's that? How do you like my alcohol balloon? Just wait until you pass out. Let's see how you deal with this." Leeway reacted quickly. Since he couldn't outrun it, he decided to break it directly with a stone. He picked up a stone and threw it with all his might. However, unexpectedly, although the stone hit the edge of the alcohol balloon, it flew straight out. The balloon remained unharmed. It was useless. If it could be so easily broken, then all his efforts would be in vain. Even if you jumped into the sea, it wouldn't help. My balloon could still keep you trapped inside. McGiddy had a confident expression as he looked down at Leeway. Alcohol is a good thing. A drunk person is much easier to deal with than a sober one. Leeway certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to jump into the sea. He suddenly remembered the physics knowledge he had learned. Alcohol is denser than air and will sink. So, he immediately used the moonwalk technique and flew up into the air. "I knew you would use that move. You want to jump into the sea from the sky, right?" McGiddy, however, like an old cat toying with a mouse, maneuvered the alcohol balloon, controlling the large balloon's movement. Leeway still hadn't escaped the fate of being swallowed into the balloon. Moreover, as he exerted himself more, he felt the alcohol he inhaled increasing. His mind began to feel a bit fuzzy. Chapter 84. The role of sea water: the faster you move, the more chances you have to escape my alcohol balloon. But correspondingly, the more alcohol you inhale, the faster you will succumb. Floating in midair, McGiddy said to Leeway, pausing briefly before adding, "How will you break the deadlock? Will you fight to the death, or sit back and wait for your demise? Haha." Of course, the choice is to counterattack, Leeway stated simply and clearly. And then he rushed into the sea. Seeing this, McGiddy was a bit stunned, and then he laughed, saying, "I've said it before. The alcohol balloon is not afraid of seawater." He continued to manipulate the alcohol balloon, tightly covering Leeway, leaving him no chance to escape. Leeway jumped into the sea, diving headfirst into the water and disappearing from sight. However, McGiddy remained calm. He maneuvered the alcohol bubble to the edge of the balloon and then inhaled deeply, exhaling gas into the alcohol balloon. The already enormous alcohol balloon expanded once again, and after a while, it enveloped the nearby sea area. McGiddy then stopped his movements and began searching for Leeway's figure. After a moment, he finally saw a head emerging from the surface of the water. "Haha, you're not a merman after all, Leeway. This time, the alcohol balloon has become even bigger, making it even harder for you to escape. You've definitely lost." "Not necessarily. I've been waiting for this moment." Leeway interrupted McGiddy's words. Due to the cold sea water, he had become much more alert. McGiddy obviously noticed this as well, but he slowly said, "Using cold to drive away dizziness? Does this method really work?" As he spoke, he increased the intensity of the volatile alcohol, filling the entire balloon with alcohol vapor. Then McGiddy added, "At this concentration, I think even someone who can drink 1,000 cups won't be able to handle it, right? And thanks to your ability to reflect damage, I know you're already close to your limit." "Haha, limit? That's not enough. Let me help you out." Leeway suddenly said something inexplicable, and he unleashed the area effect of his innate strength skill, abruptly lifting the nearby seawater. A large body of water rose up as if it were placed on a tray. Leeway threw the seawater forcefully towards McGiddy. The idea behind this move clearly drew inspiration from the Fishman's karate skills. However, McGiddy was already prepared. The alcohol bubble he was riding suddenly shot upwards. Although the seawater thrown by Leeway was large in volume and not slow to start, it ultimately could not catch up to McGiddy. Moreover, the rising speed of the seawater was getting slower and slower, and finally, it fell down like a leaking waterfall, making a crackling sound. The entire sea surface formed large waves, surging and undulating. After narrowly escaping this wave of attack, McGiddy shouted downwards, "So this is your goal, Leeway. Well done. But unfortunately, you encountered me. I said before that caution is the way to survive. How could I fall for such a trick?" But before he could finish speaking, he stopped. A loud boom drowned out McGiddy's voice and nearly deafened him. Immediately after, a dazzling flash of fire suddenly flickered across the sea surface in an astonishing shockwave, accompanied by wisps of flames, blew McGiddy away. Although he didn't understand what had just happened, he knew he was above the sea, and if he fell, it would mean death. Therefore, he tightly clung to the alcohol bubble below him. After a lot of effort, McGiddy finally stabilized himself. He looked down and found that the alcohol balloon he had just inflated had disappeared. Although there was still a faint smell of alcohol in the air, it was clearly not enough to cause dizziness. McGiddy immediately realized the previous explosion was clearly caused by his alcohol. However, he had controlled the concentration of the alcohol well, fearing that it would explode and allow Leeway to escape. Just as he was pondering this, McGiddy suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him. "It seems you still don't understand how the explosion occurred, do you, Leeway?" Upon hearing this, McGiddy immediately wanted to escape. But unfortunately, he found he could no longer control the alcohol bubble because Leeway was already standing on top of it, firmly attached. In a contest of strength, McGiddy doubted he was a match for Leeway, and it was even more difficult to shake him off. But with the situation as it was, McGiddy could only force himself to calm down. "I didn't expect you to really escape. You are quite a formidable opponent. Can you tell me how you did it?" "Of course," Leeway replied. "I know you are skilled at controlling the concentration of alcohol. It will be impossible for me to detonate it directly. Someone as cautious as you would never leave such an obvious flaw. So why did it explode afterward?" "McGiddy, that's because the concentration reached the explosive standard. To increase the concentration, you naturally have to reduce the volume that the alcohol gas can occupy. Think about it. I stirred up the seawater not just to knock you down. I see. It was the seawater that compressed the alcohol together, thereby increasing the concentration. I didn't expect that I was wrong from the start. No, I should say you had a backup plan even within the same trick. What clever move, Leeway. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Then you can be with your son. You're right. It's easier to get along with drunk people and those who have fainted than with sober ones." As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway struck McGiddy's neck with a knife hand strike, knocking him unconscious. Then, he carried McGiddy on his shoulder. used the moonwalk to return to the shore, and neatly placed the pair of father and son. After doing all this, he activated the system, using his innate strength skills to search for people nearby. However, he found nothing. Leeway sighed and said to himself, "It seems that in order to rescue fools, I still have to make a trip to McGiddy's headquarters. I might as well promote the gang and the Soul Work Agency while I'm at it." After he made up his mind and was about to leave, suddenly, it seemed like he sensed something and quickly sidestepped. Whoosh! A dagger flew out from the ground, grazing past Leeway's face. An enemy was attacking, and it was a user of a devil fruit ability. Leeway immediately kicked the McGiddy father and son away, fully focused on dealing with the enemy hiding in the shadows. However, unexpectedly, just as McGiddy landed on the ground, his body suddenly slid down, as if sinking into a swamp, and disappeared. What kind of ability is this? So strange? Leeway took a step forward and rushed towards Johnson, who was still on the ground. However, he was still too late. Johnson had also disappeared into the shadows. Immediately, a strong man jumped out from underground, shouting loudly. I didn't expect that the formidable Leeway, who makes us tremble in fear, would look so weak and small. Following the sound, Leeway quickly recognized that it was the president of the Soul Work Society, Teenies. Chapter 85. The Man's Body Slam. I can't believe it. You two archenemies have really teamed up. This is so disappointing. Leeway immediately understood, as McGiddy had just mentioned this matter. So, he made a sarcastic remark. However, Teenies was unfazed. This is all to defeat you, but I didn't expect McGiddy to be so weak and get knocked down so easily. In fact, his wine fruit ability is quite strong. I almost lost. Leeway honestly said that he replayed the recent battle in his mind, and if it weren't for the skill Unyielding Guardian, he would have indeed lost. However, to Teenies, Leeway's heartfelt words sounded more like sarcasm. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let me be your opponent." As he spoke, he charged straight forward. Leeway was taken aback. Did this guy not know that his defensive power had a rebound effect? Just as he was momentarily stunned, Teenies took a step forward, sidestepped, and came behind Leeway. Then he wrapped his arms around Leeway's waist, tightly binding both of Leeway's hands, and with a powerful push of his legs, he bent down and forcefully lifted Leeway, throwing him down. It was a beautiful shoulder throw, slamming Leeway onto the ground. However, although Leeway was thrown hard, he felt no pain. Just as he was about to struggle free, Teenies gave him no chance. He embraced Leeway's waist again, stood up, and forcefully tossed him once more. After several shoulder throws, Leeway remained completely unharmed, but he was puzzled. What was Teenies' goal? This wrestling-like technique could control an opponent well, but its lethality was indeed limited. Therefore, the damage rebounded by Leeway's steel balloon was not much. Suddenly, he seemed to realize a terrifying fact. In wrestling techniques, there were many locks that could render an opponent immobile or even unconscious immediately. Thinking of this, Leeway hurriedly seized the opportunity to counter and break free. He first exerted force with both hands, trying to break the bindings. However, Leeway underestimated Teenies' strength. This guy's arms were like steel, locked together, and no matter how much he struggled, they remained motionless, firmly gripping his waist. What kind of strength was this? It could actually rival that of the 25-year-old Four Emperor's Big Mom. Leeway was taken aback. He had tried his utmost, but it only made Teenies' hand tremble slightly. Haha, when it comes to strength, I will never lose. However, Leeway, your strength has truly surprised me. I need to retract my earlier evaluation of McGiddy. You are so powerful, yet he has managed to hold on under your hand for so long. That counts as being quite skilled. As the two were locked in their contest, Teenies even had the energy to speak. Levi also praised him. You're quite strong as well. No wonder you can battle Katakuri for hundreds of rounds. Teenies, compared to your subordinates, you're on a whole different level of power. I misjudged you. It's a pity that we have to fight to the death, Levi. For the sake of those fallen comrades, I can only kill you. There are many who want to kill me. Teenies, as you know, Krija, Smuggy, Magidi, even Akiji and Wano Oga. They all wanted me dead, but they all failed, and you'll be no exception. While they were chatting, Levi quickly bent at the waist, arched his back, and with both hands pushed outward at the elbows, raising his arms to grasp the exposed fingers of his opponent. Since he couldn't break free directly, he had to use some technique. Before he crossed over, Levi had watched plenty of wrestling matches and knew this was one way to deal with a shoulder throw. However, Teenies wasn't easy to deal with. He wouldn't let Levi grip his fingers. With renewed strength, he executed another shoulder throw, lifting Levi up and slamming him headfirst into the ground. You actually know wrestling, and you took the opportunity of our conversation to suddenly strike. I almost fell for it. It seems that Magidi was right. I have to be 100 times more cautious when dealing with you. Tynus continued to execute a series of shoulder throws, making it impossible for Levi to pry his fingers open. However, Levi didn't back down, thanks to the immense strength and defense granted by the system. Even though he couldn't break free directly, he wouldn't be knocked out by Tynus's throws. Levi's fear of being constricted by a python, leading to broken ribs, inability to breathe, and ultimately suffocating to death, did not come true. Aside from being held by a strong man, which was somewhat unpleasant, he felt that everything else was manageable. The power of the system was once again on full display. Clearly, Tynus had noticed this as well. He no longer tossed Levi around and remarked, "The rumors are true. Your strongest point is indeed your defense, just like Charlotte Lingling's iron balloon. I've never seen anyone who can withstand my body slams like this. And I too have never encountered someone whose strength is on par with mine," Levi replied. "However, since you can't deal with me using body slams, you should be using submission techniques next, right?" Leeway directly expressed his guess and took the opportunity to grip the other person's fingers, trying to pry them apart. However, Tynus's finger strength was still very strong. He seemed to enjoy competing in strength with others. With a chuckle, he responded with all his might. The two entered a stalemate once again. For a moment, Leeway couldn't break free from Tynus's strong embrace, but suddenly, he remembered the key item that had turned the tide during his battle with McGiddy. "Haha, your strength is indeed impressive, but I've already found a way to counter it." Upon hearing this, Tynus was unfazed. They had already gone several rounds, and if this kid had a way, he would have used it long ago. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, he heard a crack, and then he felt a wave of intense pain radiate from his arm. What does it feel like to be burned? Leeway curled his lips in a smirk as he looked down at the lighter he had just taken out, which was still lit and now burning Tynus's arm. "Is this your way of breaking through?" Tynus couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears, but the continuous pain from the flames was indeed uncomfortable. "Just stop pretending everything is fine. If it hurts, let go." Leeway gave his own suggestion. Although he wasn't sure about it, he felt there was no other choice. Tynus gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. There's no point in continuing to fight. But you are too despicable. It hurts so much." After saying that, he loosened his grip with both hands. Leeway Gang wanted to leave, but Tynus suddenly grabbed his ankle, swung him hard, and threw him into the sea. Chapter 86. The strongman's crosslock. Watching Leeway disappear from view like a missile being launched, Tynus smirked and suddenly said, "Sharps, you can come out now." Then, from a shadow in front of him, emerged a man with long black hair. This man was tall and thin, dressed entirely in black, with a gloomy expression on his face. He spoke in a sinister tone. "President Tynus, congratulations on defeating that Leeway so quickly. Sharps, don't underestimate Leeway. That kid isn't so easy to get rid of. His strength is not weaker than mine." "Really? President Tynus, you are the one who has eaten the strength fruit. A strong man. There is no one in this world stronger than you. The facts are right in front of us, but I have already found Leeway's weakness. Although he has outstanding strength and knows some wrestling techniques, he is not actually proficient in wrestling. Therefore, I can subdue him with locking techniques. Sharps, I need your help." "Of course, just tell me what to do." "Well, it's obviously an ambush. Sharps, as I just said, in terms of strength, I am on par with Leeway. If we face each other directly, it will be difficult for me to lock him down. Your shadow fruit ability is perfect for ambush." "I understand. Then please hide in my shadow space first, President Tynus." As he spoke, Sharps waved his hand, and his shadow began to writhe, slowly becoming darker and seemingly coming to life, crawling towards Tynus. Tynus then slowly sank down and disappeared. Sharps gazed at the sea and muttered to himself, "Next, it will be my turn to monitor you." A few kilometers away, above the sea, Leeway first surfaced, took a few deep breaths, and cursed inwardly. "Damn, Tynus. How could he throw me so far away?" After that, he made a strong leap, using the moonwalk technique to stop in midair, looking at the faintly visible coastline. He wasn't in a hurry to go back, because without finding a way to defeat Tynus, returning would be futile. So, Leeway stroked his chin and began to review the battle process just now, hoping to analyze something from it. According to intelligence, Tynus should be a devil fruit user, but he hadn't showcased any corresponding fruit abilities during their fight. Instead, he relied on his own strength to battle against him. Suddenly, Leeway had a flash of inspiration and remembered what Tynus had been emphasizing: strength. If he remembered correctly, Tynus had always taken pride in his own power. And indeed, this guy had the capital to be proud. His strength was ridiculously strong. Thinking of this, a certain devil fruit called the strength fruit immediately came to Leeway's mind. Coincidentally, this fruit later fell into the hands of the Blackbeard pirates, and Blackbeard's first ship captain, Shirey, was a user of the strength fruit. Remembering the plot of the original story, Leeway couldn't help but slightly open his mouth and frowned. Maggoty is a user of the sake fruit, and with Teenies having the strength fruit, are these two going to be hunted down by the Blackbeard pirates for their fruits? However, Leeway didn't delve deeper into this issue. He had something more important to do, which was to find a way to defeat Teenies and rescue Foals. Yet, even though he knew the enemy's fruit ability, after thinking for a long while about how to deal with the straightforward and brutal strength fruit, he still couldn't come up with a countermeasure. In desperation, he could only head back for now. Flying back to the seaside, Leeway looked again at the ruins of the small wooden house not far away. He knew he hadn't deviated from his destination, but looking left and right, he couldn't see Teenies anywhere. Had he just left like that? Leeway immediately denied this speculation, because in the recent battle, Teenies had the upper hand, and he had no reason to flee. Then, Leeway remembered the strange ability user who had rescued McGiddy. It seemed that Teenies was hiding, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The opponent indeed wanted to use a locking technique against him. Leeway inwardly criticized the ant's physique again. Although it was very strong, the weakness of poor control was also fatal. As long as she was locked down by a skill, she would definitely be unable to break free. Leeway stood by the sea, keeping a vigilant watch for Teenies' attack, while also trying to come up with strategies. Suddenly, a wave crashed in, soaking his ankles. Leeway suddenly thought of a good idea. That's right, this is by the sea, and the ocean is the greatest nemesis of ability users. Moreover, it is now approaching evening, the perfect time for a certain natural phenomenon to occur, making it the best opportunity to defeat the ability users. Leeway smiled faintly. He had already thought of a way to defeat Teenies. So, he took a few steps forward, not giving the waves a chance to caress him. At the same time, Leeway deliberately showed a flaw, as if he heard some noise and turned to look behind him. Sure enough, as he expected, a strong man suddenly jumped out from the shadow in front of him. It was Teenies. He pounced on Leeway, using his iron-like hands to tightly control one of Leeway's arms, pinning it firmly between his own legs, bringing it close to his body, and then exerting force suddenly. After this attack, Leeway felt immense pressure on his elbow, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Seeing that he had succeeded, Teenies immediately laughed arrogantly and said, "You knew I would ambush you and still dared to let your guard down. Then just obediently be choked out by my crosshold. Let's see who faints first." Leeway didn't waste any words. What he needed to do now was to hold his ground against Teenies, staying alert while waiting for the tide to rise. As long as the sea water came up, victory would belong to him. Leeway's calculations were loud and clear, but the process was quite difficult. Teenies' crosshold was indeed very powerful against him, and he had to do his utmost to ensure his arm wouldn't dislocate. The two fought back and forth, with time passing second by second. During this period, Teenies repeatedly exclaimed, "What incredible strength! I feel like my strength fruit was for nothing." Levi didn't answer. His face was flushed, and he could only concentrate on resisting, silently wishing for time to pass quickly. In this way, Levi endured the most agonizing half hour, and finally, the sea water began to rise. This is bad. Teenies also sensed that something was off, and he wanted to let go and leave. Leeway certainly wouldn't give him the chance. Instead, he tightly hugged Teenies' legs, not allowing him to get up. Eventually, the seawater engulfed Teenies' body, and he slumped to the ground like a deflated ball. Taking advantage of the enemy loosening their grip due to the seawater, Leeway seized the opportunity and kicked Teenies into the sea. He got up, rubbed his nearly torn arm, and shouted, "Come out, you who are hiding in the shadows, or I'll kill your leader right away." Chapter 87. The terror of the shadow fruit. While shouting, Leeway certainly wouldn't allow Teenies to be swept away by the sea. He was also worried that the enemy hiding in the shadows would rescue the hostage again. Therefore, he used a shave technique to appear beside Teenies, grabbing his head to keep it above water. At the same time, Leeway pressed down on Teenies' body, forcing him underwater and completely eliminating his ability to resist. "I'll count to 3. If you don't come out by then, don't blame me for being rude." Leeway was about to start the countdown when he saw a person with long black hair emerge from the shadows on the beach not far away. Immediately, that person jumped out, holding a young man in a work overalls who was unconscious. As soon as he came out, the long-haired man wrapped his right arm around the neck of another person and protected him in front of himself. Leeway immediately recognized the other person, who was exactly the force he had been desperately searching for. However, upon seeing the target, Leeway couldn't help but frown, but in an instant, his expression returned to normal. The long-haired man, holding Fours hostage, sinisterly said, Leeway, you wouldn't want the fruit ability user in this pipeline to die, would you? Since we both don't want our partners to sacrifice, why not exchange hostages? Leeway immediately made his suggestion, but when the other party did not respond, they pointed to their mouth and said, you need to speak louder. I know your voice is very loud. So it turned out that the other party was wearing earplugs to guard against being attacked by strange sounds. Leeway reacted quickly and raised his voice. Let's do a one-for-one exchange, swap hostages. As he spoke, he pointed at Tinnies beside him and then at Fours across from him. The long-haired man on the opposite side understood and nodded. No problem. Then let's count to 3 and throw the hostages in our hands to each other. Wait, this method won't work. Leeway waved his hand forcefully while saying this, rejecting the proposal. He then shouted, your fruit ability is too strange. I'm afraid you might cheat. After a pause, he yelled again, let's exchange hostages. That would be fairer. No problem. Then you come up first, Leeway. All right, but don't cheat. Tinnies' life is in your hands. Leeway quickly replied, and then he struck a knife hand on Tingness's neck, directly knocking him unconscious. It seems that devil fruit users really fear the sea. Leeway carefully checked Tinnies and found that he had indeed fainted. He thought to himself and realized that it was all thanks to the seawater. Since this greatest threat had been eliminated, the long-haired man opposite him was presumably not good at fighting. Otherwise, he would have teamed up with Tinnies to deal with him long ago. Leeway quickly made a judgment and then pulled Tinnies back to the beach. It must be said that the long-haired man was also very cautious. He slowly retreated, always keeping a distance of 10 meters from Leeway. Hey, if you don't let me get closer, we won't be able to exchange hostages, Leeway said irritably upon seeing this situation. Only then did the long-haired man stop moving, allowing Leeway to help Tinnies over. The two were now only 2 or 3 meters apart. The long-haired man suddenly smirked and said, you've been fooled, Leeway. Shadow space. Hearing this, Leeway reacted quickly and immediately grabbed Tinnies, trying to pull back. However, he was still a step too slow. Suddenly, large patches of pitch-black shadows surged from the ground, as if they had come to life, swirling restlessly. Leeway immediately felt his body sinking. He wanted to use the moon step, but couldn't stop the downward trend. TSK, Leeway, in the darkness, you've fallen for my shadow space trick. Don't even think about leaving. Hearing this eerie voice, Leeway hurriedly threw Tinnies at him. The long-haired man didn't expect him to use the hostage as a projectile and, for a moment, didn't react in time, getting hit directly. Leeway seized the opportunity and lunged forward again, trying to catch the long-haired man. However, the long-haired man reacted quickly as well. He mimicked Leeway, pushing the Fours in his hand in front of him as a shield while he embraced Tinnies, hoping to use the shadows to escape. Leeway shook off Fools, allowing him to fall into the shadows. His goal was clear, to catch the long-haired man. Unfortunately, the other party was very fast, and he was engulfed by the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Leeway Leeway, although you are very powerful and have defeated President Tinnies and McGiddy one after another, you didn't rescue the pipe fruit ability user when he was dying, despite him trusting you so much. Shut up, don't think I can't see through it. What you were holding just now was not a living person at all. Leeway immediately interrupted the other person's words. If it weren't for the strange feeling he had, he would never have abandoned his friend. However, just now, Leeway had already used his innate strength skill to scan the area and found that there were only him, Tinnies, and a long-haired man nearby. Originally, Leeway wanted to play along with the situation, find a way to get close to the long-haired man, and then defeat him in close combat to force him to release Force. However, Leeway still underestimated this guy's fruit ability. He didn't expect the enemy's ability to create shadows in a range of several dozen meters under the cover of night. Moreover, these shadows seemed to have a slight pulling force, just like Blackbeard teaches dark fruit. Watching the swirling shadows, Leeway hesitated about whether to jump in and save someone. At that moment, a surprised voice came from the shadows. You can actually see it? This is a doll I created based on the shadow of a pipe fruit user. Using the shadow fruit ability, you shouldn't be able to see through it. A shadow fruit user, huh? Although Leeway was aware of the opponent's fruit ability, he felt a bit unhappy when he thought about what had just happened. However, he did not give up and calmly pondered countermeasure. Suddenly, it seemed that Leeway discovered something again, and he hurriedly replied with a smile. Of course. Don't want to know how I figured it out? Oh, go ahead and tell me. My shadow puppet can definitely be indistinguishable from the real thing, except that it can't move. It's actually very simple, because you're an idiot, and I'm a genius. If a genius can't see through an idiot's tricks, then how can they be called a genius? Never mind that. I've already achieved my goal. Next, if you want to save someone, come find me at our Cocoa Island branch. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow slowly dissipated. Levi looked at the ground that had returned to normal, but he was no longer anxious in his heart, because he knew that Fours could save himself. Chapter 88. Kreja and Aokiji team up. On Cocoa Island, in the caramel coffee shop, Kreja with purple hair spoke up. What do you think about my proposal? I have no objection to exterminating McGiddy and his gang, but I disagree with wiping out the Soulwork Society as well. Smuggy's words were exactly what I wanted to say. Kreja, I know you want to help Levi to repay his kindness. After all, he is the one who made the Blackbeard pirates stop bothering Brin. But you also know that the Soulwork Society is our subordinate organization. If we take action against them, our Big Mom Pirates' reputation will suffer. Lady Ghost Armand clearly disagreed with Kreja's proposal. Kreja had anticipated this, paused, and said, then what if Tynus teams up with McGiddy? Then we should have a reason to take them down, right? What did you say? Smuggy and Armand asked in unison. Kreja nodded. Ever since I learned that McGiddy's target is the entire world, I sent people to investigate him. Just yesterday, my subordinates reported that he was collaborating with Tynus. If it weren't for this, why would I want to deal with Tynus? Is your intelligence accurate? As soon as Armand finished speaking, Smuggy chimed in. Tynus and McGiddy are sworn enemies. If I remember correctly, one of McGiddy's 3 guards, O'Neill, was killed by Tynus. My intelligence should not be wrong. I suspect they teamed up to fight against Levi. Think about it. How many people do Tynus and McGiddy have left now? Kreja patted his longsword and stated his hypothesis. Hearing this, Smuggy and Armand exchanged glances, both feeling a bit hesitant. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the entrance of the coffee shop. I can prove that Tynus and McGiddy have indeed teamed up, because they have both become Lone Rangers. Who is it? Where are you? Upon hearing the voice, Kreja and the others were startled. The incoming enemy was very strong. Because there were quite a few Hamet's guards nearby, someone who could sneak into the shop unnoticed must be a formidable opponent. The group looked in the direction of the voice, but saw no one. They searched around but still found nothing. Kreja was the first to react. An invisible enemy? And it's a woman. Are you with McGiddy's gang? The one with the chameleon fruit ability? Your intelligence ability is quite impressive, Kreja, but you're mistaken. I am no longer one of McGiddy's subordinates. As she spoke, a red-haired woman dressed neatly revealed herself. She was, of course, Christina. Leaning against the corner, she smiled lightly, fearlessly scanning the 3 strong individuals in front of her. Seeing the newcomer appear, Kreja wasted no time and directly asked, Speak, what is your purpose here? I am, of course, here to cooperate with you. I have a friend who has gone missing, and I suspect he's been captured by McGiddy. Christina got straight to the point, then briefly explained how she had used tactics to make Tynus and McGiddy exhaust each other. After her words, Kreja and the 2 sisters were somewhat stunned. Finally, Armand looked at Christina with a playful gaze. Have you really quit the Navy? I've heard that your Navy uses this method to insert spies into various pirate crews. Of course, I left the Navy. I just didn't want to serve the Celestial Dragons. But that isn't important, right? We have a common enemy. So there's a basis for cooperation. The basis for cooperation is that both sides are of equal strength. You are still too weak and do not qualify to collaborate with our Big Mom Pirates. Smuggy snorted coldly, speaking in a disdainful tone. At this moment, a slow voice came from outside the shop. Christina, why don't you mention our relationship as well? As soon as the words fell, 2 people pushed the door and entered. One wore round-framed sunglasses and had black curly hair, while the other wore a strange black hat and carried a long gun on his shoulder. Without a doubt, they were Aokiji and Van Oga. Are you 2 here to capture Brin? Kreja immediately drew his long knife, entering a combat stance. However, Aokiji waved his hand. Didn't I tell you? Thanks to Levi's help, we no longer need to capture Miss Brin. After explaining this point, he pointed at Christina and continued, She is my friend, and we also want to deal with McGiddy and Tynus. How about it? Big Mom Pirates, let's team up. You're going after McGiddy and the Soulwork Society because of Levi? Kreja, you are mistaken. Our target is not any work society. We simply want to capture McGiddy and Tynus. That is their fate, and no one can resist the power of fate, right? Van Oga began to speak mysteriously again. Upon hearing this, Kreja and the 2 sisters immediately realized. The Blackbeard pirates are preparing to hunt the abilities of those 2. Aokiji also took the initiative to share his speculation. We just searched for Tynus' stronghold here, but found no trace of him. I think you might have some clues? However, Kreja and the others did not immediately answer this question. As everyone fell silent, Christina finally found an opportunity to speak. Shouldn't we hurry up? Otherwise, I'm afraid these two big bad guys will escape. With Akiji backing her up, she directly revealed Four's pipe fruit ability. Finally, she added, time is of the essence. Although our objectives differ, the targets we need to deal with are the same, so let us not waste any more time. After a moment of contemplation, both Akiji and Krija reached a cooperation agreement. Van Oga again made related remarks. This is also a matter of fate. Fate and such should be set aside for now. If I'm not mistaken, Tynus should be hiding in the shadow space of Sharps. I know the location of one of its entrances. Krija interrupted Van Oga and didn't give him a chance to retort, immediately taking the lead and leaving the coffee shop. Akiji and the others quickly followed. But when they came out, they found that the previously stationed Hamad's guards were all lying on the ground. Krija and Smuggy glared at Akiji and his companion with fierce eyes. Akiji, however, waved his hand, looking innocent. In the end, Krija had no choice but to give up and continue leading the way. Chapter 89. Hunting Devil Fruit Users. Using the moonwalk flying ability, Levi quickly returned to the street from the seaside. Based on the original owner's memory, he immediately rushed towards the Cocoa Island branch of the Soulwork Society. But on the way, he suddenly heard a loud rumble. It was the sound of battle. Leeway suddenly stopped, secretly thinking, during the battle with the Shadow Fruit user. He used his innate super strength to sense the presence of fours in the shadows below. So, he decisively used his ability to lend strength to others and shared half of his power with fours. It seems that he has already escaped and is now fighting the Shadow Fruit user. But soon, Leeway noticed something strange. With the strength of the Shadow Fruit user, their battle with fours shouldn't have caused such a commotion. Could there be other enemies? Leeway looked at the place billowing with thick smoke, and without hesitation, he rushed over at the fastest speed. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw several houses had already collapsed, and he heard many cries and wails. My house, just like that, has fallen. Why are you people fighting here? Yeah, I borrowed a lot of money just to build this place, and now it's all destroyed. As Leeway listened to these voices of despair, and was about to offer some comforting words, he heard a gloating voice from above. Fuerze. You think you're doing this for them, but unfortunately, it seems these people aren't buying it. Boss Meijidi, don't you think it's strange? When did the pipe ability user become so powerful? President Tingness, there's indeed something wrong here. I know Fuer's strength very well. He isn't strong. Looking in the direction of the voices, Leeway saw two burly men standing in front of the collapsed house. Opposite them was Fuer's, whose head was bleeding and clothes were in tatters, yet he was holding a comatose person in his hand. It goes without saying that the person was the Shadow Fruit user with long black hair. Surrounding the three were many onlookers, hiding in corners, eagerly watching the spectacle. In fact, these curious bystanders were whispering among themselves. Isn't that Boss Meijidi? I heard he was a sworn enemy of the Soul Work Association. How did they suddenly join forces? Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you not afraid of dying? Speaking ill of them behind their backs. Be careful you don't end up dead. What are you afraid of? Haven't you noticed? With big shots like Meijidi and Tingness showing up, it indicates that Leeway has indeed pushed them into a corner. Why do you say that? Think about it. If it weren't for being forced, would they personally intervene? So, if I were the owner of that house, I should be laughing now, not crying. As this person spoke, he noticed the puzzled expression of someone nearby and explained, because if Leeway defeats Meijidi and the others, then those who owe money won't have to pay it back. So that's how it is. I know the owner of that house. I'll tell him this good news right away. Another person immediately ran over with a smile. Hearing these rumors, Leeway frowned and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Meijidi's voice. Flame Strike. After shouting the name of his move, Meijidi spat out a jet of flames directly toward Fuer's face. Is it this move again? Fuer's reacted quickly, immediately raising both hands to create a wall to block the fire attack. After blocking the fiery assault, he was just about to lower the wall when a fist the size of sand pot hit him in the face, sending Fuer's flying. Your strength is great, but your combat skills are lacking. How could you possibly be our opponent? Tingness, having successfully rescued Shaps, said triumphantly, with just you? You think you can take on two major organizations? How naive. Not necessarily, Tingness. Fuer's is not fighting alone. The speaker was naturally Leeway, who lifted Meijidi in his hand and spoke in the same tone. Seeing this situation, Tingness's expression changed. Why you? When did you arrive? Fuer's exclaimed happily, Leeway, you finally came. That's great. I just arrived too. Fuer's, you did well. You didn't disappoint me. Now leave it to me, Leeway said with a smile, genuinely praising him. Then he withdrew the power he had lent out and mocked Tingness, saying, You two big organization members are really shameless. Actually teaming up to deal with a young person. That's too much. Leeway. If it weren't for the seawater earlier, I wouldn't have lost to you. You talk too much. Come and fight. But in your current state, how could you possibly be my opponent? Leeway glanced at the panting tinnies. Already looking down on him, Fours seized the opportunity to chime in. That's right. Let's make you experience what it's like to be caught in a pincer attack. As he spoke, he tried to lift the wall, but it remained completely still. He said in surprise, "What's going on? Don't talk." I already said it's in my hands now. Leeway felt a mix of laughter and tears as an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. Seizing the moment while Teenies was focused on Fours, he first let out an angry roar. Immediately, he saw Teenies' body wobbling. This was precisely the effect of Leeway's strange sound attack. The upgraded version of this move could concentrate power for a single point attack. Therefore, even a master like Teenies could not avoid becoming dizzy. Leeway seized the opportunity and once again used his speed, arriving at the opponent's side like a flash of lightning. He kicked out, knocking Teenies to the ground. Immediately after, Leeway raised his fist and began to rain down punches on Teenies' face, one after another. When the dizziness subsided, Teenies felt an onslaught of punches as dense as a storm, and he could only protect his head with his hands while shouting, "You're attacking me again." Leeway ignored his wails and continued to beat him mercilessly. Seeing this scene, the onlookers also showed expressions of fear, looking at each other with slightly open mouths, yet not saying a word. Don't worry, Leeway is a very gentle person. He only becomes terrifying when dealing with villains. A red-haired beauty walked over, and soon someone recognized her. She's from McGiddy. She's one of McGiddy's people. Then, the onlookers saw the people following the red-haired beauty, the three generals of the Big Mom Pirates, Lord Cracker and Lord Smoothie. Also, former Marine Admiral Aokiji from the Blackbeard Pirates and Sniper Van Oga. How did these people end up here? However, this group did not respond to the onlookers' questions. Christina, seeing that Fours was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief and loudly greeted him. "It's really great that you're okay." Christina, you're here too. How'd you end up with so many strong people from the Big Mom Pirates?" After a brief moment of surprise, Fours looked at Cracker and the others with some wariness. Christina pointed at Leeway again. "We're all here for them. Did you hear that? It's Leeway." They came for Leeway. Not necessarily. Leeway is now a famous person in the entire world. They might be here to help. Amidst the various discussions, Leeway finally knocked Tingness out cold. The president was left with a bruised face, looking utterly battered. After finishing his attack, Leeway immediately looked at Aokiji, disregarding Christina and Cracker, and spoke first. "If I'm not mistaken, you want McGiddy and Tingness as fruit abilities, right?" "Oh, Leeway, your intelligence ability is really impressive. We just received Captain Teach's order, and you already knew?" Aokiji's expression was momentarily stunned, but he didn't hide it much. Beside him, Van Oga, Cracker, Smoothie, and others also showed surprised expressions. They hadn't expected Leeway to guess this. As for the other onlookers, although they had heard of the Blackbeard Pirates' hunting ability users, they didn't immediately connect the dots. They just saw those experts all with ghostly expressions, and they couldn't help but take another deep look at Leeway, who appeared calm and composed. Leeway scanned the crowd and was quite pleased with their reactions. He then spoke mysteriously. "Information is a weapon. Of course, I know Blackbeard's intentions, and I also know who he wants to give these two fruits to." At this point, Leeway glanced down at the unconscious Tinnies and Mag-Edie. To be honest, he didn't care about their lives. On the contrary, he would gladly trade their lives for something valuable. This was also why Leeway had just unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches against Tinnies. He wanted to take these two down quickly. Only by having them in his hands could he negotiate terms with Blackbeard's pirate crew. Moreover, during the negotiations, Leeway wanted to take this opportunity to awaken the fighting spirit of the people of the world. Only then could he use this as a bargaining chip to discuss governance with Big Mom's pirate crew. After making up his mind, Leeway announced his answer. The Goma Goma no Mi, Gum Gum fruit, would be given to helmsman Jizes Bages, while the Sake Sake no Mi, Sake Sake fruit, would ultimately be eaten by the Big Barrel Bass Chote. As soon as these words were spoken, Wanoga could no longer hold back. What an impressive young man. It seems my biggest gain from coming to the land of Wano isn't these two devil fruits, but you, Leeway. Your destiny is to join us. I must take you back to the hive." Aokiji then looked deeply at Leeway and said, "I don't know if Leeway will join us, but I'm very clear that he will use these two devil fruits to exchange for something." He then shouted loudly, "Speak up. Leeway, what do you want?" As expected of an admiral, nothing can be hidden from you. My request is very simple. Money. I need a large sum of money to build the land of Wano. Leeway straightforwardly put forward his conditions, and his words once again left everyone on sight stunned. The scene fell into a strange silence. Chapter 90. The deal with the Blackbeard pirates? What? Leeway wants money? With his current strength, isn't it easy for him to get money? Indeed, as long as he joins the Blackbeard pirates, wouldn't he be able to get as much money as he wants? Not to mention, I've heard that the Big Mom pirates are also trying to recruit him. With the attention of these two Emperor-level pirate crews, Leeway should be least lacking in money. After a moment, the onlookers erupted into intense discussions, their voices rising and falling, creating a continuous noise. It's so noisy, like annoying flies. Wano raised his spear and fired a warning shot. With a bang, the scene immediately quieted down. The onlookers exchanged confused glances, and although they were still perplexed, they lacked the courage to speak again. Seeing this, Leeway smiled and said, "You strong ones should also listen to the voices of the masses. Although they are weak, when united, their power is formidable." Stop shifting the topic. Leeway, what do you really want? Wano clearly thought Leeway had ulterior motives. He put away his spear and began his speculation. Do you want to rule over the nations? If that is the case, we can help you. As he spoke, he glanced at Kreja and the others, then looked directly at Leeway. As long as you join the Blackbeard pirates, the nations will be a gift we give you. Bastard, don't underestimate our Big Mom pirates. Upon hearing such provocation, Kreja and Smuggy couldn't hold back and interrupted Wano, taking up battle stances. Among them, Kreja even summoned several cookie soldiers. As the situation began to take a turn for the worse, Leeway quickly shouted, "Wait, I just want the people of the nations to live better lives. I never intended to conquer the nations. You all calm down." Upon hearing this, Wano became even more confused. Kreja and the others exchanged glances and sighed in relief, fully aware that in front of Aokiji and Wano, no matter how many they were, it would be meaningless. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the homies on the island had lost their ability to act and had reverted to their original forms. These homies were a significant force for the nations. Although Kreja and the others didn't yet understand the reason, it seemed that something bad had happened. In this situation, being enemies with the Blackbeard pirates and Leeway was certainly not a wise move. Just as Kreja was lost in thought, Leeway said again, "What I want is just what I said, 400 million berries and 2 devil fruits. Isn't this request reasonable? You really only want money? It seems that your experiences before becoming stronger have greatly affected you." Aokiji showed a look of realization, while Wano still looked skeptical but agreed with his partner's point. "I see. As long as you become one of us, let alone 400 million berries. Even 4 billion berries would be no problem." After hearing their conversation, the onlookers exchanged glances, and many who had heard of Leeway's deeds wore strange smiles. "You got it wrong again. I do want money, but it's the money owed to the owner of this house. Thanks to Tamajidi and Tinnies, many houses in this area have been destroyed. Although they're no longer here, the compensation responsibility still needs to be borne." So, Leeway could see what everyone was thinking and quickly explained that he was actually a bit speechless about the original owner's previous actions. This explanation dispelled everyone's doubts, as the current Leeway was already a very powerful person, especially the owner of the house, who exclaimed, "That's great, my house can be repaired." "Yes, Leeway. Thank you." While several owners expressed their gratitude to Leeway, Qingji nodded and praised, "What a reasonable young man. Leeway, I admire you more and more. Money, like fate, has its own set of logic. I can give you these 400 million berries. You can handle them however you want. Now, just hand these 2 people over to me." Wano added as he walked towards Leeway. However, seemed to think of something and said, "Wait, isn't that wrong? If I remember correctly, most of this house also belongs to McGiddy, and he has been defeated." "You're right, forse. McGiddy has been defeated, so these properties now belong to you. You will take over from him and become the leader of the subordinate organization of the Big Mom Pirates, leading the people of the nations to a better life together." Leeway dropped a bombshell. His words left Fu stunned. The onlookers were initially a bit happy because the borrowed money didn't need to be repaid. However, once they reacted, disappointment spread across their faces. It was clearly just a change of leadership. Leeway glanced around at them and then said to Kelly Jia, "My 400 million berry will be considered the startup capital for the new organization. I hope you can support us. If the new organization can be like the Soulwork Society, I have no objections. I believe Katakuri will agree as well." Kelly Jia, Fools is replacing Majid and Teenies. Majid's group is not under your command, so while Fool's organization cannot be said to be on equal footing with you, it will certainly not be your subordinate. Levi interrupted Kiriage's words, patting Foles on the shoulder. "This guy is really strong. He managed to hold on for a long time under McGiddy and Tinny's. If you don't believe it, you can ask the others present. Kyriage looked at Foles with a skeptical gaze, clearly unconvinced. However, Wang Oga interjected, "If that's what Levi means, then I hope you all can think it over. Because we are also on his side. You should get involved, Wang Oga. This is a matter for our nations. You don't really want to provoke a war between the two emperors, do you?" Leeway waved his hand and brought the topic back. "Fours, it's your turn to show your strength. Besides you, I think Christina should also showcase her abilities." "All right, what should I do?" "Well, of course, you need to demonstrate your power. Just go and smash those things." Leeway pointed to the cookie soldier behind Kuli Jia, signaling Fours to step forward. Kuli Jia frowned slightly, but did not object. He did not believe that this somewhat timid young man could accomplish this. Leeway wanted this effect, so he proposed a wager. "I love gambling the most. If fools can do it, then I will acknowledge your new organization, Smuggy. Don't blink. Right now, we really do need help." Krija immediately agreed. Leeway laughed and said, "Fours, don't worry, you're strong. You should feel it, right?" As he spoke, he unleashed his innate strength, lending his power to Fours. Fours' expression changed, and with a sudden realization, he replied, "Ah, yes, I understand now." Then, he stepped forward with determination towards the cookie soldier. Akiji and Wang Oga exchanged glances, both understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Fours has suddenly grown much stronger. Is this also Li Wei's ability? How interesting. Wang Oga nodded. It's completely the opposite ability of Captain Teach. He must be very interested in Li Wei as well. Unfortunately, Li Wei doesn't seem to have any interest in us, which must be Destiny's arrangement. Akiji timely poured cold water on this, leaving Wang Oga speechless, and he decided to back off. Let's just see the outcome of this gamble. Then, both of them, like everyone else on the field, focused their attention on Fours. Fours slowly walked past Krija, clenching his fists and making cracking sounds, then shouted, "Let you experience my power." As he spoke, he exerted all his strength and punched the cookie soldier. Bang! Fours' fist directly pierced through the cookie soldier's body, and he followed up with several more punches, completely shattering the soldier. Seeing this, Leeway finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried that his half-power wouldn't be enough to break the cookie soldier's defense. After all, Luffy had to activate Gear Forth to defeat a cookie soldier. However, when Leeway saw Wang Oga take down a cookie soldier with a single shot, he realized that this pirate world was just like the animated version. Krija's cookie soldiers had been significantly weakened. That's why he encouraged Fours to make a move to establish his authority. "I did it, I really did it." Fours' cheers pulled Leeway back to reality, and he smiled, saying, "From now on, you need to continue training hard. Only by becoming stronger can you truly protect everyone." "I understand, Leeway. Thank you. There's no need for us to be polite." Leeway waved his hand and then said to Kelly Jia, "In this gamble, I won. Well, our ant pirate crew is willing to accept defeat. Leeway, we acknowledge that you have established a new organization," Kelly Jia said readily. Levi nodded. "Then, let's name the new organization the Citizen Service Corps. Fours, you and Christina need to lead this organization well, working together with everyone to achieve the beautiful life we desire." "No problem," Fours and Christina replied in unison. The two glanced at the crowd, and Christina said proudly, "From now on, we'll work hard together." "That's right. Our organization's motto is my fate is determined by me, not by others. No one, no matter who, can force us to do what we don't want to do," Fours added excitedly. However, the crowd exchanged glances, their faces showing only indifference. Akiji shook his head slightly. "Want to motivate people? That's not simple. Moreover, this slogan sounds like it's opposing you." Wang Oga, they seem to believe in the idea that fate is in their own hands. "Shut up. I'm not interested in this child's play." "Really? But your expression doesn't look good." "Akiji, we should escort the two ability users back." After that, Wang Oga approached Levi and got straight to the point. "Your business is done, right? Then I should take these two away. Money in one hand, delivery in the other. Without payment, how can I possibly hand them over to you?" Leeway flatly refused. Chapter 91, The Duel with Akiji. Wang Oga was not angry, and instead proposed, "Leeway, since I'm doing business with you, I won't deceive you. How about this? You come with us, take these two people, and go to Hive Island. At that time, we can exchange money for goods right away." As he spoke, he pointed to Fours. "With his ability from the pipe fruit, you will quickly get the money back. I can even offer an extra 100 million berries as your hard work fee. How about it? You must need money right now, right?" This made Fours eager. However, Leeway shook his head. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Once I enter Hive Island, there's no way I can come back out. You will definitely force me to join the Blackbeard Pirates, right? Wanoga, I'm not a fool. Don't worry, the Blackbeard Pirates never force anyone to join. Besides, with your current strength, no one can force you, right? Leeway, you don't lack that little bit of confidence, do you? I still refuse your proposal. You are a group of notorious and untrustworthy pirates. I won't be fooled. Wanoga, hey, I'm still here. Don't tarnish our pirate crew's reputation. Akiji couldn't stand it anymore and interjected, saying to his companion, Wanoga, I know you really want this kid to join us, but can't you see? He doesn't like pirates, so his evaluation of us isn't high. Stop trying to win him over. We should resolve this issue in a pirate's way. Akiji, let me handle this. Wanoga, don't you believe in fate? For you, if something is destined, no one can change it. But I believe in strength. I speak with strength. And that's also the reason I joined the Blackbeard Pirates, because Captain Teach is someone who values strength. Akiji sharply interrupted Wanoga's words. He cracked his knuckles, making a creaking sound, and said to Leeway, although your strength is strong, you are still not my opponent. Mr. Kazan, do you want to help Leeway? However, in front of me, whether the enemy is 1 or 100, it makes no difference. This is a battle between men. You should just watch from the side. Akiji waved his hand and ignored Christina. He glanced at Krija and others, then added, Leeway, since you were fond of gambling, let's gamble again. Gamble on what? I'm very curious about the content of the gamble because I already know the stakes. You just want to decide my allegiance, right? Leeway, upon hearing that there was a turn of events, quickly asked, to be honest, I didn't expect Akiji to suddenly take action. If this former Marine Admiral really intends to use force to resolve this, neither I nor everyone present combined would be able to resist. Therefore, having this bet at least buys some time. And with time, there's an opportunity to upgrade skills. Thinking of this, he glanced at Force. This kid is the key figure for the upgrade. Akiji seemed to notice the direction of Leeway's gaze and raised an eyebrow to ensure you were convinced. The content of the bet will be something you are best at. Your strongest asset is your talent, right? So, I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will have a fair duel with you, perfectly in line with my intentions. Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although his face remained calm as usual, he nodded and said, it won't take 3 days. I only need 2. In 2 days by the seaside, I'll show you what a true genius is. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. Even Kalia, who admired Leeway the most, showed an expression of disbelief, muttering, are you crazy? Meanwhile, Smooji and Armand sneered. What an ignorant fool. The other onlookers also displayed shocked expressions, looking at Leeway with a mix of doubt and admiration. Leeway didn't care at all. He glanced around at Kelly Jia and the others. Everyone, make sure to be on site when I face off against Qingji. At this moment, Wang Ao Jia sighed. Qingji, is this your good plan? Don't you know we're very busy? Wang Ao Jia, can you come up with a better plan? If we stay for just 2 more days, we can have 2 devil fruits and a genius boy. How can you say these 2 days aren't worth waiting for? At this point, Qingji paused, pointed at Christina, and continued. Besides, my friend is injured. I need to keep an eye on her. I understand. Actually, I also want to see the day when the world changes. Leeway, as your future partner, I will wait for you to finish what you want to do. Wang Ao Jia reacted quickly and immediately seized the key point in Qingji's words. Leeway was taken aback for a moment, then pierced through their thoughts. As expected of the Blackbeard Pirates, the more chaotic the opponent is, the stronger you appear. Force, Christina. It seems we can only be used for a bit. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kazan, Christina said sincerely. However, the other party waved his hand and turned to leave. Wanoga then said in a low voice, I look forward to you changing the world, and I hope you can defeat Akiji, so you can become our 10th ship captain. After that, he followed Akiji and also left. Leeway cursed inwardly. This guy seems to be encouraging himself, but in reality, he's putting him on a hot seat. Sure enough, after Kalia watched the 2 leave, he immediately approached. Leeway, are you planning to ally with the Blackbeard Pirates? Don't get me wrong. How could I join them? I just said that our goals are aligned, but the system of regularly paying soul lifespan must be abolished. Leeway frankly said that he had no need to hide anything about this matter. Krija relaxed his expression, as if he thought of something, and suddenly said, if it's now, then maybe you really can do it, but all of this still depends on Katakuri's intentions. Smuggy beside him suddenly winked at Krija. Leeway noticed this anomaly and murmured, what has happened this time? But he didn't have time to ask, as Fools approached with an excited expression. Our organization has finally been established. Yes, we need to discuss it. Leeway seized the opportunity to speak, mentioning that he needed to discuss the subsequent arrangements with the 2, and also take advantage of Foal's abilities to continue upgrading his skills. As for McGiddy and Tinnies, Leeway decided to leave them to Kreeja. Kreeja initially wanted to refuse, but after reconsidering, he agreed. In the end, the onlookers gradually dispersed, as they needed to quickly inform others about the duel in 2 days. Thus, the news of Leeway's battle against Aokiji soon spread throughout the entire world. The novel can be downloaded using the open-source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the seller did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund immediately and report the seller. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https://t. MeFQ tool, Chapter 92. Katakuri is coming. Leeway and his companions arrived at a remote place. Just as Christina was about to speak, Fours interrupted. Let's go to my house and sit for a while. Then, using his pipe fruit ability, he transported Leeway and Christina to his home. Once they were seated, Fours spoke first. Thank you, Leeway. I know that without your help, I absolutely could not have defeated that cookie soldier. What happened? Are you saying Leeway intervened secretly? But how could that be possible with so many people watching? Christina questioned. Leeway quickly explained. I did lend a bit of help, but it was indeed Fours who defeated the cookie soldier. I can lend my strength to others. That's right. Now that I think about it, being able to break free from the ropes binding my hands and escape from that long-haired guy was also thanks to your strength. Leeway, your ability is really impressive. I feel much stronger all of a sudden. Fours, this is ultimately someone else's power. You need to train hard from now on. Only by becoming stronger can you have more say. I understand. I will work hard. Although I can't compare to you, I will not lose to McGiddy and Tinnies no matter what. That's good. Leeway nodded in approval and then said to Christina, in the past 2 days, with Aokiji around, the Big Mom pirates shouldn't take action against us. However, this isn't a long-term solution. We need to find a way to make them truly believe that we have the capability to help manage Whole Cake Island. Leeway, isn't my defeat of the Biscuit Soldiers today enough proof? Besides, with your strength plus the 2 of us, if the Big Mom pirates really want to start a war, we can just fight back. Foals, don't speak yet. Let Leeway finish. After saying this, Christina turned to ask, what do you plan to do? You won't leave Whole Cake Island so soon, right? What? Leeway, you're leaving? Halfway through his words, Foals caught a glimpse of the expression on Christina's face and immediately swallowed his words, awkwardly laughing. I was wrong. You guys continue talking. Seeing this, Leeway found it somewhat amusing. After a brief thought, he said directly, after defeating Aokiji, I should leave Whole Cake Island and head to Wano country because I need to find the Yonko Big Mom. Only then can we truly end the system of periodic soul lifespan contributions. I see, so that's in 2 days. But Leeway, are you really confident you could defeat Mr. Kazan? He is one of the strongest men in the world. I will do my best. You should have noticed that Aokiji wants to duel me more to buy time, ensuring we can really change Whole Cake Island. Aokiji hasn't forgotten his sense of justice. Saying this, Leeway added, when it comes to the actual fight, Aokiji might let me win. Of course, this premise is that during the duel, I have to force him to use all his power and reach a stalemate. Only then will Aokiji have a chance to act. But that's really difficult, Leeway. I'm not trying to discourage you. I've seen you in action, and your strength is indeed formidable. But the gap compared to Mr. Kazan is huge. Christina, I know that Aokiji could easily defeat me right now, but there are still 2 days left. Anything can happen. Exactly, Christina. You should believe that Leeway has grown from a despised waste to a top-tier powerhouse who defeated Tynus and Majid and even attracted the Blackbeard pirates in just a few days. Hearing this, Leeway was speechless. He felt his face flush and wanted to retort about the original owner. However, Foals clearly didn't notice Leeway's awkward expression. Instead, he sincerely said, that's good, I also want to train seriously. How about this, Leeway? You guide me in these 2 days, as long as I have your guidance. My strength will definitely improve significantly. My methods might not suit you, but I do need your help. Leeway pondered over his words and said, use your fruit ability to take me to Fishman Island. Are you going to Fishman Island to train? Before Fours could finish speaking, he noticed a strange smile on Leeway's face. This time, he reacted quickly and hurriedly asked, you don't want to go there to feast again, do you? You got it right. Good food can uplift my mood, and when I'm in a good mood, my strength increases significantly. Leeway said with a faint smile. Moreover, I'm going to Fishman Island to ask Captain Aladdin for Jinbei's snail phone number, which will come in handy later when we go to Wano. All right. But this time I won't accompany you to explore Fishman Island. Going to Fishman Island? I want to go too, Christina said with sparkling eyes. I heard there are many beautiful clothes there. Leeway smiled and said, then let's set off. Fours, it's up to you. Didn't you just say you wanted to train hard? You also said that only by getting stronger can you truly have a voice, Fours mumbled something, but still used his pipe fruit ability to send Leeway and Christina on their way. In the Caramel Cafe, Kelly Jia glanced at the unconscious Magidi and Tinnies, sighed, and took out his phone bug to dial a number. Soon, he heard a strong voice on the other end. Kelly Jia, you contacted me. You don't mean to say that the Hamets on Coco Island have also lost their ability to move, do you? Huh. Katakuri, how did you know? After saying this, Kelly Jia glanced at Smuggy, Armand, and Brin and Blay beside him. When he saw them all shake their heads, he asked with a worried tone, has this situation occurred on your Weed Island as well? Yes, and I also asked Mondor and the others. It's the entire world as Hamets that are immobile. This is not a good sign. I suspect something is wrong with Mama, but unfortunately, I can't get in touch with Perispero. That guy always drops the ball at critical moments. Kelly Gia's worst fears had come true, and Leeway's figure immediately appeared in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he said, there's another piece of bad news I need to tell you. Katakuri, Tinnies and Magidi have both been defeated, and they lost to the same person, Leeway. Huh, Leeway? He's from the Blackbeard Pirates? On the contrary, Wang Oga has always wanted that kid to join the Blackbeard Pirates, but he refused. Kelly Jia, get to the point. Smuggy couldn't hold back anymore and said to the phone bug, Leeway not only defeated Tinnies and Magidi, but he also wants our Mama Pirates to cancel the regular soul lifespan contribution system. What? Why didn't you stop him? Hearing Katakuri's soul question, Smuggy suddenly couldn't find her words. In the end, it was Brin who revealed the truth. Interesting, I'm heading to Coco Island now. I should arrive by tomorrow afternoon. In the phone bug, Katakuri said with a slightly excited voice, I'll make him understand the power of the Mama Pirates. Chapter 93, S-Class Steel Balloon Skill, Fishman Island. Marin Shopping Center. Christina looked at the dazzling array of goods and delicious food, her face full of surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected there would be such a great place on Fishman Island. Or should have brought me here earlier. It's not too late for you to come now. Anyway, you guys have been together during this time and can come back anytime. That is not necessarily true. Leeway, look at that kid Force. As soon as he came to Fishman Island, he just hid in the takoyaki shop and doesn't want to move at all. So annoying. He's been here before. That kid is a bit too lazy. But Christina, you probably want to buy clothes and bags, right? I'm only interested in food, so we can only split up. Leeway explained with an inward chuckle. It seemed that his last shopping trip with Fours had left him with some shadows. Christina didn't dwell on it too much and immediately replied, all right, Leeway, when do we plan to play until? How about 3 hours? We'll meet at the takoyaki shop run by Xiaoba. Fours will be there anyway. After saying this, Leeway waved goodbye to Christina and went off in search of food. Relying on his memory, he specifically sought out foods he hadn't tried before. And finally, 2 or 3 hours later, he heard the long-awaited system notification sound. You have eaten 10 new types of food. The steel balloon skill has been upgraded to S rank. Finally, it has arrived. Leeway quickly activated the system to check the description of the upgraded talent skill. Iron Balloon possesses top-level armed, color hockey-wrapped, hardening defense capability, with a counterattack effect that can rebound 100 of the damage received back to the attacker. At the same time, the range protection effect of this skill has also been enhanced, currently able to protect objects within a radius of 100 meters around the user, and can rebound damage received by personnel within this range. At the current level, the defense of Iron Balloon can withstand the damage for the 12 workers of the Supreme Great Knife, as well as from characters at the level of the 4 Emperors or Marine Admirals. After reading this, he browsed through all the system's descriptions again. When he saw the number 5 in the talent skill section, Leeway was taken aback and quickly scrolled down, and sure enough, he found the description of the new skill. Damage Transfer. The user can accumulate the damage they have received and transfer it. The objects to which damage can be transferred are not limited to the attacker, but the user can only transfer the damage to characters or objects, and the maximum transfer distance cannot exceed 1,000 meters. When accumulating damage, the user cannot simultaneously rebound the damage back to the attacker. This is an incredibly useful skill, almost like an enhanced version of Luffy's Gum Gum Fruit ability. Luffy can use his Gum Gum Fruit ability to inflate his body and rebound cannonballs directed at him. In Leeway's mind, the image of Luffy's big belly immediately surfaced, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. His ability to transfer damage can direct all damage transfer. Coupled with his existing super strong defense, it can be considered invincible. Leeway can allow the enemy to attack and then accumulate the damage in one go, directly transferring it out, using their own methods against them. The more fierce the enemy's attack, the quicker they end up losing. Truly, it's a top-tier talent skill. With this, he possesses the strength to fight against Aokiji. However, amidst his joy, Leeway is also thinking about how to upgrade his innate super strength. Now, only the Giants and Lunarians remain whom he hasn't interacted with. But these two races are not part of the world government. They are also the races that the Empress of the Sea has been longing for. Among them, while there have been many characters from the Giants, they are all minor roles. Outside of the giant country Elbaf, the original work hardly mentions their whereabouts, even though the pipe fruit of Foz is capable of inter-island teleportation. Without a destination, it cannot reach anywhere. As for the Lunarians, it's even less likely. In this vast pirate world, only Jean from the Beast Pirates remains as the sole survivor. But he is from a hostile faction, and even if he can use the contact method he just obtained from Jinbe to go to Wano, it would be nearly impossible to get in touch with Jean. Thinking of this, Leeway can only sigh. Upgrading this innate super strength to S rank is as difficult as climbing to the sky. In the end, he calms his thoughts. After all, today's gains have been substantial. Back at the takoyaki shop, Leeway quickly waits for Christina, who arrives carrying bags, and then follows Foz back to the world government. In the cabin, Leeway collapses onto his bed and immediately falls into a deep sleep. For him, today has been another busy day. The next day, nearing noon, Leeway woke up feeling incredibly refreshed. He stretched and habitually activated the system, noticing that there were only 2 days left in the remaining time bar. In other words, after tomorrow, the physical talent of the ant for this week would come to an end. He would have to refresh his talents again, complete various tasks, and level up once more. Leeway sighed. Time was really running out. He had to settle the matters of the world while he still had the strength of a royal general. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the window, as if something had happened. Leeway frowned and sprang up like a carp. He quickly washed up and went out. Once he reached the street, after walking just a couple of steps, he noticed quite a few pedestrians gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. This sudden abnormality left Leeway feeling confused, so he hurried over to find out what was going on. However, as soon as he got close, someone recognized him. The scene erupted like a boiling pot, with discussions everywhere. It was Leeway, the young man who defeated Tynus and McGiddy. It really was him. He had heard that the Old Lady Pirate crew and the Blackbeard Pirate crew were both trying to invite him to join. He was now the most famous person in the entire world. What I care more about is that he said he wanted to establish a new organization to replace the Soulwork Society. Our lives are going to get better. He asked, coming over. Before Leeway could walk over, he noticed that these people had all fallen silent at the same time. They were also looking at him with wary and cautious expressions. Leeway felt quite helpless, so he could only smile and greet them, then asked, "What are you discussing?" But no one responded to his question. After a moment, a strong man bravely said, "Well, today was supposed to be the day we submit our soul lifespan, so I can line up early." Leeway suddenly realized and responded, having been so busy in recent days that he had forgotten about this. Just as he was about to say a few more words, he heard the other person continue in a tone of astonishment. "But, until now, we haven't seen anyone come to collect lifespans. And what's even stranger is that I've heard that all the homies on Coco Island have disappeared. Not only that, I've also contacted friends on other islands, and it seems that all the homies in the entire country have vanished." At this moment, someone next to him added, and they began to discuss it excitedly. Hearing this, Leeway was somewhat taken aback. At first, he thought that Katakuri and Smoker had called off or postponed the collection of soul lifespans. After all, these two had indeed agreed to his request after losing the gamble. But upon hearing about the disappearance of the homies, Leeway unconsciously opened his mouth slightly. After a brief thought, he understood. The homies might not have disappeared. Rather, they had lost their ability to act. Combining this with the original plot, Leeway made a conjecture. This could likely be a result of the defeat of Big Mom or being kicked into the sea by Zoro, leading to memory loss. Of course, he wasn't sure whether the storyline in Wano would change after his crossing over, so he couldn't be certain, because Broly and Smoker's fates had already changed. Without Leeway, Broly would have been captured by Aokiji and Wang Oga at this time. As for Smoker, in the original story, she followed Big Mom, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Perispero to Wano and was kicked off the pirate ship by Zoro while climbing the waterfall. But now, Smoker was still in the country, which was different from the original plot. However, Leeway speculated that the two veteran emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, would likely lose to the supernova alliance of Luffy, Law, and Kid, and this outcome probably wouldn't change. After clarifying the reasons, Leeway felt this was good news. without the homies. The Big Mom pirates had lost a significant fighting force, making the newly established Citizen Service Corps even more valuable. Katakuri and the others also urgently needed to replenish their strength to counter the covetous Blackbeard pirates and other hostile forces. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Leeway was interrupted by the voice of the burly man. Leeway, is it because you guys have newly established an organization that the Big Mom pirates no longer collect lifespans? Yes, it must be like that. Thank you so much. As soon as this was said, the surrounding pedestrians showed excited expressions. This was incredible news for them. Leeway didn't want to disappoint everyone, but he also didn't want to tell a lie. Don't worry, that day will come soon, as long as we work hard together. However, his words didn't have the intended effect. The onlookers responded with a frown. Huh, we're just ordinary people, not like you geniuses. Yeah, no matter how much we train, we can't become experts. Seeing the discouraged expressions on everyone's faces, Leeway smiled and encouraged them with a powerful voice. Don't underestimate yourselves. We have so many people, and as long as we work together, even if we're just grains of sand, we can build a beach. Although the Big Mom pirates are strong, they are not invincible. Leeway, how long are you going to deceive them? You should know very well that in front of strong opponents, numbers are meaningless. At this moment, a voice filled with disdain came from outside the crowd. Soon after, Leeway heard a familiar voice. You all step aside quickly. We have urgent matters to attend to. The passers-by quickly made way. Leeway then saw that the newcomers were actually the three sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri, Smoothie, and Cracker. Following them were other children of Big Mom and fighters from the Big Mom pirates. This group came on strong. However, Leeway was not afraid at all. He was just looking for Katakuri, and now the opponent had come to him. So, he smiled lightly and said, the matters of Whole Cake Island should come to an end. Chapter 94. The three sweet commanders gathered together. Leeway. It's great that you're here. Look, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie didn't expect all three sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates to come. Following the voice, Leeway saw Folger and Christina hurrying over, both of them panting heavily, clearly having rushed. Katakuri's intelligence work was very thorough. He glanced at the two people standing behind Leeway and asked casually, Are these the members of your newly established Citizen Service Corps? They look weak. Leeway, strong partners are especially important. I thought you refused to join the Blackbeard pirates to become one of us. Folger and Christina are very strong. Katakuri, don't underestimate them. Leeway looked directly into the other person's eyes, stood up straight, and said, then he pointed at Kreeja and Smuggy. If you don't believe me, we can have a match. Leeway, Christina spoke up first. She had heard about the strength of the three generals and couldn't guarantee that she could defeat such opponents. In contrast, Fours was full of confidence. He said to the beautiful companion beside him, don't worry, with Leeway here, we must trust his decisions. That's right, Christina. Since we're going to establish a new organization in the world, we must deal with the Big Mom pirates. You should know very well that in the pirate world, strength is paramount, so we also need to show our muscles and demonstrate our strength. Leeway smiled slightly. The most important thing in this competition was not to let the opponent see any disdain. Otherwise, after leaving the International Federation, the operation of the Citizen Service Group would be extremely difficult. Christina understood immediately. She glanced at Foles, then looked at Leeway and nodded, saying, then let's have a match. Leeway, did you underestimate us? This fruit ability user aside, that woman hasn't even recovered from her injuries, and you pushed her out? Kreeja said in a dissatisfied tone, I won't compete with someone like that. I don't want to fight an injured person either. Even if I win, it wouldn't be meaningful. Smuggy said, pouting. She pointed at Foles. I'll deal with him, Kreeja. Don't try to take him from me. Your Ant pirate crew doesn't take advantage of others' misfortunes among pirates. That's considered quite noble. Li Weiyong raised the corner of his mouth and responded, Fours, then you go ahead and have a good fight with Smuggy. No problem. Since you're one of the three generals, I can't treat you as an ordinary woman. Come on, pipe ability user. Dealing with a weakling like you will only take me 3 minutes. Smuggy interrupted Four's words, waving her hand, and the other fighters from the Big Mom pirates stepped out, pushing the gathered crowd aside. The group made their way bustling towards the main square of Coco Island, where a large stage was set up, perfect for a duel. Moments later, Leeway saw the long-lost main square and had to admit that this open space, with a raised platform in the center, was indeed the stage. Along the way, although Christina didn't speak, the worried expression on her face showed that she was very concerned. Leeway comforted him a bit and first lent his power to Fools, and also secretly used the soul contract skill to share defense with Fools and Qingji. This meant that Fools only needed to bear 1/3 of the damage. After doing all this, Leeway patted him on the shoulder. Go. Be careful of Smuggy's squeezing fruit ability. No problem, just wait for my good news. Fools confidently walked towards the center of the square. He glanced around and found that the edges of the square were filled with people, including many children, all of whom looked at him with eager and fervent eyes. Huh, I have to perform well. Fools took a deep breath and then glanced at Leeway and Christina. Leeway nodded slightly, fully aware that this was Four's battle to make a name for himself. In fact, he didn't necessarily need to defeat Smuggy. As long as Katakuri could see the power of this kid, that would be enough. Let's get started, Smuggy. Our battle is just an appetizer. The main course is the duel between Leeway and Katakuri, so there's no need to waste time. Fours began to urge them on, then turned to the audience below and said, as long as Leeway wins, everyone won't have to pay a month's worth of soul lifespan every 6 months anymore. Our citizen service group's motto is my life is mine, not hers, and this refers to Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. At this point, Fours paused for a moment before continuing. No one can take our souls. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in excitement. Well said. My life is mine, not hers. What a great slogan. We really won't have to pay soul lifespan anymore. That's wonderful. Leeway, you have to do your best. However, the opponent was Katakuri, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes, with unwashed hair and a foul odor emanating from him, who spoke up but was immediately pushed by someone next to him. Don't say such discouraging things. Leeway is a genius who can even defeat a marine admiral. Can Katakuri be stronger than an admiral? Exactly. I recognize you. You don't want to keep paying with your soul. You want to exchange your soul lifespan for money. You lazy person. The middle-aged man, however, muttered in discontent. What's wrong with selling soul lifespan? That Leeway. Someone like you dares to compare with Leeway? Oof. Leeway has wiped out the Soul Work Society and the gangsters. You should just earn your money honestly. The crowd looked at the man with disdain, forcing him to fall silent. However, others soon quieted down as well, because Katakuri shouted, "You all are too noisy." This statement made everyone in the venue exchange glances, too afraid to speak. Katakuri frowned and gave a look to Smuggy. Smuggy leaped forward to stand in front of Fours, just as she was about to say a few words. Unexpectedly, Fours did not give her the chance, immediately drawing a circle on the ground and then jumping inside, disappearing without a trace. A mere trick. Smuggy snorted coldly as she jumped into the air, scanning the square for Fours' whereabouts. After a while, Fours still did not appear. Smuggy grew impatient and said to Leeway, "That kid isn't fleeing, is he?" "Absolutely not. He'll give you a big surprise." As soon as Leeway's words fell, Smuggy scoffed, "I hope so." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly emerged from above. It was Foals, who wasted no time and threw a punch directly at her. Although Smuggy sensed it and blocked with her arm, she quickly frowned. With a loud bang, she was sent crashing down like a cannonball. As she landed, Smuggy tried to stabilize herself, but the immense impact forced her to kneel on her right knee. When she looked up, Foals had disappeared from midair once again. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers showed expressions of delight, and a few couldn't help but cheer and applaud. Seeing this, Leeway also stroked his chin and praised inwardly. Fours is impressive. He can actually draw circles for the pipes in midair. It seems that this kid not only followed his advice and accelerated the generation speed of the pipe circles, but also applied what he learned to draw circles from a distance. Not bad, not bad. This child is teachable. While feeling this way, Leeway heard a slightly angry voice coming from across the way. "Smuggy, give it your all. If you keep being so careless, you will lose." The speaker was none other than Katakuri, who also shot a peculiar glance at Leeway. Leeway was also taken aback. This guy is best known for his observation hockey. Would his decline in strength go unnoticed? But his face remained calm and composed, returning a smile. Chapter 95. Katakuri's Conqueror's Hockey. Hearing Katakuri's reminder, Smudgy's face showed a serious expression. She stood up straight, drew her long sword, turned her head, and looked at Fools, who had returned to the ground, frowning and saying, "Don't get too complacent. You're about to face some trouble." After saying that, Smudgy turned to the audience, revealing a strange smile, and stepped one by one towards the edge of the square. Seeing the situation, Leeway immediately guessed what the other party was planning, cursing inwardly. This woman just loves to stir up trouble. He quickly used the iron balloon skill to protect the onlookers who sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, Smudgy coldly watched the audience, who were pushing back in fear, her lips curling into a slight evil smile. "Let you enhance my strength, Juice Giant." While speaking, she pointed her long sword at the innocent people. Seeing this inexplicable action, the crowd, who had just wanted to see the excitement, showed expressions of terror on their faces, retreating even faster. with some children and elderly people being pushed to the ground. Everyone, don't panic. With me here, Smudgy can't hurt anyone. Leeway shouted loudly to stabilize the crowd. Otherwise, a stampede would really happen. However, Smuggy sneered. Do you really think you can protect so many people? You are too naive. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and she pointed her long sword at the onlookers again. However, apart from causing the people to retreat in panic once more, Smuggy's body did not change at all. At that moment, she realized, looking at Leeway in shock. Did you do this? How did you do it? But before she could finish her sentence, she was once again sent flying by a punch from fools. Humph, you scum who disregard the lives of others. You will not harm these innocent people. After landing a hit, Fools roared, and this time, he didn't hold back. He continuously used the abilities of the pipe fruit, appearing repeatedly beside Smuggy and delivering powerful punches. Great job, well done. That's right, the Big Mom Pirates are too much, actually targeting us. Phew, I'm saved. I thought I was doomed. All of this was thanks to Leeway and that equally impressive young man. By the way, the organization they formed seems to be called the Citizen Service Corps. After the false alarm, the people couldn't help but cheer for Fools. At the same time, they looked at Leeway with grateful eyes. They were not foolish. From Smuggy's reaction and Leeway's words, they could tell who had saved them. Witnessing this scene, Katakuri frowned and shouted, Smuggy, this is too embarrassing. Quickly defeat that annoying fly. He then scolded the onlookers. Shut up. However, this time, the crowd did not stop their discussion. Instead, they became more animated. The Big Mom Pirates are nothing like this. Yes, they only bully the weak and fear the strong, even extending their claws towards us to defeat their opponents. Fortunately, Leeway is here. He is far stronger than any Big Mom Pirates. Leeway smiled slightly. The actions of Smuggy had instead stirred the public spirit of resistance. But he also knew that it was not appropriate to go too far. So, he waved his hand and said, Everyone, just enjoy the show and don't disturb Fulzer's performance. Clearly, Leeway held great prestige among the crowd, and everyone immediately fell silent, instead making shushing gestures, fearful of truly disrupting Fulzer. Katakuri was momentarily taken aback. He first scanned the audience below, then looked deeply at Leeway. Leeway stared at him without fear and smiled as he said, The power of the masses is quite terrifying. Although these people are weak, when united, they are enough to rival McGiddy's influence. Well said, Leeway. We will work hard. Yes, we can't rely solely on others. Leeway's words ignited the crowd once again. The entire square was filled with waves of discussion. Shut up, you bunch of trash. Katakuri couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily once more. His voice was so loud that it instantly silenced the crowd. Thud, thud. Moments later, members of the Big Mom Pirates suddenly started falling one by one, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. The onlookers exchanged glances but remained unharmed. In the square, Vors stopped drawing circles. His body swayed slightly, but ultimately steadied, muttering, Is this the Conqueror's hockey? But how come those ordinary people are fine? The crowd also noticed the situation with the Big Mom Pirates, and some even heard the term Conqueror's hockey, prompting them to cheer once again. Haha, what's that guy doing? It seems like he knocked out his own subordinates. Leeway is really amazing. I think he might actually be able to do it. So you didn't believe him at first. A look of astonishment flashed across Katakuri's face as he turned to look at Leeway, a strange smile appearing on his face. Seizing the opportunity, Smoothie finally broke free from Vors' assault, holding her sword, ready to counterattack. Watch out. That woman is going for a sneak attack. The crowd began to warn. Vors initially wanted to dodge, but couldn't in time. He could only cross his arms to protect his forehead. Clang. The scene Vors had envisioned of his arm being severed did not occur, and he was momentarily stunned, while Smoothie also hesitated for a moment before swinging her sword down again. Crack. Her full-powered strike still couldn't pierce Vors' body. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Vors didn't hold back, delivering a punch directly to Smoothie's face, sending her flying with a bang. Vors wouldn't make the same mistake again. He continued to attack the enemy. Seeing the situation turn again, Leeway sighed in relief. Fortunately, my iron balloon skill has reached the highest S rank, and I've also formed a soul contract with Akiji. Otherwise, just now, Vors would have been in danger. The onlookers also breathed a sigh of relief and cheered once more. The cheers echoed throughout the square. Suddenly, Vors was kicked away. The kicker was Katakuri, who looked down at the fallen Smoothie and said softly, You lost. Leave the rest to me. After saying this, he waved his hand, and soon members of the Big Mom Pirates came over to help Smoothie up and take her back. Katakuri scanned the crowd again. His powerful aura made everyone hesitant to speak. He then turned to the other side. Leeway, our battle should begin now. That's exactly what I was thinking. Levi jumped into the center of the square. Chapter 96. This is the observation hockey of the foreseeable future. With Levi's entrance, the entire square suddenly fell into silence. The spectators stared intently at the two people on stage. Levi and Katakuri locked eyes, both wanting to overwhelm each other with their presence. An aggressive aura emanated from both of them, intimidating everyone around. After a long while, suddenly, a roar erupted, sweeping through the crowd like a tidal wave. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. It was finally about to begin. Go for it, Levi. Not far away, in a hotel, Akiji and Wang Ji watched everything happening in the square. Is it finally coming? Do you think Levi can win? Wang Ji, I don't know if Levi can win, but I know that the world is about to undergo a transformation, Akiji said slowly, then focused his attention back on the impending showdown. Wang Ji's eyes flashed with surprise, but he said nothing more. On the stage, after a clash of presence with Levi, Katakuri put away his disdain and assumed an attacking posture, clearly intending to strike first. This was exactly what Levi wanted. Although the enhanced form of Big Mom had great power, it lacked an offensive capability. In contrast, with the rebound damage effect gained from upgrading the steel balloon, Levi was more than willing to take hits passively, letting his opponents suffer the consequences. Therefore, Levi glanced sideways at Katakuri and extended his hand, making a provocative gesture. This kid is really arrogant. Koreha couldn't help but curse. However, Smoker saw through the opponent's intentions and added, Levi wants to use the rebound damage ability against Katakuri. I hope he won't fall for it. But before she could finish her words, Katakuri charged forward, shouting the name of his technique, Machi Spike. He used the Machi fruit ability to transform his arm into Machi, enveloping his weapon, a trident, and then spun his arm repeatedly before thrusting it forward. Here it comes. Levi stood tall and prepared to take the hit without dodging or flinching. It goes without saying that he had already retracted the power he had lent to Fulger. When facing Katakuri, a powerful vice admiral, Levi didn't dare to underestimate him. Bang! Katakuri's trident struck Levi directly, producing a loud sound, but then he frowned. A large hole appeared in his own body. Meanwhile, Levi was unscathed. Katakuri's attack hadn't even forced him back a step. Interesting, is this the reflective damage ability that Krieger mentioned? Katakuri stepped back, gripping his trident with both hands, and slowly spoke. Leeway saw the other person's body gradually recovering and quickly realized. No wonder they possessed the observation hockey that allowed for a brief glimpse into the future, as well as a special Paramecia-type Devil Fruit ability that could elementalize their body. Just now, Katakuri had clearly elementalized his body in advance to avoid the rebound damage. With this in mind, Leeway found the weakness of the iron balloon's rebound damage, which was that the damage could actually be evaded. This was going to be troublesome. Leeway glanced across at Katakuri, who wore an expression exactly as he had expected, saying, "In front of my observation hockey, your rebound damage will be ineffective." As soon as he finished speaking, Katakuri launched another attack, his trident continuously stabbing towards Leeway. Levi still did not dodge, continuing to use his iron balloon to withstand damage and retaliate. Thus, the onlookers witnessed a bizarre scene. Although the attacker was Katakuri, his body constantly appeared with large holes, only to heal and then appear again. After witnessing this, the audience began to discuss among themselves. Am I seeing this wrong? That kid Levi actually has no power to fight back. Can't you see that Katakuri's body is riddled with holes? I guess it's because Levi's strikes are too fast for us to see clearly. That makes sense. Levi, you need to step it up. Come on, come on. Soon, the crowd started chanting in unison. In the audience, Cracker also noticed something unusual and explained. As expected of Katakuri, he can dodge all the damage that is reflected back. Indeed. And have you noticed that Katakuri's strength has increased significantly? It seems that his battle with the Straw Hat Kid has greatly improved his power. Smoker said with admiration. In a hotel, Akiji and Van Augur also did not expect to see such a scene. Katakuri is truly a formidable opponent. He easily cracked Levi's ultimate move. Van Augur, do you think you will lose to Katakuri? Akiji, don't say that. There are also relationships of restraint in people's destinies. Is that so? So you think Levi's fate restrains you, right? Van Augur, is that why you wanted to join us? Forget it. After tomorrow, Levi will be one of us. That's his destiny. Van Augur glanced at Akiji and added, unless your fate is to lose to him. That may not be the case. Who can clearly say how destiny works? Akiji gritted his teeth slightly, seemingly feeling uneasy, and then looked down at the battle. Expressing his opinion, It seems Katakuri is about to break through Levi's defense. The Big Mom Pirates have gained another formidable opponent. On the arena, under Katakuri's relentless attacks, Levi could no longer maintain his stance and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Is this reaching the limit? Levi, then you could try my move. /cut machi. With the name of the technique shouted out, Katakuri stopped using his trident. Instead, he transformed his arm into machi and expanded it, shaping his entire arm like a spike club. Then, he combined it with armament haki, spinning the spike club at high speed and striking like a meteor hammer. This must be Katakuri's ultimate move. If I remember correctly, he used this move to knock Luffy in his Snake Man form into the abyss, rendering him unconscious. Leeway collected his thoughts, protecting his chest with both hands, his legs slightly bent, yet he did not dodge, because he had immense trust in the upgraded steel balloon. No matter how strong Katakuri was, it couldn't compare to an Imperial-level attack. Moreover, if he could reflect this level of damage back, no matter how fast Katakuri's elementalization was, he wouldn't be able to avoid it all. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Leeway let out a roar, his gaze resolute and unafraid. Katakuri, on the other hand, was completely focused, with a fierce fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. His fist had already been thrown. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, causing the audience to feel dizzy, and they couldn't help but cover their ears. Immediately after, a strong wind surged, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The intensity of this clash was so great that even Kuri and the others took a few steps back, not to mention Leeway and Katakuri, the two attackers. As soon as they made contact, they immediately separated. The tremendous recoil propelled them both backward. Katakuri's body even split in two. As for Leeway, he wasn't in a good state either. Even with Aokiji sharing the damage, he felt a surge of blood in his chest, nearly spitting out blood. However, relying on his innate monstrous strength, he quickly steadied himself, quietly watching Katakuri fly out of the plaza. He had won. Leeway let out a sigh of relief. He just wanted to rub his chest. Chapter 97. Katakuri was defeated by the rice cake. Just as Katakuri was about to fall off the platform, a whip made of rice cake suddenly extended from his hand. The whip moved quickly and immediately wrapped around Leeway. This is bad. Leeway thought it was bad news. He knew how strong the binding ability of this move was. Even Luffy in his fourth gear couldn't break free, and he was whipped around by Katakuri, suffering greatly. But then he thought, in terms of strength, he would definitely not lose. After making up his mind, Leeway grabbed the machi whip with his hand, preparing to wrestle with Katakuri. However, Katakuri pulled hard, using the force to return to the ring. Leeway had anticipated this long ago. He smiled and replied, "You're too polite. Now, it's my turn to counterattack." As he spoke, he pulled the rice cake in the opposite direction, catching Katakuri off guard and pulling him over. Then, Leeway swung a powerful punch, hitting Katakuri square in the face. Bang! Katakuri was knocked back, but soon he was pulled back again. Leeway knows that opportunities are rare, so he certainly won't give the enemy time to react. Because these rice cakes were made by Katakuri himself and could be cancelled at any time by the other party, Leeway had already clenched his fists, ready to strike again. However, Katakuri's lips curled into a smirk as he waved his hand, causing the rice cake that had been entangling Leeway to suddenly vanish. While he continued to fly towards Leeway, he lifted one leg high, producing white rice cakes that then split into several legs. Katakuri's legs shot out quickly and kicked forcefully towards Leeway. Such an attack is useless against me. Leeway snurta coldly. Just as he was about to harden himself against the damage, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. Immediately, he felt as if he were sinking into a swamp, swallowed by the ground. "You fell for it. Try my mirror rice cake," Katakuri said with a proud smile. It turned out that while Leeway's attention was focused on the rice cake, Katakuri had already touched the ground with his hand. Using the ability awakened by the machi fruit, he transformed the ground into rice cakes and manipulated them to press down on his opponent. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the onlookers gasped in shock. Is Leeway really going to lose like this? The faces of the crowd were filled with worry as they exchanged glances but did not continue speaking. The scene fell into a strange silence once again. Kuriak and Smuggy, however, looked excited, clearly believing that the outcome had been decided. On the hotel, Aokiji and Wano unusually refrained from commenting, especially Aokiji, who stroked his chin with a contemplative look. Wano also frowned, looking grim, but after a while, he picked up a long spear to aim below. "Are you trying to interfere with their duel?" "Wano, you shouldn't underestimate Leeway, right?" Aokiji asked with a puzzled tone, glancing at his companion. Wano shook his head. "Did you forget that Leeway has another ability? I just don't want to waste time." Don't underestimate him. Look at the ground. Before Akiji could finish his sentence, Katakuri jumped back because a large fist had already appeared in front of him. No need to say, the attacker was Leeway, who had broken through the blockade of the rice cake-like ground with his immense strength and began to counterattack. Since the rebound damage won't work, then I'll let my fists do the talking. Leeway silently recited a phrase in his heart, and immediately he heard an earth-shattering cheer from the square. Amazing. Leeway is fine. The people who were originally worried erupted into a tidal wave of cheers, one wave higher than the next. This scene even surprised Leeway. He unconsciously glanced at the excited crowd and clenched his fists tightly, smashing them toward Katakuri. Christina and Fours also relaxed their expressions. They exchanged glances and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Good timing. Katakuri realized he couldn't dodge, and the ground he stood on turned into a machi-like shape again, instantly forming a donut shape. His hands were also wrapped in machi. Then Katakuri swung his fists with force, and the donut extended a huge black arm covered in haki. Machi with great strength. The black arm made the same movement as Katakuri and directly struck Leeway's fist. Bang! The black arm broke apart, which drew another round of cheers from the crowd. However, this obstruction weakened Leeway's offensive momentum. Katakuri noticed this and instantly created two more donuts, extending two machi arms combined with haki from them, and manipulated these two arms to strike at his opponent. Clapping machi. Just as Katakuri finished calling out the name of his technique, the two arms shattered and fell to the ground, and Leeway's fist came back in front of him. A serious punch. Levi shouted out his technique for the first time, while Katakuri instinctively wanted to use his observation haki to predict and then dodge. But he was soon stunned. In the future predicted by his observation haki, Levi's fist seemed inescapable, and Katakuri felt that no matter what he did, he couldn't escape. In desperation, he could only take the offensive as defense. In an instant, countless donuts appeared behind Katakuri, each with a massive arm enhanced by the machi fruit reaching out towards Levi. The machi sang, accompanied by the shout of the technique's name. Levi was hit directly by this multi-directional attack, but before that, his fist had already struck Katakuri, sending him flying. At the same time, the rebound damage from Levi's steel balloon finally took effect. Katakuri reaped what he sowed. The damage from Levi's attack was fully absorbed by himself. This time, he couldn't control his body any longer and flew out of the ring, crashing hard onto the ground of the plaza. The entire venue fell silent again. He won. Moments later, someone shouted, "We won." Immediately, others echoed the sentiment. Soon, more and more people joined in, and the shout of "We won" became a chorus. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Many people were teary-eyed, smiling joyfully. For the people of the world, the system of regularly surrendering their soul lifespan was finally coming to an end. Seeing all this, Levi smiled broadly. Christina and Fours were also smiling happily. Meanwhile, Cracker and Smoothie quickly approached to help Katakuri up. They turned back to look at the crowd's reaction, and several of them fell silent. In the end, Akiji nodded slightly, satisfied with such results. Wanoga had originally wanted to laugh, but he looked at Akiji and reminded him, "I didn't expect Levi to be this strong already." "Do you have confidence for tomorrow's battle? Me? Do you want to see me have a life-and-death duel with him?" Akiji shrugged and added, "The battleground for tomorrow will be very favorable for my fruit ability. The outcome of my battle with him should be known quickly." Chapter 98. The power of the people. Just as the audience was cheering loudly, Levi, who was originally standing in the ring, suddenly fell backward. There was no choice. He had just used his berserk state skill to break free from the machi ground. Moreover, it was only by relying on the tenfold increase in power that he could defeat Katakuri with a single move. Now that the 3-minute effect had passed, he could only weakly collapse onto the ground. Soon, Cracker and Smoothie noticed this and exchanged glances, seeing the same thought in each other's eyes, to take this opportunity to eliminate Levi and maintain the current system of the world. On the other side, Christina and Fours also realized this and immediately rushed to the ring, wanting to take Levi away. At the same time, Smoothie and Armand also hurried over, both drawing their long swords to block Christina and the other's path. "What? You don't mean to play dirty, do you?" Fours asked directly. Smoothie sneered. "Levi is the strong one who defeated Katakuri and a friend of our Big Mom pirates. We just want to invite him. Do you think we would believe your nonsense?" "Smoothie, you all can't take Levi away." "Oh really? Then don't blame us for being rude." Smoothie retorted sharply. She and Armand pointed their long swords at Fours. However, Fours showed no fear. The onlookers were completely stunned by this sudden turn of events, looking at the few people in the ring with bewildered expressions. Suddenly, someone quietly said, "Levi is standing in the ring for us." Yes, we can't let it be taken away by the Big Mom pirates. That's right, it's our turn to protect him now. My life is mine, not hers. Don't say that the Emperor Big Mom isn't here. Even if she were, I would still protect Levi. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, their faces filled with fearless expressions, fists clenched, ready for battle. However, Smoothie coldly snorted, "You worthless fools, are you ready to throw your lives away?" Armand was even more direct, her expression cold as she turned her long sword towards the crowd. Originally, they thought this would scare the crowd away. Unexpectedly, their actions greatly enraged the already dissatisfied people. They not only did not retreat, but took another step forward. Among them, an elderly man at the front sneered, "If your Big Mom pirates have the ability, go ahead and kill us all." Another burly man turned to the crying child on his shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. Remember Levi brother's face. He is an amazing person." The child wiped his tears, still not quite understanding, but he nodded. Others, regardless of age or attire, shared the same resolute expressions and fighting spirit in their eyes. Seeing this, Levi, though weak all over, felt his blood boiling. What the people of the world were doing made him feel that his hard work over the past few days was not in vain. Christina and Fours also looked on with joy, but they said nothing, only silently watching the young man who had changed the spirit of the world in just a few days. Smoothie and Armand also did not expect this group of cowards, who had always been submissive, to suddenly have the courage to confront them. They still wanted to resolve this with force. After all, this group was made up of weaklings. It would not take long to eliminate them all. However, they did not dare to act recklessly because the expressions of these people indicated that once the battle began, it would be a fight to the death. Everyone did well, but don't be impulsive. Otherwise, everything I've done will be meaningless. At this moment, Levi spoke in his loudest voice. His words stirred the crowd. "Levi, don't worry about us. Didn't you say that if you want to live a good life, we have to work hard too?" Suddenly, a strong voice came from the crowd. "Smoothie, Armand, don't do such embarrassing things. Come back." The speaker was none other than Katakuri, who had just been defeated. Next to him, Cracker also shouted, "Don't you see the situation clearly yet?" In the end, Smoothie and Armand could only leave reluctantly, squeezing through the crowd to return to Katakuri's side. Katakuri then looked up at a two-story building nearby, sighed, and ordered the group to leave. After this little episode, Levi waved his hand and solemnly thanked the people who had stepped forward. The side effects of the berserk state had passed, and he had returned to being the strong one. In response, the onlookers erupted into deafening cheers once again. Leeway seized the opportunity to share some motivational words with everyone before he finally squeezed out of the crowd with Christina and Force. After returning to the cabin, the group discussed the purpose of the Citizen Service Corps and the subsequent arrangements. As a keyboard warrior, Leeway already understood quite a bit about people-centered theories, and over the past few days, he had been pondering these issues. When he spoke, he was quite eloquent, leaving Christina and Force stunned. After clarifying these matters, Leeway concluded, "Tomorrow, once my business with Qingji is finished, I will leave the world." "You're leaving so soon?" "I'm worried I won't be able to handle Force with Christina." "You need to have confidence. You just saw that the people of the world are also a force. You should be good at uniting this force, and right now is the weakest time for the Ant Pirate crew. Therefore, Katakuri won't make things too difficult for us. Because without Hamet's combat power, they really need allies to fill the gap left by the Soul Work Society of Tinnies." Levi encouraged, but he was also somewhat puzzled by Katakuri's final order to let Smoker go. However, at this moment, he used it as evidence that the Big Mom Pirates needed to win over the Citizen Service Group. Christina, who had been in the Navy, nodded and said, "That's right. What Levi just said is very true. The power of the people is limitless. With them as our support, we can definitely contend with the Big Mom Pirates." Hearing their words, Forz also collected his thoughts and nodded solemnly. Just then, there was a sudden knocking sound from outside the door, interrupting their discussion. Forz cautiously looked at Levi, and when he saw him nod, he got up to open the door. When he opened the door, Levi saw a rabbit draped in a black cloak, holding a long-haired staff. Next to the rabbit stood a crane with white feathers and a long black neck. "Isn't this Hamet's? How has the Yonko Big Mom regained her memory?" Levi was taken aback for a moment, and then he heard the rabbit say, "Levi, Katakuri wants to meet you at the Caramel CAF. He said his mom wants to find you." "For Emperor's Big Mom? All right, I'll head over now. Randolph, let's go." In the puzzled eyes of Forz and Christina, Levi immediately agreed. "This is a great opportunity to upgrade my innate super strength skill," he thought to himself. Chapter 99. A call with Big Mom. Randolph the rabbit did not expect Levi to agree so readily. He asked in a bewildered tone, "Huh, you agreed?" "Yeah," Levi replied. "You need to be careful, though. They are ruthless pirates, and if we go recklessly, we might fall into an ambush. Fours also tugged at Levi's sleeve, looking worried. Levi smiled and said, "Don't worry. If Katakuri really wants to make a move against me, the arena is his best opportunity." So I believe what Randolph said is true. I do want to have a chat with Big Mom, because whether we can truly abolish the system of regularly paying soul lifespan ultimately depends on her. This also means that I will meet her sooner or later. I think Levi is right. Given Levi's current strength, the Big Mom pirates wouldn't be foolish enough to act now. Christina also agreed, but she suggested that they should go together. So, Levi took Fulzer, and the two of them followed Rabbit Randolph to the Caramel CAF. There, they saw the three sweet commanders and Big Mom's children, including Bruley and others, all looking at Levi with curiosity, confusion, and disbelief. Katakuri waved his hand and greeted him first, saying, "Levi, it's good that you're here. Regarding our bet, the one who can truly make the decision is Mom. So I understand. Actually, I also have some things I want to verify through Big Mom." Leeway nudda, indicating that the other party could contact his mother. Katakuri waved his hand, and soon, a subordinate brought over a white telephone bug. He took it and dialed a number. Immediately, a bold woman's voice came from the telephone bug. "Katakuri, is that the one who dares to abolish the soul lifespan system?" "Yes, Mom. The one who defeated me is named Leeway, and he's right next to me." "Leeway? What strange name." "Never mind, let him take the call." "Big Mom, I am listening." Leeway timely said something, but in his heart, he was calculating another matter. How to get Ling Ling to help him contact Jean from the Beast Pirates. Just as the thought arose, he was interrupted by the words of the Yonko Big Mom. "I heard from Katakuri that you have abilities similar to mine?" Yes. But to be more precise, aside from not having your soul fruit ability, in terms of physique, I should surpass you." Leeway bluntly said that although his words provoked the dissatisfaction of the store's ant pirate crew members, these people could only dare to be angry, but not speak out. After all, Leeway had indeed defeated their strongest member, Katakuri, in the arena. On the other hand, Katakuri maintained a calm expression. It seemed that after being defeated by Straw Hat Luffy and Leeway consecutively, his mental resilience had improved significantly. "Haha, Lin, this kid is too arrogant. But I kind of like him now. Young man, join our Beast Pirates." Hearing a cheerful voice from the transponder snail, Leeway's heart lifted. He recognized that the speaker was another Yonko, Kaido. Considering the plot of the original work, Leeway understood that Big Mom lost her memory after falling into the sea, and, in order to eat red bean soup, she stormed into the prisoner quarry managed by Queen, leading to a fierce battle between the two sides. Although during the fight, Big Mom overwhelmingly beat Queen, she was also brought back to her senses and eventually fell unconscious. At this moment, the clever Queen seized the opportunity to lock Big Mom with handcuffs made of 100 pure sea stone and administered hundreds of doses of anesthetic, then sent her to Onigashima. Thus, Big Mom and Kaido, the Beast Pirates, had a historic meeting, and their confrontation once again split the sky. After recalling all this, Leeway quickly responded with a smile. "The Blackbeard Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and now the Beast Pirates. You Yonko crews really like to recruit me, don't you?" "Oh, did Teach extend an olive branch to you as well?" "Yes, Boss Kaido, but I declined." Leeway responded. Just as he was about to dive into the main topic of conversation with Jean, he was interrupted by Big Mom. "Kaido, do you want to fight me again?" "Leeway is my enemy." "Lingling, I don't mind having a good match with you again, Kaido." "Captain Lingling, Kaido, don't be angry. It's not worth it for a kid you've never met." That should be Jin's voice." Leeway immediately realized it and quickly replied, "Captain Lingling, I'm not your enemy. If I'm not mistaken, your dream is to make Wangwa a fair nation where all races and things in the world can live together without distinction." How do you know this? Did Katakuri tell you?" "How could Katakuri say that to me? In fact, yesterday was my first meeting with him. As for how I know your dream, it's because my intelligence network has mentioned it. I want to abolish the soul lifespan system. Don't you think that's the first step toward fairness?" "Fairness? In this world, only strength is the most fair, right?" Lingling. Before the Four Emperor Big Mom could respond, Kaido interjected, "That's right, Leeway, I'll give you a chance. You can challenge me in Wano, or wait for me to return to Wangwa." "All right, for Emperor Big Mom, I will go to Wano. Perhaps I can bring you back to Wangwa." Leeway chuckled confidently, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Force couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Leeway is really impressive, being able to joke around with two emperors. I need to learn from him." Lost in thought, he unconsciously straightened his back. Meanwhile, the Empress let out her signature laughter. Mama, then I'll wait for you here." Kaido laughed heartily. "Interesting, so interesting. For what that kid said. Lin, you might be in a crisis, huh? In the world of pirates, anything is possible. For instance, everyone thought the Lunarians were extinct. Yet there are still some in Wano, right? One of the three calamities, Jin? Taking advantage of the two emperors' laughter, Leeway quickly got to the point and said bluntly. Sure enough, a puzzled voice came from the transponder snail. Jin, don't worry. I'm just a bit interested in your race. Can we chat for a moment? Go ahead. Leeway, as far as I know, Lunarians can generate flames on their bodies, and when the flames disappear, your speed significantly increases, right? You even know this? Finally, upon hearing Leeway mention his racial traits, Jin couldn't help but respond. Leeway smiled slightly. Of course, I just mentioned that my intelligence network covers the entire pirate world. But don't worry, your opponent is not me, but Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. I hope you can defeat him. An intelligence network? I'm becoming more and more interested in you, Leeway. After you finish your battle with Ling Ling, regardless of whether you win or lose, the doors of the Beast Pirates will be open to you. Boss Kaido, you should deal with the Supernova Alliance first. Leeway kindly reminded, and then returned the phone bug to Katakuri, saying to the other party, the matter of regularly submitting soul lifespan under the system is considered discussed. Before Big Mom comes back, I hope you can keep your promise. After seeing Katakuri nod, he added, well, I have to go. After saying that, he left the coffee shop with Christina under the watchful eyes of everyone. Chapter 100. The goddess and the friends gazed back on the street. Fours was full of questions. Just as he was about to ask, he was interrupted by a passerby. Hey, isn't that Leeway? And you too. I didn't expect to run into people who fought against the Big Mom Pirates. Hello. Hello, Uncle. Leeway politely greeted everyone, and soon, many people gathered around him, chattering nonstop. You just came from Miss Brin's CAF, right? How was it? By the way, Leeway, I see Homets has recovered. The Big Mom Pirates didn't give you any trouble, did they? Don't worry. Look at Leeway's strength and appearance. Does he look like someone who has been bullied? Faced with these questions, Leeway quickly shook his head. We're all fine. Katakuri called me over because the Yonko Big Mom wants to see me. I've already made an appointment with her. I will head to Wano to discuss the complete abolition of the soul lifespan payment system. Upon hearing this, the onlookers showed joyful expressions, and they couldn't help but cheer. That's great. From now on, we won't have to pay our soul lifespan anymore. I never thought this day would come after so many years. Watching these people, Foz and Christina were also excited. They both knew that all these changes were brought about by the young man beside them. Thus, they happily patted Leeway on the shoulder without saying a word. Not far away, two people were watching the center of attention, Leeway. One of them, a girl in a princess dress, sighed. I didn't expect Leeway really did it. Emily, you should be happy for him. Leeway is doing this for us. William Hanna, I'm happy for him. But thinking back on the past, I realize I seem to have really missed out. Don't think like that, Emily. Perhaps what that Blackbeard pirate said is true. This is fate's arrangement. Sigh. Emily couldn't help but sigh again. Meanwhile, William Hanna smiled and comforted her. Leeway is already a remarkable celebrity. We need to work hard too. As he spoke, he took a step toward Leeway, then turned to Emily and frowned. I won't go. I think Leeway doesn't want to see me anymore. Emily smiled awkwardly, while William Hanna scratched his head. There are so many people over there. I'll wait a bit before going. The two didn't say anything more and just turned their gaze back to Leeway. Levi had no idea that his former goddess and friend were nearby, watching him. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind, to upgrade his innate super strength skill. Therefore, he chatted with the people from the world for a while, then found an excuse to squeeze out of the crowd and return to the cabin. As soon as he closed the door, Force finally had the chance to ask his question. Levi, are you really planning to go to Wano? Of course, I mentioned it before. If nothing unexpected happens, after my match with Akiji tomorrow, I will use your passage to head to Wano. But Levi, there's more than just Big Mom and Wano. There are other emperors too. Force, you don't need to worry about that. In a few days, you'll see news in the newspapers about 2 emperors being defeated. Levi said confidently, then turned to Christina and asked, you used to serve in the Navy at the naval headquarters, right? What was your rank? Huh, I was indeed at the headquarters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met Mr. Kazan. As for my rank, I was a colonel in the Navy. Hearing this answer, Levi nodded and asked again, I remember there is a Titan Corps in the Navy. Do you know any of the Titans? Of course, why? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Are you planning something? Oh, I'm quite interested in the various races in this world. Christina, you just saw it. When I was on the phone with Big Mom, I chatted with Gene for a while because he is one of the few survivors of the Lunaria tribe. I see. Levi, you really are an odd person. However, I do have a phone bug for a Titan general. Wait a moment, I'll contact him right now. As she spoke, Christina took out a phone bug from her chest and dialed a number. Seeing this action, Levi and Forzer exchanged glances, both visibly shocked. At that moment, the phone bug connected, and a rough voice came through. Christina? Is there something you need to talk to me about at this time? It's me, General LaCroix. I have a friend named Levi who is very interested in the Titan race, so I contacted you. Saying this, Christina handed the phone bug to Levi. Go ahead. Ask whatever you want. Levi was still pondering the appearance of someone named LaCroix, but this giant army had only appeared during the war at the top, so he had no impression of his figure. Nevertheless, he picked up the phone bug and asked the question he had already prepared. General, hello, I am Levi. I would like to know if giants typically have a large appetite. Does that need to be said? Our height is several times that of ordinary humans, so of course our consumption is high. Okay, thank you for your answer. Additionally, I want to know in terms of strength, which is stronger, the giant race or the Fishman race? Of course, it's our giant race. Christina, your friend seems a bit slow-witted. How could he ask such strange questions? Christina beside him felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Levi, who had a smirk on his face, quickly responding, General LaCroix, you are right. Levi is indeed a peculiar person. Even fours beside them couldn't help but mumble, what kind of questions are these? Are you okay? He then patted Levi on the shoulder. However, Levi did not react because a pleasant system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, you have interacted with 2 races of humans, and your innate super strength skill has upgraded to S level. Christina was also a bit angry. She shouted, Levi, you wouldn't have spaced out again, would you? Hearing this sound up close, Levi came back to his senses. He glanced at Fours and Christina, who were looking at him with strange expressions, and quickly explained, I'm fine. Then he turned to the phone bug and said, Thank you, General. I have finished my questions. What's wrong with you, Christina? You need to reflect on yourself. Don't be friends with everyone. All right, General LaCroix, thank you for your advice. After saying that, the other side hung up the phone bug. Christina sighed, and Levi waved his hand, smiling as he said, Thank you. I now have more confidence for tomorrow's duel. Chapter 101. S-level innate super strength skill originally. Fours wanted to make a comment, but seeing Levi's expression, he smiled and said, a peculiar yet powerful person. Forget it, Christina. This is Levi. You should know that this guy has a ton of secrets, but he is indeed our friend. I certainly know. Sigh. It's just unfortunate for me. I rarely contact my former superior, and who knew I would embarrass myself. Christina, Fours, it's getting late. Let us go get something to eat. Leeway's suggestion was naturally agreed upon by the two, and so the group left the cabin. Taking this opportunity, Leeway also activated the system to check the description of his upgraded skills. Natural super strength. At the current level, he possesses the immense strength of a 35-year-old woman, and this skill allows him to lend his strength to others within a range of 100 meters. Additionally, the user of this skill can make their attacks have area damage. After reading the skill description, Leeway glanced briefly at the other descriptions and found that after reaching S rank, he did not gain any new skills. Unlike the skills of the steel balloon that come with various effects, natural super strength is inherently simple and straightforward. Levi thought to himself, with the strength of a 35-year-old ant, it should be enough to compete with Aokiji, right? Just as he was pondering, he heard Christina beside him excitedly say, We've arrived. I really love the food from this place. Then let's go. It's my treat, he replied. Fours also chimed in, glancing at Levi. The shop owner quickly came out from inside. Welcome, everyone. Isn't this Levi, the young lad, along with the Citizen Service Corps? I'm Fours, and this is Christina. Please support us and guide us in the future. This time, Fours introduced them fluently. The shop owner happily said, Come in quickly. It's an honor for our little shop to have you 3 here. As he spoke, he led Levi and the others inside. But after a few steps, they heard an impatient voice from outside. You again, Ambry. You're not welcome here. Mr. Azad, I just want to find a job, please. A slightly obsequious male voice replied. Seemingly having spotted the shop owner and shouted into the shop, Boss Mpanza, please give me a chance. Hearing this voice, Levi instinctively turned to look back, and then he heard the job-seeking man happily say, Oh, Levi, you're here. After saying that, he disregarded the staff's attempts to stop him and rushed inside. The boss Mpanza blocked Levi's way and said with disdain, Ambry, don't push your luck. I just want to see the person who changed the world up close, boss. Levi is my idol. Humph, Ambry. Levi abolished the system of periodically handing over soul lifespan and got rid of the Soul Work Association. You can't make money by selling souls anymore. I know I used to be a jerk, but I've turned over a new leaf, and I owe that to you, Levi. Hearing this sincere tone, Levi's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand to stop the shop owner's continued mocking and smiled. I used to be like you, someone who sold soul lifespan for money. Boss Mpanza, please don't mock him anymore. Ah, okay, Levi, I was wrong. The shop owner quickly adjusted his attitude towards Ambry. Meanwhile, Forrest shot Levi a strange look. So the rumors are true. Of course they are true. Everyone makes mistakes. The things from the past aren't my dark history, but rather my path to where I am now. Leeway can finally admit calmly that although these were all actions of the original owner, it doesn't matter anymore. And Bewley's face brightened upon hearing this, but soon dimmed again. He sighed and did not speak. Leeway seemed to sense what he was thinking and quickly patted the other person's shoulder. Don't be discouraged. As long as you turn over a new leaf, it's never too late, no matter when. Saying this, he looked at Ambuli again and smiled. I recognize you. You were one of the spectators when I fought Katakuri, right? Yes, I'm very glad to have witnessed your battle with Katakuri. It changed me. That's good. I hope you can live the life you desire. Levi encouraged Ambry again, confirming that he had changed the other person's perspective. Before the battle, Ambry had expressed doubts about his own ability to win. Unexpectedly, after winning, he managed to change that perspective. This was something Levi hadn't anticipated. After hearing Levi's encouragement, Ambry excitedly waved his hand. I will work hard, and I will make others change their views about me, just like you. All right, Ambry, Levi is here to eat. The restaurant owner chuckled and then said to the arriving staff member, Azad, why don't you help Ambry get familiar with the work here? Huh? Boss and Panza, are you hiring me? Ambry exclaimed excitedly. Upon seeing the boss nod, he jumped up in joy. That's awesome. I will definitely work hard and won't let you down. The staff member nearby smiled and said, all right, time to get to work. If you don't do well, you'll have to leave. Saying this, he took the freshly hired Ambry away. Witnessing this scene, Levi gave the restaurant owner a thumbs up. You're truly a great boss with a high vision. Levi, I also have to thank you. If it weren't for you taking care of that McGiddy gang, we small shops would have to pay protection fees every month. Now it's all good. Upon hearing this, Forza and Christina exchanged glances. Leeway laughed and said, being insatiable is not a sin. We should go eat. Yes, eating gives us the strength to change the world. The boss also agreed and led the way ahead. Leeway and his two companions had a hearty meal at the shop, while the owner personally served them. During the meal, Foles tried to speak several times, but was stopped by Leeway's glance. After leaving the shop and returning to the cabin, Leeway smiled and said, Foles, I know what you want to say. However, you didn't do anything wrong under McGiddy. Besides, the Citizen Service Corps has just been established, and you will have many opportunities to make amends in the future. Yes, Leeway is right. Young people make mistakes. As long as we correct them, it's fine. Christina said boldly. Persuaded by the two, Foles also smiled. All right, then let's work hard together. But we need to rest first. It's getting late. And you two should head back. Levi issued an eviction order. He needed to conserve his energy for the duel with Green Bull tomorrow. Foles and Christina were quite perceptive. They waved goodbye and went home. Only Levi remained in the small wooden cabin. He glanced around the room. Although he had only stayed for 6 days, he would have to leave after tomorrow. A wave of reluctance washed over him. But soon, Levi shook his head. I can't waste my talent. Then, he lay down and fell asleep. Chapter 102. Dreams and farewells the next morning, bright and early. Levi was still in a deep sleep when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He quickly opened his eyes and got up to answer it. Standing outside were William, Hannah, and Emily, and Levi's eyes lit up as he greeted them. Sorry to wake you up so early. I hope I didn't disturb you. Emily said somewhat shyly. William Hannah quickly added, it couldn't be helped, Levi. You're so busy right now. I was afraid if we came later, you wouldn't have time to see us. It's fine. We've been friends for many years, so there's no such thing as disturbing each other. Besides, I was just about to look for you, Levi said with a smile, patting William Hannah on the shoulder. This gesture made William Hannah even happier. He glanced at the quiet, downcast Emily and said again, you really did it, Levi. Emily and I are proud of you. I'm also very glad I did it, haha. Emily, William Hannah, I should be leaving Cocoa Island today, but don't worry, we will have the chance to meet again. What? You're leaving today? Why are you in such a hurry? William Hannah asked in disbelief upon hearing this news. Emily also looked up at Levi, her eyes filled with surprise. Leeway nodded. I have some things to take care of, so I have to leave here for now. However, I have a friend who possesses a demon ability that can transcend space, so I will come back when I have the opportunity. Upon hearing this explanation, William Hannah sighed slightly. I understand. With your strength, you certainly shouldn't be stuck on this small island, but I still didn't expect you to leave today. Neither did I. Leeway Raplia. I haven't properly apologized to you yet. I was too willful and short-sighted before. Emily hesitated for a moment, then blushed and stated the purpose of her visit. Leeway waved his hand. You forgot. 3 days ago, we already clarified things, so we are still good friends now. Besides, The main fault in the previous matter was actually mine. You just did what anyone would do. On the contrary, I kept making mistakes. And my attitude towards you in the first few days was really terrible. Haha, Emily, don't take it to heart. I didn't take it to heart, Emily said, her voice growing softer, her eyes flashing with an indescribable expression, and then she sighed deeply. Seeing this, Leeway could only play dumb and change the subject to ask about William Hannah's mother. Ah, my mom is much better now, really thanks to you. Because of you, the ship's doctor from the ant pirate crew came personally to treat my mom, and she can walk normally now. That's good, William Hannah. Your filial piety has finally been rewarded. Leeway sincerely replied, when he saw William Hannah wanting to say a few more words. He quickly shook his head. There's really no need for such formality between us. Without you, there wouldn't be today's me. All right, I won't say more. Well, take good care of your mother, William Hannah. After saying this, Leeway turned to Emily and said, you too, don't forget your dreams. Life is strange. Years later, when you look back, you'll realize that the person you were at that time was very lovely, but also very foolish. I understand, Leeway. I will work hard too. Yes, let's work hard together. Leeway ultimately said a comforting phrase, which made Emily's eyes shine a lot. William Hannah, who was beside them, also laughed and added, you all have dreams, that's wonderful. Mine is simpler. I just want my mom to be healthy. That's another dream for Emily and me. Leeway couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Leeway, you look very happy. Turning around, he saw that the speaker was Christina, accompanied by Force. In life, the most important thing is to be happy. Leeway took a breath and then began to introduce his friends on both sides. He specifically emphasized the newly established Citizen Service Corps. Emily glanced at Christina with a somewhat cautious look, but then enthusiastically greeted her. When William Hannah learned that Force was the person Leeway had mentioned, he repeatedly urged him to keep in touch with Leeway so that he could come back often. Of course, Leeway really needs to come back more. The Citizen Service Corps needs you. After hearing Force's words, Leeway paused slightly before saying, no problem, I will come back after I finish the matters in Hiziguo. After receiving Leeway's promise, smiles appeared on the faces of the four of them. Christina suddenly said, it's almost time, we should set off. Yes, I have the strongest enemy waiting for me. William Hannah, Emily, I need to head to the seaside. Leeway explained apologetically. Emily and William Hannah, however, spoke in unison. We also know about your duel with the former Navy Admiral, and we want to see it too. Then let's go with my portal. We can reach the seaside in less than a minute, Foles said boastfully. He then used his fruit ability to draw a circle on the ground, which immediately turned into a dark, swirling opening. Is this the ability that can cross islands? It's truly amazing, William Hannah exclaimed, bending down to inspect the black hole. Leeway smiled faintly and said, then let's go together. After that, he was the first to jump down. When he arrived at the seaside, he saw that quite a few people had already gathered around. After a while, William, Hannah, Emily, and others also arrived one after another. The appearance of Leeway directly ignited the scene, as these people looked at this young man who changed the world with fiery eyes and actively made way for him. Leeway waved his hand to everyone, walked through the crowd, and saw Akiji, Van Auger, and other core members of the Big Mom Pirates, such as Katakuri. Obviously, they were all paying close attention to this showdown. Well, you finally made it, Leeway. Akiji, of course I would keep the appointment. Leeway smiled and gave another glance. Fuers wisely led William Hannah and Emily away. Christina also followed them down. Leeway, you have reached a crossroads of destiny, so be careful not to choose the wrong direction. Wang Aoga threw out his theory of fate again. Leeway shrugged. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. This is my life creed. Wang Oga, you should step down. This is my duel with Leeway. Kazan, you are mistaken. This is a confrontation between our Blackbeard pirates and Leeway. Wang Oga suddenly corrected him, causing Leeway to pause for a moment. He clenched his fists, making a creaking sound, and asked, how is this different from what we agreed on yesterday? Chapter 103. Another bet? Don't be impatient, Leeway. The person you are dueling with hasn't changed. It's still Kazan. Wang Oga quickly explained, but then added, and I won't be involved in your duel. Then why did you say it was a confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates? Leeway directly expressed his doubts and waved his hand towards Force, asking him not to act impulsively to avoid escalating the situation. Wang Oga then explained his reasoning. This duel determines whether you will join the Blackbeard pirates. So my statement is not wrong. Is that all there is to it? Leeway said in an incredulous tone, fully aware that the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates was not to be underestimated. However, before Wang Oga could respond, Akiji interjected, since you want to win over Leeway, Why not just speak frankly? Beating around the bush will only complicate things further. I understand, Leeway. We all know you have skills that can burst forth in a short time, and I think that's unfair. Wano, how is that unfair? My skill does indeed greatly enhance my strength, but it comes with the incredibly debilitating side effect. Let me explain, Leeway. Even though I would love to have a thrilling battle with you to truly determine our strengths, we don't have deep-seated hatred between us. Given your current strength, if we really let loose and fought, there would definitely be casualties, and it would take a long time. That's true, if I remember correctly. Your battle with Admiral Akainu lasted for 10 days and nights before a victor was finally determined. Leeway began to understand. But this behavior of exposing someone's scars was not his intention. However, Akainu didn't mind and continued. Therefore, there is no need for us to engage in such a life-and-death duel. Don't forget, Wano is the territory of the Big Mom pirates, and they're hoping for us to suffer both losses. As he spoke, he pointed to Katakuri and the others who were watching closely beside them. Levi agreed with this view, but raised a question. So, you want to continue the competition in the form of a gamble? That's what I want too, after all. I'm quite busy as well. Yes, we will use the gamble to determine your allegiance, but to make it fair, I don't want you to use the ability you used to defeat Katakuri. That's right, Levi, if you use that ability, I will take the opportunity to bind you to Honeycomb Island while you are weak. Wano seized the chance to interject. At this point, Levi understood that this was what the other party meant, and he turned his head to analyze that the upcoming gamble would likely be related to strength. However, he couldn't figure out the specifics. So, after a moment of contemplation, Levi got straight to the point and asked, "Let's first see what the gamble is. If it's fair, then I will naturally agree to this condition. The content of the gamble is simple. You jump into the sea, and then I will use my freezing fruit ability to encase you in ice. If you can break free, then you win, of course. This escape also has a time limit. Let's set it to 10 minutes. Hearing Akiji's proposal, Levi nodded without hesitation. No problem, I accept. As he spoke, he secretly muttered to himself. Luckily, I upgraded my innate super strength skill. With the power I currently possess, it's comparable to the peak period of the Empress Big Mom. So there shouldn't be any ice that can trap me. More importantly, Akiji and Wano watched my duel with Katakuri yesterday, so he would likely underestimate my current strength. With this in mind, Levi somewhat understood why Katakuri let him go yesterday, because with his observation haki, he naturally sensed that they were nearby. Remembering this, Levi shook his head and turned to look at Katakuri, feeling grateful that he was noticed by the Blackbeard pirates. Otherwise, he would have really died at the hands of the Big Mom pirates. As his thoughts raced, Levi heard Akiji's words. Your strength seems to have improved quite a bit. You are truly a terrifying genius. Wanoga's judgment is indeed quite good. Leeway was momentarily stunned by the words. There were others besides Katakuri who possessed exceptional observation haki. A sinister premonition surged within him, but since he had already agreed, he could only brace himself and go for it. Since the bet was established, it should be starting now, right? Wanoga took the initiative to speak, and upon seeing Leeway nod, he directly walked towards the crowd. Leeway and Akiji followed closely behind. The crowd of onlookers stepped aside to let the three of them pass. Due to the distance, they were unaware of the gambling issue and began to discuss quietly among themselves. What's going on? Isn't that kid Leeway supposed to fight Akiji? Yeah, how did they just leave like that? Could it be that Leeway really intends to join the Blackbeard pirates? Katakuri and the others also showed puzzled expressions, but they followed closely behind, clearly placing great importance on this confrontation. Fours wanted to catch up with Leeway to clarify things, but was stopped by Christina, who softly said, "We must trust Leeway, and besides, with our strength, we can't help in the duel between him and Akiji." As she spoke, she looked at Leeway's back and added, "I hope he will be okay." Under everyone's watch, Leeway reached the seaside and then leaped down. After witnessing this, the others were all astonished, with some even thinking that Leeway had surrendered. Fours wanted to jump down to save him, but was once again stopped by Christina. Krija curiously asked, "Leeway, what are you planning to do?" Katakuri thoughtfully replied, "So that's how it is. These people are really cautious. You figured out? Hurry and say it. Look for yourselves. Krija, Smoker, use your brains and think about how Akiji defeated you." Katakuri said irritably. Wanoga then looked at Akiji. "It's your turn now, but be careful not to hurt Leeway." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji flew out, using the moonwalk to approach Leeway, and then forcefully stepped on his shoulder. "Bastard!" Levi hadn't finished speaking when he was kicked into the sea. Akiji then shouted, "Ice Age." His entire body emitted a large amount of cold air, instantly freezing the surface of the sea. Chapter 104. Akiji's Ice Age in the eyes of Furs and the crowd watching. They saw Akiji suddenly make a move, launching a sneak attack on Levi. As a result, the scene erupted in chaos. Isn't this too unfair? Is that person really an admiral of the Navy? How despicable. No wonder he was expelled from the Navy. I'm more worried about Levi's safety. Is he going to be okay? Don't worry. Just yesterday, Levi was trapped like this too. He'll get out soon. Oh, I hope so. Amidst the various discussions, they cast hostile glances at Akiji, who had returned to the ice surface, surprising him somewhat, but he merely smirked and didn't explain. You bastard, using such despicable means? With this angry shout, Furs rushed towards the frozen sea, wanting to rescue him. Christina wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Although she believed in Akiji's character, everything happening before her made her follow along and ask what was going on. Wano didn't approach. Instead, he watched the equally bewildered Katakuri with a wary gaze, clearly on guard against these people trying to take advantage of the chaos. Akiji smiled and explained to him about the bet he had with Levi, adding, Ice Age is my strongest move. Although Levi's strength has increased significantly since yesterday, it's still impossible for him to escape. Even though Furs understood the reason Levi was frozen after hearing Akiji's words, he clearly disagreed with the conclusion. It seems you still don't understand how powerful Levi is. How could a mere block of ice possibly trap him? Young man, my observation haki is also very strong. Don't underestimate me. Akiji directly interrupted Furs and then turned to Christina, saying, Congratulations to you. After I defeat Levi, if you need anything, Wano and I will defeat the remnants of the Big Mom pirates. Ah, Mr. Kazan, I think it won't be necessary for you. Besides, like Furs, I believe Levi can escape. This is not a doubt about your strength, but rather, Levi has created many miracles. Christina said in a measured tone, and in the end, she bowed to Akiji. To this, Akiji smiled slightly. Is that so? Then let's see the final result. As he spoke, he looked down at the ice, seemingly trying to see Levi's condition. Furs and Christina mimicked the same action, although the voices of Akiji and the others were not loud. They were enough for the onlookers to hear, and they learned the reason for Levi's sneak attack and freezing. Everyone relaxed, especially those who had witnessed Levi fighting Katakuri, who expressed their opinions. Haha, if it's a battle of strength, I don't think anyone can match Levi. I think so too. I heard that the president of the Soulwork Society, Tinus, is a strong man who ate the strength fruit, but he also lost to Levi. Then I can rest easy. Amidst these discussions, Tinus, who was handcuffed with Seastone, looked increasingly gloomy. He wanted to say a few words, but was interrupted by Korea. A loss is a loss, Tinus. You should know that in this world, there are always some people you cannot surpass, no matter how hard you try, and you just happen to encounter such a person. Oomph. Is it just bad luck for me? Tinus scoffed. Didn't you also lose to Levi one after another? And you, Katakuri? I did lose to Levi, but he also made me understand this truth more clearly, and I became stronger because of it. Korea did not deny it, but after saying this, he swung a punch, hitting Tinus in the abdomen, causing him to double over, drooling. Regarding this little episode, Wano, who was watching coldly from a distance, turned his attention back to the frozen sea. Time passed second by second, and the vast ice surface remained still. Finally, Furs began to panic. He didn't say anything, but his pacing back and forth indicated his attitude. Christina also frowned, occasionally bending down to see the situation within the ice. However, Akiji's Ice Age was too powerful, freezing dozens or even hundreds of meters beneath the sea surface. Although the ice was crystal clear, it couldn't be seen through just by sight. As a result, everyone present had no idea what Levi's current situation was, except for Wano, who had the best eyesight, and the expression on his face indicated that Levi was not in a good situation. Indeed, Levi has exerted all his strength, but the massive iceberg remains completely unmoved. After all, the entire sea surface is frozen, stretching endlessly, and this iceberg is at least dozens of times larger than the one that Diamond Jaws, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, smashed into the Navy headquarters during the Paramount War. Furthermore, the freezing caused by Akiji can last for up to a week. One can imagine how solid the iceberg Levi is on his. Leeway felt that compared to his situation yesterday, he was now facing 100 times more difficulties. Even though he had upgraded his innate super strength skill, breaking free from the ice was akin to a fool's dream. Akiji remarked, It seems we have one against Leeway. He is unable to move in the iceberg. Wano slowly said, glancing at Foles and the others, shrugging his shoulders. You should congratulate him too. Leeway's fate should not be to collaborate with weaklings like you. He can play a bigger role in the Blackbeard Pirates. You Foles. We must believe in Leeway. Christina pulled her angry partner and retorted, unfortunately, Leeway's fate can only be determined by himself. He absolutely will not join the evil Blackbeard Pirates, and he will definitely not lose. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. There are only 5 minutes left. Wano did not argue further. As for him, it was now a countdown. Akiji suddenly thought of something and turned to Foles, saying, in 5 minutes, you'll need to use the pipe to rescue Leeway. To be honest, I don't have the strength to break through this vast ice surface. This statement left Foles speechless, and he could only pray in his heart, Leeway, hurry up and get out. Many of the several hundred spectators present shared the same thought. Many faces were filled with anxiety, and they quickly began to cheer in unison. Leeway, come out quickly. Yes, don't let these pirates get proud. However, these voices could not reach Leeway's ears. At this moment, he was equally anxious and equally at a loss. Chapter 105. The effect of borrowed power. Trapped by the iceberg, Leeway found it increasingly difficult to breathe. To escape, he had already used his unyielding guardian skill for the day. He didn't have much time left. If he couldn't break free soon, Leeway might not only lose this gamble, but also lose his life here. What to do? The strength he was proud of was utterly useless, which greatly surprised Leeway. But he knew that the more critical the situation, the calmer he should be. Therefore, he temporarily stopped struggling, as it was meaningless. On the contrary, Leeway activated the system to check the description of his skills. He vaguely felt that the S-level innate super strength should not just enhance the effect of his talent skill. It must derive new skills. Because the last time he gained a new skill in terms of strength was at the B level. Such a powerful system couldn't possibly have no new skills appearing with consecutive upgrades at 2 levels. With this thought, Leeway scanned the system's skill descriptions again, but indeed found no new skills. This left him greatly puzzled and disappointed. Then, a spark of inspiration struck Leeway as he carefully read the dense text on the virtual panel. Finally, he made a discovery, while there were no new skills. Reaching the S level meant that not only the innate super strength skill was enhanced, one previously acquired skill that he hadn't used much had also been significantly improved. Just in time, Leeway was busy gathering his thoughts, glancing up, and then began to use this life-saving skill. On the ice surface, Foles was already anxious, walking back and forth with his head down, but soon he suddenly stopped. He looked around, but was met with the same puzzled gaze from Christina. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding and nodded simultaneously. Then, they both felt the power within them suddenly vanish. Foles staggered, nearly falling. But he quickly steadied himself and looked at Christina. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, Foles noticed that she also appeared a bit weak. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly sensed something unusual in the surroundings. The cheers and shouts that had initially encouraged Leeway had completely disappeared, replaced by sparse murmurs. Moreover, the faces of the people around looked somewhat pale, but didn't stop them from whispering. Did you just hear that? Leeway is asking for our help. Of course, he heard our shouts and responded. He borrowed our strength. Yeah, as long as it helps. I would give all my strength. Hearing these discussions, Foles, although confused about what was happening, sensed that something good was about to occur because he had also heard Leeway's voice just moments ago. This strange scene made Katakuri and others furrow their brows. Katakuri used his observation haki to investigate, and his expression grew serious as he muttered, "Why does everyone here seem to have weakened significantly?" Did you just hear Leeway's voice? Krija suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing him, Katakuri immediately asked, Leeway's voice? What did he say to you? Leeway wants to borrow my strength, but I didn't agree, Krija replied in a puzzled tone, but was quickly interrupted by Smuggy. I didn't hear Leeway speak, but that guy has many strange abilities. Remember a few days ago, when Brin opened her eyes in agony? Leeway managed to transfer his pain to us. Pain transfer? And borrowing strength? Where did Leeway learn these bizarre abilities? Katakuri sighed. Akiji, clearly also aware, stroked his chin. Borrowing strength? Borrowing defense? Leeway sure has a lot of strange moves. Wano, quickly see how he is doing now. Okay. Wano quickly focused, and with his excellent eyesight, he saw that the previously hopeless Leeway was exerting strength once again. What surprised him even more was that the ice blocks around Leeway were actually cracking. But soon, Wano had a guess. In the face of life and death, did Leeway finally lose control? That would be even better. As long as he falls into a weak state, we can take him away without any objections. And at that time, he would be powerless to resist. Are you saying Leeway used that temporary power enhancement move? Akiji asked, but quickly changed his tone. I don't think he would make such a mistake. And didn't you hear these people's discussions? Everyone's power has weakened. Huh? Are you saying Leeway borrowed these people's strength? But what can the combined strength of these weaklings do? Wano clearly did not believe Akiji's words. Katakuri also shared this skepticism, having just recovered from a shock, and coldly snorted. No matter how many ants there are, they can't contend with an elephant. He then asked several siblings, and only Krija heard Leeway's voice, but he refused to lend his strength. Thus, Katakuri speculated that Leeway had used the move that defeated him yesterday, just as everyone held their own opinions. They heard a cracking sound from the ice beneath their feet. Such a sound meant something significant, no need for further explanation. Therefore, foals and numerous spectators showed joyful expressions. They wanted to cheer and jump, but couldn't, ultimately just smiling and saying, Leeway is about to win. Yeah, I never expected I could contribute a bit of strength for his victory. Yes, right. We can't underestimate ourselves. We have the numbers. And as long as we unite, we can definitely change our living environment. Exactly. This is also what Leeway wants us to do. To these voices, Wano and Katakuri just exchanged cold smiles, thinking that ignorant people are often noisy and overly optimistic. Moments later, the cracks in the ice grew larger, and many people had returned to the seaside. Their faces were filled with excitement. Foals clenched his fists tightly. Finally, the ice split in the middle, and Leeway jumped out, shouting in an earth-shattering voice, Huh, looks like I've won. Immediately, the scene erupted like a boiling pot once again. Akiji, however, smiled silently. Wano inopportunely said, Not necessarily, Leeway. You haven't forgotten the terms of the bet, right? Using that move means you lose. Well, let us see. You all know that if I really use that move, I will enter a weak state in a few minutes. Levi said confidently, his expression also making Wano a bit puzzled. Chapter 106. Katakuri's determination. After a while, Levi pounded his chest a few times, raised an eyebrow, and shouted at Wano, It's about time. Do you want to have a match with me? No need. My observation hockey may not be particularly proficient, but I can tell that your momentum hasn't weakened. Wano replied directly, but then he asked again, How did you do it? Were you hiding your strength before? Guess what? I think fate will tell you the answer. Levi would certainly not reveal his secret, but he was grateful that while he was trapped in the iceberg earlier, he was able to calm down and carefully read the skill description. He almost missed the life-saving skill. Thinking of this, Levi once again turned his gaze to the virtual panel in front of him, where there was a skill he had always ignored and had never used in the past few days. Power borrowing allows the user to borrow the power of others to enhance their own strength. The prerequisite for borrowing power is the consent of the other party. This skill can borrow the power of up to 500 people at once, with a maximum borrowing duration of 5 minutes, and the maximum range for borrowing is 5 kilometers. Note, during the borrowing period, the power lenders will feel weak all over, but it does not affect their actions. It was this move that allowed him to break the ice age of Akiji. After reading it, Levi glanced at the excited and jubilant people around him. He bowed and sincerely said, Thank you all. Without your trust and help, I might have died here. Nonsense, this is what we should do. You are our hero. That's right, Levi. You've done so much for us, so there's no need to be so polite. Exactly. We are also very happy to help you. After hearing Levi's words of gratitude, the crowd erupted again, chattering excitedly. Four smiled and said, Just now I thought I was hallucinating, but when I remembered that you had previously lent me your power, you really are an astonishing person. Indeed, your strength has improved so rapidly, and you have various unique abilities. Not to mention, you are not afraid of the weaknesses of seawater and sea prism stone. I think with you here, perhaps we can really change this disgusting world, Christina said sincerely. Leeway smiled slightly upon hearing this. Do you want to change the world? It's not something that can be done by just one person. However, I think you all should have gained some personal experience, right? Look at these people. If we can unite their strength, then changing the world will no longer be a dream. His words once again stirred the people into a passionate fervor. They looked at each other, their faces glowing with excitement and determination, because Leeway was the first and only one to acknowledge their strength. In the past, those powerful pirates, gangs, and even many in the Navy viewed themselves as worthless, ruthlessly exploiting others, leaving behind the saying, survival of the fittest. That's the law of the world. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too weak. Therefore, even though these people lacked strength, it did not stop them from shouting at the top of their lungs. Our strength can also change this world. Before today, I had never thought about this issue until Leeway appeared. We must unite. We can't rely solely on others. Yes, unite. Unite. In the end, everyone shouted this slogan in unison. Fours and Christina also joined in. Leeway wore a faint smile, looking at everything before him with a sense of relief. Although their powers had been borrowed to help Leeway out of trouble, temporarily leaving them in a weakened state, causing everyone to speak softly. The unified rhythm and slogan made their words resonate like thunder, spreading in all directions. Upon seeing this, Wang Oga raised an eyebrow and fell silent. A playful expression appeared on Xingji's face. Although he didn't speak, he winked at Christina, clearly with some ulterior motive. Christina also exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. The two seemed to be plotting something. Not far away, upon hearing the slogan, Katakuri couldn't help but dig at his ear and said with a slight frown, "This group of weaklings is quite noisy, something I never expected. It seems Leeway has a point. He suggested that if we want to truly rule the nations, we must listen to the voices of the common people. Krija, have you been poisoned by Leeway? We are pirates. Why do we need to listen to these weaklings? Smokey, don't misinterpret my words. What I mean is, we should pay more attention to the thoughts of the common people. Although they are indeed weak like ants, their numbers are hundreds, even thousands of times greater than our Big Mom pirates." Krija hurriedly explained, then paused and added, "Losing to others is indeed hard to accept, but it is also an opportunity for us to grow. Smokey, Leeway is indeed stronger than us. This is something we all cannot deny." "Krija, what do you mean by that? Are you looking to have a showdown with me? Smokey, have you had enough of this? Do you want to embarrass yourself in front of Leeway, Blackbeard's crew, and those weaklings you keep talking about?" Katakuri interrupted his sister. As he indeed held unparalleled prestige among his siblings, so Smokey fell silent. The others also dared not speak. Only Bruley, after glancing around at everyone, spoke up. Now that Mom and the Soulwork Society are gone from the nation, along with the recent incidents involving Homets, we should unite all forces to resist Blackbeard's crew. Bruley is right. I will do my best to fill the void left by Mom's departure. And as for the Soulwork Society, didn't Leeway and the others just establish a citizen service corps? We should develop them into our subordinate organization. Katakuri summarized. Glancing around and seeing no one objecting, he spoke with a slightly relaxed tone. Blackbeard's crew isn't able to deal with us right now, so everyone need not worry too much. All right, we should wrap up the issues of these past few days. Then, Katakuri exchanged glances, and his subordinates pushed Magid and Tinus forward. Let us go. We need to report back. After saying that, Katakuri led the two prisoners toward Leeway. Chapter 107. The startup funds are in hand, Leeway. Amidst the deafening slogan, Krija had to raise his voice. These are Tinus and Magid, whom you entrusted us to guard. Now that your battle with Qingji has ended, they should be returned to you. All right, thank you, Krija. You are truly a trustworthy pirate. Leeway exclaimed in admiration that after the duel with Katakuri yesterday, he considered that his side had too few personnel to keep an eye on Fours and Tinus. So he shamelessly borrowed a pair of sea-stone handcuffs from the other side. This was the only method he could think of to deal with the two powerful users. Unexpectedly, Katakuri was very understanding and took the initiative to offer to help guard the prisoners. Although Fours and Christina strongly opposed this at the time, and Smuggy and Armand on the opposite side showed malicious smiles, Leeway insisted on agreeing and jokingly said, Katakuri, I consider you a friend, and I hope you won't let down the trust of allies or friends like Tinus did. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on this enemy and those who collaborate with the enemy. Katakuri readily agreed and even shot a glance at Smuggy and Armand. At this moment, Katakuri also spoke up, saying, those who betray their allies become our enemies. Leeway, you will be our ally, right? We are already allies, aren't we, Katakuri? Levi smiled and said goodbye to the other party. See you tomorrow. I will defeat Aokiji. Reflecting on this, Levi gave a glance to Fours, who wisely smiled slightly at Kizaru and Katakuri, then took Tinus and Magidi from the hands of the Big Mom Pirates fighters. At this moment, Wang Oga also understood, looking at Levi and Katakuri with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to fathom how these two, who had fought a life-and-death battle just yesterday, appear to have formed an alliance today. Aokiji also watched the scene with great interest, as if contemplating something, remaining silent. All right, Wang Oga. These are the two people you wanted. I assume you're ready with the money, right? Leeway got straight to the point and kindly added, although 400 million berries is a piece of cake for your Blackbeard pirates, I mentioned yesterday that if you don't have that much money on hand, I can have fools run an errand for you. No need for that. There are more space-type abilities in this world than just the warp fruit. My teleportation fruit can also traverse between islands. Wano waved his hand and extended an olive branch again. There are other geniuses in this world besides you. I developed my devil fruit ability to this level in just 2 or 3 days. So, how about joining us, Leeway? No need. Perhaps one day I will fight alongside you, but not today. Leeway did not hesitate to refuse. He reached out his hand and said, then let's do a hand-to-hand exchange. All right, just wait a moment, Wano replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Wano instantly disappeared. A moment later, he returned with a box in hand. Seeing this, Leeway was taken aback for a moment, recalling the plot of the original story. If he remembered correctly, Wano seemed to be following Blackbeard Teach while trying to capture Rashi, and he could only teleport within his line of sight. Thinking of this, Leeway sighed again. His arrival was indeed gradually changing the plot line. This meant that the further he went, the less effective his plot foresight would become. However, the priority was still to receive the money first. So, Leeway collected his thoughts and took the box that Wano handed over, opening it to find it filled with large denominations of cash. 400 million berries, not a single one less. Now you can hand over tinnies and McGiddy to me. Naturally, Leeway had no reason to refuse this request. All right, they are yours. He then ignored the terrified gazes of tinnies and McGiddy and let Foles hand them over. Oomph. I didn't expect such big figures to show such embarrassing expressions in the face of death. Wano said disdainfully, and he and Akiji each took one person and said to Leeway, then see you again. Fate will allow us to meet again one day, and that day will not be far off. Goodbye, Leeway, Christina. I hope to see your news in the newspaper soon. Akiji waved his hand as well. Then, with a whoosh, they disappeared with the 2 prisoners in front of everyone. After completing the transaction, Leeway publicly handed the box of money to Foles and instructed, this is the startup fund for our citizen service group. I think after these 2 days, you and Christina should understand what to do next. Yes, we will act according to your instructions, Leeway. After hearing Foles' response, Leeway scanned the crowd of people looking at him with anticipation. He raised his right hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, everyone remember, my fate is determined by me, not by her. My fate is determined by me, not by her. My fate is determined by me, not by her. The seaside was once again filled with voices, and this slogan echoed into the sky. Leeway and Foles exchanged glances and smiled. He secretly thought to himself, this slogan will eventually echo across the skies of all nations. Just as this thought arose, Leeway noticed that Katakuri and Krija both looked pensive, which made him even more confident. After a while, the shouts gradually subsided. Leeway looked at Katakuri and said with a smile, next, it's time for our conversation, right? I have the same intention, Katakuri replied directly. He added, let's go to the Caramel CAF to talk. I've heard that you started your legendary transformation from there. No problem. Leeway glanced at Fools again. The young man understood right away. He used the ability of the pipe fruit to build a pipeline directly to the caramel coffee shop. Everyone can go and listen, but it's not as spacious there as it is here. Levi spoke to the crowd. Then he was the first to jump into the pipe. After arriving at their destination, Levi took Folzer and Christina into the CAF. Outside, many people from the nations were standing, and although they couldn't hear clearly, their faces were still filled with excitement. This was their first time participating in such matters. Levi made requests to Katakuri to ensure the safety of the people from the nations and improve their living conditions, while also promising that the entire citizen service group would fight alongside the Big Mom Pirates. During the negotiations, Smuggy repeatedly tried to reject Levi's requests, but Cracker thought it was worth a try. The two argued about it. Meanwhile, the decision-maker, Katakuri, remained neutral. Finally, Levi smiled and said, let's take Cocoa Island as a precedent. To be honest, we don't really believe that you pirates will actually do what I said. Thus, the Citizen Service Group and the Big Mom Pirates reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. When Folzer shared this news with the people waiting outside, they erupted with thunderous cheers, almost lifting the roof off the CAF. After all this, it was already late at night. The three of them had a simple meal and returned to their small wooden house. Then, he arranged to meet Folzer again at their residence the next day, and the latter agreed. As he lay down, Levi silently wondered what talent would refresh tomorrow. With his curiosity in mind, he fell asleep again. Chapter 108 arrived in Wano country. The next morning, early in the day, Leeway woke up and immediately checked his body. Although he did not master the observation hockey, he still sensed that the ridiculously strong power within him had completely disappeared. It seems that the physical talent he had from Ling Ling was truly gone. Leeway Siga activated the system and checked what talent was refreshed this week. This week's talent, Kazuki Odin's skill. Activation progress, 0. Talent level, none. Talent description, none. Talent skills, 0. Permanent skills, 1. Strange sound attack. Active skill, level C. The user can emit strange sounds that cause enemies who hear them to become stunned or take minor damage. The effects of stun and damage depend on the enemy's strength. The stronger the enemy, the worse the effects of this skill. Note, the skill user can concentrate the strange sound attack on a single enemy as needed. For single target attacks, the resulting stun and damage will be significantly enhanced. Upgrade method. The talent holder can upgrade the strange sound attack skill by rescuing Charlotte Lin and her children after the current talent activation time ends. The permanent skill can still be upgraded according to this rule. Remaining time, 6 days. Indeed, after reaching S level, Charlotte Lin's stats had been completely emptied, leaving only the strange sound attack as a permanent skill. Then, Leeway was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the new talent and wondered to himself, is this a coincidence, or does the system have a sense of humanity? He had just prepared to go to Wano, and then the system gave him a talent related to Odin, according to the activation conditions of the first talent. All he needed to do was go to Wano and meet with Momonosuke or the Red Scabbards to successfully activate it. Leeway unconsciously rubbed his eyes and looked again at the virtual panel in front of him. Indeed, his talent for this week was the ability of Kazuki Odin. At this moment, Leeway couldn't help but mutter, is Odin's talent referring to dancing naked? However, he was well aware of the power of the system. The priority was to activate this talent first, then understand the upgrade conditions and gradually enhance his combat power. With these thoughts in mind, Leeway quickly got up and took out his snail phone to contact Force. He didn't want to take the risk of going out. It would be bad if he ran into Katakuri. With the other party's observation haki, he would immediately notice that Leeway had become weaker. This could lead to many unnecessary problems. After a while, Force arrived, and he also brought Christina, clearly aware that it was time to part ways. Leeway didn't hesitate and asked Force to use his fruit ability to establish a passage to Wano country. The other party tried to persuade him for a moment, but seeing Leeway's determination, they had no choice but to agree. Then, Leeway took out the transponder snail and contacted Jinbe. Fortunately, he had not yet left Wano. Force then proceeded to build the passage and said, Leeway, you must come back to see us often. No problem. With your fruit ability, I can come back anytime. Leeway replied. After saying this, under the reluctant gazes of Force and Christina, Leeway jumped into the passage, shouting in his heart, Wano country, here I come. Moments later, Leeway suddenly felt a brightness in front of him, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes, taking a while to adjust. You must be Leeway, right? The young man who saved Aladdin? Looking in the direction of the voice, Leeway saw that the speaker was none other than Jinbe, the helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon seeing a member of the main cast, he quickly scanned the surroundings, but did not find any trace of Luffy and the others. Noticing Leeway's lack of response, Jinbe asked again, You helped me a great deal. I really must thank you. No need to be polite, Jinbe. I should thank you as well. Without your help, I wouldn't have made it to Wano so smoothly. Levi quickly replied and took the opportunity to examine Jinbe's appearance. Just like in the original work, the latter had light blue skin, a traditional top-knot hairstyle, a large physique, 2 prominent teeth on his lower jaw, a rough black short beard on his chin, and a chest tattoo of the sun emblem representing the Sun Pirates. Coupled with his ornate kimono and wooden sandals, he gave off a friendly vibe. Seeing that Levi had fallen silent again, Jinbe slightly furrowed his brow and brought up a topic. I suppose Aladdin and the others also used this thing to return to Fishman Island, right? What a wonderful ability. Yes, this pipe fruit ability is indeed very convenient. By the way, Jinbe, given the situation, you must have defeated Kaido and Big Mom, right? What about Luffy and the others? And where is that brat Momonosuke? Leeway then got straight to the point, wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the key person who could activate the talent. Jinbe quickly replied, Last night, we gave it our all and indeed defeated the alliance of 2 Yonko. Right now, Luffy and Zoro are resting. However, I'm quite curious. How did you know about this? Aladdin didn't tell you? My intelligence network is quite impressive. I also know that during the battle with Kaido, Luffy awakened the abilities of the Gum Gum fruit and learned Gear 5th. Leeway, did you come yesterday? It seems I was right, but Jinbe, I just arrived in Wano. I'm glad you defeated the Yonko Big Mom. This has also given me an opportunity. Leeway spoke honestly again. Then he revealed that he wanted to find the 4 Emperor's Big Mom and truly abolish the regular soul payment system. After hearing his words, Jinbe widened his eyes and glanced at Leeway, asking in confusion, Are you saying you defeated Katakuri? Am I seeing things? You don't look that impressive. It's strange. Aladdin also said you are an exceptionally talented warrior, and even Akiji and Wang Oga have been defeated by you. What's going on? Leeway didn't expect Jinbei's observation haki to be so powerful. After a moment of thought, he replied, I also relied on certain powers to defeat those top-notch fighters. It's similar to when Luffy activates Gear 3rd. After the skill ends, he will fall into a weakened state. I see. Well, Aladdin mentioned that you are a suddenly rising young man, just like Luffy, so I won't ask too much about your matters, Jinbei said. Seeing that he had impressed Jinbei, Leeway breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself again, this system is powerful, but the weekly refresh mechanism is quite annoying. He was eager to activate this week's talent, so he asked about Momonosuke's whereabouts again. However, Jinbei shook his head. Momonosuke is too tired right now, so you shouldn't disturb him. However, in a few days, we will hold a grand banquet, and you'll be able to see Luffy and the others then. Levi nodded, but he glanced at Jinbei and silently thought to himself, they are too tired because they fought against Kaido. And you, a dignified warlord of the sea, only dealt with Fuzz Fur from the Flying Six during the battle. No wonder you're in such good shape. However, Levi said out loud, Jinbei, you should also take a break. I'll go for a walk first. After seeing Jinbei nod in agreement, he turned and left. Chapter 109. Kazuki Oden and Hiyori walking down the street. Levi saw many people dressed in traditional Japanese kimonos. Although their clothes were tattered, they all had happy smiles on their faces. He knew this was because Luffy, Momonosuke, and the others had defeated the major villain Kaido, ending the 20-year reign of this emperor over Wano, and they were about to welcome a bright tomorrow, so it was normal for everyone to be happy. However, he noticed that many people in the crowd were laughing heartily. Even while talking, they couldn't stop laughing. Li Wei's heart sank. As a time traveler familiar with the plot, he knew very well that these people had consumed failed smile fruits, which had stripped them of all expressions except for smiles. Whether they were angry, sad, disappointed, or furious, they could only express themselves with a smile. The culprits behind this tragedy were Kaido of the Beasts and Orochi. Although Luffy and Momonosuke had won the war, it seemed these people would be forced to smile forever. It was truly pitiful. With this thought, Leeway secretly resolved to do everything in his power to help these victims return to normal. Just as this thought arose, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. Out of curiosity, Leeway quickly walked over and saw 3 ragged old men blocking a person wrapped in a headscarf and tightly bundled in a gray coat. The old men had lewd smiles on their faces. They were not only tugging at the person, but also mumbling, "Finally found you. If you don't want your secret to be exposed, you better come with us. That's the price you must pay." That's right. You took so much of our money, so you should keep us company. The person being harassed looked anxious, but helpless. Although he tried to resist, he was outnumbered, and besides, he was holding a similarly bundled child in his arms. In the end, he could only plead, "Please let me go. I need to take the child to get treatment." However, the child in his arms was laughing heartily, seemingly not sick at all. Around these people, many onlookers were standing by, pointing and gossiping about the 3 men, but no one stepped forward to intervene. Seeing the situation, Leeway shook his head slightly. Reflexively, he wanted to step forward, but then he felt that the person's outfit looked somewhat familiar. Judging from the slender and tall figure, this person was clearly a woman. Then, Leeway glanced at the men again and quickly recognized them. They were the foolish nobles from the original story who, due to their lust for beauty, had been tricked by Kazuki Oden and lost everything. Levi looked again at the person holding the child, and through the headscarf, he vaguely saw her green hair. It was indeed Hiyori. No doubt about it. The girl in her hands was the adopted daughter of the K family's SH Getsu, and also Hiyori's maiden friend, Toko. Recognizing the identities of these two, Levi immediately stepped forward, grabbed one of the old man's hands, and with a strong pull, sent him staggering back and falling flat on his back. The other 2 men did not expect someone to meddle in their affairs. They looked over with hostile gazes, but did not act rashly. Leeway didn't care at all and disdainfully said, "Get lost, you bunch of trash. If you want to save your lives, stop bothering this beautiful lady." Saving the damsel in distress? Young man, you don't really think that's cool, do you? In front of this woman, only money matters. She is a devil who would eat you alive without spitting out the bones. The old man who fell to the ground also got up, suddenly pulling out a knife from his clothes, pointing it at Leeway and viciously saying, "Stop wasting time talking to him." This kind-hearted person, be careful. Kei Gitsahai and very cooperatively exclaimed, her face showing a look of fear. Truly a master of acting, no wonder she can seamlessly switch between a princess and a courtesan. Libe sarcastica y ramarca. Taking a step forward and swiftly snatching away the enemy's knife, adding if your skills aren't good, you shouldn't use a knife because it might end up hurting yourself. The three old men also realized Leeway's impressive skills, and for a moment, they dared not act recklessly. Leeway seized the moment and coldly glared at them, suddenly waving the small knife in a feigned attack pose. The three old men retreated repeatedly, clearly frightened, and their comical behavior drew laughter from the onlookers. In the end, they left with flushed faces, shouting that they would definitely take revenge and awkwardly reminding Leeway to be careful. Leeway put away his knife, and, while Keimatsu Hiyori was thanking him with a bow, he waved his hand and got straight to the point. Hiyori, let's deal with the issue of Kazuki Oden first. Shall we? What's going on with her? You know us? Seeing Hiyori display a wary expression, Leeway quickly smiled and said, Don't worry. I also know Momonosuke and Zoro, and now that Kaido and Orochi are both done for, there's no need for you to be so cautious. But you're not from Wano. Keimatsu Hiyori still did not let her guard down. Leeway was somewhat speechless. He could only point to the groaning and smiling Huji and said, Let's talk about my matters later. You should take a look at her. It was clear that this statement moved Kagetsu Hiyori. After hesitating for a moment, she explained, Huji drank contaminated water. The contaminated water refers to the river water polluted by Kaido's weapon factory? Yes, Huji was too hungry, so she couldn't help but drink water to fill her stomach. I understand now. I know who can heal Huji. After learning the reason, Leeway immediately thought of the original story, where Kinemon's wife, Kiku, also saved Kurizumi Orochi from stomach pain after drinking contaminated water. With an idea in mind, he approached the onlookers and learned that the Akahoshi tea house in the village of Pickpocket had already been destroyed by the beast pirates, but she was nearby. In a corner, a man with long brown hair, wearing a sleeveless pink kimono and holding a scroll in his mouth, witnessed everything. He suddenly smiled and said, Hiyori, so that woman is Kazuki Oden's daughter? Interesting. After saying this, he vanished again. Back with Leeway, he picked up Huji and, guided by a kind person, brought Kujetsu Hiyori to their destination. Fortunately, Kiku was in the shop. Leeway hurriedly handed the medicine to the crane maiden, who was also very experienced. After listening to the patient's condition, she immediately took out some herbs. Guan Yue took the herbs and began to brew them according to the instructions. Flustered and in a hurry, Leeway was helping beside her, but soon he was stunned, because, suddenly, a virtual panel from the system appeared before his eyes. Leeway immediately realized it. He glanced at the text on the panel, and in the column for activation progress, it boldly stated, 100. This week's talent of Kazuki Oden has been activated. The virtual panel had a lot more text. Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately began to read. Chapter 110. The talent of Kazuki Oden. This week's talent. The talent of Kazuki Oden. Activation progress. 100. The talent's body of 1,000 resists and flowing cherry blossom power have been activated. Talent level, D. Talent description. Body of 1,000 resists. Possesses exceptional evasion ability. At the current level, the user can completely evade attacks from those with weaker Busashoka Haki. When facing enemies with comparable Busashoka Haki, the user can also evade after enduring one of their attacks. Flowing cherry blossom power. Mastery of basic Busashoka Haki attack techniques, with the current level providing the lethality of ordinary swords. Talent skills, 2. Samurai Spirit. Active skill, the user can forcibly dispel negative states such as sleep and weakness. Note, this skill can be used a maximum of 3 times a day. Full Moon Form. Active skill, when activated, can increase the user's combat power tenfold, lasting up to 1 hour at most. Notes, Full Moon Form can only be used on a full moon night, and its effectiveness will be greatly reduced when clouds obscure the moon. Permanent skill, 1. Strange Sound Attack. Sea level, active skill. Can emit a strange sound that causes dizziness or minor damage to enemies who hear it. The effects of dizziness and damage depend on the enemy's strength. The stronger the enemy, the less effective this skill will be. Note, the skill user can concentrate the strange sound attack on a single enemy as needed. 4 single target attacks. The resulting dizziness and damage will be significantly enhanced. Upgrade method. During the talent activation period, the body of 1,000 resists can greatly enhance evasion ability by soaking in different baths. The flowing cherry blossom power requires gaining the favor of different beautiful women for upgrades. As the level increases, these 2 talents and related skills can be enhanced, with a chance to awaken new talent skills. Talent holders can upgrade the strange sound attack skill by rescuing Charlotte Lin and her children. Talent holders can obtain the permanent skill of this talent by reading historical texts and can upgrade this skill after the current talent activation time ends. The above permanent skills can still be upgraded according to these rules. Remaining time, 6 days. After reading the description of this talent, Leeway immediately recognized that, unlike the previous talent, the talent of Kazuki Odin did not possess unbeatable defensive power or monstrous strength. However, it provided the user with the ability to evade attacks and greater lethality. It cannot be said that one is stronger than the other. They simply emphasize different aspects. Moreover, although Charlotte Lean's physique talent had become ineffective, Leeway felt that his strength had not completely disappeared. Compared to before his crossing, he was much stronger. This was evident from the fact that he had just pulled down that old man with one hand. It seems that after the talent became ineffective, although various skills would also disappear, some foundational attributes related to strength and speed were retained. Leeway guessed that he could still use the few moves of the Marine 6 styles that he had mastered. This system truly deserves the title of an Emperor-level talent system. After once again marveling at the power of the system, Leeway turned his attention to the medicinal herbs being boiled by Kazuki Odin. From the rich medicinal aroma, he knew that the herbs were almost ready. So, Leeway went to the small room where Kazuki Odin was located. Upon arriving, he also saw the woman holding the herbs, who was clearly a doctor and knew it was time to administer medicine to the patient. The two greeted each other and began to chat casually. Taking this opportunity, Leeway also took a look at Kinemon's wife. She had the appearance of a ukiyo-e beauty, styled her hair in a traditional Japanese bun, wore a blue kimono, and often had a look of sorrow on her face. Leeway knew that the other party just missed her husband, so she smiled and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. The person you want to see will be with you soon." "Huh? Mr. Leeway, why do you say that?" "Ms. He, because I have heard your story. For the past 20 years, you have been alone and never thought of remarrying. Your feelings for Jean Weimin are truly touching. How do you know my husband's name?" As soon as he knew asked, she glanced at Guan Yue Rihua, who had raised her head, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Leeway smiled slightly. Just as he was about to respond, Riho interrupted him. "Crane girl? So you are the wife of Kinemon. I am Kazuki Riho, the youngest daughter of Kazuki Odin. You really are Princess Riho? That's great, you are still alive." The crane girl's face lit up with excitement, and she hurriedly stepped forward to perform a deep bow. Kazuki Riho quickly helped her up, but instead of speaking, she looked at Li Wei with a questioning gaze. At this moment, the crane girl recalled what had just happened and became more direct, asking, "Mr. Li Wei, you are not from Wano country. So how do you know what has happened to me over the past 20 years? "Well, let me try to explain," Li Wei said. Li Wei scratched his head and smiled lightly. "My intelligence gathering skills are quite good, so I know a lot about Wano and even the entire pirate world. For example, over 40 years ago, Kinemon stole your money and also took a pure white wild boar from 3 people, which ultimately triggered the mountain god attack. Fortunately, at that time, Kazuki Odin intervened and defeated the enormous mountain god, thus preventing a major disaster." As Hiyori gaped in astonishment, Li Wei pointed to Kazuki Hiyori. "I also know you were born on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, and as a child, your favorite way to greet Momonosuke was with a flying kick." This time, it was Kazuki Hiyori's turn to be shocked. The two of them couldn't help but point at Li Wei, their mouths opening, but no words came out. Li Wei felt it was a bit excessive and quickly added, "I don't mean any harm. You should be able to see that, so please don't worry." As he said this, he pointed to the steaming earthen pot. "Isn't the herbal medicine about ready?" "Ah, right. Let's give Hyuko the medicine first." The crane girl realized this, and, along with Kei, Getsunio, stopped paying attention to Li Wei. After all, curing the illness was the most important thing. Just as the crane girl lifted the earthen pot and was about to pour the herbal soup into a bowl, Li Wei suddenly heard rustling footsteps. He was taken aback and immediately looked around warily, but he didn't see a single shadow. The earthen pot in the crane girl's hand suddenly slipped, and it looked like it was about to fall to the ground and shatter. Li Wei took a swift step and immediately grabbed the clay pot. A sudden wave of scalding pain surged through his hand. He stumbled slightly, almost falling, but fortunately, he managed to steady himself and place the clay pot securely on the ground. Li Wei was greatly confused. What just happened? It seemed like his body reacted on its own. Chapter 111. The Enemy Hiding in the Shadows. Crane Girl and Kei Getsuhiwa looked at the intact clay pot, both repeatedly patting their chests, looking relieved. They then turned their grateful gazes towards Li Wei. "Thank you so much. The herbs I painstakingly prepared almost spilled on the ground, which would have ruined everything. It's all my fault for almost delaying the treatment for Hyuko, but thankfully Mr. Li Wei was here. You truly are a reliable man," Crane Girl said with self-reproach, while Kei Getsuhiwa comforted her from the side. However, Li Wei did not respond. He was still replaying the events that had just occurred in his mind. First, there was a faint and strange sound of footsteps. Then Crane Girl nearly knocked over the clay pot, and finally, there There was the inexplicable loss of control over his body. Clearly, they had been ambushed. Leeway pondered deeply, turning his head and searching around, but found nothing. His strange behavior puzzled the two beautiful women. The crane lady couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Mr. Leeway?" "It's nothing," he replied. "I just feel that with your experience in brewing medicine, such a mistake shouldn't have occurred." Leeway turned to ask, his intuition telling him that the enemy was still hiding nearby. Hearing this, he knew furrowed her brows and slowly said, "It's indeed strange. Just now my hand suddenly hurt, as if someone had slapped me. However, it could also be due to physical discomfort. I'm not sure." As expected, after hearing He Knew words, Leeway's heart sank, and he immediately concluded, the enemy has the ability to become invisible, which is why he could only hear sounds but not see anyone. But what about the strange, stumbling behavior of his body? With this question in mind, Leeway scanned the small wooden house again and roughly checked his body. Everything seemed normal. It appears the enemy is very cunning. In order not to alert the enemy, Leeway could only smile and say, "Fortunately, the herbal soup is fine. Let's hurry and feed Huzi. She has been in pain for a long time." With this reminder, he knew and the others came back to their senses. One helped Huzi up while the other took the spoon and slowly fed her the medicine. After drinking the herbal soup, Huzi fell into a dazed sleep. He knew and the others felt a weight lift off their shoulders. However, Leeway was still contemplating what had just happened, and he recalled the characters that appeared in the Wano country arc. It seemed there were no characters with invisibility abilities. It looks like just like with the countries. These are some entirely new characters not mentioned in the original work. Leeway was somewhat speechless, but when he thought of the enemy's invisibility ability, he couldn't help but complain. They say the burn fruit isn't even eaten by dogs. It seems the invisibility fruit is the same. In just a week since arriving in the pirate world, he had already encountered two invisibility users, Christina and the recent enemy. Not to mention Sanji, who can become invisible with his battle suit. The invisibility fruit is clearly becoming rampant. Blackbeard's crew member Shiryu of Arain even took the transparent fruit voluntarily, which is a huge loss. After venting his frustration, Leeway began to analyze his own stumbling steps. He was certain that he had lost control of his body at that moment. In other words, he was stumbling uncontrollably. What kind of fruit ability is this? There has never been such a devil fruit in his memory. Moreover, what fruit could simultaneously possess invisibility and the ability to cause loss of control? This is simply too powerful. At this point, Leeway couldn't help but frown, falling into deep thought. Suddenly, he felt someone patting his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Kazuki Oden. The other party was staring at him with big eyes and suddenly asked, "It seems that Hiyori is no longer in serious trouble. Leeway, do you have time now? I want to talk to you." "Go ahead," Leeway quickly replied, but seeing the other person hesitating to speak, he then suggested that they could walk and talk at the same time. Guan Yue readily agreed. After leaving the small cabin, the two of them arrived at a secluded place. Guan Yue hesitated for a moment and then asked, "You should know my other identity, right? The courtesan Xiaozi? You really do know that I am a woman from the brothel and also the daughter of a general. This will bring shame to the Guan Yue family, especially during this special period." Leeway understood that in the land of Wano, which values samurai honor, Kazuki Hiyori's actions could be seen as bringing great shame to her family. Looking at the somewhat helpless beauty before him, Leeway could only comfort her. "You were also in a difficult situation at that time. A young girl, fighting for survival. I believe the people of Wano will understand. Moreover, they have been waiting for you for 20 years. They won't turn their backs on you over something like this. It's precisely because people have waited 20 years for our Kazuki family that I cannot let them down. I'm afraid that if anyone finds out my identity, it will bring great trouble to my brother and the others. I think you're overthinking it. If the people of Wano truly mock you for having been an Oiran and look down on the entire Kazuki family, then they are not worth saving." Li Weikong said forcefully, seeing Guan Yue looking thoughtful. He added, "Moreover, that little purple has already died, and many people witnessed that person being buried. So, no one knows your identity right now. I think given the difference between your identities, no one will connect you with little purple, so you shouldn't worry too much." "I hope so, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." After this exchange, Guan Yue clearly felt much better. She bowed to Li Weikong and smiled, saying, "Thank you. You're really a good person." "Ah, now I've given myself a good person card." Li Wei murmured to himself, then replied, "I think even if everyone knows your past, they will respect you even more because you shared the money you earned as a courtesan with the poor. Moreover, I hope you don't forget the tragic lives of the people, and after returning to your princess status, you should work harder to seek welfare for them. That is what you should do." I understand now. You really are a man who is good at comforting others, completely different from someone else. As soon as Leeway heard, he knew that Kazuki Hiyori was talking about Zoro. He smiled slightly, not saying anything, but inwardly he muttered, "You say you don't like him, but your body is very honest. Compared to Sanji, who is a warm guy, it was clear that you prefer the tough guy style of the green algae head." However, he didn't voice this thought because he was also looking forward to seeing the whole Straw Hat Pirates crew together. The two chatted idly for a while, and Leeway found an excuse to return to the street. However, he did not notice that not far away, the brown-haired man with a scroll in his mouth suddenly appeared again. He sneered, "A princess and a courtesan? If the people of Wano country found out about this scandal, I think it would be quite interesting, wouldn't it?" After a moment of thought, he added, "Let's make use of those 3 old men from just now. They should be happy to help." After saying this, the brown-haired man disappeared again. However, a faint rustling sound nearby confirmed that he had been there. Chapter 112. Bathing with Jinbe back on the street, Leeway temporarily set aside the issue of the enemy he had just encountered. He stopped a passerby and asked if there were any baths nearby. There was no way around it. To upgrade the skill 1000 soak body, he needed to bathe in different baths. Based on his experience from around the world, Leeway was prepared to visit every bath in Wano country. Fortunately, baths shouldn't be hard to find in Wano. However, the passerby showed a difficult expression after hearing Leeway's request, which surprised him greatly. According to the plot of the original work, the Straw Hat Pirates had bathed several times. Just as Leeway was puzzled, he noticed the hostility in the passerby's eyes. And he understood. The people of Wano were very xenophobic, and with his appearance as an outsider, it was no wonder he wasn't getting an answer. Leeway looked around again and found that there were quite a few pedestrians on the road, but without exception, they all looked at him with wary eyes. This left him feeling quite helpless, and he muttered to himself, "Taoji wants to establish a nation, but it's really difficult." However, these matters were no longer what Leeway was focused on. So he awkwardly smiled and decided to find a solution on his own. Fortunately, at that moment, a cheerful voice came from behind him. "Finally found you. I thought something had happened since you haven't returned for so long." Turning around, Leeway saw a familiar face, Jinbe. His arrival was quite timely. He quickly greeted him and then got straight to the point. Jinbe didn't respond immediately. Instead, he first greeted the pedestrians on the road. With his presence, the way the pedestrians looked at Leeway became much friendlier. Clearly, the people of Wano had already learned that the Straw Hat Pirates had defeated Kaido and Orochi. As Jinbe's friend, the people of Wano began to accept Leeway as well. The pedestrian Leeway had just inquired about even took the initiative to apologize. "So, you were a friend of our benefactor. I'm sorry for being rude earlier." "It's fine. You can't blame yourselves for that. I'm an outsider, and having just arrived, especially with so many unfortunate events happening in Wano, it's only natural for you to be cautious." Leeway waved his hand to indicate understanding. Jinbe also smiled at the two of them and then said to Leeway, "Let us go. I'll take you to the bathhouse. I also want to take a nice bath." After walking for a while, the two finally reached their destination. Leeway looked up and saw that the entire bathhouse was built of wood and stone, divided into 2 levels. At the entrance, there was a curtain that opened from both sides, with the character for bath written on it. Following Jinbe's pace, Leeway stepped inside and was warmly greeted by the owner. It was clear that he also recognized Jinbe. The first thing that caught his eye was the steaming large bath, made of several huge stone blocks. A faint mist hovered above the bath, mixed with a hint of the unique sulfur smell of hot springs. Colorful murals adorned the surrounding walls, giving a sense of ancient charm. However, for some unknown reason, the large bath only had a few men in it, which left Leeway feeling somewhat disappointed and puzzled. Jinbe then pointed to a small room nearby and said, "We should go change." Leeway nudda. After both of them changed into bathrobes, Leeway followed suit and stepped into the pool, half reclining. It must be said that soaking in the hot springs truly brings joy to both the body and mind. No wonder it is so loved by the people here. Leeway couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Seeing this situation, Jean Ping suddenly asked, "Is this your first time coming to take a bath?" "Yes, but I'm very interested in this bathing experience. I hope to have the opportunity to soak in all the hot springs in Wano country." Leeway smiled and replied, "Wanted to ask a few more questions," but he saw the boss walking over again. This left both of them a bit taken aback. Jinbe stood up and looked at the boss with a questioning gaze. The boss also showed a conflicted expression but sighed. "Lord Jinbe, I know you are very busy, but I have no choice." "What is wrong?" "Boss Lucci, are you facing some difficulties?" "Please, go ahead." "Lord Jinbe, I believe you can see that my business is really poor. This surprised me. I remember that a few days ago, when I came to take a bath, it was almost full here. Sigh. This is what I need to ask of you. It's all because someone complained that they found someone peeping while bathing. I didn't catch the peeper, or rather, I didn't even see him. He seems to be invisible. If it weren't for several regular customers complaining, I would doubt whether this person really exists. Upon hearing the word invisible, Leeway's eyes immediately lit up, and he unconsciously thought of the enemy he had just encountered. He glanced again and noticed Jinbei frowning, deep in thought, but soon shook his head. This expression made Leeway feel inexplicably amused. The helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates might be suspecting that the invisible peeper is Sanji. Jinbei's shaking head was interpreted by the boss as a rejection, and he immediately showed a disappointed expression. Leeway reacted quickly and said, "Boss, don't worry. This matter will definitely be resolved with the help of Jinbei, right?" I'll do my best," Jinbei replied. After receiving Jinbei's promise, the boss's face brightened, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you so much. Then you two continue your bath." With that, he left tactfully. However, before leaving, he took a deep look at Leeway. Once the boss was gone, Leeway got straight to the point and asked, "This kind of thing shouldn't have been done by Sanji, right? You know Sanji well?" From what I know, Sanji just got a family battle suit that allows him to become invisible, and he immediately went to the bathhouse to peek at Nami. After all, that's his dream. Your intelligence ability is really strong. However, this kind of thing could never have been done by Sanji. I also don't think it was him. To be honest, I seem to have encountered an invisible enemy just now, and I suspect it might be him. Oh, you encountered an enemy right after you arrived? Yes. Leeway simply recounted what had just happened and shared the information he knew about the ability users who could become invisible. In the end, he added, "Kazuki Hiyori is Momonosuke's sister." Jinbei once again marveled at Leeway's information-gathering ability. Although he suggested going to meet Kazuki Hiyori, he ultimately focused his attention on the invisible observer. The two then began their discussion. Suddenly, Leeway sensed something. He heard a faint sound and quickly turned his head to look, leaping forward. Almost at the same time, Jinbei also looked in that direction. Unfortunately, Leeway leaped into empty space, feeling puzzled as he was sure he had heard noise. Jinbei also got up from the bath and walked over, saying, "Did you notice too? It seems my observation hockey didn't fail you. Was someone really there just now?" Seeing the confusion on Jinbei's face, Leeway hurriedly explained, "My ears are quite sensitive. I heard a noise just now. However, since you also believe someone was there, then I wasn't mistaken." But the enemy suddenly vanished, as if they sank into the ground. This person's devil fruit ability is not just invisibility, Jinbei said with a serious expression. Chapter 113. Kazuki Hiyori is missing. Is it another enemy that comes without a trace and leaves without a trace? Leeway was somewhat speechless. It had only been half a day since he arrived in Wano country, and he had already encountered two invisible enemies. Jinbei noticed Leeway lost in thought and asked again, "What's wrong? Do you have any clues?" No, I don't. I have a bad habit of getting engrossed in my thoughts when I think about things." Leeway scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He added, "However, before I came to the bathhouse, I encountered an invisible enemy. I'm not sure if they're the same person." After saying this, Leeway paused for a moment and continued, "By the way, I met TZ's sister and Kinneyman's wife. Let me take you to see them." "All right, please lead the way. I also want to see them. Let's go." Leeway came out of the bathhouse, changed his clothes, and left with Jinping. Not long after the two left, a face suddenly appeared on one of the walls of the bathhouse. It let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect these two to have such powerful observation hockey. Fortunately, I fused quickly, otherwise I would have been discovered. However, I should report to Lord Yoshino." As soon as the words were spoken, the face suddenly vanished. The little cabin of Tsurujo. When Leeway and Jinping walked in, they happened to run into Crane Girl, who was cleaning the yard. Upon seeing the two, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Probably because she was wondering how a newcomer like Leeway could be with a fish person and come to find her. Leeway first gave a brief introduction of Jinbei. When the Crane woman heard that Jinbei was a member of the Straw Hat Pirates who saved Wano country and also a friend of her husband, she hurriedly bowed and paid her respects. Jinbei returned the greeting and chatted briefly with the Crane woman. Leeway also inquired about Hyuko's physical condition and learned that she had already fallen asleep after taking the herbal medicine. Immediately afterwards, Leeway got to the point. "Sanjin, next, I should take you to meet Rai. Princess Rai? She's in my little cabin." The Crane girl hurriedly set down the broom in her hand and led the two into the cabin. However, it was empty inside with no one there. Leeway felt that something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Rai, Rai," but there was no response. At that moment, Leeway and Jinping exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. the enemy, who could become invisible. They reacted quickly and immediately split up to act. One ran to the back of the wooden house, while the other walked out of the courtyard, hoping to find out the whereabouts of Kazuki Rai. Unfortunately, they still found nothing. So, Leeway returned to the wooden house, where Jinping was also present. The two of them roughly checked the room, and there were no signs of struggle. They only found a pink flower hairpin, which belonged to Kazuki Rai. In other words, Kazuki Rai had been taken away without much resistance. If she had left on her own, the hairpin on her head should not have fallen to the ground. Leeway wanted to ask Crane Woman about the situation, and fortunately, she arrived quickly. She said breathlessly, Huzai is still sleeping, she's fine. As long as Huzai is still here, that's good. By the way, Ms. Crane, when was the last time you saw Guanyue? And about 20 minutes ago. I even spoke to her. During this time, did you hear any noises? Mr. Leeway, I didn't hear any sounds, and I was cleaning in the yard. If Princess Ri and were to leave, I couldn't possibly miss seeing her, and during this time, I also didn't see anyone else come in. Hearing this, Leeway glanced at the small wooden house again. Besides the front door, there was only a small window at the back, which was not a way to enter. Thus, he understood, the enemy might really be that person with the ability to become invisible. Sanji then added, it seems that this enemy can not only become invisible themselves, but can also make others invisible and take them away. Leeway nodded and recalled the characters that had appeared in the original work. He found that besides the user of the transparent fruit, others did not seem to have such abilities. While he was pondering, Leeway absent-mindedly played with the headpiece in his hand, remaining silent. Seeing the headpiece, Crane Girl asked, Princess Hiyori wears 2 headpieces, right? Suddenly, she quickly walked away. Realizing the situation, Leeway came back to his senses and soon saw Crane Girl bending down to pick up another identical headpiece from under a stool. It's not a good sign that Princess Hiyori left the headpieces in the room. Hearing Crane Girl's words, Leeway reached out and took the headpiece from her hand. After a quick comparison, he noticed a problem. The 2 headpieces were slightly different in size. Crane Girl quickly noticed this as well and asked in confusion, these are clearly a pair of headpieces. How can they be different sizes? Jinbei also came over, looking equally puzzled. Leeway also found the situation very strange. After thinking for a while, he said in a measured tone, I speculate that the person who kidnapped Princess Rai may have the ability to shrink. If that's the case, it would explain why Lady Crane couldn't see the enemy and why these 2 hairpieces are of different sizes. The ability to shrink? Jinbei pondered for a moment and agreed with this viewpoint, but he added, if that's the case, then the enemies you encountered at first and the ones we just faced in the bathhouse are likely different people. But what is the purpose of kidnapping Princess Rai? That remains unclear. Perhaps they are from the Kaido's crew. Leeway speculated again. The reason he didn't say it was Kaido's men was that most of the beast pirates were Zoan fruit users, and in the Wano country arc, Kaido's subordinates had mostly appeared. However, Saru held a different opinion. Could it be the work of the bandits in the mountains? Bandits? Yes, Mr. Leeway. Bandits are rampant here. They often come to steal things, and we are very troubled. After hearing Saru's words, Leeway combined them with the original plot and realized that these bandits were actually the subordinates of Ashura Doji, so he shook his head. As far as I know, there are no fruit users among the bandits, and they shouldn't know Hiyori's identity. Since this is the only lead, we should investigate it. Jinbei suddenly spoke up. As he was somewhat concerned about Hiyori's current situation, Levi thought for a moment. Based on the information he currently had, it seemed that this was the only option. However, just as the two were about to leave, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly came from Jinbei's body. He took out his snail phone, answered it, and a cute, hurried child's voice came through. This is bad. Jinbei, something seems off with Luffy and the others. You need to come back quickly. Chapter 114. Luffy and the others have also been attacked. Hearing this voice, Levi guessed that the speaker was Chopper. Sure enough, Jinbei furrowed his brow and asked Chopper, don't panic. What exactly happened? Luffy and Zoro still hadn't woken up, which was very strange. It was normal for Luffy and the others to be exhausted after fighting the 4 emperors and the 3 disasters. No, Jinbei, this is not normal at all. I've checked their bodies, and there is definitely something wrong with them. Their stamina and injuries are recovering too slowly, even worse than ordinary people, completely different from before. Chopper, what are you talking about? Jinbei didn't quite understand, and Chopper continued, it's not just Luffy and Zoro. Even Momonosuke and Sanji are the same. Their injuries aren't severe, and they should have woken up today, but they're still in deep sleep. What about Kinemon? How's he doing? Hiyori asked with concern. Kinemon hasn't woken up either. Jinbei, now you understand how critical the situation is, right? None of the people who participated in last night's battle have woken up, and I've checked their bodies. I can assure you that there is something wrong with them. Chopper, Are you saying they were ambushed? And it happened right under your nose? Yes. Though I don't know what the enemy did, they were indeed attacked. I understand. I'll head back right now. Just as Jinbei finished speaking, Levi added, it wouldn't be another enemy with stealth ability, would it? From what I know of Chopper, he wouldn't leave the patients for too long. In other words, the enemy ambushed so many people right under his nose. You're right, Levi, but forgive me, I can't accompany you to find Princess Hiyori. Jinbei said apologetically. Leeway waved his hand. It's okay, I can handle this myself, and I actually have some clues now. That's good. If you need anything, you can contact me, said Jinbei as he exchanged phone numbers with Leeway. After sending Jinbei off, only Leeway and Crane Girl were left in the cabin. Leeway knew that Tsuru also wanted to see Kinnaman soon, but she had to take care of Hiyori, which was why she couldn't follow Jinbei. However, Leeway found the age gap between the two somewhat tricky, but he believed it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if Kinnaman had directly traveled 20 years into the future, and Tsuru had spent those 20 years alone. But in terms of their feelings for each other, such a small matter couldn't stop their reunion. So, Leeway shifted his attention back to searching for Kazuki Hiyori. After waving goodbye to Tsuru, he left the small cabin. Back on the street, he recalled the bankrupt wealthy men who were harassing Kazuki Hiyori. Leeway felt that this was a breakthrough. But how could he find the other party? This made him stop in his tracks and start to think. Suddenly, Leeway heard some movement coming from the corner behind him, as if someone was whispering something sneakily. He quickly turned around and saw a man with a receding hairline, holding a bamboo pole and wearing tattered clothes. It was one of the three men he had encountered earlier. Leeway quickly stepped forward. As soon as the man saw Leeway, he hurriedly turned around and tried to run. However, how could he outrun Leeway, who had significantly enhanced physical abilities? Therefore, it didn't take long before he was caught. Leeway grabbed the man and asked, "Are you following me?" I didn't," the man stammered. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, he attempted to call for help, but Leeway struck him down with a swift chop, knocking him unconscious. After this, Leeway quickly surveyed his surroundings and found no sign of the other two people. He didn't dwell on it and helped the unconscious man back to the small wooden cabin. The crane woman didn't expect Leeway to return so quickly, and when she saw him supporting another person, she thought someone else had fallen ill. However, Leeway shook his head, and under the astonished gaze of the crane woman, he pushed the man into the room. Then, he splashed a ladle of water on the man's face. Stimulated by this, the man jolted awake, and upon realizing his situation, a look of terror spread across his face. Leeway coldly said, "Are you secretly stalking Zaya's purple? What do you want to do?" "I was just walking down the street, but why did you grab me?" Hien, upon hearing the man's words, interjected, "Mr. Leeway, you must have caught the wrong person. This gentleman doesn't look like a thief." "Exactly, let me go. You should know that I am a wealthy man." "Shut up. Don't play tricks with me. You're the man who was deceived by Zaya's purple and lost all your wealth because of your lust for beauty. This morning, you and two others wanted to entangle Zaya's purple." Leeway interrupted the man's words, and he squeezed his fingers hard, making a creaking sound. Then he threatened, "If you behave and listen, I can spare your life. Otherwise, what do you want to do?" "I don't know anything." Before the man could finish speaking, Leeway threw a punch, leaving the other party stunned. He then said in a cold tone, "Xiao Zi's disappearance should be related to you, right?" No. Xiao Zi's disappearance has nothing to do with me." Leeway listened and quickly sized up the man before asking, "Do you know that Xiao Zi is Rihi? Tell me, who exactly told you this? If you don't say, we'll see whether my fist is harder or your body." No. I'll tell you. The man clearly lacked backbone. He wiped the blood from his nose and quickly said, "This news was told to me by a strange man. When I heard it with Ping Hao and the others, we thought it was a good opportunity, so we spread the news everywhere." Bang! Hearing this, Leeway got angry and couldn't help but punch him, then asked, "You garbage, what does the person who told you about Rihi's identity look like?" "Woo, he should be a ninja with long brown hair, and he was holding a scroll in his mouth. It was him who told me that Xiao Zi is Princess Rihi, and he instructed us to spread the news everywhere." "A ninja?" Leeway quickly turned his mind, and soon found a character from the original work that matched this description. He suddenly realized that it was one of the Orochimaru's Umbu. If he remembered correctly, the name was Kazekage, who specialized in invisibility techniques. Thinking of this, Leeway understood why he couldn't see this enemy. Besides those with abilities, ninjas could also become invisible. However, he thought again and recalled the two differently sized hair ornaments, speculating that the one who captured Hiyori should not be Kazekage, because the latter couldn't make the abducted Hiyori invisible as well. For now, this was the only clue he had. So, Leeway asked again, "Besides telling you this news, what else did that ninja say?" "Nothing. He finished speaking and left. What about your two companions? Where are they now? Binghao and Winya? They went to find Lord Kinoshita to tell him that Xiaozi is not dead. Who is Lord Kinoshita? Leeway was a bit curious, as this was also a character that did not appear in the original work. At this moment, the crane girl beside him explained, Lord Kinoshita is a wealthy merchant from the land of Wa, and more than half of the country's grain belongs to him. I see. Leeway began to understand a bit more, and he asked the other party about their residence. The crane girl kindly reminded him, Mr. Leeway, you mustn't act impulsively. There are many experts around Lord Muxia. I understand, I won't act recklessly. After saying this, Leeway knocked the man unconscious with a punch. Then, he wanted to bid farewell to the crane girl, but to his surprise, she said, Mr. Leeway, please don't be in a hurry. We have more important matters to attend to. Chapter 115. The gang leader has arrived. Leeway was taken aback by her words. He thought there was an urgent matter. So he hurriedly asked, Ms. Crane, do you have any new leads regarding Princess Haiho's disappearance? Not really. It's just that it's already noon, and you should eat something to have the strength to investigate, she replied. Hearing Ms. Crane's words, Leeway couldn't help but smile. That's true. Speaking of which, I haven't tasted the cuisine of Wano country yet. As he said this, he felt a bit nostalgic for his previous talent, Lingling's physique. In the countries he visited, as well as Fishman Island, he had eaten a lot of delicacies to upgrade his talent. Thinking of this, Leeway activated the system again and checked the skill description. When he saw that upgrading the power of flowing cherry required gaining the favor of different beautiful women, he couldn't help but glance at Ms. Crane. However, Ms. Crane did not notice Leeway's thoughts. She had already gone out first and soon returned with several plates of food. It's just simple fare, I hope, mister. Leeway can get used to it, she said. Ms. Crane, don't worry. Japanese, or rather Wano country's food is quite light and suits my taste, Leeway replied. After saying this, he sat down with Ms. Crane and began to eat. During the meal, Leeway learned a little about the situation in Wano country, but although Ms. Crane had lived here for decades, she didn't know much about the various factions. However, she did know the residence of Lord Kinoshita. Leeway also expressed his concern for Ms. Crane's safety, but she smiled slightly and said, Don't worry. The most difficult period for Wano country has passed, and I will take good care of myself. Well, I underestimated you, Ms. Crane, Leeway said apologetically. He truly admired the strong woman in front of him from the bottom of his heart. After they had eaten and drunk enough, Leeway glanced at the man he had knocked out. He had already tied him up. Noticing nothing unusual, he was ready to go out. At that moment, a knock was heard from outside the courtyard. Leeway cautiously walked over and opened the door to find a woman with a butterfly-shaped hair bun and a long curly lock of hair in front of her forehead. He tilted his head in thought, recalling that there seemed to be a character like this in the original work, who appeared to be a leader of the underworld. As for her name, Leeway couldn't remember. The woman clearly recognized Leeway as well, when she saw that he didn't respond. She took the initiative to greet him. You must be Lord Leeway, right? I am Dai, a friend of Master Shinping. Yes, I've heard of you. You came at just the right time. Please come in. However, the woman did not enter, but instead asked Leeway in return, You've heard of me? This is Julie. Has my name become so famous? I know you are the underworld leader of the Bell, and you were previously captured by Kaido, working in the prisoner quarry. I'm glad you managed to escape. Mr. Leeway, how do you know so much? No wonder Master Shinping said your intelligence-gathering ability is very strong. I find myself increasingly interested in you. Hearing this, Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. Was this a sign of her affection for him? Unfortunately, the system did not provide any corresponding prompts, and he had no idea what would count as winning a woman's favor. While Leeway was lost in thought, Dai smiled and asked again, Can you guess the purpose of my visit? You are here to protect Ms. Crane, right? That's why I said you came at just the right time. I have to go look for Princess Rai. Leeway immediately stated the answer, and upon hearing his response, the gang leader, Dai, couldn't help but chuckle. You guessed right. So, come on with you here. I'm sure the people from the Orochi's Yakuza won't dare to act recklessly. After saying this, Leeway led Dai into a small wooden house. Under the curious gaze of Lady Haku, he explained the whole situation. Thank you so much, Lord Dai. You're welcome, Lord He. Just call me Dai. All right, then you can call me He. After the two women exchanged pleasantries and confirmed their titles, Leeway finally felt at ease to go outside. Following the direction pointed out by Lady Haku, Leeway walked for a while and finally arrived near a tall house. At the entrance of that house, there were two stone lions, quite imposing, and several samurai holding swords stood nearby. Although Leeway couldn't confirm with anyone due to the exclusivity of the people from Wano country, He believed he had found the right place because there was a signboard hanging above the entrance that read Mukinokata. But how to get in? This posed a significant challenge for Leeway. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard a commotion of crying. Turning his head, Leeway saw several raggedly dressed people, both adults and children, kneeling on the ground and pleading, "Please give us some food. Our children haven't eaten for days. Get lost, you trash. Don't dirty the entrance." The guards at the door looked disdainful, and one of them even kicked away a man who was clutching his thigh. Seeing this situation, Leeway furrowed his brows. He immediately connected what Lady Haku had just said with the original plot and deduced that these suffering people were only seeking to fill their stomachs and had no choice but to beg this landlord Mukinokata. And what was even more despicable were the landlord's lackeys. Leeway stepped forward, first helping the man who had fallen to the ground, then glaring at the few guards. However, the other party seemed unconcerned and instead looked over with puzzled expressions. The guard who had kicked the man even scoffed. Who is this outsider? Truly tired of living. But before he could finish his sentence, a person who appeared to be the captain interrupted him. Liang Ping, stop talking nonsense. He then turned to Leeway and asked, "Who are you?" "This is Lord Mushia's residence." However, before he could finish his words, Leeway kicked at the person called Liang Ping and said, of course, it's to let him taste the feeling of being kicked. At this move, everyone at the scene was stunned, especially those who were begging for food. All of them stared in disbelief. After a while, the guards came back to their senses and, with a swish, they all drew their swords. Leeway said disdainfully, "The land of Wa is about to change its sky. You bunch of worthless commoners actually dare to be so arrogant. Don't you know you don't have many good days left? Baka, kill him." With the captain's command, several guards armed with weapons charged at Leeway. Leeway quickly dodged to the side. He didn't want to implicate those innocent civilians. However, the enemy relentlessly pursued him, their swords and blades swiftly coming down. Leeway, however, remained calm. He knew that his skill, the 1,000 endurance body, had evasion capabilities, and he wanted to test its effects. So, Leeway took the initiative to stop and let the opponent strike. In his eyes, the guard's movements seemed to slow down significantly, and he instinctively dodged the attack. "Ha! Your swords are too slow." After experiencing the benefits of evasion for the first time, Leeway felt that evasion was even more enjoyable than just taking damage head-on. As more and more people gathered around, the guard were eager to take down Leeway quickly, charging at him one by one. At that moment, the main gate suddenly opened. A voice with authority came from outside. "Stop. Can't you see the difference between you and this gentleman?" Leeway followed the sound and quickly locked his gaze on a person. This individual had long brown hair and was one of the members of the Orochimaru's Y-Ray squad, named Kazekage. Chapter 116, The Rich Merchant and the Poor. Soon, the person who looked like the captain immediately walked toward the person in front of the crowd and bowed, saying, "Lord Kinoshita, it is my fault for not managing them properly. All right, Keisei, you can let everyone step back for now. I am not blaming you." The speaker waved his hand and then glanced at Leeway. Leeway met his gaze without hesitation and began to evaluate his appearance. The other person had a Japanese-style topknot and a small mustache on his face, with quite handsome features. He wore a red outfit embroidered with chrysanthemums, and a black cloak draped over his shoulders, making his attire quite luxurious and appropriate. However, he did not expect Leeway to be so bold. After a slight pause, "You must not be from Wano, right? Are you with the Straw Hat crew, Luffy?" "That's right, I do know that kid," Leeway replied with a smile, but his demeanor greatly displeased the guards. The one who had kicked over a civilian, Liang Ping, angrily said, "How can such lowly people speak to Lord Mushia in that tone?" Ahem. Lord Mushia let out a slight cough and gave a look to Captain Hangsheng, who discreetly tugged at his subordinate and shook his head. "Shut up. Do you want to embarrass us even more?" Liang Ping wanted to retort, but seeing the captain's expression, he could only forcefully swallow the words he was about to say, though his face was filled with defiance, and he shot a fierce glare at Leeway. Leeway sneered, then turned to look at those who originally came to ask for food. At this moment, their faces were filled with eager expressions, but they didn't dare to approach for a while. After all, the wealthy merchant with the surname Mu had a strong presence, and ordinary people could easily be intimidated. Leeway could only temporarily request on behalf of others. "Kinoshita, my name is Yusaku Kinoshita." Upon hearing the name of the wealthy merchant, Leeway got straight to the point. "All right, Mr. Kinoshita, as you can see, this family hasn't eaten for a long time. I was wondering if you could provide some food." "Ah, Lord Kinoshita, I beg you, my son and daughter haven't eaten for 3 days. We are going to starve to death." The person who had been kicked down immediately crawled over and pleaded in a sorrowful tone. "How dare you? Don't dirty Lord Kinoshida's clothes. The doorman named Ryohei tried to speak again, but Leeway frowned and took an aggressive stance, startling him so much that he couldn't finish his sentence. Kinoshita waved his hand and said unhappily, Hayes, you need to discipline these people properly. Yes, Lord Kinoshita, the doorman captain replied repeatedly, waving his hand to dismiss Ryohei. After handling this matter, Kinoshita looked around and noticed that quite a few people had gathered at his doorstep. After a moment of thought, he instructed, Hayes, arrange for this gentleman to get some rice. He pointed to the person asking for rice. Upon hearing that he would soon receive food, the man immediately knelt and bowed. Thank you so much, Lord Kinoshita. You are our savior. His family followed suit, kneeling and beaming with joy, knowing that food was soon coming. However, a look of disgust flashed in Lord Kinoshita's eyes, yet he said, We are all citizens of Wa Kingdom. We should help each other. After speaking, he glanced at Leeway and asked, What is this gentleman's name? Leeway. After hearing Leeway's introduction, the people borrowing rice wanted to kneel to him as well. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Leeway, without you. Stand up. No kneeling. Don't be so polite. Leeway reacted quickly. He took a step forward to support the other person and smiled, saying, You should go get the rice first. All right. The man sincerely thanked him as he stood up. This way, please. Okay. Thank you, Lord Hangsheng. Seeing the captain of the guards personally come over to guide the person borrowing rice to get the rice, Leeway suddenly shouted, Wait. Then, under the puzzled and hostile gaze of the captain, he turned to face the onlookers and said, I believe everyone would like to get some rice as well. As soon as he spoke, there was a moment of silence, followed by an uproar as the crowd erupted. Yes, Lord Munakata, I also want to borrow some rice. My family hasn't had a proper meal for days, just like the Hasegawa family. Lord Munakata and Leeway, Lord Leeway, my family too. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Leeway looked back at Munakata and smiled gently, saying, Lord Munakata, why not help them all the way? These people are in urgent need of assistance. Don't be too harsh. Hashina, take everyone to get the rice. The wealthy merchant Munakata Yusaku waved his hand, not allowing the captain of the guards to continue. After hearing this, the onlookers surged forward like a swarm, looking at Leeway with grateful eyes while urging Hashina to lead the way quickly. Left with no choice, Hashina could only take the crowd along. Soon, more than half of the people had left the scene. As Munakata Yusaku turned to leave as well, Leeway wouldn't let him go that easily. He called out, Wait a moment, Lord Munakata, there's one more thing I need your help with. What is it? Munakata stopped and asked with a somewhat impatient tone. Leeway casually pointed at the figure behind the other person and said straightforwardly, Please hand this guy over to me. He is an accomplice of the Black Charcoal, Orochi, and I assume you wouldn't want to be involved with someone like him at this moment, right? I don't quite understand your words, Mr. Kazama, but this person is one of my aides. Seeing Murota feigning ignorance, and with a fleeting look of astonishment in Kazama's eyes that quickly turned into confusion, Leeway waved his hand. Although I'm not from the land of Harmony, I know his name is Kazama, and he is a member of Orochi's elite guard. Just now, he allegedly abducted the sister of the next general of the land of Harmony, Momonosuke. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know any sister of Momonosuke. Upon hearing Kazama's anxious words, Leeway smiled. So you really did abduct Princess Hiyori, huh? Then there's no other option. I can only defeat you and then ask about the whereabouts of the other party. However, while saying this, Leeway focused all his attention on Kazama and didn't notice the shock that flashed across Murota's face, which quickly returned to normal. Instead, looking at Kazama with a questioning gaze. It seems Lord Murota wants to distance himself from me. In that case, I can only show my strength to make you sincerely cooperate with us. Kazama clearly saw through Murota's thoughts and coldly snorted at Leeway. You think you could defeat me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished from sight. The rustling sound echoed in Levi's ears again, and he knew the enemy's attack was about to come. Then, he stumbled, and his body was once again out of control. This made Levi's heart tremble. Could this Wine Shadow really be using illusion techniques? Chapter 117. Is this absolute defense? Facing this invisible ninja, Levi didn't think much. He focused intently, wanting to rely on his enhanced hearing to locate the enemy's position and then defeat him accordingly. However, Levi's body remained uncontrollable, swaying left and right, unable to stop. After a while, he finally steadied himself, but the rustling sound was no longer heard in his ears. Leeway looked around but only saw Mu Xiaoyu and his subordinates with expressions of shock. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air came, and just as Leeway intended to dodge, his body was once again out of his control. He twisted his waist just in time to evade the attack of the shuriken. A voice of doubt came from the shadows, followed by whoosh, 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 as several shurikens flew toward Leeway. Leeway dodged the attacks in various awkward postures, and at this moment he faintly sensed something. Sure enough, Feng Ying suddenly revealed his figure and asked in a bewildered tone, "What kind of movement technique is that? Although it looks extremely strange, you always manage to evade my attacks." "Haha, it's Drunken Fist. What I'm using is Drunken Fist, which allows me to perfectly evade my enemy's attacks." At this point, Leeway understood the ability of the Thousand Resilience body. This innate skill could completely evade the attacks of those weaker than him. Additionally, he figured out why he had stumbled earlier in the morning when he knew almost smashed the pottery. It was clearly to avoid Feng Ying's attack. He didn't expect that the Thousand Resilience body was a passive skill, just like Gaara's absolute defense. Leeway was overjoyed. This meant he could dodge Ace's sneak attacks, even in his sleep, just like the Whitebeard of his youth. It was too powerful, simply absurdly powerful. Leeway marveled again at the power of the system. In a fleeting moment, he saw the wind shadow disappear once more. Meanwhile, the subordinates under Mu Xiao brandished their weapons, protecting their master as they slowly moved towards the entrance. "Let's try this move, the Storm Dart." As the name of the technique was called out, Leeway saw a dense swarm of darts suddenly appear above him. He had no time to react and immediately let his body respond, dodging left and right. However, there were too many darts, and even though he moved quickly, he couldn't avoid getting hit. Leeway was naturally aware of this, so he had already activated another talent skill, the Flowing Cherry Power, using this armed color hockey to cover his entire body. Crackle. Although there were many darts, only a few managed to hit Leeway, and with the defense of the armed color hockey, he emerged unscathed, standing there amidst the scattered darts on the ground. Furthermore, as soon as the Wind Shadow's attack ended, Leeway could hear the opponent's heavy breathing and heartbeat. Now it was my turn to counterattack. Leeway suddenly disappeared as well. He used the shave technique from the Navy 6 styles, and then, with a bang, a person appeared from the air and crashed violently into the tall wall. It goes without saying that the person was Feng Ying, who had already fainted with his head tilted. After successfully striking, Leeway revealed himself and slowly walked towards the enemy. "Wait a minute, Mr. Leeway. Please do me a favor. Feng Ying is my esteemed guest." However, Leeway did not stop his steps in response to Mookie's request. Instead, he quickened his pace towards Feng Ying and directly lifted him up. It was only then that he said, "Sorry, Mr. Mookie, but I have some questions for Feng Ying, so I must take my leave." After saying that, Leeway intended to leave directly. However, Mookie Yuzuku's subordinates were very alert and immediately blocked his way. Leeway had long anticipated this and turned to look at Musha Yusaku. "What? Do you want to fight me?" Sheathing their weapons, they must not be disrespectful to Mr. Leeway. Upon hearing their master's command, the group of followers did not put their weapons away, but they also did not aim them at Leeway again. However, Musha Yusaku did not dwell on this issue any longer and continued. "Mr. Leeway, I do not know your relationship with the Kazuki family, but my Musha family holds great prestige in Wano. I believe that even if Lord Momonosuke really becomes the shogun of Wano, he would not be so disrespectful to me. Momonosuke might show you some respect, but if he knows that this person has kidnapped his sister, Princess Hiyori, and is spreading rumors to tarnish her reputation, I believe that little brat would not let this person off easily. Not to mention, this Wind Shadow is also a henchman of Kaido, so I suggest you refrain from getting involved with him." Leeway said emphatically, his words clearly indicating his stance. Although Kinoshita Yusaku frowned, he shook his head. "Feng Ying is indeed a subordinate of the Black Charcoal Serpent, but if you accuse him of abducting Princess Hiyori, I assume you have no evidence, right? That's why I need to interrogate him. Kinoshita, the land of Wano has changed. If I were you, I would do my utmost to support Momonosuke, as he is allied with Luffy to save the people of Wano from Kaido and Orochi." Leeway pointed to those who had received food, smiling and laughing, and added a suggestion. "Otherwise, you are likely to be in danger yourself. If you have nothing else, then I'll take my leave." Leeway ignored Kinoshita and his group of watchful subordinates, lifting Feng Ying and weaving through the crowd. The subordinates watched as Leeway left, although they were unwilling. The killing intent emanating from Leeway made them dare not act rashly. Kinoshita also watched Leeway depart, his expression shifting from dark to light, before turning to walk into the luxurious mansion behind him. When Leeway returned to the small wooden house, he found he knew and Adai chatting happily. Upon seeing the person in Leeway's hand, both of them showed puzzled expressions. Leeway quickly explained, "This person is a ninja under Orochi. I suspect he is the one who kidnapped Princess Rihu. The gang leader, A Dai, smiled and said, Mr. Leeway, you are quite quick. I will bring Fan Chong over right away to guide us. At this moment, Leeway learned that the man who had been duped out of his possessions and then beaten by him was named Fan Chong. Soon, the bruised and battered Fan Chong arrived, and upon seeing Feng Ying, a look of shock appeared on his face. Before Leeway could ask, the guy nodded vigorously like a garlic peeler. It's this ninja. It's all his fault. He tricked me and harmed me. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. Leeway took a look and understood the situation. He brought a scoop of water and splashed it on Feng Ying's face. After a while, the other party shook his head vigorously to get rid of the water on his face. Seeing that the target had woken up, Leeway pointed at Fan Chong and said to Feng Ying, You should know him, right? The trash who spreads rumors. Humph, don't get too proud too soon, Leeway. Even if you capture me, the fact that Koyuki Mita's daughter has been a courtesan will soon spread throughout the land of Wa. Bang! Before Feng Ying could finish his sentence, Leeway punched him in the stomach. He curled up like a shrimp, his body bent, and foam coming out of his mouth. This action scared Fan Chong so much that he turned pale and started kneeling to beg for mercy. However, Leeway ignored him, and once Feng Ying had recovered a bit, he asked about Koki Hiha's whereabouts. Haha, has Koyuki Hiha been captured? That's really good news. But the person who took him isn't me. Feng Ying grinned menacingly, but under Leeway's cold gaze, he stopped laughing and fell silent. Suddenly, a Dai said, If it wasn't Hurricane Deja and it wasn't Mookie's doing, then it's very likely that it was Yoshino's group. Yoshino? Leeway asked in disbelief, glancing at Feng Ying and then pressing on with another question. Who is he? Chapter 118. Feng Ying's Testimony. Leeway, what I refer to as Yoshino, is Yoshino Eishi, who, like Kinoshita Yuzaku, is one of the richest tycoons in Wano country. He monopolizes the production of sea prism stone and weapons in Wano. Sea prism stone business? After hearing a Dai's words, Leeway asked again. As far as I know, sea prism stone is the nemesis of devil fruit users, and this stone can only be produced in Wano country. Leeway, you know quite a bit, but your statement is not entirely accurate. Wano not only produces a lot of sea prism stone, but many of its craftsmen are also skilled in processing it. A Dai covered her mouth with her hand and continued to explain. The Yoshino family is the largest producer of sea prism stone, and they specialize in manufacturing various sea prism stone weapons, while also being able to strictly control the purity of the stone. I see, Miss A Dai. According to what you said, when Luffy and Momonosuke overthrow Kaido's regime, the Yoshino family would not be pleased, as the demand for sea prism stone would significantly decrease. That's right. Leeway, you are indeed a smart person. Miss A Dai, but even so, the Yoshino family has no reason to kidnap Princess Hiyori, right? That would be directly opposing you. Yes, so no one actually saw the Yoshino family members take Princess Hiyori away. Miss A Dai, you have a point. After hearing this, Leeway realized. However, I still think it's better to pry this guy's mouth open first. What do you want to do? Feng Ying, your name is quite imposing, but now that Kaido is dead, you don't need to be loyal to him anymore. Leeway, what exactly do you want to say? Am I not being clear enough? Feng Ying, did your Orochi's Onawabanshu capture Princess Hiyori or not? No. Lord Fukurokuju only asked me to keep an eye on Straw Hat Pirates, and I just happened to encounter Kazuki Hiyori and learn from you that he is Kamurasaki. Other than that, it has nothing to do with us. What is your purpose in following the Straw Hat Pirates, Orochi's Onawabanshu? I'm not sure, but I think Lord Fukurokuju is just observing. Leeway, we do not wish to be enemies with you anymore. Given the current situation, your choice is wise. But what you say and what you do seem to be two different things. Leeway let out a cold laugh and stared at Feng Ying for a while. Feng Ying seemed to have his thoughts seen through and awkwardly smiled, saying, I want to find Musha Yuzo also to hear about their next actions, nothing else. You must have contacted Musha more than once, right? Adi suddenly interjected. Feng Ying's face became even more unsightly, and he could only answer truthfully. Lord Felusho also arranged for Helbian Tion to contact Yoshino Eishi about the group of thieves. You have also been in contact with them, right? Aaron Girl added another jab, leaving Feng Ying speechless. Seeing the situation, Leeway immediately exposed the other party's thoughts, testing from multiple angles and then taking joint action, right? Noticing that Feng Ying did not refute, he turned to a Dai and said, defeating Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi seems to have only completed half of the reforms in Wano country. The road ahead is still long. Yes, Leeway, but we've already walked through the most difficult half. Now it's just these rabble, our gang, the Kazuki family, and a few daimyos, plus you and the Straw Hat crew. If we really want to accomplish this, the main force still lies with the people of Wano. If you truly want to see Wano thrive, you should understand the people's needs. Although I've only been here for less than a day, I know their demands are actually quite low. As long as they can fill their stomachs and have a peaceful environment, that's enough for them. Leeway said earnestly. As he spoke, he noticed the 4 people in front of him displaying expressions of astonishment, and he smiled slightly. Of course, in the pirate world, strength is paramount. As long as you have strength, you can do as you please. However, never underestimate those seemingly weak civilians. Their numbers are vast, and if they unite, their power is enough to overturn any pirate crew. Do you really think that way, Leeway? This is the first time I've heard such words, especially coming from someone like you. You are indeed a very interesting person, Adai remarked. As soon as Adai finished speaking, the woman beside her, he knew, also expressed her feelings. Leeway, you are absolutely right. It's a pity that most strong people do not share your views. In their eyes, we civilians are meant to be slaughtered. The weak civilians should be controlled by the strong. Feng Ying muttered quietly, but he was perceptive enough to stop talking when he noticed Leeway's gaze shift towards him. Leeway smiled and said, perhaps this is just my one-sided beautiful wish, but I will work hard to make it come true. Leeway, I'm indeed becoming more and more interested in you, Adai emphasized again, while he knew also glanced at him deeply. Their behavior made Leeway feel a bit embarrassed, so he could only change the topic. Feng Ying, since you've had contact with that group, led by Mukino Shida, tell me about their strength. Mukino Shida, Yuzaku? That guy is definitely not as weak as he appears on the surface. His strength is very strong, so be careful. Leeway was a bit stunned. He recalled the encounter he just had with the other party. It seemed that Kinoshita Yuzaku's subordinates were not that strong. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Feng Ying continue. As far as I know, there are more than 3 devil fruit users among Kinoshita Yuzaku's subordinates. 3 users? That does seem quite strong. Do you know what their fruit abilities are? Leeway asked again, and soon he saw Wind Shadow shake his head. I have only just a contact with them, and I do not know their fruit abilities. Well, you are indeed very cooperative. However, before we find Princess Rai, I will trouble you to stay here for a while. After obtaining the desired information, Leeway spoke without any concealment. Although Wind Shadow and Fanchong were reluctant, they had to lower their heads under the roof. Noticing that the two did not speak, he asked again, what about this person, Muxia? Is he generous? How could he be? This guy is extremely stingy. I see. Leeway looked thoughtful for a moment, and then he came out with 2 beautiful women. Back in the courtyard, the crane girl asked directly, what should we do next? Has Hu Zai's body recovered? Leeway didn't answer, but instead asked about something else. Miss Crane nodded. The girl's condition is not serious. She can recover with a little rest. That's good, Miss Crane. You should also know that the situation in Wano country is somewhat dire. My concern is that various forces have their own intentions. Under these circumstances, I think it would be better for you to follow Miss Adai and go to T. Nosuk's place. Adai agreed with Li Wei's suggestion. He's right, Miss Crane. You should temporarily stay with us. All right, but I will find Princess Hiyori, and I suspect that Kinoshita is very suspicious. Li Wei said confidently. Seeing the 2 women looking puzzled, he added, first of all, I think Mu Xia Yozu has strong abilities, because Feng Ying has no reason to deceive me in this matter. However, today, I proposed that Mu Xia lend food to the commoners, and that guy actually agreed. So, you suspect something is off? Regarding Adai's question, Li Wei nodded. Indeed, his behavior shows that he is eager for me to leave quickly. If there wasn't something going on, I don't think a stingy person would act this way. Chapter 119. The sumo wrestler who came to the door. Your speculation makes a lot of sense. But what I'm more curious about is how you managed to help so many poor people successfully borrow life-saving food from Mu Xia Yozu. That's simply a miracle, Li Wei. Hearing Adai's somewhat exaggerated praise, Li Wei scratched his head and answered a bit shyly. This is also because that guy Mu Xia has some unspeakable secrets, and my arrival just happened to force him to act against his will. But no matter what, you helped everyone, just like the Straw Hat Kid. You're overpraising me. Miss Adai, I still need to look for Rihi's whereabouts, so I'll trouble you to take Miss Crane and these 2 scoundrels to Tao Ji's place first. Li Wei was still thinking about more urgent matters to attend to, so he wanted to end the topic. However, the gang leader, Adai, bit her lip and said, are you saying that I and he, 2 weak women, should escort these 2 stinky men? Huh, by the way, how far is it from here to where Luffy and the others are? I'm just joking with you, Li Wei. You should hurry and get back to your tasks. I've already contacted our companions through the snail, and they should arrive in about half an hour. Seeing Adai smiling brightly, Li Wei was a bit speechless. However, since she had already called for backup, he didn't need to worry about their safety anymore. So, he stood up and wanted to wave goodbye. Jin Wyman's wife, he knew, reminded him, be careful, Li Wei. The Muxiao family is quite powerful. If things don't look right, please make sure to leave quickly. The current Wano country is completely different. I understand, don't worry. I'm not someone who likes to show off. I just want to infiltrate the Muxiao family to find out the whereabouts of Kazuki Oden. If the enemies are too strong, then of course I will leave first and then seek help from Luffy. After all, that kid is the future of the four emperors. And even the Pirate King. With the help of the Straw Hat Pirates and Momonosuke, no one in Wano country would be our opponent. Leeway honestly said to himself, the journey to Wano should be simpler than going to the countries of the world. Because with the Straw Hat Pirates, Momonosuke's Red Scabbards, and the influence of Bippo's gang, these are all strong allies. On the other hand, the enemies of the Beast Pirates, the remnants of Kaido, or perhaps some old wealthy merchant forces. No matter how strong they are, they can't compare to the alliance of the two emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. As his thoughts raced, Leeway was pulled back to reality by Adai's words. You are truly a smart and wise person. I thought you would try to be a hero. If it were another man, he would likely make a vow, saying he would do whatever it takes to bring Princess Hiyori back, and so on. But you are completely different. It's really interesting. Miss Adai, what you said are things your gang likes to do, right? As for me, I'm just a genius, so I understand my own strength very well. And I know the value of life, which is why I'm indeed quite different from you. Leeway pondered for a moment and quickly replied. Then, under the curious gazes of the four people, he waved goodbye to Adai, and he knew. After leaving the small courtyard, Leeway arrived on the main street and looked up at the sky. At this time, the sun began to slant to the west, marking the afternoon. He also made up his mind. When evening came, he could take advantage of the cover of night to sneak into Mu Xia Yozua's mansion. Then, he would look for an opportunity to knock out a few maids or subordinates to see if he could extract some valuable information. While he was thinking, Leeway suddenly noticed that the light in front of him went dark, and then he heard a rough voice. Are you Leeway, the outsider? He looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a large, stout man standing in front of him. The man was bare-chested, wearing only a loincloth around his waist to cover his lower body, with a top knot on his head and two small braids, dressed like a sumo wrestler. Wasn't this Yuta Island, who was knocked away by Luffy, the first sumo wrestler in Wano country who enjoyed dressing as a woman, Kiku no Jo? Leeway immediately recognized the identity of the speaker, but he was puzzled. Why would this guy come looking for him? Just as Leeway was pondering this, Urashima saw that the other party did not respond and immediately showed an unhappy expression. He slapped his thigh hard and said angrily, Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Huh? You're looking for me? I don't think I know you. Leeway collected his thoughts and posed a question about the soul. Little did he know that Urashima was even angrier. I am the most famous sumo wrestler in Wano country, who in all of Wano does not respect me. I've heard your name, Urashima, that's what you're called, right? However, I'm not a sumo wrestler. You came looking for me. I certainly know you're not a sumo wrestler, but I heard you just borrowed food from Lord Kinoshita on behalf of the farmers, gaining quite a reputation. I can't stand people like you who seek fame and recognition. Upon hearing this, Leeway began to understand. It turned out this guy just couldn't stand him stealing the spotlight. He didn't want to get entangled with such a brainless person. So he responded, That was just Lord Kinoshita showing compassion for the people's needs, and I didn't seek any spotlight. So you've got the wrong person. Still trying to argue. I've heard many people are singing your praises. Leeway, that's your name, right? Everyone says you're the savior of Wano country. Just like that despicable monkey D, Luffy. Leeway was surprised to find that while Urashima seemed a bit foolish, he was not easily deceived. However, he also realized the reason Urashima had approached him was somewhat related to Luffy, so he was somewhat innocent in this matter. But he also knew that someone must be stirring things up, trying to use Urashima to stop him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Leeway felt there was something wrong with Kinoshita Yusaku. So far, he had only wanted to investigate this guy, and just after making that decision, he was immediately obstructed. It seemed someone had eavesdropped on his conversation with Adai and Tsuru. Thinking of this, Leeway scanned the area again, hoping to identify any suspicious individuals, as this person was likely the one who took Kazuki Hiyori away or was peeping in the bathhouse. However, while there were quite a few people gathering to watch the commotion, none of them seemed to behave suspiciously. I'm talking to you, you rude person. Urashima shouted furiously when he saw Leeway ignore him again, and he couldn't help but push forward with his massive hand. Reacting with his body trained by 1,000 hardships, Leeway quickly dodged aside, forced to concentrate and watch Urashima, wary of another sneak attack. But Urashima did not press the attack. A faint smile appeared on his face. It seems Suzuki was right. You have some strength. Then let's have a good fight. Suzuki? Who is he? Is he one of Kinoshita Yusaku's subordinates? Leeway caught the key word and immediately asked a question. However, Urashima bent down, resting his elbows on his knees, staring at Leeway, and answered, "If you want to know the answer, then defeat me. If you can do that, then there's nothing more to be said." Leeway also assumed an attacking posture, knowing that with his agility, he should be able to remain undefeated against such a clumsy opponent. Chapter 120, Training in Evasion Ability. You don't think I'm as weak as that ninja, do you? While speaking, Urashima lifted his left foot and then put it down, then lifted his right foot and put it down again. After repeating this several times, he had already taken the opportunity to get closer to Leeway. 100 cracks. Urashima suddenly shouted the name of his technique, and then, with lightning speed, his right hand reached out towards Leeway. Leeway did not expect the opponent to strike so quickly, but fortunately, thanks to his agile body, he easily dodged the attack. However, Urashima's 100 crack palm was a continuous power move, and his giant hands swung up and down like whips, relentlessly attacking Leeway. Although Levi could directly distance himself from the enemy, he wanted to take the opportunity to practice his agility to improve his flexibility, so he just darted around Pooh Island. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Levi was teasing Pooh Island, as the latter's giant hands swung wildly, but couldn't even touch the corner of Levi's clothing. Soon, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Who is this young man? He can dodge Pooh Island's attacks so easily. Not only that, can't you see? He's playing with Pooh Island. That's right, it's quite embarrassing for Pooh Island, the #1 sumo wrestler of Wano country, to be toyed with like this. What #1 sumo wrestler? I heard that Kawasumi, a retainer of the Kazuki family, is still alive. He is the strongest sumo wrestler. These murmurs reached Pooh Island's ears, and he became somewhat angry and embarrassed. Shut up. Levi, if you're a man, face me head on. You're just a coward who can only dodge like a rat. Of course, Levi wouldn't fall for Pooh Island's provocation. He couldn't give up his greatest advantage and confront the enemy's strength with his weaknesses. So, he just smiled slightly and thought to himself, if I still had Lingling's physical talent, I would have pushed him down by now. However, dodging like this isn't bad either. Leeway genuinely wanted to improve his evasion abilities. Although the previous talent had ended and the system had withdrawn the powers granted by the talent skills, some of that power still remained to some extent. Therefore, he speculated that aside from the permanent skills that could be retained, some of the basic attributes enhanced by the talent could also be preserved. Thus, Leeway began taunting. If your hand were just a bit faster, you could catch me. Urashima, haven't you noticed that you can already touch my clothes? Arrogant little brat, don't get too proud too soon. Provoked by this, Urashima's hands moved even faster. Unfortunately, even with increased speed, he still couldn't catch Leeway. After a moment, Urashima stopped attacking, leaning on his knees, panting, "Huff, huff, don't think that I've lost. Fatty, is that all the energy you have? You've really disappointed me." Leeway stood less than a meter away from Puda, hands on his hips, clearly looking down on him. Puda was clearly exhausted and gasping for breath, yet he ignored Leeway's mockery. However, in an instant, he quickly reached out to grab him. "Haha, I got you." Unfortunately, Puda's words were cut short as Leeway, like a nimble monkey, easily dodged the ambush. With a sneer, he taunted, "You're definitely not the #1 sumo wrestler from Wano, are you? Someone who likes to sneak attack like you doesn't qualify as the strongest." Upon hearing this, Puda was infuriated and charged straight at Leeway, determined to catch him. It's worth noting that his physique resembled a small mountain, and such a movement was earth-shattering, causing the ground to tremble. However, in front of Leeway's agility, this action, though impressive in momentum, proved to be ineffective. He effortlessly dodged again. Watching Puda being toyed with like a fool, coupled with Leeway's words, the onlookers erupted in chatter. "Puda, stop tarnishing our sumo. Just admit defeat and get lost." Seeing the crowd's reaction, Puda became even more anxious. He had originally come out to defeat Leeway to avoid being overshadowed, yet he found himself at a disadvantage, causing the crowd's disdain. More importantly, Leeway was only dodging, making it impossible for Puda to exert his strength, which left him feeling even more frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat. In his desperation, Puda recklessly attacked Leeway, his only thought being to catch this annoying brat and teach him a lesson. However, Leeway continued to slip away like an eel, consistently evading the attacks, making Puda want to exert more force, but he was always just a step short. Huffing and puffing, Puda eventually exhausted his strength, drenched in sweat, and unable to make another move. Seeing this, Leeway let out one last mockery. "I heard that sumo wrestlers must engage in fierce competition within a designated circular area, and whoever can push their opponent out of the circle wins." What? What are you trying to say? Puda asked curiously, now only able to gasp for air. The surrounding crowd also displayed puzzled expressions, not understanding why Leeway suddenly brought up the rules of sumo at that moment. They all turned their attention to this outsider. Leeway smiled slightly. I was just 2 or 3 meters away from you. In other words, you have never been able to force me out of this range. Considering our difference in size and weight, you are utterly defeated, Urashima. How could Urashima tolerate such mockery? Enraged and humiliated, he launched another attack. Leeway, however, skillfully dodged again. He knew Urashima was excellent training material, slightly stronger than himself, but lacking in agility. So he couldn't rely solely on the passive effects of his endurance to evade attacks, but he could use his agility to dodge. However, what Leeway didn't expect was that Urashima had completely lost his rationality. His eyes were fixed only on Leeway. The sumo wrestler's strikes became chaotic, and he could no longer see the surrounding environment. He only wanted to take down Leeway. The onlookers quickly realized this and began to scream in panic, with many pushing and shoving to avoid being caught in Urashima's attack. After all, with Urashima's strength and size, it felt like a weapon of mass destruction to ordinary people. Some children were even knocked to the ground. A stampede was about to occur. Leeway's heart sank. If this continued, it would lead to a tragedy. He could only and was caught by Urashima. Haha, I finally caught you. You underestimated me. Urashima was full of himself, unable to help but grip tightly, wanting to crush Leeway. The chaos in the crowd finally subsided, and they looked at Leeway with sympathetic eyes, feeling relieved that they had escaped a disaster. You want to catch me so badly. Aren't you afraid of hurting your fingers? Leeway still had a relaxed expression on his face. His words stunned Urashima for a moment, but he quickly sneered and said, You've already fallen into my hands, yet you're still putting on a show. It's simply ridiculous. Let's see what you can do. Levi's lips curled up as he spoke slowly. Chapter 121, Sharp Cherry Blossoms. Not far away, behind a small wooden house, 2 people were coldly watching everything happening in front of them, without saying a word. From their appearance, both had the traditional hairstyle of Wano country and were dressed in its clothing. Thanks to Urashima's tall stature, coupled with him holding Levi, the 2 could see everything clearly. One of them, a man with 2 mustaches and a long sword at his waist, spoke up. Brother Suzuki, it seems that this fool Urashima can take care of Levi all by himself. Kazuki, can't you see? Levi is just trying not to harm the innocent. That's why he was caught by Urashima, the other replied. He was tall and thin, with high cheekbones and a pale, beardless face. He shook his hand forcefully and added, Besides, from what I just saw in their fight, Levi was only dodging. He hasn't shown his true strength at all. I think Urashima is about to suffer. Brother Suzuki, you might be overestimating Levi. His movements are indeed incredibly agile, but in terms of strength, he can't possibly compare to Urashima. Before the bearded man could finish speaking, they heard a scream from the battlefield. This sudden turn of events made Kazuki stop talking, and he turned his gaze back to the fight, only to see Urashima's hand, which had been grabbing Levi, suddenly loosen, blood dripping from it. Taking advantage of the moment, Levi escaped, landing back on the ground without launching another attack. As for Urashima, he shook his hand vigorously, muttering, You actually have a sharp weapon hidden on you. How despicable. I have nothing on me. Where does sharp weapon come from? Leeway smiled and replied, adding, You don't think only swords can hurt people, do you? Some people are sharper than swords themselves. You're in pain, and I won't let you go. Urashima, I should thank you. With your training, my agility has improved a lot. Besides, there was never any conflict between us. Who said that? I can't stand show-offs like you. Urashima clearly had no intention of letting Leeway go, but he wasn't reckless. After injuring his hand, he didn't attack again. Leeway also remained silent, simply watching the other person. The surrounding crowd was in a state of confusion. They clearly saw that Leeway was caught by Urashima, yet he inexplicably broke free and even injured Urashima's hand. The scene fell into silence. After witnessing this, Kojiro was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but ask, What just happened? Where did Leeway's short knife go? Don't talk nonsense. Leeway didn't use a knife. Kojiro, you're a swordsman. You should know about Rai Sakura, right? Leeway used Rai Sakura to injure Urashima. This person is not simple. It's the first time I've seen such a sharp Rai Sakura, and what's stranger is that his Rai Sakura skill isn't that high, not comparable to mine. The tall and thin Suzuki said with interest, his body now covered in black, clearly using armament hockey. Is Rai Sakura sharp? Isn't it supposed to enhance one's defense and attack? Facing Kojiro's question, Suzuki patiently explained, Perhaps there are different forms of Rai Sakura in this world, just like observation hockey. Some strong individuals can develop the ability to briefly foresee the future. After saying this, he didn't continue, as there was movement from the other side again. Urashima had given up on attacking Leeway and wanted to leave, but he was blocked by Leeway. Let me go. Urashima, if you answer my questions, I'll naturally let you go, and I can even tell you how to become a popular star. Leeway has already gained some understanding of this sumo wrestler's personality. Although this guy has a high opinion of himself and his orientation is hard to criticize, in reality, he just wants to gain people's recognition. To deal with such a simple-minded person, a strategy of half coaxing and half deceiving must be employed. Sure enough, Leeway guessed correctly, as Urashima immediately asked curiously, "Come on, tell me. I'm already the #1 sumo wrestler in Wano, but everyone seems to prefer that straw hat little guy who defeated me." To get an answer, one must first respond to the question of the person who knows the answer. Leeway smiled and said, "You haven't told me yet. Who is this Suzuki?" Suzuki is a vassal of the Kinoshita family. He's really impressive. He can use rope techniques. I've been trapped by his ropes several times and couldn't move at all. Hearing this answer, Leeway asked again, "Ropes? Are you saying he has a devil fruit ability?" "What ability?" "I don't know. I only know he said you're just like that straw hat kid, always seeking the spotlight, so I came to find you." "All right. I've said what I needed to say. Now you should tell me how to make others like me more." "No problem. If you want others to like you, you have to sincerely help them. Think about it. If I hadn't helped others get food, would they like me?" Leeway realized that he couldn't get any valuable clues from Urashima, so he responded to the other's question. "I think if you could solve Aju's problem, he'll definitely like you." "Really? Do you know what Aju's problem is?" "I believe there is no problem in this world that I can't solve." Leeway shook his head and said, "I'm not too familiar with Aju. If you want to know the answer, you should ask him yourself." "Okay, I understand," Urashima said as he got up to leave. After watching the naive sumo wrestler walk away, Leeway no longer paid attention to the discussions of the onlookers. He wanted to observe the environment of the Mookie mansion as soon as possible, and seeing that there was no excitement left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Relying on his memory, Leeway arrived at his destination. He didn't go directly to the front gate, but instead circled around the tall walls. Behind the main gate, there was a slightly smaller door, which should be the back door. Although these walls were only a few meters high for Leeway now, sneaking in was not a problem. However, not far from the walls stood several small wooden buildings, which were used to prevent others from sneaking in. Leeway asked himself if he could avoid the surveillance and sneak into the house under the tree without anyone noticing. He needed to come up with a plan. So, Leeway leaned against a dead-end wall, deep in thought. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Leeway, you are looking for me, aren't you?" Leeway jolted back to reality and saw a tall, thin man standing in front of him, though he didn't know when he had arrived. The man seemed a bit surprised by Leeway's reaction, but he still said, "I am Suzuki Masanobu, a retainer of Lord Kinoshita." "Suzuki? So it was you who instructed Urashima to make things difficult for me, right?" Leeway quickly looked at the other party with a vigilant gaze. Chapter 122, The Attack of the Rope Fruit User. "I only informed Urashima of your actions. Everything else has nothing to do with me. You did help a lot of the poor by borrowing food from Lord Kinoshita, and they are indeed very grateful to you." "I did not lie, nor did I exaggerate the facts," Suzuki sincerely replied, genuinely believing that he did not instruct Urashima to make things difficult for Leeway. Leeway did not dwell on the issue any longer. What lay before him was a more important matter, understanding this guy's intentions. After a brief thought, he asked, "But Urashima did indeed come looking for trouble with me. I feel that even if you didn't mean to, it has certainly caused me trouble." "Trouble, you say? But what I hear is your gratitude towards him. Leeway, you even taught Urashima a harsh lesson in front of everyone, defeating the top sumo wrestler of the land of Wano. You must feel quite accomplished, right? So you've been secretly following me all along. It seems Mr. Kinoshita didn't really take in what I said today." Leeway immediately understood and stopped hiding his intentions. "Are you really going to go against the heavens? What do you think will happen if you capture Princess RIH? I believe you should be quite clear about it, right? It wasn't us who captured Princess RIH. You were just slandering us. Since it wasn't you who took her, you naturally won't obstruct my investigation, will you?" Leeway got straight to the point and stated his purpose. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the other party shook his head. The Kinoshita family is a well-known prominent family in the land of harmony, even if they are not as powerful as the Kazuki family. It is not something an outsider like you can just enter. Suzuki had a serious expression. He glanced at Leeway and continued, "My master has already given you enough face today. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Then I want to see your abilities. Suzuki, you should be a devil fruit user, right?" Leeway retorted without hesitation, presenting his own evidence, otherwise with Urashima's strength. Ordinary ropes could never bind him, and I am very clear about that. At this point, Leeway even rubbed his shoulder during the recent duel. He had nearly exhausted all his strength to avoid having his ribs broken by the opponent. Suzuki, however, did not deny it. A fruit user? Are you talking about sorcery? I do have some skill in rope techniques. Leeway understood immediately. Due to the closed-off nature of Wano country, many terms and names for things differ from those of other countries. For example, the armament haki is referred to as flowing cherry by the people of Wano. As for the so-called demon arts, it refers to the abilities of devil fruits. Although he had confirmed this, Leeway felt a chill in his heart. The enemy showed no signs of hiding his fruit abilities, which meant he believed himself to be the stronger one. Unfortunately, Leeway's observation haki was not very good, and he couldn't gauge Suzuki's strength. However, given the circumstances, he was not afraid. After experiencing so many battles in the land of Wa and having fought against many strong opponents, Leeway did not think he would lose to a character who had not even appeared in the original work. With this in mind, he smiled slightly and said, "You are a string fruit user?" Seeing Suzuki's shocked expression, Leeway had to amend his words. "Forget it. Let's stop the small talk. You want to capture me, right? I'm just here to relieve my master's worries. Anyone who wishes harm upon Lord Kinoshita is my enemy." Suzuki then displayed a serious expression, raising his right hand, and his fingers suddenly elongated, then drooped down. Leeway looked and saw that the enemy's right hand had transformed into 5 ropes, and he was looking at him with a cold gaze. "Come on, I want to see the results of today's training." "As you wish, but this place is not suitable for fighting. Please follow me." After saying that, Suzuki's hand returned to its original form, and he took the lead. Leeway pondered for a moment and followed suit. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived at a forest in the land of harmony. Suzuki stopped, turned around, and his right hand transformed into a whip. The 5-section whip technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, Leeway heard a whooshing sound, and Suzuki had already swung his arm, sending several long ropes straight toward his face. Leeway reacted quickly. He immediately withdrew, relying on the flexibility of his agile body to evade the attack. However, since Suzuki had launched his attack, he naturally wouldn't let the enemy escape. He moved in, continuing to wield his weapon with one hand, and the whips simultaneously came at him. Crackling sounds echoed as the ropes slapped against the high walls and the ground due to Leeway's dodging. The two fought for quite a while, and the walls and ground were already marked with numerous deep and shallow grooves from the lashes. Yet, Leeway always managed to evade. After a moment, Suzuki actively ceased his assault, calmly saying, "Your movements are clearly chaotic, yet my attacks always miss. That's quite impressive. That's because you underestimate me. You don't really think you can defeat me with just one hand, do you?" Leeway also paused, responding calmly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, but secretly felt alarmed. This Suzuki is very strong, much more formidable than Feng Ying and Pu Dao. This guy is only using one hand right now, but it's already making Leeway feel somewhat at a loss, unable to cope. Suzuki then extended his other hand, looked at his palm, and said somewhat regretfully, "I didn't have the chance to fight against Kaido or Kurodnoden, but I never expected that in Wano, apart from Tianza, there would be someone who could force me to use my left hand." "Tianza? He's also a retainer of Kinoshita, right?" Leeway took the opportunity to ask. But Suzuki was clearly not as simple-minded as Urashima, so he did not answer his question. Instead, he asked, "If I can't catch you, then I can't force you to use that sharp flowing cherry blossom, right?" "I see. So this is your true intention." Leeway saw that Suzuki's body had turned pitch black, which was the effect of the armament haki covering his entire body. He continued to respond. "No matter how tough a rope is, it can't withstand blades, right? You know you'll lose, yet you still come to challenge me. I don't know whether to commend your courage or to say you're extremely foolish. How can we know who is strong and who is weak without a comparison?" Suzuki responded calmly and then shouted the name of his technique, 5-linked whip technique. Leeway was momentarily stunned. Why was he using the same move again? But soon, he refocused his attention as the enemy's assault was coming again. What was even stranger was that Suzuki was still only using one hand. This left Leeway even more perplexed, but he had no time to think deeply and could only continue to dodge the fierce attacks. The binding technique. Just as Leeway was fully concentrated on evading the rope lashes, Suzuki suddenly shouted, and his previously motionless left and right arms finally stretched out again, aiming at Leeway. Leeway's mind suddenly focused, knowing that his opponent was about to make a move. Shortly after, he saw Suzuki's left hand shooting out loops of rope flying towards him. No way. The rope fruit can develop such abilities? Leeway uriadli duja, unable to help but complain. However, with a whip in front and a noose behind, under this double attack, Leeway's body, which had endured so much, was only D-class. He was caught off guard, and the flying rope ensnared him. Seeing that he had succeeded, Suzuki stopped whipping with his right hand and instead wrapped it around Leeway's legs. His left hand continued to launch nooses. Before long, Leeway, who had lost his ability to move, was tightly bound. He leaned against a tree, struggled for a moment, and seemed to resign himself to his fate, no longer attempting to break free. Chapter 123, Lightning 5 Whips. Aren't you going to show your flowing cherry blossoms? Do you really think you can infiltrate the master's residence by being captured? How naive. Looking at the immobilized Leeway, Suzuki asked. His hands had returned to their original state, but his face was still filled with a look of vigilance. Leeway sighed. Are you really just testing my flow cherry? I thought you were ordered by Mu Xiaozu to come and arrest me. My master did not give me such an order, but I can tell you plainly. Anyone who seeks to harm my master will be my enemy. This is the specialty of the land of harmony, foolish loyalty. Poor soul. Leeway Kuei sighed, and immediately, his body suddenly turned black. The ropes binding him instantly snapped into pieces and fell to the ground. Suzuki was taken aback for a moment. Even though he was mentally prepared, he did not expect his ropes to be so easily destroyed. Leeway smiled and said, Now, you have experienced my armed color hockey. Or rather, it should be called flowing cherry. Next, it's your turn. I think you should be quite skilled in this area as well. A very sharp young man. If you could join us, I believe Lord Kinoshita would be very pleased. What do you think? Regarding Suzuki's suggestion, Leeway shook his head without hesitation. I'm really not interested in the internal conflicts of your country. In that case, don't blame me. As he spoke, Suzuki's hands suddenly turned black, and then transformed into the shape of ropes. He kindly reminded, although my flowing cherry is not as lethal as yours with flowing cherry, my 5-whip technique has been upgraded to the lightning 5-whip technique, as this move is faster and more destructive. You need to be careful, Leeway. Upon hearing the name of this move, Leeway was somewhat speechless. He glanced at Suzuki, who was a sturdy man in his 30s. Otherwise, he would be worried about being accused of lacking martial ethics and attacking an elderly person. However, Suzuki was unaware of Leeway's thoughts. He only noticed that the young man seemed distracted and frowned. Are you underestimating me too much? Sorry, I was just thinking. Our competition could be a bit more interesting. Leeway came back to his senses and quickly responded. He remembered that during the time in the Kingdom of Nations, he had relied on this trick to obtain many things he desired. And in Wano country, what he needed most right now was information. Sure enough, Suzuki raised his chin and asked, What do you mean? Do you also know witchcraft? Sort of, Leeway replied. Whether you believe it or not, I consider myself a naturally gifted genius, and rapid progress is my characteristic. Although I was just bound by your ropes, I can swear that I absolutely won't fall for it again. Leeway said powerfully, and in the end, he added, because the same move cannot be used against me twice. Oh, what you're trying to express is that just now, you have grown to no longer fear my 5-strike whip technique and binding technique? Not only that, didn't you just say that your strongest move is the lightning 5-strike whip technique? I think even if you use that move along with the previous binding technique, you still won't be able to catch me. Leeway was confident, and, for this reason, he glanced at the enemy's arm covered in armament hockey, comparing it to the color on his own body. This Suzuki's armament hockey should only be slightly superior. It's not a big problem. Leeway nodded slightly and looked at the other person. Suzuki clearly did not believe his words, but just as he opened his mouth, Leeway interjected. It seems you think I can't do it. How about this? Let's make a bet. If you can bind me within 10 minutes, consider it your win. And as the loser, I will answer one of your questions. Of course, if you lose, you will also have to answer one of my questions. Is this your goal? To obtain information about my master in this way? Mr. Suzuki, you're not afraid to take up the challenge, are you? Just now. It took you less than 5 minutes to bind me. Leeway mocked, but Suzuki was completely unfazed. Instead, he shook his head and said, I just want to try your peculiar flowing cherry blossoms. Now that my goal has been achieved, I don't have much interest in anything else. As he spoke, he glanced at Leeway with a calm expression. Levi was momentarily taken aback. According to the description in the original work, the samurai of Wano country seemed to place great importance on honor, so his tactic of provoking should have worked. However, he didn't expect Suzuki to remain so calm. But Levi quickly found a countermeasure and added, How about this? If I win, the question I want to ask has nothing to do with Kinoshita. You just need to tell me information related to the Yoshino family. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a competitive relationship between the Yoshino family and the Kinoshita family, right? You actually know about the Yoshino family? What is your true intention? Suzuki asked with a serious expression. Leeway responded with a counter question. I just want to gather some intelligence. As an outsider, I know very little about Wano country, but I want to accomplish some things, so collecting information is crucial for me. What are you planning? Right now, the most important thing is to find Kazuki Hiyori. Of course, what I really want to do is to find the antidote for the failed artificial devil fruits, so that those unfortunate people who can only laugh uncontrollably can return to normal. Leeway did not hide anything and stated his purpose openly. This remark left Suzuki looking astonished. He glanced deeply at Leeway, pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. You are a very interesting person, but I don't think you can win. How will we know the result if we don't try? Come on. Leeway took up a fighting stance. Soon, the battle reignited. At first, Suzuki held back, wanting to continue using the combination of the 5-linked whip technique and the binding technique, looking for an opportunity to find a flaw in Leeway's defense and strike decisively. However, after a few minutes, Suzuki noticed that Leeway was effortlessly dodging his attacks, and the boy had a faint smile on his face, clearly still holding back his strength. With no other choice, he suddenly unleashed flowing cherry blossoms, enhancing his attacks. It must be said that with the support of armament hockey, the rope formed by Suzuki's right hand became increasingly powerful and faster. The lasso shot from his left hand was the same. Gradually, dodging became more difficult for Leeway. The smile had long vanished from his face, replaced by large beads of sweat. In the midst of this torrential assault, he had no time or mind to wipe away the sweat. He could only let it flow down his cheeks and drip on the ground, because if he made a careless mistake, he could easily be hit or ensnared by the ropes. To his surprise, he thought, it shouldn't be this way. According to the skill description of the Thousand-Tempered Body, when facing an enemy of similar strength, he should be able to dodge after enduring just one of their attacks. Could it be that Suzuki was someone whose strength far surpassed his own? Leeway's moment of surprise flashed by, and he continued to dodge. After a moment, Suzuki stopped his offensive on his own, panting heavily as he said, "All right, you win." Leeway was immediately relieved, because if he had waited a bit longer, he would have lost. However, a calm smile appeared on his face. Then it's my turn to ask questions. Chapter 124, The Ability to Integrate. I have to say, your strategy of feigning weakness to lure me into agreeing to the bet was effective. However, since we agreed to the bet, you can ask Leeway. Suzuki said with a pout, clearly still believing that he had been tricked and was only losing the bet because of that. Leeway was too lazy to explain and went straight to the point. I want to know how many devil fruit users are there in Yoshinoya, and what are their abilities? When he saw Suzuki looking somewhat puzzled, he slapped his forehead and explained further. Devil fruit users are sorcerers from Wano, and I want to know what kind of sorcery Yoshinoya's subordinates have. You're too greedy, Leeway. Do you really think I would answer that question honestly? Suzuki said, shaking his head. Even if I knew the answer, I wouldn't tell you. If others found out, Yoshinoya would come after us. I just said, I absolutely won't cause trouble for my master. Okay, then let me ask a different question. Although it's still about Yoshinoya, it's much narrower. Do you know if any of them has the ability to become invisible, or more accurately, the ability to approach someone while being unseen and then disappear quickly? Seeing that Suzuki still looked confused, Leeway could only detail his encounter in the bathhouse. In the end, he added, such a peeper is the most hateful. I must root him out. If it really is someone from Yoshinoya, I'm sure you and your Lord Kinoshita would be very willing to see that, right? Upon hearing this, Suzuki hesitated for a moment and said, there is indeed someone in Yoshinoya who can do what you just mentioned. He is indeed a sorcerer. Oh, what is his name? What is his ability? Leeway felt a surge of joy and quickly asked, what about him? Suzuki didn't keep him in suspense. Shungtsuin Yantai. He is skilled in the art of fusion, capable of merging into various substances. The art of fusion? Can you be more specific? This time, it was Leeway who felt a bit confused. After pondering for a moment, Suzuki reorganized his words. Fusion means being able to permeate into other substances. For example, in the case of peeking into a bath, Shungtsuin can merge his entire body into the ground or the wall and move silently. He can also expose parts of his body as needed. Hearing this, Leeway began to understand and stroked his chin. Merging into the ground? That's even more impressive than Senior Peak's water fruit ability. Water fruit? What is that? Before Suzuki could finish his sentence, Leeway interrupted. I want to know more about that guy's abilities. He must have other supernatural powers, right? Indeed, Shungtsuin is an important figure in the Yoshino family. You should know they make a living by forging weapons and using sea prism stone. Shungtsuin can merge into various ores and quickly locate the best areas for forging swords and the regions with a high concentration of sea prism stone. It is thanks to this ability that the Yoshino family is far ahead of their competitors in terms of raw materials. Upon hearing this, Leeway realized this ability is somewhat like the fruit of fusion, but also a bit different. However, one thing is certain. That guy named Shungtsuin is comparable to a mineral detection instrument. But then he had a new question. Wait a minute. Isn't Sea Prism Stone supposed to restrain Devil Fruit abilities? How can he merge into Sea Prism Stone? High purity Sea Prism Stone can indeed nullify Devil Fruit abilities. But Sea Prism Stone is an extremely rare mineral, and its distribution is very scattered. Therefore, it needs to be mined and refined to form the Sea Prism Stone you mentioned. I see, Leeway realized, which means that under natural conditions, the density of Sea Prism Stone is very low. So it doesn't affect Shungtsuin's ability to use his fruit power and merge into it. Leeway immediately recalled a scene from the original work. After becoming a prisoner under Kaido, Luffy and Kid were competing to see who could lift more stones while wearing low-purity Sea Prism Stone handcuffs. Both of them were able to lift enormous stones that resembled small mountains. After understanding this, Leeway felt it was enough and politely said thank you. However, Suzuki smiled slightly and said, "No need to thank me. Let me give you one more piece of free information. If you want to find Katsu Village, you might as well try your luck at the Dragon Slayer Tavern. The appearance of Katsu Village is quite distinctive. The one with a shiny bald head is him." After saying this, he walked away directly. Leeway, although still in the forest, habitually reviewed the information he had just obtained. The voyeur by the bathhouse was likely the Shung village mentioned by Suzuki, but that wasn't the most urgent matter. However, there was currently no clue about the whereabouts of Guanyu Rai. Leeway could only sigh and ponder deeply. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he had an idea, so he quickly left. Back on the street, Leeway found a few more passers-by, and with their guidance, he finally arrived at his destination. In front of a small tavern. Similar to other buildings in Wazokukuni, this tavern was also constructed of wood and stone, giving it an ancient charm. At the entrance of the tavern, 2 red lanterns hung. In the center of the lanterns was a horizontal plaque that read, Dragon Slayer Residence. Seeing this name, Leeway speculated that it might be related to the legendary swordsman Ryoma from ancient Wazokukuni. After all, Ryoma was the legendary Dragon Slayer warrior, revered as the god of swords by later generations. However, Leeway did not dwell too much on the tavern itself. He had only one purpose for this visit, to find the ability user Shungtsuin mentioned by Suzuki. Then, he would look for an opportunity to extract information about the Kinoshita family's ability users from this person, to see if he could find any clues regarding Kei, Getsu Hai, and the disappearance. With his mind made up, Leeway stepped forward, pushed the door open, and walked in. Upon entering the tavern, he immediately noticed that the layout inside was very similar to a small restaurant in the present world, with a few small tables set up, but instead of chairs, there were some cushions, which might be related to the Wazokukuni people's preference for kneeling while sitting. Leeway looked around again. Perhaps it was due to the afternoon. There weren't many people in the tavern, and he quickly found his target. Just as Suzuki had said, in the land of Wa where everyone had their hair styled in a bun, the bald head of Katsumura was indeed eye-catching. However, Katsumura was also quite vigilant. As soon as Leeway approached, he immediately looked up and asked in a wary tone, "Which outsider are you? What do you want? Am I already this famous?" Leeway chuckled and got straight to the point. "You are Katsumura Yoda, right? A capable assistant of Yoshinoya. Cut the nonsense, don't interrupt my drinking." As soon as he finished speaking, Katsumura grabbed the wine cup on the table and tilted his head back, downing the drink in one go. It seems he has quite a temper. Leeway made a judgment and got straight to the point. "I think you should be interested in hair growth techniques, right?" Chapter 125, The Trouble of Hair Loss. As expected, right after Leeway finished speaking, he saw Shungtsuin still holding the wine glass, but then turned to look at him. "If you're interested, you shouldn't mind if I sit down, right?" Seeing that the other party did not voice any objections, Leeway sat down without hesitation and continued. "I have an ancient formula. Although it can't guarantee you'll grow hair 100, it's worth a try." Without further ado, he asked, "How much do you want?" Leeway's words were once again interrupted by Shungtsuin, causing him to furrow his brow. Why is this guy so irritable? It doesn't match his fruit ability at all. However, since he was here to gather information, Leeway didn't pay much attention to it and shook his head. "I'm not interested in money. Actually, I just want to find someone who is likely your enemy." Without further ado, you want to find someone from the Kinoshita family, right? As he replied, Shungtsuin poured himself another glass of wine and downed it in one go. Seeing this, Leeway spoke frankly. "Yes, I heard that your Yoshinoya has grievances with the Kinoshita family. So if you just tell me information about one person, it can resolve your hair loss troubles. Why not? The matters of our country are not for an outsider like you to dictate. And I especially dislike people who talk too much." This may be because I have a lot of hair, so I tend to talk a lot too. Hope you don't mind. Leeway seized the opportunity to interject. Bang! Shang slammed his hand on the table with force, almost knocking over the wine jug on it. Clearly angered by these words, Leeway shrugged and said, "What's wrong? Are you not convinced?" Before Shang could reply, the owner of the tavern hurried over, likely having heard the commotion. As soon as he arrived, he bowed and said, "Lord Shang, is there anything lacking in my service?" After saying this, the owner glanced at Leeway beside him, his eyes showing a hint of astonishment. Shang waved his hand and replied, "It's none of your business, Boss Jixiong." At this point, he glared at Leeway and said word by word, "You are looking for death, outsider. However, I'm still doing just fine, but I'm afraid you might be in trouble. The bathhouse owner would probably be very happy to see you." Leeway stared directly into Shang eyes and threw out his second killer move. He quickly caught a flash of fear in the other person's eyes. However, Shang soon regained his cold demeanor and scoffed, "Still talking nonsense. Who doesn't know I don't like taking baths?" "Oh, so you don't like taking baths? That's a bit strange. I heard from the bathhouse owner that some unusual things have been happening there lately, including someone actually peeping." "Cut the crap, outsider. I'm not interested in any bathhouse or peeping." The owner nearby also came over and said, "Sir, please do not disturb Lord Shang enjoyment of his drink." Saying this, he attempted to pull Leeway away. However, with Leeway's enhanced strength after the Wangu, he was not someone an ordinary person could easily move. He remained seated, smiling slightly. "Shang, your fruit ability is indeed very strange, but your opponent's strength is clearly stronger, right?" Noticing that the drinker across from him did not interrupt him for once, Leeway continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you just want to frame Sanji from the Straw Hat Pirates for the peeping crime. Unfortunately, you underestimate them." "What do you mean? I don't understand at all." "Forget it. With a fly that likes to talk nonsense, I'll just come back to drink another day. Boss Jixiong." "All right, Lord Shang, you're welcome to come again next time." The owner quickly replied, giving a fierce glare at the straight-backed gift. At this point, Shang had already stood up, tossing a few coins and preparing to leave. How could Leeway get what he wanted? He hurriedly said at a fast pace, "You must have heard of Sanji's battle suit, right? It can indeed become invisible. But think about it, with such technology, anything can be found, right? Are you really willing to gamble on the honor of Yoshinoya?" After saying that, he noticed Katsura frowning. So he added, "I think Yoshinoya would be very happy to see this scene. Wouldn't they? Otherwise, what do you think I got your information from?" Upon hearing this, Katsura suddenly turned his head and looked over, his face filled with shock. Leeway bought a suspense and did not answer directly. The two fell silent, while the tavern owner nearby remained silent as a mouse. Finally, Shang slowly asked, "Is the information about me from the Kinoshita family?" "Yes." Another silence followed, and Leeway glanced at Shang who seemed surprised that his answer was so brief. After a moment, Shang asked again, "Who exactly is it? Do you want to know? Then you have to exchange information for it," Leeway said with a smile, knowing that he would soon get what he wanted. Shang was indeed a straightforward person. He immediately asked, "Then let's not waste time talking. What do you want to know? Does the Kinoshita family have a sorcerer who can shrink their body?" "Indeed, they do." "All right, now it's my turn to ask. Who provided you with this information? Suzuki Masanobu? Or Yagyu Kojiro? Or someone else?" "Shang, you got it wrong. We're not playing a question and answer game here. Next, I will ask, what is the name of the sorcerer who can shrink? Where does he often appear?" "You humph. Then I shall take my leave," Shang said in a daze, standing up and walking away. Leeway was taken aback for a moment, but then he thought it over and got up to leave. After stepping out of the small tavern, he paused slightly, scanning the area but not spotting Shang. Then, Leeway headed towards a less crowded place. After a while, he entered a small alley and leaned against a wall, asking, "Come out, Shang." There was no response. However, Leeway was not anxious. After a while, a face suddenly appeared on the wall he was leaning against, and it was indeed Shang. This is the first time Leeway has seen the other party demonstrate their fruit ability. But he still said with a calm expression, "There is no one else here now. You can tell me the answer." Surprisingly, he was not shocked. "It seems someone really did inform you about my supernatural abilities." Shang walked out from the wall, glanced at Leeway, and was about to speak again. Leeway interjected directly, "Cut the nonsense. Just talk about the information on that sorcerer who can shrink bodies." All right, he is Tianzakaisher, who can shrink his own body as well as others, including animals." Shang hesitated for a moment before answering. Chapter 126, The Deal is Made. "Tianzakaisher? Then you should know where he most frequently goes, right?" Leeway continued to ask, but Shang did not answer and just stared at him. "All right, I almost forgot. Now it's your turn to ask me questions. You want to know who told me about your fruit ability, right? It was Suzuki Masanobu from the Kinoshita family. Although I don't understand why he knows about your fruit ability, you can't blame him. He revealed this information to me because he lost a bet. Leeway smiled slightly and answered truthfully. Shang Tsung was taken aback for a moment, furrowing his brows, and muttered, "How does this guy know about my fruit ability?" However, he didn't dwell on it, and said, "So it's that guy who can use rope magic. I'll go find him now." Seeing Shang Tsung turn to leave, Leeway hurriedly called out to him, "Wait a minute, you haven't told me where Kaiji likes to go the most." You see, the reason I was able to find you so quickly is that Suzuki also told me about your fondness for drinking. As soon as these words were spoken, the effect was remarkable. Shang Tsung stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Leeway, saying, "Of course, I know about Kaiji's interests. Speaking of which, he has a deep connection with me, so please tell me." Leeway's words were interrupted by Shang Tsung. "You young man not only likes to talk nonsense, but also treats others as worthless. Why should I tell you information about Kaiji? Because I can share the secret formula for hair growth with you, and if Princess Hiyori is really captured by the Kinoshita family, the Kazuki family will definitely not let it go easily. With these two strong factions clashing, your boss Yoshino Eiji must be eager to see it, right?" Leeway had already thought of a reason and immediately expressed it. Sure enough, Shang Tsung showed a hesitant expression. Leeway then added, "Kaido and Orochi have already fallen. In other words, Wano country is about to be ruled by Momonosuke. You must be very worried, right? After all, both you and the Kinoshita family have deep ties with Kaido and the others. However, if your Yoshida family can achieve the merit of rescuing the princess, I believe the Kazuki family won't make things difficult for you." Finally, Katsuro was persuaded. After a brief thought, he nodded and said, "Then I won't waste words. Kaido loves to gamble the most. You just need to go to the largest Dream State casino, and you will definitely find him there." "I see. There are casinos, bathhouses, and quite a few entertainment facilities in Wano country. Speaking of which, I haven't been to a casino yet." Leeway couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the Kingdom of Nations. In comparison, although the cuisine of the Kingdom of He was lacking, everything else was slightly better. However, Shang Village interjected once again, "Cut the nonsense. You need to fulfill your conditions." "Oh right, the secret recipe includes Hisho Wu, ginger, black sesame, and mulberries. I believe the Kingdom of He should have these herbs, right?" Leeway reacted quickly and immediately mentioned the hair growth herbs he had seen before his time travel. Shang Tsung, however, was somewhat skeptical. "There are indeed plenty of Hisho Wu and ginger, but is the secret recipe you mentioned really effective? Don't worry. Just simmer the Hisho Wu into a medicinal soup and use it frequently. Then mash the ginger into a paste and apply it to your scalp. It will definitely work." Leeway could only continue to make empty promises. Then, he asked about Kaishi's physical characteristics, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find the target person. Shang Tsung, of course, was very open. "Kaisha is easy to recognize because he has little hair, just like me, and he is not tall. So, as long as you see a short man with short hair, that must be him." "Got it." Leeway finally gathered the intelligence he needed. He glanced at Shang Village, where the other party was already deep in thought, clearly still pondering the matter of the secret recipe. With a slight smile, Leeway left first. Back on the street, feeling unfamiliar and unsure of how to ask passersby for directions, he was surprised to find that many people actually greeted him first. This puzzled him, and upon inquiry, he learned it was because he had helped many people borrow food. Realizing the reason, Leeway was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected that what Pooh Island said was true. Soon after, guided by a passerby, he arrived in front of a lavishly decorated large house. The building was still of wood and stone structure, with a horizontal plaque hanging at the entrance that read Dream State Casino. Several burly men holding weapons stood at the entrance, along with many elegantly dressed women. The burly men were naturally the guards, while the women were the geishas, enticing customers. Since he had arrived at his destination, Leeway first thanked his guide and then stepped inside. It must be said that the casino was bustling with noise, with many people coming and going, talking loudly, creating a chaotic scene. Levi unconsciously frowned, but he quickly dismissed his distractions, calmed his mind, and carefully observed the various expressions of the gamblers. After wandering for a while, Levi finally spotted the person he was looking for. The man had a buzz cut. Although he was short, he had quite a bit of muscle on him. At that moment, he was sitting at a table with a significant amount of chips in front of him, playing a gambling game that Levi was very familiar with, Mahjong. Although his appearance matched, Levi still couldn't confirm the man's identity. Therefore, he approached quietly, blending in with other onlookers who enjoyed the spectacle, and stood by, watching intently. Before long, the buzzcut guy pushed the Mahjong tiles aside and exclaimed, Haha, I won again. My luck is really good today. The other players at the table displayed expressions of frustration, and one of them even said, Master Kaishi's luck is really impressive. Haha, I knew I was going to win big today. Kaiser laughed triumphantly. After collecting his chips, he began shuffling the tiles again. Seeing this, Levi knew he had found the right person. However, how could he extract information about Koyuki Haiwa from this gambler? Leeway couldn't help but quickly turn his mind again. Although gamblers are known for their love of betting, the retainers of the noble families in Wano often exhibit a strong loyalty to their masters. Even if it meant sacrificing their lives, they might not betray their masters. In other words, even if Leeway used schemes to get Kaido to participate in the gambling match and won against him, Kaido might not reveal the whereabouts of Hiyori. With these thoughts in mind, Leeway could only patiently wait. He knew that he could only track secretly and find the place where Hiyori was held captive to have a chance to rescue her. The reason Leeway adopted this strategy was also based on the personality traits of Kinoshita Yusaku, considering that the guy was willing to lend food today to avoid raising Leeway's suspicions. He was an extremely cautious person. Such a person would never keep Kazuki Hiyori locked up in his own home. Therefore, as long as he followed Kaido, he would definitely be able to find the place where Hiyori was imprisoned. Leeway is very confident about this, but Kaiser is indeed lucky. Before long, he won again and had even more fun. Winning money, Leeway felt a bit helpless. According to the characteristics of gamblers, as long as they win money, they won't leave the casino anytime soon. This situation couldn't go on like this. Leeway decided to take the initiative. He didn't want to passively wait any longer. At this moment, he heard a rather respectful voice behind him. Lord Kaiser, you should go back now. Chapter 127. The Effect of the Heavenly Sending Technique. Turning to look, Leeway saw the speaker was a young man dressed in a short jacket. The young man had dark skin, a muscular build, and wore the typical top-knot hairstyle of Wano country. At this time, Kaiser also recognized the person and quickly replied, So it's you, kid. You startled me. But didn't you see I'm winning big right now? How could I leave now? Lord Kaiser, you've been playing for over an hour. I think you should hurry back. This is what you've always instructed me, the young man in the short jacket patiently persuaded. However, Kaiser paid him no mind and continued to focus on playing mahjong. Left with no choice, the young man could only stand by and watch. Seizing this opportunity, Leeway glanced at the two again and formed a preliminary guess. Judging by their attire, this young man was definitely not a vassal of Yashizaki Yusaku. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was interrupted by a voice. Benefactor, I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm so happy. Leeway was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the person speaking was the young man who was excitedly greeting him. In an instant, Leeway understood the reason. It was undoubtedly related to his borrowing food from the Musha family on behalf of the poor. Sure enough, when the young man saw that Leeway did not respond, he hurriedly explained, You must be Mr. Leeway, right? Your attire is quite different from everyone else's in the Land of Harmony, so it's easy to recognize you. I've already heard about your noble act from my father today. If it weren't for your help, our family would still be going hungry, so I truly appreciate you. It's just a small matter, by the way. I still don't know your name. Leeway waved his hand and hurriedly responded. The young man slapped his forehead. Mr. Leeway, I am Haishi Yiming, also a sorcerer. In the land of Waji, if you want to go to a certain place, please be sure to find me. I can send you to your destination in a very short time. Huh? Is your sorcery teleportation? Leeway suddenly asked, recalling the pipe fruit user foals he encountered in Wanwa. Haishi nodded. That's about right. My supernatural ability allows me to travel quickly. Usually, I use this skill to deliver messages for others and earn a meager income. Of course, I can also take one person with me. But this kind of service is only needed by people from big families. After all, in Wano country, what people have the most is time and energy. Hearing this, Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. The thing he worried about most was traveling. If he could get Haishi's help, then it would be much easier to soak in various hot springs in Wano country and complete the upgrade task for the talent skill 1000 boil body. However, Leeway didn't rush to ask, because the most critical thing right now was to find Kazuki Oden. So, he glanced at Kaido, who was having a great time, and then gave Haishi a look. Haishi, being perceptive, quickly asked in a low voice, Mr. Leeway, you must have something to discuss here, right? I will do my best to help you. Then let's talk over here. Leeway looked around, noticing that everyone's attention was focused on Kaishi's mahjong gambling game, and no one paid attention to him, so he slightly tilted his head and walked away first. Hey sure, Yiming quickly followed him. The two left the casino and arrived at the corner. Leeway directly asked, Let's talk about your first. I'm a bit curious. How fast can your quick travel be? What I want to ask is my Tian Song technique, right? Tian Song technique? Leeway couldn't help but repeat a phrase. He always felt that the name of this technique sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. The black stone opposite him nodded and said, "That's right. My magical technique can transport myself to any location within 9 li in a very short time." Can it only travel within 9 li? Of course not. I can also quickly reach the other 5 regions outside of 9 li. However, I'm not familiar with those other regions, so I can only arrive at a specific location. Leeway let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could quickly reach places like the City of Flowers, it would save a lot of time. Then, he asked how Haishi managed to travel so quickly. Haishi excitedly explained, "That's the magic of the sky scent technique. How about this, Mr. Leeway? I'll take you along so you can experience it yourself." "That would be great." Leeway eagerly agreed, and then he saw Heisher place his left hand on his shoulder and softly say, "Let's go to my house. I think my dad will be very happy to see you." While speaking, Heisher extended his right hand, using his index and middle fingers to point at his forehead, murmuring, "Move." As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway felt a moment of dizziness, and a few seconds later, he realized that the scenery in front of him had completely changed. He and Heisher were now standing in front of a small wooden cabin. Heisher lifted his foot to knock on the door, but was immediately stopped by Leeway, who said, "Please wait a moment. I have something urgent to attend to." "So I want tea," disturbed her father. "Oh, I see. Well then, shall we go back to the casino now?" Leeway nodded, and then he was taken back near the casino. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful ability. It's unbeatable for delivering packages and takeout." "Or packages and takeout?" After hearing Blackstone's question, Leeway came back to his senses and quickly changed the subject. "It's nothing. Your heavenly delivery technique is amazing, and I really need your help. However, before that, I want to know if you were looking for the Kaido family, Kaiji Mikinoshita, just now?" "Exactly, Mr. Leeway. You came here for Mr. Kaiji too, right? I knew you wouldn't appear at the casino for no reason, especially standing right next to Mr. Kaiji." "Yes, that's true. Your powers of observation are quite sharp." Leeway was taken aback for a moment, and then he heard Heisher say, "Don't worry, Mr. Leeway. I am not from the Kinoshita family. To be more precise, I actually have no good feelings towards them. It's just that today, that guy Kaisher suddenly contacted me, saying he would pay me to take him to the casino and remind him to leave after an hour. That's why I came to find him." "Kaisher wants you to quickly take him to the casino?" Leeway Gang asked, and upon seeing Haishi nod, he pressed further. "Kaisi hasn't done this before? I mean, has he ever asked you to take him to the casino quickly?" Haishi replied that Kaisi often asked him to take him quickly to certain places. But this was the first time he had asked to be taken to the casino. He also found it strange that Kaisi had suddenly changed his behavior, as he was a member of the Kinoshita family, but was extremely stingy, always offering very low payments. After hearing this, Leeway immediately made a deduction. It must be that Kinoshita Yusaku originally wanted Kaisi to capture Mitsuki Hiyori and guard this princess of Wano country. However, Kaisi's gambling addiction flared up, and in order to save time, he was willing to spend money to have Haishi teleport him near the casino. In other words, if Haishi could take him to a place before Kaisi set off, then Mitsuki Hiyori was likely being held nearby. With this determination, Leeway glanced at Haishi and quickly began to calculate in his mind. Chapter 128. The Strange Farm. However, before Leeway could speak, Haishi jumped in first. "Benefactor, I also heard that you are with the Straw Hat Kid. They're the great heroes who saved Wano country, and I would really like to thank them in person. Could you introduce me to them?" "Ah, I do know Luffy and the Straw Hat crew, although we aren't too familiar, but I can take you to meet them." Leeway sincerely replied, then got to the point. "However, before that, I need your help to find the missing Princess Hiyori." "The princess? You mean the youngest daughter of the Kazuki family, right? She is missing?" "Yes, I suspect she was kidnapped by the Kinoshita family." After saying this, Leeway briefly recounted the circumstances of Hiyori's disappearance. Hikoshi quickly understood and couldn't help but reply, "I see. I didn't expect Kaisher to possess the magical ability to shrink people. That's quite bizarre, isn't it? Moreover, they even dared to kidnap a princess. Do they not want to live anymore? Perhaps they still want to continue living their current extravagant lifestyle, which is why they took such risks." Levi expressed his judgment and added, "But now, Wano has just finished a great war, and everything is in disarray. We really cannot afford to have any more conflicts. So, Haishi, if we can successfully rescue Princess Hiyori, we might be able to prevent a war between the Kazuki family and the Kinoshita family." "I understand, Mr. Levi. You are truly a kind-hearted person. However, since the Kinoshita family has acted this way, they will certainly not let it go easily. I think you should tell this matter to Momonosuke." "I will. After rescuing Princess Hiyori, I will report to Momonosuke honestly and let him decide how to handle this matter. After all, he is the future shogun of Wano." Leeway said with a smile, although in his heart, he had no good feelings for the brat Momonosuke. There was no way around it. Among the fans who had seen the original work, who would like such a cowardly and weak character that was also extremely lecherous and relied on his child status to repeatedly get his way? Losing in a group battle is acceptable, but Momonosuke must die. This phrase is not just said casually, especially for fans of Nami and Robin. They would love to tear Momonosuke apart. But on the other hand, during the fierce battle with Kaido, Momonosuke took the risk of letting Kinemon use the Mera Mera no Mi's ability to mature him into a 28-year-old young man to prevent Onigashima from crashing into Flower Capital, and successfully utilized the artificial fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon form's ability to create smoke and clouds, allowing Onigashima to continue floating and protecting Flower Capital. That could be considered an achievement. While his thoughts were swirling, Leeway heard Heishi patting his chest and saying, "Then let's hurry up. It is my honor to participate in Princess Hiyori's rescue operation." You remember the location where Kaido asked you to use the Heaven Sent technique, right? I suspect Princess Hiyori is most likely imprisoned nearby. Of course, I remember, Mr. Leeway. I just said that in Kuri, you can go anywhere you want. I will take you there right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Heishi once again used the Heaven Sent technique. Soon, they arrived in a small grove. Leeway was taken aback for a moment and quickly looked around, trying to find a clue. Seeing this situation, Heishi, it's not far from here to the Musha family's farm. How about we go there and take a look? The farm? Leeway immediately recalled what the crane girl had said. Musha Yozu was the largest landlord in the land of Wa, and his family's grain production accounted for more than half of the entire country. It was precisely because of this that the hard-working yet hungry farmers would borrow grain. Heishi noticed that Leeway was lost in thought again and quickly asked softly, "Yes, Kaisha often asked me to bring him here. It's quite strange when you think about it. This farm is vast and is considered the best farmland in the entire land of Wa. However, there aren't many people coming to cultivate it, yet the yield is very high. The Musya family claims that this land has divine power that allows monsters to grow crops. I don't believe these rumors, but I have personally come to observe. And indeed, there are people farming inside, yet I have never seen them leave. They seem like monsters that don't need to eat or drink. I think perhaps some of Musya Yozu's retainers possess similar supernatural abilities." Upon hearing this, Leeway fell into deep thought and suddenly realized this must be the work of Kaishi's supernatural abilities. Since he can shrink people, he could secretly bring them into the farm without anyone noticing. I suppose there must be strict guard around this farm, right? Oh, I see. Heishi clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Mr. Leeway, you are truly remarkable. You are correct. This farm is a stronghold of the Musya family, and they have indeed hired many people to guard it. However, don't worry. As I have mentioned several times, there is no place in Julie that I cannot reach." "That's good. Then please take me to the interior of the farm, preferably to a place with houses." "Mr. Leeway, no problem. Since it involves holding the princess, it must be a sheltered house." Heishi reacted quickly and used the technique of celestial transport again. Moments latte. The two of them arrived beside a row of small wooden houses. Leeway took this opportunity to gaze at the farm. The farmland stretched endlessly, with many farmers working diligently, while some overseers with whips were monitoring their labor. As a result, the small wooden houses were left unguarded. Leeway quickly withdrew his gaze. He exchanged a glance with Heishi, and the two of them began to check the small cabin one by one. After a short while, Leeway saw two people holding swords standing in front of the door of a small cabin. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he recalled that he seemed to have seen people dressed in the same clothes at the entrance of Musya Yuzo's mansion today. This must be the place where he was being held. Leeway had an idea in his mind, and he tugged at Heishi. "You can teleport into that small cabin, right?" Of course. As soon as the words were spoken, Leeway was brought into the house, where he immediately saw Princess Rai, bound tightly and with a towel stuffed in her mouth, struggling desperately. Upon seeing him, a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stopped struggling and quietly looked at Leeway. On the other hand, Heishi was visibly excited and whispered, "She is Princess Rai, right?" As he spoke, he instinctively wanted to kneel in reverence, but was stopped by Leeway. Leeway said irritably, "The situation is urgent. You should take him out of the cabin first. Let's skip the formalities for now. By the way, you should know about the Crane Girl's tea house, right?" "Of course I know," Heishi quickly replied, then shyly added, "I apologize, Your Highness." After that, he and Guan Yue Rai disappeared into the cabin. However, Leeway had no reaction because he heard the long-lost system notification. "You have gained goodwill from Guan Yue Rai. and the skill Flowing Cherry Blossom Power has been upgraded to level C. Chapter 129, Upgraded Flowing Cherry Blossom Power with no one around. Leeway hurriedly activated the system to check the description of the upgraded talent skill. Flowing Cherry Blossom Power, Mastery of Intermediate Armed Color Hockey Attack Techniques. At the current level, it possesses the lethality of a good quick blade. Additionally, the user's Flowing Cherry Blossom can not only flow on the surface of the body, but also transmit and release through solid matter, with a maximum attack range of 5 meters. After reading the description, Leeway had a preliminary understanding. Besides the increase in lethality, more importantly, he had gained the ability to strike from a distance, which was the biggest feature of the upgraded Flowing Cherry Blossom Power. Take his battle with Urashima as an example. Before the upgrade, Leeway could only use Flowing Cherry Blossom Power to injure the enemy when he was caught in their grasp. But now, he could activate Flowing Cherry Blossom Power directly before Urashima even touched him, inflicting damage through the floor. The system's talent skills are still as powerful as ever. Leeway couldn't help but sigh to himself. Just as he wanted to test the effect, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. Without a doubt, it was the returning Hekishi Yoshiyuki, who even took the initiative to greet him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Leeway. It's all good, it's all good. Then we should be on our way." Leeway had to temporarily give up on the trial recruitment. He followed Heishi away from the Muxia family's farm and returned to Tsuru's tea house. There, Kei Gitsahai and others had been waiting for him. As soon as she saw Leeway's appearance, she hurriedly thanked him repeatedly. Leeway pointed to Heishi and said, "Princess Hiyori, you should thank him. Without his teleportation magic, I wouldn't have been able to rescue you so smoothly." "Your Highness, it is my honor to serve you and Lord Leeway," Heishi replied respectfully and courteously. Hiyori nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Heishi. I just experienced your magic firsthand, and it is indeed impressive. I believe you will be a great help to my brother." "Huh? Are you saying I can become a retainer of the Kagetsu family? No, of a shogun's residence? I am truly overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Leeway. Without your help, I would never have had the opportunity to serve the shogun." Heishi's face was filled with gratitude, and as he spoke, he wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Seeing this, Leeway found it somewhat amusing. He glanced at Hiyori from the corner of his eye and said, "Princess, your identity has already been exposed. I think you should go to Momonosuke's side. It is safer there. Mr. Leeway, I am not a weak woman. Since those who kidnapped me are from the Kinoshita family, that means they are our enemies. Hiyori, we should plan this carefully. Wano country has just ended its turmoil. We should focus on reconstruction first. Other matters, I suggest we wait until the civilians are settled before finding opportunities to address them." Leeway expressed his proposal, and he noticed that Koyuki was slightly frowning, but she did not oppose it. Beside them, Heishi was surprised and admired that Leeway dared to contradict the princess. Leeway ignored the reactions of the two and continued, "If my information is correct, you, or rather the entire Wano country, should prioritize dealing with the remnants of Kaido's beast pirates and the remaining forces of Orochi, represented by the members of the Onigashima, especially the main culprits Kaido, Big Mom, and Orochi. I believe they are very likely still alive." "Are you saying that Kaido and Big Mom are not dead?" In response to Kazuki Oden's question, Leeway nodded and said, "They're the Yonko standing at the pinnacle. It's impossible for them to easily perish in a volcanic crater." Then he added, "Therefore, the Kinoshita family and the Yoshino family, while they may become obstacles to the revival of Wano, are also forces that can be won over." "Win them over? Leeway, is that your suggestion?" "You might be too naive," Kazuki Oden said, questioning. Beside him, Kurwashi chimed in. "These people are capable of kidnapping a princess. I don't think they would easily become our allies. As of now, only the Kinoshita family members have kidnapped Oden. I believe they did this out of fear that the Kazuki family would force them to relinquish the land they have already acquired once they regain power in Wano." Leeway continued his persuasion, but this viewpoint first dissatisfied Blackstone. They already had so much land in their hands, which was extremely unfair. Indeed, the land belongs to all the people of the Heziguo, but we still have to drive out the foreign enemies first before we can focus on dealing with them. This is also unavoidable. Leeway interrupted Heishi's words, but he added reassuringly, "Moreover, to have land, we must first mobilize the people of Heziguo, as they are the true masters of Heziguo. We are not the masters of Heziguo. The general is." Heishi looked shocked, and, while speaking, he secretly glanced at Guan Yue and Ri. Leeway shook his head and said, "The reason Wano country has fallen to its current state is that the people have always passively waited for others to rescue them. Although this world respects strength, ordinary people can only passively endure when facing overwhelmingly powerful beings. but merely waiting can only bring suffering to oneself. At this point, he sighed deeply. Because of a prophecy whose truth is unknown, the people of Wano have endured for 20 years. You can't say that. You don't know how strong Kaido is. Blackstone began to speak, but was interrupted by Kazuki Oden, who looked at Leeway and questioned, "Are the rulers of Wano country ordinary people? Without the Straw Hat crew, we would never have been able to defeat Kaido and his crew. Even if we can't defeat Kaido, shouldn't we at least be able to resist a little?" Leeway said bluntly, "Although I do not advocate for sacrificing in vain, resistance is necessary. Entrusting your fate to someone else's momentary kindness is the greatest act of cowardice." After his words, Haishi and Guangyue Rai were left speechless. Leeway saw this and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Forget it. It's still not too late to change now. Kazuki Hiyori, you should first go to a safe place and think things over carefully." As he spoke, he gestured to Blackstone. The other party reacted quickly, immediately asking for the location of Momonosuke, and then sent Kazuki Hiyori away. Now, Leeway was the only one left in the Crane Girls' tea house. He pondered for a moment, then took out a din mushi, preparing to contact Foz. Since he wanted to mobilize the power of the masses, he first needed to address their urgent needs. However, what Leeway did not notice was that on the roof of the tea house, a person dressed as a ninja was quietly overlooking him. In an inaudible voice, he said, "The Kinoshita family and the Yoshino family are still fighting among themselves. It seems I need to report to the leader quickly." Immediately after, with a whoosh, the person disappeared without a trace. Chapter 130. Starting to solve the problem of the Jokers at the same time, Leeway felt something and looked up at the roof. Then he frowned and muttered to himself, "Is it my illusion, or am I too suspicious? I always feel like someone was just spying on me." However, Leeway quickly set this matter aside. He dialed a number, and when the din mushi connected, he heard an excited voice on the other end. "Leeway, you finally contacted me. Foz, let me speak first. I have successfully arrived in Wano country. There shouldn't be any unusual situations on your side, right?" Leeway replied, secretly thinking to himself, "I've only been away for less than a day. Everything should be fine in the world." However, Foz anxiously responded, "Who said there isn't much going on? You have no idea how busy I've been with Christina today. The reputation of the Civic Service Corps has really taken off. Many young people want to join. That's good. More people means more strength. But don't forget the purpose of the Civic Service Corps, especially the need to ensure ideological guidance. When bringing in strong individuals, it is essential to be strict in the vetting process. Otherwise, as the organization grows larger, there is a high possibility of some bad apples appearing, which could lead to management issues." Leeway advised seriously, and the person opposite, Foz, clearly took it to heart. "Of course, I have set up the questionnaire as you requested. Only those who pass the exam can join. However, many people don't understand this. We must insist on this aspect. If we don't unify our thoughts, we can't unify our direction. So the basic bottom line and principles must not be abandoned." "I understand, Leeway. How about you? Have you found Big Mom?" "Not yet, but the situation in Wano is not looking good either. Thanks to the Straw Hat Pirates. The people here have defeated 2 Yonko alliances, but there are still many problems. At least for this week, it seems I won't be able to return. With your strength and knowledge, I believe Wano will soon see the dawn of victory. When that time comes, come back to Whole Cake Island. The people here miss you very much." Immediately after, a woman's voice came through. "Leeway, I didn't expect you to call me now. Christina, I was just about to look for you." Leeway immediately recognized the identity of the speaker. He paused for a moment and then got to the point. Because of the pollution caused by Kaido's artificial devil fruits, many people in Wano country have lost all expressions except for smiles. In other words, they can only laugh all day long. Even when they are sad or angry, they can only express it with a smile. It's too tragic, right? Kaido is truly despicable. Indeed, that's why I want to help them solve this problem. Leeway, can you just get to the point? What do we need to do?" Hearing Foles and Christina ask in unison, Leeway was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. Since it's about treating an illness, we must first identify the symptoms. Only then can we provide the right treatment. But neither Christina nor I are doctors. No matter how skilled a doctor is, they can't cure this disease. Leeway said decisively. He was very clear that the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, Chopper, was in Wano country, and with this group's pet's medical skills, any difficult diseases would have been cured long ago. It was precisely because of this that Leeway felt that only superpowers could solve this problem. Just as the thought arose, Christina impatiently said, "Stop beating around the bush and just get to the point." I hope Christina can make a trip to the Caramel CAF to find the shop owner, Brin, who is also one of Big Mom's daughters. I suspect her special ability might be useful. Leeway got straight to the point, saying that he knew Brin had awakened the abilities of the three-eyed tribe. He had also witnessed her ability to see through the human body and perceive something akin to a demon's embodiment. In terms of ability effects, artificial devil fruits have similar effects to naturally occurring devil fruits. Perhaps Brin could also see what was inside those laughers. As his thoughts raced, Leeway heard Christina readily agree. No problem, I'll go find her right away. However, if I remember correctly, Brin is a memory fruit user. Can that ability also heal? I'm not using the fruit's ability to heal. Forget it, you can go with force. After finding Brin, it would be best to bring her to Wano. Forza, your pipeline fruit ability will come in handy again. After Leeway finished his last instructions, he mentioned a few things about the citizen service group, and then he hung up the phone bug. He had already seen that Blackstone had returned and was looking at him with a puzzled expression. As soon as Leeway put away the phone bug, the young man immediately asked in an astonished tone, Mr. Leeway, can you really solve the problem of the laugher? I will definitely solve it. Leeway patted his chest and said, but then thought for a moment and added, however, this matter is quite difficult to resolve. To avoid making everyone happy for nothing, please keep it a secret for me. No problem, Mr. Leeway. You're truly a good friend of our Wano country, just like Lord Monkey D, Luffy, and the others. As soon as he heard Luffy's name, Leeway remembered what Chopper had said about their physical condition. So he asked, you must have seen Luffy and the others, right? How is he doing now? I did see Lord Luffy, but he didn't see me. I heard that reindeer say, it seems like Lord Luffy's physical skills are at a standstill. Upon hearing this, Leeway immediately realized that this was completely different from the original storyline. According to the original plot, after Luffy, Law, and Kid defeated Kaido and Big Mom, they had recovered after a period of healing and even held a grand feast. Perhaps it was the result of his crossing over that caused the alteration in the storyline. Leeway was a bit speechless. He had just wanted to suggest going to see Luffy and the others to see what had happened to them. But unexpectedly, the transponder snail rang. After connecting, a rather authoritative voice came from the transponder snail. Leeway, have you found Mom? Is she okay? Katakuri, don't be anxious. Wano country is so big. I need to rely on the locals who are familiar with the terrain to find the Yonko Big Mom. Levi responded, but he was soon interrupted by Blackstone beside him. Mr. Levi, are you in cahoots with Big Mom? As he spoke, Blackstone looked shocked, his hand trembling as he pointed at Levi. Chapter 131. Brin is the key figure seeing Blackstone's intense reaction. Levi quickly said, you should listen to me first. I come from the world of nations. You should know that, right? So, you're actually a member of the Big Mom Pirates? You came to Wano to save Big Mom? Blackstone said while taking a few steps back, clearly trying to create distance to prevent being ambushed by Levi. Leeway was somewhat speechless. He could only wave his hand and said to the phone bug, Katakuri, I'll contact you again later. After hanging up the phone bug, Leeway thought for a moment and continued, don't be anxious. How should I explain this to you? Do you still believe me? Not really. You just said you wanted to use the locals familiar with the terrain to find the missing Yonko Big Mom. Big Mom is a notorious villain who teamed up with Kaido, so if you want to save her, that makes you a villain too. It turns out you were borrowing food from the Mookie family for ulterior motives. I can't believe I trusted and admired you all this time. I do want to find Big Mom because it's something I promised to the Big Mom Pirates. Seeing this situation, Leeway could only tell the truth. He initially wanted to discuss the situation in Wano and then bring up his desire to completely abolish the periodic soul tribute system. However, Heishi did not give him the chance. As expected, that SYU spoke such treasonous words to Princess Hiyori, saying that we commoners are the true masters of Wano. Nonsense, the Shogun is the master. Enough, Heishi. I can accept your misunderstanding of me, but I absolutely do not agree with your viewpoint. Only the people can be the masters of the country. I hope that one day, you can genuinely understand this statement from the heart. Leeway shouted loudly, interrupting the words of the young man in front of him. His face was filled with a serious expression, which left Heisher so shocked that he couldn't speak. Forget it, this is not something that can be changed overnight. However, you should still let me finish what I have to say. Leeway revealed a lonely smile, and then spoke about the situation in the country of Wangua. After hearing it, Heisher furrowed his brows and asked, are you saying that the people of that country have to pay 1 month of their lifespan every 6 months? That's too despicable, isn't it? Yes, that's also the ability of Big Mom's devil fruit, or, as you would say, it's a form of sorcery. She can collect the lifespan of others and then bestow it upon other objects, giving them vitality. If you don't believe me, you can find someone to verify it. As he spoke, Leeway noticed that although Heisher still wore a face full of disbelief, he clearly believed half of it. This naive young man. Leeway internally complained and revealed his agreement with the Big Mom Pirates. This time, The astonishment on Blackstone's face grew even more intense. You defeated the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates and temporarily abolished this unfair system. That's impressive. Yes, I want to find Emperor Big Mom precisely to truly eliminate this system. This is also my agreement with Katakuri, the second-in-command. After clarifying, Leeway breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Blackstone. Unfortunately, the other party was still immersed in shock, and it would take time for him to digest this matter. Leeway didn't pay much attention and took out the phone bug to continue discussing the unfinished topic. Once connected, Katakuri on the other end said somewhat angrily, "Leeway, do you want Brin to go to Wano country? To solve the smile problem for those laughing users?" "So Christina has already told you. That's good. Yes, this is my plan. As long as we solve the problems of the people in Wano country, they will definitely put aside their hatred for Big Mom and wholeheartedly help me find her whereabouts. This is the fastest way I can think of to locate Big Mom." Levi had long prepared his arguments, but he knew very well that Katakuri was not someone who could be easily deceived. Sure enough, the other party scoffed. "Do you think I would believe your words? Brulee's three-eyed tribe ability is quite important to us. You want to use her to interpret the poneglyphs, right?" "Katakuri, I'm not interested in the poneglyphs. Who knows? You formed an alliance with the Straw Hat Pirates. Haven to you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have arrived in Wano so quickly. So, Levi, even if you're not interested, Luffy and his crew are determined to become the Pirate King. If the poneglyphs are not deciphered, they won't find the final island. Perhaps you want to use Brulee's ability for their sake. Luffy and the others have Robin, the only scholar who can read ancient texts. And they also have the Kazuki family, who can carve poneglyphs. They can find Laugh-Tale without Brulee's ability." Leeway patiently explained, adding, "According to my intelligence, your mother has already fallen into the volcano, and the situation is quite critical. If we can't find her whereabouts soon, I think you'll soon become the captain. Since the situation is so urgent, let's send someone to support you. With this Pipe Kid's ability, Katakuri, have you forgotten that the Straw Hat Luffy, who defeated 2 of the 4 emperors, is still in Wano? Will they allow you to come?" Leeway continued to persuade, "Aside from Brin, I think the moment the Big Mom pirates set foot in Wano, war will break out again. You must be very clear about Luffy's strength, right? I was just thinking of having a spar with the Straw Hat Kid. Trust me, Katakuri, I will ensure Brin's safety. You should know that if I can save her from Akiji in Wanoga, I can definitely protect her in Wano as well." Leeway sincerely said, "Brin must want to see Sanji too, right? If you don't come soon, Sanji might forget her. Just leave it, Brin, you decide." After this sentence came from the phone bug, Leeway waited for a while before he heard a shy female voice. "Leeway, have you seen Sanji? Is he okay? I haven't seen him yet, but I heard he has some health issues, right, Blackstone?" Saying this, Leeway pointed the phone bug at Blackstone, who had slowly come back to his senses. This action left the other party completely bewildered, and he exclaimed, "Huh? What do you mean, huh, Blackstone? Didn't you just meet someone from the Straw Hat Pirates? Sanji, the chef, didn't he recover from his injuries?" Leeway asked with annoyance, while he gave a glance and silently mouthed, "Hurry up and say yes. She is Sanji's fiancée, and also the key person to cure the Laughing Man. Yes, mister. Sanji is still unconscious to this day." Haysher gritted his teeth and was forced to play along. "All right, I'll go take care of Mr. Sanji." Brin's voice no longer had any shyness in it, and Leeway also breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you all come over now." "All right, Leeway. I didn't expect we would meet so soon. Christina, I'll leave the citizen service team to you." Just then, the phone bug on the other end had already hung up. Levi glanced at Blackstone again and smiled, saying, "When my companions arrive, you can ask them." All right. Chapter 132. Luffy in a deep sleep after putting away the snail phone. Levi soon saw a black hole suddenly appear on the floor of the tea house, and he knew that Foles was coming. After a moment, 2 figures emerged from the black hole, namely Foles, who was wearing suspenders, and Brin, who had light brown wavy long hair. Foles warmly greeted, "Finally, I get to see you, Levi. I missed you so much. It seems like we haven't been apart for even a day, right?" Leeway replied with a faint smile, then turned to look at Brin, who appeared anxious and clearly worried about her fiancé's injuries. Is this what they call a love-struck Brin? It's a pity she encountered a warm-hearted guy like Sanji, who ranks behind dogs. Leeway couldn't help but complain, and then he heard Brin hesitantly ask, "Where's Mr. Sanji?" "Oh, he's not here. We're just planning to go over there." Levi replied softly, then pointed to the black stone beside him and introduced. "This is a promising young man from Wano, and he's also a devil fruit user with a teleportation ability similar to Foles." The black stone immediately greeted everyone, and Levi introduced him to Foles and Brin one by one. After they exchanged greetings, just as he was about to get to the main topic, Blackstone jumped in first. Did you come here through that black hole from thousands of miles away in the country? That's amazing. What black hole? That's a pipeline. I'm a user of the pipeline fruit, and my pipeline can reach anywhere in the world. Pretty impressive, right? Seeing Foles looking a bit smug, and Blackstone wanting to continue asking questions, Levi had to forcefully interrupt. Shall we go check on Luffy and the others first? Also, Brin, the snail phone just mentioned that there are quite a few people here who have lost expressions other than smiles due to failed smile fruit usage. I understand. I will take a good look at their conditions, but I can't guarantee I will find the problem, she replied. I believe you can do it. Let's go. Leeway said this and glanced at Fools. If I remember correctly, Jinbei is currently with Luffy and the others. So your pipeline should still be able to connect to him, right? Of course, that's not a problem, Leeway. My pipeline can not only reach a fixed location, but it can also lock onto a specific person, allowing me to be by their side anytime. As he spoke, Fools slightly raised his chin towards Heishi. Heishi also cooperatively showed an envious expression and said, "Your magic is much more powerful than mine. I can only travel within the borders of Wano. All right, let's talk about the comparison of devil fruit abilities later. Let's go." Leeway once again terminated the topic. Time was tight. In addition to wanting to verify the abilities of the Brin Three-Eyed Tribe as soon as possible, he also wanted to understand what exactly had happened to Luffy and the others. Although Fours still wanted to show off a bit more. Seeing the expression on Leeway's face, he could only obediently bow down and draw a circle. After doing this, he stood up and saw Blackstone's eager expression, and the frustration on his face disappeared completely. He also said to Blackstone, "Come on, you should experience my ability too. It would truly be my honor." Blackstone was also unreserved and was the first to step into the black hole. Leeway and Brin followed closely behind. After a moment, the four of them arrived in a large room in the Flower City. Their appearance caught the attention of Chopper and Usopp, who looked at them with sparkling eyes, filled with envy. Fortunately, Jinbei was more composed and greeted them first. "Leeway, you're here, and you brought Miss Brin with you?" "Yes. She is here to assist with the treatment," Leeway replied. At this moment, he had already seen that there were quite a few people in the room. Among them, lying on the bed were Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, the three main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as Kinnymon, Kiku, and Cat Viper from the Red Scabbards. Leeway scanned the area again, but did not see the Azura boy. Presumably, he had sacrificed himself in the battle on Ghost Island, just like in the original story. "Oh, Miss Brin also knows medicine?" Sanji's words were cut off as he saw Brin rush towards the unconscious Sanji, her face full of anxiety as she wanted to check on her fiancé, but she hesitated and felt shy. Seeing this, Leeway could only mutter, "The pirate world certainly doesn't lack for scenarios of women pursuing men. This is much better than the real world." Finally, Brin looked at Chopper with a questioning gaze and hesitantly asked about Sanji's condition. Whenever it came to medical issues, Chopper transformed back into his master mode, quickly responding, "Sanji's injuries aren't severe, but strangely, the wounds are healing very slowly." Slow healing? That shouldn't be the case. I remember that a few of them have monster-like recovery abilities, especially Luffy. No matter how serious the injury, as long as he eats meat and sleeps well, he can recover. At this point, Leeway couldn't help but mutter inwardly. And then there's Kinnymon and the others. Their sit-up technique is quite remarkable. After enduring heavy blows from Kaido and Kanjuro, they can still get up and continue fighting. Lost in thought, Leeway was brought back to reality by Chopper's voice. That's why I said it's strange. Not only are their wounds healing slowly, but their entire metabolism has also slowed down. Luffy hasn't eaten for 2 days. It's hard to believe. Upon hearing this, Leeway immediately understood that someone must have tampered with things. So he said to Brin, "You should use your third eye to take a look." "Okay," Brin replied immediately. She brushed back her bangs, revealing the third eye on her forehead. This sudden scene startled Blackstone and Crane Girl, but soon they looked apologetic and wanted to apologize. However, Brin waved her hand, saying, "I don't care about that anymore, because Mr. Sanji said my eye is beautiful." After saying that, she focused her gaze on Luffy. Everyone in the room held their breath, afraid to disturb Brin's process. Sanji looked at Leeway, slowly walked out of the room, and softly said, "I see. After the Three-Eyed Tribe opens their eye, they indeed awaken some special abilities. Yes, I hope to use Brin's abilities to find a way to heal the Laughing Man." After stepping outside, Leeway shared his plans frankly. Sanji nodded. "That's great, Leeway. You're truly a chivalrous person. Let's talk about it after we succeed." Levi responded, pointing to the room. "We should go in." As they entered the room, Levi saw Brin discussing with Chopper. "Are you saying that inside Luffy and the others, There's a black, spiral-patterned substance that's preventing the wounds from healing? Yes, Dr. Chopper, that's what my third eye told me. Hearing their discussion, Levi paused for a moment. A spiral-patterned substance? That sounds so familiar. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he speculated. The devil fruit users in Wano really are incredibly strange. No wonder it's an isolated island. Just like Australia in the real world, the ocean's isolation leads to bizarre species inside. Chapter 133. Robin became suspicious. Could it be that Luffy and the others are poisoned? After hearing Brin's words, Jinbei was the first to make his judgment, but he quickly denied this speculation. No, I don't think there are such bizarre poisons in this world. Luffy shows no signs of poisoning, I can guarantee that. Chopper quietly refuted as well. Usopp had already snapped out of his shock, and, having just become familiar with fours, expressed his opinion. It must be witchcraft. This is Wano, with various ninjutsu, so there must also be various cursed sorcery. Lord Usopp, I disagree with your view. As a member of Wano, I don't believe anyone can achieve such a level of curse, explained Adai softly, covering her mouth. The locals, Haku and Kurwashi, nodded in agreement, leaving Usopp somewhat speechless. Finally, Brin summarized with a worried tone. Then what exactly is the reason that Luffy and Sanji's bodies have become like this? Just when everyone was at a loss, Levi happened to think of the key point and stood up. Everyone has forgotten that this is a world of devil fruits. I speculate that there is a user who has used their fruit ability to alter Luffy and the others' bodies. Upon hearing this, Robin, who had been silent, nodded. My analysis also points to the spiral pattern. This is indeed the most significant characteristic of devil fruits. Yes, Chopper, Usopp, you should still remember that guy who can emit dull light, right? Nami supported Robin's viewpoint. Usopp quickly realized, you mean Foxy, right? But we've been right by Luffy's side, and no one else has come during this time. Devil fruit abilities can be bizarre and don't necessarily need to be activated through contact. Leeway revealed the most crucial information, and his words instantly captured the attention of everyone in the room. Robin turned her head directly to look over. You are Leeway, the extraordinary genius who defeated Katakuri? Huh? Has this news already reached Wano country? It shouldn't have, as this is a nation that has closed its borders. Levi simply responded and brought the topic back. Since we know it was the work of a devil fruit user, we should analyze it from the perspective of the suspect. Levi is right. We've had encounters with Kaido and Big Mom, and neither they nor Orochi have such a devil fruit user. Robin, there are quite a few devil fruit users in Wano. Take Blackstone, for example. He is also a user. Levi pointed to Blackstone, who was whispering with fours, frowned slightly, and continued, moreover, as far as I know, there are two major factions in Wano country, and they have quite a few abilities users, such as the Kinoshita family and the Yoshida family. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit about Wano country. It seems your intelligence capabilities are indeed strong. Facing Robin's praise, Levi smiled slightly, and then turned to Adi and Kazuki Nika, saying, I think you're more aware of this information. However, they all shook their heads. These two families do have quite a few, Waishijishi, which are the abilities users you just mentioned, but what specific abilities they have, we do not know. For the people of Wano country, Waijutsu is one of their trump cards and is not easily disclosed to outsiders, that we can only investigate. Leeway made a quick decision, but he asked, however, before that, there's one more thing to address. Where is Huzi? Oh, she has recovered after drinking the herbal medicine. I think she should be playing outside now. Mr. Leeway, what do you want to find her for? The person who answered was he knew, and Guangyue, right beside her, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Leeway got straight to the point. He pointed at Brin again and said, as everyone just saw, Miss Brin has the ability to see through bodies. I want her to take a look inside Huzai. Maybe she can help him truly return to being a normal person. That would be great. Thank you so much, Miss Brin. Korinushi and Koyuki Nika were both excited, and before they could finish speaking, they rushed out of the room, clearly eager to find Huzai. Brin instinctively replied, this is what I should do. Seeing the scene, Leeway found it somewhat amusing. He wanted to say a couple more words, but saw Foles approaching him, hesitantly saying, anyway, it will be a while before things here are settled. Since I rarely come to Wano, I want to follow Heishi and walk around. Go ahead, be careful. This is a time of unrest, so don't cause any trouble. Don't worry, Leeway. With me, Heishi Yashimian, no one dares to make things difficult for us. Hurry up. Don't waste time. I want to see your Tion song technique. Foles grabbed Heishi, and the two instantly disappeared from the room. Usopp and Chopper's eyes started to shine again. Leeway said irritably, these guys. Jinbei then chuckled warmly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe there are such convenient fruit abilities. I was also quite surprised. Leeway replied, and then secretly thought to himself, this shouldn't be caused by my time travel, right? After that, he shared the information about the abilities he had already mastered. After he finished speaking, Jinbei suddenly realized. So the person who was peeping in the bath was also an ability user. Such a capability, similar to burrowing underground, is really hard to guard against. A power that can shrink people is also difficult to defend against. Lady Crane also sighed, and in the end, she praised. However, the most impressive is still Mr. Leeway. You have collected so much information in less than a day since you arrived. Robin, Nami, Adi, and Kazuki Hiyori all nodded in agreement. Nami even added with a jab. It would be great if our captain had such awareness too. Upon hearing this, the room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Leeway also relaxed a bit, but then he added, I will find out which ability user injured Luffy and the others. Then it's up to you, Robin said readily. And Jinbei nodded in agreement. After all, the enemy was still lurking in the shadows, and they had to protect their partners who had lost their ability to defend themselves. Suddenly, Adai added, Leeway, I'll investigate with you. I'm for Wano country, so I understand the situation here better and can definitely help. That would be great. Once Brin finds out what's going on inside the body of the person, we'll set off, Leeway replied. Leeway didn't hesitate much. He really needed a helper now. However, Adai covered her mouth and smiled. It's already evening, so if you want to investigate, it should be tomorrow, hee. Leeway was taken aback for a moment, then laughed it off. At this time, Crane Girl and Koyuki Haiho returned, and of course, they were accompanied by Kutsu. As soon as Brin saw them, she immediately realized what was happening and used her third eye again to check Kutsu's condition. In Chapter 134, The Demon Inside Momonosuke, after a moment, Brin described what she saw. There is a demon inside this little girl, just like the abilities you all have, but it is different. At this point, she pointed at Robin and Chopper and continued, You two are ability users, right? There is a demon inside you, but it moves around in the heart, often changing expressions, sometimes laughing heartily and sometimes getting angry. Then, Brin paused briefly before continuing, but the demon inside this little girl's body is expressionless, only able to giggle, and it remains motionless. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. After a while, Crane Girl hesitantly asked, The demon inside Kutsu only giggles? So, does Kutsu only giggle as well? It should be like that, right? Is this the ability of the Three-Eyed Tribe? That's interesting. Robin picked up the conversation and looked deeply at Brin. Leeway was thinking even more. He asked, Is Xiaoyu here? I remember she has captured quite a few users of artificial devil fruits. I think Brin should also take a look at the demons inside their bodies. Yes, Speed is a user of an artificial devil fruit. I'll go find her right away. Heron hurriedly set down the child in her arms and rushed out of the room. The child didn't know what was happening, but kept grinning widely. This situation made Leeway and the others feel uneasy. Even Brin showed a look of pity, glancing at the poor little girl a couple more times, hoping to find more information. However, even after watching for a while, to Brin, the child still appeared to be the same demon, grinning vacantly. At that moment, Leeway suddenly said, Right, Momonosuke has eaten an artificial devil fruit. Brin, take a look at that guy. Okay. Brin immediately agreed, walking towards Momonosuke's bed in the direction Leeway pointed, using her third eye ability. She appeared increasingly serious. Seeing this, everyone on site became more nervous, but no one spoke, fearing they might disturb Brin. After a long while, Brin finally spoke. This is the first time I've seen such a strange demon. What's wrong? What exactly is the problem with the demon inside my brother? Kazuki Hiyori asked anxiously, her beautiful face filled with worry. Leeway, Jinbei, and Robin all turned their attention to Brin. Brin stroked her chin and revealed the answer. The demon inside this person is very small, even smaller than this raccoon bastard. I am a reindeer. Chopper, furious, clenched his fists, wanting to teach Brin a lesson. Fortunately, he was hugged by Robin, who comforted him repeatedly. Nami quickly approached and, like magic, pulled out a milky white cotton candy from her chest and handed it to Chopper. With the two beautiful women soothing, Chopper calmed down, but even so, he still shot a fierce glare at Brin. Seeing this fierce yet adorable creature, Brin could only smile and apologize. Meanwhile, Leeway immediately grasped the key point and stated his hypothesis. The demon inside Momonosuke is small because he is originally young. After all, this kid was matured by Shinobu's devil fruit ability. It should be like this. It seems that although Momonosuke's body and age have increased, the devil fruit ability has not been enhanced. Jinbei nodded, but raised a soul-searching question. Leeway, how did you know about Momonosuke's growth? In my memory, I never mentioned it to you. Because besides having outstanding talent, my intelligence ability is also remarkable. I am well aware of many things happening in Wano. After the training in the world, Leeway has now been able to maintain his composure and confidently classify the plot foresight that comes with being a traveler as an intelligence ability. Jinbei laughed. I see. This powerful figure with the strength of a warlord did not dwell too much on the issue. Instead, Robin and Nami looked at Leeway with strange expressions. Levi naturally didn't want to explain, so he asked Brin, I think the demon in Momonosuke should not just be small, right? Are there any other symptoms? Yes. The demon in his body is not only small, but also has a strange color. It's pink. This is the first time I've seen a demon of this color. After hearing Brin's words, Levi was momentarily stunned, and the image of Momonosuke transforming into a pink dragon immediately appeared in his mind. Jinbei, Robin, and others also showed expressions of shock, which made Kazuki Hiyori even more worried, and tears were about to spill from the corners of her eyes. Leeway quickly came to his senses and patiently asked, is there anything else besides these? For example, does that demon remain motionless? Or is there any difference in expression compared to regular demons? Without the small size and strange color, isn't that still odd enough? Especially regarding the color. All the demons of the ability users I've seen are black, but his is pink. After finishing, Brin also looked puzzled. But when she saw everyone else wearing expressions of helplessness, she quietly confirmed, did I say something wrong? No, you observed very accurately. It's just a bit of an exaggeration. Regarding the color of the demon, that's due to a mistake made by Vegapunk. Like you, he considered his artificial devil fruit a failure because of this color. After clarifying, Leeway turned to Kazuki Hiyori, who was half worried and half confused, and said, don't worry, your brother is fine. However, just as he was about to continue, he noticed Momonosuke, who was unconscious, and had to forcibly stop himself from speaking. Robin reacted quickly. She explained to Kazuki Hiyori, and, in the end, the princess of Wano finally felt relieved. After realizing it was just a false alarm, Leeway stopped talking. However, Robin took the initiative to approach him. You even know that the devil fruit Momonosuke ate was made by Vegapunk? My information gathering ability is quite strong, isn't it? Levi replied with a faint smile, knowing that Robin had once been a spy and understood the difficulty of gathering intelligence. But what did that have to do with him? However, Robin's expression began to grow serious. Intelligence can only be gathered by someone with the talent for it. So tell me, Levi, when did you start following us? You're too suspicious, Robin. I'm on your side. Seeing that the situation was about to escalate, Levi could only sigh. As for my intelligence capabilities, that's one of my secrets. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the truth. Robin, Levi has no reason to oppose us. In fact, without his words, I wouldn't even be standing here. Guan Yue Rai stepped forward to speak for Levi. And nearby Adai also said, yeah, I believe Levi isn't a bad guy. But don't worry, Miss Robin, I'll keep a close eye on him. Do whatever you want. Leeway didn't pay much attention. He wanted to say a few more words, but he heard the sound of footsteps outside the door. Presumably, it was he knew and Speed coming. Sure enough, when the door opened, two people came in. It was them. Chapter 135, The Cause of the Laugher's Illness. Seeing Speed's appearance, Robin stopped pursuing the matter of Leeway's intelligence capabilities. As the most knowledgeable and rational character in the entire work, she understood very well what was most important at the moment. However, the cautious Robin still cast her gaze toward Leeway, clearly feeling that this person was full of secrets and needed to be wary of him. Leeway did not think too much about Robin's concerns. He understood that Robin was just being cautious, having gone through hardships since childhood. It was hard for her to trust a stranger, especially when that stranger had unexplainable issues, making it uncertain whether they were friend or foe. In time, she would naturally come to know that he meant no harm. As his thoughts raced, Leeway heard the voice of the crane woman. Who? I brought Speed with me, Mr. Leeway. Levi regained his senses and focused his attention on Speed, who had just entered. Just like in the original work, this person who had consumed the artificial devil fruit, horse form, had long horse ears and a lower body that resembled a horse. She wore purple goggles on her head, had black and white hair, and was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit that was a mix of white and blue, with her chest exposed, making her a beauty even more affluent and generous than Nami. After retracting his gaze, Levi silently swallowed, then signaled to Brin. Brin's face was somewhat pale, but she still revealed the third eye on her forehead. After taking a deep breath, she frowned and looked over. At first, Speed was startled and instinctively took a step back. Clearly, it was the first time she had seen someone with three eyes. However, upon noticing that there were many familiar faces in the room, all looking at her, Speed gradually relaxed. After a while, Brin began to breathe heavily. Her forehead's eye was already bloodshot, but she persisted. Robin, seeing this, wanted to step forward to advise Brin to take a break, but was stopped by a wave of Brin's hand. Finally, Brin's body weakened, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Levi reacted quickly, darting over to pull a chair, allowing Brin to collapse directly into the seat. Phew. Thank you, Levi, Brin said, her bangs falling down to cover the somewhat unsettling third eye. However, astonishment flashed in her other two eyes. Leeway sensed this oddity, but after a moment's thought, he understood the reason for Bruin's surprise. Due to the refresh of his talent and the enhancement from the 1,000 endurance skill, he had become incredibly agile, which was different from the Leeway known to Bruin, who was famous throughout the realm for his immense strength and iron-like defense, yet was somewhat clumsy. However, regarding this question, Leeway had no way to explain it. The matter of the system, like his identity as a traveler, was one of his two greatest secrets that he simply could not share with outsiders. Leeway sighed lightly and could only comfort himself. This is the price of being a peerless genius. He reined in his thoughts and glanced at Bruin, but did not urge her. The others were the same, as Bruin's complexion was very poor, her lips extremely pale, and her face covered in fine beads of sweat, clearly exhausted from overexertion. Only Speed looked bewildered, not quite understanding. This girl just glanced at her. How did it seem like she had gone through a fierce battle? However, she was tactful and did not publicly ask this question. After resting in the chair for a while, Bruin finally spoke. There is indeed a demon inside this horse. The color of this demon is not unusual. It is black and of normal size. Upon hearing this, and seeing Bruin struggling more and more, Leeway could only take the initiative to ask. The color and size are not important. Bruin, you are already exhausted. To save your strength and allow you to rest sooner, let me ask the questions and you answer, all right? Before he could finish speaking, Bruin realized and fell silent. Leeway nodded with a smile and asked the first question. Is the demon inside Speed unable to move freely like the one in Kuko? After seeing Brin nod, he asked again, but the demon inside her not only laughs? If I'm not mistaken, that demon should be similar in expression to those like Robin, who have eaten naturally occurring devil fruits, right? Yes, that is correct. Leeway realized that his speculation was correct. He had already grasped the principle of demons formed within the bodies of devil fruit users. Generally speaking, these demons are black and vary in size according to the user's age or level of development. Additionally, these demons are primarily attached to the user's heart and can express various emotions just like humans. Except for those who are laughers, strictly speaking, they are not considered users themselves, but they've been tainted by demons, resulting in the demons inside them only being able to laugh foolishly. This is why people like Hudo have lost the ability to express emotions beyond smiling. After analyzing this, Leeway suddenly had another question. Why do those who consumed artificial devil fruits, like Speed, have to retain animal characteristics in their bodies? This is different from regular users like Robin and Chopper. According to the idea that the demon within a user's body is the core factor for their abilities, the demons in these two types of people should be different. With this in mind, Leeway immediately asked about his confusion. Although Brin was exhausted, she still explained, albeit with pauses. You're right, the horse user's demon also retains horse characteristics, and the demon is not attached to the heart. It is connected to her heart through a thin thread. As she spoke, she struggled to raise her right hand and pointed at Speed, who still had a look of shock on her face. Levi grasped the key point and asked again, is the demon inside that girl connected in the same way? Through fine threads? Brin could only nod slightly at this point, unable to speak. Seeing this, Levi stopped asking questions. The crane woman quickly stepped forward, supporting Brin along with Adi, helping her lie down on the nearby bed. Coincidentally, that bed was right next to Sanji. After lying down, Brin faced her fiancé, a shy and happy smile on her face, but before long, she fell asleep. To avoid disturbing the patient's rest, Levi left the room first. Robin, Jinbei, and the crane woman, Speed, and others also came out. Leeway saw that everyone was present and expressed his opinion. I think to solve the problem with these people like Huzi, who can only smile, we need to find a way to cut the thread that connects the demon inside them to their hearts. Are you saying we need to perform surgery? But I can't see that thread. Chopper immediately grasped Leeway's plan, but he could only shake his head because, except for Brin, no one else could see the demon. And Brin clearly didn't understand medicine. As it seemed this problem might be unsolvable, Leeway couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. At this moment, Robin suddenly spoke up. Perhaps we can approach it from the perspective of restraining the devil fruit, such as using the sea or sea stone. With this hint, Leeway's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Sea stone, that's right. Maybe we can ask Shung Village. seeing everyone looking at him with puzzled expressions. He hurried to explain. Shung Village is where someone can merge with demons. If he can integrate himself into a person's body, perhaps he can cut that thread. Although this idea seemed a bit far-fetched, I think it's worth a try, the old man thought. Jinbei pondered for a moment and agreed. And no one else voiced any objections. Leeway, in order to ensure everything is foolproof, we need you to verify the feasibility of this method. You are a professional and authoritative doctor, so you will definitely be able to verify it. Damn it. Even if you praise me like this, I still won't be happy. Chopper started to dance around, but after a while, he returned to normal and said with a serious face, I will discuss this with Mr. Marco. That's the best way. Leeway didn't expect that the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates hadn't left yet. However, he had his own matters to attend to, so he said, I'll go find Shung Tsuen and ask if his fruit ability can do what I mentioned. By the way, if Force comes back, please ask him to wait for me. Given Brin's current physical condition, they probably won't be able to return to Whole Cake Island today. No problem, Jinbei readily agreed. After giving his instructions, Leeway was about to leave when someone stopped him. Leeway, it's late at night. You need a rest too, right? Time waits for no one. Miss A. Dai. I suggest you don't get involved in this matter for now. After all, the Yoshinoya family is still observing, and we don't know their stance. I understand, Leeway. Then I'll leave it to you. The gang leader, A. Dai, was not the type to be overly cautious. She readily agreed. Leeway smiled faintly, waved to the others, and left. Chapter 136. The Weakness of the Melting Technique. After walking a few steps, Leeway took out the phone bug and dialed Foz, asking Haishi Yiming to give him a ride. Before long, a person wrapped in a bathrobe appeared in front of him. This person was Haishi, who said helplessly, Mr. Leeway, is it really necessary for you to be in such a hurry? Foz and I were having a nice, relaxing bath, and now you want to take you. I'm really sorry, but I don't like to leave things that can be done today for tomorrow. Foz should know this characteristic of mine as well, Leeway said apologetically, and after finishing, he himself was momentarily stunned. Recalling his life before the crossing, he was indeed a late-stage procrastinator, always liking to push tasks to the last minute and then frantically rush to complete them. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the Emperor-level talent system, constrained by the weekly refresh mechanism of his talent, Leeway developed a habit of doing things immediately without procrastination. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Leeway's face, revealing an awkward grin. Hey, Mr. Leeway, why are you zoning out again? At that moment, a comment from Haishi brought him back to reality. Leeway could only wave his hand and smile, masking his thoughts. I was pondering how to treat the laughing one issue, and I accidentally got lost in thought. You're really a strange person, Haishi remarked, and without further ado, he directly activated the heavenly transport technique, sending Leeway in front of the Dragon Slayer Tavern. What a convenient ability. It's simply a must-have for traveling, Leeway praised, but heard Blackstone shake his head slightly. It's a pity that we can't leave the kingdom of He. If only we could teleport between islands like foals. Take your time. The abilities of the devil fruit can be developed. You should communicate more with foals. Perhaps you can realize your wish. Leeway gave his own suggestion and then asked Blackstone to wait a moment. He was just trying his luck, hoping to encounter Shung Tsuen and ask about the extent of his demon arts. If Shung Tsuen wasn't at the tavern, he would have to head back home. In response to Leeway's request, Blackstone tightened his bathrobe and replied shiveringly, No problem. You go and come back quickly. It's quite cold out here at night, and I've just come out of the bath. I won't take long. After leaving this remark, Leeway hurriedly walked into the tavern. Inside the tavern, he looked around and soon found the bald Shung Tsuen. Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly stepped forward to stand beside Shung Tsuen. He tapped his fingers on the table and greeted him. You really are addicted to alcohol. Shung Tsuen looked up at the sound, squinting his eyes. Slightly intoxicated, he shook his head and replied, It's you again, kid. What's up? Haven't you found Tianzi Kaisher? Hic. As he spoke, he let out a hiccup. Leeway smiled slightly and said, The matter of Kaisher is no longer important. I came to find you this time to ask about your demon arts. You're talking nonsense again. Demon arts are the greatest secret of us demon artists. Why should I tell you? Because I am working for the general of the future Heziguo, Senkin. If you can help us with this matter, then your Yoshinoya will become a great benefactor of Heziguo, and your past dealings with Kaido and Kuroten Oden will be wiped clean. Leeway drew a big pie, knowing that although Shung Tsuen had a bad temper, he was definitely not a fool. This drunkard couldn't be easily deceived with just a few words. Therefore, Leeway talked about everything he knew regarding the situation that had the laughing patients in stitches. In the end, he added, just imagine, if you could help these patients who only laugh all day return to normal. How would they thank you, their great benefactor? Your master, Yoshino Eishi. could very well leap to become the second most prominent family in the land of harmony. Are you saying that my fusion technique is the key to treating those who can only laugh foolishly every day? As long as I can cut that thin line, they would revert to being ordinary people capable of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? After understanding the situation, Shang Tsung immediately asked. Upon seeing Leeway nod, the drunkenness on his face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression, clearly engaged in a mental struggle. To persuade Shang Tsung more quickly, Leeway added, "This is a great benefit for everyone. The entire land of harmony will be grateful to you, and of course, the Keigetsu family will be as well. I can guarantee that." Before he could finish speaking, Shang Tsung interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Gritting his teeth, he smiled bitterly and said, "I know this is a good thing, but unfortunately my fusion technique cannot integrate into living organisms. I can only move through inanimate objects. So I'm sorry." After saying this, Shang Tsung slammed his hand on the table. Leeway's face also flashed with disappointment, but he glanced at Shang Tsung and smiled as he said, "All right. Although we couldn't find a solution to the laughing man, I'm glad you told me the truth. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and get lost. Don't disturb me while I'm drinking." Shang Tsung looked furious as he picked up the cup on the table and downed it in one go. Leeway did not disturb Shang Tsung any further and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Shang Tsung murmured softly, "A foreigner is so concerned about the affairs of Waji country, even going so far as to come find me at night. How could I possibly lie about this matter?" After saying that, he shook his head and sighed. Perhaps Lord Yoshino really made a mistake. I need to have a good talk with him. Then, Shang Tsung also stood up and unsteadily left the tavern. On the other hand, relying on the Blackstone's heavenly delivery technique, Leeway returned to the room where they were discussing the treatment plan for the Laughing One and informed Jinbei and Robin about the weaknesses in Shang Tsung's fusion technique. Upon learning that this route was blocked, disappointment appeared on their faces. In particular, Hina and Kazuki Nika both glanced at the sleeping Kodo, exchanged looks, and remained silent. However, Robin still walked over and softly said, "In any case, we have done our part. Such matters are inherently difficult and cannot be rushed. Moreover, we don't know what problems might arise from cutting that thin line. Perhaps breaking it could cause significant harm to that person. I understand. This point needs to be verified by Chopper." Leeway nodded. He was well aware that Robin was inherently a cynical pessimist, so he didn't argue. However, he resolutely said, "I will find other ways to heal them." Then, Leeway turned to Jinbei and said, "If there are any developments in Chopper's research, please be sure to let me know. If we work together, we can definitely solve this." His words struck a chord with Kazuki Oden and Hiyori, both looking at Leeway with grateful eyes. Jinbei laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I will. Leeway, I believe you can solve this problem as well. But it's already late at night. You should get some rest." Saying this, he pointed to an empty bed in the room. "You can rest here tonight." "All right." Leeway nodded in agreement. Lying on the bed, he internally complained, "What are Faz and Heishi up to? They don't seem to know how to stay out of trouble." However, thinking about how fulfilling his day had been, he quickly fell asleep. Chapter 137. The schemes of two great families in Wano country at Rabbit Bowl. In a luxurious room, a man dressed in a splendid kimono with a meticulously arranged hairstyle, looking quite handsome, sat cross-legged. In front of him was a small table with a long, slender talking snail on it. At this moment, a very respectful voice came from the talking snail. "Lord Yoshino, this is the intelligence I just received. Waita, are you saying that that guy Kinoshita Waisaku has made a move on Kazuki Oden's daughter?" Although this was just the opinion of the outsider Leeway, it indeed seemed like the work of Kinoshita's retainer, Ten's Kaiji. Hearing this, Yoshino shook his head slightly. Kinoshita is quite a cautious person. This is not his style. Could it be that he has gotten wind of the Kazuki family's plans to make a move against them? Is that why he took the risk to strike first? That is indeed a possibility. However, according to Leeway, the Kazuki family's priority right now is to focus on reconstruction. They should not have the energy to deal with us. At this point, Waita opposite him paused, then continued. "Lord Yoshino, shouldn't we change our strategy?" "What do you mean? Waita, do you have a good idea? Since the Kazuki family has regained power in Wano, why don't we fully support them?" "Lord Yoshino, we are weapon craftsmen, masters of hockey stone and various weapon forging techniques. No matter who becomes the shogun, they will ultimately need our strength." "Ita, your idea is too naive." Yoshino outright rejected it, but after a moment's thought, he spoke in a calmer tone. "Previously, to better forge hockey stones and weapons, we helped Kaido establish weapon factories. You should be well aware of the conditions of these factories. The wastewater they discharge has severely polluted the rivers. In other words, the people of Wano hate us to the bone. They will not let us off the hook. But it's not too late to save it now. At that time, we had no choice, Lord Yoshino. Now is the best time for us to correct our mistakes. We cannot keep making the same mistakes. Ita, are you still blaming me? No, Lord Yoshino, I would never dare to criticize your decisions. At that time, Kaido was powerful, and Orochi was the shogun of Wano. Under this double pressure, you had no choice but to cooperate with these scoundrels for our survival. However, now that Wano has changed, Kaido has been defeated, Orochi is dead, and the Kazuki family is back in power. They will understand our difficulties. That is why I said, Waita, you are too naive. We cannot entrust our fate to the mercy of others. You must know that for Kazuki Momonosuke, Kaido and Orochi are his father's killers, and we are accomplices. Thorns in his side. Therefore, even if Momonosuke cannot deal with us now, once he has truly stabilized his position, he will undoubtedly spare no effort to eradicate us. Yoshino couldn't help but interrupt his subordinate, and in the end, he sighed, we are already irreconcilable. There is no chance for reconciliation. Otherwise, I would not have let Yanjur take the initiative to attack Momonosuke and the others. But my lord, the Kazuki family and the Straw Hat Pirates are the top powers that defeated Kaido. Their strength is far greater than ours. What we're doing is akin to hitting a rock with an egg. The situation is not that dire, Waita. The Straw Hat Luffy's crew is indeed powerful. But they were severely injured in the battle against Kaido, which gives us the best opportunity to defeat them. Moreover, Yanjur has already succeeded. The strongest Straw Hat Luffy cannot make a move against us for the time being. Besides, even that coward Kinoshita Waisaku has taken action. In other words, they are our allies. Furthermore, Kaido and Orochi still have many powerful subordinates. They will never be willing to accept defeat. These people will continue to resist Momonosuke. So with the enemy weak and us strong, the advantage is now on my side. We can fight. After Yoshino spoke at length to the talking snail, the two fell into a brief silence. After a while, Waita made one last effort, but everyone in Wano will support the Kazuki family. Those weak people are not to be feared. All right, Waita, I've already made up my mind on this matter, so don't say anything more. Understood, Lord Yoshino. Hearing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Yoshino's face, but he also reassured, Waita, your stealth skill is most suitable for surveillance. Sending you to the bathhouse to tarnish the reputation of the Straw Hat Pirates cook is truly a waste of talent. From now on, you should focus on monitoring the situation on the Kazuki family side. I entrust this task to you. No problem, my lord. I will definitely do my best. After getting the answer he wanted, Yoshino hung up the talking snail, a joyful expression on his face, and muttered to himself, Kinoshita Waisaku has captured Kazuki Hiyori. Now, I don't have to worry about him defecting to the Kazuki family. Haha. However, what Yoshino did not anticipate was that Kinoshita Waisaku was currently in a state of panic. He was also shouting angrily at the talking snail. Oh. Kazuki Hiyori has escaped? Kaiji, what the hell is going on? Lord Kinoshita, I don't know. I just stepped away for a short while. But when I returned, that woman was gone. Kaiji, did you go gambling again? I didn't. Lord Kinoshita. You have to believe me. I just went to the restroom. At this point, you still want to hide it? I have already received news from the Dream State Casino. My lord, spare me. I just saw that Kazuki Hiyori was a weak woman, so I momentarily let my guard down. This is not the time to talk about that. Kaiji, how long have you been away from Kazuki Hiyori? Also, who else knows you went to the casino? This is important. It relates to how far she has escaped and who rescued her. Although Kinoshita Waisaku was still furious, he knew he had to solve this problem quickly, so his tone softened considerably. The Kaiji on the other end also knew he had made a huge mistake and recounted how he used Heishi Yoshimi's teleportation technique to go to the casino and gambled for an hour. In the end, he seemed to recall a key point and stammered. Strangely, when I was returning to the farm, I contacted that brat Heishi, but he was wearing a bathrobe, saying he had just come out of the bathhouse. I clearly instructed him to be on standby at all times. Are you suspicious of him? Kinoshita Waisaku caught the crux of the matter and asked. Kaiji, seizing the rare lifeline, hurriedly replied, this is very strange. And Heishi claims that his teleportation technique can reach anywhere within 9 miles. If Kazuki Hiyori was able to escape, his ability could indeed accomplish that. Then call him here. I will personally interrogate him. After Kinoshita finished speaking, he hung up the call with Tianluo, his face full of anxiety. At that moment, the call from Tianluo suddenly rang again. Kinoshita was taken aback, answered it, and then asked in confusion, Yoshino, why did you come find me? Chapter 138. The enemy is on the move the next morning, early. Leeway woke up from his sleep, and he had to say that sleeping until dawn really made him feel good. He stretched lazily and remembered that the first thing he had to do after getting up was to start the system and check the situation. When he saw that the remaining days had decreased to 6, he felt a bit helpless. Time waits for no one. He had to upgrade quickly. Leeway complained. And then he heard a rustling sound coming from the bed, not far away. It turned out that Brin had gotten up. Leeway hurried over, greeted the other person, and checked their condition. After a night's rest, she looked much better. Suddenly, Brin exclaimed, startling Leeway, who quickly asked, "What happened? Didn't you notice there are several more people in this room?" After hearing Brin's response, Leeway scanned the room again and indeed saw 2 strangers, a man and a woman, both with quite a few wrinkles, indicating they were not young. From their appearance and hairstyles, it was clear they were from the land of the rising sun. Soon, Leeway remembered that he had seen the man just yesterday. He was one of those who had knelt at the Mukanika family mansion asking to borrow food. Instantly, Leeway had a guess in his mind. He looked around and saw the same Heishi Yoshimi lying in bed, sound asleep. After a quick comparison, Leeway chuckled and said, "I think they must be Haishi's parents, right? But how'd they end up here?" Since the matter of Nohiko being rescued had already been exposed, and the Mukanika family suspected Haishi's involvement. At that moment, a cheerful voice came from nearby. Looking towards the sound, Leeway saw that the speaker was Jinpei, who pointed at the soundly sleeping Heishi in 4s. Briefly explaining what had happened after Leeway fell asleep last night. It turned out that the Mukanika family's Kaiji had contacted Heishi again last night, saying he wanted to go to the casino once more and was willing to pay. However, Heishi was very cautious. He knew he had just participated in Leeway's princess rescue operation, and given Kaiji's stingy nature, he instinctively felt something was off. So he verbally agreed, but did not go. 4s on the side directly suggested that Heishi bring his family over to avoid being coerced by the other party. Thus, Heishi brought his parents over and even asked a neighbor to help keep an eye on his home. After learning about the situation, Leeway couldn't help but glance at Heishi again. The kid was drooling in his sleep, looking like a complete fool. Yet he turned out to be someone with a meticulous mind. It seemed he had misjudged him. Leeway smiled slightly and was about to say a few words when a brash voice interrupted him. Immediately afterward, Heishi opened his eyes, flustered as he fished a thinly wrapped snail from his pocket, muttering, "Business is here." Then he saw Leeway, Jinbei, and Brin gathered around his bed. This sudden scene startled him, thinking something had happened. Just as he was about to ask, Leeway waved his hand to interrupt him. When Heishi saw Leeway pointing at the communication snail, he immediately reacted, hurriedly connecting it. He then heard a low, urgent voice from the snail. "Heishi, what trouble have you gotten into? What's wrong? Uncle Beiban, did someone come to my house looking for me?" "That's right, they were armed, all vassals of Lord Kinoshita. How did you get involved with such big shots?" Hearing this, Heishi breathed a sigh of relief, looking gratefully at his friend Foles beside him. Even the incessant chatter from the communication snail seemed like heavenly music to him. However, since Leeway and the others were still waiting for him, Heishi finally found a chance to interject. "By the way, Uncle Beiban, those people didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" "Not all. They saw that no one was home and left in a hurry, but they did tell me to inform them immediately if you returned." "Okay, thank you, Uncle. My parents and I are safe now, and Wano country will get better and better. We won't need to borrow food soon. Strangely enough, you all need to be careful. Lord Kinoshita's family is powerful. It won't be hard for them to find you. Don't worry." After saying this, Heishi hung up the communication snail and cheered, "Good thing I'm smart. I almost walked into a trap. If it weren't for me, Uncle and Aunt would be in danger." "Heishi, you still have a lot to learn." Foles, awakened by the voice from the snail, lifted his chin proudly. Heishi quickly patted the shoulder of his familiar friend, thanking him. "All right, I admit I was a bit negligent at that time, but thankfully you reminded me." Seeing the two of them banter, Leeway felt a bit speechless. Fortunately, it ended without incident. But then he thought of something and voiced his thoughts. "Why did Kais find you so quickly? Logically, you have no connection to Momonosuke or the Straw Hat Pirates." As he said this, Leeway looked around and shared his speculation. It seems the Kinoshita family has likely teamed up with the Yoshino family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have pinpointed the suspect as Heishi so quickly. 2 families teaming up? Jinbei immediately understood, but he didn't know the strength of the 2 families. So he looked at Heishi with questioning eyes. However, Heishi shook his head and turned to seek help from Leeway. Leeway could only say, "I'm not sure about their specific strength, but there are quite a few strange devil fruit users among them. I suspect it was these people who turned Luffy and the others into this." He then shared the intelligence he had on several of those users. After listening, Jinbei and the others fell silent. However, Heishi boldly said, Don't worry. Even if they are strong, they can't compare to Kaido and Orochi. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to be their subordinates. That's right, Heishi, you're right, agreed Kazuki Oden beside him. However, a look of horror flashed in Jinbei's eyes. He was aware that currently Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Kinemon, and the others had all lost their combat ability, and the situation was not optimistic. Nevertheless, this old pirate also knew that it wasn't the right time to say anything that would dampen morale. So he opened his mouth, but did not speak. Leeway captured Jinping's change in expression. He gave a knowing glance and nodded, saying, "The hardest days are behind us. We really don't need to worry too much about the Musha family and the Yoshino family. If they truly had a crushing advantage, why would they resort to such despicable means? I told you so," Heisha said happily. Leeway was initially listening, but suddenly his expression became serious. He glanced at Jinbei and found that Jinbei was also looking over, both of them reading the same meaning in each other's eyes. There were others hidden in the shadows of the room. With the confirmation from his observation haki, Leeway knew that his exceptional hearing had not failed him. The rustling sound he heard was not an illusion. Chapter 139, The Foolish Prince and Kazuki Nika. Leeway actually had an answer in his heart regarding the identity of the enemy in the shadows. This person was Katsumura Yoda, who could merge with other substances and move around. However, he was also very confused. He had dealt with Katsumura before and knew his abilities. Moreover, Katsumura should also be aware of his abilities, and it was impossible to deceive Jinbei and Li Wei's observation haki. This point had already been proven during their time in the bath yesterday. Yet, Katsumura had come so brazenly. Li Wei did not know what the other party was plotting in their mind. He was hesitating whether to use the upgraded power of the flowing cherry blossom to force Shunsuin to show up. After all, without information from Shunsuin, it would be impossible for Li Wei to rescue He so quickly. For this, he could only raise his chin at Jinbei, and the two of them tacitly pretended not to notice. At that moment, a face suddenly appeared on the ground, and it even began to speak. "Hey Li Wei, you and that Fishman must have discovered me a long time ago, right?" This sudden scene startled Heishi and Foles, causing them to jump up, patting their chests and exclaiming, "What is this? Has the ground come to life?" Li Wei did not expect Shunsuin to show up voluntarily. He waved his hand to calm down the two surprised people, and then said to Shunsuin, "Are you looking for me, or for this kid?" Li Wei pointed at the bewildered Heishi, then gestured towards himself with his hand, muttering, "Came to find me? This guy is also from the Kinoshita family?" Li Wei shook his head, ignoring Heishi, and instead looked down at the faces on the ground. He noticed Shunsuin was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily. "You guessed this too? I find you, this outsider, really remarkable. No wonder you were able to rescue the little princess of the Kazuki family so quickly." He paused for a moment before adding, "This also shows that my decision to take the risk to find you was correct. You came to find me? It shouldn't be under the orders of Yoshino Eishi, right?" Li Wei quickly replied, and when he saw that everyone in the room except Shinping looked confused, he introduced, "This is Mr. Katsumura Yoda, a member of the Yoshino family and also a sorcerer." As soon as he said this, Heishi, Kate, Getsu, Haya, and the others instantly became alert. After all, just a moment ago, Li Wei had mentioned that the Yoshino family was likely to join forces with the Kinoshita family. Now that the enemy had come knocking, how could they remain calm? Seeing this situation, Li Wei hurriedly stopped the two who were about to attack Katsumura. However, Katsumura calmly said, "Lord Yoshino indeed ordered me to monitor you, but I am well aware that you can break my fusion stealth technique. So, you revealed yourself on purpose? I don't think that's the reason, is it?" Li Wei smiled slightly and quietly waited for Shang Xiyuan's response. "Of course not. I came to find you because I wanted to hear from you personally about how you plan to proceed with the land of Wano. To show my sincerity, I can tell you first, Li Wei, you guessed it right. The Yoshino family is going to ally with the Kinoshita family. That's why Kinoshita Yusaku and the others were able to approach Heishi so quickly. Indeed, it turned out to be true. Fortunately, Heishi reacted quickly and moved his parents, leaving the Kinoshita group empty-handed. Levi's words made Blackstone and Fours display proud expressions again. This left him quite helpless. But the urgent task was to find out Shung Village's intentions. Therefore, Levi could only ignore the two clowns and get straight to the point. "When we first met, I said I would cure those who can only smile, and I believe that under Kazuki Momonosuke's governance, the entire Wano country will get better and better. The governance of the Kazuki family? I respectfully disagree. If Kazuki Oden had done a better job of protecting Wano country, how could we have fallen to this state?" Shung Village scoffed, and his words instantly drew the dissatisfaction of Kazuki Hiyori. What do you mean by that? My father devoted himself to Wano country, working tirelessly. It's just that Kaido was too strong and Kurizumi Orochi was too despicable, which led to his defeat. Princess Hiyori, no matter how many excuses you make, it cannot cover up the fact that Kazuki Oden was incompetent, right? The people of Wano country have suffered so much because they have such a foolish prince. Seeing Kazuki Hiyori getting a bit angry, Levi could only step in to mediate. All right, arguing about this is meaningless now. Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi have been defeated. We should think about how to make up for it and improve Wano country. Jinbei also agreed. The past cannot be changed. We should focus our energy on the present and the future. Hearing the two's persuasion, Kazuki Hiyori finally stopped arguing, but she still tossed her head and ignored Shung Village. However, Shung Village didn't mind and turned to Levi. I will continue to pay attention to Wano country's future, but this is not something that can be solved overnight. So I'm not in a hurry. On the contrary, I'm curious to see what progress you have made on your promise to cure the laughing disease. I have already found the reason why the laughing disease patients can only laugh, Levi said, briefly explaining what Brin had seen. However, Shung Village responded skeptically. This little girl can see inside people's bodies? She is a descendant of the Three-Eyed Tribe. After opening her third eye, she gained this ability. Levi explained. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to broaden my horizons, Shung Village said with a doubtful tone. He pointed to himself and continued. I indeed became a sorcerer after eating a strange and terrible fruit. I think that fruit, in your words, is a devil fruit. If this girl can see the demons inside the ability users, and these demons have various patterns just like the devil fruits, then I want to ask her what the pattern of the demon inside me looks like. Seeing the test come, Levi gave Brin a glance. She reacted quickly, immediately tying her hair back to reveal the third eye on her forehead, and looked deeply at Shung Village. Shung Village was clearly seeing a person like this for the first time. He was stunned for a moment, and then he heard Brin say, the pattern of the demon inside you looks like this. While speaking, she gestured with her hands. Subsequently, Shung Village fell silent, his face filled with shock. Seeing this, Levi knew that this had dispelled Shung Village's doubts. He then added, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates is also researching whether cutting the connection between the laughing disease patients and the demons inside them would have an impact on their bodies. All right, I believe you now, Levi Kid. After a moment of hesitation, Shung Village spoke again, pausing before saying, I will continue to persuade the master. This is for the best. I think after Momonosuke wakes up, I will also persuade him not to pursue the Yoshihara family anymore. After all, at that time, you were only trying to protect yourselves, which is why you were forced to cooperate with Kaido. Leeway also made his position clear, but then he changed his tone. However, the Kinoshita family, they kidnapped the princess. I think this matter won't be so easily forgotten. Upon hearing this, Shungsuin slightly opened his mouth, a look of conflict appearing on his face, but in the end, he still didn't speak, waved his hand, and left. Seeing this expression, Leeway frowned, and noticed that Kei Getsu Hino beside him snorted and seemed to want to say something. He quickly interjected, Hi Shi, it's good to see you awake. I was just about to ask you to take me to a nice place. Leeway wanted to quickly upgrade his skill, the Thousand Boil Body. Chapter 140, Chopper's Experimental Results. Upon hearing Leeway's words, Haishi excitedly said, Sure, where do you want to go? Beside him, Foles chimed in, Count me in. I didn't have enough fun last night. Cough, cough. Leeway, I shouldn't be here anymore, right? I want to head back to the World Nation first. Brin quickly interjected, and after speaking, she reluctantly glanced at the sleeping Sanji a couple of times. Leeway didn't expect Brin to be so eager to leave the Land of Harmony. But before he could say anything, Four spoke up first. No problem, my portal can take you back, but I won't accompany you. Forrest, that's a bit too much, isn't it? Can you bear to leave Christina alone to handle so many things? The Citizen Service Corps has only been established for a few days, and you're already throwing in the towel? Levi said as he pulled the other person's collar and walked him towards Brin. Forrest looked unwilling, mumbling, No, Levi. This is too cruel. What do you mean by what? Hurry back. You're not the same as before. We have serious matters to attend to. Just right. You can accompany Brin as well. Leeway unceremoniously interrupted Foles' words, and Haishi, who was about to speak, wisely shut his mouth upon seeing this. He could only ignore the pleading look from his newly made friend. In the end, Foles had no choice but to obediently use the abilities of the pipe fruit and leave Wano country with Brin. After dealing with this small episode, Leeway stated his intended destination, the bathhouse. Haishi understood immediately. A bath. You really know how to enjoy yourself. I'll take you to the largest bathhouse in Julie for an experience. The largest bathhouse you mentioned, Its owner wouldn't be named Rizaki, would it? That's right. Have you already been there? I'll say this, Haishi, I have indeed gone there for a bath with Jinbei before, so this time, I hope to choose a different bathhouse. Leeway directly interrupted the excited words of Blackstone. Are you kidding? I'm taking a bath just to upgrade my 1,000 soak body skill. Blackstone wanted to continue promoting, but seeing that Leeway was determined to change, he had no choice but to give in. All right, then let's go to the other Mitsui boss's bath. It's nice there too. Leeway nodded and waved goodbye to Jinbei, Kazuki Odin, and the others. Under the effect of the Blackstone's teleportation technique, Leeway quickly arrived at his destination. He didn't waste any time and directly got into the bath. About half an hour later, he pulled out the blissful Blackstone, suggesting they go to another place. Blackstone was filled with confusion over this sudden request, but before he could speak, Leeway covered his mouth. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually a researcher, currently investigating the bathhouses in Wano country. So, I need to personally check the quality of each bathhouse, you understand? I don't understand, but Mr. Leeway, since it's your request, I will definitely fulfill a 100. Although Blackstone was puzzled, he used the teleportation technique to send Leeway to another bathhouse in Jiuli. After experiencing 3 more bathhouses, Leeway heard a pleasant system notification. You have experienced 5 bathhouses. The skill endurance of 1,000 soaks has been upgraded to level C. Leeway, who was still soaking in the bath, felt a surge of joy and suddenly stood up, water cascading down his body. At that moment, Blackstone, with a worried expression, said, "No way. You don't want to switch to another bathhouse again, do you? You should know that you've already soaked in all the bathhouses in Jiuli." Huh? Really? But don't worry. After soaking in 4 bathhouses consecutively, my skin is almost pruned, so I'll call it a day. Leeway came back to his senses and quickly replied with a faint smile. His words also relieved Haishi, who was clearly a bit scared as well. Leeway smiled slightly and left a remark. "I've already prepared it. You can soak a bit more, and then we'll head back." After that, he walked out of the bath and sat down on a nearby chair. Then, Leeway activated the system to check the upgraded talent skills. 1,000 soaking body possesses remarkable evasion ability. At the current level, the user can completely evade attacks from those weaker than themselves with armed hockey. When facing an enemy with comparable armed hockey, the user can also evade after taking 1 attack. Additionally, the user can evade all solid attacks at certain speeds as needed. After reading, Leeway immediately grasped the greatest enhancement point from the upgrade, the ability to evade solid object attacks. Soon after, he seemed to remember something and checked the description of the flowing Sakura power talent. Sure enough, after being promoted to C level, both 1,000 soaking body and flowing Sakura power contain the term solid. One can evade attacks from solid objects, while the other can transmit within solid objects. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Leeway's mind, and he instantly opened up his thinking. Following this pattern, when these 2 talent skills upgrade to B level and A level, they should be able to act on liquids and gases. By the time they reach S level, perhaps they could eject fatigue and pain, or even consciousness-like substances similar to the abilities of the Tyrant Bear's pawpaw fruit. If that were possible, he could use flowing Sakura power to sever the thread inside the Laughing One. Thinking of this, Leeway was overjoyed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this plan was feasible, because the so-called flowing Sakura power is essentially armed hockey. And armed hockey is indeed a way to counter devil fruit users. After all, armed hockey can capture the flowing forms of Logia-type bodies. Just as he was pondering, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of buzzing sounds. Coming back to his senses, Leeway quickly took out his phone bug. After connecting, he heard a cute child-esque voice. "Leeway, please come back quickly. The research you asked me to do has yielded some results, but we've hit a critical step, so we need to discuss it further. Chopper, you truly are impressive. I'm on my way back, and I just thought of an idea that I want to discuss with you." Leeway hurriedly replied, and then put away the phone bug, shouting to the still-bathing Haishi, "We need to go. We have a lead on the Joker's problem." "Really? Then let's go now." Upon hearing this, Haishi immediately got out of the bath, quickly ran to the changing room to get dressed. As a member of Wano country, Haishi was eager to solve the Joker's dilemma. Moments later, the 2 returned to the room where Luffy and the others were lying down. Chopper, Jinbei, and Adai had been waiting for them. As soon as Chopper saw Leeway, he took him to another small room and went straight to the point. "This is my result." Following the direction Chopper pointed, Leeway saw many small animals, including rabbits, piglets, and white mice. Some of them lay motionless, presumably dead, while others trembled violently, their expressions quite grotesque. Witnessing these strange little creatures, he couldn't help but say, "These animals must have eaten the failed artificial devil fruits, right?" That's right. It's obvious that the failed artificial devil fruits also have effects on animals. Those trembling animals should be laughing, Chopper quickly replied, but then added. As for those that can't move, they are the results of my failed surgeries. Leeway, I have tried cutting some nerves and muscles, but none of it cured the Joker's uncontrollable laughter problem. However, I believe if we can cut the thread Ms. Brin mentioned, it should solve the Joker's issue. Saying this, he pointed to one of the most violently shaking white mice. I cut a few nerves, and this mouse's crying expression returned. It seems to be fine physically. At this point, Chopper added reluctantly, but where exactly is that thread? I have no clue right now. Don't worry, let me talk about my plan. Leeway smiled and reassured them. His words made Chopper and the others' eyes light up, and they all focused their attention on him. Chapter 141. The Crane Girl is in danger. Leeway also stopped hiding it. He slowly laid out his thoughts. Although we cannot see or touch it, the fine line that Brin mentioned should truly exist, just like fatigue and the soul. We all know that they are not fictional. I can understand this. However, while fatigue is invisible, we can truly feel it. As for the soul, the ability of Big Mom's fruit can take away other souls, so from this perspective, they can actually be seen as substances. Chopper provided his opinion from a professional standpoint. Levi retorted, but Kablina can also see that thin line. This statement left Chopper unable to argue back. Levi then got straight to the point. That's not important. The urgent matter is to find a way to cut that thin line without harming the patient. Have you found a method? Chopper replied, I only have a rough idea. Perhaps we could try using armament hockey, which is called flowing sakura in Wano. That should be able to cut the thin line. Levi emphasized, the key is not to find a way to directly cut the line, but to do so without harming the person. As they spoke, Chopper started to gesture wildly, indicating that he was a bit anxious. Leeway remained calm. For this problem, I'll look for more methods. Chopper, you verify the impact of cutting the fine line first. We'll tackle this together, and we will definitely solve this difficult problem. All right, I'll put in more effort and conduct a few more experiments. Leeway, the biggest challenge is up to you. No problem, Chopper. Leeway nodded. He wanted to say a few more words when suddenly he felt something and quickly looked towards the next room. At the same time, Jinbei also looked over. A scream came from there, and it was from Kazuki Oden. The two immediately set off, rushing towards the room at the fastest speed. This sudden scene stunned Chopper, and it took a while for him to come back to his senses, quickly following behind. As soon as he opened the door, Leeway first checked on the patients who were still in a deep sleep. Fortunately, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Kinneyman were all lying there safely. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the shocked Kazuki Oden, who pointed towards the door and stammered. Sister Ahi. She suddenly ran away. What happened? Take your time and tell me what just happened. And how did you get hurt? Leeway frowned and quickly calmed down Guanyue Hiyori and the others. Adai rushed forward and began to bandage their wounds. Fortunately, Hiyori wasn't seriously injured, and with her friend around, she felt less anxious. So she spoke up, just now. When I came in, I saw someone standing by Luffy's bedside, holding a small knife in her hand. I sensed something was wrong, so I shouted at her. That person turned around, and it turned out to be Hina. Which person is Hina? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Adai asked. Leeway was also puzzled, but when he saw Guanyue re-shake his head, he didn't say anything and instead signaled for the other party to continue. I couldn't believe what was happening in front of me either, but when I saw that small knife, I quickly came over to stop her, and during the struggle, I got my hand cut, and sister, he rushed out the door. There must be something strange about this. After hearing the whole story, Jinbei immediately made a judgment. She might be a disguised enemy. It should be like that, but we need to find Hinu quickly. She's in a bit of danger now, Leeway added, and then he saw Dai take out the communication snail and dial a number. However, after a series of beeping sounds, the communication snail was suddenly hung up. Seeing the situation, Leeway knew that the thing he feared the most had happened. The other people present also showed worried expressions. Who exactly is the enemy? The Mookie family or the Yoshino family? Guanyue anxiously asked the key question. Leeway shook his head. He bent down and picked up a small red flower from under Luffy's bed, then continued, I have a rough idea of the enemy's identity. As he spoke, he gestured with the small red flower in his hand. However, everyone still looked confused, and Kazuki Hiyori was so anxious she wanted to jump up. She said, quick, tell us, who is the enemy? Is it someone from Orochi's on Myoji? I remember seeing one of the female ninjas with a red flower like this on her head. Next to her, Robin provided the answer for Leeway. That's right. Don't forget that the remnants of Kaido and Orochi are our biggest enemies. Leeway nodded and said to Kazuki Oden, other forces are ones we can win over. So please keep this in mind. As for the Crane Girl, I believe I have a lead. Kazuki Oden stomped his foot and continued to ask. I will do my best to forget the bad things these people have done, But do you know the base of the Orokis on Myoji? I think Leeway intends to ask the Wind Shadow, as we captured him yesterday. Adai answered the princess's question. Levi nodded and said, the enemy is hiding in the dark. Jinbei, Robin, you two keep an eye on Luffy and the others. No problem. I'll leave the matter of Haku to you. Let's act separately. After saying this, Levi added, I'll handle this matter with Blackstone. Seeing that Kazuki Oden was about to get angry, he quickly explained, it's all because of Blackstone's teleportation technique. It can only transport one person. But don't worry, I'll bring Haku back safely. Let's go, Blackstone. All right, Your Highness. Boss 80, I will do my best to assist Lord Levi. Please rest assured. Blackstone expressed his thoughts and then vanished with Levi from the room. Such rude behavior made Kazuki Oden stomp his feet in anger. However, Levi did not see this scene. Before long, he arrived at the destination with Blackstone. Leeway handed Feng Ying a communication snail and said without any courtesy, hurry, contact Fu Lu Shou. I have urgent business to discuss with him. Oomph. Do you think I will obediently listen? Before he could finish speaking, Feng Ying let out a scream. A wound suddenly appeared on his arm, blood gushing out. I advise you to obediently listen, to avoid suffering physical pain. Leeway spoke in a cold tone, raising his already pitch-black right hand, which was exactly the effect of the flowing cherry power. Feng Ying did not refute this. Instead, he looked at Leeway with a terrified expression, as he had just seen Leeway's flowing cherry come through the ground and reach his hand. In other words, this kid's flowing cherry had already been cultivated to a very strong level. Leeway saw that the other party was silent and waved his hand again. This gesture directly scared Feng Ying back a few steps. Finally, he gritted his teeth and resignedly said, all right, give me the communication snail. Haishi immediately handed it over. Feng Ying took the communication snail and dialed the number. Soon, an elder voice came from the other end. Feng Ying, have you finally remembered to contact me? Lord Fu Lu Shou, I have important matters to report to you. Shall we meet at our old place? As soon as the words fell, Feng Ying glanced at Leeway, expressing his willingness to obediently comply. Chapter 142. The deal with the Orochi's shogunate. Feng Ying, are you planning to betray us? Unexpectedly, Fu Lu Shou saw through Feng Ying's intentions directly and sneered. Didn't we agree to take revenge for Lord Korizumi? Feng Ying immediately became anxious upon hearing this. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Leeway. Loyal to Korizumi Orochi? You shogunate members are indeed loyal. But what wave can you still stir up with your strength? Who are you? Feng Ying, aren't you supposed to have joined the Kazuki family? Regarding this question, Leeway directly replied, Feng Ying was just captured by me, and I'm not a member of the Kazuki family. Just like Kamurasaki, she's just an innocent civilian. You think I don't know? Kamurasaki is the wife of Kinemon, and Kinemon is the right-hand man of Kazuki Momonosuke. If you capture Kamurasaki, you can use her to threaten Momonosuke. What a shameless person you are. However, you've miscalculated. Kinemon doesn't know of Kamurasaki's existence, and right now, both he and Momonosuke are in a deep sleep. Can you wait long enough to threaten them with Kamurasaki? Moreover, Kamurasaki will never be willing to become a burden to her husband. She will definitely look for an opportunity to escape. If she truly cannot escape, she might even resort to threatening with her life. At that time, will Kinemon and Momonosuke let you, the root of the trouble, go? Leeway began his persuasion efforts. Sure enough, Fu Lu Shou fell silent after listening. After a long while, he stammered, do you think I would believe your words? If not, you can ask Chiyo. Didn't she just disguise herself as Crane Woman and attempt to assassinate Tao Jizwa and Jin Weimin? You really are one of Tao Jizwa's people. Fu Lu Shou, who I am is not important. Although my goal is to rescue Crane Woman, I also want to facilitate your reconciliation with Tao Jizwa. After all, given the current situation in Wano, there should not be another war. This is also your only way to survive. Stop spouting nonsense here. Feng Ying, tell me the name of this speaker. Lord Fu Lu Shou, he is Leeway. Not from Wano, but this guy is really strong. I lost him. If you can't even deal with an outsider, Feng Ying, you're truly embarrassing our Orokis on Awabanshu. That's not it, Lord Fu Lu Shou. Leeway is really strong. His flowing cherry can truly flow and has lethal power. This is the first time I've seen flowing cherry cultivated to such a level. Much stronger than that old guy Bao Wulang. We shouldn't be enemies with someone like him, Feng Ying said with a mournful face. But this statement lacked much persuasive power, as Fu Lu Shou directly interrupted him. Shut up, Feng Ying. Fortunately, Chiyo successfully completed her mission. You are even inferior to a woman. There is nothing more to discuss between us. Wait, Fu Lu Shou, don't you really want to meet me? Or am I really as strong as Feng Ying said? Moreover, In the eyes of Tao Jizhua and the Straw Hat Pirates, my value should be hundreds of times higher than that of Crane Woman. If you capture me, you'll have more leverage to negotiate with them. Leeway saw that the other party was about to hang up, so he hurriedly stated his main purpose. However, the old fox Fu Lu Shou was not so easily fooled. Do you think I'm an idiot? Although I don't want to admit it, your strength is now greater, and I won't be foolish enough to walk right into your trap. Do you think I would be as foolish as that idiot prince? Rest assured, I will go alone, and you could decide the meeting place. Alternatively, you could come without the crane girl and bring the rest of the ninjas to ambush me. Surely you have the courage to at least give it a try, right? If that's not the case, then you might as well live like rats in a stinking gutter. You really are arrogant, but I still won't be fooled. Fu Lu Shou, you just said that the wind shadow is even worse than a woman, but in fact, you're not even as good as a 3-year-old child. The fact that you can endure being humiliated like this makes sense. No wonder you are willing to be a subordinate of the useless black charcoal big snake, because you are even worse than useless. Enough, Leeway, is that your name? You're going too far. I agreed to meet you. Once you fall into my hands, I will make you experience a fate worse than death. After saying that, Fu Lu Shou hung up the call. Levi scoffed. I hope your boss can deliver on his promises. If I'm not mistaken, all of you from the Hebe clan should be in Julie, right? Ah, yes, we are all in Julie, Levi. I have done as you said. Feng Ying, you really are a perceptive person, but unfortunately, you are following an unreliable boss and standing against all the people of the Land of Harmony. I think you will spend the rest of your life in a cage. No, Levi, you can't do this. I don't want to stay in a cell. Feng Ying, if you do something wrong, you have to bear the corresponding consequences. You are an adult now. You wouldn't not understand this basic principle, would you? Leeway said sternly that he still wanted to add a few more words. However, the phone in Blackstone's hand rang again. Leeway struck Wine's shadow with a palm strike, knocking him out immediately. Heisher reacted quickly and handed the communication snail to Leeway. Once connected, Leeway heard the sinister voice of Fu Lu Shou. If you really are as powerful as you claim, then please come to the head mountain in Julie. Do you know this place? Leeway glanced at Blackstone, and after seeing him nod, he quickly replied, Of course, this is a place where thieves run rampant. I'll head over now, and I hope you won't break your promise. Of course not. I'll let you see the true strength of a ninja. Looking forward to it. Leeway hung up the call and said to Heisher, Let's go. We need to save people. All right, Lord Leeway. I've been wanting to see the strength of the Orochi Yatagarasu for a long time. Those ninjas have always looked down on us sorcerers. Heisher, just take me to the destination. Once I defeat them, you can challenge them anytime. No, I want to participate in the battle. This is serious. We're going to save people. You just heard it. That group of Fu Lu Shou is very cunning. As long as they see I'm not alone, they will definitely not show up. Levi said in an uncompromising tone, noticing Blackstone's unwilling expression. He added, to save the Crane Girl and defeat the remnants of the Black Carbon Great Serpent. Only then can our country truly enter an era of peace. You should understand the urgency of this matter, right? I understand, Mr. Levi. Let's go. Blackstone knew that this was not the time to be willful. He followed Levi's advice, used the heavenly transport technique, and sent the other party to Mount T. Then he said, We've arrived, Mr. Levi. I believe you can do it. But if such a thing does happen, I am well aware of the strength of the Great Serpent's court guards. Leeway confidently said as he stepped inside. Chapter 143, Luing versus Ninjutsu. The so-called head mountain is actually a very high peak within Julie's territory. This peak is covered with trees, and there's a winding path leading up through the forest. Leeway climbed up the steep path. As he walked, he recalled the plot from the original work. If he remembered correctly, the head mountain was the base of the Ashura Boys band of thieves. As a member of the Red Scabbards, Ashura Boy became the leader of the thieves gang to prevent these villains from causing harm, all because Kazuki Odin went out to sea recklessly. He even changed his name to Sakazuki Maru out of concern that the thieves would tarnish the reputation of Kazuki Odin and the Red Scabbards. Ultimately, under Ashura Boy's leadership, his gang grew stronger, reaching nearly 300 members at its peak. Such an organization caught the eye of Kaido's Beast Pirates. To recruit Ashura Boy, Kaido even took action personally. From this perspective, Kaido truly deserves the title of a tyrant. However, Ashura Boy was fiercely loyal to Kazuki Odin and would naturally not be swayed by the enemy. Yet, this loyal man met a tragic end in the Battle of Onigashima. Leeway deeply admired such a character because the Ashura Boy, unlike the other members of the Red Scabbards, called himself a retainer of the Yutian family, not the Kazuki family. As his thoughts swirled, Leeway reached the mountaintop and saw a tree that resembled the hairpin of the Ashura Boy. He stopped, looked around, and found no one. Could it be that Fu Shou and the Orochi's guards just wanted to play with him? Just as this thought arose, Leeway sensed something and immediately stepped back. Bang, bang, bang. Several shurikens and darts struck the place where he had just stood. Although he had been ambushed, Leeway felt a rush of joy in his heart. This meant that the enemy had indeed come, and his trip was not in vain. Aha, Leeway, you really came alone. Lord Fu Shou, it's truly embarrassing that Wind Shadow lost to such a foolish kid. Everyone, don't underestimate him. The fact that he could evade our ambush shows he is not weak. As soon as the words fell, Leeway saw several figures appear ahead. In addition to Fu Shou, who had long earlobes, a skull-shaped head, and wore square sunglasses and a purple kimono, there were a few others with distinctive attire. Among them, the person standing to the right of Fu Shou had thick light red hair and wore a headpiece resembling bull horns, dressed in a deep navy blue kimono. With a long knife strapped to his back, Leeway knew that this guy seemed to be called Defying. From his build, he should be of the strength type. To the right of Defying was a chubby man who also carried a long knife. He was wearing a yellow kimono and a yellow mask, with only a pair of eyes visible on his face. Leeway immediately recalled the name of the other party, Hans. Although Hans was overweight, his speed was not slow. Leeway glanced to the left of Fu Shou. There stood a muscular man wearing a purple mask resembling a gorilla, with red eyes and horns on top. The man himself was dressed in a blue kimono, wearing a red hat and a yellow scarf. Like Defying, he was also a strength type. Although Levi forgot the name of this character, he knew that this guy was at the forefront when the Orochi's Anawabanshu captured Robin. To the left of the man in the purple mask stood another man wearing a dark helmet, with long orange hair tied in a ponytail. Levi had a deep impression of this character because he was the only ninja from the Orochi's Anawabanshu who was scared by Brook's soul form. After assessing all the enemies, Levi thought to himself, there are a total of 12 members in the Orochi's Anawabanshu, and now he could only see 5, plus the captured Wind Shadow, which means there are still 6 members unaccounted for. These 6 might be hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. After all, Fukuro is a character in the original work who, although somewhat indecisive, understands some strategies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a captain. After clearly understanding the situation of the enemies, Levi directly said, Fukuro, is this all you brought? This is somewhat underestimating me. One person is enough to deal with you. The large man wearing a bullhorn headdress drew his long knife and charged straight at Levi, overestimating his abilities. Leeway's lips curled up as he casually left behind the sentence. Immediately after, he unleashed the power of flowing cherry, and the cherry blossoms flowed on the ground. A scream was heard, and as Defying was about to approach Leeway, a large amount of blood gushed from his feet that were stepping on the ground, causing him to fall directly to the ground with a thud. Defying, who was struggling, still wanted to get up, but his leg injuries were too severe, so he could only lie on the ground, glaring at Leeway with anger in his eyes. Leeway was indifferent, as if he had not seen the hostile gaze from the other party, and turned to look at Fu Shou. Under this powerful aura, the members of the Great Serpent's Yagyu clan couldn't help but fall silent, not daring to speak. After a while, Fu Shou finally withstood the pressure. He waved his hand to calm everyone down. The ninjas also put away their contempt, drawing their weapons in unison, all aimed at Leeway. However, no one dared to step forward and challenge him, as they did not want to end up like Defying. Seeing this situation, Leeway could only sneer dismissively. You can all come at me together. Also, those 6 hiding in the shadows, please join in the attack as well. This is your only chance. So arrogant. The person wearing the purple mask wanted to rush forward, but was pulled back by Fu Shou. Don't be impulsive, Sarutobi. Can't you see that Leeway just wants to provoke us? After stopping his subordinate, he turned back to Leeway and said, your flowing cherry blossoms, which can move like water yet have the sharpness of swords, are indeed powerful. That guy from the Wind Shadow was not lying. At this point, he paused and added, however, your flowing cherry blossoms can only move within a certain distance, right? Otherwise, as soon as we reveal ourselves, you could directly take us all down. A very clever ninja. I didn't expect you to spot the weakness of my technique so quickly. Leeway did not deny it, because he knew that the mere Orochimaru Yatagarasu was not worth fearing at all. Fu Shou also did not expect Leeway to admit it directly. He was taken aback for a moment and could only say again, you are really arrogant, but you'll pay the price for it. At this point, he glanced around at his subordinates and proposed a battle plan. Everyone must keep their distance from Leeway, but our shurikens and darts are not to be underestimated. Understood, Lord Fu Shou, let's shoot this brat to pieces. As soon as the words were spoken, Fu Shou and the others disappeared from Leeway's sight. Immediately afterward, A dense barrage of shurikens and darts shot toward him like lightning. In the face of this storm-like assault, Leeway smiled slightly and shouted, "Come on." He also wanted to test whether his upgraded body could dodge such attacks. Chapter 144. One against many, haha. You will die under these hidden weapons. After discovering Leeway's weakness, Fu Lushou immediately seized the excellent opportunity of Leeway standing there foolishly and ordered everyone to launch all their hidden weapons together. At this moment, Leeway had not yet had time to react. Therefore, Fu Lushou was convinced that he would kill Leeway in one move and couldn't help but shout loudly. However, in an instant, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Leeway moved like a leaf dancing in the wind. No matter how fierce, clever, or dense the assault of the hidden weapons was, they could not harm him. He easily dodged the first round of attacks. Fu Lushou made a quick decision and shouted, "Let's go again." I don't believe he can dodge it. But halfway through his words, he fell silent. This was because Fu Lushou saw something even more outrageous. Leeway actually slowly closed his eyes, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, wearing a look of disdain. However, such behavior directly infuriated all the ninjas. Fu Lushou angrily cursed, "So arrogant, it's simply ignoring others. Lord Fu Lushou, I will not rest until this brat is dead. That's right, if I don't kill him, I would rather die. Yes, I have never been looked down upon like this before." With that, even those hiding in the shadows couldn't help but make a move. In an instant, a torrential downpour of hidden weapons flew toward Leeway again. This time, the speed and number of the hidden weapons were even greater. It was clear that after being mocked like this, Fu Lushou and the others were giving it their all. They were determined to kill Leeway. This ignorant young man. However, although the Orochimaru Yatagarasu used up all their hidden weapons at once, they even felt that this attack was their strongest strike in a lifetime. They were confident they could kill Leeway, and once again, victorious smiles appeared on their faces. Because the range of the hidden weapon attacks was so wide, Leeway, no matter how fast he was, could not escape. Moreover, the force and density of the attacks had reached their peak. Unless Leeway could shrink his body, it was absolutely impossible for him to dodge. Unfortunately, after the fierce assault, Leeway still stood there unscathed. If it weren't for the hidden weapons embedded in the ground, Fu Lushou would have thought he hadn't attacked at all. At this point, he unconsciously took 2 steps back, muttering, "This is impossible. No one can dodge such an attack. It's impossible." In front of Fu Lushou, a ninja wearing a dark helmet was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, looking horrified and mumbling incomprehensible words. This most timid ninja seemed to have returned to the moment he saw Brook's ghost. As for the others, they were not much better off. They stood there as if their souls had left their bodies, completely oblivious to Leeway slowly walking toward them. Finally, it was Fu Lushou who first regained his composure. He shouted, "Everyone, don't be scared, keep fighting. We haven't lost yet." As he spoke, his earlobes suddenly elongated, stabbing forward like 2 sharp blades. However, such an attack could not possibly hit Leeway. He merely tilted his head to dodge it. Nevertheless, after such a stimulus, the other ninjas regained their senses, each wielding their weapons and recklessly charging at Leeway. "Come at me, outsider. Dare to look down on us ninjas?" Leeway dodged the attack and countered with a strike, using the power he had cultivated from his previous talent to take down an enemy with a knife hand blow. Moments later, only Fu Lushou remained among the Orochi Yat band, and his earlobe technique could be considered a long-range attack. Even if he couldn't hit Leeway, he wouldn't end up like his other companions who could only engage in close combat and were easily taken down by Leeway. Truly, as the leader of the Orochi Yat band, his strength was significantly greater than others. Leeway sighed in amazement, but then he changed his tone. However, what is the point of a dying struggle? After saying this, his body became pitch black once again, and the dark substance seemed to come to life, flowing along Leeway's feet to the spot where he stood. Then, it quickly rushed towards Fu Lushou. Fu Lushou knew the power of this move. He didn't have time to attack and immediately withdrew, trying to create distance. However, how could Leeway give the enemy such an opportunity? He closely followed, not allowing Fu Lushou to escape. The shadow moved faster than Leeway, and in no time, it reached the spot where Fu Lushou stood, then flowed along his feet to his neck. "You've lost. If you don't want to die, just admit defeat obediently. Otherwise, both you and your ninja companions will die." Leeway was closely pressed against Fu Lushou, issuing his final warning. His flowing cherry blossom power was not only directed at Fu Lushou's neck. Even those ninjas who had collapsed on the ground and lost their combat abilities had a patch of black substance emerging from their necks. In the end, A look of unwillingness flashed across Fu Lushou's face, but he was well aware in his heart. In this battle, they had suffered a crushing defeat. The renowned Orochi Yat band of the Land of Harmony had been defeated by a young outsider. Who would dare to believe it? Leeway naturally had no idea what Fu Lushou was thinking at that moment, but when he saw the other party stop in their tracks, looking ashen, he knew he had won. So, he walked over to Fu Lushou and said, "Next, you should take me to see the Crane Maiden, right?" As he spoke, Leeway counted the heads on the ground. "Including you, there are only 11 people here, and Chio should be guarding the Crane Maiden, right?" After saying this, he noticed that Fu Lushou did not respond, clearly overwhelmed by the blow of their defeat. Don't be disheartened. Winning and losing are common in battles. Although you lost, at least you preserve your lives. If I had been the one to lose, I would have been left with no complete body. Leeway taped Fu Lushou, bringing him back to his senses. He repeated what he had just said, and this time, Fu Lushou finally responded with a sigh. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet the Crane Maiden. You should still contact Chio. Let her bring the Crane Maiden over." Leeway shook his head and expressed his thoughts. Fu Lushou did not refuse. At this moment, he and his teammates were completely at Leeway's mercy and had no bargaining power. Taking out the communication shell, Fu Lushou briefly made it clear, "Chio, bring Crane Girl to Tianshan. Don't ask why. Just hurry over, or you'll only be left to collect our bodies." Leeway could only watch the Fu Lushou performance. After the other party hung up the call, he added, "Do you know where you lost? You lost because your skills are inferior. Although you are an outsider, you know quite a bit about us. You not only know our numbers, but are also very clear about our strength. While I am unwilling to admit my defeat, I can only accept it. No, you lost because you acted against the heavens. You know the trend has turned against you, yet you refuse to admit it and instead stir up trouble, trying to rally other major families to obstruct Kazuki Momonosuke from becoming shogun. That is the fundamental reason for your defeat," Leeway said forcefully, and in the end, he added, "However, saying all this is useless. You are a stubborn person. Just stay in your cell. That is where you belong." Chapter 145, The Favor of the Crane Girl. Leeway certainly knew that Fu Lushou wouldn't listen to his words, but he didn't mind. After all, he had only two purposes for coming to Wano country. The first was to find the Yonko Big Mom, defeat her, and put an end to the periodic soul lifespan tribute system of all nations. The second was to find a way to cure the Laughing Ones, returning these poor people of Wano country to normal. This was something that Luffy and the others could not accomplish. To achieve such goals, upgrading his innate skills was essential. Without powerful strength, how could he talk about defeating Yonko Big Mom? Additionally, curing the Laughing Ones required him to avoid human nerves and other substances, and then sever the devil connections within them. This too relied on upgraded innate skills. It was precisely for this reason that Leeway took the initiative to volunteer to rescue Kiku. Gaining the favor of different beautiful women was necessary to upgrade the power of Flowing Sakura. However, Leeway didn't want to rely entirely on the innate skills granted by the system. So in the recent battle, he tried not to use the power of Flowing Sakura, instead defeating the other ninjas, except for Fu Lushou and Ahei, with his own strength and combat techniques. Leeway believes that these trials will make him stronger. Especially since the system refreshes its talent skills once a week, the talent skills are often not very powerful in the early stages after the refresh. Thinking of this, Leeway activated the system again and glanced at the description of the permanent skills. Talent holders can upgrade the sound attack skill by rescuing Charlotte Lingling and her children. Talent holders can obtain the permanent skill of this talent by reading historical texts and upgrade this skill. Speaking of which, he hasn't had the chance to activate the permanent skill for the talent Kazuki Oden that was activated yesterday. Leeway decided that after Luffy and Momonosuke wake up, he would ask them to show him the historical texts held by the Straw Hat Pirates. As his thoughts raced, Leeway glanced again at the silent Fu Lushou and, while waiting, pondered over the action plan he needed to prioritize. Regarding the matter of the Crane Girl, Leeway felt there was no need to worry. Although the original story did not provide much plot regarding Chio, she knew that all her companions were in her hands and should not make any unnecessary moves. Instead, the challenge was how to escort these ninjas back, which posed a significant problem. Haikishi's Tensong technique could only take one person at a time, which was quite inconvenient. Thinking about this, Leeway somewhat regretted hastily sending Fours back to Wano earlier that morning. If he were still around, he could have used his Pipe Fruit ability to take all these prisoners back at once. However, Leeway did not dwell on it for too long. He decided to leave this matter to Kazuki Hiyori. Although the Akaze 9 were mostly still unconscious in bed, thanks to Ayu's Dango Fruit ability, The Kazuki family could now mobilize several users of artificial devil fruits from the former beast pirates. They would be sufficient to escort this group of ninjas to the prison. After making up his mind, Leeway took out the transponder snail and informed Jinbe about what had happened at the head mountain, as well as the task of escorting the Orokis on a Torbakudo. Jinbe naturally agreed immediately. Upon hearing that the crane girl would soon be rescued, Kazuki Hiyori remarked with surprise, "You're really amazing, Leeway. Yesterday, you saved me, and today you saved Sister Haku. You're really a reliable man. You should slowly grow into a qualified princess." Hiyori, after handling the crane girl's matter, I suggest you take the initiative to visit and discuss with the heads of the Kinoshita and Yoshino families. I believe they're also looking forward to seeing the Kazuki family take the initiative to befriend them. All right, Leeway, I understand. I need to contact AU now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Leeway just wanted to hang up the phone, but he heard Robin's voice on the other end. You defeated the Orochi Onitorbans by yourself? You really are strong. Leeway. Robin, stop flattering me. You fought them too, and you managed to escape safely from their ambush. This shows that their strength isn't actually that impressive. What we should be worried about are the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates and the Flying 6. Wait, Leeway, you even know about my encounters with the Orochi Onitorbans? I remember you only arrived in Wano yesterday. Robin, I've emphasized it several times already. This is my intelligence-gathering ability. Never mind. I have important matters to attend to. Let's talk later. Leeway put away the phone bug. He had already seen the figures of Tsuruana and Chiyoana coming up the mountain. The two were hurrying towards the summit. Moments later, Leeway spotted Tsuruana and a petite ninja with long yellow hair adorned with many pink flowers. Needless to say, she was Chiyoana, who had ambushed Momonosuke. At that moment, Chiyoana also saw her fallen companions and the dejected captain, Fukuro Kudo. She was about to ask what had happened when Tsuruana next to her spoke up first. Mr. Leeway, did you do all this by yourself? Yes, Miss Tsuru. I will soon be able to save you. Leeway quickly responded, glancing at Fu Lu Shou. The other party was quite perceptive. Chiyo, we lost. Let the crane girl go, or we'll all die at Leeway's hands. Lord Fu Lu Shou, how could you? Chiyo's words were not finished when the katana on her back fell to the ground. This sudden change startled Chiyo, and she hurriedly turned to look back, thinking there might be an enemy hiding in the shadows. However, when she saw that there was no one behind her, she felt a sense of foreboding. Immediately, Chiyo attempted to grab the katana from the ground and attack the crane girl beside her. But it was all too late. Leeway seized this fleeting opportunity, using a swift move to appear before the enemy, then kicked away the samurai sword, alleviating the danger to crane girl. At the same time, he executed a palm strike, cutting at Chiyo's neck. Ah! Chiyo let out a cry of pain, then staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. Leeway observed Chiyo's condition while asking Tsuru, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Leeway," Tsuru quickly replied, her eyes filled with gratitude, and she even performed a deep bow to Leeway. At that moment, Leeway listened carefully but did not hear the pleasant system notification sound by his ear. He was taken aback and speculated that to elevate the power of the flowing Sakura to level B, it would not be enough to gain the favor of just one woman. With this in mind, Leeway could only collect his thoughts and slowly replied, "Ms. Tsuru soon. Koyuki Hiyori will send someone over, and we can return together." "All right, I will follow Mr. Leeway's arrangements." Tsuru had already placed immense trust in her young benefactor before her. Leeway pointed to the ground, indicating for Crane Girl to take a rest first. After ensuring she was settled, Leeway turned his attention to Fu Lu Shou. Just as he was about to speak, Fu Lu Shou interrupted him. "Are you one of the Navy? How come you're with that straw hat kid and his crew of pirates?" "Huh, you guessed wrong. I'm not a Navy person. On the contrary, I have quite a few objections to some of their actions." Leeway immediately realized that Fu Lu Shou mistook him for a Navy member because he used the shave technique from the 6 styles of the Navy. However, he was also somewhat curious. How could Fu Lu Shou understand the 6 styles of the Navy? It seemed that the old guy was probably nearby when Keidu was doing business with CP0. After all, Wano country is a closed-off nation, and many of its people have rarely seen outsiders, let alone the Navy. In response, Leeway smiled slightly and said, "Fu Lu Shou, I somewhat understand why you are so loyal to Keidu. However, the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Perhaps a cell is indeed the best place for you." Chapter 146. Au's admiration. After quite a while, Kazuki Hiyori, Au, and several other artificial devil fruit users captured by Au hurriedly arrived at the head mountain. Leeway glanced at these oddly shaped ability users. Besides the man named Ma Speed, who wore purple goggles, There was also a man with a snake growing from his shoulder and legs, as well as a scorpion man with 6 legs. The latecomer, Koyuki Hai, greeted him. Leeway, we're here. You must have been a bit impatient waiting, right? It's all right. Your speed is already quite fast. However, with just these 3 people, can you safely take away these 10 or so ninjas? Leeway expressed his concerns and then glanced at the unconscious giant snake and the Yutting crowd lying on the ground. Although they had lost consciousness, they might wake up along the way. Given the situation of being outnumbered and the need to protect you, and he knew, there was a high possibility of things going wrong midway. However, before Guanyue could retort, the snake man jumped in. What are you saying? You little bastard. Are you underestimating us? Poker, this kid, doesn't know how tough we really are. I think we need to show them. The scorpion man echoed his sentiment. But the centaur Ma Speed waved his hand, calming them down. Dave, go. Don't be impulsive. These ninjas are quite formidable, and we really shouldn't underestimate them. You chimed in. I've heard from Master A-Run that these ninjas are really powerful. But this big brother is even more impressive. He defeated them all by himself. After saying this, she looked at Leeway with admiration. At that moment, a pleasant system notification sounded in Leeway's ear. You have gained the favor of Inu and Heighten You, and the skill-flowing Sakura power has been upgraded to level B. This unexpected joy greatly surprised Leeway, and he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then Guanyue noticed his unusual reaction and quickly asked, What's wrong? Leeway, you don't need to worry. These people are all unconscious, and we will securely tie their hands and feet while escorting them, so you can rest assured. All right, but don't forget that besides the remnants of Heightened Day, there are also several major families in Kaido's remnants. They might take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack and rescue these people. Leeway came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, then turned to Ayu and said, Thank you. Seeing Leeway utter these inexplicable words, Ayu was taken aback, and Guanyue and others were also puzzled as to why he suddenly expressed gratitude. However, Leeway did not continue to explain. He directly shifted to the serious matter of escorting the prisoner. Just in case, I'll follow you guys. That would be the best. Guanyue also showed a look of joy, and Ayu clapped her hands and said, Then I can ask this big brother to teach me martial arts. I can't teach you that. My training method is different from others. Ayu, you should study hard with Master A-Run. Although she may not seem reliable, her ninjutsu is quite impressive, right? Fu Lu Shou, Arin? She was also one of our Yutting Band members, and indeed has considerable strength. Fu Lu Shou pondered for a moment and replied to Li Wei's question in a serious tone. However, as he spoke, a trace of envy flashed across his face. It was unclear whether he envied Arin's freedom after enduring hardships or envied her loyalty to Guanyue Yutian. However, Fu Lu Shou's words prompted Yu to retort directly. Master, A-Run wouldn't associate with you bad people. This little girl's temper made Li Wei feel amused. He glanced around and found that several users of artificial devil fruits were quietly listening to Yu. Presumably her ability from the Tuan fruit was at work again, although this fruit ability has the suspicion of depriving others' will. It must be said that being able to turn these malicious artificial devil fruit users back into good people is quite impressive. So Li Wei's lips slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. What is so funny? Indeed, kid, our matters are not settled yet. The Snake Man Poker and the Scorpion Man Defyge spoke one after another, clearly still brooding over Li Wei's earlier words. Ayu and Speed hurriedly chimed in again, but these 2 men were determined to challenge Li Wei. Li Wei saw that he could not escape, so he could only agree, then I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly turned black, which was the characteristic of using armament hockey. Is this the extent of your armament hockey? Young man, I thought you were stronger than this. Poker, stop talking nonsense. Let's show him our strength. The 2 artificial devil fruit users also suddenly unleashed their armament hockey, their bodies, like Li Wei's, becoming pitch black. Li Wei smiled slightly and said, My armament hockey is quite sharp, you know. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped down hard. The armament hockey on his foot flowed like water, swiftly sliding toward a nearby tree. Crack! With a sharp sound, the tree was instantly cut in half. Boom! The tree fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Seeing this, Poker and Defyge were dumbfounded, staring blankly at everything happening before them. Guanyue and Ayu also looked bewildered, deeply glancing at Li Wei, their faces full of admiration. All right, we should go now. By the way, how come you didn't encounter Blackstone when you came up just now? Li Wei saw that the effect had been achieved and hurriedly said in a low voice. Kazuki Hiyori had come back to her senses and frowned. All right, I remember he was acting with you. However, We didn't see anyone on our way here. Upon hearing this answer, a sense of foreboding rose in Leeway's heart, but knowing that the immediate priority was to escort the Orochi's guards away, he began to arrange tasks. You all tie these people up first. I'll contact Heishi. The snake man Puke instinctively wanted to resist the order, but quickly shut his mouth. He had seen Leeway's capabilities and sneakily glanced at him. Meanwhile, the scorpion man Daifugo actively picked up a rope to start binding people. The snake man Puke reacted quickly and followed suit. Seeing this scene, Leeway found it quite amusing. However, he asked Kazuki Hiyori for a transponder snail and dialed the number. Unfortunately, Heishi did not answer, which made Leeway increasingly feel that this guy might have been attacked by enemies. But to avoid raising concerns among Kazuki Hiyori and the others, he could only pretend to be nonchalant. Seeing that Fukaru and Sho were tightly bound, he exchanged a glance with Hiyori. Understanding his signal, Hiyori immediately said loudly, "Let's go." The group then marched down from the mountaintop and headed toward the prison in Wano country. Chapter 147. Negotiations with the Mookie family began by the time they escorted Fukaru and Sho into the prison. Leeway noticed it was already around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He brought Kazuki Hiyori and the crane girl back to the room where Luffy, Kinemon, and the others were recuperating. Jinbei and Robin relaxed upon seeing the unharmed crane girl, looking at Leeway with admiration. However, Leeway did not notice their expressions and took out the transponder snail again to continue dialing. Yet, Heishi still did not respond. At this point, Leeway was certain that Heishi must have encountered enemies, so he did not hide it and expressed his speculation. As soon as he said this, Jinbei took over the conversation. To be able to capture a capable person who can teleport without making a sound shows that this enemy's strength far exceeds Heishi's. It could also be someone familiar who ambushed him when Heishi was completely unguarded. Robin also shared her thoughts. Levi remained silent, his mind racing as he recalled the original storyline and pondered who the enemy could be. However, he came up empty. There were simply too few clues. Seeing Levi lost in thought, Hiyori gently patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?" Coming back to reality, Levi looked at the concerned faces around him and smiled, saying, "Leave the matter of Blackstone to me. However, before that, Princess Hiyori, we need to have a talk with the Kinoshita family. Shouldn't you be more concerned about Blackstone's safety right now? The Kinoshita family can also be considered potential enemies for us. We can negotiate with them, and at the same time investigate whether they're the ones who capture Blackstone." Leeway expressed his plans, and this made Kazuki Hiyori speechless. She could only nod and say, "All right, you seem to have considered things more thoroughly. I believe Korwashi will be able to find it back soon. Then it's up to you, Leeway. Princess Hiyori, Robin and I will continue to protect Luffy and Momonosuke." Jinbei apologized cheerfully. Robin and Nami also looked apologetic. Suddenly, a Dai chimed in, "If we're going to find Yashinaka Yusaku, I can accompany you. Speaking of which, we will have to discuss the future of Wano with the Yashinaka family sooner or later, so it will be good for me to learn ahead of time. Right? Princess Hiyori, Lord Leeway. Of course it's fine." Kazuki Hiyori answered immediately. She glanced at Leeway, who did not oppose. After confirming the participants, Leeway waved goodbye to Jinbei and the others. Once outside, Leeway quickly stated their destination, which was of course Yashinaka Yusaku's mansion. On the way, he repeatedly reminded Kazuki Hiyori that this trip was primarily for peaceful negotiations. The previous kidnapping incident could be used as a bargaining chip, but they must not let it ruin their relationship. "I understand, Leeway. I'm not a willful and spoiled princess. You don't need to keep repeating this." Seeing that Kazuki Hiyori was getting a bit impatient, a Dai covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Leeway just wants what's best for Wano, Princess Hiyori. So please don't hold it against him." "How could I? Miss a Dai, don't worry." Kazuki Hiyori pouted. Leeway naturally fell silent again, as he had already explained everything that needed to be explained. Taking this opportunity, he could take a look at the upgraded talent description. Flowing Cherry Blossom Power. Mastery of advanced armed hockey attack techniques. At the current level, it possesses the lethality of a large sword. And the user's flowing cherry blossom can not only flow on the surface of the body, but can also flow and extend through solid and liquid substances, with the longest attack range being 20 meters. After reading this, Leeway thought to himself, as expected, the upgraded flowing cherry blossom power can indeed transmit through liquids. If this continues, when it reaches S level, it is very likely that it can really transmit through consciousness-related substances. Leeway nodded slightly, and then he saw that the talent skill bar changed from 0 to 1. Finally, after reaching B level, this talent also gained a new skill. Leeway quickly looked at the description of the talent skill. Flowing Cherry Blossom. The user can leave the flowing cherry blossoms on solid and liquid substances, enhancing the hardness of these substances, and can release them as needed to harm enemies. The maximum duration for which the flowing cherry blossoms can be left is 5 hours. Upon seeing this, Leeway secretly pondered. From the wording of the description, flowing cherry blossom has a similar effect to enchantment, which aligns with the nurturing principles of the Black Blade in the original work. According to the content of the original work, the swords of the swordsman Ryoma from Wano and the world's strongest swordsman Mihawk are both refined using armament hockey. However, in addition to making the covered substances solid, flowing cherry blossom may also be released instantaneously. From the word blossom in this talent skill, Leeway's first reaction was that it could explode, but the specific effect would have to be tested to know for sure. Undoubtedly, this skill is very powerful. Leeway was quite satisfied with this. After a while of silence among the three, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Kinoshita family's mansion. At the gate, several armed guards were still standing, and as soon as they saw Leeway, they showed signs of vigilance. However, upon seeing Adai and Kagaya Hiyori, the guards dared not act recklessly. It was clear they recognized their identities. Adai walked straight over and said to one of the captains, "Princess Hiyori has arrived. Shouldn't you report to Kinoshita Yuza?" Yes, you and Adai." The captain immediately replied, and then arranged for one of his subordinates to report to the master. Leeway then remembered that Adai was the boss of a gang, nicknamed Shion Adai. After a while, the tightly shut door opened. "Princess Hiyori has graced us with her presence. This is an honor for our Yuzao family." A group of people walked out, with a lavishly dressed Maki Naka Yuzaku leading the way, personally coming out to welcome them with his wife and important guests. Hiyori originally intended to ignore them, but after a moment's thought, she smiled slightly. "Mr. Maki, you were too polite. Speaking of which, we should have visited you earlier, but we just defeated two formidable foes, Kaido and Korizumi Orochi, and had many matters to attend to, which is why we delayed until now." Hearing this, Leeway let out a slight sigh of relief. Indeed, Hiyori had the demeanor of a princess. At the same time, he glanced at the people behind Maki Yuzaku and soon spotted Tenzawa Kaiji and Suzuki Masanobu, whom he had dealt with before. However, these two acted as if they did not recognize Leeway, ignoring him completely. Leeway didn't think too much. He just needed to ensure that Kazuki Hiyori wouldn't act pretentiously. Everything that needed to be explained had already been covered on the way here. As for whether a deal could be made, that depended on the other party's willingness. Moreover, as of now, Hiyori was doing quite well. Therefore, he felt there was no need to show his face. However, Kinoshita Yusaku clearly wasn't giving Leeway a chance to remain low-key, as he spoke up again. "Mr. Leeway, you're quite a famous person in Wano now. I've heard that you easily defeated Urashima and took down the Orokis on Atorbans all at once. Impressive. Mr. Kinoshita, you seem to be very well informed. So, I would like to ask you, I have a friend named Kurwashi who has gone missing. Do you have any leads on that?" Leeway reacted quickly, and he immediately got straight to the point, stating the purpose of his visit. Chapter 148, The Contest at the Banquet. "Who is Haishi? Do you know him?" Mukinaka Yuzaku looked bewildered and even turned to ask his subordinates behind him. The group of subordinates all shook their heads, indicating they did not know. Finally, Kaishir stood up trembling and said softly, "I know Haishi. He is also a sorcerer skilled in teleportation. I have had him help me travel several times to save time." "Oh, Kaishir, have you been in contact with that sorcerer named Haishi recently?" Seeing that Mukinaka Yuzaku was still putting on an act, Leeway couldn't help but interrupt. "All right, Mr. Muki, there's no need to pretend. Since Princess Hiyori has personally come to visit, it naturally means that you're putting aside the matter of kidnapping her." As soon as these words were spoken, despite Mukinaka Yuzaku's strong psychological resilience, a look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he instinctively wanted to refute. However, Keigetsu Hiyori would not give him the chance, and quickly interjected, "That's right, Mr. Muki. I have come this time mainly to discuss the future plans for Wano country. I understand that you are worried that our Keigetsu family will be detrimental to you and the Yoshino family after regaining power. After all, you were once strong partners of Kaido and Orochi. However, rest assured, we understand the difficulties involved, so we will not pursue past matters. Nevertheless, we must join forces and work together for a better tomorrow for Wano country." Leeway took over the conversation from Kazuki Hiyori and got straight to the point. "If you have any clues about Blackstone, please let us know proactively. He is a very important partner for us. Blackstone is also a key retainer of the Kazuki family." Kazuki Hiyori added, "Indeed." After a brief pause, Kinoshita Yusaku immediately issued an order. "Understood. Kaisei, Masanobu, you two investigate Blackstone's whereabouts. If you find any clues, inform me immediately. Once his subordinates left, he turned to Kazuki Hiyori and said, Your Highness, we will do our utmost to help you find Blackstone. Furthermore, we were at fault before. Your generosity is truly admirable. As he spoke, Kinoshita Yusaku made a gesture of invitation. Kazuki Hiyori exchanged a glance with Leeway, and after a slight nod from him, she followed Kinoshita Yusaku into the mansion. Soon, they arrived in a lavishly decorated room. A table had already been set up, laden with an array of delicious food. After Kazuki Hiyori, Leeway, and the others took their seats, Kinoshita Yusaku raised his glass first. Let us raise our glasses to welcome your highness. Without the contributions of your family, we would still be living under the rule of Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi, enduring miserable lives. Well said, Kazuki Hiyori nodded, downing her drink and smiling as she said, No wonder the Kinoshita family, rich enough to rival nations, brews such fine wine that tastes like sweet spring water, leaving a lasting aftertaste. In that case, if your highness likes it, I can send some to your residence. That won't be necessary. I was just lamenting that many people in Wano are enduring hunger. Just yesterday, some who could no longer bear the hunger came to borrow food from Mr. Kinoshita. Fortunately, he was compassionate enough to lend out a significant amount, alleviating their urgent plight. Mr. Kinoshita's act of kindness is truly commendable. Kazuki Hiyori waved her hand and raised her glass again, saying, This drink is to thank Mr. Kinoshita for his benevolence on behalf of those who borrowed food. I believe Mr. Kinoshita will spare no effort in addressing the issue of famine. Of course, however, while our family has the most farmland in Wano, your highness, you might not know that due to the pollution from Kaido's weapon factory, the yield of the farmland is not high. Moreover, during Kurizumi Orochi's rule, most of our harvests were turned over to the shogun's office, so we are also powerless regarding the issue of famine. Kinoshita Yusaku certainly wouldn't be caught in such flattery. He immediately played the poverty card. Furthermore, his words were reasonable, making it difficult for Kazuki Hiyori to refute. Otherwise, it would completely ruin their relationship. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. At this moment, Leeway stood up. Kaido's weapon factory has indeed caused significant pollution. Speaking of which, the Yoshino family can be considered one of the accomplices. That's true, Mr. Leeway, but we can't blame them too much. Kaido is one of the Yonko, and under his absolute power, if Yoshino Aishi didn't obediently comply, there probably wouldn't be a Yoshino family left now. Kinoshita Yusaku sighed deeply and redirected the topic. It's just unfortunate for us farmers. The farmland has been polluted, and the grain yield has drastically decreased. I wonder what can be done about this. Since it's the Yoshino family's wrongdoing, they should naturally be responsible for resolving it. As the saying goes, whoever pollutes should be responsible for its management, Leeway said sternly. A nearby, Adai frowned and said, But the Yoshino family is also in a difficult position. What we're doing force them. That's right, Leeway. Didn't you say our top priority is to unite everyone and rebuild the land of harmony? Keimatsu Hiyori asked in a shocked tone. Leeway had a smile on his face. Yes, the proposal I put forward is to unite with the Yoshino family. We will work together to solve the pollution problem. As far as I know, the Yoshino family has quite a few powerful sorcerers, including a master of fusion techniques whose abilities I believe can be very useful. Are you talking about Kajimura Yoda? He can indeed merge into the ground and gather the necessary minerals together. I've heard that the Yoshino family can produce various concentrations of sea stone, relying on his sorcery. However, pollutants are harmful substances, and the polluted land in the land of harmony is vast and boundless. Even if Kajimura Yoda is very capable, I'm afraid it would still be difficult to accomplish. Mr. Kinoshita, you are absolutely right. First, I will address the issue of protective measures. Everyone need not worry about that. As for the problem of needing more land, I would like to understand, can Kaishi's sorcery only shrink the human body? Can he also enlarge a person? Or perhaps shrink the land? If that is possible, then these issues would be easily resolved. Leeway continued to present his plan, and it was clear that his method was practical. After hearing his words, everyone in the room was suddenly enlightened and then turned their gazes towards Musya Yozu. Ahem, based on what I know, Kais can only shrink people but cannot enlarge them, and he also cannot shrink land. Therefore, in this regard, our Mu family cannot be of help. Musya Yozu said somewhat awkwardly, but then he changed the subject. Mr. Leeway, I am quite curious about how you plan to address the issue of protective measures. It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to broaden my horizons. With this, everyone's attention returned to Leeway once again. Chapter 149. How the Black Blade is forged. Seeing that Musya Yozu had thrown the difficult question back, Guan Yue took the lead to stand up. We will indeed solve the issue of protective measures and are already in the process of arranging it. As everyone knows, the Straw Hat Pirates are our capable allies. They have the best doctors and the most advanced battle suits. I believe that, given some time, we will manufacture equipment that can ensure the safety of Shengsu and Yantai. Your Highness, I also believe you can do it. However, such equipment is not something that can be simply manufactured, and before building the factory, the Yoshino family should have considered utilizing Shengsu's abilities to address the pollution issue. But they did not proceed with it. This shows how great the difficulty of this task is. Musai Yozu was clearly not easily convinced. Although his tone was still full of respect, he did not believe in the plan proposed by Guan Yue and the others. Leeway smiled slightly and took the conversation further. Princess Hiyori is a bit conservative. Besides the Straw Hat Pirates working hard, I have also considered this aspect. However, compared to medicine and technology, I think we might start with the specialty of Wano, the flowing cherry blossoms. Flowing cherry blossoms? Mr. Leeway, do you mean to say that we should train the Victory Village to cultivate flowing cherry blossoms that can resist pollution? But that would be even harder. Cultivating flowing cherry blossoms is not something that can be achieved overnight. Yasuo Kinoshita blurted out, expressing his doubts again. Hiyori Kazuki was slightly taken aback, but then looked at Leeway with anticipation. She knew this man must have thought of some method. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak up at this moment. Moreover, Leeway was not an ordinary person, as demonstrated when he saved her and Sister Ache from danger upon arriving in Wano and single-handedly defeated all members of the Orochi's guard. Sure enough, Leeway said with an unwavering smile, Mr. Kinoshita, you know how the Black Blade is cultivated, right? My method, simply put, is a quick version of the Black Blade cultivation. Black Blade cultivation? Leeway, a Black Blade requires a swordsman to use their flowing cherry blossoms over many years, attaching them to the blade to cultivate it. This places even higher demands on the flowing cherry blossoms. In all of Wano, only the late Swordmaster Ryoma managed to forge one autumn water. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly achieve that. Adai couldn't help but voice her thoughts. She was also confused about how Leeway could propose such an impossible plan. It was evident that, given Leeway's age, his mastery of flowing cherry blossoms couldn't be very high. After hearing Adai's words, although the others didn't start discussing it, their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, Yasuo Kinoshita paused and frowned. Mr. Leeway, I've heard that your flowing cherry blossoms are quite special. They can flow like water and possess blade-like lethality. Yet, these characteristics are hard to relate to the cultivation of a black blade. I must say, even if your flowing cherry blossoms could attach to Yoda from the Victory Village, potentially shielding him from pollutants, conversely, they could also leave him covered in scars. I should demonstrate it personally. Seeing it is better than hearing about it. After saying this, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Leeway picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks from the table and continued. These should be a pair of ordinary chopsticks, right? If I attach the flowing cherry blossoms to them, they should become as hard as a black blade, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway's hand holding the chopsticks suddenly turned black, and soon after, the chopsticks became pitch black. After revealing this skill, someone in the audience couldn't help but exclaim, "What incredible flowing cherry blossoms! Rarely seen, is this level really impressive?" Exactly, this is just ordinary flowing cherry blossoms entangled. Many people can do this. Seeing that the crowd began to discuss among themselves, Yasuo Kinoshita couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, quiet down." Once the crowd slowly quieted, he turned to Leeway and said, "Given your age, your flowing cherry blossoms are indeed quite good, but just decent." Before he could finish his sentence, Yasuo Kinoshita saw Leeway throw the chopsticks over to him. This move startled him, but instinctively he caught them. He then noticed that the chopsticks in his hand were still pitch black. Others misunderstood and thought Leeway was being disrespectful to Yasuo Kinoshita, and several retainers angrily exclaimed, "So arrogant! You dare to throw chopsticks at Lord Kinoshita? Is this the way of the Kazuki family? Drawing swords at the slightest disagreement." Amid the commotion, members of the Kinoshita family cast hostile glances at Hiyori Kazuki. It was clear that although Yasuo Kinoshita wanted to act with courtesy, his subordinates did not recognize the Kazuki family's authority. In response to these hostile looks, both Hiyori and Adai instinctively went on alert. But Leeway's actions were indeed inappropriate, so neither of them spoke. "All right, everyone, stop arguing. Mr. Leeway is just proving his strength." Finally, Yasuo Kinoshita raised his voice to stop the commotion. He also held up the pitch-black chopsticks and said somewhat angrily, "Open your eyes and take a look." With this remark, Everyone redirected their attention to the chopsticks and immediately noticed something unusual, leading to a flurry of discussions again. Are there flowing cherry blossoms wrapped around these chopsticks? How'd he do it? He forged a black blade in just a few seconds? Incredible skill. Seeing this, Hiyori Kazuki and Adai exchanged glances, both shocked by Leeway's astonishing feat. This guy has done something amazing again. Fortunately, he is on our side, not our enemy. Otherwise, it would be a headache. Hiyori felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Suddenly, Yasuo Kinoshita seemed to remember something. He abruptly grabbed the chopsticks with both hands, trying to break them with force. However, the chopsticks remained intact. This clearly indicated that the chopsticks were indeed covered by flowing cherry blossoms. Witnessing this, those who had been discussing fell silent in an instant. The room suddenly descended into an awkward silence. Leeway did not expect that his small trial would yield outstanding results. Although he felt secretly pleased, his face still wore an expression of calm indifference as he slowly said, "You all flatter me. My flowing cherry blossoms cannot permanently attach to the chopsticks, so is merely a quick version of a black knife." Leeway originally intended to speak frankly, but he did not expect that such words would be perceived as humility by everyone, especially the members of the Kinoshita family, who exchanged glances with one another. Before seeing it with their own eyes, Kinoshita Yusaku couldn't help but glance deeply at him, recalling their first meeting. Fortunately, he had generously lent food at that time and hadn't fallen out with someone like him. Considering this, he had to seriously contemplate the idea of cooperation proposed by Kei Getsu Haiwa. Even if Yoshino Eiji dealt with the Straw Hat Pirates and the Akazaya Nine, with a strong opponent like Leeway, the entire Kinoshita family, and even the whole of Wano country, had no one who could match him. In any case, they still didn't know about that matter. As long as it was dealt with early, they could clear their names directly. Kinoshita Yusaku made up his mind, and then he raised his glass high again, glanced at Leeway, and turned to Kei Getsu Haiwa, saying, "A young hero emerges, with Mr. Leeway's assistance. Wano country, under the leadership of the Kei Getsu family, will surely return to its peak." Well said, Mr. Kinoshita. Your help is also indispensable. The reconstruction of Wano country requires the efforts of all of us. Your Highness, the Kinoshita family will do its utmost. Everyone in the room raised their glasses and drank heartily. Seeing this, Leeway knew that the matter with the Kinoshita family could be considered settled for now. Next, it was time to focus on important business. Chapter 150. The secret in the box. In a warm and cheerful atmosphere, the banquet continued. After demonstrating his strength, the members of the Kinoshita family came over one after another to toast him. However, his alcohol tolerance was poor, and he collapsed after just 2 drinks. Fortunately, Adai was there. As the leader of the gang, she took the initiative, holding her glass and engaging in battles all around. It must be said that Adai truly lived up to her reputation as a heroine. Her drinking capacity could be described as being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. With her lively spirit, the Kinoshita family's retainers also drank to their heart's content. The entire banquet quickly reached its peak. Everyone was enjoying themselves in a back-and-forth manner, drinking happily. When Leeway was seen slumped over the table, Kinoshita Yusaku waved his hand, and 2 servants came over to take him to a guest room to rest. However, as soon as Leeway lay down and the servants left, he immediately opened his eyes, his previously drunken gaze now clear. He then rolled off the bed, approached the door, and listened attentively. When he determined that no one was outside, he slowly opened the door and slipped out. Walking down a long corridor, Leeway arrived in the courtyard and discovered that Kinoshita Yusaku's mansion was indeed very large. The entire courtyard was dotted with numerous houses arranged in an orderly fashion. Li Weiliang thought for a moment and walked towards the edge of the house. According to custom, if Haishi had really been captured by Mu Xia Yozu, then aside from the farm, where Guangyue Ri and others were previously held, they were most likely to have imprisoned the criminal in a side room. Along the way, Leeway encountered several waves of patrolling guards. However, thanks to the upgraded abilities from his Chineo physique, he easily avoided detection. After personally experiencing the tight security within the mansion and considering the information that they dared to act against Guangyue Ri and others, he felt even more that the Mu family was far from as simple as it appeared. Therefore, even if they had not captured Haishi, Leeway still wanted to investigate thoroughly. He did not want to wrong a good person, but he would never let a wicked family go unpunished. With this determination, Leeway focused all his attention, carefully observing his surroundings, afraid of missing any subtle clues. However, after searching carefully, he found nothing. In those remote rooms, there were only neatly arranged wooden boxes, but they were empty. Leeway originally wanted to enter the room to take a look, but there were guards at the door, and occasionally someone would go in to check. This made Leeway even more curious. His intuition told him that there must be some unspeakable secrets in those wooden boxes. However, figuring out how to get in was a major challenge in front of him. Therefore, Leeway could only hide in the shadows, carefully observing the environment while rapidly brainstorming, trying to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to return to his guest room. While he was deep in thought, Leeway suddenly heard the guards chatting quietly. One of them whispered, "Have you heard? The Keigetsu family is trying to win over our master. Do we even need to hear? They're holding a banquet right now. Do you think Lord Kinoshita will agree?" Another guard replied with a smile. The first questioner shook his head slightly. Who knows? But the Keigetsu family has defeated Kaido and Orochi. Their strength is indeed impressive. Lord Kinoshita must be quite troubled now. That's something for the big shots to consider. We small fries just need to keep an eye on our rooms. Yeah, regardless of the outcome, we still have our meals and drinks. That may not be the case. If Lord Kinoshita really collaborates with the Keigetsu family, we might lose our jobs. Don't worry, we're just guards. Even if we don't watch these rooms, Lord Kinoshita will definitely arrange other tasks for us. You have a point, but that would greatly reduce the importance of Kaisher. His shrinking technique would then be of no use. That guy, I've never liked him. Isn't he just relying on that technique to be favored by Lord Kinoshita? If it weren't for his gambling addiction, which led to the rescue of Keigetsu High and that girl, how would Lord Kinoshita end up like this? None of us like such a person who abuses their power. Now I actually hope Lord Kinoshita collaborates with the Keigetsu family. Haha, I understand what you mean. If that happens, Kaisher will be neglected. Not just neglected. He made such a huge blunder. I think Lord Kinoshita won't let him off. Isn't that just perfect? Who told him to always think he is so great? Haha, but to be honest, I do admire him a bit. He has been sleeping in a shrunken body all these years. There's no helping it. That is also the weakness of the shrinking technique. But he really is a waste. If I'd learned that technique, I would have solved this problem long ago. Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, they suddenly heard a cough from behind. Ahem, are you two too idle? How can you be in the mood to chat? The two guards turned around and quickly smiled awkwardly. Lord Suzuki, you're here. Work properly. Don't say what you shouldn't. You should know. Trouble comes from the mouth. Yes, Lord Suzuki, we will definitely keep it in mind. The two guards quickly shut their mouths and went back to checking the rooms. Seeing this, Suzuki smiled slightly, patrolled for a while, and then left. Upon witnessing this scene, Leeway was momentarily stunned. Weren't Suzuki and Kaisher sent to investigate the whereabouts of Heishi? It seems that Kinoshita Yuzaku is indeed playing a double game. But soon, Leeway caught a key point. Kinoshita Yuzaku had no need to actively propose the investigation of Heishi. At first, he thought the other party wanted to show sincerity by doing so. However, now seeing that the two sent by Kinoshita Yuzaku were still within the mansion, it was clear that there must be a reason for his actions. With this in mind, Leeway pondered the words of the two guards earlier, and a vague guess began to form in his mind. Kinoshita Yuzaku knew he had interacted with Suzuki and Kaisher, and if he arrived this time without seeing the two, he would be worried about being questioned. Considering this, Kinoshita Yuzaku would use the investigation of Heishi as a pretext to divert these two. Coupled with the information he had just gathered, the wooden boxes in these rooms were related to Kaishi's fruit abilities. At that moment, Leeway suddenly remembered what Kinoshita Yuzaku had said at the banquet. Tenzo Kaisher can only shrink people. Additionally, there was the mention of the Kinoshita family's farm by Heishi, where no one had ever seen anyone farming. All this information combined struck Leeway like a lightning bolt, making him realize immediately. The wooden boxes in the room contained people who had been shrunk. These people were also the main labor force for farming at the Kinoshita family's farm. Upon realizing this, Leeway felt a chill run down his back, and the first thought that came to his mind was of the black slaves he had seen before his journey began. Kinoshita Yuzaku was going too far. He spread rumors that his farm produced food due to the blessings of deities, actually wanting to conceal the existence of these hardworking farmers. There must be a lot of dirt and cruelty mixed in this. Leeway became increasingly angry. Several times, he wanted to rush in to confirm his suspicions with his own eyes, but he knew he had to endure for now, as he still didn't know how many people were with Kinoshita Yuzaku. Thinking of this, Leeway took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, glanced at the room a few more times, and then left. Chapter 151. The malicious acts of two great families after returning to the room. Leeway carefully examined the bed again. After confirming that no one had come in, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not lie down again. Leeway wanted to leave the room first and return to the banquet. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from outside the room. Leeway was taken aback for a moment. then immediately lay back down on the bed, closing his eyes and pretending to be sound asleep. Before long, the door creaked open. Leeway squinted his eyes and saw through the corner of his eye that two men had entered. One of them was Suzuki Masanobu, the user of the rope fruit, whom he had just met. The other man was clearly not from Wano country, as he was wearing a white shirt instead of kimono, a black felt hat on his head, and had a patch of beard on his chin. Leeway was momentarily unsure of the purpose of the two individuals seeking him, so he could only remain on guard and observe the situation quietly. When Suzuki noticed that Leeway was breathing steadily and even letting out faint snoring sounds, he smiled slightly and said, "Mr. Mitsuhashi, it's time to talk about this." Suddenly, Suzuki fell silent, with his eyes slightly open. Leeway saw another person named Mitsuhashi putting his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. It seemed he had realized that Leeway was not actually asleep. This Mitsuhashi was quite impressive. Leeway immediately realized what was happening, but at this point, he could only continue to pretend to be asleep. After a moment, Sanxiao did not expose him. Instead, he gently said, "Mr. Leeway, the banquet is about to end. Her Highness the Princess asked me to wake you up." After the other party called him several times, Leeway finally pretended to open his eyes, and upon seeing someone standing by the bed, he was slightly taken aback and put on a confused expression. At this moment, Suzuki repeated Sanxiao's words. "Oh, how long have I been asleep?" Leeway patted his head, looking confused. Sanxiao and Suzuki exchanged glances, and one of them said, "Mr. Leeway, you haven't been asleep for long. It's just that Her Highness the Princess said she was tied up with affairs and really couldn't help it. Yes, she values you very much, Mr. Leeway, which is why she asked us to wake you up." After hearing this, Leeway shook his head vigorously, as if trying to wake himself up, and then he responded, "All right, let's go then. After all, we have already reached an agreement. Once we solve the agricultural pollution problem, we can hold another banquet." "That's right, Mr. Leeway. We also hope that day will come soon," Suzuki replied respectfully. By now, Leeway had climbed out of bed and followed the two back to the banquet room. Indeed, the banquet was nearing its end, with many people sprawled on the ground in various states of inebriation. When Guang Yueri and Adai saw Leeway, relief flashed across their faces. It was clear that they were worried about what the Mukinika family might do. After all, they were currently in each other's stronghold. Upon seeing Leeway, Mukinika Yuzaku burst into laughter again. "Mr. Leeway, Her Highness the Princess certainly can't do without you. This is all because my alcohol tolerance is too low, and the fine wines of Wano really live up to their reputation, rich and fragrant, leaving a lingering aftertaste." Leeway smiled and replied. Then he gave a glance to Adai. She understood and stood up to say, "This time, let's thank Mr. Kinoshita for his hospitality. Next time, please come to our place for drinks." Sure. Miss Adai, your impressive drinking style today has left a deep impression on me. Mr. Kinoshita must come then." After Adai finished speaking, she followed Light Moon, Rihi out of the room. Kinoshita Yuzo personally led a group of his subordinates to see the three of them to the entrance. People on both sides waved goodbye. Not far away, Leeway turned to look at the towering building, feeling that it was dark and somewhat creepy. "What's wrong? Did you notice something?" Light Moon Rihi noticed Leeway's unusual behavior and asked softly. Leeway shook his head and said, "Let's go back and talk." As Leeway and the others gradually walked away, Yuzaku Kinoshita stood at the entrance of the mansion's top floor, watching their retreating figures. After a while, he finally spoke up. "Mitsuhashi, are you saying that Leeway was just pretending to be drunk?" "That's right. When Suzuki and I went into the guest room and tried to call for someone, we found that he was fully conscious and showed no signs of being drunk at all. It seems this young man not only possesses great strength, but is also quite cunning. He might have come here under the pretense of discussing cooperation to investigate us." Yuzaku Kinoshita said slowly, then turned to ask, "Suzuki, you've dealt with him before, what do you think?" "Yes, master. I actually think the most frightening thing about him is how quickly his strength has improved. Compared to our last encounter, his flow cherry has clearly become much stronger. As for his cunning, well, I don't know much. The fact that he was able to save the princess and Tsuruko in such a short time is enough to prove his intelligence." "Suzuki, are you saying that during your fight with him, he hadn't mastered the flow cherry to refine the black blade?" "Not only that, but his flow cherry has also significantly strengthened. Although I was only observing from the shadows, I could clearly sense this immense progress." "I see. Then it seems I need to make a decision quickly to avoid any long-lasting complications," Yuzaku Kinoshita concluded. He then glanced at Mitsuhashi and added, "In the next couple of days, keep a close eye on Kaiji. That guy is a gambling addict and could easily cause trouble." "I understand, master." "All right, you all go about your business. Yuzaku Kinoshita waved his hand. After Suzuki and Mitsuhashi left, he muttered to himself, the missing Korwashi. Huh? I should ask Yoshino Eishi. He took out his communication snail and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, before Yuzaku Kinoshita could say anything, a disdainful voice came from the other end. As expected of a coward, I've heard you're already entertaining the little daughter of the Kazuki family? Yoshino Eishi. Your information network is quite impressive. However, you're right. I am indeed considering cooperating with them. Even without the straw hat and kinnaman. A kid named Leeway has appeared and refined a pair of chopsticks that are comparable to the Black Blade right in front of me. Leeway. I've heard Yontai mention him. But don't worry. He has no interest in our disputes. Oh, what information do you have? Yuzaku Kinoshita, let me tell you. That guy is only interested in the commoners of Wano. He's currently busy looking for ways to heal those fools who can only burst into laughter. Is that so? He seems like a strange person, clearly possessing great strength, but wasting his time on such useless people. I feel quite regretful. Are you regretful or scared? Huh. I know your intentions well. All that talk about farming is just a smokescreen to hide your wrongdoing. Right? Yuzaku Kinoshita. Leeway despises people like you the most. There's no possibility of cooperation, so give up. Likewise, Yoshino Eishi, you've done plenty of things that Leeway hates. Over the years, many have died in the quarry, and now those prisoners have regained their freedom. You should worry about yourself first. That's exactly why I don't harbor any illusions like you. I've never hoped to cooperate with them. We're all in the same boat now. We can only fight to the death. Stop with the killing all the time. You know very well that combined, we are no match for the Kazuki family. Now even the Oroki's Onabans have been completely wiped out, and the remnants are barely holding on. Don't worry, without the Oroki's Onabans, a new group of strong people has come to Wano. I've already discussed with them to join forces against the Kazuki family. Oh, who are they? You don't need to worry about that. Do you want to join us? Or would you prefer to wait quietly for Leeway to discover your secret and eliminate you? The people you mentioned are CP0, right? It seems that without Kaido, your Yoshino family can finally do business directly with the world government. How interesting. That's right. After all, only we can produce sea prism stone. So what do you think? Shall we continue to join forces? I'll consider it carefully. Also, let me give you a piece of priceless information. If you want to deal with Leeway, please act quickly. His strength is advancing rapidly. In a few days, don't say CP0. Even if an admiral comes, I think he'll be able to put up a fight. Really? Then I need to act quickly. After hearing this, the communication snail in Yuzaku Kinoshita's hand emitted a busy signal, indicating that Yoshino Eishi had already hung up. He muttered to himself, what a foolish person. I think I'll just sit back and watch the show. Chapter 152. The Yoshino family, as collaborators, Leeway simply stated his findings and added at the end, I will find opportunities to investigate thoroughly. But the urgent task now is to locate Heishi. Without his fruit ability, our investigation will indeed be much more inconvenient. Are you saying that the Kinoshita family is likely to have imprisoned many people, using them for farming, and treating them as slaves? Yes, Princess Hiyori. You should have heard about the so-called legend of the Kinoshita family farming with divine beings. This is outrageous, shrinking people down and then cramming them together to sleep. These poor souls have lost all freedom, and their families are completely unaware of it. Princess Hiyori, you have a heart for the people, which comforts me. If I really uncover such results, then cooperation with the Kinoshita family is out of the question, let alone cooperation. For such villains, I would rather kill them on the spot. Leeway, investigate carefully, and, if needed, I would like to participate as well. Princess Hiyori, you have more important matters to attend to. Since we can't win over the Kinoshita family, we need to explore the intentions of the Yoshino family. Another talk about cooperation, huh? Leeway, I will accompany you, Your Highness, but I have dealt with the Yoshino family before, so I think, Mr. Leeway, it would be better not to have too high hopes. At this moment, Edai suddenly took over the conversation. After hearing her words, Leeway was slightly taken aback. And then he heard her continue to explain, during the reign of the Great Snake, our gang was imprisoned in the prisoner quarry, working for Kaido. Speaking of which, that kid Luffy also stayed there before. The Rabbit Bowl's prisoner quarry? It seems the Yoshino family has done quite a bit of bad to you, huh? You've heard about it. Then it's easier to handle. Although the prisoner quarry is Kaido's territory, and he has sent many people to guard it. After all, the prisoners held there somewhat powerful, like Boss Bofru, Luffy, and that one-armed red-haired supernova. Miss Edai, I know a bit about that too. To ensure those with abilities can work, they often wear low-purity, sea prism, stone handcuffs. You know quite a lot. But what I want to express is that although the guards are from the Beast Pirates, the real management of the quarry is indeed by the Yoshino family. I feel they are far more brutal than Kaido subordinates. Oh, the Yoshino family doesn't show any compassion for fellow citizens of Wano? Yes, on the contrary, they whip us to work day and night, and if there is any dissatisfaction, it's either a beating or worse, they directly draw their blades. These people are inhumane. At this point, Adai broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but shiver, clearly recalling some bad memories. Leeway didn't expect the Yoshino family to be so ruthless that they left a psychological shadow even on a gang leader. After hearing these words, Kazuki Oden became indignant. Being an accomplice to the Tiger is simply a disgrace to Wano. Leeway, I think we should abandon any illusions. Whether it's the Mikashita family or the Yoshino family, they're the biggest accomplices of Kaido and Orochi. The only way to deal with them is to completely eradicate them. After I rescue Heishi, I will visit Tsubaki to see the strength of Yoshino Eishi. Miss 80, do you have any other information about them? Leeway brought the topic back, as he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario of fighting against two major families at the same time. In that case, he needed to gather intelligence first. At this moment, Adai stroked her chin and said, the Yoshino family is very mysterious. They don't allow anyone near the forging room for seafloor stone, so we don't know much about them. However, there's a strange phenomenon at the quarry. When we are collecting stones, we often feel full of strength, as if we have endless energy. But by the end of the day, that sense of fatigue hits you hard, making you feel like you can't bear it. I think there must be something odd going on here. Full of energy while working, but exhausted to the point of death during rest. This is simply the best kind of labor. Hearing this, Leeway couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. But seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, he could only smile awkwardly and say, maybe you all ate something like a stimulant? Stimulant? Are you saying they tampered with the food? Adai repeated, pausing for a moment, wanting to respond, but was cut off by Chopper beside her. It shouldn't be a stimulant because I've checked Miss Adai and the others' bodies, and there are no traces of stimulants in her system. Seeing Chopper deny his guess, Leeway turned to ask if it's not a stimulant. Then are there any other methods to make someone work tirelessly? Hypnosis? Hypnosis wouldn't achieve such an effect. Chopper again dismissed Leeway's speculation. At this moment, Leeway recalled the many bizarre devil fruit abilities he had encountered in Wano country, and suddenly, he glanced at Luffy lying on the bed, a spark of realization hitting him as if he had grasped some key point. He slapped his forehead, stood up, and said, I got it, so that's how it is. What did you discover? Everyone in the room asked in unison. Levi pointed at the sleeping Luffy, carefully choosing his words. This is a world of devil fruits. There must be such a power that can make people work tirelessly. Is that all? Then you don't need to be so excited, do you? I've had my suspicions about devil fruits for a long time, just haven't confirmed them. Hearing Chopper's question, Levi looked around again, noticing the disappointed expressions on everyone's faces. He smiled and said, how can we make people not feel tired? In other words, it's like the workers in the quarry, their stamina consumption is slower. Isn't that the same effect as Luffy and the others' slow recovery from their injuries? As soon as he said this, Chopper was the first to react. You mean to say that slowing down their metabolism is the ability of that person? Is that why Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Kinemon are healing so slowly? Are you saying that the one who made Luffy and the others like this is the same person who made us work tirelessly back then? Is he also from a Yoshida family? Adai also realized this and hurriedly confirmed. Levi nodded. This should be the most reasonable speculation, but of course, everything still needs to be confirmed in the end. Let's hurry to find Yoshino Eiji, this bastard. Not only has he made us suffer, but now he's also turned Luffy and Lord Momonosuke into this state. It's unforgivable. That's right, Miss 80, let's rush to Yoshino's place and defeat that despicable sorcerer. As long as Luffy and the others recover, then we can wipe out the Yoshino family, the Kinoshita family, and the remnants of Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori echoed. Seeing the two angry women, Levi could only wave his hand. At this time, the importance of Blackstone is once again highlighted. His heavenly sending technique is indeed convenient. But we can't just passively wait. Princess Hiyori, I actually have a guess about Blackstone's whereabouts. Robin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, seeing everyone's gazes turn to her. She continued, I discovered today that a new batch of villains has come to Wano. Their appearance often brings bad news. Chapter 153. CP0 has arrived. Upon hearing this, Levi's mind sparked, and he asked, is it CP0? They haven't left Wano yet? Oh, you even know this? Your intelligence-gathering ability is indeed outrageous, Robin said. She then added, however, Levi, you only guessed half right. The CP0 that came to Wano are newly dispatched personnel, and to be honest, I know a few of them. Is it that group from the zoo? Nami chimed in, a worried look flashing in her eyes. The zoo? Aren't they human? This time, Kazuki Hayori looked a bit confused, and 80 also showed a puzzled expression. Nami quickly explained. They are users of animal-type devil fruits. These people are very powerful and extremely vicious. We went through a lot of trouble to defeat them. As she said this, she glanced at Robin from the corner of her eye, and, seeing that she showed no signs of worry, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that after gaining this group of good friends, Robin was no longer afraid of the CP organization. After hearing Nami's words, Kazuki Hayori suddenly understood. I see. Devil fruits really are fascinating. Animal-type users can transform into animals. Right? No wonder you call them the zoo. Leeway recalled the original plot and realized that Rob Lucci and the others did not appear in the Wano Country arc. It seemed that his crossing over had caused some changes in the storyline. However, despite the complaints, he still asked the most critical question. Who from CP0 has come? Rob Lucci and Kaku? I haven't seen those two, but I think Gabra, Bruno, and Khalifa have come to Wano, Robin said in a calm tone. Leeway touched his chin. Has Bruno also come? His door-to-door fruit is a perfect ambush tool. Well, meet Jinbei, and Nami will take good care of Luffy and the others, but other matters can only be left to you and Princess Hayori, Robin said slowly. After seeing her companions nod in agreement, she continued, it's hard to say right now. Blackstone was captured by CP0, and they came to Wano, perhaps to discuss Sea Prism Stone and weapon deals. However, given the current situation, they will probably only be able to negotiate with the Yoshikawa family. The Yoshikawa family is in Rabbit Bowl. Doesn't this bring us back to the issue we initially discussed? Without Blackstone's heaven-sent technique, it will take several days to get to Rabbit Bowl. Kazuki Hayori said, somewhat frantically. Leeway shook his head. I should investigate CP0 first, as that is the only lead we have at the moment. You need to be careful. They were already very strong 2 years ago. Although we ultimately defeated them, their strength must have increased quite a bit over the years. Leeway didn't respond to Robin's suggestion immediately. He first contemplated the strength of those 3 individuals. Among them, the strongest was undoubtedly Gabra, who possessed the Inu no Mi model, Wolf, and was on par with Kaku. However, with his current B rank flowing cherry blossom power and C rank thousand suffering body strength, he could still fight against him. Thinking of this, Leeway nodded and said, don't worry. I'm not weak either. By the way, Robin, where did you see them? Actually, I didn't see them in person. I've been taking care of Luffy and the others these past few days. However, according to my friend, they appeared in Flower Capital and also came to Kuri. The last time my friend saw them was in the area of Utian City. I see. Then I'll go take a walk in Utian City. Before Leeway could finish speaking, he heard a bubbling sound coming from Robin's device. Once the call was connected, a delicate voice came through the shell. Robin, the person you wanted me to keep an eye on is already headed towards the Sneak Village, so be careful. Okay, teacher, thank you for telling me this, Robin replied, and then asked, are they still the original 3 people? There are now 4 of them, and they're all wearing masks, so I can't see their faces clearly. Teacher, does the new person have any distinguishing features in terms of height or hair? They are very cautious, and I didn't dare to get too close, so I couldn't see clearly. However, it seems that person has their hair tied up in a bun, so they're likely from Wano. Upon hearing this, Leeway understood why Robin was able to guess the identities of Gabra and the others. It should be noted that CP0 does not reveal their true identities while on missions. It seems Robin deduced their identities based on their hairstyles. After all, Gabra's long braids and beard, Bruno's horned hairstyle, and Khalifa's long golden hair are all very recognizable features. Just as he was lost in thought, Robin had already hung up the call and turned to Leeway, saying, they're acting together. I think I should go take a look too. Leeway came back to his senses, and he did not oppose. No problem. If Blackstone is really in their hands, our priority is to save people. Other matters can be discussed later. You seem to be worried that I might cause trouble, Leeway. Do you know about my grievances with them? I know a bit. That scene when Usopp shot through the world government's flag was really cool. Leeway smiled and said, as he saw Robin and Nami looking shocked. He raised the corner of his mouth and revealed his long-prepared purpose. My intelligence-gathering ability is not limited to just finding out recent events. Although I can't compare to your vast knowledge, I have a bit of research on ancient history as well. After we rescue Blackstone, I hope to take a look at the historical texts. Historical texts? Great. I also hope to have someone to discuss it with, Robin said, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Finally, she added, then let's go. We need to rescue Blackstone quickly so we can execute the next step of the plan. All right. Leeway followed Robin, and the two walked out of the room side by side. While watching their departing figures, Nami suddenly said, strange. How does Leeway even know that the Sniper King is Usopp in disguise. How'd he figure it out? Nami, don't worry, Leeway is not a bad person. Jinbei comforted from his side. Kazuki Oden clearly agreed with this view. Leeway is indeed a person full of secrets. Forget it. As long as he's not an enemy, that's good. We need this kid's help now. The optimistic Nami pushed aside her earlier concerns. However, while they were chatting, a barely visible person was hiding in the corner of the room, watching everything. Then, the person slowly walked away, slipping out through the crack of the door. This person was Kaishur from the Kinoshita family. He walked into a small alley, and then transformed back to his original appearance. Next, Kaishur took out a communication snail and said with some pride, I need to hurry and tell Lord Kinoshita this news. Chapter 154. The Power of the Door Fruit. In Wano country, Kuri, on the street, Leeway and Robin were walking down the road, seriously searching for the whereabouts of CP0 based on the information from their recent call with Tianluo. Upon arriving at Pickle Village, they soon spotted the enemy's traces. It must be said that CP0's attire was quite eye-catching. Hiding in a corner, Leeway looked at the three individuals in white suits, draped in white cloaks, and wearing strange masks not far away, and couldn't help but complain in his mind, as intelligence agents, do they dress like this to avoid attracting attention? However, he quickly noticed something odd. The other party was just standing on the street, scanning the passers-by. Seeing this scene, Robin whispered, It seems Gabra and the others are waiting for us. Yes, they captured Heishi. Could it be that they want to meet us? Levi quickly responded. Now that they knew CP0's purpose, they decided to stop hiding and came out from the corner. The first thing Levi did was to evacuate the crowd. Thanks to Robin's reputation, the street, which had only a few scattered people at night, soon became completely empty. CP0 watched Levi's actions coldly, and they took the opportunity to discuss among themselves. One woman said in a cold voice, I didn't expect the one who defeated the Orochis on Awabanshu to be so young. Califo, what's so surprising about that? The Orochis on Awabanshu is so weak that I could take them all down with one hand, a man next to her said discontentedly. However, another man responded in a cautious tone. Let's be careful. I've heard that kid just caused a ruckus at the World Summit. Leeway was not in the mood to listen to their nonsense, so he interrupted directly. Califa, Gabra, Bruno, your identities have long been exposed. Is there still a need to wear masks? Oh, so you know us. Then you must know him as well? The only woman among the enemies suddenly removed the mask of another person. Leeway took a look and saw that it was the missing Heishi, who was already unconscious, his face bruised and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that this kid had been beaten up badly. Seeing this situation, Leeway couldn't hold back and rushed forward, seemingly wanting to rescue Heishi quickly. Robin didn't react in time and could only remind him, don't be impulsive. Just as Robin and Gabra were about to finish speaking, they saw Leeway suddenly stabilize his stance and then kick out. A crescent-shaped, slashing wave emitting blue light suddenly formed at his foot, racing like lightning towards Bruno, who was holding on to Heishi. Leeway certainly wouldn't get angry so easily. He had long since formulated a battle plan, accompanied by the attack of the Gale Foot. He disappeared from the eyes of the three CP0 spies. Seeing this, Robin also let out a sigh of relief, unconsciously murmuring to herself, This Leeway has even mastered the Navy's 6 powers. He really is suspicious. On the other hand, facing Leeway's fierce assault, Bruno remained calm and lightly called out, Air door. Immediately, he used his other hand to draw a circle in the air. Soon, a light white circular hole appeared in the air. Bruno then opened the circular hole like a door, revealing a patch of green, alternate space. At that moment, the Gale Foot that Leeway had launched just happened to strike and flew into the, disappearing from sight. At the same time, Gabra leaped forward, shouting out the name of his technique, Iron Block. He positioned himself in front of Bruno. Bang! Levi suddenly appeared in midair, and his heavy fist struck Gabra's chest, creating a loud noise. After this surprise attack was blocked, Levi withdrew and returned to Robin's side. On the other hand, although Gabra managed to block Levi's punch, his mask was shattered, revealing his true face. How could he use the Gale Foot and Sorel? You shouldn't be a Marine, right? Gabra asked ominously, not caring that his true identity had been exposed. Leeway glanced at the other person. Unlike in the original works, Judicial Island arc, Gabra looked slightly different now. Although his face remained slim and he still had 2 long patches of beard below his nose, his overall skin tone had darkened considerably. It was likely that over the past 2 years, he had endured much from the wind and sun, showing signs of wear and tear. Leeway was lost in thought when he suddenly felt someone tugging at the corner of his clothes. He came back to his senses and saw that it was Robin pulling at his shirt. She asked, somewhat confused, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, he replied. Leeway responded somewhat shyly and then pointed at the enemy in front of him. Hurry up and let go of Haishi. If you have the ability, come and save him, haha. Gabra's laughter suddenly stopped as he noticed that it had grown much darker above him. This was when Robin made her move. She shouted, "Vibrant colors, giant tree strike." Countless legs suddenly sprouted from the ground and quickly formed into two gigantic feet to stomp on Gabra and the others. Bruno reacted quickly, leaping into the air with Haishi to avoid the attack. Gabra and Khalifa naturally wouldn't be stomped by the giant legs either. They both used moonwalk to evade. Upon seeing those elegant long legs, Leeway felt thrilled. However, he knew it wasn't the time to admire. So he fired several gale legs and also used moonwalk to fly into the air. His target was clearly Bruno, who was holding hostage. Robin cooperated well, concentrating her attacks on the same person. Both of them understood that the priority was to rescue Haishi first. Gabra and Khalifa naturally saw through Leeway and Robin's intentions. They had clear roles. One continued to use iron blocks to withstand Leeway's attacks and force him back down to the ground. The other took the initiative to strike. Shouting, "Soap Goat Cloud Great Tsunami." Using the abilities of the bubble fruit, Khalifa released a large number of bubbles and foam, forming a wave several meters high that surged towards Robin. Left with no choice, Robin had to abandon Bruno for the time being. She used her giant legs to kick apart the foamy tide. The combination of Levi and Robin ended in failure once again. After fending off this wave of attacks, Bruno suddenly said, "Levi, Robin, don't be in a hurry. Why don't we talk first? What do you want to talk about?" Robin finally grabbed Levi and quickly asked. Bruno said with a serious expression, "Of course, we want to talk business. We want to meet with Straw Hat Luffy and the new general of Wano. Before talking business, shouldn't you release my companions first?" Leeway said irritably, and then immediately assumed an attacking stance. How could Bruno agree to this request? At this point, the brief negotiation had collapsed. Both sides entered a standoff phase once again. Leeway thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, "You want to see Luffy, and we want to rescue Haishi. Since that's the case, why not have a bet? The winning side can take what they want." As expected from the intel, "You really like to gamble, huh, Kid Leeway? However, I accept this bet." Gabra looked very interested. Leeway smiled slightly upon hearing this. "You're the one participating in the bet, right? Then let me talk about what we're going to wager." Chapter 155, 1 against 3 battle. "Great, betting is my favorite thing." Gabra revealed a cunning smile. He looked like he couldn't wait to join the gamble. Leeway got excited upon hearing this, and with a smile on his face, he explained the content of the bet. "It's very simple. Aren't you curious about how I learned the Navy's 6 styles? If I say I learned it on my own, would you believe me? Because in my opinion, these techniques are too simple. You can learn them just like that. This information, we also know you are an exceptionally talented genius." Bruno replied flatly, adding, "You don't need to provoke us anymore. Just get to the point." "All right, the bet is simple. Gabra, if you can withstand my 3 attacks, then you win." After saying this, Leeway clenched his fists, preparing to launch his attack. "Wait, how do we define withstanding an attack?" Facing Gabra's question, Leeway smiled slightly. "As long as you have no injuries on your body after my 3 moves, then you win." "How about that? Isn't that a reasonable condition? Is it really that simple?" While speaking, Gabra glanced at Bruno and asked, "Does the intel say this kid is very arrogant? Why do I feel underestimated?" "No, but you should be careful. Leeway has defeated former Marine Admiral Aokiji. Don't worry, when it comes to the ability of Iron Block, I am the best in the world. No one can break my defense." Just then, while Bruno and Gabra were debating, Robin, who was beside Leeway, showed a look of surprise, her lips moving slightly as if she was muttering something. But soon, Robin regained her composure, just casting a deep glance at Leeway. Leeway, however, did not notice Robin's reaction. He was now certain that CP0 had grasped the information about his actions in the land of Wano. Unfortunately, due to the system's talent refreshing weekly, their intel was incorrect. Thinking of this, Leeway found it amusing. It was the first time he felt that this mechanism of the system was somewhat useful. Nevertheless, he continued to pick up on Gabra's topic. Haha, a frog in a well. In the face of armament hockey, Iron Block's defense is already several versions behind. Moreover, talking about defense in front of me is quite ridiculous. Let me emphasize again, Leeway's greatest strengths are his power and defense. So, Gabra, you should be a bit cautious. Enough of the chatter. Let's get started. Leeway directly interrupted Bruno's words, his body suddenly becoming pitch black, which was the characteristic of using armament hockey. Although Gabra still wore a fearless expression, a cautious look flashed in his eyes, and he also covered his entire body with armament hockey. Finally, he arrogantly laughed and said, "With armament hockey and a piece of iron, I don't even know how I would lose this bet. As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway used the Soru technique and instantly appeared in front of Gabra. He threw a punch that forced Gabra to step back a few paces. Oh, is that all the strength you have? Far less impressive than the intel suggested, Gabra said, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Bruno also showed a puzzled expression, clearly confused by Leeway's performance. Let's go again, he said. Leeway made his move again. With a bang, this time, Gabra stood firm, his body unmoving. Now there's only one last move left. You might as well admit defeat, Leeway. Not necessarily, Gabra. Actually, I only need my last move to take you down. Leeway said confidently, because he knew that with the move he just made, he had attracted the attention of everyone present, and his flowing cherry had already climbed up Gabra's body. Let you experience the power of my flowing cherry. As soon as Leeway's voice fell, Gabra felt a sharp pain in his body, and then he saw a large amount of blood gushing from his chest. It hurt so much. Immediately after, a scream echoed. Gabra's body fell backward, and his face was filled with a look of horror. Levi watched as Gabra transformed into a werewolf and collapsed to the ground. Howling in pain, he slowly said, "You lost, Gabra. It's time to release Blackstone, right?" He then glanced at Bruno. However, the other party remained still. No way. Finger gun. 10 fingers gun. Gabra suddenly leaped up, his fingers slightly bent, clasping his hands together in a palm void manner, and charged at Levi at high speed. Faced with this surprise attack right in front of him, Levi merely swayed his body and effortlessly dodged it. Not only that, he had enough time to kick out, sending Gabra flying, while also leaving several new wounds on the enemy's feet. After that, Levi dodged Khalifa's golden bubble attack. Khalifa then spewed out blood. This was because, just moments earlier, when he pretended to gamble with Gabra, Levi had used the skill Flowing Sakura to secretly move it to the 3 enemies. Finally, his plan came to fruition. Fortunately, Levi's Flowing Sakura had lethality. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to injure the slippery Khalifa. Seeing the scene, Bruno was slightly taken aback and said incredulously, "Wait, how did you become so agile? And how did your moves become so lethal?" Before he could finish his sentence, Bruno felt a wave of dizziness, and his voice abruptly stopped as his hands uncontrollably tried to cover his ears. He knew this was due to the strange sound attack emitted by Levi. Seizing the opportunity, Levi rushed over, knowing he had to save his partner while the enemy was distracted from holding on a Blackstone. However, Levi did not anticipate that Bruno had already recovered. He grabbed Blackstone and tossed him upwards. Poor Blackstone flew directly into the air for several dozen meters. In this desperate situation, Levi intended to jump up to save Blackstone to prevent him from getting hurt. Then, he heard Robin's voice. Blooming flowers, great tree. Countless arms grew from Robin's body, transforming into a giant hand that caught the falling Blackstone and gently brought him back down. Seeing that his biggest concern had been resolved, Levi immediately pushed off the ground and sprinted towards Bruno, the only one still uninjured. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't match the space abilities of the door fruit. Bruno had already opened an air door, grabbing the severely injured Gabra and Khalifa, and stepped into another dimension with his 2 companions. At this point, Levi knew he could no longer stop the enemy. Before leaving, Bruno also left a parting remark. "Until we meet again, we will see each other again." Levi watched as Bruno disappeared into the air, then hurried over to Robin to check on Haishi's condition. "Don't worry, he's just fainted, it's nothing serious. Let's go back first." After hearing Robin's words, Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and was about to pick up Haishi. Just then, Levi heard Haishi let out a groan, and then he woke up, confused, and asked, "What are you doing here?" This left Levi somewhat amused. Chapter 156. The proactive Yashiro family. Soon, Haishi realized that Levi had saved him, so he quickly began to express his gratitude. Leeway waved his hand and said irritably, "We're so familiar with each other, there's no need to be polite." Saying this, he tried to support him and walk back. However, Heisher was not happy. "Now that I'm awake, of course, I will use my Tiansong Jishu." After saying that, he glanced at Robin and added somewhat shyly, "I'll take Miss Robin first, Mr. Leeway. Please wait a moment, I'll be back soon." Then, without giving Leeway a chance to respond, he took Robin away. In this way, under the influence of Heisher's magical powers, Leeway returned to the room where Luffy and the others were staying. Heisher's parents thanked Leeway repeatedly, which made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Leeway's attempts to decline, Robin frowned and showed a slightly confused smile. Then, as if she remembered something, she glanced at Jinbei. After a whole day of activity, Leeway finally lay back on his bed, contemplating tomorrow's arrangements. First, he decided to visit Rabbit Bowl tomorrow. On one hand, he wanted to find a bathhouse to soak in and improve the level of his Chieneo body. On the other hand, he wanted to investigate the details of the Yoshino family to confirm who was responsible for Luffy's slowed metabolism and prolonged unconsciousness. Fortunately, he had mentioned to Heisher yesterday to mark the various bathhouses in the Yoshino mansion in Rabbit Bowl. Leeway thought to himself, and then he fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, Leeway woke up and saw that he had only 5 days left for the talent of Guangyue Yutian skills. He immediately woke up Heishi and set off. Not long after Leeway left, Robin approached Jinbei, who had just gotten up, and whispered a few words to him. Then, she took out the snail phone. In the Rabbit Bowl, on the street. Throughout the morning, Leeway dragged Heishi around several hot springs in the Rabbit Bowl, leaving this guy, who thought he liked bathing, with a psychological shadow. However, it was precisely because of this that Leeway's skill 1000 endurance body finally leveled up to be rank. And he took a moment to check the description of the upgraded talent. 1000 endurance body possesses super strong evasion ability. At the current level, the user can completely dodge attacks from those with armed color hockey weaker than themselves as needed. When facing enemies with comparable armed color hockey, the user can also dodge after taking one hit from them. Additionally, the user can evade all solid and liquid substances at certain speeds as needed. After reading it, Leeway recalled the new talent skill Flowing Cherry Blossom Bloom that emerged after the upgrade of Flowing Cherry Blossom Power yesterday. And he carefully reviewed the system again, but found that the B rank of 1000 endurance body only provided an enhancement to his own talent. Leeway felt a bit disappointed about this. Then, he saw a fatigued Heishi and couldn't help but tease, "No way. You've been soaking for the whole morning. And you're still in such bad shape? Don't mention it, Mr. Leeway. Next time, I absolutely won't accompany you to soak. Look, my skin is about to peel off." Seeing Heishi's annoyed expression, Leeway could only turn serious and get to the point. "Next, we should go check out Yoshinoya. If possible, we also need to get in touch with the demon arts on Luffy and the others. I've been to the Yoshinoya mansion before, and like the Kinoshita family, it's heavily guarded inside. Although my heavenly sending technique can't directly enter, it won't be a problem for me," Heishi said confidently. Leeway shook his head. "Let's go in through the front door. I've already contacted Shunsuin before I came here. He will inform Yoshino Eishi. Aren't we here to investigate?" To this question, Leeway smiled slightly. Investigation doesn't necessarily have to be sneaky. Seeing that Heishi still looked confused, he urged, "Stop daydreaming. Let's hurry up." With the help of the heavenly sending technique, Leeway and his companion quickly arrived at the front gate of the Yoshino residence. At this time, several people were already standing at the gate, and as soon as they saw Leeway, someone immediately went inside to report. After a while, Leeway finally saw the figure of Yoshino Eishi. Similar to Kinoshita Yuzaku's attire, Yoshino Eishi was well-dressed, but his well-built muscles were quite different from the frail Kinoshita Yuzaku. From this, Leeway speculated that Yoshino Eishi might also be proficient in the crafting of Hailu stone and weapons. He glanced at the retainers behind him, but did not find any noteworthy individuals. Leeway was taken aback for a moment. It seems that the Yoshino family members have all been sent out on missions. This also indicates that Yoshino Eishi has great confidence in his own strength. Thinking about this, Leeway quickly gathered his thoughts. As the other party had already come over to greet him, Leeway responded and, along with Heisher, followed the footsteps of Yoshino Eishi and the others into the mansion. Upon entering, he expected to be taken to the banquet hall. However, Yoshino Eishi suddenly stopped, and with a wave of his hand, many samurai armed with swords surrounded them. These warriors encircled Leeway and Heisher completely. This move left Leeway somewhat bewildered. While he had guessed that Yoshino Eishi had some strength, he never expected that he would dare to come and ambush him. In contrast, Yoshino Eishi, seeing his scheme succeed, revealed a cruel smile. "Leeway, I didn't expect you to come right to my door. Mr. Yoshino, is this your way of hosting guests? However, with just these people, it won't be enough to deal with me." Leeway, however, remained calm and composed. He looked around and replied leisurely. Yoshino Eishi laughed heartily and said, "Don't underestimate my people, you pretentious guy." But before he could finish his sentence, a loud crashing sound was heard, and he was momentarily stunned, followed by a series of screams nearby. "Oh, my foot! Oh, what happened? How did my hand get hurt? What is this black thing?" Yoshino Eishi's mind was shaken as he saw that almost all of his subordinates had fallen, blood streaming from their bodies as they struggled. He then looked at Leeway, whose body was covered in flowing cherry blossoms, and quickly discovered the clue. Leeway's flowing cherry blossoms seemed to flow like water, cascading from his body to the ground, then flowing back to the bodies of his subordinates, ultimately injuring them. After realizing this, The panic in Yoshino's eyes vanished in an instant, and he continued to laugh heartily. So, Kinoshita Yusaku didn't deceive me after all, but I'm different from that coward. My strength is no less than Kazuki Oden's. In Wano, besides the defeated Kaido, is there anyone stronger than Kazuki Oden? Leeway couldn't help but complain. And then he saw Yoshino Aishi not far away, his body becoming enormous, towering hundreds of meters high, looking like a small mountain. Then, he heard the thunderous voice of the other party. Let me show you the power of my giant transformation technique. Upon seeing this, Heishi was dumbfounded. His feet unconsciously began to tremble. Leeway was also somewhat bewildered, but what puzzled him was, why did this fruit ability look so familiar? Soon, he remembered. Wasn't this the great fruit ability of Saint Juan, the giant warship of the Blackbeard pirates? Just as the two were in a daze, Yoshino Aishi, who was dozens of times larger than a giant, launched an attack. His palm, comparable to a large gate, came crashing down, blocking out the sky. Chapter 157, Luing vs. Grapefruit. Seeing that his giant palm attack enveloped Leeway and Heishi, Yoshino Aishi was confident that he could crush his enemies in a pulp with one blow. With a loud bang, the courtyard of the Yoshino mansion was engulfed in dust, and the ground, originally planted with flowers and grass, bore a giant palm print pit that was half a meter deep. Such a loud noise also attracted people from the surroundings, and many came over to see what was happening. They soon saw the giant like Yoshino Aishi and began to discuss among themselves. Is this a deity descending to earth? No. Look at that person. He looks a bit like Lord Yoshino. How did he become so huge? It must be sorcery. Lord Yoshino is actually a sorcerer. But who is he fighting against? Soon, the murmurs of the crowd suddenly stopped because Yoshino Aishi burst into wild laughter. While laughing, he shouted, "Ha ha, little ants. Now you know my power, right?" The curious onlookers all covered their ears as Yoshino Aishi's voice sounded like rumbling thunder, echoing through the skies. However, Yoshino Aishi suddenly stopped as he saw two people standing on his left shoulder. It was none other than Leeway and Heishi. Clearly, no matter how fierce Yoshino Aishi's attack was, Leeway could easily dodge it with the agility of his thousand-burn body, pulling Heishi along. Not only that, he provocatively said, "Yoshino Aishi, even if you make yourself bigger, you're still very weak. You're talking nonsense. I am invincible." Provoked by this, Yoshino Aishi launched another attack, this time using his right hand to slap down. Leeway was well prepared. He leaped down from a high place wearing the black stone. "Haha, Yoshida Aishi, your moves are too slow." As he spoke, Leeway landed on the ground and said to the black stone, "You should hide for a bit. I will quickly take down this clumsy giant. Just be careful, Mr. Leeway. I won't interfere with you." The black stone replied without showing off. He immediately used the technique of heavenly delivery to arrive on the street and joined a crowd to watch a show. Leeway didn't have time to respond. He had to dodge aside again, because Yoshino Aishi, relying on his size advantage, began to stomp his feet towards Leeway. Bang, bang, bang. A series of attacks turned the entire Yoshino family's courtyard into a mess. There were pits everywhere and many remnants of walls around. However, Yoshino didn't care at all. He continued to stomp towards Leeway as if he were stepping on cockroaches. "Haha, didn't you say you were going to take me down? Why are you acting like a mouse, just dodging around?" In the face of Yoshino Aishi's taunts, Leeway smiled slightly and didn't respond. He knew very well that the other party was not his opponent. If necessary, he could defeat Yoshino Aishi in just a few moves. However, Yoshino Aishi was too large, and if he fell, he would inevitably destroy nearby houses and even cause casualties. Therefore, Leeway did not rush to act. He had to come up with a way to minimize the losses to the public. However, this behavior of only dodging made Yoshino Aishi mistakenly believe that Leeway was afraid to fight. Thus, he laughed arrogantly again. "Just a guy who can only talk big. Let's see how long you can dodge." As he spoke, Yoshino Aishi intensified his attacks, using both feet to kick and stomp at Leeway. Unfortunately, his assault only turned his own courtyard and house into ruins, without even touching the hem of Leeway's clothes. There was nothing he could do. He was just too agile. Seeing this situation, Yoshino Aishi frowned, realizing that if this continued, his house would be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, he immediately stopped attacking and snorted coldly. "A coward who can only dodge. If that's the case, don't blame me." After saying this, Yoshino Aishi looked around and soon discovered that the area around his house was filled with onlookers. He had a plan in mind, and a cruel grin appeared on his face. "Haha, Leeway, I heard you care a lot about these commoners, even thinking about how to resolve the situation with those fools who can only laugh." As he spoke, Yoshino Eishi paused, then pointed to the area with the densest crowd. Continuing, let's see if you can protect these people. Don't forget, they will all die because of your cowardice and incompetence. Then, he walked towards that direction. As soon as he said this, the crowd, which had only wanted to watch the excitement, immediately became agitated. They began to push and shove, try to distance themselves from the giant. In this process, panicked voices quickly spread among the people. Get out of the way, I don't want to be squashed. Don't push me, I'm going to fall. Wow, mommy, come save me. Seeing that Yoshino Eishi was forcing him to confront him head-on by targeting innocent townsfolk, Leeway became furious and shouted, Your opponent is me. Don't even think about attacking anyone else. Then, he also walked towards the direction Yoshino Eishi was heading. Haha, you fell for it. You really are an idiot. Yoshino Eishi was waiting for this. He turned his head just in time to face Leeway, then quickly reached out and grabbed Leeway. Now let me crush you. When Yoshino Eishi saw that he had succeeded, he glanced at Leeway in his hand and immediately squeezed hard. Although the onlookers were still pushing and shoving, they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yoshino Eishi stop. Only one person had their heart in their throat and shouted, No, Mr. Leeway. Needless to say, this person was Heishi. He even wanted to use the heavenly delivery technique to save him. However, before he could make a move, he heard Yoshino Eishi scream, Ah, it hurts so much. Then, the opponent kept shaking his hand, as if he had grabbed something scorching hot. With Yoshino Eishi's shaking motion, drops of blood fell like water splashed from a basin, and Leeway took the opportunity to break free. At that moment, when he was grabbed by Yoshino Eishi, he had used the power of flowing cherry to cut the opponent's palm. Damn, Leeway. Ah, I will never let you go. The furious Yoshino Eishi had never suffered such a setback. He tightly gripped his injured hand and, after a moment's thought, walked towards the crowd. As he walked, he shouted angrily, If I can't stomp on you or grab you, then let's die together. With so many people to accompany me in death, I won't lose out, haha. Yoshino Eishi's actions once again incited chaos. The crowded crowd became terrified again, and they panically rushed to escape. Leeway could only step forward again, using the ability of the moon step to block Yoshino Eishi in front of him, and said with righteous indignation, Stop, if you want to hurt them. Then you have to defeat me first. I'm waiting for you, Leeway. If you dare to dodge, I will crush that group of ants. Yoshino Eishi showed a pleased expression and struck out with a powerful palm, directly attacking Leeway. Leeway looked unafraid, coldly staring at the enemy. The imposing aura he exuded startled Yoshino Eishi for a moment, making him hesitate to act. Don't make another mistake, Lord Yoshino. At this moment, a loud voice came from the side, causing both Leeway and Yoshino Eishi to turn their heads. Chapter 158, The Division of the Yoshino Family. Is it you? Yontai, you came just in time. Quickly help me defeat this brat Leeway. Yoshino Eishi immediately recognized the speaker and felt a surge of joy, quickly speaking up. Leeway also spoke up. Shungsuin, you saw what this guy just did, right? Such a person is not worth your follow. You're talking nonsense, Shungsuin. Don't listen to this kid's nonsense. This is all just tactics. Who told Leeway's flow cherry to be so sharp? Yoshino Eishi hurriedly defended himself. But he also issued an order. Quick, if you are still one of the Yoshino family, come fight alongside me. While the two were arguing, they tacitly paused their conflict. This unexpected turn of events also eased the crowd that had been pushing and shoving, and they again had the leisure to watch the drama unfold. Shunsun Yantai looked up at the long-serving master, realizing that it was his first time seeing Yoshino Eishi use the demon technique, giant transformation. It must be said, the destructive power was tremendous. The large Yoshino family had been almost completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Shungsun Yantai glanced at Leeway, who was hovering in midair, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Their first meeting was when the other party wanted to probe into the information of the Mukinoshita family. It was only after learning that Leeway was desperately searching for a way to treat the Laughing Man that he developed a strong interest in this outsider. Originally, he had been skeptical about it, even taking the risk to inquire further. Even when he saw that Leeway was indeed taking action and had some results, Shunsuin was still half in doubt. However, Leeway's courageous act just now had proven that he truly cared about the ordinary people of Wano country. As his thoughts swirled, Shunsuin Yantai showed a comforting smile. Then, he walked over with determination. Witnessing this scene, Yoshino Eishi smirked and laughed. That's right, Yantai, let's deal with Leeway together. As long as we defeat him, we can replace Kaido and Orochi. I can guarantee it because the world government will stand by my side. Lord Yoshino, you have greatly disappointed me. Shunsun Yantai sighed deeply, his face full of frustration. I always thought you obeyed Kaido and Orochi to protect us by establishing the weapons factory. Because of the weapons factory, we could work as laborers and have a reason to live. What are you talking about? Yontai, are you trying to betray me? Don't forget, without me, you would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Yoshino Aishi said with an incredulous expression. Angrily questioning, I helped Kaido establish the weapons factory and mine Sea Prism Stone, indeed to save you all. At that time, did we have any other options but to follow orders? But now, Lord Yoshino, Kaido, and Orochi have already been defeated. But what about you? The weapons factory is the result of all my hard work. With this factory, I have produced the Sea Prism Stone and various weapons that the whole world needs. I will not let anyone destroy it, no one. Yoshino Aishi said in a tone that brooked no argument. However, upon seeing the cold expression on Shungtsun Yongtai's face, he added in a softer tone, we are craftsmen. Craftsmen are born for weapons. The weapons factory is the foundation of our existence. You are wrong. The weapons factory is just one of the roots of the calamity in Wano country. Without the factory's pollution, why would everyone have to endure hunger? Leeway loudly interrupted Yoshino Eiji's words and added, Shungtsun, don't hold onto any illusions. Yoshino Eiji has already become black charcoal, snake number 2. He won't give up everything he has now. Why should I give up? I fought tooth and nail to acquire all of this. How could you ants understand the struggles of a giant like me? Yoshino Eiji said arrogantly. The world government has already sent people here, and they will fully support my rule over Wano country. The Kazuki family and the Black Charcoal family are no match for me. Saying this, he shouted at Shungtsun Yongtai. Once we succeed, you'll be one of the 5 daimyos. I refuse. I'm no longer a member of the Yoshino family. Shungtsun Yongtai blurted out, then drew his sword and pointed it at Yoshino Eiji. I won't let you harm Wano country. You just an ant. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. As he spoke, Yoshino Eiji lifted his foot, intending to stomp on Shungtsun Yongtai. Be careful, Leeway reminded him aloud and kicked up into the air. Using the Gale Kick, a wave of slashing energy was unleashed, striking directly at Yoshino Eiji's face. Such a minor attack. Do you think you can hurt me? Yoshino Eiji scoffed, his palms suddenly turning black, and then he blocked with his hand. Meanwhile, his foot still pressed down. Bang! After stepping down, Yoshino Eiji forcefully drilled a few times into the ground, then kicked out, lifting a large amount of earth. Immediately after, a person flew out from the dirt. It was Katsumura Yoda, who had already lost consciousness. Seeing this, Yoshino Eiji laughed again. Yoda, I am well aware of your weakness when you blend into the ground. Your speed after merging is not fast at all. After witnessing Yoda's defeat, Leeway was momentarily stunned. This guy Yoshino Eiji actually understands the flowing cherry technique, and he previously intended to rely on Katsumura's ability to clean up the pollution from the weapon factory. It seems that Plan 1T worked. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly focused again because Yoshino Eiji's massive palm was coming towards him. Leeway certainly wouldn't be easily hit. First, he released his strength and allowed himself to fall. Then he used the moon step to stop in midair. With the destructive power of the flowing Sakura, Leeway could indeed kill Yoshino Eishi with a single blow. However, when this massive body fell, it would inevitably destroy a large area of buildings and even crush the onlookers into pulp. What to do? Leeway dodged attacks while pondering deeply. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and shouted into the crowd. Heishi, quickly go back to Julie and find Pooh Island. Just tell him there's a big stage here where he can show off. No problem, leave it to me. Heishi replied immediately, and then he disappeared. After finding a countermeasure, Leeway shifted from offense to defense, unleashing a series of gale kicks that forced Yoshino Eishi into a passive defense. Ah, how infuriating. You pesky fly. Always buzzing around. Yoshino Eishi was exasperated. He indeed wanted to attack that group of ants, but couldn't he succeed because Leeway's attacks prevented him from doing so. In fact, Leeway was also puzzled. If it was still Ling Ling's physical talent, then why would he need to ask Pooh Island for help? He could have directly used the moon step to lift the towering Yoshino Eishi, who is several hundred meters tall. Unfortunately, that was not an option. Leeway finally complained, but he also knew that this battle was about to come to an end. He had already seen Urashima's figure. Chapter 159. The sumo wrestler's achievement. As soon as Urashima arrived, he shouted at Leeway in midair. Where's the stage? You're not trying to fool me, are you? How could that be? Haven't you noticed that there are a lot of spectators here? And your opponent is this giant. Leeway was talking, but his feet did not stop attacking. A series of gale foot slash waves continuously struck Yoshino Eiji, forcing him to focus solely on defense. completely oblivious to the situation around him. Even if Urashima was slow to react, he could see Yoshino Eiji, who was dozens of times larger than himself. He asked in astonishment, "Is this the legendary giant? How did he come to Wano?" At this moment, the surrounding crowd began to chatter and explain. "He is not a giant, but our Lord Yoshino. That's right, this is his demon art. It's the first time I've seen such a huge person. However, I'm a bit curious. Why did the person fighting Lord Yoshino call for a sumo wrestler? Does he think this sumo wrestler can defeat Lord Yoshino? That's impossible. The size difference is too great." Seeing these spectators actually questioning his strength, the simple-minded Urashima got angry. "Don't underestimate people. I am a #1 sumo wrestler in Wano." "Well said, Urashima. As long as you defeat this guy. Then what worries do you have about not having women like you?" Leeway also began to stir things up, and his plan was simple. After defeating Yoshino Eishi, as long as Urashima could push the opponent towards the Yoshino family's mansion, then innocent people would not be harmed. However, although Urashima was naive, he was not foolish enough to think he could truly defeat such a giant. So, he hesitated a bit. The expression on Urashima's face caught Yoshino Eishi's attention, prompting him to laugh proudly. "You don't really think that bringing in such a fat guy can defeat me, do you? Leeway, in this form, I am invincible." As he spoke, Yoshino Eishi covered his head with both hands and ran towards the noisiest area. This time, he was determined not to passively take hits, even if it meant getting hurt. "Ah, that guy is coming again. Let's run. It seems Lord Yoshino is really angry." "What lord? He's clearly just a big villain." The crowd began to stir again, pushing and shoving each other as they tried to distance themselves from the battlefield. Just as a stampede seemed imminent, Leeway shouted loudly, "Urashima, I will attack Yoshino Eishi's feet, and you just get ready to tackle him. This is your best chance to showcase yourself." As he spoke, he activated the flowing cherry blossoms that had already moved to Yoshino Eishi's legs. Under the sharp lethality of the flowing cherry blossoms, Yoshino Eishi, who had been trying hard to run forward, suddenly stumbled. His feet gave way, and he swayed, seemingly unable to maintain his balance. "Leeway, you're forcing my hand," Yoshino Eishi roared, and his massive body crashed toward the bustling crowd. "Ah, no, I don't want to die yet. Someone save me." In front of the crowd, everything suddenly went dark as they saw a small mountain pressing down from above. They even sensed a gust of wind blowing towards them. Some people were so frightened that they closed their eyes. Leeway once again used his technique and approached the off-balance Yoshino Eishi. He kicked out, trying to change the direction in which the other would fall. Unfortunately, his strength was indeed insufficient to hold up this massive man, who stood several hundred meters tall. "So," Leeway shouted downwards, "Urashima, if you don't make a move soon, you'll be crushed into a meat patty too. I believe with your strength, you can definitely take this guy down. Then just watch me." Urashima finally stepped forward, bending down and striking a classic sumo stance. Then he stomped his feet on the ground one after the other. Once he had gathered his strength, he charged at Yoshino Eishi. Bang! Urashima wrapped his arms around Yoshino Eishi's head, his feet pressing hard against the ground, using all his strength to resist the weight pressing down. Just as Leeway had said, Urashima aimed to use his strength to topple Yoshino Eishi. However, a tremendous pressure hit him, causing his bones to creak. Although he could barely withstand the force, Urashima was ultimately just flesh and blood. How could he resist such pressure? He felt that his hands were about to give out. Just then, Urashima sensed a different kind of power rising from the soles of his feet, which then traveled up his body and into his hands. He managed to withstand the impact, as if a mountain was crashing down on him. After resolving this greatest concern, Urashima gathered his strength and pushed again. Finally, he managed to push the already unconscious Yoshino Eishi back. Boom! The originally lavishly decorated Yoshino residence was engulfed in clouds of dust. Urashima gasped for breath, and at that moment, he noticed that his hands, and even his entire body, had turned pitch black. He paused for a moment. So, this is Flowing Sakura? Could it be that he awakened Flowing Sakura during the recent confrontation? Just as he was filled with joy, Urashima found his body returning to its original state. This left him greatly puzzled. Beside him, Korwashi chuckled softly and said, "This is Lord Leeway's Flowing Sakura. His Flowing Sakura can flow like water and can attach itself to others and various objects." This is Leeway's Flowing Sakura? Did he save me? Urashima confirmed with some confusion. However, their conversation was soon drowned out by the cheers of others. "We are really saved, all thanks to that sumo wrestler. Don't forget that outsider. I think he's really handsome." "I think so too." Amidst the discussions of the onlookers, The dust raised by Yoshino Eishi's fall slowly dissipated. What was left in the eyes of the crowd was the completely destroyed Yoshino residence and Yoshino Eishi, who had returned to his original state. Meanwhile, Leeway stood there unharmed. The retainers of Yoshino Eishi, whom he had knocked down, were not crushed into meat patties because Leeway had also used the power of flowing Sakura to protect them. After witnessing this, the audience suddenly fell silent. The scene instantly became eerily quiet. Leeway seemed to recall something and suddenly stepped in front of Urashima, then shouted, "Urashima!" It was Urashima who prevented Yoshino Eiji from crushing everyone. He truly deserves to be the top sumo wrestler of Wano. After a moment of silence, everyone began to chant Urashima's name. After all, they had indeed witnessed Urashima's heroic stance. Leeway then walked over to Katsumura, who was wobbling as he stood up, and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm not seriously injured. Thank you, Leeway. Without you, many people in a rabbit bowl would have been seriously hurt or worse." Leeway smiled slightly and said, "It's good that there's no problem. Join us. Shung Village needs your strength to rebuild the land of harmony." At this point, he was secretly pleased in his heart. He didn't expect to gain 2 major rewards during this trip to Rabbit Bowl. Leeway said this because he heard the system notification sound in his ear. "You have gained the favor of dozens of women with the Rabbit Bowl, and the Sakura flow skill has been upgraded to A level." Chapter 160. Believe in the power of technology. Regarding Leeway's suggestion, Nakanishi Yoda did not respond directly. He looked serious, occasionally glancing at the fallen Yoshino Eishi, and then casting a glance at the crowd nearby that was cheering for Urashima. Leeway didn't rush, knowing that he needed to give the other party some time to think carefully. At that moment, Heishi finally squeezed through the crowd and walked over. "Mr. Leeway, we have finally dealt with this giant." As he spoke, he pointed at the unconscious culprit, wanted to say a few more words, but was interrupted by Leeway. "The matter is not resolved. To be precise, Heishi, the reconstruction of Wano country has not yet begun. This requires the efforts of all Wano people." After hearing this, a serious expression appeared on Heishi's face. Just as he was about to respond, Kajimura Yoda jumped in first. "I understand, Leeway. I will join you and use my demon arts to solve the pollution problem caused by the weapon factory." "That's good. Welcome to the team, Kajimura. However, solving the pollution problem may not rely solely on your demon arts. We need to think of a more effective solution." "What do you mean? Leeway, why have you changed your mind again?" Heishi asked in surprise. In his view, his fusion technique was most suitable for merging various pollutants and then extracting them all at once to solve the pollution problem. Moreover, during the recent battle, he had already seen that Leeway's flowing Sakura could indeed cover others and form a protective shield. Without Leeway's ability, the body of Yoshino Eishi could have crushed the Yoshino family guards like a mountain. Now that all the prerequisites had been met, Leeway was saying to look for other methods, which left Kajimura Yoda very confused. In fact, not only Kajimura Yoda felt puzzled, but even Heishi, who had just arrived, was filled with questions. He pressed on. "By the way, Mr. Leeway, isn't this kid's demon arts just right for solving the pollution problem?" To their questions, Leeway smiled slightly. "There's a lot of polluted land in Wano country. If we rely on just one person to manage it, we don't even know how long it will take. No matter how long it takes, it has to be done. To fight against Kaido and Orochi, we endured the hardest 20 years. I refuse to believe that solving this pollution problem will also take 20 years. Kajimura, your determination to do whatever it takes to manage the pollution is very good, but your thinking is wrong. I just said that rebuilding Wano requires everyone's efforts. You don't need to treat this as a personal matter." At this point, Leeway glanced at Kajimura Yoda out of the corner of his eye and found that he did not understand his intention. So he continued, "Moreover, if we know this method will take a long time, why insist on doing it this way? If we can find a faster and more effective method, wouldn't that solve the pollution problem sooner? But how can such a method be found quickly? What if it can't be found for a long time? Wouldn't that be a waste of time for managing pollution?" "Yes, Kajimura is right. That's how I think too. As long as we solve the pollution problem, there will be more arable land, and we won't have to starve anymore." Heishi strongly agreed with Kajimura's statement. However, Leeway shook his head. "I will find this method, and I also want to use this matter to tell you. We must believe in the power of technology." After saying this, Leeway already had a plan in mind. Since using devil fruit abilities was not feasible, it was time to try a scientific approach. According to the plotline, in a few days, the Straw Hat Pirates would go to Egghead Island to meet Vegapunk. With Vegapunk's 500 years of advanced scientific capability, managing factory pollution would be a piece of cake. Of course, aside from Vegapunk, Leeway actually had another candidate in mind. However, he needed to meet that person first. Just as Leeway was lost in thought, Kajimura Yoda and Heishi exchanged glances, then looked at the confident Leeway. And finally one of them could only say, "Then let's split up. I will do my best to resolve the pollution. Leeway, you go look for other methods." "That's right, Mr. Leeway. I will be your dedicated driver from now on. Wherever you want to go in Wano, I can take you." "Great, Heishi. I just happen to have a task for you." Their conversation pulled Leeway back to reality. He smiled and began to arrange things. "I've already experienced the baths in Kuri and Tuin. Next, I think you can go to Hakuba, the flower capital, and find the location of the bath." "What? Mr. Leeway, you still want to continue bathing?" Heishi scratched his head, looking unwilling. "I even doubt what you just said. You're not trying to fool us, are you?" Upon hearing this, Kajimura Yoda also showed a puzzled expression. Leeway didn't want to say it directly, so he could only change the subject. He turned to look at Urashima, who was still in the crowd, and smiled, saying, "That guy is pretty strong, but we have to go now. You all head back to Jili first, and I'll come find you later." Katsumura Yoda didn't pursue the matter any further. He looked around at the mess in the Yoshino mansion and added, "I'll clean up a bit first. After all, this is a place I've lived in for many years." "All right, then we'll wait for you in the room at Jili. Heishi, you take Yoshino Aishi back first." "Okay, Mr. Leeway." Just as Heishi was sending people off, Leeway was about to activate the system when he saw Urashima coming over with an excited and beaming expression. He kept thanking Leeway. Leeway waved his hand and said a few more words encouraging him to help others more. After this experience, Urashima had already regarded Leeway as an idol, so he naturally listened to his words. After finishing with Urashima's matters, Leeway chatted for a while with Katsura Yoda. From him, Leeway learned that a person named Fujiwara Jinkuro was responsible for turning Luffy and the others into this state. The supernatural technique that Fujiwara Jinkuro was skilled in was called soul binding, which could slow down a person's physical exhaustion and recovery from injuries to an extreme degree. Although this person was also hiding in Jili, Katsura was still unable to contact him. After obtaining the necessary information, Blackstone returned and used the technique of teleportation to take him away. Once back in the room in 9 miles, Leeway shared the intelligence he had gathered. Then, he heard Jinping say in an admiring tone, "Well done, Leeway. You've solved a major problem again. However, I'm a bit curious. Did you only learn Flowing Sakura after coming to Wano? I've heard that on Cake Island, your strongest attributes were your defense and strength, but you haven't demonstrated either of those at all. Instead, your agile dodging and the flowing Sakura are truly impressive." Robin suddenly asked. Leeway smiled slightly. "Everyone has their own secrets, Miss Robin. This is my secret, and I hope you won't trouble me about it anymore." "Robin, Leeway is a good person. Let's listen to his next plan." Jinbei waved his hand, signaling Leeway to continue. Chapter 161. The Battle of the Flowing Cherry Blossoms and the Shrinking Fruit. After hearing Jinbei's words, Robin no longer dwelled on Leeway's secret. Instead, she unconsciously looked at him. Nami, Kazuki Odin, and the others in the room did the same. Levi did not speak directly, but instead glanced at Blackstone. This made him somewhat helpless. "All right, I understand, Mr. Levi." After receiving Blackstone's assurance, Levi got to the point. "I want to take action against the Kinoshita family. Since the Yoshino family has already been eliminated and we have gained a new ally, it's time to rescue those who are being forced to work." "I think so too. Levi, this matter needs to be resolved quickly." Jinbei also agreed with this plan, but then he shifted the topic. "Now we also have CP0 as our enemy. Although you defeated them, we shouldn't underestimate this group." "That's true, and I feel that Fujiwara Jinkuro from the Yoshino family is likely to team up with CP0. If that happens, it will be much harder for us to deal with him." Robin also expressed her views, saying that she always thought the priority was to defeat Fujiwara Jinkuro. If that happens, then Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Momonosuke, Kinemon, and others can wake up. Once these main combatants return, the other forces in Wano can be easily dealt with. In response, Levi held a contrary opinion. Robin's method is indeed the most efficient. As long as Luffy and the others wake up, the Kinoshita family, CP0, and the remnants of the Beast Pirates will not be our opponents. Yes, to protect Luffy and the others, we still have to spare some manpower. So, Levi, we need to resolve the main conflict first. The strategy is correct. But don't forget that Bruno from CP0 has the door fruit ability. His escape ability is not inferior to Blackstone, and it will be difficult for us to catch them for a while. After that, Levi added, "As for the Kinoshita family, we are well aware of their strength. Moreover, those suffering people urgently need our rescue. We have been talking about rebuilding Wano, but before that, we must first save the people of Wano. Only then will rebuilding not be an empty slogan." Perhaps influenced by Levi's righteous demeanor, everyone in the room fell silent. After a while, Kazuki Oden slowly said, "Then let's deal with Kinoshita Yuzaku first. After defeating him, we will concentrate our strength to deal with the others." That makes sense. Let's tackle the easier issues first. Adai also supported Kazuki Oden's view, but she suggested, "The Kinoshita family has several sorcerers, and I will lend you a hand. Levi?" "All right. Miss Adai, let's take action now." Leeway noticed that Robin had stopped arguing and realized that she had agreed to his plan. After saying this, he took Adai out the door. After watching the two leave, Jinbei turned to Robin and said, "This kid really has a lot of secrets. But he is on our side. That is beyond doubt, so you shouldn't doubt him anymore." "I understand. Leeway has indeed helped us a lot." Robin replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, Heishi beside her side, "I need to go out too. Goodbye, everyone." On the way to the Mookie family, Leeway took a moment to look at the skill description for the upgraded A-level Flowing Cherry Blossom Power. Flowing Cherry Blossom Power, mastering top-level armed, color-domineering attack techniques. At the current level, it possesses the destructive power of an unparalleled great knife. And the user's flowing cherry blossom can not only flow on the surface of the body, but can also be transmitted and released through solids, liquids, and gases, with the longest attack distance being 50 meters. After reading it, Leeway was overjoyed. This way, he had finally mastered the true meaning of attacking from a distance. With such a skill, the Mookie family could be easily taken down. With this thought in mind, Levi headed to the luxurious mansion of the Kinoshita family. Upon arriving at the destination, Levi directly informed the guard at the gate of his purpose. Then, under the guard's guidance, he and Adai walked towards Kinoshita Yuzaku's room. Their battle plan was simple: capture the leader first. As long as they took down Kinoshita Yuzaku, the others would be easy to deal with. This was also the reason Levi wanted to act quickly. He wanted to take advantage of the news of the Yoshino family's destruction reaching Kinoshita Yuzaku's ears and strike suddenly to resolve the matter directly. However, he miscalculated this point. Kinoshita Yuzaku had always arranged for someone to keep an eye on the Yoshino family, while Levi was fighting Yoshino Eishi. Members of the Kinoshita family were hiding among the onlookers, and they immediately informed Kinoshita Yuzaku about the situation. Although Kinoshita Yuzaku was not particularly bold, he was not incompetent either. When he saw Levi approaching, he played along and had the guard bring him in. His greatest assets were, of course, Amano Zawakaiji, Suzuki Masanobu, and Yagi Kojiro, especially the former, whose shrinking technique was a deadly weapon for surprise attacks. Thus, both sides were engaged in a battle of wits and courage. Despite Levi's intention to be cautious, he quickly fell into a trap in the enemy's stronghold. The one who attacked was Amano Zawakaiji. Using his demon arts, he shrank Levi and Adai to the same size. Leeway reacted quickly. He immediately realized that after shrinking, his strength had also weakened significantly. He said to the similarly shrunken Adai, "Kaiji must be nearby. We need to find him quickly. You should be able to use observation haki, right?" Adi replied, "I understand. I'll find him." She immediately activated her observation haki to search the surroundings and soon locked onto the target. Just as she pointed in the direction, a rope suddenly struck down. It goes without saying that the attacker was the rope's sorcerer, Suzuki Masanobu. Fortunately, Leeway was prepared. He used the power of Flowing Cherry to protect Adai, allowing her to withstand the rope's attack. Adai took the opportunity to escape. Because of her smaller size, she was able to hide more easily. Suzuki Masanobu, unable to find the woman who was now the size of an ant, vented his anger on Leeway. "Huh, I lost to you in our last encounter. Now it's time for my revenge. Lightning 5 whips," he said proudly, then spun the rope faster. However, despite the relentless attack, he still couldn't hit Leeway. This left Suzuki somewhat shocked. According to the effects of Kaiji's shrinking technique, Leeway's speed should have decreased significantly. But why wasn't he able to land a hit? A sense of foreboding surged within him. Just then, he saw his rope snap into several pieces. The most terrifying part was that Suzuki's hands and feet suddenly became injured as well. Severely wounded and unable to continue fighting, he could only muster the strength to shout, "Leeway!" But as soon as he finished speaking, Suzuki's vision went dark, and he fainted. He couldn't understand. How had Leeway created such a large distance in just 2 or 3 days? Chapter 162. The internal strife of the Kinoshita family using the mobility of Flowing Cherry. Leeway injured Suzuki, causing him to faint from excessive blood loss. Afterward, he quickly reviewed the recent battle process. Firstly, there was no doubt that after shrinking, Leeway's overall strength and speed had decreased significantly. However, his armament haki remained completely unaffected. It was precisely because of this that he was able to defeat Suzuki using Flowing Cherry. Before making his move, Leeway also dodged a series of attacks from the enemy, thanks to his 1,000 boiling body. In this process, aside from the fact that Suzuki's attacks were harder to hit due to his smaller size, it was also crucial that the 1,000 boiling body used Flowing Cherry, which is armament hockey, to determine whether it could evade attacks. After Flowing Cherry's power was upgraded to a rank, Leeway had obtained top-level armament hockey, making his 1,000 boiling body increasingly agile. In the entire land of Wano, it seemed no one could hit him anymore. Reflecting on this, Leeway once again marveled at the power of the system. More importantly, it was only the third day. Kazuki Oden's talent could still last for over 4 more days. Leeway believes that his journey to Wano country will help him achieve his 3 dreams: defeating the Yonko Big Mom, curing the Joker, and managing the pollution in Wano country. While lost in thought, Leeway refocused on his current task. He listened intently, using his excellent hearing to catch the sound of 80 hurrying along, and then he rushed over. After a while, Leeway finally caught up. As soon as 80 saw him, she admiredly said, "As expected of you, you escaped from that rope sorcerer so quickly. I just heard that guy's voice and thought you were in for some trouble." "I didn't escape. I just defeated him," Leeway replied. Leeway's words directly left Adai in shock. Her small mouth slightly opened, her pupils dilated, and she stared deeply for a moment. When she noticed the serious expression on the other person's face, she said in an incredulous tone, "Are you saying that even after your strength, speed, and size have diminished, you can still defeat that sorcerer?" "Yes, because my Flowing Cherry has not weakened. And according to Kaido, in this world, only Haki is the strongest," Leeway quickly said, then got to the point. "We need to find Kaishir quickly to restore our bodies. Otherwise, Yusaku Kinoshita might escape. Then follow me. Leeway, your guess is correct. Kaishir wants to shrink others, and he must shrink himself too. In other words, his actions must be very slow right now, and he must be hiding nearby. Miss Adai, please use your observation hockey to lock onto that guy." After saying this, Leeway suddenly stopped, as he heard someone's breathing not far away. Adai also stopped. Just as she was about to ask, she followed Leeway's gaze and looked up at the sky. There stood a giant, and then a long sword thrust towards them. Leeway suddenly pushed Adai away, and then relied on his evasion ability to dodge the long sword attack. At this moment, he also got a clear look at the enemy. The opponent was a young man, and the reason he appeared as a giant to Leeway and Adai was simply because they had shrunk in size. When a young man saw his attack miss, he smiled faintly, took a deep breath, and blew towards Leeway. What started as an ordinary breath instantly turned into a fierce wind. Poor Adai was blown away, unable to control her body, tumbling and rolling on the ground. The giant then extended a finger and pointed at her. Just as Adai was about to be poked into a meat paste, a cruel grin appeared on the giant's face. However, at that moment, his finger, comparable to a large pillar, suddenly broke off. A wave of intense pain surged, and the young swordsman cried out, "Oh, my finger! Who did this?" But no one answered him. The young swordsman quickly realized that besides the woman, there was also Leeway. It must be that detestable outsider. Thus, he began to search for Leeway's whereabouts. However, he then felt a sharp pain in his feet and looked down to see a large amount of blood gushing from both feet. At some point, his feet had also been injured. Immediately after, there was a loud clang. The young swordsman could no longer hold onto the long sword in his hand. His hands were also bleeding profusely. What kind of attack is this? "Ah, are you a devil?" After a series of questions, the young swordsman attempted to escape. Unfortunately, how could he have the strength to flee after being severely injured? He had barely taken 2 steps before he fell to the ground. This enemy also lost his fighting ability due to excessive blood loss. The whole process was very short. Adai initially thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, the situation took a sharp turn, and she was saved. After witnessing Leeway's fighting style, Adai's eyes flashed with shock. This guy's Flow Cherry is too powerful. It's simply like an unparalleled great knife. After dealing with the young swordsman, Leeway noticed that Adai had stopped and quickly reminded her, "We need to find Kaisi quickly." "Oh, right." Adai came back to her senses, used her observation hockey to lock onto Kaisi's location, and then led the way ahead. Leeway quickly followed. After walking just a few steps, he noticed his body growing larger and, before long, returned to normal. Beside him, Adai also reverted to her original appearance. It shouldn't be like this, right? Even if Kaisi's shrinking ability has a time limit, it shouldn't be able to last for such a short period of time, right? Leeway was slightly taken aback. And then he saw Tienza Kaishir standing in front of him. Next to Kaishir was another person. It was Sambashi Jinza, whom he had seen at the banquet last night. It seemed that the other side was about to surrender. Leeway and Dai exchanged a glance, both understanding Kai Si's intentions. But they tacitly chose not to expose it. Sure enough, after a moment's hesitation, Kai Si couldn't hold back. I surrender. This is all Lord Kinoshida's doing now. It was Yusaku Kinoshita who made me do this. That's right, it was also Yusaku Kinoshita who made me hypnotize those farmers. I also surrender. However, before Kai Si and Mitsuhashi could finish their words, they were interrupted by a burst of gunfire. Bang, bang. The two of them clutched their bleeding chests, terror evident on their faces. Then, another sycophantic voice came from behind them. It was obviously you two who proposed this method. In fact, I am the innocent one. I'm just an ordinary person, Lord Leeway. Hearing this, Leeway and the others looked over again, only to find that the speaker was Yusaku Kinoshita. When Kai Si and Mitsuhashi realized the identity of the shooter, their faces were filled with reluctance. However, reluctance aside, their bodies still went limp. A person shot in the heart, of course, had only one way to go, death. Leeway did not expect the situation to develop like this, but he quickly reacted, staring intently at Mu Xiaozu. This behavior made Mu Xiaozu's legs tremble. I have already surrendered. You can't kill me. Killing me would only stain Leeway's hands. You traitor of the land of harmony. Dai acted first, picking up the young swordsman's long sword and swiftly ending the shameless landlord's life. Chapter 163. Let's share the rations. After Dai took care of Mu Xiaozu, Leeway hurried to check the bodies of Tian Kai Si and San Xiaohuanjai, discovering that both of them had also lost their breath. With that, the entire cadre of the Mu Xia family was left with only the rope sorcerer Suzuki Masanobu and the young swordsman. As for the guards, seeing the situation, they all dropped their weapons and surrendered. Leeway certainly would not go to extremes. He had the guards bandage the wounds of the injured first and repeatedly reassured them, as long as they hadn't committed any excessively bad deeds. They didn't need to worry about being implicated by Kinoshita Yusaku. However, even upon hearing Leeway's words, the guards still wore worried expressions on their faces. Leeway also didn't bother to explain. Instead, Dai spoke up and said, "Our task is complete. No, we need to go see those shrunken people and hope they are safe and sound." Leeway dropped this sentence and rushed straight to the room at the edge of the courtyard. He remembered that those who had been hypnotized and shrunk by Tianzi Kaisher were all there. Dai naturally followed closely behind him. However, upon reaching there, Leeway looked around and found that all the rooms were filled with empty boxes, but there was not a single person. Were they? Regarding Dai's question, Leeway thought for a moment and realized, just as he was about to explain, a weak voice interrupted him. "You're looking for that group of farmers, right? They are currently working on the farm." The speaker was Suzuki Masanobu, who had just been defeated by Leeway. After simple bandaging, he endured the pain and came over, just in time to hear Dai's question, so he couldn't help but answer. Dai was also anxious and quickly suggested, "Then let's go to the farm. There are quite a few people guarding it. We need to be prepared for battle." "No need, I'll go with you. Now that Lord Kinoshita is dead, they should listen to me," Suzuki said slowly, then looked at Leeway. "What you just said is true, right? As long as we haven't made any major mistakes, we won't be held accountable." The other guards are one thing, but you, as a cadre of the Kinoshita family, have assisted in their tyranny for so many years and still want to walk away unscathed?" Dai said with a cold smile. However, upon seeing Leeway shake his head, she chose not to continue. Hearing this, Suzuki Masanobu gave a wry smile and remained silent. At this moment, Leeway stepped forward. During the rule of Kaido and Kurizumi Orochi, it was indeed the most special period for Wano country. Some things and some people were forced into it. We should indeed be lenient. As he spoke, he glanced at Suzuki Masanobu and continued, of course, "We will investigate this matter thoroughly. We will never wrongfully accuse a good person." "All right, I believe you, Leeway. Then please follow me," Suzuki Masanobu said without hesitation, adding, "I hope I can also participate in the reconstruction of Wano country. In these 20 years, although I haven't done anything heinous, I know that what I've done was just to survive. In this regard, I am ashamed to say I am even worse than you, an outsider. I believe Yagyu Kotaru feels the same way." After leaving these words, Suzuki Masanobu sighed and led the way ahead. The young swordsman named Yagyu Kotaru also unconsciously glanced at Leeway, closely following behind Suzuki Masanobu. Levi waved his hand and said, "Let's go. After we rescue those people, the internal troubles of Wano country will be resolved." "Levi, you really are a strange person, but you are also a good person," Dai suddenly said thoughtfully. This made Levi instinctively respond, "Don't go handing out good person cards randomly." What? What is a good person card? That's not important. Let's focus on the task at hand. Leeway gave an awkward smile and followed along. After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the Mukanashita family's farm. Upon seeing Suzuki Masanobu's arrival, the farm's guards immediately welcomed him, but their faces soon showed expressions of confusion. There was no way around it. The two Suzukis looked pale and were wrapped in bandages, clearly having been injured. Suzuki Masanobu did not hide the truth and revealed that Mukanashita Yuzo was already dead. In the end, he summarized, "The Mukanashita family has been destroyed. Everyone put down your weapons. There is no need for further unnecessary sacrifices." Upon hearing such explosive news, the guards exchanged glances but did not drop their weapons. Adai couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed, "Do you want to fight us? Just for someone who pointed their gun at their loyal subordinates to protect themselves? Everyone, stop hesitating. Quickly throw down your weapons and let those poor farmers go." Suzuki Masanobu looked around and continued, "Otherwise, you will end up like me." As he spoke, he raised his bandaged hand. Seeing this, the guards no longer hesitated and obediently dropped their weapons, opening the farm's main gate. Leeway and Adai entered first and came to fertile farmland. There, many emaciated farmers were working diligently. The overseers, who suddenly saw Leeway's figure, were about to ask a question. However, upon seeing his eyes filled with killing intent, they couldn't help but shiver and collectively fell silent. Suzuki Masanobu also did not expect that the normally composed Leeway would suddenly seem like a different person, but he was perceptive enough to wave his hand, signaling the overseers to put down their whips. Observing Leeway's transformation, Adai seemed to understand something. She looked at him deeply, her face showing a knowing expression. However, Leeway ignored them and shouted, "You are all free. From now on, you no longer have to work for Musyayozu during the day. And at night, you won't have to curl up in a wooden box to sleep." As he spoke, Leeway couldn't help but use part of his sound attack ability. Therefore, his words were deafening like thunder. Adai couldn't help but dig at her ears and quietly muttered, "What a loud voice." However, upon hearing Leeway's words, the farmers who were bent over plowing raised their heads briefly, but soon bent down again. They were numb and did not believe that their fate would change one day. This scene left Leeway somewhat speechless, but he shouted again, "Musyayozu is dead, and the land of harmony will soon welcome a new era." He paused for a moment and threw out his ultimate trump card. "We should distribute the grain now. Let us go to the Mu family. We are going to distribute the grain." As soon as he said this, the farmers raised their heads again, staring intently at Leeway. Finally, one person asked softly, "Really? Do we have grain?" "Yes, you can take back the grain that you deserve," Leeway said softly. He wanted to say a few more words, but saw those farmers kneeling one after another, shouting, "Thank you, sir." "Don't kneel, stand up." Leeway was furious this time. His voice was so loud that it made the farmers feel dizzy. "Let's divide the grain first. Anyone who kneels again will have nothing." Leeway knew he had lost his composure and couldn't help but make a. In the end, driven by the temptation of food, the farmers finally stood up. Seeing this, Leeway said to Adai, "The matter of distributing food will be left to you and Suzuki." After saying this, he walked away, leaving Adai and the others somewhat confused. They didn't understand why Leeway was so angry. Chapter 164. First encounter in Yamato after leaving the farm. Leeway did not head to Mukanashi Yuzaku's home. He looked at Adai and Suzuki Masanobu, who were leading many farmers away, and suddenly thought, "I didn't expect that there would be such troubles in the land of harmony." Those farmers, no, many people, were waiting for someone else to rescue them in their hearts. They would even kneel down to obtain the food they desired. Thinking of this, Leeway realized that the entire arc of the land of harmony was about the situation in ancient Japan during the feudal period. At that time, people believed in the theory of bloodlines. Thus, the descendants of traders were traders, and the descendants of generals were generals. But how could this concept be reversed? Leeway shook his head. He had no clues at all. After all, the situation here was different from that in the world of nations. There, although many people made money by acquiring or selling their soul's lifespan, such as the soul work agency he had eradicated, more people wanted to abolish the system of regularly submitting their soul's lifespan. With the help of these people, Levi was able to successfully change the mindset of those who wanted to gain without effort. However, in Wano country, this kind of mindset has been entrenched for thousands of years. Changing it is easier said than done. As his thoughts raced, Levi was suddenly pulled back to reality by a voice. "You must be Levi, right? Your outfit is really distinctive." Hearing this, Levi quickly turned to look, and then he saw a familiar figure. The person was tall, with long white hair, wearing a white sleeveless fitted kimono and a large shimenawa tied around her waist. She wore a red long skirt, and in her hand was a wolf fawn club with rounded protrusions replacing the spikes. Needless to say, this person was Kaido's little heartless cotton-padded jacket, Yamato. Leeway didn't expect to encounter the other person here, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. When Yamato saw Leeway stunned, he said again, "I've heard quite a bit about you from Miss Robin. You defeated the two major families of Wano country, and it is said that you even had a back and forth with a marine admiral. You really do know a lot, but I know quite a bit about you too, Yamato." Leeway came to his senses and replied with a smile. This time, it was Yamato who looked a bit stunned. She blurted out, "Oh, you've already heard about me from the people of Wano? It seems Miss Robin didn't tell you, but my intelligence-gathering abilities are quite impressive." Leeway said with a smile, "Never mind. You can experience my ability next time when the opportunity arises." After saying this, he extended his hand. "Nice to meet you." "Day, nice to meet you too, Leeway," Day replied, gently shaking hands with him, then cheerfully said, "Leeway, let's have a great battle." "Huh?" Leeway was momentarily taken aback. He never expected that after just shaking hands, Day would make such a request. "Did I not make myself clear enough? Let's have a good match. Leeway, I can see that your strength is formidable. You are a worthy opponent." Leeway has come to appreciate Yamato's personality. Although he is curious to see his current strength, he does not want to spar with Yamato because he estimates that their abilities are not far apart. In other words, this battle would definitely not be brief. Considering this, Leeway shook his head and refused. "Unfortunately, I have more important things to do. Do you see over there?" He pointed to the crowd leaping out of the farm gate and glanced at the somewhat bewildered Yamato. They are hard-working farmers, and these people will soon receive the fruits of their labor. "What do you mean?" This time, it was Yamato who looked completely confused. Leeway talked about defeating the Mikanashita family and decided to mention the distribution of food. Sure enough, Yamato was very interested. "Really? That's great, Leeway. You've done a good deed. I'll help you too. Let's go." Leeway let out a sigh of relief. His intention in doing this was not only to get rid of Yamato's competitive demands, but also to seize the opportunity to gain the favor of the women of Jolie. Perhaps, with such actions, he could elevate the power of Luiying to the highest S rank. With this plan in mind, Leeway quickly caught up with Adai and the others. Once they returned to the luxurious mansion of the Mukinoshita family, Leeway began to arrange everyone's tasks. First, Adai and Suzuki Masanobu took people to promote and distribute food. Doing this would also somewhat make up for the grievances of the people of Wano against the Kujetsu family. As for how to distribute the food, that would naturally be calculated and determined by Yamato and Yagyu Kojiro, who were also the ones maintaining order on site. Soon, the news spread throughout the streets and alleys, and more people gathered at the entrance of the Mukinoshita family. They came with shoulder poles, wooden buckets, and bags. At first, everyone held on to a mindset that although it was unlikely, it wouldn't hurt to come and check it out. However, when they saw someone actually carrying food out from inside, they knew it was true. Consequently, smiles of happiness spread across everyone's faces, and they began to discuss among themselves. "That's great. I told you Lord Mukinoshita is a great benefactor. Just a couple of days ago, he lent out a lot of food. What Mukinoshita? He is already dead. I heard this food distribution is organized by the Kujetsu family." "I've heard that too. The Kujetsu family not only defeated Kaido and Orochi, but also distributed the Mukinoshita family's food. That's wonderful. Compared to Orochi, the Kujetsu family is indeed better. However, I'm a tenant of the Mukinoshita family, working hard every day, but can't even fill my stomach. Luckily, a foreigner came out to save us, and it was he who proposed the food distribution." One scrawny person said gratefully. At this moment, another person added, "Foreigner? I know him. He often works with my son. He is Lord Leeway. Uncle Kurwashi, is what you said true?" "Of course, it's true. Actually, the last time the Mukinoshita family lent food was also thanks to him." At this point, Uncle Kurwashi also mentioned Leeway's intention to treat the Laughing Man and to address the pollution issue from the weapons factory. As a result, those waiting in line for food praised Leeway endlessly. Among them, of course, there are also some women. Not far away. Although Leeway was helping to maintain order during the food distribution, his excellent hearing allowed him to overhear the conversations of the crowd. He felt quite pleased, but there was no sweet system notification sound ringing in his ears. This made Leeway somewhat helpless. It seemed that to reach S rank, he still had to put in more effort. However, he soon refocused on the matter of distributing rice. Just as everyone happily received their food, several people were hiding in the shadows, whispering, "Eliminate the Yoshinoya family, and then tackle the pollution issue." That's not all. Now he's also defeating the Mukinoshita family to distribute food. This Leeway really knows how to get things done. Lord Queen, the people's hearts in Wano have been won over by the Kagetsu family. We must take action soon. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to deal with. Fujiwara Kinjiro, don't worry. I know you want to avenge Yoshinoya Eishi. But if you come to us, the Beast Pirates, we will definitely help you. The speaker peeked from the corner, and he was one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, Queen. Chapter 165. The Bathhouse of the Flower Capital. Once the food distribution was complete, Leeway had a very fulfilling day. Returning to the room where Luffy and the others were recuperating, he shared this event and received praise from Kagetsu Hiyori, Tsuru, Robin, and others. Even Jinbei came over to pat him on the shoulder. Leeway, well done. This is what they deserve. I just did what I was supposed to do. Leeway humbly waved his hand, then glanced at the black stone beside him. The other party understood and slowly nodded, but a look of helplessness appeared on their face. Leeway didn't care and smiled slightly. Seeing this situation, the others were a bit confused, but no one spoke up. As the time was getting late, everyone decided to rest. Leeway lay on the bed, reflecting on his experiences in Wano country over the past 3 days. The Kinoshita family and the Yoshino family had been completely eradicated, meaning that the 2 obvious internal troubles in Wano had been resolved. Additionally, the Orochi Onawabanshu, who supported Kaido, had also been eliminated. Now, the only remaining enemies were the ambiguous CP0 and the remnants of the Beast Pirates still active on Onigashima. Among them, the most noteworthy was the Calamity, known as Ember. His strength should be comparable to Katakuri, which is to say, at the level of a Vice Admiral. With his own A-rank flowing Cherry Blossom power and B-rank Thousand Fiend body, he should be able to handle him. Moreover, tomorrow Leeway could use the heavenly sending technique of Blackstone to elevate his Thousand Fiend body to A-rank as well. With this, he could ensure absolute safety. With this in mind, Leeway began to ponder solutions to several major problems in Wano. First, to heal the Laughing Man. He needed to find a way to upgrade the flowing Cherry Blossom power to S-rank, and then have Chopper verify it. Leeway believes that the success rate of this plan is still quite high. Secondly, there is the issue of pollution from the weapons factory. This can be approached through the scientific capabilities of the Plague Queen, as this fat man was once a scientist. If this path doesn't work, then the Straw Hat Pirates can be entrusted to find Vegapunk for a solution. Finally, there is the issue of national consciousness in Wano country. Most of its people are weak and ignorant, willingly becoming vassals to the ruling class, such as landlords or generals, and waiting for others to rescue them. This is the biggest and most difficult problem in Wano country. Leeway thought carefully and decided to tackle the second problem first. Because when dealing with the remnants of the Beast Pirates, there would definitely be an opportunity to meet Queen, and after defeating him, he would naturally be able to gauge the opponent's scientific prowess. As for the other 2 issues, one would require continuing to find ways to gain the favor of women. Leeway thought that during the battle with the Beast Pirates, he would have the opportunity to simultaneously upgrade the power of Flowing Sakura. As for the change in people's consciousness, that was a long-term effort and could not be rushed. Of course, the top priority for tomorrow was to go to Wano country with Blackstone. After making up his mind, Leeway cleared his mind and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, he immediately felt refreshed, and upon activating the system, he saw that there were only 4 days left for this week's talent. Time waits for no one. Leeway sprang up from bed like a carp leaping out of water. He approached Haishi's bedside and woke up the young man who was sleeping soundly. Mr. Leeway, you're up so early again, Haishi mumbled as he stirred. Leeway smiled and said, the plan for the day is made in the morning. We should go to bed early and wake up early. We can't waste time. All right, I got it. You want to go to the flower capital for a bath today, right? Blackstone immediately followed Leeway to wash up. Then, the 2 of them headed to the flower capital together. It must be said that the flower capital is indeed the most prosperous area of the Land of Harmony. The houses here are taller and more luxuriously decorated. On the streets, the people coming and going are dressed more extravagantly, and their complexions are not as sallow and haggard as those from Jiuli. However, Leeway just observed for a moment and then followed Blackstone into the bathhouse. After soaking for half an hour, they quickly moved on to the next bathhouse. The number of bathhouses in the flower capital is even greater. And after spending most of the morning in various bathhouses, a pleasant system notification finally rang in his ears. You have experienced 10 bathhouses, and the skill enduring body has upgraded to grade. Leeway let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. He lay in the bath, taking the time to check the description of his upgraded skills. Body of endless endurance. Possesses remarkable evasion abilities. At the current level, The user can completely evade attacks from those with weaker armed haki based on their needs, when facing enemies with comparable armed haki. The user can also evade after taking one attack, and additionally, the user can evade all solid, liquid, and gaseous substances as well as attacks from devil fruit abilities at certain speeds as needed. After reading this, Leeway was shaken. Had he gained an ability similar to the dark fruit, allowing him to be immune to attacks from other devil fruit abilities? However, upon further inspection, he speculated that the A-level body of Endless Endurance could only immunize against emitted type attacks. For example, the Drunken Mist from the Wine fruit user, Teenies. Back in the World of Nations, with his current abilities, he probably wouldn't fall for that again. Coupled with the Samurai Spirit skill, Leeway felt he could ignore most control type skills. After realizing this, Leeway was quite satisfied with his upgraded skill. Then, he carefully looked at his talent skills, where a new skill had also been added, Dance for the People. The skill user can enhance the evasion abilities of others as needed. Note, the person whose evasion ability is to be enhanced must be within a 10-meter radius of the skill user. Seeing this, Leeway felt a surge of joy. He finally had a skill that could enhance the team's strength. As his thoughts swirled, he suddenly heard the black stone beside him ask, "Mr. Leeway, are you okay?" How can I not be okay?" Leeway came to his senses and hurriedly responded. However, Haishi looked at him and muttered, "I've called you several times and you didn't react, Mr. Leeway. We've been soaking for several hours already. Don't you think we should take a break? There are still some bathhouses in the City of Flowers that we haven't tried, right?" Leeway responded with a question instead of an answer. When he saw Heisher reluctantly nod, he added, "Then let's soak in all the baths of the Flower City." After saying that, he stood up. Heisher sighed deeply, remained silent, and continued the bath journey with Leeway. Finally, it wasn't until 3 p.m. that Leeway had experienced all the baths in the Flower City after soaking in several more pools. However, he did not hear the system notification sound in his ears. Leeway was not disappointed, as he had been mentally prepared. Meanwhile, Blackstone, after coming out of the last bath, seemed to have completed a daunting task and happily said, "Finally, I can rest." Leeway smiled and waited until the young man sat down on the ground for a while before he slowly said, "The Flower City is finished. Take me to the vicinity of the volcano later, and you go to Baiwu to find out the distribution of the baths." "All right, Mr. Leeway, your interests are quite peculiar," the young man replied. Heisher didn't ask any more questions this time. He stood up from the ground. Just as the two were about to get up and leave, Leeway heard his phone bug ringing. Chapter 166. The Traitor Appear. Leeway answered the phone and heard it was Kei Getsunika calling. She said anxiously, "Leeway, hurry back to Julie. The beast pirates are attacking us." "What? I'm coming back right now." Leeway was greatly shocked. He hurriedly said to Blackstone, "Wait, let's go back to Julie first. Kaido's remaining forces have come knocking." Before he finished speaking, Blackstone immediately placed his hand on Leeway's shoulder and sent him back. As soon as they arrived near the room where Luffy and the others were, Leeway saw several people dressed in samurai clothing. Judging by their attire and peculiar appearances, they were clearly members of the Beast Pirates. Among them, the most eye-catching was the round, bald, chubby figure of Queen. This person had a similar appearance to that in the original work, sporting a golden ponytail on his head, wearing sunglasses held on by 2 ropes, with purple lips and 2 golden mustaches below. His left hand was a mechanical prosthetic, giving him an overall comical and humorous vibe. At this moment, Queen burst into laughter. "The one who defeated Boss Kaido, and that curly-haired kid has turned into this. It's simply delightful, ha ha ha." Standing in front of Queen was Jinbe, but judging by the scars on him, it was clear he was at a disadvantage. However, even so, Jinbe was undaunted and stared directly at Queen. "You lowly scoundrel who takes advantage of others' misfortunes is nothing to be afraid of. Ha, Jinbe, if it weren't for the need to protect those people, you would indeed be a formidable opponent. What a pity, haha." However, before he could finish speaking, Queen turned his head and saw Leeway, frowning slightly. When Jinbe saw Leeway appear, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in the direction behind him. "You finally made it. I can still hold on here. You go help Robin and the others." "All right, I'll be back soon, Jinbe." Leeway didn't waste any time. He and Blackstone immediately left and quickly spotted Robin, Nami, and Adi among others. They were also engaged in battle with the enemy. Among them, Nami's opponent was a character who appeared in the original work, the traitor Appu. As a member of the Long-Arm Tribe, Appu had an impressive wingspan. He wore a red outfit with a musical note embroidered on his chest. And he also wore headphones and black glasses, with teeth resembling piano keys, making him quite distinctive. Thanks to the power of the Odo no Mi, sound fruit, Apu's left arm had transformed into a trumpet, and he was blowing into it with great effort. However, Robin and the others were already aware of Apu's fruit ability's weakness, so they covered their ears to avoid being hit by the sound waves. Although they couldn't counterattack directly, Robin's Hana no Mi, flower fruit, ability allowed her to create hands and feet as organs, and Nami's new companion Zeus was a powerful weapon. As a result, for a while, the other subordinates of the beast pirates were at a loss with how to deal with them and could only surround them. Apu seemed to have noticed this, so he was preparing to change targets and use his sound waves to attack the room behind Nami. Leeway certainly knew what Apu was thinking, so he took the initiative to step forward and shouted, "Apu, your opponent is me." As soon as these words were spoken, Apu immediately halted his attack and looked over with a strange gaze. Then he said softly, "You are the outsider who has been showing off? Aren't you an outsider too?" "No, I misspoke. You're Kaido's lapdog." Leeway retorted directly, and his words instantly angered AP. He began to play again, which was the prelude to the attack. "Leeway, cover your ears." Nami and Robin reminded in unison. Leeway shook his head slightly and confidently replied, "Such supernova-level strength can't hurt me at all." "Umph. Let me show you my power then, Sound Slash." Apu shouted the name of his technique, confident that this move could cut Leeway in half. Because within the auditory range of the target, his sound wave attacks were undefendable. This had already been proven with strong figures like Luffy and Zoro. Apu couldn't help but recall the scene not long ago when he chased a group of supernovas all by himself. However, not far away, Leeway stood there unscathed. This left Apu momentarily stunned, and then he shouted again, "Sound explode." The imagined scenario of exploding Leeway's body still did not occur. After 2 failed attacks in a row, Apu's heart sank, leaving Nami, Robin, and many of Queen's subordinates confused. They stopped their assault and began to discuss. "What's going on? Lord Apu's attack actually had no effect? This is the first time I've seen something like this happen." "Yeah, logically, Lord Apu's attack should hit for sure. I get now, that kid is deaf. So that's why." The discussions naturally reached Apu's ears, and he glanced at Leeway again, quickly overturning his subordinates' guesses in his mind. After all, Leeway had just spoken to him. How could he possibly be deaf? But why was he able to evade the sound wave attacks? This left Apu puzzled. Seeing this, Robin softly said, "You really are a man full of secrets, Leeway. You surprised me once again." Indeed, Mr. Leeway's strength is truly impressive. His flowing cherry blossom is the most powerful I've seen among people, 80 agreed. Taking over the topic, Leeway didn't pay attention to the evaluations of the beautiful women regarding him. He shouted at the bewildered AP, "How about it? Do you have any more tricks? Go ahead and use them." AP, frustrated, said, "If that's the case, then you can try my battle music." He intensified the frequency of his performance, constantly glancing at Leeway's body. He wanted to attack his opponent nonstop to catch him off guard. However, no matter how aggressive AP's music was or how fierce his assault, Leeway remained unfazed. Finally, after tiring himself out from playing the trumpet, AP could only bend over and gasp for breath. "Huff, huff, who are you?" Leeway smiled and replied, "Didn't you just say? I'm an outsider." Then he shifted his tone. "Since you're no longer attacking, it's my turn now." Upon hearing this, AP immediately showed a wary expression, straightened his body, and assumed an attack stance. "You don't even need me to make a move. I'll let you experience the feeling of being injured from a distance." As soon as he finished speaking, under the watchful eyes of AP, Nami, and others, Leeway unleashed the A-rank power of flowing cherry blossom. Immediately, a scream echoed. "Ah, what kind of move is this?" AP suddenly clutched his chest, looking down to see blood gushing from his chest. He then glanced at Leeway, his face filled with horror. "This move is a bit similar to your sound fruit ability, right? But I can launch attacks without performing." After leaving this remark, Leeway looked sideways, and suddenly, shadows like flowing water appeared on AP's hands and feet, causing them to bleed. At this point, AP could no longer hold on. With a thud, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Chapter 167. The Invisible Quinn. After witnessing this, whether it was Nami, Robin, or the remnants of the beast pirates, they were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. In their eyes, Leeway was like a magician, defeating the formidable AP in front of everyone with just one move. They didn't even notice Leeway's attacking posture. However, soon, these stunned artificial devil fruit users would taste the consequences of AP's injury, because Leeway seized the moment when they were dazed and used the distance damage effect of the flowing cherry blossom power to take down dozens of enemies in one go. The scene was instantly filled with screams. I'm hurt. Run. This person is a devil. Spare me. I won't dare again." The remaining members of the beast pirates had long lost their will to fight and turned to flee. But how could Leeway let the enemy have their way? Moments later, everyone fell to the ground, struggling. Thus, the group of beast pirates that came to ambush was left with only Quinn. Leeway saw that the situation here was under control, and he shouted to Nami and the others. I'm going to help Jinbei deal with the fat guy queen. You all stay here and keep an eye out. I'm worried there might still be enemies lurking in the shadows. After all, Jean hasn't shown up yet. All right. You go ahead. We'll take care of things here, Blackstone replied before Nami and Robin could say anything. Leeway did not hesitate and turned to run. Watching his departing figure, the gang leader, Adai, slowly said, Mr. Leeway's flowing cherry has upgraded again. Previously, his flowing cherry, which could flow like water on the ground and on people, was already astonishing. Now, it has evolved to the point where it can be generated from a distance. It's incredible. In just a few days, flowing cherry has reached this level. It seems that kid from Wangwo was right. Leeway's greatest strength is his extraordinary talent, which can only be described as terrifying. Robin, are you saying that Leeway is truly a once-in-a-century genius? If I hadn't seen Luffy and Leeway with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that geniuses exist in this world. Nami, in terms of talent, I suspect our captain may not even compare to Leeway, Robin said with a serious expression. She added, I asked that kid from Wangwo before. Leeway also only took a few days to elevate his strength and defense to a level comparable to the Yonko Big Mom. Since coming to Wano, he has never shown his defense and strength. Yet in such a short time, he has trained his flowing cherry and that strange movement technique to a powerful level. Is this something a human can achieve? Fortunately, Mr. Leeway is on our side. Otherwise, our situation would be extremely dangerous. Adai deeply agreed, wanting to express her thoughts further, but was interrupted by Hey Sure. There's a sneaky person over there. That guy must be an enemy. He is Fujiwara Yanjiro, the mastermind behind turning Luffy and Lord Momonosuke into this state. I recognize him. At that moment, Kazuki Oden came out of the room and just happened to hear Heishure's warning, then recognized the other party. As soon as this was said, Heishure was the first to charge forward, followed closely by Robin and Adai. Nami and Kazuki Oden stood guard at the door, remembering Leeway's words. At the same time, the two couldn't help but look in the direction where Leeway had left. At this moment, Leeway had just arrived beside Jinbei and witnessed his battle with Queen. Queen had transformed into his hybrid form, looking like an orange-yellow brontosaurus. But unlike the brontosaurus in nature, his left hand had been replaced with a mechanical arm, and his right hand held a large sword. His tail had been turned into segmented claws with iron chains, and a machine gun extended from his mouth, firing at Jinbei. Tot. A dense barrage of bullets shot over, and Jinbei, not wanting to harm innocents, could only cover himself with armament haki and endure the bullets. However, what Queen was firing were not ordinary bullets. So Jinbei sustained several small wounds, with blood seeping from them, which was alarming to see. Nevertheless, Jinbei remained calm. He waited until Queen's attack slackened slightly before moving in, shouting, Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile handblade. However, before Jinbei's handblade could reach the enemy, he saw Queen's long tail coming at him. He had no choice but to change his strategy and dodge. Seeing his victory assured, Queen laughed triumphantly. Haha, I didn't expect that even among the Shichibukai, there would be fools. Halfway through his laugh, he turned to see Leeway walking quickly towards him. Looks like Nami and Robin are safe now. After saying this, Jinbei glared at Queen. Next, it's time for us to counterattack. Just the two of you? Then bring it on. Invisible Battle Machine Black. As Queen shouted the name of his move, his body suddenly disappeared. Jinbei did not expect that the opponent would have such a technique. He hurriedly used observation haki to locate Queen, but found nothing. Be careful. Queen is attacking from above. Luffy used his cutting technique and came to Jinbei's side, pushing him aside. Boom! The ground where Jinbei was standing suddenly sank several meters, creating a large pit with several cracks appearing at its edge. This was all caused by Queen's headbutt. When he realized that his ultimate move, the Armored Dragon Bomb, had missed, he was momentarily stunned. Afterwards, before Jinbei could attack again, he used the same trick and disappeared once more. Don't worry, I'll handle him. Leeway called out to Jinbei, who listened attentively, then looked up at the sky, inwardly complaining. Quinn's combat IQ is really lacking. He still wanted to try the Armed Dragon Bomb again. Unfortunately, although the sound of the high-altitude fall was not loud, it was easily captured by Leeway's ears. However, during this round of attack, Leeway did not push Jinbei away again, as he had already activated the upgraded ability of his 1,000 boiling body. Sure enough, following Leeway's movements, Jinbei immediately comprehended the situation, leaping back to successfully dodge. After a loud bang, Jinbei frowned slightly and said softly, Huh? Clearly, he couldn't believe how agile he had become, and then he cast a deep glance at Leeway. What is going on? Even with observation hockey, I shouldn't be able to catch up with him, right? Quinn, seeing that his attacks had failed twice in a row, also showed a look of confusion, but then his expression changed, and his entire body turned pitch black. A soft sound was heard, and a shallow wound appeared on Quinn's chest. Fortunately, my observation hockey is quite good. Otherwise, I would have been hit, Quinn said with some relief, glancing at Leeway with a look of shock in his eyes. Chapter 168. Quinn defeated again, needless to say. Leeway had just used the power of Flowing Cherry to attack Quinn. However, he did not expect that this skill, which could severely injure a Poe, would only have a scraping effect on Quinn. Leeway, has your armament hockey upgraded? At this moment, Jinbei suddenly asked, his face showing a look of astonishment. Quinn could not help but look at Leeway again, sneering, trivial skills, unfortunately, they're only good for tickling me. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared again. This time, Quinn did not launch the arm dragon bomb from high up. Instead, he connected the head and tail of the arm dragon and shot them out. Seeing that Leeway did not dodge like before, Quinn felt a surge of joy in his heart and laughed. Didn't he expect that I've completely transformed my body? Right? This time, let me smash all your bones. But before he could finish his sentence, Quinn let out a scream. Ah, what is going on? I've known about your arm dragon snake for a long time. While speaking, Leeway easily escaped, still using the power of Flowing Cherry. But this close-range damage was obviously much higher compared to transmitting through the air. This could also be seen from the amount of blood gushing out of Quinn. Just as Riho said, Leeway, your armament hockey has a lethality like a sharp blade. It's incredible, Jinbei sincerely remarked. Levi smiled and replied, it's not bad. In a couple of days, my observation hockey might create an even more astonishing miracle for you. Really? I'll be waiting, came the response. Jinbei, Levi, chatting so casually like this really shows you don't take me seriously, Spark Queen. Quinn said angrily. This time he didn't go invisible, but prepared to launch a laser directly. His eyes turned bright red. Unfortunately, the explosive laser beam failed to fire. Upon hearing the name of the move, Levi moved in quickly, slightly opening his mouth to emit a sound that only Quinn could hear, instantly interrupting the laser's gathering effect. No need to say, this was the effect of Levi's permanent skill, Monster Sound Attack. However, this C-class skill could only slightly stun a powerhouse like Quinn for a second or two. But that was enough for Levi to stand on his opponent's body. He roared again, you won't get away with this, Quinn, you big villain. Levi was well aware that this guy, Quinn, had many techniques that could cause widespread destruction, and being nicknamed Plague, he had developed numerous biochemical weapons. If Quinn found an opportunity to launch a plague bomb or an ice demon, the people of Julie, and even the entire Wano country, would be plunged into chaos. Therefore, Levi had to use his most powerful move to inflict fatal damage on this right-hand man of Kaido. Fortunately, he succeeded. Standing over his enemy, Levi's body became incredibly dark. A mass of black material flowed like water, creeping up from his feet to Quinn. With a whoosh, poor Quinn was about to charge up again to fire a laser and destroy the surrounding buildings, but deep, bone-visible wounds kept appearing on his body, spraying out large amounts of blood. A wave of intense pain struck him, causing his body to sway unsteadily, clearly unable to launch any more attacks. Leeway was relieved to see his attack take effect. He felt fortunate that his body had reached A rank that morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to arrive in front of Quinn so quickly. Moreover, without close-range output, even if the power of Liu Ying had reached A rank, it would still be impossible to seriously injure the tough-skinned Quinn. You don't think you could defeat me like this? I still have the strength to counterattack, Quinn said intermittently, as his only unharmed mechanical arm suddenly ignited and aimed at Leeway. If you seek your own demise, then don't blame me, Quinn. Leeway didn't wait for his opponent to make a move and immediately slashed with his hand. Quinn's incredibly hot mechanical arm was severed in two, leaving him completely stunned. Levi leaped to Quinn's feet and struck again. Thud! Quinn fell down, and then with a bang, he completely lost consciousness. This final blow was delivered by Jinbei, who hit Quinn's head hard with his fist, knocking him out. Phew! Thank goodness you're here, Levi. If it weren't for you, this place would have turned into ruins, Jinbei said, still feeling a bit shaken after successfully securing the kill. Leeway smiled slightly and said, not at all. Without you, I wouldn't be able to take down such a guy. Your hockey is indeed very strong, but your impact is lacking. Jinbei glanced at the battered Quinn and commented, however, I'm quite puzzled. You were known for your defense and strength in the world. So how come you've completely changed after coming here? How should I put it? Forget it. That's my secret, and I don't really know how to explain it. Leeway did not answer directly. Seeing that Jinbei did not pursue the matter further, he added, the top priority is still to use the sea prison stone handcuffs to lock up Quinn. Then, he took out the communication snail and contacted Katsumori Yoda and Korwashi Yoshimi one after another. Soon, thanks to the teleportation ability of the technique, Korwashi brought Katsumori Yoda and the sea prison stone handcuffs over. Leeway took the sea tower stone handcuffs and locked up Quinn. After doing all this, Jinbei and the others let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yantai looked at Leeway with admiration. This is Quinn, one of the 3 strongest members of the Beast Pirates, yet he was defeated by you. But that's not the key point, Wang Tsun. I called you here to tell you that Quinn might be able to help solve the pollution problem of the weapon factory in Wano country. Leeway got straight to the point. He wanted to say a few more words, but was interrupted by Matsumura Yoda, who asked, this guy? He's a notorious villain. How could he possibly help us clean up the pollution? I see. Leeway, you want to leverage his research capabilities, right? Jinpei was the first to catch on. He took another look at Quinn and continued. This fat guy's technological level is indeed impressive. Just look at how he has modified his own body. Is that right? This is what you mean by believing in the power of technology? Matsumura Yoda finally understood. Leeway smiled slightly. However, this matter needs to be verified again. My intelligence network only tells me that Quinn is very skilled at weapon modification. He may not necessarily have the ability to manage pollution. So what are we waiting for? Let's wake Quinn up quickly. Shang Tsung, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have knocked him out. Jinbei said somewhat apologetically. Leeway waved his hand and said, don't worry. He'll wake up soon. As he spoke, he unleashed a sound attack in the opposite direction. Before long, Quinn groggily woke up. When he saw Leeway, he wanted to struggle, but found himself completely powerless. In the end, he could only look at Leeway with a reluctant gaze. Chapter 169. Luffy finally wakes up for a defeated opponent. Leeway naturally responded with a sharp look. He got straight to the point and asked Quinn, I know you are a very powerful scientist who was part of the research team MADS along with Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, and Vince Smoke Judge, right? You know, quite a bit. My specialty is developing weapons of destruction. So you want me to help you develop a new type of weapon, right? Haha, I knew it. You're only half right. I do want to utilize your technological expertise, but it's not to research weapons of destruction. Rather, it's to study how to solve the pollution caused by those weapon factories. Leeway interrupted Quinn's words, pointing to the towering chimneys not far away, and added, speaking of which, these weapon factories are also a disaster created by your beast pirates, and you have a responsibility to deal with this problem. I refuse. I am a very powerful scientist. How could that be? It hurts so much. Before Quinn could finish speaking, he let out a scream as blood spurted from his chest again. No need to say, this was the result of Leeway using the power of Flowing Cherry. He kicked Quinn and said in a threatening tone, it seems that my polite conversation with you has led you to mistakenly believe that we are negotiating. If you can't solve this problem, then you are of no use to me. Let me think. How would your beast pirates treat someone who is useless? As he spoke, Leeway extended his hand, palm up, looked at it for a moment, and then slowly brought his palm closer to Quinn. This action directly scared Quinn into a cold sweat. He glanced at his wound and hurriedly struggled to say, wait a minute, it's just a pollution problem. I can solve it. Really? Quinn, you should know what the consequences of lying to me are. I certainly wouldn't lie to you. A mere pollution issue can be easily resolved. Speaking of which, I had previously proposed to address the wastewater discharge from the weapon factories, but Orochi directly refused, saying it was just letting these useless people have some wastewater, nothing serious. Quinn spoke quickly, occasionally glancing at Leeway from the corner of his eye, and when he saw the frown on Leeway's face relax, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Leeway, this guy is not trustworthy. At this moment, Shang Tsung Yantai, who was standing nearby, reminded him, adding, the villains of the Beast Pirates are all cunning people. What he says is probably just to save his own life. I still believe that my fusion technique is enough to solve the pollution problem. It just takes a bit longer. That's right, I support Shang Tsung's view. These pirates are notorious and extremely cunning. Humph. Haishi Yiming said angrily. However, Jinbei did not speak, his gaze sweeping over Shang Tsung Yantai, Haishi Yiming, and Leeway. I certainly know that Quinn is a despicable and shameless person, but his research capabilities are indeed strong, and I think it's worth a try, Leeway said slowly. And when he saw Shang Tsiyuan about to refute, he spoke first. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on him and make sure this guy can't pull any tricks. At this point, Leeway pointed at Quinn. I'll give you 3 days to solve the pollution problem. Tomorrow, I want to hear a practical plan. And the day after tomorrow, I want to see a reagent that can neutralize the pollutants. 3 days? How is that possible? Research isn't like drinking and eating. Shut up. If you can't come up with it, don't even think about drinking and eating in the future, because you'll be a dead man," Leeway said without holding back. After hearing his words, Quinn could only keep quiet and began to ponder. Seeing this situation, Leeway then turned to Saigamura Yoda and said, "You are an expert on High Stone. So get this guy a pair of handcuffs that are strong enough for him to work, but cannot allow him to escape. No problem, Leeway. In Lord Yoshino's warehouse. There are handcuffs made of High Stone with various purities. There must be a suitable pair for Quinn. Of course. I will also keep a close watch on Quinn to ensure he studies well. All right, then I will trouble you with that. Hi Shishi. You first find a suitable place for the research, preferably by the river for easy verification of the potion. Then, take Saigamura and Quinn over there to start the research work. No problem, Mr. Leeway. I'll take care of this. I happen to know the most suitable room. After you finish these, don't forget the other tasks I assigned you. Don't worry. I'll take you there, and I will also visit Baiwu and Suzu after that. Haishishi Yoshimasa patted his chest and said, and then he took Saigamura Yoda away first. After arranging the tasks, Levi painted a big picture for Quinn, saying that if the pollution problem was solved, he could consider setting him free. Under such coercion and temptation, Quinn was completely subdued. Seeing this, Jinbei nodded repeatedly and said in an admiring tone, "Levi, you are really impressive. I'm increasingly convinced that you can solve a laughing man's dilemma. Yes, I will definitely solve it, at the latest the day after tomorrow. I will find Chopper to verify my method." Leeway replied with a smile. He wanted to briefly talk about his method, but he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Chopper running over, panting. Good news. Luffy and the others have finally woken up. Before Chopper even arrived, his voice had already reached them. Leeway and Jean Ping exchanged glances, both seeing joy in each other's eyes. Chopper finally ran to their side, bending down and panting heavily. Jean Ping quickly confirmed, "Is what you said true, Chopper? It seems that the sorcerer from the Yoshino family has also come to ambush us along with the remnants of the beast pirates." Leeway also expressed his guess, and he was somewhat curious about what the guy's fruit ability was. After a while, Chopper recovered and nodded, thanks to Miss Nika recognizing that enemy. "We were able to defeat him. When we returned to the room, Luffy was already awake and is now eating meat voraciously. However, his injuries are still quite serious, and he can't get out of bed for the time being. Haha, as long as there's meat to eat, I think with Luffy's recovery ability, he should be bouncing around by tomorrow." Leeway smiled slightly. His words clearly received the approval of Jinbei and Chopper, as they had both witnessed the captain's resilience. "Then let's go meet him together. Luffy is also very eager to see you, Leeway." When Chopper extended the invitation, Leeway was about to agree, but suddenly he heard a swoosh sound beside him. Heishi Yashimichi had returned and just happened to hear Chopper's words. His face lit up with joy, and he insisted on going to meet Luffy as well. Leeway shook his head. "I'll not disturb Luffy while he's eating meat. Heishi, please take me to Onigashima first." "No way. Mr. Leeway, you don't need to rush this, right? All right, let's hurry then." Heishi, who was eager to see Luffy, muttered reluctantly, but soon agreed. After all, he knew that Leeway always acted swiftly and never delayed. Chapter 170. Swimming in a magma pool with Heishi's incredibly convenient teleportation technique. Leeway quickly arrived at the entrance of the underground cave in Wano country. "You need to be careful, Mr. Leeway. As you suspected, I believe that the Yonko Big Mom and Kaido are likely still alive." Seeing Heishi's worried expression, Leeway smiled slightly. "Don't worry with my strength. Even if I can't defeat Big Mom, I can still escape safely. But, Mr. Leeway, the volcano here could erupt at any moment. Under the onslaught of magma, I think even the strongest person would find it hard to escape death. I'll be careful. You head back now, Heishi. All right. I will also try to gather information about the hot springs and a few other areas. We can go soak again tomorrow." Heishi patted his chest and waved goodbye to Leeway before disappearing. After sending off his companion, Leeway stood at the dark cave entrance. He looked down but couldn't see what was inside. The cave was clearly winding and deep. Nevertheless, Leeway hesitated only slightly and, taking advantage of the fact that it was still light, stepped inside. As soon as he entered the cave, he was hit by a strong, pungent smell of sulfur that made him feel nauseous. This smell also indicated that the volcano had erupted not long ago. In this oxygen-deprived environment, Leeway began to worry about whether Big Mom could still survive. After all, no matter how strong a person was, they still needed to breathe. Thinking about this, Leeway cautiously stopped in his tracks, contemplating the possibility that he might also suffocate after entering. But soon, he thought of a solution: to use his body of Chien Ao to evade gas attacks. With this in mind, Leeway silently chanted, "Let me avoid these sulfur and other toxic gases." Sure enough, his method proved effective. Leeway suddenly could no longer smell that stench, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart as he took a few deep breaths. The air he inhaled was still not fresh. After all, this cave was not ventilated, and the gases could not circulate smoothly. However, even though it smelled somewhat murky, at least it ensured he could breathe. Therefore, Leeway did not hesitate and continued deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, he began to feel increasingly hot. From time to time, hot winds would sweep over him, quickly making him feel thirsty, with his lips starting to crack and his face feeling fiery. Leeway once again activated his 1000 resilience body, perfectly avoiding wave after wave of heat. Seeing how powerful this skill was, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the Emperor-level system. At the same time, he was grateful that he had upgraded his 1000 resilience body to A rank before coming, allowing him to evade attacks from gaseous substances. Otherwise, he would have had to give up shortly after entering the cave. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Leeway forcefully dismissed any distractions, as there were still 2 4 emperors hidden within this cave. To ensure his safety, he carefully observed his surroundings while also looking around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the 4 emperor lady. As he walked deeper into the cave, he found himself at a dead end, with only a protruding stone slab in front of him. Levi stood above, overlooking the continuously rolling and flowing red magma, and due to the high temperature of the magma, he also saw wisps of smoke slowly rising. This is the power of nature, right? It's probably hundreds of times more formidable than Akainu's deadly move, the dog bite red lotus. No matter how powerful a person is, falling into that would likely mean certain death. After witnessing all this, Levi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He then turned to look around, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that the Empress of the Sea has fallen? Leeway felt a bit disappointed, but since he was already here, he didn't want to give up. So he leaned in and listened intently. Since he couldn't see anything with his eyes, he had to rely on his almost superhuman hearing. Suddenly, Leeway heard a faint sound of breathing coming from the magma pool. His heart skipped a beat. Aside from the original character with the heat fruit ability, could there be someone else soaking in the magma? After a moment of contemplation, Leeway found it hard to believe, but he speculated that this person was most likely Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. The next question was how to identify the person and how to rescue them. Leeway pondered for a moment and ultimately placed his hopes on the 1000 boiling body. Speaking of which, Kazuki Oden was also a fierce person who could endure being fried in oil for several hours. Moreover, the A-class 1000 boiling body had the ability to evade liquid-type damage. Considering he had just avoided the foul odor and heat waves, Leeway felt he should be able to submerge himself in the magma pool. However, being cautious, he decided to verify first. So, Leeway leaped down. As he approached the magma, he activated Moon's Step, making it appear as though he was standing right on top of the magma. Wow, at such a close distance. He still felt no heat at all. It seemed like a promising opportunity. With his mind made up, Leeway activated 1000 boiling and slowly touched the magma with the soles of his feet. The magma seemed to automatically part, creating a path for him. It was as if his entire foot was enveloped in an invisible layer of air, allowing him to directly withstand the high temperature of the magma. Leeway was overjoyed, but he didn't rush to jump into the magma pool. Instead, he slowly let his whole leg sink into it first, and only then did he immerse his entire body. He didn't seem to feel any discomfort. It must be said that the talent bestowed by the system, the ability of Kazuki Oden, was truly powerful. Moreover, it was very suitable for saving people. Filled with joy, Leeway quickly collected his thoughts and held his breath, listening for the faint heartbeat. Once he pinpointed the location, he closed his eyes tightly and plunged in, swimming towards the source of the sound. After swimming for a while, Leeway grabbed the target. Since he couldn't see through the magma, he could only guess that it was a person. However, once he surfaced, everything would become clear. Leeway quickly grabbed the object and swiftly ascended. Once he emerged from the lava pool, he raised his hands high, took a glance, and then frowned. The object was quite large, but it was wrapped in a fiery red substance, making it difficult for Leeway to discern what it actually was. However, he didn't waste any time. Instead, he used the Moon Step technique again, carrying the heavy object as he flew out of the lava pool and onto a nearby stone slab. As soon as Leeway put down the object, he noticed that the layer of fiery red material seemed to be slowly writhing, revealing the white substance inside. The white substance was also writhing incessantly. The two substances appeared to be slowly coalescing together. Seeing this, Leeway was taken aback and immediately assumed a defensive posture, wary of sneak attack from the thing. Chapter 171. The Empress of the 4 Emperors has arrived. The two substances gradually coalesced into a mass, and at this point, the object they enveloped began to reveal its true form. When Leeway saw the uniquely shaped pirate hat and the long, pink curly hair, he knew his suspicions were correct. It was indeed a person, and she was the empress of the four emperors that Leeway had been searching for. Leeway looked again at the two substances in the sky, and a vague speculation formed in his mind. The red substance transformed into a fireball, which revealed a human face with features. The eyes and nose were very close together, and the mouth was large, currently displaying a toothy smile. The white substance turned into a thundercloud, which also bore a human face. Above this face were yellow wavy curls, long eyelashes, and lipstick, displaying a disdainful expression. Having seen the original work, Leeway immediately recognized the identities of the two, the strongest confidants of the Yonko Big Mom, Prometheus and Hera. He began to understand why Big Mom could survive in a magma pool. Presumably, she utilized Prometheus's small sun attribute as a fireball. It naturally did not fear the high temperatures of magma. It was also because of this characteristic that it protected Hera and Big Mom. Hera, as a cloud, likely provided oxygen to Big Mom. With the help of these two powerful homies, Big Mom was able to survive after her defeat and the volcanic eruption that followed. Coupled with her own robust vitality, she had soaked in the magma pool for several days. As his thoughts raced, Leeway heard the two homies conversing. Phew, finally out. I never thought there would be a day to see the light again. Ah, Hera, you're safe too. That's great. Prometheus, stop wasting time. Didn't you see that person? He asked the one who saved us, Hera said, nudging her mouth towards Leeway. Seeing this, Leeway hurriedly replied, Indeed, I saved Big Mom, and I'm glad to see both of you. Without you, I wouldn't be able to explain to Katakuri, Cracker, and BRLE. As he spoke, he observed Big Mom again. She still had not awakened. However, from her serene expression and steady breathing, it was clear that Charlotte Linlin was not in serious trouble. Obviously, the two homies also understood that their master simply hadn't woken up for the time being, so they focused their attention on Leeway. Prometheus directly asked, Do you know Katakuri? But you don't seem to be one of our Big Mom pirates. Leeway responded, I'm not a member of the Big Mom pirates, but I come from the land of Wano. Did you hear that, Hela? He is one of us. Are you stupid? Prometheus, do you believe everything this strange person says? Hela stared at Leeway with a wary gaze, clearly regarding him as an enemy. Leeway didn't argue, but instead suggested, the volcano here could erupt at any moment. How about we leave this place first? I think he made a good point. Hera, let's quickly get out of this cursed place, shall we? Shut up, Prometheus. Don't let this person lead you around by the nose. Then what should we do? What if the volcano erupts again? I might be fine, but you and the master will be in danger. That's right, both of you. If I really had malicious intent, I wouldn't risk going down to save you at all. So, Leeway said in the kindest tone, but before he could finish, late Yunha interrupted him. Who knows what kind of trick you're playing? You should know that this is a magma pool. How are you going to save us? Because I can ignore the magma. Leeway didn't say much, but instead proved himself through action. When Hera saw him actually jump into the magma pool and swim a few laps, she remained silent. Prometheus, on the other hand, exclaimed in amazement, That's impressive, I can't do that. When Leeway returned to their side, he asked again, You're a devil fruit user, right? Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. Now you all believe it was me who saved the Yonko Big Mom, right? Leeway shook his head and brought the topic back. Prometheus remained silent and instead looked at Hera. All right, I'll just trust you for now. Hearing this, Leeway smiled slightly and lifted Big Mom before leaving the cave. The two hobbits naturally followed closely behind. Once back on the surface, Prometheus cheered again. Finally out, it's so much better on the surface. This is Wano country. We're still not out of danger yet. Seeing the optimistic Prometheus, Hera was somewhat speechless. Her gaze had not left Leeway. I will bring your master back to the nations, but we have to wait for her to wake up and agree to one condition of mine. Leeway smiled and said. Prometheus, upon hearing this, happily replied, Really? You are such a good person. Have you been boiled silly by the lava? Didn't you hear him mention there was a condition? Hera interrupted her companion again, glaring fiercely at Leeway. Even if the master is not here, I can still defeat you. As soon as she finished speaking, her body transformed from white to black, and a thunderous sound erupted, indicating that she was about to launch a lightning attack. Leeway remained unhurried, easily dodging the continuous flashes of lightning from his opponent. All right, Hera, stop attacking. Prometheus quickly interjected. After evading a series of attacks, Leeway didn't hold back. He unleashed the power of flowing cherry blossoms, carving a deep chasm in the ground. Then, with a smile, he said, If I wanted to harm the four empress, I think she would already be a corpse by now. No, we believe you, right, Hera? Prometheus urged his companion to stop. Hera finally ceased her assault. She knew Leeway was right, but being stubborn, she turned her head away with a cold snort. Leeway didn't pay attention as he took out his communication snail and called for Hideout. When he saw the figure of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, Hideout looked panicked. Is this the 4 Emperors? Yes, didn't I mention it to you earlier? It's time to send us back. Mr. Leeway, are you sure you want to do this? Hideout said while carefully observing the 2 suns floating in the sky and the thunderclouds. For him, these 2 things were very dangerous. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Besides, our strength is strong now, so there's even less to worry about. All right, I trust you. Hideout took a few deep breaths and then used the sky send technique to send Leeway and the 4 Emperors' Big Mom away in succession. Their destination, of course, was still Jiuli. When Robin, Nami, and the others saw the 4 Emperors' Big Mom, they immediately exclaimed, "What is she doing here? You, how did you get here?" Similarly, Prometheus and Hera also screamed. Both sides unconsciously turned their gaze to Leeway and Hideout. This has nothing to do with me. Hideout quickly raised his hands and hurriedly explained. Leeway revealed his signature smile. I was the one who rescued Big Mom. And this is also one of the reasons I came to Wano. Chapter 172. The Painful Ordinary People. Are you one of Big Mom's people? By the way, you mentioned that you come from a land of Wano, Hiyori said, unable to help but frown slightly as she glanced at Leeway. Robin added, Isn't this your biggest secret, Leeway? You came to Wano just to rescue Big Mom? Mr. Leeway is definitely not that kind of person. He has done so many good things for Wano. You can't slander him. Haishi Yiming immediately defended. For the past few days, he had been soaking in a bath with Leeway and had long regarded him as a good person. Jinbi also nodded. If he had ulterior motives, then why would he help us resolve the conflict between the 2 major families and defeat Queen and the others? Hiyori, Robin. Let's hear what Leeway has to say first. I just said it. Rescuing Big Mom is one of my purposes for coming to Wano, because only by rescuing her can I have the chance to persuade her to abolish the soul lifespan tax system. As for my other purposes for coming to Wano, you should already know. Leeway smiled gently and slowly said, while also raising an eyebrow at Blackstone Yiming, thanking him for his righteous words. However, at this moment, Nami stepped forward. Your words are contradictory, Leeway. If you really want to abolish that system, shouldn't you kill her or ignore Big Mom? Otherwise, with her in charge, and you leaving Whole Cake Island, wouldn't it just return to the way it was before? Indeed, how should this be explained? Robin was clearly on her companion's side as well. She had always had doubts about Leeway and wanted to take this opportunity to dig out his true intentions. Leeway calmly explained, That's a great question. The whereabouts of the Yonko Big Mom are unknown, and then I will use my powerful strength to defeat the remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates. By then, would T Whole Cake Island be under my control? However, have you ever thought about it? In any war, there will definitely be casualties. The Big Mom Pirates have been rooted in Whole Cake Island for so many years. How could they be easily uprooted? How many innocent people would die in the process? Moreover, without their protection, Whole Cake Island would become a battleground for many pirate crews. And people would have to face endless wars until the next powerful pirate crew, like the Yonko Big Mom, appears. As he spoke, Leeway couldn't help but sigh. In this world, the lives of ordinary people are really too difficult. It is also because of these considerations that I decided to help Katakuri rescue the Yonko Big Mom, and then defeat her, making her acknowledge the abolition of the system of regularly paying soul lifespan. After this speech, Robin, Nami, and others were left speechless. Hekishi Yoshiyuki was even moved to tears, saying, Woo-woo, Mr. Leeway, you are amazing. This is the first time I have seen someone care so much about us ordinary people. While speaking, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, and his gaze towards Leeway was filled with admiration and respect. Leeway smiled slightly. You are not an ordinary person. Your heavenly gift technique is very good and powerful. After saying this, he glanced at the still unconscious Big Mom, as well as Hera and Prometheus floating above. These 2 guys are quite calm, completely lacking the impulsive urge to shout and fight that they had when they first met. Leeway secretly complained to himself. However, he didn't expect that Hera and Prometheus immediately exchanged a glance after hearing his words. Although this kid had ulterior motives for saving himself and his master, at least he would wait for his master to wake up. As for what Leeway said about defeating Big Mom, they found it amusing. Since everyone had no other questions, it was time for him to contact Katakuri and share this good news, while also asking Bruley to come to Wano country again to discuss the matter of the Laughing Man. As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway took out his transponder snail and dialed the number. Sure enough, when Katakuri heard the news, he immediately confirmed with excitement. You really saved Mama? Yes. You can contact Folger and come to Wano country to see your mama with your own eyes and hear her say that she wants to abolish the regular soul tax system. No problem, Leeway, I'm coming right now. By the way, bring Bruley with you when you come. Also, you might run into some old acquaintances here, and I hope you can get along peacefully. When he said this, Leeway glanced at Jinbe and others, as well as Luffy and other injured people who were fast asleep after having eaten their fill. Katakuri, on the other end, clearly caught the implication in his words and quickly asked back, "Are you worried about me going to war with the Straw Hat Pirates?" "Don't worry, I know the seriousness of the situation." "That's good. You all come over first, whether it's tomorrow or not. Let's say tomorrow. As soon as Big Mom wakes up, I will challenge her on the grounds of abolishing the sole lifespan tax system of Whole Cake Island." Halfway through, Leeway quickly changed the date for the duel because he heard a pleasant system prompt in his ear. "You have won the favor of Nami, Robin, Bruley, and many other women. The skill-flowing Sakura has been upgraded to S rank." Leeway's face remained expressionless, but he was incredibly happy inside. The top-level flowing cherry blossom power he had always longed for had finally been realized. With this skill, combined with the evasion ability of the A-rank Thousand Melts body, he felt confident enough to challenge the four emperors. More importantly, when Brin arrives tomorrow, he could also try to use the flowing cherry blossom power to solve the hilarious problem of Wano country. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. However, at that moment, Leeway suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He jolted back to reality and saw a confused Heishi Yoshimi, who said with annoyance, "Mr. Leeway, you weren't zoning out again, were you? You're on the phone, you know." "Oh, how could that be?" Leeway Milato Guarli. Noticing that the telephone bug in his hand had already emitted a series of beeping sounds. Clearly, Katakuri on the other end had hung up. He didn't pay much attention to it, but instead looked at Jinbe and the others, saying, "I think they will be here soon. Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow you can watch my duel with Big Mom." After saying that, Leeway left first. He needed to quickly check the descriptions of his upgraded skills. A moment later, Katakuri arrived in Wano country with Bruley and Folger. As agreed upon in the telephone bug conversation, they only took Big Mom away and did not clash with the Straw Hat Pirates. Bruley was taken away by Chopper, who had been silent all along, as he was eager to verify his experimental results. As for Folger, after appearing and not finding Leeway, he followed Heishi Yoshiyuki to goof around. Chapter 173. S-Class Flowing Sakura Power. Lying in bed, Leeway activated the system to check the skill descriptions. Flowing Sakura Power. Mastery of an attack technique comparable to Conqueror's Haki. At the current level, it possesses invincible lethality, said to inflict damage that touches the soul. Additionally, the user's flowing Sakura can not only flow on the surface of the body, but can also be transmitted and released through solid, liquid, gas, and conceptual materials, with the longest attack range being 100 meters. After reading this, Leeway immediately grasped the key points. It can inflict soul-touching damage and can be transmitted through conceptual materials. He was overjoyed. According to the skill description, flowing Sakura power should be able to heal the Laughing Man. Then, Leeway glanced at the talent skill section and found that he had not gained any new skills. However, he was not disappointed, as the S-Class flowing Sakura power was already sufficient to fulfill his wish. Leeway even began to fantasize about what it would be like after curing the comedian. Lost in thought, he dozed off. The next day, in the morning, Levi was still deep in sleep, exhausted from several days of intense activity, especially last night. After discovering a solution to his most troublesome issue, he unconsciously relaxed. As a result, Levi had a very perfect sleep, often showing a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Even in his deep slumber, he didn't notice that several people were standing by his bed. Among them, Katakuri carefully observed Levi and said, "Is this kid really Levi? His demeanor is completely different from when he was at Whole Cake Island. Isn't this Levi's appearance? Strange. Have you forgotten him so quickly?" Katakuri couldn't be bothered to explain these doubts to Foz. After all, the ability to briefly foresee the future with observation, Haki isn't something everyone possesses. However, he was indeed very confused, as the person who resembled Levi seemed like a completely different person, making him feel very unfamiliar. Katakuri frowned, then turned to look behind him. What came into view were several acquaintances, and his expression darkened reflexively. "Haha, you're Katakuri, right? What brings you to Wano?" "I have to thank you." With a hearty laugh, Luffy took the lead in greeting him. Standing on either side were Sanji and Zoro, who were warily watching Katakuri with guarded expressions. Katakuri replied irritably, "It's you guys, what a narrow road for enemies." Katakuri, we promised Levi, Bruli, who had just entered, quickly stepped forward to advise as she noticed the situation was off. Along with her, Chopper, Kin Eamon, and others also walked towards Luffy, hoping to avoid a conflict. In the end, Luffy laughed heartily. "Don't worry, they're friends of Levi. Why would I attack a friend of friend? For Levi's sake. I want to hold it against you," Katakuri replied haughtily, going with the flow. This exchange relieved everyone present. Only Zoro remained silent, but his face was filled with a wary expression. It smells so good to sleep." At this moment, this sentence instantly caught everyone's attention, and they turned to look. Levi stretched and contentedly said, "Ah." Then, his expression froze as he suddenly saw so many people surrounding him. Anyone would feel awkward in such a situation. Luckily, Akashiyoshi was there, smiling happily as he said, Mr. Levi? I didn't expect you to have a lazy day too." Leeway got out of bed in one swift motion, feeling refreshed and all fatigue swept away. With such a great state of mind, he thought it was the perfect time to battle with Big Mom. After this thought crossed his mind, Leeway greeted everyone and turned to Katakuri, saying, "Your mother should be awake now, right? I'm here precisely for that reason. She heard that you saved her and wants to abolish the system of regularly surrendering soul lifespan. So she sent me to tell you that she accepts your challenge." "That's good, Katakuri. You should also have mentioned the conditions for my battle with Big Mom," Leeway continued. "Of course, Leeway. As long as you can defeat my mother, she will abolish that system." As soon as Katakuri finished speaking, Portia on the side cheered. "Leeway, you finally did it. As long as you defeat Big Mom, everyone in the whole Cake Island will be grateful to you." Naive. Do you really think the Yonko are pushovers? No matter how strong Leeway is, he can't possibly be my mother's match. Katakuri snorted coldly, glancing at Leeway, involuntarily recalling how not long ago this young man had defeated him, leading to the temporary cessation of the soul lifespan surrender system. Could he really defeat my mother? As his thought arose, Katakuri shook his head slightly, cursing himself for having such an idea. You want to fight Big Mom? That's really interesting." Luffy laughed heartily, looking deeply at Leeway. "You are indeed strong, and I'm also interested in battling you. Let's skip the fight between us. If it weren't for wanting to persuade Big Mom, I wouldn't want to waste time on such matters." Leeway waved his hand, observing Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro closely. As a seasoned fan of the sea, he had been looking forward to the three major powerhouses of the Straw Hat Pirates for a long time. Just like in the original work, Luffy was still as carefree as ever, or perhaps one could say he was foolishly wise. Zoro, on the other hand, had a serious expression on his face as he looked at himself, although he had shown a friendly smile when he made eye contact with Leeway just now. Leeway knew that this guy didn't truly trust him. As for Sanji, he initially focused on Katakuri, but after hearing that the latter wasn't there to cause trouble in Wano, this perverted cook started to circle around Nami, Robin, and Kazuki Hiyori, among other beauties. Seeing these scenes, Leeway couldn't help but smile slightly. However, he was soon brought back to reality by a voice. "Since you and your mother are awake, then your competition begins now," Katakuri said with a serious expression. He added, "But don't worry, regardless of who wins or loses this battle, our Big Mom Pirates will not take action against the Citizen Service Corps. You will still be our subordinates, no, our allies." "That's good, Katakuri. I think the most suitable place for a duel is still Onigashima in Wano." Leeway mentioned the location of the battle, and when he saw that Katakuri did not object, he added, "Then let's hurry up. After finishing this matter, I still need to heal the tens of thousands of laughing people in Wano." After saying this, he gave a glance to Korwashi, Yoshinobu, and Fours, then walked straight away. The two understood and followed closely behind, saying to Luffy and the others, "You want to see a battle of top-tier powerhouses, right? Then let me take you there." Chapter 174. The Arena on Onigashima Wano Country, Onigashima. After the fierce battle between the Supernova Alliance and the Yonko Alliance, the entire island had turned into a wasteland. Although Kaido was defeated, the remnants of the Beast Pirates still occupied Onigashima, making the area desolate and empty on ordinary days. However, at this moment, it was packed with people both inside and out. It goes without saying that they all came to witness the battle between Leeway and the Yonko Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin. At the forefront of the crowd were, of course, the members of the Big Mom Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. Katakuri, Bruli, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro. These formidable figures, renowned throughout the New World, ignored the noise from the crowd behind them and stood on either side, quietly observing the two main characters standing not far away. Alongside Luffy and the others were the designated next shogun of Wano, Kazuki Momonosuke, his sister Kazuki Hiyori, and Kinnen, who was still bandaged up, along with Kiku, Reizo, and others. Occasionally, they would engage in quiet conversation, but mostly, they followed Luffy and the other's gaze, all looking towards Leeway and the other. Among them, Kinemon and Kiku were the ones talking the most, as this couple had not seen each other for a full 20 years. After learning each other's identities the day before, instead of expressing their feelings, they came to the scene to watch the battle, which speaks to how captivating the fight between Leeway and Big Mom was. Or perhaps, after a night of battle, Kinemon was actually feeling overwhelmed and used this as an excuse to avoid the long-awaited reunion with Kiku. Now grown up, Kazuki Momonosuke stared at Leeway and asked Hiyori, "Did Mr. Leeway defeat the Yoshino family and the Kinoshita family and distribute food to the people in the name of our Kazuki family?" "Yes, brother. He is also my savior. More importantly, Mr. Leeway said he has a way to cure the disease of the laughing people," Kazuki Hiyori replied softly, holding Hiyori in her arms. Hiyori, grinning widely, said, "Haha, can that big brother cure my disease? That's great. Yes, that's great. With so many kind people helping us, Wano can have a new life," Kazuki Hiyori responded. Hearing her brother's words, Kazuki Hiyori shook her head slightly. "We can't just wait for others to help us. They will eventually leave Wano. You are right. We need to unite with Kinemon and all the people of Wano to protect our homeland," Kazuki Momonosuke said firmly. Finally, at the outermost layer, there were hundreds of thousands of citizens of Wano bustling together, sometimes greeting Kazuki Momonosuke and others, and sometimes casting their gaze towards the two people in the center. These commoners were certainly not quiet. They began to discuss among themselves. "That must be our good friend from Wano, Mr. Leeway, right? He looks so young. Don't underestimate him because of his age, Mr. Leeway defeated the giant Yoshino AG single-handedly. His strength is extraordinary. I have never underestimated him. Mr. Leeway also rescued Princess Hiyori from the Kinoshita family, and it's because of him that we can receive food. I will definitely cheer for him in this battle. Although Mr. Leeway is very strong, his opponent is that Yonko, a top-tier powerhouse with monster-level strength. I'm really worried. Stop saying such things that boost the pirates' morale. If the Yonko is really that strong, how could he be defeated by Lord Luffy?" "Exactly. Times have changed. It's the era of the younger generation now." "That's right. Mr. Leeway will definitely win. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it." Soon, rhythmic cheers began to resonate throughout the venue. Hearing these sounds, Katakuri couldn't help but show a surprised expression on his face, and he quietly said, "If I remember correctly, Leeway has only been in Wano for a few days. In such a short time, he has already become a celebrity in Wano." "Yes, brother Katakuri. He also spent only a few days in Whole Cake Island and completely changed the whole country. This person is really amazing. I heard from the reindeer of the Straw Hat Pirates that even though Leeway has only been here for a few days, he has done many incredible things for the people of Wano," Broly replied, deeply resonating with this. As the only two people in the venue cheering for the Yonko Big Mom, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Sanji across the way, her face turning shy and red. Unfortunately, after losing his memory, Sanji had completely forgotten about Broly. Now, he ignored her flirtatious glances and instead said jealously, "That brat is so popular with women. It's too much." While saying this, he pointed at those women who were desperately cheering for Leeway, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Before long, a lewd smile appeared on Sanji's face as he muttered, "If only I were up there." Just thinking about it made his face turn red, and his eyes gradually became heart-shaped. Noticing Sanji's change, Chopper next to him slapped him, saying, "Sanji, if you keep thinking like that, you'll start bleeding." "Chopper, that hurts." "I get it," Sanji replied. While the two were bickering, Jinbe pointed at Leeway and said to Luffy, "That kid has accomplished what you couldn't." "Really? That's impressive. After this battle, we must hold a feast to welcome him." The crowd was buzzing with conversation. However, Leeway remained indifferent to the noise around him, as all his attention was focused on the Yonko Big Mom in front of him. Similarly, Big Mom was also closely observing him. Above Big Mom Charlotte Lean's head stood her two most trusted subordinates, Hera and Prometheus. Strangely, the usually talkative homies were now silently watching, both looking for each other's weaknesses. After a while, Big Mom couldn't hold back anymore and spoke first. "You're the one who defeated Katakuri and Aokiji, right? The one said to have a similar physique to mine?" "Yes. But I would prefer if you referred to me as the one who saved Broly from Aokiji and rescued you from the magma pool." Leeway smiled and spoke eloquently. The Four Emperors' Big Mom was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly replied with a smile, "Then I should indeed thank you. Since that's the case, I'll let you have 3 moves. Consider my gratitude. How could one ask for more? Leeway felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that even if his flowing cherry power reached S rank, it would be impossible to break through the defenses of the 4 Emperors Big Mom without making contact with her. This had already been verified during his battle with Quinn, although the flowing cherry power could transmit through solids, liquids, and gases. Its lethality was far less effective compared to when it was used against an enemy upon contact. And Big Mom, despite her lack of agility due to her size, possessed immense strength. Just being touched by her would mean that, with Leeway's current defensive capabilities, he would either be gravely injured or dead. It's important to note that Leeway's 1,000 boiling body was still only a rank. While it was sufficient to face Big Mom, it was still somewhat lacking for close combat. If he were hit even once, he would lose. Because of this, when he heard Big Mom voluntarily say she would allow him 3 moves, Leeway knew his opportunity had come. Leeway slowly walked into the enemy, and then he saw Big Mom's body suddenly turn black. Needless to say, this was the effect of using armament hockey. Leeway followed closely behind, unleashing his armed hockey that rivaled the color of the Supreme King, his body becoming pitch black. Upon seeing his armed hockey, the Yonko Big Mom's expression changed dramatically. Luffy, Zoro, Jinbei, and the others were also taken aback, exchanging glances and reading the same meaning in each other's eyes. Leeway's armament color hockey is ridiculously strong. Robin even pointed out, compared to the last time he fought against Yoshino Aishi, Leeway's armament color hockey has improved significantly. This kid is truly a monster. Indeed, when he first arrived in Wano, he also used armament color hockey, and back then it was unremarkable, but now it's much stronger than even me. Jinbei added. Zoro recalled his battle with the Yonko Big Mom and shook his head. This kind of armament color hockey is even beyond me. Zoro tightly gripped his trembling Enma, a smile on his lips. Interesting, this sword is eager for battle as well. Green algae head, is your armament color hockey really that impressive? I doubt it. Color Kappa, do you want to challenge me? Then bring it on. Bang bang. After the 2 sounds, Nami pointed at the 2 people with lumps on their heads and said irritably, can you both not see what the situation is? If you want to fight, you should wait until Leeway and Yonko Big Mom finish their battle, right? Angry Nami is also quite cute. Bang. Halfway through her words, Sanji received another punch from Nami. Shut up and just watch the battle. Nami said this and pointed at Leeway. A genius like him is rarer than even Luffy. Huh, didn't I already say that Leeway is strong? His strength is not weaker than mine. Luffy didn't understand why his companions reacted so strongly. However, no one answered his question. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Leeway, who was slowly walking towards Yonko Big Mom. They all knew this unprecedented battle was about to break out. Chapter 175, Hela and Prometheus. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Leeway had already reached the side of Yonko Big Mom. He looked up at the over 8-meter-tall expert and said, then I will be rude. Come on, Leeway, I have heard from Katakuri that you possess power equivalent to mine. Your information is a bit outdated, Yonko Big Mom. As soon as he finished speaking, Leeway's right hand touched Charlotte Linlin, and the armament color hockey on his hand, or rather, flowing cherry blossoms, surged towards his opponent like flowing water. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, causing the ordinary civilians at the scene to instantly fall silent, instinctively covering their ears. Some even experienced dizziness. Even Nami, Usopp, Chopper, and Broly, who are relatively weaker, felt a sense of dizziness. Luffy and Katakuri were not affected, but they both looked towards Yonko Big Mom. Leeway naturally looked at his achievements immediately. His flowing cherry blossoms, which could directly inflict heavy damage or even kill Quinn, didn't even scratch the clothes of the 4 Emperor Big Mom. In other words, the opponent was completely unharmed. Leeway couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the original Iron Balloon? It's much stronger than last week. As his thoughts raced, Leeway heard the unique laughter of Big Mom. Mamama, your hockey-infused power is really strong. It's the first time I've seen such sharp hockey. It almost broke my body. After a pause, she continued, but isn't your strongest point your strength? I thought you would take this good opportunity to push me down. The Iron Balloon truly lives up to its name. The strength of the 4 emperors is indeed higher than that of the marine admirals. Coming back to his senses, Leeway sincerely admired her, but then he changed his tone. Well, there's still 2 moves left, and I'll give it my all. However, I hope you could be a bit patient. As he spoke, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for the Berserk State skill from his previous talent. If he could instantly increase his power tenfold, perhaps he could defeat Big Mom. However, at this point, Leeway wasn't one to dwell too much on the past. He collected his thoughts, picked up a stone from the ground, and tossed it up. Immediately, the stone turned pitch black. Leeway unleashed the flowing cherry blossom skill, intending to gather the flowing cherry blossoms on the stone and then instantly bloom, hoping to inflict damage on the Empress of the Sea. Upon seeing Leeway use the stone as a weapon and refine a black stone in such a short time, Zoro's face revealed a look of shock. He couldn't help but recall his master Mihawk's words. Strong warriors are not bound by their weapons, no matter what they hold. They should feel ashamed if they can't create an opening, because all sword can turn into black blades. Reflecting on this, the future strongest swordsman slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Interesting, this is confidence in armament hockey, isn't it? As he spoke, Zoro first calmed the trembling Enma and then took a deep look at Leeway. Seeing this, Bartolomeo's expression changed to one of horror. He asked in an inquisitive tone, "Adia, this kid's flowing cherry blossom is much stronger than you said." "Yes, Boss Bartolomeo. Mr. Leeway's greatest strength is his talent. Every day, he can significantly enhance his power. He's simply a peerless genius. A genius who cares for the people. Perhaps because of his existence, this world of the survival of the fittest will change." Bartolomeo's face was serious, but he said nothing more. The other onlookers, of course, could not discern the power of Leeway's refining of the black stone. In their eyes, they only saw the unharmed Empress of the Sea, prompting them to cheer loudly for Leeway. Go for it, go for it. The waves of sound grew louder, and even those in Flower City, 9 miles away, heard some commotion. To these deafening sounds, Katakuri only frowned. He found it strange that just a few days had passed, and Leeway's attacking method had completely changed. Furiz was equally puzzled. He had originally thought he would see Leeway competing in strength against the Empress. He was well aware of the extent of Leeway's power increase, which could be described as rapid. When he left Wano, his friend and boss already had power comparable to the Empress. Now, after several days, Leeway's strength should have surpassed the Empress. However, what he didn't expect was that Leeway's power seemed to have vanished, replaced instead by this sharp armament hockey. What had happened in between? Fears began to worry. As everyone analyzed the battle situation, Leeway felt that the flowing cherry blossoms on the stone had reached their limit, and he could no longer exert power to maintain it. This level of flowing cherry blossoms should be enough, right? Deciding firmly, Leeway softly reminded, "Then I should use my second and third moves." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the stone close to the Empress's abdomen. There was no way. From a height perspective, Leeway, who was just over 2 meters tall, could only reach the Empress's waist and abdomen while standing. You will remind me too? As a pirate, the Empress of the Sea certainly wouldn't consider Leeway's actions unreasonable. She also noticed the stone's extraordinary nature, so she directly covered most of her armament hockey over the area Leeway was touching. Flowing cherry blossom bloom. As the name of the technique was called out, Leeway released the accumulated flowing cherry blossoms from the black stone, while simultaneously unleashing a continuous flow of cherry blossom power. He aimed to combine the power of these two techniques to inflict some damage on the Empress, whose body was as strong as steel. A sharp, ringing sound erupted, directly stunning the onlooking crowd. Nami, Bruley, and other slightly weaker pirates also experienced a brief state of dizziness. Leeway gathered his strength and unleashed his third move, channeling the flowing cherry blossoms from other parts of his body into his right hand, then directing it towards Big Mom. "Well done, Kid Leeway. Mama mama." The Yonko Big Mom struggled to resist, her laughter echoing through the skies. This attack lasted for several minutes, and in the end, Leeway executed a shave and retreated. Once he had distanced himself from his opponent, he looked at Big Mom. He saw that her abdomen was already in tatters, and a shallow wound had appeared on her body, with blood seeping from it. Who would have thought that such an attack would only leave a small cut on Big Mom? Leeway was amazed and began to doubt how Kid and Trafalgar Law managed to team up and defeat such a monster. Could it be that his own crossing over had led to Big Mom's increased strength? Leeway was somewhat speechless, but with strong enemies ahead, he could only eliminate all distractions and focus on the confrontation. He knew very well, since his cherry blossom power couldn't harm the opponent, he could only rely on his 1,000 hardships body to engage in a war of attrition against the enemy. Levi focused intently on Big Mom, wary of her potential attack. However, Big Mom did not rush to strike. She looked at her wounds with a shocked expression. "Master, are you okay? I told you this guy is really strong," Prometheus said with some concern. On the other side, Hera mocked, "Isn't that obvious? If Levi weren't strong, how could he have the courage to challenge the master?" She then offered a battle suggestion. "Those without standing attack power often have weak defenses." "Master, as long as I join forces with this waste, We can take him down quickly. Hera, don't be impatient, Big Mom said with a smile. She pointed at Levi and added, no wonder you refused the invitation from the Blackbeard pirates. A powerhouse like you should carve out your own path. Of course, I will make good use of my talents and strength to achieve my dreams. And right now, Big Mom, you are the one standing in the way of my dreams. No, to be precise, you have forgotten your own dreams. Levi replied directly, realizing that he couldn't defeat the 4 Emperors Big Mom in a short time. He decided to appeal to her emotions and reason with her. Haha, I know your thoughts. You're right. My intention in establishing the world government was to allow all races and beings to live together without distinction. I could abolish the system of periodically paying soul lifespan. But all of this will have to wait until you defeat me. Seeing that Big Mom had closed off all avenues of negotiation, Levi could only sigh deeply. From now on, he had to focus on defense. It seems you've given up on attacking. Then it's my turn to strike, Big Mom said, waving her hand. Her 2 trusted subordinates understood immediately and flew towards Levi. Ha, finally my turn to attack. Fireball from the sky. Prometheus, receiving the attack order, struck first, shooting a massive fireball straight at Levi. Hera, standing nearby, sneered, such an attack is really too slow. Watch this thunder. A brilliant bolt of lightning tore through the sky, arriving first and hitting Levi. Boom! With a loud crash, the spot where Levi was standing was turned into a deep pit by the lightning. And combined with the fireball's attack, it ignited instantly. However, Levi had already dodged. Although he proved that his body could remain still and avoid various damage from solids, liquids, and gases, he still dodged for safety's sake. Fortunately, his movements were nimble. To Levi, Prometheus and Hera's attacks were still too slow. Such earth-shattering attacks left ordinary people in shock. It was their first time witnessing a 4 Emperors-level powerhouse attack. The destructive force far exceeded their imagination. As a result, everyone fell silent, no longer cheering for Levi. Meanwhile, the 2 homies were eager to show off in front of Big Mom, launching wave after wave of attacks. However, these fierce assaults didn't even touch the corner of Levi's clothes. Seeing this, they intensified their attacks, but still failed to achieve their goal. After a moment, Big Mom spoke up. All right, Prometheus, Hera, you should team up with Napoleon for an attack. Immediately, the horned hat she wore transformed into a military knife, which she gripped in her hand. Upon hearing the command, the other 2 homies, although wanting to continue attacking, complied and returned to Big Mom's side. Chapter 176. The homies' combination technique. After witnessing Levi's incredible agility, Katakuri was completely stunned. He pointed at Levi. This is completely different from when he was in the world government. How did Levi become so agile? Yes, brother Katakuri, a week or 2 ago, his lack of agility was still one of Levi's major weaknesses. But now it seems he has completely overcome it. This is the first time I've seen Hera and Prometheus's attacks miss, Bruli replied, her eyes filled with astonishment. Katakuri clearly thought deeper and continued, with sharp armament hockey and agile movements. Levi seems like a different person. There must be something strange about it. Did he eat some special devil fruit? No, my third eye tells me that Levi is definitely not a devil fruit user, Bruli responded confidently. But she couldn't articulate why Levi had completely changed his abilities. Equally shocked was Folger, being from the world government as well, was also taken aback by Levi's fighting style. Nearby, Blackstone Yoshiyuki, noticing this, asked with confusion, what's wrong? Isn't this Mr. Levi's usual fighting style? Huh? You mean Levi fought like this in Wano? Yes, Folger. I fought alongside Mr. Levi several times. He relied on his skills comparable to swords and his incredibly agile movements to defeat various enemies. That's the problem, Blackstone. I fought alongside Levi in the world government as well, and back then he relied on his iron-like defense and unmatched strength, overwhelming everything in his path. Is this true? Hearing this, Blackstone Yoshiyuki showed a shocked expression, looking deeply at Levi and finally confirming, I heard you say that in the world government, mister. Levi quickly rose to power and defeated numerous villains in a very short time. Yes, Levi started as an ordinary person, then suddenly became a top powerhouse, able to contend with marine admirals. Now, he remains a top powerhouse, but his fighting skills have completely changed. Folger, I think this is the power of an extraordinary genius, Blackstone Yoshiyuki summarized before shifting his gaze to another extraordinary genius, Luffy, not far away. At this moment, Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates were also commenting on Levi's performance. This guy named Levi is really strong. Big Mom's 2 homies are not easy to deal with. Usopp spoke up, seeing Levi showcase his skills for the first time. Brooke also asked in a questioning tone, "This agility is faster than my entire body of bones. How did this young man achieve that? Not just agility, his armament haki is also very strong. My modified body doesn't have such lethality," Frankie responded somewhat enviously. Jinbi remarked, "To evade such tight attacks, just with his movements, is really impressive. Moreover, it seems that when fighting against Queen, Levi could even make others' speed and movements faster. I don't know how he does it. He can make others stronger?" Zoro and Sanji asked in unison. After seeing Jinbi nod, one of them added, "Not a devil fruit ability, yet he can influence others? Is there such martial arts in this world? The dishes I cook can indeed enhance the strength of those who eat them, but they can't directly make someone stronger," Sanji said. Zoro, "Sanji, is there a problem with Levi being this strong?" Luffy grinned and added, "I hope he can defeat Big Mom soon." "Yes, after defeating Lin Lin. I can ask Levi how to deal with the Joker." Chopper, uninterested in the battle process, was focused on curing Kinneyman and the others' ailments. Kazuki, Momonosuke, and Yamato were also witnessing such soul-like movements for the first time. However, when they wanted to discuss it, they were interrupted by the deafening cheers behind them. "Mr. Levi is too strong. That little sun and little cloud S attacks are completely ineffective." Yes, after seeing Mr. Levi's attacks fail, I was worried for a moment. But now it seems that was unnecessary. That fat 4 Emperor can't hit Mr. Levi at all. Too strong. Mr. Levi seems to be only 20 years old, yet possesses such fierce strength. Is this what genius looks like? And he's also a genius who cares for the people's opinion. This is really great. Amidst these discussions, Big Mom had already thought of her move. Holding the Napoleon military knife, she glanced at Hera. Understanding her cue, Hera stepped forward, enveloping Napoleon. After preparing, Big Mom grinned menacingly. "I know your speed is fast, but can you outrun lightning? Try my move, Mother's Rush." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped into the air, flipped forward, and then struck at Leeway with lightning speed. Leeway had long been prepared. He stepped back to avoid the deadly blow, then provocatively said, "Didn't I already demonstrate my ability to dodge lightning attacks just now? Yonko, Big Mom, you don't really think adding a sword will let you evade attacks, do you? Then let's try my strongest combo move, Minakawa Cannon." Yonko, Big Mom, change her moves again. Hearing her words, Prometheus excitedly said, "Finally, it's my turn." Then, it bit the end of Napoleon's sword, with the top of the sword passing through Hera, forming an energy ring. Yonko, Big Mom, swung the military sword Napoleon, and then the energy ring fired a beam of high-density laser directly at Leeway. The speed of this move was indeed as fast as lightning, but still couldn't hit Leeway. The skill of 1,000 Trials' body could evade all kinds of attacks. After Leeway dodged, he switched to taunting mode. "You were so close to hitting me. Keep it up." His intention, of course, was to wear down his opponent's stamina. The Yonko, Big Mom fell for it, and she was very angry, which had serious consequences. With the cooperation of her 3 loyal subordinates, Yonko, Big Mom unleashed a series of attacks directly at him. Leeway did not dare to confront head-on. He focused his thoughts and concentrated on countering these moves. The spectacular duel between the two captured the attention of the onlookers, opening their eyes to a new experience. Suddenly, the previously noisy scene fell into complete silence. Time passed second by second, and the sky gradually darkened. Chapter 177. Signs of decline, although relying on his resilient body. Leeway dodged all of Big Mom's various attacks one by one. During this time, he also attempted to counterattack. However, the S-class power of Flowing Cherry Blossom only had a scraping effect on Big Mom. Did they really have to fight for 10 days and 10 nights? Leeway was quite anxious, as he knew that in the world of pirates, the stamina of an Emperor-level powerhouse was nearly limitless. During the Wano country arc, when the 4 Emperor Big Mom met Kaido on Onigashima, they fought for a whole day and night without a clear victor. Not to mention the battle between Akainu and Aokiji, where both admirals gave it their all, and it took them 10 days and nights to settle the outcome. In this nearly day-long battle, Leeway did not feel tired at all, but equally, his opponent was in great condition. As for the spectators, after watching the duel for so long, they had lost the excitement they initially had, and some were even ready to leave. Although neither of the two could gain the upper hand, their mindsets were worlds apart. Leeway was anxious, but Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, remained calm. She had long been prepared for a protracted battle. Moreover, the experienced Big Mom noticed Leeway's eagerness to defeat her. She occasionally revealed a flaw, tempting her opponent to attack, while she aimed to take the opportunity to defeat Leeway with one decisive move. It was clear to Big Mom that Leeway was merely good at dodging, but his defensive capabilities were negligible, as long as she could land a hit. The entire match would be over. After several exchanges, Leeway could only suppress his anxious feelings, fearing that one misstep would lead to his defeat. The situation on the arena had not escaped the eyes of a few experts. Katakuri had stopped being concerned about Leeway's changed appearance, a smile creeping onto his lips. Haha, Mama is about to win. Is that so? But Mama's attacks couldn't hit Leeway, and Leeway's attacks also failed to harm Mama. Weren't they at a standstill? Although Bruley had sharp eyes, she ultimately failed to see that the scales of victory were slowly tipping in Mama's favor. Katakuri patiently explained to his sister, from the beginning, Mama has been in an invincible position. Although Leeway can rely on his agility to dodge attacks, he has become a bit impatient. I suspect his agility has a time limit, just like how he defeated me back then by temporarily boosting his fighting power, but with side effects. So that's how it is? That's why Leeway would take risks to attack Mama during the gaps in dodging attacks, because he needed to end the fight before the side effects kicked in? This is my speculation. Otherwise, Leeway wouldn't need to engage in such dangerous behavior. At this point, Katakuri silently thought to himself, speaking of which, this kid had various special skills during the Wano country arc. I hope Mama can defeat Leeway soon. He inexplicably had a thought. If this continued, Mama might actually lose. But Katakuri quickly brushed that thought aside, shaking his head slightly. Right now, Mama is in the advantageous position. Similarly, Luffy and the others also noticed that Leeway's moves were a bit frantic. Sanji bluntly stated, Leeway is acting strangely. He could easily avoid attacks to remain undefeated, yet he insists on attacking Big Mom, putting himself in danger. Sanj, what do you know? This is how a swordsman kills enemies. If you only dodge, how can you defeat a 4 Emperor-level powerhouse? Leeway was clearly trying to seize this opportunity to hone his martial skills. Zoro mocked him, but his words naturally drew Sanji's ire. Humph, green algae head. Don't flatter yourself. Leeway is not a swordsman. Like me, he fights with fists and feet. Besides, you, as a swordsman, can't even forge a black blade. While Leeway turned a stone into a black blade in no time. Don't you feel ashamed? Humph, it seems some people have forgotten my prowess. Bang bang. Before Zoro could finish, Nami came over and punched him, and Sanji one after the other. Both of their heads grew big bumps. Shut up. You two should watch the match properly. Okay, Miss Nami. Amid this commotion, Luffy remained silent, focused on Leeway. His brows occasionally furrowed, and at times, he showed a look of sudden realization, as if gaining insights. Jinbe, Robin, and Frankie exchanged glances at their captain's obedient demeanor, believing Luffy had finally grown. However, right after that, Luffy said something that left Jinbe and the others speechless. I'm so hungry. This remark made them want to cry. How could a battle of such a high caliber change Luffy's nature? They felt embarrassed for their naivety. As the onlookers gradually left, Kinemon finally had the chance to express his opinion. Leeway's flowing cherry blossom technique feels oddly familiar. Yes, brother, did you notice too? Not just the flowing cherry blossom, but I feel like I know him very well, almost like Dad, Momonosuke replied. Hearing the siblings, Kinemon glanced deeply at Leeway and exchanged looks with his companions. But they all shook their heads. Kinemon's master, Odin, was famous for his dual sword style, which had nothing to do with Leeway's fighting style. However, his companion Denjiro pondered. Without weapons, Leeway's flowing cherry blossom is so sharp, just like when Lord Odin wielded Enma in battle. But he had no similarities to Lord Odin. Reizo said firmly, wanting to add more, but was interrupted by the snake. Did you sense it? Old dog, it seems today will be a full moon night. Of course, I'm a member of the Fur Tribe, just like you, Inuyarashi replied casually. The group fell silent and continued watching the battle between Leeway and Big Mom. Leeway seized another flaw from Big Mom. He was about to unleash the power of flowing cherry blossoms, waiting for the right moment to strike and then immediately retreat. He had attempted similar attacks several times. Little did he know, this time, Big Mom not only did not dodge, but was also quicker than Leeway, launching a counterattack. Her strategy was simple, to trade injury for injury. Leeway wanted to retreat, but it was ultimately too late. With a hiss, his sleeve was cut off by the blade of the 4 Emperor's Big Mom. Mama, Leeway, you are about to be defeated soon. Seeing this situation, Big Mom suddenly burst into arrogant laughter, and then her military knife swung towards Leeway. In contrast, Leeway's movements began to become somewhat chaotic. Chapter 178. Full moon in the sky, are we finally going to determine the victor? Although many had left, there were still quite a few who wanted to know the final result. They began to discuss again upon witnessing the scene. Mr. Leeway is still somewhat outmatched, but at such a young age, being able to exchange blows with a 4 Emperor's level powerhouse is still an honor and defeat. Yeah, And I just heard Lord Tamao and the others say that if Mr. Leeway wasn't so eager to win, he might not necessarily lose. Shut up. The battle isn't over yet. Hearing the discussions of the people from Wano country, Furzer couldn't hold back any longer and immediately voiced his rebuttal. However, seeing Leeway's somewhat awkward appearance, an anxious and worried expression appeared on his face. Beside him, Kurwashi Yoshimi comforted him. Don't worry, mister. Leeway will definitely turn the situation around. I hope so, otherwise we'll have to go back to the old days, Sai. Furzer sighed deeply and turned his gaze back to the battle. Soon, a look of relief appeared on his face, because Leeway really stabilized the situation. Katakuri was taken aback. He noticed that Big Mom's attack had slightly stalled, and Leeway seized this fleeting opportunity to avoid being defeated. This kid must have used some special technique, Katakuri thought to himself. The same thought crossed the minds of Luffy and the others, but their questions were soon answered. Big Mom suddenly stopped attacking. She first scanned the crowd and then looked at Leeway with a confused expression. Did I hear a strange sound just now? Or was it just me? Yes, you must have felt dizzy just now, right? Speaking of which, if I hadn't saved you, this move of mine wouldn't have worked on you. As he spoke, Leeway glanced at the virtual panel in front of him. What he had just used was the first permanent skill, Strange Sound Attack. This skill had directly upgraded from C level to A level after saving Big Mom. Thinking of this, Leeway took a moment to look at the skill description. Strange Sound Attack, A level, active skill, can emit a strange sound that causes dizziness or damage effects similar to Conqueror's Haki to enemies who hear it. The dizziness and damage effects depend on the enemy's strength. The stronger the enemy, the weaker the effect of this skill. At the current level, it can cause 1 or 2 seconds of dizziness to Emperor-level powerhouses. Note, the skill user can concentrate the strange sound attack on a single enemy as needed. For single target attacks, the dizziness and damage caused will be greatly enhanced. After reading this, Leeway immediately focused his thoughts back on dealing with Big Mom. However, he had no idea how to defeat this monster. Fortunately, Big Mom had not launched another strong attack. Instead, she questioned again, Leeway, although you escaped this time with that skill, you know very well that you can't defeat me. Not necessarily, Big Mom. Before Wano, you probably didn't expect to be defeated by a few supernovas, right? Leeway retorted directly, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, resting well and waiting for the final showdown. However, after hearing his words, the Yonko Big Mom was not angry. You have quite the nerve, and I like you more and more. As long as you join my Big Mom pirates, I can abolish the system of regularly surrendering soul lifespan. So think about it. To this suggestion, Leeway did not hesitate to refuse. I have many things to do, but I have never thought about becoming a pirate, so I'm sorry. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. As soon as the words fell, the Yonko Big Mom charged again, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. Leeway could only continue to evade. The battle continued. However, the conversation between these two sparked the curiosity of the onlookers. Among them, Monkey D. Luffy burst out laughing. Haha, Leeway is really interesting. Yeah, he's just a mere Yonko. With Leeway's strength, how could he possibly be subordinate to anyone? Jinbei picked up on the captain's topic, seemingly recalling his earlier battle with Yonko Big Mom. As for Zoro, Sanji, and the others, they also looked at Leeway with curious eyes. The onlookers were even more excited to hear that Leeway had actually refused the invitation from the Yonko pirate crew. Did you hear? Mister. Leeway didn't agree to Big Mom's terms. This is the strength of someone who refuses to be beneath others. So cool. Haishi Yiming naturally looked at Leeway with admiration, but there was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes, as if recalling the scene not long ago where he had fawned over Kazuki Oden. Furious exclaimed loudly, "This is Leeway. Oomph." Whether it's the Blackbeard pirates or the Big Mom pirates, they're both rejected by him. Although he could immediately achieve his goal by admitting defeat, he wholeheartedly supported Leeway's actions. Katakuri and Broly exchanged glances. They both knew that Leeway could never join them. Moreover, it was precisely because of this that Whole Cake Island had not fallen into the hands of the Blackbeard pirates, allowing Broly to safely stand here watching the battle between the two. Considering this, both of them showed a more complex expression, then turned their attention back to the battle between Leeway and Big Mom. Although Big Mom's attacks still failed to hit, it was visibly getting harder for Leeway to dodge. His clothes had already begun to tear. Leeway had no mind to deal with these matters. He was secretly astonished. How has Big Mom of the Four Emperors become even more powerful? Did she hide her strength at the beginning? However, Leeway quickly dismissed this guess, as it was clear that the opponent had enhanced her strength during this battle. It should be noted that Big Mom is also a peerless genius. Realizing this, Leeway couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, Big Mom across from him said again, "So Leeway, how about it? Join us. This is your last chance. I refused again. Leeway shook his head and continued to face the storm-like onslaught of Big Mom. Bang! He was hit for the first time and flew out. With a loud crash, Leeway slammed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing the scene, most people on the scene felt a pang in their hearts and looked over with worried expressions. Leeway stood strong, but his body swayed unsteadily. And what was even more concerning was that blood was slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was clearly injured, but strangely, Leeway did not look at Big Mom, who was preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Leeway felt a surge of emotion and looked up at the sky. A full moon hung above. He suddenly jolted and quickly activated the system. Chapter 179, The Power of the Full Moon's Form. Seeing Leeway's inexplicable behavior, for Emperor Big Mom was momentarily taken aback, stopping her attack and looking at him with a puzzled expression. Leeway was about to lose. When she said this, Brin felt quite conflicted. After all, Leeway was considered her savior. But she soon let it go, since she didn't know who should win. She would leave it to fate. After all, it didn't matter who won. Katakuri, however, was not as conflicted as his sister. Upon seeing Leeway get injured, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. But soon after, an ominous premonition arose within him. What was going on? Why did his observation, Haki, show such a scene? In shock, Katakuri followed Leeway's actions and looked up at the sky, but he found no clues. Luffy also sensed something was off. His observation Haki was on par with Katakuri's, but he couldn't fathom why Leeway would win. However, after a moment of thought, he concluded directly, Leeway will win. Huh? Luffy, Leeway is currently at a disadvantage. He was only dodging earlier and now he's injured, making it even harder to avoid Big Mom's attacks. Although Usopp's observation Haki it couldn't see through the changes in Leeway. Instead, Zoro, with his beast-like instincts, nodded. Leeway's momentum has changed. He is about to counterattack. Indeed, Leeway's power was gradually growing stronger. Sanji, rarely supporting his old rival's opinion, agreed. After listening to the comments from the three major powers of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami and Robin were both confused but said nothing, trusting their comrade's judgment. Chopper sighed in relief. That's good. I was worried about Leeway. However, his words were soon drowned out by a wave of discussion. Among them, the loudest was Furs, who hoarsely shouted, Leeway, are you okay? Don't scare me. Furs, you have to believe in Mr. Leeway. He will definitely win, a nearby Korwashi Yiming said, grabbing Furs and comforting him in an uncertain tone. Following him were the remaining spectators. After seeing Leeway seemingly get stunned, they began chattering even more. No way, mister. Leeway looks very strange. He's bleeding from his mouth. He must be injured. Bleeding isn't a big deal. Didn't you see his expression? Hearing this, Kazuki Momonosuke and others stared at Leeway, whose appearance indeed raised concerns. Leeway even withdrew his flowing cherry. What happened to him? How could he make such a mistake when fighting a 4-Emperor-level powerhouse? Leopard Wulong suddenly said. His meaning was clear. Without the protection of flowing cherry, any hit from Big Mom's attack could be fatal. Kinemon and Kamasu did not respond. As an ordinary person, Kazuki Hiyori took over the conversation. What should we do? Could it be that Leeway really got stunned? But that shouldn't be the case. He only took one hit. Your Highness, that was an attack from Big Mom. You saw it too. Leeway has always relied on his agile movements to cope. After being injured, his speed must be affected. In other words, this duel is already a lost cause for him. The tall man with long eyes and ears, Tanjiro, said slowly. Kazuki Hiyori wanted to argue a bit more, but was interrupted by the cat Viper. Old dog, do you feel it? This Leeway seems to have a familiar scent. As he spoke, he sniffed vigorously. Inuarashi frowned upon hearing this. You noticed it too, old cat. This Leeway doesn't look like one of our kind. What is going on? Stop keeping us in suspense. Kazuki Hiyori asked angrily. However, before the cat Viper and Inuarashi could answer, Big Mom on the stage suddenly burst into laughter. Then let me end this duel. Leeway, you might die under this move of mine. Elbaf Spear, Wigwell. As she spoke, she tightly gripped Napoleon's sword, which instantly turned purple and emitted a strong sword aura. Just as she was about to swing her sword forward, Leeway shouted, Come on, Big Mom, let me show you the power of the full moon. Suddenly, Leeway snapped back to reality, and suddenly, his body was covered in a dark flowing cherry as black as ink. Even more astonishingly, his hair suddenly turned white. His entire aura was completely different. Boom! A deafening sound echoed above Onigashima, stirring up a whirlwind. The onlookers instinctively covered their ears and closed their eyes, trying to steady themselves. What happened? Mister, Leeway should be okay, right? Such a loud noise, it's hard to say. I hope Mr. Leeway can be safe and sound. After the loud sound, the audience began discussing again, their eyes fixed on the stage. However, the dust raised by the previous duel obscured the scene, making it hard to see what was happening. But soon, someone exclaimed in surprise, Look at the sky. The sky is actually cracking. What immense power is this?" Luffy and the others looked up at the sky. They saw the full moon shining brightly, and under the moonlight, a chasm split the dark sky, dividing the clouds in half. No wonder the people of Wano would think the sky was splitting open. "Ha ha! Leeway is indeed strong. He withstood Big Mom's attack." Luffy laughed heartily, pointing at the cat Viper and Inuarashi. "Leeway's power is somewhat similar to yours." "Luffy, that's also something that both me and the old cat find strange. Leeway is not one of our kind." Inuarashi replied with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Robin furrowed her brow. This kid has so many secrets. But before she could speak, she was interrupted by Big Mom's laughter. Mama, interesting. I didn't expect you to use the powers of the Fur Tribe. Is this the Moonlion form?" "Something like that." Leeway slowly rapidly, then looked at the virtual panel in front of him, which displayed a skill description. Full Moon Pose. Active skill, when activated, can increase one's combat power by 10 times. And this skill can last for a maximum of 1 hour. Fortunately, with this skill, otherwise he would undoubtedly be defeated in this battle against the 4 Emperor's Big Mom. Leeway secretly felt relieved. At this moment, the dust had settled, and the onlookers saw Leeway with his flowing white hair. They gasped in surprise again. However, Leeway paid no attention to the noise. He had to hurry and defeat the 4 Emperor's Big Mom. After all, the full moon form could only last for an hour. Chapter 180. The problem of the clown was solved the next day. In the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Haishi Yiming rarely woke up early. He went to a bedside, intending to wake the sleeping Leeway, but was stopped by a small paw. "Wait a moment, Haishi. Leeway fought with Big Mom yesterday and exhausted a lot of energy. He needs to rest a bit longer." "Ah, it's Dr. Chopper, I understand." Haishi Yiming withdrew his hand and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Leeway, remarking, "Yesterday's battle was truly spectacular. Who would have thought Mr. Leeway really defeated Big Mom?" At this point, he paused and added, "When Big Mom admitted defeat, Fours and Christina were overjoyed. They all said Leeway really did it. He made the nations abolish the system of paying soul lifespan regularly." "Yes, Leeway is indeed impressive. I thought he would lose yesterday, but unexpectedly, he transformed, just like the Fur Tribe people." However, the Viper and the Dog Storm said that Leeway is not one of the Fur Tribe. It's really strange. Chopper took over the conversation, and just thinking about how Leeway had white hair and seemed to carry lightning in his presence made his eyes sparkle with excitement. "Yes, Mr. Leeway is truly a person full of secrets." Haishi Yiming nodded, clearly in agreement with Chopper's viewpoint. He recalled the time spent with Leeway over the past 2 days. This genius who loved to bathe but rarely trained had raised his strength to the Emperor General level in just a few days. That's really amazing. Haishi Yiming was completely convinced, and just as he wanted to praise further, a woman's voice interrupted him. "Leeway, where is Leeway?" Following the voice, the speakers were Princess Hiyori, holding a Kiku, and her brother Kazuki Momonosuke. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, Haishi Yiming and Chopper quickly greeted them and pointed to the sleeping Leeway, repeating what they had just said. "Oh, I see. That indeed means he can sleep a bit longer." Hiyori lowered her voice and added, "By the way, while we have this time, Chopper, let me confirm again. Can Leeway's method really cure Kiku? From the experimental situation, it seems possible. You saw it yesterday. Leeway's method can indeed turn those animals that ate the artificial devil fruits back to normal. Moreover, Miss Bruley also used her third eye to look at those animals, and they no longer had that demon that only laughed." Chopper slowly answered Hiyori's question, but then shifted the topic, adding, "However, this method has not yet been verified on humans, but, judging by my experience, is highly likely to be feasible. Now we just have to wait for Leeway to wake up, and then we can know the final result." "Yes, I hope Leeway can really do it." Hiyori patted Kiku and glanced at Leeway, but did not urge him. The few of them quietly kept watch by Leeway's bedside. After a moment, Leeway finally woke up. He opened his eyes and saw several people standing beside him, which startled him. "You finally woke up." Chopper and the others couldn't help but cheer. Leeway was taken aback, but soon understood. He quickly asked, "What time is it now?" "It's 9 o'clock." "What? Is it so late already?" "We need to hurry," and set off. Leeway jumped out of bed like a carp leaping from the water. His anxious expression caught Chopper and the others off guard. "Let's go treat those who are laughing uncontrollably now." Leeway had already rushed out the door, but seeing Chopper and the others still in the room, he turned back and asked, "What's wrong with you? Time waits for no one, right? There should be plenty of jokers in Wano, right?" Mr. Leeway, can your body handle it? Before Heishi Yashitake could finish a sentence, Leeway interrupted. Even if I can't handle it, I have to push through. By the way, let me treat Hoko first. While saying this, he secretly thought there are less than 2 days left for Kazuki Oden's talent. In other words, within these 2 days, even if he doesn't sleep, he has to treat all the jokers. Hearing this, Kazuki Hiyori quickly nodded and said, yes, I think the same. Although my brother has gathered the jokers near Kuri, we haven't truly confirmed them yet, so I understand. We can only make Hoko work hard first. Leeway had already gathered his thoughts. He knew that, based on the skill description, his Sakura flow power could indeed sever the demons within the jester's body, but whether he could truly achieve that still needed to be verified. After saying this, Leeway looked at Hyuko seriously and asked in a solemn tone, Hyuko, are you willing to be the first person? There may be life-threatening risks involved. Ha, of course I am. I believe in you, big brother Leeway. Huh. Hyuko replied with a big grin. Levi looked at Guanyue Rai, Chopper, and the others again, and they all nodded. Seeing this situation, Levi no longer hesitated. His body suddenly turned black, and then he placed his hand on Hazuko's shoulder. With the fluidity of Ryo Sakura, Hazuko's shoulder also turned black. Leeway closed his eyes, harnessing the effect of his 1,000-year-old body. His flowing cherry blossoms dodged the nerves within Hyuko's body, reaching directly to her heart. Then, utilizing the power of the flowing cherry blossoms, which could sever souls, he directly cut away the demon inside Hyuko. In that instant, Hyuko's continuous laughter abruptly stopped, but soon after, she laughed again. Ha. This time, her eyes were filled with tears. Witnessing this scene, Guanyue Rai's expression changed, and she hurriedly asked, does this mean we've failed? No, Sister Rai, big brother Leeway has already healed me. I just haven't gotten used to crying yet. Woo. Hyuko finally stopped only laughing. She was the first to cry so freely. Hearing this, Guanyue Rai also began to cry. That's great. Hyuko, you. Woo. It's really so touching. Chopper also started to cry. Leeway also breathed a sigh of relief. He finally did it. But at the same time, he said anxiously, since it's feasible, I need to treat the others as well. Hiyori, Mama no Suk, you need to gather the other jokers from different regions. No problem, leave this to us. Hiyori replied immediately. Then, Mama no Suk continued, let's start with the people from Kuri, Leeway this way. After saying that, he led the way ahead. Leeway and Choba followed closely behind. Watching a few people leave, Guanyue Ri and Hako were extremely happy as they looked at Hako again. At this moment, Hako had stopped crying and revealed her first genuine smile. Synopsis. Looking at the powerful talents one by one, Leeway knew that the pirate world needed a more fitting order. Several weeks later, the phrase "my life is mine," not hers, echoed across the nations. Standing up, not kneeling, also awakened the people of Wano and the children of the Fishman Tribe. So, this is the taste of Grandpa's Sunday. In response, the 5 elders were furious. You stand against the gods. What punishment do you deserve? Leeway felt somewhat innocent. I'm only 20 years old. I just want to change the world. What crime have I committed?